Chapter 1. A Good Death. The Romans cheered as her father's blood spilled like rain upon the sands, their thundering shouts shaking the foundations of the great Colosseum. She flinched with every blow to the man whose powerful shoulders she rode on as a child, who taught her to read, who showed her all the hidden wonders of the world. Part of her felt every cut, every broken bone. Her pulse quickened with a flicker of hope every time he lashed out with the rusted old gladius that was his only defence. But hope was fleeting when there were 6 men circling him like a pack of starving dogs, hungry for flesh. Armoured men with bronze skin and fine weapons, their faces hidden behind rough brass helmets. Those who were about to die. Gladiators. Vesper was close enough to see the pain etched on her father's face when they cut him deep across the back, but she might as well have been a world away as her tattooed arms strained against the rough iron gate barring her way. The Gate of Life, as the Romans called it, the doorway to the arena, a place that promised death to all who passed through, with only victory granting life once more. "You should not worry, girl," said a tall shadow of a man hidden in the dark tunnel behind her, speaking matter-of-factly while he inspected one of the many weapon racks scattered throughout the area. His fine sandals were stained red by the blood of the dead running down the gutters. He walked partially into the light, and Vesper saw that he had the dark skin and angular features found among the people of her home province of Africa Proconsularis. Yet he was dressed in the style of a Roman noble. Fine white robes hung past his knees, cinched at the waist with a golden belt, and to her surprise, a purple sash of office was attached at the shoulder, falling across his breast. This was no common lanista or flesh peddler who managed gladiators and other sins of the flesh. This was a man of station, of power. He looked past her to the spectacle on the sands, nodding to himself before continuing with a self-satisfied smile. "Your father was offered a good death, a way to redeem himself for his crimes. He, at least, had the decency to accept it. You should too. Your fate will be the same. It won't be long now." "My father spent his entire life serving the Empire," she said through clenched teeth as she turned to face him fully, surging against the heavy chains binding her wrists and ankles. "Does Commodus not have any understanding of what our family has done for him, for his father?" The Roman flinched at her intensity, glancing over his shoulder to a pair of burly legionnaires for reassurance, before continuing. "Commodus and the people of Rome would disagree with you," he said over the roaring cheers that shook the Colosseum once more, their stomping feet shaking loose dust and grit from the rafters above that stung her eyes. "It looks like everyone, high and low, came to watch him die." Looking back at what she could see of the packed arena, Vesper could only agree. While her father was only a small part of today's events, the idea of a high-ranking official dying, ad gladium executed in combat for their enjoyment, inflamed the plebeians and highborn alike, even if they had no idea who he was or what he did for the empire. "He betrayed his oaths," continued the Roman, wrinkling his nose in disgust. "He plotted to murder a man he swore to protect." The clash of steel, followed by a booming cheer, tore her attention away from the man, her eyes darting back beyond the Gate of Life, to the arena, hungry to see what caused the stir, praying he was still with them. Her father lay on his back, a fallen gladiator beside him, and above, a towering murmillo staggered back when her father's foot connected with his groin, a cloud of dust circling them both, as his chest rose and fell hurriedly like a spent animal. "You lie," she whispered, not looking back. "He would never do such a thing." "He did," countered the Roman, "and you and all your people will pay the price for his sins. Blood for blood." Vesper's eyes narrowed at his words, a chill running through her even in the oppressive heat of the afternoon. "What do you mean, my people?" The Roman cleared his throat, raising his chin. The child is responsible for the sins of the father. That is why you are here. But it has also been decided that your entire line must be culled, so that the evil you spread will stop here. From this day forth, the Osei will be no more. We have seen to that." "You can't do that," said Vesper, blinking tears away, shocked that the wisdom of Marcus Aurelius had vanished so quickly. "Since the founding of the Pax Romana, for 200 years, the Osei, my people, have served, protected the life of the Emperor with our own, given our blood for the good of the Empire." "Commodus does not believe as his father did. He sees you, Osei, for the charlatans you are. He will trust in your tricks no longer. He will have every last of your kind removed from the Empire," he said, eyeing her marked skin. Vesper followed his gaze to the ace on her arms, the concentric patterns that helped her touch the worlds beyond the world. With a start, she realized he was staring at her chest, too, and her chained hand drifted to the baobab tree tattooed on her skin, hidden by the ragged leather vest. To the untrained, the markings she bore were just pretty pictures drawn on the flesh of savages. But to her and her people, they were a path to power, beyond the understanding of men. "Let me out of these chains and I'll show you how much of a charlatan I am," she said. The Roman bent over laughing, his mocking voice echoing off the rough-hewn walls of the tunnel. "Don't bother making empty threats. I know all about your people, your bloodline, and the power you wield. But you are at the very heart of Rome, girl," he said with a snort, his eyes twinkling with amusement. "There is no sacred wood here, no baobab tree, no connection, only the might of the Empire. You have no strength in this place." Vesper bowed her head, knowing there was truth in what he was saying. To her people, nature's energy was the fire that drove all creation, and from it sprung all things, the spark of life surrounding us, binding us together in a vast tapestry that one could see if you looked in the right way. But here, in the heart of Rome, the natural order had been upended. Something about this place corrupted all who lived here, and because of this, it was little more than a dark void in humanity's story, a ragged hole in the tapestry, leaving her connection to her power faint, like the distant light of a fading star. "I'll find a way," she began, pulling at her chains. "Your father said as much, for all the good it did him." She opened her mouth to protest, when her eye was drawn to a dim shadow that flickered into being behind the tall Roman, vanishing a heartbeat later, only to appear at her side, coiling around her like a serpent, its cold embrace sending shivers through her, despite the heat. "There are other paths to power," said the shadow, in a rasping whisper only meant for her ear. "We could burn all these foolish Romans to ash. Kill them all. Save your father. You just have to accept your destiny and set me free." Vesper shook her head, squeezing her eyes shut, trying to banish it, knowing that the creature wasn't really there. It existed only in the dark corners of her mind, attached to her soul. "No, you can't be here. You're trapped, locked away," she said through clenched teeth, her stomach churning with worry. "Who are you talking to?" said the Roman, narrowing his eyes. "There's no one." A booming cheer erupted from the crowd once more, drawing their attention back to battle on the sands. Her father was on his knees, clutching at his belly while trying to keep his insides from spilling out, his face a mask of pain. The gladiators who had been beating him circled like carrion birds, putting their backs to him while their arms were raised in victory to the hungry crowd, whipping the masses into a frenzy with the promise of more blood. "No," she whispered, as a wiry gladiator with a gladius in each hand approached him from behind, his blades flashing in the sun as he raised them high. Vesper tore against the chains binding her, growling like a caged animal, pulling at the gate with every ounce of her strength while blood flowed freely down her wrists. For a moment she held out hope when she saw him shift his legs to stand, But then she blinked, and it was over. The blades had done their work, separating her father's head from his neck with a clean blow, the body falling into the dirt while the crowd leapt to their feet with glee. Vesper sagged to her knees and hung by the chains, shaking her head in a poor attempt to drive the image from her mind. Through her racking sobs, she wished that this was all just a bad dream, that she just had to wake up and she would be home, her family with her around the hearth, listening to one of her father's stories about life at court, about the wisdom of Marcus Aurelius and the glory of Rome. "Take my hand," whispered the voice. "Free me, and you won't suffer your father's fate. I can give you the strength to survive this." The sound of metal grinding on stone snapped her away from her fantasies, even from the strange voice. Beams of brilliant sunlight cast away the shadows as the gate of life was raised, sending her scurrying back and gasping in horror as a pair of filth-covered men dragged her father's body past her like a piece of rotten meat, leaving a long trail of blood in their wake. Without ceremony, the pair threw him on top of the rest of the day's dead that were piled in a putrid corner, and then, without ceremony, began fishing through the shredded remains of his robes, hunting for anything of value. Unable to look away, Vesper gasped in surprise when the pair of soldiers flanking the Roman approached, one unlocking the shackles on her wrists and ankles, while the others shoved a crude gladius into her hands. Rubbing her hands along the cool metal, she stared at the short sword, dumbfounded, cocking her head in confusion. The Roman, seeing her reaction, smirked. "Your tricks cannot save you now, so take the blade, and at least try and give the crowd a good show, a good death." The guards backed away while she eyed the weapon, her lips turning into a frown. "This sword is brittle, unbalanced," she said in a flat tone, her heart numb. Only a fool would trust their life with it. "It doesn't matter what weapon you have in hand. You are here to die, no more. The auditor is calling for the next contest. It is time," said the Roman, motioning for the soldiers to get her moving. Vesper drew in a shuddering breath, ignoring the prodding of the soldiers. She took a final glance over at her father's body, feeling like she'd been kicked in the belly, knowing she was about to share his fate, to die and be left like a piece of meat to rot in some darkened corner. Steeling her resolve, she stumbled through the gate of life, onto the sands into the full light of day, and a hush fell over the crowd. Squinting at the hot sun beaming down on her while she walked in silence toward the men whose duty it was to end her life, all the while wondering at the hush which had fallen over the arena. Her father had taught her that the Romans had fanciful names for all the different types of gladiators, each based on their armour and weapons they used. But to her they all looked the same. Men in armour with crude weapons, trained to kill for the pleasure of the crowd, destined to die on the sands. She glanced down at the gladius in her hand and shook her head, wanting to throw the near-useless weapon away. Vesper had been meant to replace her father one day, far in the future, and had only just begun her training to one day serve Rome and the Emperor, and as such, she had been taught only the basics of fighting with a gladius. In truth, her true strength was her connection to the natural world, her ability to manipulate Ace to produce change in the reality around her. But here, so far away from her village, and the towering baobab tree that touched all things, she lacked the spark, the connection required to do anything meaningful. But she would still call on her meagre reserves to give herself a fighting chance. Walking toward her death, she touched the baobab tattoo beneath her vest, the words of her ancestors spilling from her lips, while she pulled at the faint threads of the weave that connected all life. The tapestry was weak here at the heart of Rome, ragged and torn by the corruption of those who lived here, but she managed to draw some strength from it. She only prayed that it would be enough. The sands were suddenly kicked up by gusts of wind, the very air humming with energy as she reached deep into the well of power that surrounded all living things, bringing it forth, pouring it through her limbs. The ace on her arms and legs pulsed for a heartbeat, and the crude gladius in her hand felt lighter, her step more balanced, her stride faster. She then drew the crude, short sword along her tattooed forearm, and tiny arcs of lightning ran up and down the uneven blade, making it blanched, like a blade made by the finest smith, its steel newly glittering in the sunlight. Arriving at the centre of the arena, Vesper pointed the blade at the 4 remaining gladiators who, seeing her challenge, laughed as they moved to flank her, thinking she was easy prey. "You may kill me here today, but I promise I won't go alone. I will take as many of you with me as I can," she shouted. "Blood for blood." The flickering shadow appeared beside her again, its whisper drowning out the thunder of the crowd. "Call on my power when you are ready. I will answer, and you will live to see tomorrow. Live to have your vengeance." "Ancestors, be with me," she whispered to herself as the auditor, high above on the podium, drew down a closed fist, giving the command for the battle to begin. With a roar, Vesper charged, praying she could make her boast true and kill as many of them as she could, for herself, for her father, and for her people. Chapter 2. Fallen Empress. Annia Aurelia Galeria Lucilla, former Empress of Rome, sister to the current emperor, stood in awe. In all of her life she had never seen anyone match the bravery of the girl on the sands. From the cubiculum, the imperial box, she watched as the young woman strode toward 4 fully armed gladiators without a hint of fear of the men who were meant to execute her. From the instant she stepped through the gate of life, the normally thundering crowd of the Colosseum had fallen to a nervous hush, silenced by the bizarre appearance of a woman on the sands, more so because of the blade in her hand and the promise of death about to befall her. The gladiators were hesitant while she approached, giving one another questioning glances. The order of the day was to execute a few traitors to the Empire, often a common task before the true contests, not to belittle themselves facing a woman. It simply wasn't done. "Well, she certainly looks repulsive," said her brother, Commodus, leaning forward in his chair, his eyes locked on the girl. "These barbarians from the far reaches of the Empire are little more than animals." "She's beautiful," disagreed Lucilla, shaking her head. The girl certainly looked exotic, like nothing she had ever seen before, but stunning and strange. Her tight mane of braided hair and dark skin marked her as one of the savages from the south, most likely Africa Proconsularis or some other far-off place that she had only read about. However, she had a noble bearing, with high cheekbones and dark eyes, but most odd were the strange markings, tattoos of odd geometric patterns flowing up and down her arms and legs. "She is the daughter of the traitor Abio," said Shatters, the Emperor's chamberlain, who had only just arrived, threading his way through the throng of guards and sycophants that filled the imperial box, and taking a seat on Commodus's other side, adjusting his purple sash of office before continuing. "You ordered for her to be found and executed along with her father, her village destroyed. I saw to it personally as you ordered." Her brother gave him a dismissive wave, nodding to himself. "Yes, I remember now. Good. It's well past time that their line was culled." Lucilla raised an eyebrow at his words, disgusted by her brother's callousness, but not surprised. Abio and his family had served the Empire for almost 200 years, since Caesar crossed the Rubicon. I still can't believe he was a traitor. "I am not," said Shatters, leaning forward to catch her eye. "I never trusted them. Their kind can never be trusted. Since the murder of Emperor Nerva, they have protected the Empire from the unseen, from the dark powers wielded by the barbarians at our gates," she said, frowning at the chamberlain, shaking her head at the man's ignorant stupidity. Lucilla turned attention back to the girl. She'd known Abio for most of her life and had liked him. They'd had long conversations about Rome, about his people, the Ose, and the role they played in the Empire. For as long as she could remember, he was always at her father's side, a silent shadow and advisor. She remembered meeting his wife long ago, but had never met his daughter. Abio had talked about her often and told her she was training to one day, hopefully, replace him, at least when the gods decided to take him from this life. Lucilla had liked him far better than the dusky-skinned chamberlain, who seemed more interested in amassing power and wealth than to serve Rome. The common folk had just begun to grumble at the spectacle of a woman fighting when the auditor gave the command to begin. Without pause, the girl hurled herself at a towering Mamillo facing her, ignoring a weak slash from the surprised warrior as she took advantage of her smaller size to sneak past his guard, slamming into his gut to shoulder the giant man from his feet, the clash of steel and flesh filling the air. Lucilla was amazed at her speed. Then, without pause, she bounded to her feet and continued on, leaving the bigger man to bleed on the sand after a series of blindingly fast jabs from her gladius, a series of deep gashes decorating her arms, the only price of removing an enemy from the field. The other gladiators were more cautious now, approaching her with the due often given to skilled challengers. With a roar, she slashed wide with her blade, while in the same motion deflecting a jab from a hoplomachus, a lightly armoured gladiator specialised in spear and shield, her powerful attack forcing her much larger opponent back. The spear-wielding gladiator countered, spinning and striking low, knocking the girl from her feet to land hard on her back. Lucilla covered her mouth with a trembling hand, not daring to blink. Undeterred, the girl battled from her back as the remaining 3 gladiators pounced, her gladius a silver blur as she fought back against spear and sword, twisting and dodging like a snake on the sands. She had just managed to fight to her knees when she made a clumsy strike for the spear-wielder's leg, and the man easily dodged, making her pay with a deep gash down her back. "This should be over quickly now," said Commodus, studying the cheering crowd. "She does have spirit, though, I will grant her that, and the crowd seems to like her. It might have been amusing to have her fight another woman, or a small child. I may clear out some of the city's whorehouses and throw them onto the sands, see how it plays out." "A fine idea, Caesar," said Salterus with a smile that didn't show his teeth. Lucilla bit her tongue, trying to not lash out at the chamberlain. Commodus, for some reason, thought highly of the man, despite his poor judgment and lack of intelligence. Ignoring them, she returned her attention to the battle, hoping her brother would forget the random idea if it wasn't spoken of again. She found the girl not faring well. She had battled her way back to her feet, but had clearly paid the price, as she was bleeding freely from cuts on her arms and a nasty gash on her forehead. Her attacks were slower now, her shuffling feet kicking up plumes of dust. When they came at her again, Lucilla tried to keep her features calm, not wanting to show favour, but her hands were locked onto her chair in a white-knuckled grip as the girl stumbled about, ducking to avoid losing her head from a wild swing by the remaining Murmillo, only to be caught off guard by a massive blow from his shield that lifted her bodily off the ground and knocked high into the air, spinning her end over end, blood trailing from her lips. She crashed onto the sands with a loud crunch, and Lucilla could hear her groans even from this distance. She had managed to scramble to her hands and knees just as a second attacker kicked her in the ribs, with enough force to send her tumbling into the air again, sending her limp and battered form rolling onto her back. Lucilla leaned back in her chair as the gladiators, being the showmen they were trained to be, played to the crowd, whipping up their bloodlust while ignoring the sobbing girl, knowing she was finished. Glancing around at the roaring mass, she felt a wave of disgust. They enjoyed watching that young woman's blood being spilled and enjoyed watching her being tortured. Such brave gladiators, 3 of them against a single girl. Very impressive, she said, cringing the moment the words left her mouth. To her relief, Commodus only laughed, taking a sip of his wine and not bothering to look at her. "My dear sister, are you feeling sorry for the girl?" "Why? Her father betrayed us. It's best that she dies here, today. That way we won't have to worry about her or her people." Lucilla pressed her lips together, frowning as the Hoplomachus picked up a fallen axe, and then turned his attention to the podium, waiting for the command from the Emperor to end the girl's life. She did feel sorry for the girl. Her father would never have betrayed the Empire. She was dying for nothing. And she felt pity for herself for not saying more, for being such a coward, for not standing up for truth and honour. Chapter 3. Crossroads. Her ribs cracked like splintering wood when the Murmillo's heavy boot slammed into her chest, sending white-hot needles of searing agony through her lungs. Rolling onto her side, Vesper sucked in shallow, shuddering breaths, while scrambling to avoid the next blow, knowing she had to keep moving or die. But she was spent, and her limbs refused to listen. From the corner of her eye, she watched another gladiator stalk toward her, bouncing the flat end of a wicked-looking axe on his open palm, his lips turned up in a grim smile. Vesper stretched for a gladius that had fallen just at the edge of her reach, ignoring the coarse sand stinging her bloodied hands and arms, pretending that the pain was someone else's. The tips of her fingers had just grazed the hilt of the weapon when, without mercy, the bronzed warrior stomped on the offending hand, brutally crushing her bones together and stopping her in her tracks, stealing what little hope for survival she had left. Squinting up at the pack of warriors circling her, her shoulders fell. It was over, and she would die alone on the sands. Her body would be tossed out with the rest of the day's dead, just like her father, cast aside and forgotten. "Let me die on my feet! Die a good death!" She spat as the axe-wielder stopped in front of her, his tall frame blocking the sun. The bronze-skinned gladiator hesitated and then stepped back, watching her like a predator while she struggled to her feet. "A good death is all we can hope for," he said, giving her a salute and hefting the axe above his head. A hush fell over the crowd as she struggled to her feet, her eyes never leaving the chipped axe in his calloused hand. Standing to her full height, Vesper raised her chin, wanting to be brave, wanting to be defiant to the end, despite the lancing pain in her chest. But when the gladiator raised his axe, she flinched, fear taking hold, and her defiance evaporated. Knowing she was about to die, she did the only thing she could to survive, a thing she swore she would never do again. "Lilith!" she screamed, raising a bloody hand above her head. "I call on you!" The words had only just left her lips when the sun dimmed, and the world around her ground to a halt, the falling axe suddenly frozen in time. A blast of stinking wind filled her nose as the lower answered her call, gathering itself around her like a serpent. "I am here, daughter. Open yourself to me, and I will grant you my power. Together we will destroy your enemies," it began, speaking in excited whispers. "No," coughed Vesper, grimacing at the stabbing pain in her chest as she sucked in slow, shallow breaths to ease the hurt. "Not like that. Not like before." The lower snarled, slamming into her, pounding, raging. "You dare!" it shouted at last, and the world vanished, the gladiator with his axe, the Colosseum, the crowds, gone like they had never existed, and Vesper found herself in a place she swore she would never see again. A cobblestone path in a cloying darkness stretched out as far as she could see, surrounded by a barren, lifeless soil that faded to inky shadows not far beyond the path. Spread out before her, the road forked, vanishing over a crested rise in one direction and descending into darkness in the other. "What do you want?" whispered a voice behind her, sending a chill up her spine. Vesper turned to find the lower holding a sputtering lantern in hand, its black cloak hanging in tatters. "To live," said Vesper in disgust, hating herself for what she had invoked in her moment of weakness. A horrible cackle spilled from the lower's lips, and Vesper felt small, weak. "The hunger for life. Such a simple thing, but so fleeting," it said. "Yet when we met here not so long ago, you looked down on me for wanting to live again. Punish me for my need to feel the hot sun on my skin, to have my lungs filled with air, for the simple desire to taste wine on my tongue." She wrinkled her nose in disgust at the creature, moving back. Vesper's mind turned in circles. She was terrified of this place, terrified of who and what the lower could be. "I don't understand. Are you her?" The shadow flickered, twisting and shifting until its features were a mirror of her own. "Are you her?" mocked the lower, its lips twisting into a sneer. "I am always with you, my sweet daughter, my evening star, my Vesper." "That's not possible," said Vesper through gritted teeth, inching back. "I locked you away, trapped you. How?" "I am not free, child. I am trapped just as you intended," said the lower, its form twisting and bending in a way that made Vesper's stomach turn. "Nothing has changed." Vesper narrowed her eyes, searching the lower for any hints of the woman she once was. "Then how is it we are speaking, that you can pull me away like this?" The lower spun around, dancing back and forth between shapes, its face changing with every breath. "I have done nothing. We are in your mind, and thought is faster than any blade. As to how we are able to speak, we are in Rome, my sweet daughter," she said with a shrug, as if it explained everything. "Don't call me that." "What? Daughter?" she scoffed, her rotting grin stretching wide. "You can deny me all you wish, but I am your blood. I made you. You're a monster who tried to steal my life. Right now I am a monster with the power to keep you among the living. If I die, you die," whispered Vesper. "So now what are—" "Strike a bargain," said her mother, "and quickly. The axe falls ever closer. I trusted you once, and it almost cost me my body, my soul." "I want neither of those things, child," said the lower. "The bargain we will make will be simple. Lessen the strength of my prison, so that I can see and hear the world through you. In return, I will share my knowledge with you, grant you the strength to survive today. That is all." "That's all," said Vesper, biting her lower lip. Months ago, when she had first trapped the lower of her mother, she had absorbed a great deal of her knowledge, with Ace and with the blade, but over time it had all faded, leaving her with only a faint memory of it all. Her mother smiled, somehow knowing that a bargain had been struck, that she had won. "That's all. A favour as well." Vesper squeezed her eyes shut, not sure that she was dead, and this was some trick of her dying mind. "What favour?" she asked suddenly, her curiosity getting the best of her. "It is not important for now. Just be reassured that it is nothing that shall hurt you, only make you more powerful when the time comes," said her mother, spreading her arms wide. "I will tell you of it later, or perhaps never. Who knows? But if you wish to live, you must decide quickly. Our time hiding from the world is nearly spent." Vesper understood this place was safe and secure, but temporary. Back in the real world, she lay broken and beaten on the sands, an axe aimed at her neck. With a shaking hand, she reached out for the lower, wrapping her arms around the filthy creature and pulling it close. "I accept," she said in a trembling voice, feeling like there was no other way. The instant the words passed from her lips, a surge of heat passed through her, and her bones throbbed, and her heart pounded out of her chest. Before she knew what she was doing, a dark invocation spilled from her lips, hate-filled words full of rage, calling on beings whose power was fueled by the worst of humanity. Wrath, greed, lust, murder. Her entire body tensed, every muscle straining as she let out a primeval scream. The power she had called upon flooded her limbs, stitching her wounds, and filling her with a strength she never imagined possible. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open, and she found herself back on the sands, her pain gone, but with the gladiator still poised above her. She blinked, and the blade fell. Reacting on instinct, she slapped her hands together, catching the notched metal between her palms. She smiled in triumph as the colour drained from the gladiator's face when she ripped the weapon from his grip like he was a child. Vesper flipped the axe over one-handed and, in a single smooth motion, swung it faster than the eye could see, removing the man's head from his neck while planting a savage kick into his midsection to push the headless body away from her. Looking out at the stunned crowd, she had never felt so much hatred in her heart. These people had taken everything away from her, and now they were cheering for her. They were monsters. Her family had spent the last 200 years protecting and defending the worst of humanity. Turning to face the remaining pair of gladiators, she swore she would make every last Roman pay. She would burn the empire to the ground, no matter the cost. Chapter 4. Dominar. Commodus laughed, cheering along with the rest of the booming crowd as the girl removed the gladiator's head with a wicked cut and then kicked away his flailing corpse. "By the gods," said Lucilla, wanting to spring to her feet and cheer herself. "I was sure she was done." Her brother gave her a wide grin, showing his perfect teeth, before turning a hawkish glare to the entire Colosseum. "Look how she ignites the crowd. They love her." "Look at that," said Lucilla, pointing as the girl charged the two remaining gladiators, a Dimachurus bearing a pair of wickedly sharp blades, and the last Murmillo, who crouched behind a shield as tall as he was. The girl attacked like the wind, her single gladius ringing against the twin blades of the Dimachurus, while she manoeuvred to keep both of the bigger men at bay. Lucilla held her breath as she watched the martial dance, mesmerised by every thrust and riposte, not daring to blink lest she miss a moment. She thought it would go on forever, when suddenly the Murmillo ducked low and rolled beneath her guard, coming up from the sands with a brutal uppercut with the hilt of his sword that knocked her onto the sands once more, her flailing body kicking up a cloud of dust. This time the men didn't waste any time. No longer underestimating her, there was no quarter, no playing to the crowd as they closed in to finish her. Lucilla shot out of her seat, trying to get a better view, cursing the gladiators' massive frames blocking her sight. "Do you think she will survive?" she asked her brother. A low, booming thunderclap reverberated through the Colosseum, answering her question before Commodus could. The men staggered, blasted back by some unseen force, both of them landing hard a few feet away. Lucilla's jaw fell open when she saw the girl unhurt and alive, on one knee, trembling. Not taking a moment to rest, she bounded after the shield-wielding gladiator, who was rolling away, trying to get to his feet. Without mercy, she struck, her blade a whirlwind of steel flashing in the afternoon sun. The crowd erupted to massive cheers, roaring to their feet when she sliced through his leg just below the knee, and then left another deep gash on his chest, before turning to face her last opponent. The pair of them circled one another, the Dimachurus, a showman for sure, spinning his twin blades, the girl levelling her single blood-stained gladius at him. Then, as if they heard some invisible clarion call, the Dimachorus gave her a salute. With a snap, they closed the distance with a titanic clash of steel and flesh, the girl painting figure eights with the blade, and then thrusting hard, testing her opponent, who lazily knocked the blade aside. He immediately countered, moving left, then right as he swung his blades high and low, a hunger for a quick kill apparent in his reaching attacks. The girl met one of his blades with steel and stepped back to avoid the other. Undeterred, he continued, feinting low with both blades and then going right, before swinging for her head. The girl continued to defend, giving up ground as she pivoted and dodged to avoid the incoming strikes, keeping her gladius in close, using it almost like a shield. "She's drawing him in," said Commodus, steepling his fingers, his breath coming quickly, letting him waste his strength, being the aggressor. Lucilla could only nod, mesmerised by the battle. Her brother loved the games and was fascinated by the art of killing. Yes, but then she will have nowhere to go. She will be trapped by the wall of the Colosseum. A heartbeat later, Lucilla's prediction came true, as the girl had run out of room and had to fight with her back against the wall. The Dimachorus was relentless, his twin blades trapping her in place. Then, without warning, the girl did the impossible, her hand somehow piercing the wall behind. Lucilla, along with the crowd, fell silent when both combatants vanished in a cloud of dust and grit that appeared from nowhere. It lasted only an instant, but when it was gone, the gladiator was staggering, blind as a bat, while a vile cough spewed from his throat as he tried to scrub something from his eyes. The girl, unaffected by the strange occurrence, approached him with an unnatural calm. Easily avoiding his flailing blades, she plunged her crude gladius into the blind man's chin, driving it up through his skull. Lucilla clapped excitedly while the girl twisted the weapon deep while his blood spilled over her hands, raining onto the sands. When the body stopped twitching, she let it fall, and the Colosseum exploded into a deafening roar, the plebeians and noble alike bounding to their feet in awe of the impossible spectacle they had just witnessed. The girl turned to face the pulvis, striding across the sand as if she were out for a stroll, and had not just killed 4 heavily armed gladiators. All the while the stadium rocked with the booming voices of the crowd raised in unison, chanting, "Live! Live! Live!" "Archers!" screamed Shatters, his face twisted with rage as he bounded from his chair, storming over to the grey-haired first centurion, who commanded the soldiers on the podium and was in charge of the security of the Colosseum. "Kill her! Kill her now!" The centurion officer gave Shatters a bored look, glancing at the emperor for direction. "By the will of the gods, she has defeated everyone put in her path," said Lucilla, raising her chin high. "She should be allowed to live." Shatters sneered at her, his nostrils flaring. "Caesar has ordered her life forfeited," he said. "Her reprieve on the sands was intended only to entertain the crowd." Commodus took a deep swallow of his wine, his smile widening. "Well, I, for one, was entertained. And as we said, it may be fun to keep her around for some amusement. What harm could it do? Besides, it's a fine day, and we are feeling merciful. It is wise to keep the mob happy." Lucilla felt like a weight had vanished from her shoulders when her brother stood, waving the crowd to silence. Ever the showman, he slowly raised his arm, pausing for a time to build suspense, before finally giving a thumbs up, sending the crowd surging to their feet, whooping and cheering, screaming as if they had fought the battle themselves and came out victorious against the impossible. Down on the sands, Lucilla watched as the girl was led away by a group of heavily armed legionnaires. She imagined the girl felt some sort of relief, but by the way she tossed her head, and by the way she struggled, Lucilla worried that she would not see the sunrise tomorrow. Her feelings only grew when she turned to speak to her brother. She caught Salteris giving the girl a hard-eyed stare, his rage at her coming off him in waves. He looked like a spoiled child who had not gotten his way and was now sulking. In that moment, she knew she would have to do something more, something drastic. Her decision made, she leaned over, strangely nervous and excited all at once. "Commodus, the girl has inflamed a passion in me. I would like to see how far she can go in the arena," she began, squeezing her brother's hand. "I will be her patron, her dominar. From this moment, she will belong to me to do with as I wish." Salteris opened his mouth to speak, only to be silenced by a dismissive wave from Commodus, who raised an eyebrow in surprise. "This is most unexpected, but welcome," he said, squeezing her hand back. "I thought you did not share my love of the games, but it gives me great pleasure to see the passion in your eyes. I cannot deny you this. It will be good for us to fully enjoy together. We will see to it that she is properly trained in the gladiatorial arts. Philo, the Lannister at Ludus Magnus, will see that she is placed with a fine doctore, a trainer who will bring out the best in her." Lucilla leaned forward, catching Salteris's steely-eyed gaze, giving the man a mocking smile, before returning her attention to her brother. "Thank you, Caesar. You are merciful and kind. I will send word ahead and see to the girl personally." Chapter 5. Doctore. You stand on the sacred grounds of the Ludus Magnus, the greatest Ludi in all of the Empire, and should thank the gods for the privilege of training on these sands, boomed Narcissus, snapping his whip above the heads of the latest batch of recruits, the sharp crack of the weapon making the undisciplined men lined up in front of him flinch. Narcissus extended a thickly muscled arm, pointing at the Colosseum in the distance. "Here, in the shadow of the arena, you will be broken by my hand, and then, if you are found worthy, moulded into a hero that all men will envy and every woman shall lust after. A god of the arena, a gladiator." Narcissus waited, glancing around at the few stragglers seated in the mostly empty seats that surrounded that training ground. The courtyard of the Ludus was truly sacred ground, and the gladiators that lounged around the dusty square were a testament to that. Even the weakest of them were champions in their own right, and often bested men from other houses and other cities in contests of 2 and 3 against 1. They all listened with knowing smiles to the speech, each of them having heard it countless times, knowing what was to come. For a moment he feared that this batch was somehow different, or that he had missed that look. But then he caught it, a roll of the eyes from a swarthy man, sticking out his pointed chin. He raced down the line, towering over the eye-roller, who shrank back. "Do you think that you do not require training?" began Narcissus, poking a finger into his scrawny chest before continuing, "that you are somehow better than the titans that have trained under my whip?" The swarthy man swallowed hard and shook his head. No, he stuttered, trembling like a newborn sheep. Narcissus snorted at the man and moved on, sensing that he was not what he was looking for. He lacked backbone and would probably be sent to the mines before long. "No, doctore!" shouted Narcissus, threading his whip over a calloused palm. "From this moment, every sentence you say shall end with doctore. Your lives are forfeited to me. I will be your teacher, your mother, your father. When you lie your head down to sleep at night, and when you awake with the light of dawn, my name shall be the first and last in your thoughts." Striding up the line, he stopped in front of a wiry man who looked like every ounce of fat had been boiled off him, his bronze skin scarred from head to toe. "You, where do you hail from?" he said, thinking he'd found his man. The wiry man sneered at Narcissus, before stammering in a language unfamiliar to the doctore's ear. Then, with nostrils flaring, He motioned to a round-faced man with a short beard standing beside him. "Forgiveness, Doctore. Nabil here does not speak the common tongue," said the round-faced man, bowing smoothly from the waist. "And you are?" said Narcissus, glaring at both men. Something about the way the wiry man held himself told him he had a great deal more experience than the common recruit. Men with extensive experience in the arena were difficult to mould, and he often had a harder time breaking them. "I am called Tahir, Doctore," he said, again bowing at the waist, his lips curling into a tight-lipped smile that never touched his dark eyes. Narcissus frowned as he appraised both men, his hackles rising, as Nabil gave him a hard look. "Reform my words, then. Make sure he understands what I tell him." "Of course, Doctore," said Tahir, touching his forehead with the tips of his fingers. "He looks to have some skill," said Narcissus. "Ask him where he trained, and what style of gladiatorial arts he follows." Tahir turned to the wiry man, speaking in a rapid, guttural tongue that Narcissus suspected was some dialect belonging to the nomadic Bedouin people of North Africa. When he was finished, the man spat on the ground, his eyes glittering like hardened diamonds. Tahir gave him a pained smile, his eyes narrowing as he looked back and forth between the two men. "Forgiveness, Doctore, but he says that he is from Carthage, that he was a champion among his people, and, again, apologies, Doctore, I do not wish to be punished for his words." Narcissus raised an eyebrow, taking a step forward, towering over the former champion of Carthage. When he spoke, his tone was calm, measured. "Say what you need to say. I will not punish you for the words of another." "Doctore is wise and kind," said Tahir, bowing again. "He says the only thing he can learn from a Celt is how to lie with sheep." The men at either side of them let out a low whistle, some of them snickering into their hands. "Silence!" he shouted, glaring down the line before crossing his arms across his thick chest, smoothing down his short beard. "Is that all?" "No, Doctore. He says that given the choice of fighting you or one of the many sheep you must lie with, he would prefer the sheep. They would most likely provide greater challenge." Narcissus sucked in a deep breath, fingering his whip. "Ask him his preferred choice of weapon." Tahir translated his words, speaking quickly, his eyes full of worry when he returned his attention to him. "He says he prefers a scimitar, and that the only reason he came to this stinking pus-filled hole was to prove that he was the greatest gladiator in all the Empire." A wide smile crept across Narcissus's face. It never failed. Every batch of new recruits always had a man or two who was a champion in some backwater arena or fighting pit, and had come to Rome to prove himself. Today, this was the man he would use to set the example. Uncoiling his whip, he began unstrapping the leather vest he wore on most training days. "Linus," he shouted to an older man with thinning white hair and a bent back, "bring this man's steel. The champion of Carthage will demonstrate his greatness to us. We shall see if this man can stand up to a Celtic sheep lover." "Give him a few thumps for me, Doctor," said Linus, helping him remove the leather chest piece he wore with fingers that were surprisingly deft. "Are you sure you don't want to be the one to do it, old friend?" said Narcissus, scrubbing away sweat from his thick, hairy chest. "The will is there, Doctor," said Linus with an easy smile before shrugging. "But the body—" Narcissus nodded, fully understanding. The old man had survived more battles in the arena than he could count, and somehow, through it all, he had managed to keep his head, along with the rest of himself, intact. With the permission of his dominus, he had done what few gladiators had ever done: retire. But after all the battles, all the victories, the only life he had ever known was among his brothers in the Ludus. So instead of finding a piece of land and a young wife, he spent his days doing what he had always done, training and fighting on the sands. While the old man fetched a weapon for the champion of Carthage, Narcissus walked over to the lockbox, where he kept his armour, a surge of anticipation making his blood race. His dominus, his master, had told him long ago that he was too valuable as Doctora to risk in the Colosseum. His ability to mould champions was unparalleled in Rome, and he was treated far better than most slaves, often rewarded in ways that elevated him above many free men, and he was grateful for it. But every time he donned his armour to make an example of one of these backwater upstarts, he felt a thrill in his heart and longed for days gone by when he basked in the roar of the crowd. Donning the armour only took moments. He preferred to be mobile and wore only a simple set of iron greaves on his shins, along with a pair of ornate braces for his forearms. He didn't bother with more than that, enjoying the feeling of the heat on his bare chest. When he was ready, he ordered the men to form a circle around the two of them as they faced off. Nabil also chose to go light, wielding a scimitar and shield along with a set of leather greaves. They were about to begin when the wiry gladiator stopped, speaking over his shoulder to Tahir before once again spitting at his feet. "Nabil wishes to know why you dishonour him, Doctor," said the round-faced translator, squeezing through the throng of men who jostled for a better view. Narcissus smiled to himself, crouching into a battle stance, arms extended. "My hands are the only weapons I need," he said, waving for the wiry gladiator to come at him. "As I told you before, I will mould you into a god of the arena above all others in strength and skill." Tahir translated his answer, and Nabil let out a foul curse, dancing forward with an angry snarl while swinging his scimitar in a figure-8 pattern. Narcissus let him come, pivoting left and right with a minimum of movement, easily avoiding the whistling blade. Slapping the scimitar against his shield in frustration, the wiry man changed tactics, using his shield to cover his attacks until the last moment, while shuffling his feet in ways that made it hard to judge where his strikes were coming from, forcing Narcissus to use his braces to deflect the blows, as opposed to simply dodging them. "You have some skill," said Narcissus, taking it all in his stride, doing what had made him a champion in his days, letting his opponent expend his strength while he watched and waited, searching for weaknesses, openings. They fell into an easy pattern of Nabil swinging at air or having his wide blade glance off Narcissus's bracer or greave when the champion of Carthage spun around and reversed his grip, and with a quick deftness snuck in close, slashing at the insides of Narcissus's outreached arms, leaving a pair of shallow cuts before dancing away unscathed. Narcissus pulled back, glancing down at the cuts on his upper arms with a half grin, hardly feeling the pain. "Impressive," he said, rolling his shoulder and waving for the other man to come at him again. Nabil snarled once more, his nostrils flaring as he renewed his attack, his scimitar ringing out against his braces as they circled one another under the blazing hot sun. Narcissus smiled to himself when he noticed the sweat pouring down the smaller man's temples, and his once precise swings and stabs slowed. "Do you see the lesson to be learned here?" he shouted out to the men who stood in a circle around them. "This fool, in his desire to satisfy his ego, has found only death." In a flurry of movement, Narcissus deflected a blow from the scimitar, just as he had done with so many of Nabil's attacks. But now, instead of retreating, he angled his bracer so the flat blade went wider than anticipated. Then, moving quickly for a man his size, he wrapped a massive hand around Nabil's sword arm, while in the same instant grasping his thin neck, lifting him bodily off the ground. He watched with grim satisfaction as the smaller man kicked and clawed for breath, his face turning an ugly shade of brown and red. "This is your first lesson," he shouted to the men, turning in a circle so they could all see the struggling champion of Carthage. "Do not let your hunger for victory defeat you." Narcissus knew that all he had to do was squeeze, and he would crush Nabil's windpipe, and the arrogant man would die a horrible death, clawing for breath. It would serve as a valuable lesson to the new men, one they would not easily forget. In days past he would have done so without hesitation, but he had learned that fear was a poor teacher, and if he wanted these men to be the best, he had to rise above such things. Instead, He spun the poor fool in a circle as if he were an Olympian throwing a hammer ball. Then, with a grunt, he threw him with enough force that he landed a dozen feet away on the hot sand in a crumpled heap. "I think that's a record, Doctore," said Linus with a laugh, picking up Nabil's fallen scimitar and shield. "The Olympiad is only a few months away. I'm sure with a little more practice you could compete." The gladiators of the house broke out into laughter, slapping one another on the backs while exchanging coins. Narcissus knew that men often took odds on if he would kill the fool he chose for this lesson, and from what he heard, they had also started betting on how far he would throw the hapless victim. "I should start betting on myself." He snorted at the men. "Now, today's amusements are over. Pair up, begin with position 1. Quickly, before my whip finds you too slow. And see to it that the champion of Carthage survived my gentle teachings." Narcissus moved to return his armour to its lockbox, when one of the many legionnaires emerged from the main compound, striding toward him with purpose. "Raynar," he said, giving the man a nod, "what brings you to my corner of the Ludus?" Raynar frowned up at him, casually adjusting the gladius on his hip. "Dominus requires your presence," he said, with a sneer. "Do you know what about?" "Just do as you're told and follow," he said. Narcissus stared down at him for a moment, wondering if it was time for another lesson. It was like this with many of the Romans. They disliked dealing with anyone they thought beneath their station, and it was made worse by the fact that while Narcissus was a slave, and Raynar a freedman, but as Doctore, he commanded far more respect and importance to the Ludus than any paid soldier. "As you will. Lead on," said Narcissus, knowing the Dominus was waiting, and the tiny legionnaire was simply not worth breaking a sweat over. Without a word, Raynar spat and spun on his heel. Narcissus shook his head and followed, ducking through the doorway into the cool darkness of the barracks, where most of the men lived when they were not training, his long legs easily keeping up with Raynar's quick strides. Walking through the narrow corridor, he kept silent, knowing that anything he said would anger the legionnaire further. Arriving at the barred gate that divided the barracks into the main living area, his stomach rumbled from the heady aroma of fresh baked bread that wafted from the kitchens, and he hadn't eaten since his porridge at daybreak. "Are you Celts such animals that you cannot control your bellies?" said Raynar, hurrying him through the finer parts of the Ludus that housed baths that were open to the public, places where many a Roman lady came to watch the titans of the arena bathe. "Looks like we're meeting someone important," said Narcissus as they entered a brightly lit corridor, tiled in fine marble, his curiosity growing with each step, knowing that the corridor led to an atrium the Dominus used to receive important guests. "Shut up, not a word," snapped Raynar, straightening his armour and wiping sweat from his brow. Furrowing his brow, Narcissus resisted the urge to throttle the arrogant infantryman. Raynar was an ass at the best of times, but once he forgot about his station, he would share a cup of wine or dice with him and the other gladiators. But today he was nervous, uneasy. Coming to the end of the corridor, he noticed a pair of legionnaires dressed in fine armour, and he almost swallowed his tongue, understanding at last Raynar's nervousness. "Praetorian Guard? Here? Why?" he stammered, his stomach churning with worry. Raynar nodded, wetting his lips, his arrogance forgotten. "Only Jupiter knows, but if they're here, he's here. He loves the games. Last time he was here—" "I know what happened last time," said Raynar in a strained whisper, "and I would like to keep my head." Narcissus smoothed down his beard, cursing himself for not being better groomed. It was not every day one met the Emperor. Chapter 6. Duty. Vesper had expected the centurions, who dragged her from the sands, to execute her once she was out of sight of the crowd, and in her exhausted condition it would have been all too easy. But to her surprise, once she passed through, they gave her a wide berth, indicating that she should follow, and then guiding her through a maze of rough-hewn tunnels, lit only by flickering torches, until finally she emerged into a bright open-air atrium dominated by a reflecting pool. Waiting for her was a tall woman with a flowing crown of brown hair that tumbled past her shoulders, who introduced herself as Lucilla. Circling Vesper with regal steps, she spoke in excited tones, like she was inspecting some sort of prize, before finally proclaiming herself to be Vesper's domina and saviour. Shaking her head in confusion, Vesper began to protest when a lanky Roman with a thick shock of brown hair and a bent nose glided into the atrium, a thin-lipped smile plastered across his face. "My lady, we are honoured by your presence. I am Philo, Lannister of the Ludus Magnus, and a humble servant to the Emperor," he began smoothly, glancing at Vesper from the corner of his eye before continuing. "I received Caesar's message not long ago, and have sent for a suitable doctore, one of my best. But are you sure you wish this? I mean, a woman on the sands, it's unheard of." Lucilla followed his gaze, nodding at the blood covering Vesper's hands and face. "If you would have seen her, you would not say such things," she said, pointing. "My brother says you are a fine Lannister, with an exceptional eye for talent, that this Ludus produces the greatest gladiators in the Empire. Well, I want to see that boast proven. With her." Philo adjusted his white robes, giving them a simpering smile. "I am grateful for the Emperor's confidence, but I am not some common slave to be bartered in the market like a piece of meat," interrupted Vesper, raising her chin and squaring her shoulders. "I am a free Roman citizen. My mother, my father, both served as hands to Marcus Aurelius. My people have stood with Rome since the day Julius Caesar crossed the Rubicon. You cannot treat me this way." Lucilla's brow shot up, and she turned to face her, a hint of fury flashing in her green eyes, immediately vanishing and returning to a mask of calm. "What's your words, young lady? You live only by my grace. Unfortunately, my father is with the gods now, and my brother is Caesar. I don't know what your people did to offend him, but in his divine right, he has declared that all who share your blood to be enemies of Rome. But I risk myself because I knew your father and liked him. He was a good man, and spoke often of how talented you were, and he was proven right today," she said, moving closer, her voice dropping to a whisper. "But more than all of that, he told me of the Ose, of the power of Ace, and of your true purpose." At the mention of her father, Vesper bowed her head, squeezing her eyes shut to fight back at the tears welling up, before continuing in a trembling voice. "If you know, then you could see to it that I am freed, that I go home." "It's too late for that," said Lucilla, waving a dismissive hand. "From what I've been told, your home is gone. Not that it matters. Your performance in the arena has caught my brother's attention, and that is often fatal. And if what your father told me is true, we will need someone like you in the days to come. The best we can do is ensure that you have the tools to survive, to do what your father would have done, and protect the Empire." Vesper was about to say that it was pointless, that she had never completed her training, when Lilith's voice snapped like a whip in her ear. "Not a word. There is more going on here than we can see," said the lower in a rush. "If Lucilla knew the truth, her words would not be so kind. Her noble, gentle protection would vanish. She was ever one to only value something as long as it could serve her plans." "Then how am I to survive this?" muttered Vesper under her breath. "I will teach you, daughter, as I was destined to." Stifling a scream, Vesper pushed the lower's maddening voice back behind the barrier in her mind as much as she could. For as long as she could remember, she had lived under the weight of duty, obligation, being pulled in all directions by family, by her people. But she knew better than to let the rage control her, and held it all in until her blood cooled. When she was ready, she let out a deep breath and met Lucilla's eyes. "Why would I protect an empire that just tried to have me killed, that killed my father, my people?" "Impressive," said Lucilla, giving Vesper a thoughtful look before answering. "Because last month a first centurion slaughtered his entire company before vanishing into the night. 1 man against 30. When he was done, the bodies were so broken and mangled that they could not be identified and had to be buried in a mass grave, she said, wringing her hands together before continuing. And last week the wheat fields surrounding the estates of Senators Magnus and Albinus turned from golden yellow to a vulgar shade of grey. They say the stench was so vile that many of the slaves emptied their bellies on the spot. Sure, these are just rumours, my lady. Superstitious nonsense to frighten the slaves and children, said the lanista, smoothing his robes and giving her a tight-lipped smile. Lucilla's fine brows came together as she glanced back and forth between Vesper and the lanista, a tremble in her voice, while she continued, No, I saw the bodies. I saw the fields. And last night there were more, children this time. I cannot speak of it, but it will haunt my dreams for the rest of my days, she finished, her fair skin paling. Rome was ever a corrupt place, said Vesper in a small voice without conviction, parroting what her father and aunt had said to her over the years. It was the duty of the Ose, of men and women like father and mother, to hold it back. Then it is time for you to take their place, to do that duty, said Lucilla. Vesper narrowed her eyes, giving the taller woman a challenging glare. No, Commodus broke the pact, a pact that was made 200 years ago by Gaius Caesar himself on the day that Rome ceased to be a republic. You let a slave speak to you so, my lady? Said Philo, reaching for a whip resting at his hip. If you touch it, you will lose his hand and then your life, said Vesper with a calm that surprised her. As I told you, I am no slave. My destiny was to be the Jambe of Rome, the Emperor's hand, to protect its people against the very nightmares that the lady speaks of. In the back of her mind, she felt the lower that was bound to her soul cackle with glee, its whisper almost a shout. Very good, daughter, said Lilith. Never forget that strength is the only thing these Romans respect. Philo, please, began Lucilla, raising a hand in a vain attempt to calm everyone. Vesper is no slave. At least she wasn't until today. Nor will I ever be, she shot back, opening herself to lines of power from the few plants that dotted the room, drawing in a thin trickle of energy in preparation to defend herself. What will you do, then? Asked Lucilla in a rush. Even if by some miracle you kill us all and escape, my brother will never stop hunting you, and worse. Whatever is happening here, it will only grow. Your father often told me that what happens in Rome touches the entire world. The corruption that is growing here will spread. Vesper let out a shuddering breath, regretfully letting the power she was holding dissipate back into the plants, a hollow feeling forming in the pit of her stomach from its absence. Lucilla's words drew out a memory of not so long ago, of standing atop the highest of the 7 hills that surrounded the city. My aunt told me the same, that what happens to Rome happens to the rest of the world, she said, nodding. But that doesn't change anything. The pact is still broken. To Hades with the pact, said Lucilla, her voice trembling. The Empire needs you. The world needs you. You have a duty. Vesper flinched, as if she'd been slapped, her mind reeling from the sting of Lucilla's words. Her people had spent generations in service to Rome, entire lifetimes of preparation, for a time when the Jambe would be needed to be the light in the darkness. But it could not be her. She was too young, untrained, and now with her people gone, she had no clue. This is a duty meant for someone with a lifetime of experience, in full command of their abilities, combined with the full might of the Empire behind them. Lucilla came closer, resting a hand on Vesper's shoulder. You are all we have, my child. Sometimes you must run before you can walk. How do you know those words? Said Vesper, a shiver running down her spine. It just came to me. My father would say it sometimes when he was struggling with a decision. Vesper wrapped her arms around herself, memories of Magda washing over her. My aunt always told me that I run before I walk, that I'd jump into danger without looking or thinking. She said that it would get me, or the people I loved, killed. "Magda was always a cautious fool," shouted Lilith, her words a distant echo from behind the barrier. "Lucilla is an opportunist, but she is loyal to the Empire first." "Fortune favours the bold," said Lucilla, "and after what I've seen of you today, you are certainly bold." "Give me a moment, my lady," she said, squinting at the shafts of sunlight dancing in the waters of the reflecting pool. Taking a deep breath, Vesper squared her shoulders, feeling suddenly like the weight of the world had just been thrust upon her. She was not prepared, and would never be. How could anyone... she wondered, while ripping off a part of the tattered remains of skirts she wore. Soaking the ragged material in the shimmering water, Vesper began wiping away the blood and grime from her battle on the sands, cleaning the cuts and bruises that decorated her arms and legs, her gaze dancing over the flowing lines and circles of ace that covered her body. The symbols were her path, the story of her life, and the way the Osei produced change in the world. Her aunt had taught her that the ace symbolised the fire of all creation, the very spark of life. The lower spirit that was her mother, Lilith, had shown her a different path, a darker path, one she had rejected. At last, when she was finished, Vesper turned to face Lucilla, locking eyes for long moments with the taller woman. "How do we do the impossible? How do we save the world?" she said in a voice that was steady, strong. Lucilla beamed, a hand going to her heart. "I thought you were going to... well, it doesn't matter, does it? We need..." Vesper had thought it impossible that the day could get any stranger. That was until the giant bear of a man walked into the atrium, interrupting them with his towering presence. He was rough, pale, and coarse, like an unfinished statue. With his wild, fire-kissed hair, leather armour, and braided beard, he was the antithesis of the Romans who surrounded her. The legionnaires, the ones who had escorted her off the sands after her battle, were too clean, polished, without a crease in their uniforms or hair out of place. "Ah, this is the doctore I sent for," said Philo, breaking the silence that had fallen over the atrium. "This is Narcissus, one of the greatest gladiators this Ludus has ever developed. To this day he stands undefeated." The former gladiator scanned the room, his eyes looking everywhere at once before falling to the nervous Lanista. "Forgive me, Dominus," he said. "I came as quickly as I could, and when I saw the Praetorian Guard, I assumed that the Emperor himself had summoned me, and entered in haste." "No need to apologise, Doctore," said Lucilla, wrinkling her nose at the big man. "They are with me and serve at my brother's pleasure." For a moment, Narcissus looked like he swallowed his tongue, his mouth opening and closing without a sound. "Lady Lucilla, of course. I've only ever seen you at a distance and did not recognise you." "The lady requires that you do what you do best," said Philo, stepping forward, "the creation of a champion." A smile split the big man's face as he looked at the centurions surrounding them. "A Praetorian Guard in the arena? Are you sure? They don't fare well under the tutelage of my whip." The centurion who had escorted him into the room sneered, his calloused hand reaching for the chipped gladius that hung from his hip. Before he could unsheath the weapon, Lucilla spoke up. "No, you will train her," she said, pointing to Vesper. Narcissus folded his arms over his chest while stroking his beard, looking her up and down with an appraising eye. "Very well, I will make of her what I can," he said with a shrug. "She is a little small, so I make no promises." "Small?" said Vesper, her dark eyes flashing dangerously. "Just like that?" said Lucilla, placing a calming hand on Vesper's shoulder. "You have no shame in teaching a woman to fight on the sands?" "I know it is unheard of among you Romans, but Celtic women have always fought alongside their men. We see no point in having an untrained liability when we can have another sword," he said as a way of an explanation, his gaze bouncing from Lucilla to Vesper. Then you will begin training her immediately. If I know my brother, he will want to see her on the sands as soon as possible," she said, wringing her hands. "And she must survive if she is to—" "You mean to leave me here?" asked Vesper. "How am I to deal with the threat we spoke of when I am fighting for my life?" "Well, I cannot have you at my home, can I?" said Lucilla. "We have no choice. Narcissus here will train you, keep you alive, and Philo here will keep you out of the arena as much as he can. When I have need of you, when the incidents occur, I will send for you." "With all due respect, my lady, this is a Ludus. We cannot have slaves coming and going as they please. And if the Emperor commands that the girl pass through the gate of life, I cannot refuse him," said Philo. Lucilla drew herself to a full height, silencing the Lanista with a glare before turning her attention to Narcissus. "You are a Celt, are you not? And that the honour of your word is more important than your life." "You know the way my people, my lady. Not many of your station do," he said, his eyes narrowing. "And do you think with your training you can keep the girl alive?" Narcissus didn't hesitate, nodding immediately. "She has a fire to her. It's there, around the eyes. She may look calm on the surface, but underneath she is like a bow drawn taut, aimed to deadly purpose. If she does as told and listens without question, yes, I can mould her into a champion, but it will take time." "And how long have you been a slave?" "For the better part of 10 years, not long after the first hairs of my beard covered my face. I was captured in battle not long after." "And do you wish to be free?" asked Lucilla. Narcissus sucked in a breath, rolling his massive shoulders. "With all my heart, my lady." "Lady Lucilla, you cannot—" sputtered Philo, his face turning red. "I can do whatever I wish," she said in a tone that brooked no argument. Returning her attention to the massive Celt, she continued, "Then give me your word that you will train Vesper. Do your best to keep her safe. If you do this for me, in 1 year from today, you will know freedom once again." His voice fell to a low rumble as he placed a hand over his heart, the words spilling from his lips in a torrent. "On my honour, I will keep her safe, and if the gods are willing, make her a champion." "Are you mad?" shouted Philo, his glare encompassing all of them. "This is beyond the pale. I have Caesar's favour, and he will hear of this." Without another word, he turned on his heel, only to have his path blocked by the Praetorian guards, who had been silently watching the entire exchange. "You dare!" shouted Philo, glancing back at Lucilla. "I am a Lanista of the Ludus Magnus. I cannot be treated this way. Not by some failed empress with a bleeding heart." "What are we to do with him?" asked Vesper, worry churning in her belly. "What must be done?" said Lucilla. "Narcissus, would I be right to assume that our friend here is not the only Lanista of a Ludus this size?" "No, my lady, there is too much to manage for one man." Lucilla glided towards the now trembling Lanista, a knowing smile on her face. "Then our friend here is not so important, then?" "Not so much," said Narcissus, moving to stand beside her, letting his arms fall loosely at his side. "Then perhaps he would not be missed so much if he were gone," said Lucilla. "A Ludus is a dangerous place after all." Vesper watched in awe as Philo's face fell, his arrogance vanishing behind a wild-eyed mask of terror. With a curse, he turned to run, only to gasp in shock when Narcissus's arm shot out, wrapping around his neck. "Make it look like he did it to himself," said Lucilla in a voice that made Vesper's blood run cold. For a moment, she wondered if she'd made the wrong decision, that she had once again leapt before she looked, putting herself in a precarious situation that would later cost lives. The snapping of bone shocked her from her thoughts, and Vesper looked up to find the Lanista twitching like a dead chicken in Narcissus's massive hands, a choking gurgle rattling from his throat. "Raynar, get some rope," said the bear of a man, nodding to the centurion who arrived with him. "We'll string him up in some dark corner." Vesper watched the life drain from the flailing Lanista with a morbid curiosity, fascinated as the energy that kept him alive ebbed and flowed while it slowly faded. On impulse, she reached out, hungry to touch the thin filaments that were his life. When suddenly she clutched her temples, her head pounding like someone had driven a spike through her skull. Her mother's mad laughter echoed through her mind as she broke free from her confinement once more, tearing through the mental prison in Vesper's mind like it were made of papyrus. "You hunger for it, don't you, daughter?" mocked the lower. "To take what little life remains in him for yourself. Take it. None of these fools will know." Vesper pushed back, wanting to deny it, to tell the mocking spirit that she was not like her, that her power, like all of the Ose, came from nature itself. But deep down inside, her doubt grew and blossomed like a fetid vine, choking her with disgust. "No, I am not you. I will not. I will not," began Vesper, squeezing her eyes shut in an effort to force the lower back behind the weakening mental barrier. "As much as you may deny it, you are my child," whispered the lower, as Vesper felt the world shift and her legs give way. "My past shall be your future. It is your destiny." She felt the press of cold marble against her cheek as her head bounced off its unyielding hardness. Vesper could feel herself losing consciousness, like a curtain was being pulled across her eyes. But just as it all faded to nothing, her mother's face appeared above her, like she was looking into a mirror. For a moment, they were the same person. Her mother's soul laid over her own, and she felt trapped, forced to relive the mistakes of the past, doomed to suffer her mother's fate. Chapter 7. A Cold, Dark Place. For a moment, she felt like she was home, fast asleep in bed, wrapped in a warm blanket tucked up under her chin, and in the distance she could almost hear her Aunt Magda humming a sweet melody as she often did while tending to the gardens surrounding their villa. Burying herself deeper into the warmth, she drew a deep breath, wanting to get lost in the memory of days gone by when the world was simple and she had not a care in the world. Vesper gagged, her eyes snapping open suddenly when, instead of the familiar odours of home, her nostrils were assaulted by the smell of sweat, leather, and something that made her think of a wet dog. "What in the name of Olodjimare is going on?" she gasped, realising that the warm blanket she was so comfortably digging her face into was the bear of a Celt she had met only a short time ago. The warmth was his warmth. The blanket, his never-ending hairy body. And, most embarrassing, she was being carried in his arms like a babe. "You fainted. I picked you up," he grunted, hefting her to make his point. "Thank you," she said, wrinkling her nose, "but put me down, please. I am better now." Narcissus gave her another wordless grunt, gently placing her on her feet like she was a small child just learning to walk. "What's wrong with your nose?" Vesper's eyes shot open as she eyed the big man up and down, leaning in closer and then jerking back when she got a full whiff of him. "You don't smell what you smell like?" Narcissus's brow furrowed when he raised an arm to sniff at his armpit. "I smell like how a man should smell," he said with a shrug. "If you spent any time around real men, you might not be so fragile that you faint every time you see a man die." "I like this one," mocked her mother from the back of her mind. "He has spirit and would make a fine husband, especially with those shoulders." "He looks like a wildebeest with that ridiculous beard," Vesper muttered to herself, trying to force the lower back into its prison, only to find that it was near impossible, like trying to move a tree with deep roots. "Wildebeest," snorted Narcissus, his pale face flushing a deep shade of red, almost matching his beard. "Perhaps I should have left you where you fell instead of showing you kindness." "Forgive me," she said, cursing under her breath that he had heard her, doing her best to ignore her mother's mocking cackle ringing in the back of her mind. "What happened? Where are we?" she asked, gooseflesh running up and down her arms now that his warmth was gone. "The tunnels beneath the Ludus, they are all over the city. Come, I've been away for too long," said Narcissus, as if it explained everything, putting his back to her, his long strides forcing her to half run to keep up with him down the dimly lit corridor, while doing her best to dodge the flickering oil lamps on the floor that did little to push back the darkness. Falling in beside him, Vesper could see his face was red and his nostrils flared, that her words had touched some raw nerve. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to give insult. Most of the men I know follow the Roman way and remain clean-shaven, and the red hair is not so common. It makes you—" "Say what you will, I don't care," he said in a dismissive tone. "All that matters is that I keep my word, that I train you, keep you alive, so that I may gain my freedom. No more." "Yes, I see," said Vesper. "What happened to Lady Lucilla? Did she leave instructions for me?" "No, she returned home with her guard after I assured her that you had simply fainted. She understood, having done it herself often enough for the attention of suitors." "I did not faint, and I certainly was not trying to get anyone's attention," said Vesper. "I'm not some Roman woman fainting in the summer heat. I am like you." The big Celt stopped short, turning on his heel to face her. "You are nothing like me. Until today you have never had to live or die by the sword, to please drunken fools who have no honour. You lived your life as you willed because you were free." Looking into his grey eyes, Vesper could sense his anger was not with her. She understood the freedom she took for granted was a foreign thing to him, a dream he could never realise, and it had left scars that ran deep below the surface. "I understand," she said in a soft tone. "I may have been free, but my life has been nothing but duty and obligation. My family, my Aunt Magda, they have controlled every moment of my life. Not all shackles are so obvious." Narcissus drew in a deep breath, releasing it slowly before he nodded. Sure enough, he said. "Not that it matters now, for now we must return to the barracks, before Nessie kills someone." "Nessie?" "Yes, the most vicious gladiator I've ever trained," he said, in an ominous tone, looking at her from the corners of his eyes. "I'm the only one who he responds to, and if he's left alone for too long, it can be dangerous for the others." Vesper was about to inquire how one man could be so dangerous among a horde of dangerous men, when they turned a corner to find themselves facing a heavy ironed portcullis that was the colour of rust. Without missing a beat, Narcissus bent over to grip the iron bar at its base and pulled. She covered her ears in an attempt to block out the deafening screech that filled the tunnel, the corded muscles of his neck and shoulders bulging as the big man did the impossible and lifted the gate on his own. "You see, daughter," said her mother in a husky whisper, "you would make fine children together. I'm sure of it." "Using these tunnels, you will be able to come and go as the lady requested," said Narcissus, holding the gate over his head, his voice strained. "But not without my knowledge, not without my approval." Vesper nodded absently at his words, her jaw hanging open, awed at the display. "I doubt I could." "Quickly, now, it's heavier than it looks." "Apologies," she said, darting under the heavy metal as Narcissus slowly let the gate down. "This corridor leads to the barracks. Most of the men sleep in communal quarters, but given your situation, you'll have a cell of your own," he said, motioning for her to follow once more. "Victus fell to you on the sands. He was ranked high enough to have a private corner to himself, so it is only fitting that you take it." "You knew the men I fought?" "Yes, some of them came from the Ludus Dassicus. I did not know them. But Victus and Abdul, they were men I knew." Vesper covered her mouth to stifle a gasp. She had never once thought of the gladiators she fought. To her they were nothing but obstacles, threats, hungry for her life. "They were your friends," she said in a small voice. "More than that, they were brothers, men that I broke bread with, trained with every day." I don't know what to say. I can't. "There is nothing to say. They would have killed you if you hadn't killed them," he said, leading her down a series of narrow corridors that were cleaner and brighter. "Every time we pass through the gate of life to do battle on the sands, we expect to die. A true gladiator knows that only victory can grant life once more, and even then, it is not always a sure thing." But they didn't expect to lose to me, did they? Said Vesper, speaking to herself as much to him. No, began Narcissus, leading her through a series of gates that felt more like a prison than a barracks, as he called it. Everywhere she looked now were hard men who looked like they were carved from stone, many of them calling out to Narcissus as he passed, some of them calling out to her with the vilest comments. Proud men who boasted while they diced for denarii, who ate and drank like the day was their last. Clearing his throat, Narcissus continued. Executing a prisoner ad gladium, by the sword, is often a simple task meant to amuse the crowd for greater spectacles to come. To die in such a way, it's shameful. You mean to a woman, said Vesper, her hackles rising. The big man's face split into a wide smile as they stopped in front of a small cell with a straw bed on the floor, along with a flickering oil lamp that gave off a greasy, rancid odour. Not because you were a woman, but because they were 4 and you were 1. Because you were supposed to be some soft daughter to one of the Emperor's servants. This shall be your place, he said, opening the cell door, which screeched like a wounded animal. You jest, she said, starting to laugh, only to have her breath caught in her throat when he nodded, waving her into the tiny space. This is not fit for a goat or a pig. Most goats and pigs live better lives than slaves, he said, tilting his head. Longer, too. But if you prefer, I can put you in one of the more crowded cells. I'm sure the men would enjoy your company. A shiver ran down her spine as she stepped into the tiny cell, swallowing her pride as she gave him a shake of the head. No, this'll be fine. Vesper jumped in her skin when the door slammed shut, and she had to fight the urge to run into the bars and beg to be let out, to beg for her freedom. For your safety, I will keep this locked, he said, twisting a dull bronze key into the lock. Sleep well. Your training starts on the sands at first light tomorrow. Vesper swallowed hard, saying nothing, watching him vanish down the empty corridor, never feeling more alone in her life. After he had left, she turned in a circle, taking note of the few possessions that must have belonged to the previous owner. A wooden cup and plate, a cracked pair of dice, along with a scattering of brushes and coloured chalk that he must have used on the attempted mural decorating the otherwise grey walls. Towing the filthy blanket over straw that was meant to serve as her bed, Vesper sniffed in disgust. I'm never going to sleep again, she muttered under her breath, pushing aside the filthy cloth and deciding it would be best to sleep directly on the straw. Wincing at the cacophony of noise coming from the other cells, she lay down and squeezed her eyes shut, trying to block it all out while she tossed and turned on her makeshift bed, hunting for distant comfort, finding that, no matter which way she turned, the straw itched, and the cold of the floor seeped into her bones. She was not sure how long it took, but eventually exhaustion took her, and she fell into a fitful sleep, troubled by nightmares of her father dying in front of her, over and over again, followed by tortured dreams of her village burning, children she knew stumbling about like human torches, begging her to save them. Then, clear as day, something snapped, and a powerful voice called out to her, drawing her awake from a deep sleep. Open your eyes, daughter. Open your eyes so that your true destiny can begin. Vesper came awake with a wide-eyed start, her heart pounding in her chest. For a moment she was lost, not recognising where she was. Gone was the dank cell she had fallen asleep in. The filthy blanket she had shoved aside was no more, the itchy straw as well. In its place was a sturdy bed shoved into the corner, a thick brown blanket covering it. Even more the bizarre, the mural on the walls had vanished, and the entire room smelled fresh and clean. Using the wall to push herself up from the cold stone floor, Vesper went to the bars, finding nothing amiss in the dark corridor outside her cell, her confusion deepening with each passing moment. Leaning her head against the cold iron, she let out a deep breath, rubbing at the soreness in her chest. Her entire body was still hurting from her battle on the sands yesterday, and worse, she had the odd sensation of having forgotten something important, an empty void growing in the pit of her stomach the longer she thought about it. She was about to call out for help when her breath caught in her throat, and she was struck blind by an intense burning in her chest. Her skin, smoking and bubbling like molten metal, had been pressed against it. Staggering from the agony, Vesper fell to one knee, scratching and clawing like a rabid animal to rip off the ragged leather vest that covered her breasts. What was left of the blackened material came apart in her hands, and the moment it was off, the pain subsided to a dull ache. Drawing in a shuddering breath, she fell back against the cell bars, gazing down at her now bare skin, looking for a sign of what could have caused such hurt. Seeing her exposed chest, she cursed, her mind reeling. What in the name of Olodjumar? What has happened to me? I have burnt away the last traces of Magda's foolishness, said the voice that had awoken her, a voice that was new and yet strangely familiar. Now I can show you the true path to power. Vesper gawked at her bare skin, dumbstruck that there was nothing there. The image of the baobab tree her aunt had so meticulously drawn over her chest and belly years ago was gone. That was the absence she had felt. The void was the loss of her power, her connection to the natural world that her people valued so much. Have I gone mad? She whispered. Not mad, daughter. Vesper's gaze shot up from her chest, and she found herself facing a tall woman with high cheekbones and flawless, sun-darkened skin, sitting on the corner of the sturdy bed, a smile of triumph on her full lips. Using the bars of the cell to stand on shaking legs, Vesper let out a trembling breath, not daring to blink. "Who are you?" she croaked, at last finding her voice. The woman stood to her full height, cocking her head while she gave Vesper a predatory look. "Don't you recognize me, daughter, after all this time together?" "I was sure you would know me." "Impossible." "No, daughter, not impossible. I am free now, and I can teach you all that you need to know," she said, placing an icy hand on Vesper's shoulder. "I will share my knowledge, my power, and together we will shake the very foundations of the Empire." Chapter 8. Augusta and the Centurion. "You know, Publius, this was all meant to be mine," said Lucilla, her gaze following the stunning vista of the sun rising over the city of Rome. "I was Augusta, married to a powerful emperor in the prime of his life, with my father as his co-emperor. If things had gone as they should, I would be watching the sunrise from the imperial palace, and not from some small villa on the edge of Palatine Hill, married to a Syrian no less. And Commodus would have been little more than a fool, drinking and whoring his life away, a footnote in history, forgotten by time." Clearing his throat, Publius ran a hand along his balding pate, adjusting the mostly ceremonial armour and gladius at his wide hips. "He does little more than that, my lady. The guard and I are surprised he has not drunk the city dry." Lucilla turned away from the stunning view to face the prefect, finding irony in his words. With his veiny, bulbous nose and blotchy skin, it was clear the man certainly liked his wine, more than most for certain, and while she found him a bore at the best of times, he had a knack for gathering information, and given his place as head of the Praetorian Guard, he was a man well placed to keep her aware of Commodus's comings and goings, along with everything else that went on in the imperial palace. Publius hated her brother almost as much as she did, so the information he gathered cost her nothing more than enduring his presence a morning or two each week before sunrise. He had been an important part of her father's administration, and had favoured beauty since before she had flowered, and there was little she could ask him that he wouldn't do. And that idiot Salterus. "Commodus leaves the day-to-day running of the empire to him, my lady," said Publius, "although he is a poor administrator, and I fear for the empire if he is left too long with his hand on the reins." "I thought as much," said Lucilla, nodding absently, running her hands over the smooth railing of the terrace, returning her gaze to the city. While she mocked her husband's smaller estates, she knew she lived far better than most Romans, even better than some senators. And what does the Senate say about his failings? For now, he is content to leave them alone. He cares little for the minutiae and the mundane administrative tasks of the empire, he said with a shrug. Commodus knows that they were mostly friends of his father and can't be bothered to deal with them. Rarely does he fulfill his role as consul. Foolish. The Senate is dangerous if left unchecked. Already they are upset that he made peace in the north. Many of the senators grew their wealth from our ever-expanding empire, and if he is not careful, he may find a dagger in his back. It wouldn't be the first time those old bastards took matters into their own hands. It sounds as if you care, my lady. Lucilla threw her head back with a laugh, motioning for one of the slaves waiting on her to bring her a cup of wine. No, my dear man. I just don't want my life to be collateral damage for my brother's foolish behaviour. Publius pressed his lips into a thin line, watching with a hungry look as the slave finished pouring the wine. When the young lady was done, he moved in close enough that Lucilla could smell the sour note of last night's drink on his breath. We could do it ourselves. The last person anyone would suspect would be the Emperor's own sister. Have you lost your mind? Said Lucilla, half choking on her wine, a hand going to her chest. My brother may be unpopular with the Senate, but this stroke of genius he has had with the constant games in the arena, well, the plebeians love him. That may be, he said, speaking quickly, but there are already whispers that his mind is slipping. It may be better to do it sooner rather than later. Lucilla scoffed, shaking her head. Publius, please, it's... My lady, the Empire needs a patriot, someone who can stand against Commodus, and that is you. You're the only one who could do it. Lucilla took another sip of wine to steady herself, grateful that it had been watered down for her morning meal, as she had to keep her wits about her. She had often thought about making sure that Commodus never saw another sunset, but she always erred on the side of caution, positive that she had too much to lose with his death. The Praetorian Guard had done the deed often enough in the past that most emperors were still wary of them, and with Publius on her side, she knew it could be done. No, she said, pushing such thoughts from her mind. No good can come of this, and we'll not speak of it again. Of course, he said, his gaze falling to his feet. As always, I am your humble servant. Good. We cannot... Lucilla's tongue caught in her throat, when from the corner of her eye she saw a rider cresting over the road and thundering towards the villa, his nut-coloured mare lathering from the strain. Again, so soon, she muttered under her breath. What was that, my lady? He asked, following her gaze over the balcony, his brows coming together. Nothing you should trouble yourself with, she said, swallowing the rest of her wine in a single gulp, praying to the gods it would be enough to steel her against the news. That will be enough for today, Publius. On your way out, will you tell the servant at the door to send word to the stable that I need my horse prepared? Publius flinched as if she'd struck him. He was a powerful man, and not accustomed to being dismissed so readily. More still, he enjoyed being in her presence, and did everything he could to prolong their weekly debriefings. Of course. Was there something I said, Lucilla shook her head, annoyed that the arrival of the rider had set her nerves on edge in such a way. No, Publius, I just have urgent matters that require my attention. Should I not ask your bodywoman to prepare the carpentum? He probed. A carriage would be far more private. Lucilla bit the inside of her cheek, swallowing the harsh words just at the tip of her tongue. Publius was doing what he did best, gathering information. It was second nature to him, so much so that he didn't notice he was doing it. For a moment she considered recruiting him. His inquiring nature and keen observation skills would help, but his love of gossip and boorish nature would make the whole matter tenuous at best. No, she said at last, speaking as much to him as herself, dismissing the man with a stern look. Once he had left, Lucilla raced from the balcony, all sense of decorum vanishing at the urgency of the rider who had arrived. Once in her private rooms, she dismissed the slave who normally helped her dress, doffing her expensive robes for a simple linen tunic that went just past her knees, which she belted at the waist. Throwing on a light cloak, she glanced in the mirror, satisfied that she no longer looked like a high-born lady, and would easily pass among the low-born and freedmen if necessary. "Felix, if you're here this early, it must be bad. What happened this time?" she asked the rider a few minutes later, arriving at the stables. Felix was pale under his sun-bronzed skin, his normally bright blue eyes looking haggard and tired. "I think you'll have to see for yourself. I'm not sure I can explain. I served my full 25 years in the Legionary, and I've never seen anything so bizarre." Felix's words hit her like a punch to the gut, and Lucilla's stomach churned like she was about to vomit. Felix was a hard man, a retired first centurion who had known only war and blood for his entire career. There was little that could shake him, but the incidents were growing progressively worse with each passing day, to the point where they even shook a man of his experience. "Lead on, then." Nodding to the stableman who held her horse's reins, Lucilla mounted the tall stallion without aid, kicking the beast into motion even before she was fully seated, charging after Felix. They rode in haste, descended into the city proper, with only the pounding of the horses' hooves breaking the silence. It was early in the day, and while most of the city had yet to fully come awake, the roads were full of carts laden with goods destined for market to feed the teeming masses, forcing them to ride cautiously around them as streets grew closer together. "The incident occurred in the insula just up ahead, my lady," he said at last. Lucilla nodded, coaxing her horse along the narrow street. The apartments in this part of the city were older, made of brown-grey mud brick and not the sturdier concrete of the modern buildings. Lucilla owned several insulas in the better parts of the city, and knew that these old constructions were nothing more than death traps, often collapsing in the middle of the night, or worse, made of timber under the mud bricks that easily caught fire. Felix stopped in front of a nondescript insula that had a pair of older men casually lounging about, blocking the main entrance. "When the Legionnaire reported to me what happened, I sent a few men to lock down the building to make sure nothing was disturbed," he said, nodding to another set of men further down the street. "And I've enlisted a few additional men from my campaigning days, men I trust to keep quiet." "Have you informed Caesar?" asked Lucilla, dismounting, handing her reins to one of the men without a second thought. Scanning the insula, she could see they had locked all the doors and shutters, but at first glance nothing appeared amiss. But then her nose was assaulted by a smell she couldn't quite place, and that the entire block was deathly silent. "Yes, my lady, but—" "He didn't care?" she said, already knowing the answer. "No, but I'm sure he had a good reason," said Felix, clenching and unclenching his jaw. Lucilla understood his anger. The old man had spent his entire life in the Legion, and from his first days as a recruit, he was trained that, without fail, to be loyal to the Emperor, but her brother, with his selfishness and disregard for the public good, could drive even the most loyal soldier to the brink. Pushing thoughts of her brother from her mind, she focused on the task at hand, praying she had the strength to endure whatever was on the other side of the door. "Show me," she said at last, motioning for Felix to lead the way. "Be prepared, there is an odour," said the old legionnaire, wetting an old rag off his belt with his canteen and then tying it over his nose. Without another word, he pushed open the door, vanishing through the entrance up a darkened stairway. She did the same, covering her nose as best she could. Passing the threshold, Lucilla stumbled, almost retching from smell so foul that her stomach heaved and her eyes watered from the stench of it. "It gets easier with a bit of time," said Felix, resting a strong hand on her shoulder while she drew in shallow breaths, trying to get accustomed to it. Gently pushing his hand away, she drew to her full height, raising her chin. "I'll be fine. Lead on, Centurion," she said, noting the deep gashes along the wall of the entryway that continued along the walls of the stairwell. Reaching the landing, she found herself in near-pitch blackness, with only thin lines of dim light piercing the closed shutters, giving her any sense of size or direction. "Do we have a lantern or a lamp?" she asked. "A moment. I left a lantern here earlier." Lucilla waited while he fumbled for the lantern, chills running down her neck as fear took hold of her heart. "I would find it strange to live like this," she said, hoping that talk would push back the feeling of dread growing in her belly. "What way would that be, my lady?" "In the dark like this," she said. "We always had a lamp or lantern on in the middle of the night, or, at worst, a servant with candles. Oil is expensive. These people did what they could to save the few coins they had." "Did? Are they all gone, then?" she asked, hugging herself. "How many people lived here?" Felix cursed under his breath as a tiny flame flickered to life, casting the room in a soft yellow glow. "I don't know, 40, maybe 50, but there is nothing left of them now." The lantern finally caught, and Lucilla gasped in horror, grateful that the small amount of light flickering on the walls did not show more. "It is all like this?" The old centurion nodded, lifting the lantern higher to get a better view of things before speaking in a voice that was cracked and weary. "This level is, and the one above. I'm sorry, my lady, but I couldn't go on. The stench was more pronounced the higher I went, and there was more blood, too much, even for me." The gashes on the walls were deeper here, cutting deep into the mud brick and wood framing that held the structure up. But it was the blood that painted the walls that drew her attention. So much blood that she couldn't look away. Without knowing why, she walked to one of the deeper gashes, tracing its outline, her finger coming back wet and sticky. With a start, she turned to face Felix, her mind reeling. "It's still warm, like this just happened." "Yes," he said, looking older in the dim light, like a man with the weight of the world on his shoulders. "Come, there is more to see." Felix set a brisk pace through the insula, taking her from apartment to apartment on this level, each room more gruesome than the last, the stench growing worse the deeper they went. "Where are the bodies?" she asked, stepping gingerly as they climbed slick, blood-soaked steps to the second floor. Felix looked back, starting to speak, and then stopped, searching for his words. "There are no bodies, but it's like the bodies were turned inside out, and the blood was all that was left." "What could do such a thing?" said Lucilla. "No weapon I have ever seen, but the markings on the wall look like they were made by a beast of some kind." Lucilla agreed, noting that some of the gashes in the wall looked to be claw marks, while others she couldn't be sure. No man did this. Felix was about to say more, but when they arrived at the landing for the second floor, she silenced him with a look. There were several shutters here that had been torn off, and thin shafts of light poured into the nightmare of a room. Here the smell was worse, and Lucilla's eyes stung enough that she had to pour water in them. The floor and walls were covered in blood, just like the floor below. But here they found the walls separating the apartments had been torn apart, and the entire area was covered in bones and entrails that, upon investigating, were covered in teeth marks, making it look like some animal had gnawed at them. What in the name of Jupiter was going on here? She asked, returning to the landing, clutching at her chest while she tried to slow her breathing. Beside her, Felix emptied his belly, his gagging and retching almost making her do the same. She waited while he finished, amazed that she was so calm. When she spoke, her voice was steady. "Let's see the rest of it," she said, taking the lead and heading up the stairs. "Are you sure, my lady?" he said, using his legionnaire's cloak to wipe his mouth, his skin pale and waxen. "There is no shame in turning back. Most wouldn't make it this far, myself included." Lucilla wasn't sure why she pressed on. She had seen enough to know that this incident was like all the others, that the same evil was present in these walls, but part of her wanted to know more. "If you wish to go back, I, for one, will not question your bravery, loyalty, or dedication, but I must do what I must." "Then I will be your shield," said Felix, bounding up the stairs past her. They climbed 2 more levels in the near darkness, both the same as the others, bathed in blood and gore. But when they arrived at the top of the complex, Lucilla lost what little strength she had left. Bending in half, she emptied her belly. Here was the smell. Here was the heart of the nightmare. And even after laying eyes on it, she had no clue how to explain what she saw. She only knew that this place, along with everything in it, had to be destroyed for the good of the Empire and all that was sane. When she had recovered enough that she could speak, she placed a weary hand on Felix's shoulder. "We must find the source of these blights," she rasped, her voice shaking, "before it's too late." Felix nodded. "And this?" he said, glancing back at the nightmare that was laid out in the room. "What do we do with this?" Lucilla started down the slickened staircase, not daring to look back for fear that she would vomit once more. Already she was sure to have nightmares of this for the rest of her days. "Burn it! Burn it all!" Chapter 9. A Bargain Struck. "Mother," rasped Vesper, shrinking against the bars of her tiny cell, the coppery taste of fear filling her mouth. "You can't be real. You can't be here. You're nothing more than a lower, a spirit to be called in servitude." "What was will be again," said the lower. "My time among the damned is over, thanks to you, daughter." "No, I beat you, trapped you. You are bound, locked away forever." "No, daughter, look at me. I am free." For a moment, Vesper believed her and was sure that her mother had somehow escaped to ravage the world once more. But something about the way she moved seemed off, inhuman. Then, when the lower came closer and smiled, the mask of perfection slipped. Her flawless skin, dark eyes and high cheekbones flickered for a heartbeat. And Vesper saw the boil-covered flesh, and when she smelled the rotting gums, she saw through the ruse. "You lie, mother, as always." "No, my child. Your body and soul made for a poor prison. Besides, we struck a bargain, remember?" Vesper squeezed her eyes shut, her mind fleeing back to the words she spoke in desperation, said only yesterday on the sands of the arena. She knew that she would regret it, but hadn't imagined the butcher's bill would come due so soon, or what it would cost her. "Why are you still here, then?" she asked, having a flash of insight. "Why haven't you used your newfound freedom to escape my presence? I mean, you've already taken my ace." The lower shook her head, sitting down on the small bed and folding her hands on her lap. "You misunderstand me, daughter. When I told you that I would teach you, share my knowledge, I spoke true. And as far as removing the colourful little drawing Magda put on your chest, you will thank me later when you learn the true secrets of Ace, when you are able to wield power your aunt could only dream of. What my sister was teaching you was for the weak, for those who lacked the vision to bend the world to their will." Regaining her composure, Vesper rose to her feet, covering her bare breasts with her forearms. "Why would you want to teach me? What's in it for you? Magda told me the truth about you, that you had betrayed your oaths, that she wanted nothing more than to destroy the Empire. You may not understand this, but I spent a lifetime defending Rome and its people, and Marcus Aurelius was a dear friend. But my duty was to protect the world against the darkness our people had foreseen so long ago, and I knew that I had to do everything in my power to stop it. With time, I would have been able to rebuild the empire we once had, so that we, the Ose, could stand against the dark, so that we could survive. That meant destroying the source of the corruption, Rome herself. But now, time for that has passed, and we stand on the cliff's edge, with the abyss calling to humanity." "And now you've forgotten it all, And I should forget that you lied to me, tried to imprison me. I didn't know your strength, said her mother, raising her chin, hints of pride in her voice. But your visitor yesterday, Lucilla, she is right. Time is short, desperate. I don't want you to forgive me, nor do I care. For now you are a tool, the only one I have. I only pray that together we are up to the task. Vesper's mind raced, her thoughts a mad jumble. She could not trust the vile lower that her mother had become, and from her experience with the creature, she knew that the minute her guard was down, it would take advantage of her, trick her, and take over as it did not so long ago. No, I don't believe you. This is some kind of trick. Who in the name of Jupiter are you talking to? Rumbled a voice behind her. Vesper jumped as if she'd been stung, a small yelp escaping her throat. Spinning on her heel, she found herself face to face with the bear of a Celt she had met yesterday. In a panic, her eyes darted back to the bed where her mother sat, wondering how she was going to explain, only to blink in confusion when no one was there, just an empty bed. What? No one, sorry, you frightened me, she said, her brows coming together as her temper bubbled. And, you know, for a man your size, you should really make more noise. You have very fine breasts, said Narcissus in a low voice, a wide smile showing through his thick beard, although I'm not sure why you are showing them to me. What? No! Squirmed Vesper, her entire body contorting as she tried to cover herself. Don't look. Why? He said, crossing his arms over his chest. They are just breasts. They are not misshapen. You have nothing to be ashamed of. We are not betrothed or married, she said, turning her back to him. It's not proper. That's ridiculous, he said, laughing at her. Celtic men and women go into battle bare-chested, fully naked sometimes. And have you not been to the baths? The Roman women leave little to the imagination, same as the men. No one cares. This is why the Romans are so vile, so corrupt. They put the sacred on display for all to see. They have no shame. Bah, it's just flesh, said Narcissus. Our bodies are symbols of love, fertility. They are the finest works of the gods, not some loathsome embarrassment hidden behind superstition and foolishness. Be that as it may, I don't feel like being ogled. Can you? A cat, growled Narcissus, his brows shooting up. No, this won't do. Nessie hates cats. He's bound to be violent if he finds it in the Ludus. What? A cat. On the bed, said Narcissus, rattling the cell door with a meaty hand. And how in the name of Jupiter did you get to bed? Ignoring the big man, Vesper turned her attention to the tiny cell, her mouth falling open when she saw the slim feline sitting on the edge of her bed, appearing to be almost smiling at her. She wondered for a moment what in the name of Ologimare was going on, when the cat, for a heartbeat, was suddenly her mother again, and she understood. I don't know, it just wandered in this morning, she lied, seeing the questions forming Narcissus's eyes. He had seen the cat change, she was sure, and the last thing she needed was to try and explain any of this, the clean cell, the bed, and most of all, Lilith and her tricks. Not knowing any other way to stop the inevitable avalanche of questions, she did the only thing she could, and lowered her hands with an inward cringe, puffing out her chest. Would you be so kind as to find me a tunic of some kind? I seem to have lost my vest. Vesper smiled to herself when the big man's mouth snapped shut, his eyes going wide. Despite his previous bravado, a small series of choking noises escaped his throat, as if he'd swallowed his tongue, and he blushed a deep shade of pink beneath his beard. Wait here, he growled, before vanishing from her sight. A twisted snort erupted from behind her, and she turned to find her mother, looking like herself once more, bent in half, her body shaking with laughter. Are you insane? Is this what amuses you? Said Vesper through clenched teeth. The lower wiped tears from her eyes, her shape twisting and bending between cat, smooth-skinned matriarch, and the vile, boil-covered spirit that was her true form. It took deep breath and came closer, her hands covering her ample bosom. If you wish, next time I will show him mine. I had my doubts before, but now I am sure. All of this was just another of your lies. But how is it that he can see you? The amusement faded from the Lower's dark eyes, and a frown marred her face. I'm not sure how the man can see me, to be honest. Our bargain should have freed me, and for a moment, just before you woke, I thought I was done with you, daughter. But when I went to leave... You felt trapped like a fraying rope stretched to its limits, said Vesper, recognising the same feeling in herself. That's the feeling that woke me. Yes, said her mother, her form twisting and changing once more. I am here, in the real world, somehow still connected to you, yet connected to the world of the spirit all at once. Vesper opened her mouth to speak when the Lower snapped and twisted, once again transforming into a sleek black cat, its deep, dark eyes that looked too intelligent, the only sign it wasn't a normal animal. You've a fine backside as well, said Narcissus, returning from his errand of finding her something to wear. Pressing her lips together, she faced him slowly, ignoring his jab, knowing that if she covered her bottom, her breasts would be exposed to him once more. The tall Celt stood with an arm stuck through the bars, holding out a black leather vest of some kind. "What's this?" she asked, eyeing the fine piece of material. "It belonged to one of Philo's women," said Narcissus. "She ran off last night after they told her he was dead." "Why would his woman have armour such as this?" asked Vesper, taking it with one hand and then putting her back to him so she could inspect it. Narcissus barked a laugh, his voice taking on a lecherous tone. "Apparently, the skin peddler enjoyed the feel of leather against his skin, and he would have her wear it when they—" "Enough! I've heard enough. Apologies." Vesper sniffed at the leather, relieved when she saw it was clean and smelled of little more than a hint of perfume. Without thinking, she undid the leather straps, adjusting it so it fit snugly against her bosom, but not too tight that it was uncomfortable. Squaring her shoulders, she faced him once more, spreading her arms. "Well, do I look the part?" She had expected him to give her another lecherous smile, or at least make some crude comment. But to her surprise, he nodded at her, crossing his arms across his chest. "At least when you're finally on the sands, you'll look like a gladiator. You only have to hope that you'll live long enough to get there." Locking eyes with him, it struck her that her father had died only yesterday, and that, by the grace of Volodymyr, the mad pact she had made somehow saved her so she could fight another day, with many more challenges to come. Pushing back a pang of fear that made her heart beat faster. "Then teach me," she began, raising her chin. "Teach me, that I might live to avenge my father. Teach me, so that you will one day go free." Narcissus gave her an odd smile, opening the cell door for her. "Vengeance is a powerful thing," he said in a grim tone. "It will keep you going when hope has faded and you have nothing else to live for. But take my advice. Don't let it consume you. Now, let us begin." Chapter 10. Rolling Hills. Vesper stifled a groan as she sat up on the narrow cot, her back and shoulders aching from hours she spent training with gladius and shield. Her hands were sore, and her thighs burned from carrying heavy rocks from one end of the training grounds to the other, and throwing dense wooden beams back and forth with the other new recruits. In the last few days, she had done more jumping and running than she could have possibly imagined. It would have been fine if it were just that, but once her days were done on the sands under the hot sun, Lilith was waiting for her in the tiny cell. The Lower insisted on trying to teach her. Her goal, to undo the lessons her Aunt Magda had taught her, and, in her words, set Vesper down the true path to power. To that end, the Lower droned on incessantly, despite Vesper not wanting anything to do with her madness, and doing her best to ignore her. "It is only difficult because you refuse to learn," said Lilith, reading her thoughts and flickering into her field of view, the Lower's shape shifting from that of a sleek black cat to the horrid deformed hag that was her true face, to finally the beautiful woman she once was long ago. Vesper turned her back to the lower, scrubbing sleep from her eyes. That is because what you want to teach me is vile, against the natural order, just like you. Ace is more than just drawing on the energy of plants and trees, daughter. True power. I won't hurt anyone, said Vesper, wincing when her voice carried through the quiet halls of the Ludus. Not like that. True power comes from balance, continued the lower, as if Vesper hadn't spoken. Life and death are part of the natural order. You would know this if my sister had lived long enough to train you properly. Ignoring the lower while she prattled on, Vesper stretched to her feet and yawned. Eyeing the grey, rough-hewn walls and narrow cot that dominated her tiny cell, she wished for simpler days. Days when the hardest thing she had to do was running about her village, delivering medicine and herbs for her aunt. Days when her afternoons were her own, and she spent most of them with friends, scampering up and down the branches of the baobab tree that stood at the centre of their small hamlet. Part of her understood Lilith's argument, that Vesper didn't know enough to see the dangers that she was facing, but she had been blindsided by her before. It doesn't matter anyway, because the last thing I want is to learn from you, she began, washing her face and privates from a small bowl of water in the corner of her cell, and then throwing on one of the 2 clean tunics she was allowed, before strapping on her leather vest on top of it all. I mean, look at what you've done to yourself, the pain you've caused everyone in your life. The lower's appearance twisted and spun with the insult, its ever-shifting shape making Vesper nauseous. This world is not as black and white as you think, Vesper, and one day you will learn the terrible cost of keeping the darkness at bay, the price for keeping the ones you love safe. Vesper opened her mouth to speak, but then she heard feet shuffling in the corridor, recognising the hobbled gait that arrived every morning at this time, and strangely, today he was not alone. Enough of this. Linus is doing his morning rounds, waking everyone up. Go away, she whispered, standing up and smoothing the bottom of her tunic, which hung just above her knees. Lilith shifted, her matronly form vanishing like it was never there, and in her place, sitting comfortably on the side of her cot, the sleek black cat, giving her an all-too-human smile. "Good morning, Vesper," said Linus, coming around the corner with his bent, shifting gait, the crow's feet in the corner of his eyes turning up as he smiled at her. "Good morning, Linus," she said, smiling at the old gladiator. "How is your back?" "Today it's good, and if I was only 20 years younger, I would show you how good," he said with a sly wink. "How is your front?" "Still too much for you, old man," she joked, her cheeks growing warm. "Oh, I'm not that old, and you never know. I might surprise you. You know, the women of Rome used to line up after I fought in the games for a chance to experience my touch." Vesper's smile turned into an easy laugh that she immediately regretted. "Don't make me laugh. My entire body still hurts from yesterday." "Stop encouraging the old fool," whispered Lilith through their connection. "Men like him only want one thing from young girls, so don't be surprised when he takes you up on your offers." "I will do as I wish," returned Vesper. "I don't care what you say. He's nice, and I like him, so go away and leave me alone." "Don't call on me when his true intentions are revealed. You walk a dangerous line talking this way with men," said the lower, vanishing from sight. Vesper could sense that she was still there, that they were still connected, but she was somehow hiding. "I have good news for you then," continued Linus, clearing his throat. "Lady Lucilla has sent for you, so there will be no training for you today." The old gladiator shuffled aside, and a haggard-looking centurion with clear blue eyes and a square jaw came into view. He wore simple, unmarked leather armour, but his red cloak marked him as a centurion officer of the Legion. A flutter of fear darted around in her belly, and for a heartbeat Vesper wondered if she had done something wrong. But then the centurion gave her a respectful nod and motioned for Linus to open the cell door. "Good morning," she began, returning his nod. "What does the lady require of me?" she asked, stepping into the corridor. The centurion pressed his lips together, his gaze flickering from Linus to her. It would be best if I told you along the way. It is not a simple thing to explain. Come, I have horses prepared for our journey." Vesper swallowed, halting in place. "I am sorry, but I never learned to ride." "I feared as much," he said, motioning for Linus to lead the way. "But I have a daughter your age. She learned to ride with this mare. The beast is calm and easily led as long as you don't spook her." A wave of relief washed over her and she followed. "Thank you, sir, that is kind of you. I've wanted to ride since I was little, but my aunt, the woman who raised me, disliked horses. She said that only a fool would trust her life to a beast with a brain the size of a walnut." "You may call me Felix, and depending on the horse, I would agree with your aunt, but I assure you, you will be fine." They walked the rest of the way through the Ludus in silence, with only Linus's shuffling gait breaking the quiet. Finally exiting the training facility through a heavy wooden door that led to a narrow alley where a tall black stallion and a piebald mare awaited them. Felix dismissed Linus with a nod, and then offered her his arm to help her when she didn't move. "Put your foot here in the stirrup, and your hand here on the saddle. I will help you up." Vesper's heart raced as she gingerly touched the tall animal, marvelling at its rippling muscles and smooth fur under her hand. She's beautiful," she said breathlessly, giving the centurion a shy smile as she hoisted herself up with his help. "Come, time is short," said Felix, making sure she was well seated on the saddle before they cantered down the alley and headed out of the city in the dark streets. Vesper had only seen the city from a distance that fateful night not so long ago, when everything in her life changed. She remembered being in awe of its majesty, of the splendour of its grand buildings and flowing fountains. Up close it was different, still majestic, but the brilliant white marble of its buildings were faded by grime, the streets littered with garbage. But it was the sky that frightened her the most. When she was home in the village among her people, the night was dominated by a brilliant canopy of stars, and if a Jambe like Vesper or her aunt looked at it a certain way, one could see the weave, the strands that connected people to the world all around them, forming a tapestry that detailed the history of mankind. But here in Rome, the weave was like a worn, ragged cloth, faded and torn, showing the damage done by the blight of humanity. "You must pay attention," said Felix, riding ahead of her, holding both horses' reins. "A rider must move in unison with the mare, or you risk being thrown." Vesper snapped her attention away from the grey sky, focusing, as the centurion advised, on the road ahead. "Sorry, I've never been out to the Ludus. It's all very new to me." "The city, I've never seen anything so impressive," said Felix over his shoulder. "I forget that sometimes." "There is a saying among my people," she said, "that we can only see beauty in the things we love through the eyes of another." "Well, you and your people are very wise. But now, please pay attention, because if I let anything happen to you, Lady Lucilla will have my head." "Apologies. I promise to pay more attention," said Vesper, looking away to hide the tears she was squeezing back, her thoughts with her people, now gone forever. "But please, tell me where we are going. I would be grateful to know why we are out and about before dawn." Felix slowed his horse so they could ride side by side, his brow narrowing with worry. "It is difficult to explain, but I will try. But I warn you, you'll never be the same again once you are told." The sun was fully risen over the horizon by the time they made it out of the city onto the main road, and Vesper was still reeling from what Felix had told her. Part of her worried that Lilith was telling the truth, and that the dark days the Ose had been preparing for had finally come. With a sigh, she looked out over the rolling hills, glad to be out of the Ludus despite the dire situation. Just being out of the dull shadow of Rome, she felt like a weight had been lifted off of her shoulders. The countryside was more like the world she was used to, lush and green, full of life, as far as the eye could see. Even the few people they passed along the road seemed happier, kinder than the few folks she had met in the city. After her first hour of riding, she started to get the feel for it, and Felix handed her the reins, letting her ride on her own. She had tried digging deeper, hunting for more information of the other events he had mentioned, but the old centurion had paled, his face taking on the look of a man who had eaten something foul. The incident occurred at a villa just over the next rise. We'll leave the horses here. They won't go any farther, said Felix, dismounting. The centurion left the road, leading his stallion to a copse of trees, and then tied the reins to a low-hanging branch, nodding that she should do the same. Vesper wrinkled her nose, her attention snapping back to the road. "What's that smell?" she asked, following the centurion's lead and awkwardly dismounting with a small yelp. In response, Felix emptied his canteen onto a rag and then tied the cloth off around his nose like a bandana. Then, repeating the process, offered a damp cloth to her, before speaking in a low voice. "The smell is worse with each incident," he said, shaking his head. "It's so bad that the horses won't go near it." Taking the cloth, Vesper hesitated, goose flesh running up and down her arms as she wrapped the damp material around her nose. Then she gave the piebald mare a final pat on its sleek neck and ran after Felix, her curiosity growing with each step. By the time she got to the top of the rise, her tired legs were burning in protest. "By a lodgy mare," she whispered, bile rising in her throat when she crested the rise. "What could do such a thing?" The top of the rise was like an invisible line. Behind them, the world was green and lush, full of the sounds of life, birds and bees going about their day. On the other, it was deathly silent. The land was the colour of ash, blasted and barren as far as she could see. At the heart of it all was a villa, its white walls looking like bleached bone against the landscape, its terracotta roof tiles like dried blood. "The blight of Rome grows," whispered Lilith, Vesper flinching as the lower appeared on the road beside her, laughing in disgust and then disappearing once more. "It's like this for miles," said Felix, hesitating for a moment before setting off. "Come. Lady Lucilla and her guard went on ahead earlier this morning." Vesper stepped across the threshold to follow and almost fell over, her stomach clenching in agony, like someone had plunged a knife into her abdomen. Felix was at her side in an instant, his haggard face creased with worry. "I'll be fine," she said, sucking in deep breaths of foul air while gripping tightly to the centurion's strong arm. "Do you want to go back? I'm sure Lady Lucilla will understand." "I have a duty," she said, her eyes narrowing as she looked to the sky, "and I gave her my word that I would help whenever she called on me." "What do you see?" he asked, following her worried gaze. "The weave here. It's torn. Shredded." "The weave?" asked Felix, helping her stand. "Among my people, we believe that the worlds of man and nature are connected, woven together in the tapestry that we call life, that power flows through all things, the trees, the rocks, animals, and that power we call Ace, the ability to manipulate the world through our very force of will." The centurion rolled his eyes, clearing his throat. "I'm sorry, but I am a proper Roman. I don't believe in pagan superstition. And what does any of that have to do with what is happening here?" "You may believe what you wish. It does not change things. Look around you. What do you see? Open your heart. What do you feel?" Felix glazed out over the barren soul and darkened sky as they walked, giving her a brief nod. "The land, it feels sick, broken somehow." Vesper smiled at him behind the wet rag, picking up her pace as they got closer to the villa. "Jambe like me, we can see the weave and sometimes bend it to our wills. But anyone can sense it if they really try, and in a bad place like this, sense the corruption." "Jambe?" "Yes, you Romans confuse us with the pagans and would call me a witch. But in the Osei tongue it means seer and sometimes guardian," she said. "And the weave here, it is unravelling. Reality is being torn asunder." "By what?" asked the centurion, his eyes going wide. Vesper opened her mouth to speak when a sharp scream up ahead shattered the ominous silence, giving both of them pause as Felix scanned for threats. "There," she said, pointing at the villa, both her and Felix breaking into a run in unison. "Do you see Lady Lucilla?" he said in a panicked voice, bolting ahead of her. Vesper ran after him, doing her best to keep up, but days of hard training at the Ludus left her lagging behind, her legs burning with each stride. Getting closer, she stopped in her tracks when from behind the villa a pair of men, legionaries, burst out into the open, long purple cloaks trailing after them as they ran. Behind them, a dark shape exploded through the walls, pelting the escaping men in a shower of red bricks and concrete. Felix skidded to a halt, and Vesper's jaw dropped when the creature attacking the men vanished for a heartbeat, reappearing seconds later as the land under their feet rose up like a wave, cresting over them before collapsing to bury the hapless legionnaires under a torrent of earth, brick, and stone. Vesper hardly had time to react when, like a hound with the scent, it snapped toward them, its faceless gaze sending a chill down her spine. She was about to run when Lilith's voice tore through her mind in a breathless whisper. "Don't run. Look at it. Really look at it." "Don't move," she shouted to Felix, freezing in place while the shadow of a creature did the same, waiting, sniffing around after them like it had lost their scent. Faster than she had ever done before, she shifted her sight, a wave of nausea running through her when she saw how broken and torn the weave was in this place. "Why isn't it coming for us?" whispered Felix, his voice tense. Vesper silenced him with a tiny wave of her hand, her heart skipping a beat when her slight movement set the faceless creature hunting once more, sniffing in their direction. Thinking quickly, she shifted her vision beyond the world of the mundane, and even there she could barely see the creature. It was little more than a lightless void, shapeless shadows over shadows, visible only because its darkness stood in stark contrast to the grey sky and soil. Stranger still, she could make out thin filaments, writhing like snakes over its entire form. "I think it can only see us if we move." The old centurion turned his head slowly to meet her eyes, his jaw clenching and unclenching. "We can't stay like this forever, and Lady Lucilla might still be alive. We have to find her." The beast lurched closer, and Vesper watched in fascination at the thin wires that flowed from its form, swayed like reeds in the wind, bending and twisting but never breaking. "Lilith, if you're with me, now would be a good time," she whispered under her breath. A shrill laughter echoed in the back of her mind. "I told you not to call on me," mocked the lower. "Perhaps the old man you left back at the Ludus can help you." "If I die, you die," she muttered to herself, clenching her teeth. Strangely, the lower didn't rise to her threat, and Vesper could feel it burying itself deeper into the recesses of her mind. The shadow slid closer, and Vesper flinched, raising a hand defensively without meaning to. In a rush of motion it flowed toward them like a shapeless mass of living earth. Without thinking, she moved to stand in front of the old centurion, extending her will reflexively. She gathered the loose strands of filament into a thick cord, wrapping them around its neck like a leash. A moment later, the creature was towering over them, lunging to attack, only to be held back by Vesper's will, keeping the monster at bay. "Are you holding it back?" asked Felix, his hand going to the gladius at his hip while the creature bucked and tore, a foul stench like rotting meat pouring from its faceless form. "Yes!" she screamed, holding fast in place as the shadow spun, trying to break her grip. With a roar, Felix charged from behind her, his gladius flashing brightly as he drove the fine weapon deep into the shadow. Pulling the weapon free, he glanced back at her for an instant, giving her a triumphant smile, when the blade came away dripping with black bile, and the creature let out an ear-shattering wail. The centurion pulled back for another strike, but the creature, reeling from his first blow, bolted away towards the villa, tearing Vesper from her feet as it dragged her along. Holding tight to the filaments that connected her to the creature, she half stumbled, half ran behind it, her already tired body shaking from the effort of trying to hold it back. Digging in deep with her will, she pulled with all her might, clenching her jaw while the heels of her boots left deep gashes in the earth until she, at last, managed to bring it to heel. With its movement halted, the creature turned back to snap at her, and she almost tumbled back in fear. But Felix was there, hacking and stabbing at it, his exposed arms flexing like cords of steel as he battled it back, sending the creature into a fury. "I have an idea," she said, loosening her grip just slightly, letting the beast pull away so she had some breathing room. The day her aunt had shown her the weave for the first time, Vesper had gotten lost in the wonder of it all, and had found herself falling into a void that looked very much like the beast, a shadow within a shadow. But more, she knew that Ace was everywhere, in the rocks, in the trees, and even in this thing. Spreading her arms wide, she let go, focusing all of her attention on the emptiness, letting it draw her in just like she had so long ago. She half expected to be torn in half, but she blinked, and suddenly she was floating above the creature, close enough that she could reach out and touch it, the writhing filaments entwining her like a climbing vine. Reaching out with a trembling hand, she touched them, drawing on whatever energy gave the beast life. Vesper smiled in triumph when the familiar rush ran through her, and blue flames danced up and down her arms, making her stronger, faster. Below her, the creature slowed, docile as it began to dissipate, its shadowy form fading like morning mist in the sunlight. Then, just as the shadow was almost gone, she was struck by a backlash, the power ripped away from her as the weave fought back against her manipulations. She screamed, while waves of bone-numbing agony shot through her, and she felt like she was being dragged underwater by a powerful tide. Calming herself, she drew in quick, shallow breaths, trying to pull away from whatever was holding her, the muscles and tendons on her arms and shoulders straining, growing weaker with each passing moment. Squeezing her eyes shut, she did her best to block out the pain, putting all of her effort in freeing herself. But the harder she pulled, the quicker she fell. Tears began to flow, and Vesper was about to give up, let the void take her, when a strong hand took her by the arm, pulling her back. "Mother," she said with a gasp when she looked back to find Lilith floating beside her, looking more real than she ever had. "You refuse my teaching, and then go and do something like this?" said the lower, shaking her head. "You have more bravery than sense, child, and one day it will kill you." "How are you doing this?" "I don't know, but in this place I am more," she said, pulling so hard that Vesper's arm was almost torn from its socket. Then, just when she thought her arm would be lost in the void, she came free, tumbling hard onto the barren soil in a heap, everything going dark. The world came rushing back a moment later, and Vesper opened her eyes to find herself on her back, Felix above her, and to her surprise, Lucilla as well. "Lady Lucilla, you're alive," she said, shaking her head to drive away the stars floating in her vision. "Thanks to you," said Lucilla, helping Vesper sit up. "The beast had me and my guard cornered. I don't want to imagine what would have happened if the two of you hadn't shown up when you did." Vesper tried to stand, only to fall back on her behind when the world began to spin. "Apologies. This took more out of me than I thought." "Don't be foolish. You saved all of our lives. I owe you a debt of gratitude," she said, nodding to the 6 men emerging from the villa. "Did you find anything?" asked Vesper, standing, at last letting out a breath. Lucilla shook her head, pressing her lips together. "This has been the worst incident yet. There were not even bodies or blood, just ash." "Jupiter's beard," said Felix, looking out over the barren landscape, his haggard face falling. "Your father told me about the site," said Lucilla, her fine brows coming together. "I need to know what you see when you look at this place. That is why I asked Felix to bring you." Vesper pushed herself away from the pair of them, standing on her own while she did what was asked of her, staring for a long time at the sky and soil of this place, her vision lingering for ages on the villa itself, shaking her head in disbelief when she was finally done. "I have never seen a place so corrupt, so broken," she said at last. "I see only death." "I've heard enough," said Lucilla. "It is past time I did something about this. Vesper, my men will take you back to the Ludus. Felix? Yes, my lady. You will accompany me to see the Emperor, and together, if the gods are willing, we will somehow make him listen. Chapter 11. A Morning Bath. Her boots echoed like distant thunder as she strode through the private halls of the palace, her head raised high, as if all of this opulence was hers. And at one time it was, both by birth and by marriage. Lucilla had not bothered to change after her visit to the cursed insula, and she was sure that her riding boots had left their fair share of caked blood on the fine marble flooring. But at this moment she didn't care. The palace, in all its splendour, could burn for all she cared, whatever it took to call her brother's attention to the crisis at hand. "What will you do if you won't listen?" asked Felix beside her, his centurion cape fluttering behind him from the pace she set. "I must make him listen, Felix. Things are growing worse, and if today is any indication, we can't contain this for much longer," said Lucilla, turning down a hall she knew all too well, and stopping short, a foul curse escaping her lips. Behind her, Felix almost slammed into her, letting out a low whistle. "By the gods, has he gone mad?" "It seems he has," said Lucilla, gawking in disgust at what she was seeing. When Emperor Domitian had built this palace, he had commissioned a unique work of art, a fresco to line the walls that led to his private chambers, to remind him of the weight of responsibility that lay on his shoulders. The fresco told the story of Rome's humble beginnings, of the heroic men and women who grew the simple town into a powerful republic, expanded its borders, and grew it into the mighty empire it was. Senators, generals, brave legionnaires, and emperors who had spilled blood to preserve and defend the empire and its people. Now the regal halls had been vandalised by a madman, each image having been replaced by some version of Commodus, standing godlike, dressed in a lion's hide draped over his shoulders, holding a massive club, performing heroic acts. "Is he supposed to be Hercules?" asked Felix, craning his neck to take it all in. "Yes," she said, shaking her head. "He has replaced our history, this priceless work of art, with the trials of Hercules, his childhood fantasy of him being Jupiter's son." Lucilla remembered that from the day their tutors had told him the stories. He had been obsessed with the trials of the demigod, often pretending to be him on more than one occasion. Approaching a set of double doors inlaid with gold and birchwood, she stopped, recognising the Praetorian guards as men whom she knew from her time here, men she knew to be loyal to Publius. "I have urgent news for him. Where is he?" The purple-clad centurions glanced at one another, none of them daring to make eye contact with her. Finally, one of them coughed into his hand, speaking in a low voice. "My lady, he is in the bath. Shall I—" "No, I will go to him." "He is not alone nor sober, my lady." "It is nothing I haven't seen before," she said, shouldering past the men, who let her pass without argument. Entering the Emperor's private domain, Lucilla stepped gingerly over the chaos, holding her nose against the stench of sour wine and old sweat. Despite having an army of serving women at his disposal, Commodus's private chambers looked like a war zone, with discarded clothing, both men's and women's, piled high. Gilded cups and plates of fine silver and gold lay scattered around, with lakes of spilled wine pooling in random spots on the fine marble. And despite it being early in the day, the drapes were drawn tight, and a sea of candles and oil lamps lit the maze of rooms he lived in. "The Emperor clearly does not see the threat in the disorder," said Felix, frowning at the mess. "I wonder how the son of Jupiter would fare with burning alive." "He would be too drunk to care," she said, moving deeper into his chambers while following the sound of laughter and running water, and punctuated by the occasional moan or grunt. "Sister!" shouted Commodus, a wide grin coming to his face as Lucilla walked into his private baths. Without pause, he pushed his way through the throng of young men and women that were pleasuring him, bounding up the stairs of the pool to greet her. "Brother, you look well," she said, staring him up and down, amazed at his physique. Lucilla could never understand it, how he could be so perfectly chiselled, with a broad chest and shoulders and narrow waist, while he ate and drank like a glutton. "Of course, am I not perfect?" said Commodus, spinning in a drunken circle with his arms outstretched. "Blessed by my father, Jupiter himself." "I bring news," she said as he watched her expectantly, his fists on his hips as if he truly were some hero from legend. "Bring my sister some wine," he shouted over his shoulder to no one in particular, staggering closer to her. "I like this, what you're wearing. Dressed like a man, yet having the fine gifts of womanhood. Perfection." "There has been another incident, worse this time," said Lucilla, stepping back, keeping her face still despite his sour breath. "Have you bathed yet this evening, sister?" he said, roughly caressing the side of her face, leaning in closer. "It might be fun if you joined us. This lot is starting to bore me." Lucilla put a hand on his chest, pushing him back, heat coming to her voice. "It was an entire insula this time, a block of apartments in the heart of the city. Women, children, entire families slaughtered like livestock. And the evening is long past. It is a new day with the sun already high in the sky. Perhaps it's about time you began your day." Commodus bent over, laughter spilling from his lips. "Marcia!" he shouted. "We did it! We drank all night without passing out. I told you we could do it." A full-figured woman who had been in the bath with Commodus staggered to his side, falling against him and leaning on his muscled frame for support. The woman, Marcia, gave him a drunken smile, her words slurring as she spoke. "Caesar is wise and has the constitution of a god, and the virility of one too," she said, her hands drifting toward his groin. "Commodus!" shouted Lucilla. "Perhaps it would be prudent to remove these people from our presence. It would do no good to have their tongues wagging, putting fear into everyone." Frowning down at Marcia, Commodus shook his head, a playful frown coming to his lips. "If they talk too much, I will simply cut out the offending tongues," he said, gazing back at the throng of people in the pool, before raising a finger. "But that would be a shame to remove such a talented instrument. Isn't that right, dear?" Watching the drunken exchange, Lucilla wanted nothing more than to throttle the both of them. Instead, she took a calming breath, coming to a decision. "Felix, can you ask the men at the door to remove these people and have a slave sent to clean this up?" Felix turned to follow her orders when he was stopped in his tracks by a booming voice. "Centurion, hold!" shouted Commodus. Lucilla's attention snapped back to her brother, and she was shocked to find that he, only a moment ago, was a drunken fop, but was now a thunderhead of rage, his eyes clear, anger palpable. Pushing Marcia aside, he put a finger in Lucilla's face, his voice full of anger as he began, "I am Caesar, not you, sister. And that means I can do whatever I want, when I want. So if I wish to drink all night, I can. If I wish to say that night is day, and day is night, then it is. My word makes it so. And if I wish to ignore your idiotic crisis you've made up to make yourself feel important, I will do that too. I mean, I can do these things," he interrupted, towering over her now, "because I am a god made of flesh, and my will is law. But if you would just come to see, I'm sure you'll—" "No, sister, you forget your place. You forget where we are, at the heart of my empire. Do you think our cowardly enemies would have the courage to step 1 foot on Roman soil to do the things you say? Of course not," finished Commodus, spittle running down his chin. "Caesar, what she says is true," said Felix, coming back to help her. "I saw it this morning with my own eyes." For a moment, Commodus's eyes lingered on Felix, his nostrils flaring. Then, just as quickly as he had become lucid, his eyes glazed over, and he fell against Lucilla, wrapping his arms around her waist and pulling her close. "Come, sister, bathe with me. I will show you—" "No!" shouted Lucilla, pounding on his chest. "Let go!" "You deny me such a simple thing," he said, giving her a drunken smile, his hands pawing at her behind. "Commodus, you're hurting me. Stop!" "Get in the damn water!" Lucilla twisted and turned to try and escape him, but his grip was like iron, his arms like granite. Ignoring her flailing, he lifted her bodily, hurling her into the bath as if she weighed nothing. She surfaced, sputtering and spitting up warm, salted water. Then her brother was on her, tearing at her tunic, roughly groping her breasts as he pressed himself against her. Somewhere behind her she heard laughter, screams, and then the rasp of steel on leather. She opened her mouth to scream at him, only to gag when his mouth covered hers, his tongue probing and slithering down her throat, making her want to vomit. Without thinking, she clawed at his face and chest, straining against him with every ounce of her breath. "Let her go!" shouted someone behind them, and she stumbled face first into the bath once more, water painfully filling her nose as he was pulled away from her. Lucilla came up from the water to find Felix and her brother in a twisted heap, wrestling on the steps of the pool, each man grunting and cursing as they threw wet punches and kicks. She waded toward them to stop it, when Commodus tore away from Felix's grip, pounding him on the bridge of his nose with a sharp elbow. Lucilla gasped as the retired centurion's body fell limp, and her brother rolled to sit on top of him, his chest heaving, a dazed look on his face. "Commodus, is he all right? Commodus?" she asked in a low voice after having climbed out to the side of the bath and then darting around to face him, her boots squishing with every step, her clothes dripping water onto the marble floor. Her brother sat swaying on top of Felix, smacking his lips together. "Good fun, that, don't you think?" he said, glancing over his shoulder at the young men and women who had been sharing the bath with him, all of whom now cowered on the other side of the pool. "Wine. Time for more wine." "Commodus?" said Lucilla, gingerly stepping toward him, arm outstretched. "Can you let him—" "Sister, when did you get here? Get my sister some wine," he boomed. Lucilla flinched like she'd been slapped, her mind reeling. "Brother, the night has been long, and I think it's high time you got some rest," she said, kneeling and shaking Felix, her eyes never leaving her brother's. "Who's this?" he asked, blinking down at the old centurion in confusion. A chill ran down her spine as she watched her brother's wine-soaked struggle to remember what was going on. "Commodus, why don't you go back in the bath? The water will do you well," she said, speaking in a calming tone. For a moment, his drunken smile returned, and he nodded to her, patting the unconscious Felix on the side of his face. But then his eyes narrowed, and Lucilla saw something inside him snap. With a roar, he slammed his fist into the old legionnaire's head. "Brother, no!" said Lucilla, blanching in horror as he raised his fist and brought it down again and again and again and again, faster and faster, one blow after another, until there was nothing left but a pulpy red stain on the marble. "That was almost as good as what you refused me," shouted Commodus, throwing back his head and running his bloody hands through his hair. Lucilla stared at what was left of Felix, unable to speak, her entire body numb. For her entire life, Commodus had always been strange, prone to drinking and whoring from a young age. Worse still, he had always had a rough tongue with the servants of slaves, but their father had always been there, had always kept him grounded. But now he was unleashed, with no one who could control him. "Sister!" With a start, she came back to the moment to find her brother towering over her. The foppish smile returned to his face as if nothing had happened. He gave her an expectant look, and she realized he was asking her if she needed anything else. Swallowing, she gave him a weak smile, her voice cracking as she spoke. "Yes. Apologies, Caesar. No. With your permission, I will return home. My husband will be arriving from the north today, and I must prepare for his return," she lied, not daring to meet his eyes. Her brother nodded, turning his back to her, and plunging bodily into the swirling waters of the bathing pool once more, slicking back his hair when his head broke the surface. "Give Tiberius my best," he said, motioning for Marcia, who was shaking like a leaf, to join him. Lucilla took one last look at Felix's battered body and sprang to her feet, backing away with caution, before turning and half running to the door. She had just crossed the threshold into the living section of his quarters when he called out to her. "Sister," he said, his voice slurring. "Apologies for my temper. You know, sometimes I lose myself." "The pressures of being Caesar," she said, not knowing what else to say, fighting to keep the disbelief, the fear from her voice. "There is nothing to apologise for." "You know me too well, Lucilla. What would I do without you?" "Of course, I am here for you. Always," she lied, grateful that the dark hid the disbelief on her face. She glanced over her shoulder to see him caressing Marcia from behind, his eyes locking onto her as he whispered into the curvaceous woman's ear. "Sister." "Yes?" "Tell the men at the door to send a servant in with more wine." "Of course," she said, swallowing hard to keep her voice steady. "Oh. And Lucilla?" Her shoulders slumped, and for a moment she feared he would make her come back. "Yes?" she said, turning back to look at him. "If you ever question me again, it will be your blood that I wash from my hands. Understood?" He said in a voice that was calm and clear, a voice that made it very certain that he would carry out his threat. Lucilla couldn't answer. She only nodded, slipping out of his rooms while her heart pounded out of her chest, never having felt so afraid in her life. "My lady, are you all right?" asked a purple-clad Praetorian guard, the one who had the courage to speak to her before she went in with Felix. "No, I need to—" "Never mind," she said, taking shuddering breaths to calm her racing heart, praying to the gods that none of the men saw her hands shaking. Ignoring their questioning looks, she pushed past them, wanting to be away from the palace and her brother as quickly as possible, knowing that unless someone did something, the Empire was doomed. She was almost to the exit from the palace when, with a start, Lucilla stopped in her tracks. Publius's words from their morning meeting burning through her mind. There was no one else who could get so close. It would have to be her. Chapter 12. A Day on the Sands. The hot sun beat down on the sands of the Ludus training grounds as Narcissus gave the girl an appraising eye, smoothing out his beard while humming under his breath. It was early in the day, and he had just begun to run the men through their morning drills. Calisthenics to build strength and endurance, followed with practice against the post, a tall wooden beam stuck in the ground, to teach precision. And had now paired off, sparring with wooden weapons that were heavier than their steel counterparts. "Dottore likes what he sees," said Linus with a laugh, following his gaze. "She has good form with the gladius, and despite my misgivings, she has skill beyond her years," he said, ignoring the jibe. "I think you like the form of her hips far more than her skill with the sword, my friend," said the retired gladiator. "My only concern is that she survives on the sands," said Narcissus, shaking his head in denial. "But she is curious in her fighting style. And she does have fine hips. For fighting, of course." "Of course, Dottore, of course." Narcissus watched with interest as Vesper sparred with Tahir, one of the new Syrian recruits. She fought with a heavy wooden gladius and shield, while the Syrian preferred a blunted spear and buckler. His comments to Linus were true. The girl showed some skill as she went through the forms, some of which he had not seen since his first days in Rome. "I'm serious, Linus. Look here at her footwork, her thrusts," he began, as Vesper charged forward, her wooden blade moving in tight, alternating arcs that pushed Tahir back on his heels, forcing him to use his spear like a quarterstaff to deflect her attacks. Then, when she almost had him, she stumbled, almost falling on her face before she jumped back, shield raised high, chest heaving. "I see, Dottore," said Linus, cocking his head. "Her skills with the gladius are clear, but she lacks the physical strength, the endurance to use it properly. And look how she lowers her shield now. She tires so quickly." "Perhaps it has simply been a long time since she trained," said the old gladiator with a shrug. "Perhaps. Set the others to continue," he grunted, handing his whip to the old man and strolling out to the sparring pair. Tahir, go work the post. Your strikes are clumsy, unfocused. I will take care of this one. Yes, Doctore, said the Syrian, bowing at the waist before racing off to use the wooden training stand that helped them learn more precise attacks. Doctore, said Vesper, giving him a bow of the head. Vesper, he said with a nod. They had been only training for a few days, but Narcissus found her to be an excellent student, learning quickly and respectful despite her situation. Although he would never tell her that, it would do her no good to know that he thought anything of her. Show me the forms that you were using on the Syrian, said Narcissus, letting his arms hang limply at his sides, and raise your shield properly. Hefting her shield, she moved to assume the first position, but then stopped. Do you mean to insult me? She said, her brows coming together as she looked him up and down. Narcissus smiled at her, raising his meaty hands. No, you shall see. These are the only weapons I've ever needed. You're a madman, then? We Celts are a little crazy. It's a mark of pride among us. Vesper raised her shield, sitting the flat of her gladius on top of it. The more you talk of your people, the more I am sure of that. Come on, then. Show me what you have, he said, dropping into a fighting stance, his hands out in front of him. With a feral growl, Vesper came at him, using her shield to mask a quick series of jabs that aimed for his eyes and face. He was faster, ducking and weaving to avoid the blunted weapon, but just barely. Twisting off his back foot, he spun in place, and her last jab with her gladius went wide, leaving her open, allowing him to strike her in the back with an elbow that sent her staggering and flailing. Not wanting to lose his momentum, he continued after her, following up with a roundhouse that he hoped would finish her. But to his surprise, he missed, as she turned her unbalanced flailing into a fall and then rolled, putting him out of position, when she sprung up underneath him, bashing him in the face with her shield, sending him reeling away from her. Not bad, he said, shaking away dark spots that were swimming in front of his eyes. Where did you learn to fight like the Romans, with the gladius and shield? For a moment, she paused while they circled one another, cocking her head and muttering under her breath before continuing. The Jambe, like me, or my mother and father, were meant to serve in Rome, to defend the emperor, so we learned all types of fighting styles. Jambe? Said Narcissus, lunging forward, reaching for her with a meaty hand, probing her reflexes. Doesn't that mean witch? Vesper smirked at him, not taking the bait, instead letting her shield and sword fall at her sides, shaking out her arms. It translates to witch in the Roman tongue, but among the Ose it means a path one follows, a way to connect with the world, to nature, and all of its energies. Seeing her defences lowered, he leapt forward, kicking out with his long legs, aiming for her chin. But instead of catching her off guard, she simply scurried aside, moving faster than he expected. But still superstition and fairies, cauldrons full of eyes of newt and lizard's tongue, said Narcissus with a mocking grin plastered on his face. You are too big, too fat, and too slow, she said, as she avoided him again, snorting at him as she returned to her guarded position, shield raised high. And no, we do not believe in Roman superstition nor magic. Ace is very real. It can change the world. It can do anything. Except help you escape, laughed Narcissus, charging at her once more, ignoring a series of brutal thrusts to his chest from her gladius as he wrapped his massive arms around her in a bear hug. Vesper strained against him, her legs kicking out and finding his shins, the sharp agony from the blows making him almost drop her. You just have to yield, and it will be over. You are the one who will give up. She strained, just as she slammed her forehead into the bridge of his nose. Narcissus saw stars after the first blow, but held on for dear life, until she hit him again, so hard that something cracked, and he swooned, the pain half blinding him, forcing him to drop her, bellowing and clutching at his nose. Apologies, she said, dropping her sword and shield and coming to his side. Let me see. It's nothing, he said, wanting to continue the fight, but then holding his tongue when he saw the look of concern on her face, felt the warmth of her body close to his. It's not broken, and I've had worse. I lost myself for a moment. I didn't mean to hurt you. We were just... No, you did well. Your instincts took over. If you pick up a weapon, you should always plan to do harm, even if you are simply sparring. That does not make sense. How are we to learn anything like that? Victory is life, said Narcissus, motioning that they should go again. And it is only because of the fear of pain do we fight with all we have, do we strive to become more. Life is more than pain, said Vesper, kicking up dust as she retrieved her fallen gladius and shield. There is joy in the connections we make with our friends, family, even our enemies. Narcissus scoffed in protest and was about to call her a fool, but something in the way she smiled gave him pause, and he could see she really believed what she was saying. When he spoke at last, his voice was as light-hearted as hers. Spoken like someone who has never lived under the crack of the whip. Give it a few months among the Romans, you'll see. I can't imagine living your whole life enslaved, said Vesper, dropping her gladius and shield to her side. How could one person do that to another? It's cruel, monstrous. Flexing his shoulders, he dropped his guard, lowering his voice as he spoke. It is the way of the world. The strong exploit the weak. The powerful have no mercy or compassion for those beneath them. But why do we accept it? She asked. There are far more of us than them. If every slave, every plebeian stood up, we could— You dream, woman! Barked Narcissus with a laugh, shaking his head. I have thought long and hard of such things, alone in my cell in the small hours of the night. Even if by some magic spell we could organise all those willing to fight, those who rule us have denarii to pay the legion, denarii to pay for swords and shields, and worse, denarii to pay those with weak wills, men and women who would betray their own mothers for a few coins. I'm sure they are few in number, and I remember many legionnaires stationed in my home province. They were angry men, cursing Rome and the Empire. Yes, said Vesper. Men say things when out of earshot of their centurion leader, but when the time comes, they are loyal to the Empire, to the denarii they are paid, and the retirement they are promised. He crouched, ready to spar once more, motioning that she should do the same, when a shadow fell over them, and his gaze was drawn to the sky. Narcissus watched in awe as a shadow fell across the sun, covering the entire disk, turning day into night. By Lodge-mare, it's beautiful, rasped Vesper, her words strangely echoing across the training grounds. The gods have taken the sun from the sky. We are being punished, said Narcissus, swallowing hard. This is Idilogiu, laughed Vesper behind him. The moon passing in front of the sun. It is nothing to be afraid of. Bah, what do you know? It is a sign of— Harsh words in an alien tongue so foul that set his teeth on edge tore his attention away from the black sun, and he turned to find Vesper standing rigid, whispering in vile language he had never heard before. Her eyes rolled back so the whites were showing. Pushing back a pang of fear in his belly, he went to her, but as he approached, the hairs on his arms rose and goose-flesh ran up and down his body, as if a cold winter wind had just blown through him. Vesper, are you— The Romans will be punished for what they've done to you. I will burn their cities and slaughter anyone with a trace of Roman blood in their veins. And when I'm done, there will be nothing but ash. This, I promise, she said in a tone that was dripping with hatred, the light-hearted joy that was in her voice only moments before, gone, as if it never was. Then, without warning, her legs crumpled beneath her, and she toppled. Narcissus was close enough that he caught her, holding her gently so she wouldn't hit her head. Looking in her face, he could see that her skin was dry and chalky, her lips parched. For an instant he thought he had pushed her too hard, but it was early in the day still, and only moments ago she had been fine, coming at him hard, with blows full of force and vigour. "Water!" he shouted to Linus, who came hobbling along quickly, his eyes fixed on the darkened sky. "What happened?" he asked, holding the waterskin to her parched lips. "She was fine, and then?" Booming thunder in the distance silenced him, and he looked up to see a thunderhead moving in fast, flashing white and cobalt against black clouds that suddenly filled the sky, where moments ago it was clear and bright. "By the gods, it's not possible!" screeched Linus, dropping the waterskin and falling back on his heels, scurrying away from them. "Linus!" shouted Narcissus, gently laying Vesper on the sand and racing to the old gladiator's side. I'm sorry, muttered Linus, tears streaming down his face. Narcissus grabbed his hands, wrestling with the old man to prevent him from clawing at his eyes. Another set of screams echoed across the training grounds, and Narcissus snapped around to see men all around him screaming. Many were simply cowering where they stood, frozen in place. Others buried their faces in the sand, hiding from some terror only they could see. The worst of them were like Linus, tearing and gouging at their eyes. Narcissus himself felt nothing, only an odd biting cold despite the heat of the day, and a loud wind piercing his ear that drowned out the screams of the others. "So many. I didn't know, whispered Linus, fighting against him, strong despite his many years. Not knowing what else to do, Narcissus held on to his friend, absorbing his blows until the old man was spent and slumped into his chest exhausted. Narcissus blew out his cheeks and let him go, and was about to see to the other men, when Tahir appeared from nowhere, charging in his direction like a madman with his blunted spear. Acting on pure instinct, Narcissus sprang to his feet, charging ahead and leaping over Vesper's prone form to meet him, easily deflecting a wild strike from the Syrian, and then slamming his shoulder directly into the man's face, smiling to himself when he heard the satisfying crunch of Tahir's nose breaking. To his surprise, Tahir didn't slow. Ignoring the blood flowing from his shattered nose, he came at him again, frothing, gnashing, and clawing at Narcissus's forearms while he blocked the wild attacks. "That's enough!" he shouted, slamming an elbow to the side of his temple that sent the Syrian's eyes rolling back into his head and collapsing onto the ground. Pulling his attention away from the fallen gladiator, he looked out to find the training grounds of the Ludus had descended into pure chaos. The men attacked each other like animals, training weapons forgotten as they fought with bare fists and feet. He glanced at his whip hanging off of Linus's belt, for a moment thinking it would be the tool to restore order to this insanity, only to dismiss the idea when he remembered how Tahir had ignored the pain of his broken nose. He would have to find another way to stop this insanity, or else they would all kill one another. With a snarl, he bounded to his feet, charging the men closest to him. "Attalus, Verus, enough of this!" he shouted, knocking them apart and sending them reeling. Narcissus had known these men for a long time, trained them both, but when they recovered their wits from his attack, there was no recognition in their eyes, only hate, rage. Without a word they came at him, not like men, but like animals on all fours, aiming for his hamstrings. A surge of adrenaline pumped through his blood, his heart pounding like a drum as he spun in a circle, clipping Verus on the jaw with a heavy boot, knocking the man senseless in a single blow. Attalus was faster, leaping up and slamming into his back, staggering him forward. He screeched as the gladiator's teeth bored into his shoulder, cutting skin. Ignoring the pain, Narcissus hooked Attilus's neck with a meaty hand, throwing the man over his shoulder onto the sands, and then stomping on his head. Lightning flashed across the sky, and fat drops of rain pelted him, filling his nostrils with the scent of dust and summer heat, as he watched men he had known for years, men who were brothers in arms, attempt to slaughter one another. And worse, when a man fell, the aggressors didn't stop, smashing and pounding on broken flesh and bone with a strength that was beyond human. "If anyone is to survive, I have to stop this," he said under his breath. "By Jupiter's beard, stop! Stop!" His shout seemed to have a strange effect on the gladiators still standing, and as one, they left their fallen comrades bloodied on the sands and stood as one to face him. Steeling himself for what had to be done, Narcissus squelched the bubbling fear in his belly, instead sucking in deep breaths, focusing on his anger, building his rage so that he would feel nothing. That was the way of his people. His madness, his rage would defeat all who stood in his way, or he would die trying. He was about to charge forward when he blinked, and Vesper was suddenly blocking his back, staring at him with eyes black as night. Narcissus opened his mouth to speak when her hand shot out, her fingers touching his heart, and then the world shifted, and it was all gone. The training grounds, the madmen who were once gladiators, and he found himself in a place beyond explanation, lost and blind, fearing the nightmare before him was a dream, but knowing it was all too real. Chapter 13. A Distant Storm. Icy cold seeped into her back, numbing her to the bone. Above, the sky was little more than flickering shades of amber and blue, like the faded memory of a storm. "I can't be here," she whispered to herself, not wanting to be in this place of all places, but the icy stone digging into her back telling her that she was. Vesper knew if she turned her head to the side, she would see barren grey soil at the edge of a cobblestone path, and if she listened hard enough, the horrid wail of the damned would fill her ears. "Where in the Hades are we?" Vesper sat up with a start to find Narcissus, the big Celt, lying next to her, looking more confused than she felt. "How are you here?" she said, scrambling to her feet while sucking in deep breaths of the stale air. "Where is here?" said Narcissus, coming to his feet slowly, trying to look everywhere at once. "We were on the training grounds, and you fell. Then everyone went mad." "Yes, I remember," she said, her mind racing at what she'd done. They had been sparring, talking, and she had gotten angry, but beyond that it was all a blur. Looking up and down the cobblestone path, she wrapped her arms around herself, a void forming in the pit of her stomach. This was not like the last time, the day when she was meant to die along with her father. She was here in the flesh. She could tell by the smell, that strange mix of dry mustiness mixed with a faint odour, similar to meat left out for too long in the summer sun. "Vesper! Vesper!" She blinked in confusion, coming back to herself, and she realised the big hairy Celt was screaming at her, his brow furrowed with worry. "What?" "Apologies, my mind was wandering. Something about this place makes it hard to focus." "I asked where the hell we are. You seem to know this place." Vesper hesitated, not sure what to tell him, not sure she really understood herself. "I only know a little, but someone once told me that this place is where the blind can see and the gods cannot, a place in between the threads of reality." Narcissus scoffed at her, crossing his arms across his chest. "If you're going to make things up, at least try and make it sound real." "Really? Do you believe the Roman version of reality? That Jupiter, father of the gods, hurls lightning bolts from the sky?" said Vesper, her nostrils flaring. "Or that some fool on a chariot draws the sun across the sky every day?" "Well, no, but this is a very real place. I was a prisoner last time I was here, and I only barely escaped," said Vesper, looking out toward the horizon, thinking of the last time she was here. With a flash of insight, she turned her attention inward, searching for her mother, wondering, fearing that she was the one responsible for them being back in this horrid place, only to find nothing. For the first time in a long time, her mind was her own. "Well, if you escaped once, can't you do it again?" "It's not so easy," she said, wondering how they had gotten here in the first place. "It was different last time. I was different. And she was. Her mind was not her own. Her mother's spirit had been twisted in with her own, mixing their thoughts and memories. So much so, Vesper had managed to draw upon her knowledge, her ace, to bend this place to her will, opening a portal home. But in the intervening months, the memories and skills from her mother's had faded, leaving her powerless to return them home. "Well, this path leads somewhere. Why don't we just set out and hope for the best?" "No!" she said, louder than intended. "Distance in this place, it's not the same as the real world. We could end up someplace far worse if we're not careful." "I don't see—" "By the gods!" snapped Narcissus, putting an arm protectively in front of her as lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating the distant horizon for a heartbeat. "What's wrong?" she asked, following his wide-eyed gaze, nodding to herself when she saw that the horizon was filled with moving shadows. "Did you see that? So many! What are they?" "The forgotten. The lost. Souls of the Damned. Narcissus stared hard out into the darkness, his eyes never blinking. They look like they are coming closer. We will be safe as long as we stay on the path, said Vesper, squeezing her eyes shut, trying to remember how she had returned home last time. Are you sure? He said as the lightning flashed once more, giving them another look at the listless mass of shades. Yes, she said with a confidence she didn't feel. The truth was, she had no clue. She was simply repeating what she had been told. And what happens if we step off the path? I don't know, said Vesper, staring at him. The man who took me here, he told me very little, only that I would be lost forever once I was out there. Narcissus looked at her finally, his face a mask of worry. What sort of madman would bring anyone to this place? It was during a raid. The Sandawai, blood enemies of my people, attacked our village in the middle of the night, killing any man in their path, taking the women and children to be sold off, said Vesper, thinking back to that fateful night, a mix of sadness and rage welling up from deep inside her. Papa Jufari, he was a Voden, and could see that I was Jambe, that I would make a valuable slave to the right buyer. Dragging me here was his path to escape. He said that travelling in this place was faster and kept us from prying eyes. I hope he put a blade into his heart, said Narcissus through gritted teeth, his pale face flushing an ugly shade of red. I called the storm down on him, she said, a smile coming to her face at the memory. I burned him to ash until there was nothing left but dust on the wind. Good. He gave her a feral grin, and for some reason she felt a swell of pride, the smile on her face growing wider. Now, if you could use that, what did you call it, ace, to bring us... Damn! I thought you said that we would be safe on the path. What do you mean? We are. Well, someone should tell them that, he said, pointing with a meaty hand at something down the path. Vesper cursed under her breath when a group of faceless grey shades appeared out of the darkness, turning their eyeless gaze on them as they drifted onto the path. No, she whispered, her voice trembling. Now would be a good time to remember the way home, said Narcissus, giving her a questioning look. She was about to say that they should turn and run when another shade appeared beside her, its pale white fingers grasping her forearm, bone-numbing cold shooting through her from its touch. Vesper screeched in horror, trying to pull away as the skin where it touched faded from a deep brown to a pale grey, and she lost all feeling in the limb. Dark spots had just begun to appear in her vision when a heavy blow tore away the creature's grip, followed by a blur of movement as Narcissus forced himself between her and the shade, knocking the creature back off the path. Come on, he said through chattering teeth, pulling her down the path, awkwardly locking his fingers with hers while they ran. They raced through the darkness, her breath rasping in her ears from the pain, trying to outrun the damned, dodging and darting past those who appeared on the path in front of them. Okay, I think we can stop now, she said at last, throwing a glance over her shoulder, and you can give me back my hand if you don't mind. What? Apologies, he said, letting go and bending in half, sucking in deep lungfuls of air. Vesper had just caught her breath when she saw more of them, moving onto the path not far from them, some of the shades moving toward them, while others darted off in other directions, vanishing into darkness. There are more, look. I'm no coward, said the Celt, stretching to his full height, but facing the dead, dying in this place. Please, if you can do something, now is the time. Seeing the worry in his eyes, Vesper understood how he felt. It had been like that for her when Papa Jufari had left her alone in this place. She had been forced to fend for herself, and had made the biggest mistake of her life, listening to the muted whispers of the damned, and, in a moment of foolishness, she had called a powerful lower, a lower that haunted her to this day. That's it, she said, under her breath. Mother! What? How to get out of here, she said in a rush. Do you have a knife, something I can use to cut? Backing away slowly from the blank-faced shades, Narcissus fumbled with something around his neck, handing her a small, intricate silver disc tied to a leather necklace. Here, the edges are sharp. Vesper ignored her frosting breath as the damned grew closer. Closing her eyes in anticipation of the pain, she drew the disc across her palm, opening a jagged gash in her skin. Ignoring the pain, she thrust the bloody hand above her head, calling out in a clear voice, "Papa Jufari, come to me," she commanded, drawing on the power that was in her lifeblood. A blast of hot, fetid air blew over them, the stench almost making her halt the summoning. Swallowing hard, she continued, "Grant me your boon so that I may vanquish my enemies. I offer my blood as payment. My body—" "What are you doing?" shouted Narcissus, trying to force her arm down to stop her. Pulling her hand away, Vesper shouted the chant over and over until a small tingle began at the base of her spine, blossoming upward in a wave of warmth, vibrating as it passed every inch of her back and shoulders, through her skull, until a spark of cobalt erupted from her closed fist, arcing madly in all directions. The hair on her arm stood up straight, and the air smelled of a summer storm as a cyclone formed around them, whipping dust and debris in a tight circle. "Little Osei still be a fool," shouted an unseen voice, deep and rough like falling rock on stone. "Now you call Papa Jufari to save you from your sins, to save you from the damned." The cyclone tightened while they waited, dust and barren earth slowing together from nothing until it took the vague shape of a man, shimmering and wavering like water trying to hold a shape. "I command you." "You command nothing," shouted the lower as he leaned in closer to her. "You are nothing. A child, suckling at the teat of her mother's power, lucky to be still alive." Vesper hesitated for a moment, doubt creeping in as she lowered her hand. "I do command," she said in a weak voice, "and I was lucky enough to stop you, to stop my mother, and cast you into this place for all eternity." The lower that was once Papa Jufari snorted at her, its mocking laugh echoing across the barren landscape. "Fool, Osei, eternity may be much shorter than you think. Times are coming for you all." She was about to relent and let the lower escape when Narcissus let out a blood-curdling scream, his massive form vanishing behind a wall of shades. Terrified for him, she steeled her will and opened her palm, pushing out a thin thread of blood at the shimmering lower. The moment it touched his wavering form, he howled like a thirsty animal, his vile features twisting and bending with a hungry look. "You will do as commanded," she shouted. "Join with my flesh. Give me your wisdom, and I will allow you a taste of life." "Vesper, hurry, please," screeched Narcissus from behind the mob, his voice full of agony. Focusing her attention on Papa Jufari, she did what she had with her mother, using her blood as a conduit, pulling the lower into her through the wound in her hand. He fought her all the way, cursing at her with words so vile that she had to block them out. For a heartbeat, Papa Jufari exulted, and Vesper could feel him taking control while she slipped away, like she was trying to climb a rope covered in grease, falling further away from her body each time she moved. She was almost out, holding on by her fingernails, when she heard Papa Jufari's mocking laughter, his mad cackle coming from her own lips. "You be mine now, fool Osei," he whispered in her voice. "No!" She screamed, her hatred of the foul Voden giving her strength. Focusing every ounce of her will, she kicked and clawed her way back in, pushing aside the wretched Sandawai, viciously taking back control while condemning Papa Jufari to the dark corners of her mind. With a final push, she broke his will, and a torrent of knowledge filled her mind. Every horrible act Jufari had ever committed boiled to the surface. Unimaginable, vile rituals and incantations that made her stomach turn. But buried deep within his tapestry of sins were memories. Memories of the Sandawai and their ways. Memories that gave her power. Grasping the necklace Narcissus had given her, she dragged its sharp edge along her other palm, bright red blood blossoming against the skin. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she raised her hands, draining power from the distant storm and channeling. The tingle at the base of her spine grew once more, and the air around her hummed. With a powerful cry, she released the energy of the storm in an explosive blast, wild arcs of blue energy rolling over the damned, burning them to ash. With the damned banished, she caught sight of Narcissus splayed on the cobblestone path, his skin pale and grey, his chest unmoving. "Narcissus!" she gasped, running to his side, cursing herself when she found his skin cold to the touch, like he was long gone.
"He's gone, fool, I say,"
muttered Papa Jufari from somewhere in the back of her mind, his tone mocking.
"Lost among the damned till the end of time."
"Shut up," said Vesper, forcing the Sandowai deeper into the recesses of her mind, while pounding her fists against Narcissus's unmoving body, shaking him until she was spent and her arms were numb. He had tried to save her. He didn't have to. He could have left her, but he stood as her shield, never wavering even through his fear. Without thinking, Vesper took his face in her hands, kissing him on the forehead. "I did not know you long, but you were a man of honour. May Elohim the Almighty guide you to the afterlife, to be with the ones you love, for all eternity." Struggling to her feet on legs that felt like rubber, she wiped away unshed tears while tearing through Jafari's memories, hunting, probing for the ritual that would take her home. But which home? She could return to Rome. She had given her word to Lucilla, but without Narcissus there to train her, to protect her, she was sure that the Roman who had betrayed her father, who had committed her to die, would see to her end in short order. Her village was gone, burned to the ground. There would be nothing for her to return to. To Lucilla directly, then, she decided, not knowing what else to do. Using Papa Jufari's knowledge, she began to trace a rune on the ground, matching it to one of the concentric patterns that decorated her arms, repeating the motion while chanting under her breath, her thoughts focused on where she wanted to be. The air in front of her began to ripple, tiny circles that reflected the patterns on her arms, looking like raindrops on still water, and after a moment she could see Palatine Hill, in the jewel that was Rome. Vesper was about to step through when, suddenly, she felt something from Papa Jufari, deep in the dark depths of her mind where she had caged him. He was satisfied, almost happy. Using his own knowledge, she brought him closer to the surface of her mind, slackening the chains of the vial lower. "What am I missing?" she asked, full of suspicion.
"Nothing, fool, I say. Papa Jufari is happy to be gone from this place. Nothing more."
Not trusting the lower, she opened herself to the distant storm, drawing in its power to augment her will, using her new strength to shred Papa Jufari's will, taking what she wanted instead of trying to cajole him. "Tell me." He resisted at first, pushing back, trying to resist her, but she was flesh and blood, full of borrowed power and wisdom, and he was nothing more than spirit, long dead. "The Celt," he whimpered, his voice frail and weak. "A part of him still resides in the flesh, but the ritual, the price is high, too high." Rushing back to where Narcissus fell, she cursed herself when she caught a hint of colour in his cheeks, bright pink against his now barren grey skin. Touching his face, she gasped when she found it warm. "My blood," she said, nodding to herself. "I can restore what the shades took from him."
"Stupid, O say, so full of mercy. What is he to you? Not kin? Not ally?"
"That's what's wrong with your people, Jafari. The Sandowai have no love, no heart. Kindness and friendship, even honour, is dismissed so easily."
"Those things make a man weak,"
said Papa Jufari, his tone full of scorn as she delved into his mind, taking what she needed. Vesper shook her head, ignoring the lie, laughing at the lower's twisted philosophy. "A phalanx is only as strong as the men who make it up," she muttered, remembering a lesson her aunt had taught her long ago.
"What nonsense is that?" said Jufari. "Roman drivel for sure. The Sandowai have the power to break them, and we will. You will see."
She smiled to herself, knowing the truth. "That's why they defeated your people. Mine too," she said, smearing her blood all over Narcissus's hairy shoulders and chest, her spirits rising when the colour returned wherever she touched. "They understand that no one individual is greater than the whole, that an unbreakable shield can stand up to the most powerful assault, if executed properly." The lower continued to rage about the superiority of his people and their ways, but Vesper was able to mute it to a mild buzzing while she prepared, using Narcissus's trinket to reopen the wound on each of her palms. Then, drawing on Jafari's memories, she sliced deep into his chest, cringing with worry when deep red blood spilled down his torso, tricking over his ribs and staining the grey cobblestone a bright crimson.
"This will be your undoing,"
shouted Jafari just as Vesper bowed her head in concentration, placing her bloody palms against the wound she had made on his chest. Drawing on the lower's wisdom, if she could call it that, she began to sing under her breath, calling to the ace that was in her blood, guiding it through the wound in Narcissus's chest. The energy began to flow from her into him, and Vesper almost fell over from the shooting pain, like someone had plunged a needle into her skull, almost blinding her. Using all the strength she had, she somehow managed to continue. The lines of ace on her arms began to glow as she fed her life force into him with one hand, while at the same time drawing life from him with the other, cycling blood and energy through her and back to him in an infinite loop, losing herself in the rhythm of life and death. Vesper lost track of time and space, all of her senses shutting down, until all she heard was her own rasping breath. Then, as if the sun rose in the distance, she felt him, his heat beating down on her face, his heartbeat thundering in her ear, its powerful rhythm beating in perfect unison with hers. "Vesper, are you all right?" said Narcissus, holding up her wavering form so she wouldn't fall. "What? Wait. You're just tired and thirsty." "How do I know this? What did you do to me? To us?" She put her hand to her temple and smiled to herself, knowing that he already knew the answer, somehow able to feel his confusion. "I had to do something, and luckily—" "You were able to call on the knowledge of the lower you summoned," he said, hesitating. "Papa Jufari?" "Yes." Narcissus's brow drew together as he stared at her, his mouth opening and closing while he hunted for the words. "Will it always be like this?" he said at last, understanding dawning in his eyes. "I don't know," said Vesper with a shrug. "But for now, we are bound," he said, finishing her thoughts, "and it's time for us to leave this place." Vesper nodded as they both struggled to their feet, holding on to one another for support. Drawing on what little strength she had, she began the ritual that would take them back to Rome, back home, when she stopped, suddenly, shooting a look at Narcissus, who stood behind her, his face a deep shade of crimson. Shaking his head, he gave her an apologetic look before shrugging at her with a childlike grin. "You are going to have to control your thoughts if this is going to work," she began, frowning in disgust. "Bah! You do have very fine hips. It's a compliment, not an insult." Not saying another word, Vesper stilled her mind as she completed the ritual, smiling to herself when the rippling portal appeared before them. "It's time to go home," she said, proudly staring at her work. Narcissus said nothing, letting his eyes roam over her body as he stepped through the shimmering door. Vesper was about to step through when she felt it again, that odd sense of glee coming from Papa Jufari. And at last she understood. "You want me to take you through," she said. "That's what you've been trying so hard to hide from me." Jufari fell silent as he cowered deep within her, but his thoughts betrayed him, and Vesper could sense his anger, his fear. Taking him through would give him a semblance of life, just as she had for her mother. Not wanting anything more to do with the vile man, she dug deep, rooting him out as he begged and pleaded. When at last she had him wrapped in her will, she was amazed at how small and pathetic he was, and wondered how she had ever feared him. "Goodbye, Jufari," she said, casting him out, blasting his wretched spirit off the cobblestone path and onto the barren earth. I may call on you one day, but for now, enjoy your life among the damned." In the distance, she heard him wail, his hatred echoing over the barren landscape. With him gone, Vesper could feel the power, the knowledge he had granted her, fading, along with all the hatred he held in his heart. She was herself again, and with a laugh of pure joy, she stepped through the portal, leaving the fallen Voden to his fate as she went to hers. Chapter 14. A Family Dinner. Lucilla wrung her hands under the table, her eyes darting in all directions. It had been days since the incident with her brother, and when he summoned her to this dinner, she feared the worst. Part of her was sure he was so drunk that he had forgotten the whole incident, but until she spoke with him, she couldn't be sure, so she tried to distract herself, picking at the sumptuous appetizers the servants had laid out, dates, cheese and olives, all the while conversing with the nervous senator to her right, whose name she could never remember, a small man with a weak chin and grand sense of self-importance. To her left sat her husband, Claudius, who, despite not having a drop of wine, was falling asleep. The rest of the dinner guests were a mix of her brother's sycophants, along with a few of his favourite courtesans, both men and women, their provocative dress leaving little to the imagination. "Are you all right, my lady?" said the senator, giving her a concerned look. "You seem taken by worry." "What? Yes, of course," said Lucilla. "I'm just tired." "Oh, yes, with all the strange goings-on, I can hardly sleep myself." "What do you mean?" she asked, her worry about Commodus forgotten. "You must have heard, Lady Lucilla. I mean with all the sightings and that strange storm the other day. Terrifying." Lucilla's brows drew together, and she leaned in closer. "Heard what? I remember the storm, but sightings?" The senator took a deep swallow of his wine, and then leaned in close, lowering his voice. "At first I thought it was just my slaves being stubborn, not wanting to work the harvest after dark. But then I heard that there were incidents all over the countryside," he said, his eyes growing wider with each passing moment. "And then, on my estates, in the garden, I saw my mother sitting in the garden humming to herself, just like she did when I was a child." "I'm not sure that is so strange, Senator. I mean, my mother last drew breath when Antonius Pius was Caesar. She has been gone for a long time," he said in a loud whisper. "I see," said Lucilla, drawing in a deep breath as a chill went through her, gooseflesh running up and down her arms. With Felix gone, she had lost access not only to him, but to the eyes and ears of his men, and now, looking around the room, she could see what the senator was talking about, the tired eyes, the nervous laughs. At first, she thought it was the fear of her brother. The stories of his mad antics had spread among the nobles and plebeians alike, and an invitation to be in his presence, for whatever reason, made most nervous. But now she understood. The incidents were growing worse, and now everyone had been touched, from slave to senator. She was about to probe deeper when a hand fell on the senator's shoulder. "Senator Magnus, would you do me the pleasure of granting me the lady's company?" Lucilla cringed inwardly when she heard the powerful voice, cursing the weak-chinned senator, who easily gave up his seat with a simpering smile and not a hint of fight. "Shatters," she said, as the tall chamberlain squeezed in beside her, showing her his teeth that glowed a bright white against his dark skin. "Augusta," he said, with a hint of amusement in his voice. Lucilla bristled, raising her chin in anger but not taking the bait. Instead, she took a sip of her wine, giving him a polite smile as she spoke. "It has been a long time since I was Empress. Augusta is no longer an appropriate title." The chamberlain looked disappointed as he smoothed the purple sash of office at his shoulder while adjusting his tunic. "Of course, my lady. My memory is not what it should be. Of course it must be difficult, having risen so high, to have fallen so low." "And what do we call you?" she asked, raising an eyebrow at his boldness. "Do we call you Caesar now that my brother has tasked you with running the empire?" Shatters laughed, bowing his head slightly before continuing. "No, my lady, I am but a humble servant, and I do not have such lofty ambitions. I am simply doing whatever Commodus commands of me." That's all? Of course, my lady. Lucilla took a calming breath, but something in the Chamberlain's mocking tone put her on edge. Well then, servant, she said through clenched teeth, you should know better than to address my brother as anything else but Caesar, and that, as a humble servant, your very presence at this table is an offence against protocol. Your place is among the other servants in the room, waiting to... How did you say it? Do as Commodus commands? You cannot speak. Yes, I can, she said. You seem to forget your place. You are nothing. A whore suckling on the reins of power, little better than the courtesans fluttering about the room, sniffing for coins. You exist only for the pleasure of your betters, and, don't worry, once my brother tires of your lips on his bottom, you'll be disposed of just as quickly. Shatters flinched, his jaw clenching and unclenching. For a moment Lucilla hoped he was about to lose control and do something stupid, but instead he gave her the slightest of nods, while keeping his face perfectly still. As my lady commands, he said at last, quickly leaving her side. Was that Shatters? Asked her husband on the other side of her, his voice tired and weary. Lucilla's shoulders slumped, and she emptied her cup, motioning to a servant to fill her up while she stared straight ahead. Yes. What did he want? He was just making idle conversation, she lied, at last turning to look at him with a tight-lipped smile. Be careful of that one, he said, popping a date in his mouth. He's been given a great deal of authority to manage the affairs of the Empire, and I've heard rumours that he warms the Emperor's bed. Of course, husband, she said, patting his age-spotted hand. Good, good. It is best we stay out of these things, he said, turning his attention back to the man on the other side of him. Lucilla pressed her lips together, grateful that he saw her as nothing more than an accessory on his arm. Claudius was her second husband, almost twice her age, and she still cursed her father for arranging the marriage. While he was wealthy and well-placed politically, he was Syrian by birth, and thus limited in how far he could rise. But more than that, his best years were well behind him, and the fire of ambition had gone out of him, and he was now content with where he was in life. She, on the other hand, was still young, full of vigour, and she had already tasted the heights of power and hungered to return to it. The servants brought another course, roasted peacock covered in garum, a dish most nobles enjoyed, but Lucilla found it bland, with all the flavour coming from the spicy fish sauce instead of the meat. Catching view of Publius, she pushed the plate aside and left the table, threading her way through the throng of guests. My lady, said the thick-waisted prefect when she came close, running a finger under his red, bulbous nose, indicating he was well into his cups despite the sun having just set. You look like Venus herself on this fine evening. Lucilla ignored his leering smile and gave him a polite nod. Thank you, Publius, you are too kind. I'm surprised to find you here, she began, taking him by the elbow and leading him out onto one of the balconies off the feast hall. Lowering her voice, she continued, Were you informed of what happened a few days ago? Of course I am, he said, moving closer to her, rubbing a hand up and down her arm. Are you well? Something like that would shake anyone to the core. I'm fine, she said, wanting to pull away but forcing herself to endure his touch. Keeping him as an ally was important, now more than ever. Is he always like that now? I tried to tell you that very morning. His mind. 1 minute he is as sane as you or me, the next a madman, killing slaves because his bath is not the right temperature. Is it the drink? Asked Lucilla. Publius took a sip of wine, covering a belch with the back of his hand. No, I don't think so. He was always impulsive. But after your father died, it was like the shackles had been thrown off, and he's growing worse with each passing day. Lucilla was about to ask about the incidents, desperate to know if her brother took the threat seriously during his moments of lucidity, or if he truly didn't care. But just then Shatters called out for the attention of the room. "Honoured guests," he boomed, his powerful voice carrying across the vaulted chamber. "I give you his greatness, Caesar, Marcus, Aurelius, Commodus, Antoninus, Augustus." "By the gods, she whispered when she caught sight of her brother, her jaw falling open. Her brother, Caesar Augustus of the greatest empire in all the history of mankind, strolled among his adoring sycophants, dressed in nothing but a loincloth and a giant club, casually draped over one shoulder. "Well, he certainly looks like Hercules," said Publius, licking his lips. Lucilla said nothing, keeping her thoughts to herself. She couldn't understand how he had fallen so far so quickly. It was clear Commodus enjoyed the attention as he played to the crowd, assuming heroic poses and flexing his fine physique while the crowd gawked and cheered. The lamps suddenly dimmed, and Lucilla thought the show was over until Commodus raised his voice. "Make room, he shouted, pushing his circle of onlookers outward into a larger circle before raising the club above his head, while he pointed to a door at the back of the hall. "Now, my friends, witness the terrifying monster, the beast whose golden fur is impervious to any weapon forged by man, the Nemean lion." The crowd, as one, gasped in awe when the doors opened, and a massive beast with a golden hide stalked through. In the flickering light, she could see its ivory-coloured fangs and proud mane adorning its neck, and for a heartbeat Lucilla thought it was a real beast, a monster out of legend. But when it drew closer, the strange lumpy protrusions in its back and filthy, bootless feet peeking out from under the hide made it clear that a lion's hide had been draped over someone hunched over. More than someone. "Dwarfs!" laughed Publius, spilling dark wine like blood onto the fine marble. Ever the showman, Commodus pointed with his club, dropping into a fighting stance to face the mock beast. "Fear not, citizens of Rome. I, Commodus, son of Jupiter, will slay this monster." As he finished speaking, the lion awkwardly charged, its gait clumsy and uneven. At first she thought the battle was going to be little more than Commodus and the beast circling one another, with her brother taking a few amusing swings. But the instant the monster closed in, Commodus unleashed a vicious swing, everyone falling silent when the club slammed into the side on the lion's head, filling the room with the sound of snapping bones. Her brother followed up his first blow with a powerful overhand chop, driving it to the floor. "This can't be happening," said Lucilla, covering her mouth as the rear portion of the creature struggled to get up, only to be bashed again and again by her brother, who smiled gleefully each time he brought the club down. "It is done! I have saved you!" shouted Commodus, throwing away the club and reaching down to tear the golden mane off the twitching body. Raising the bloodied pelt over his head, he turned in a circle, breathing hard with a beaming smile on his face. "Now, let us celebrate my victory. Drink, eat." To her horror, Commodus draped the bloody mane over his shoulders, not caring or noticing the blood streaming down his shoulder and chest. Turning her attention to what was left of the lion, Lucilla shuddered when she realised the beast was nothing more than a pair of misshapen dwarves, who were now little more than a quivering pool of broken flesh and blood. "I must see to the servants," said Publius, wiping a shaking hand down his face. "We can't leave this mess here, not in the palace." As he moved to get someone to take care of the mess, Lucilla grabbed him by the wrists, turning him so she looked him directly in the eyes when she spoke. Her voice was shaking. "I think it would be best if we did not wait for our weekly meeting. Come to my villa in the morning." "Of course, I'm always at your disposal. But what for, may I ask?" Lucilla bit the inside of her cheek, her stomach fluttering just as she spoke the words. "Because I may have misspoken the other day. Because I believe it is time to do as you said." Publius came closer, his eyes darting in all directions. "Do you mean yes? My brother must die." Chapter 15. The Problem with Beards. "I don't understand any of it. I only know that it's driving me mad, and it has to be undone," said Vesper, dragging her nails across her cheeks, sighing in sweet relief. The lower, that was once her mother, shrugged at her, a pained look coming to her face.
"I cannot explain it, daughter. What you did has never been done by any Jambe. It is unknown among the Oze."
"And the smell," she continued, wrinkling her nose. "It is like I have a wet dog in my nostrils all the time. How does he live like that?" Vesper knew the lower did not have the answer. She had asked the same questions over and over, and her mother could only shrug. Frustrated, she got up from her simple, narrow bed and began pacing her small cell, every few moments itching in places she didn't know she had. It had been like this from the moment they had returned from the barren wasteland of the other place, or maybe a bit before when he had awoken. She wasn't sure, but she could feel him all the time, like he was an extra limb, even now, in the middle of the night. Whatever he ate or smelled, sometimes even touched, she felt it too.
"I'm sure it is some twisted form of ace that the Sandawai practice,"
said her mother, leaning against the cell wall.
"If you could remember what you did, we could find a way to undo it."
Vesper had returned to her cell that day to find the lower waiting obediently for her, still in the shape of a cat, so Narcissus wouldn't suspect, although she was sure he knew. To make matters worse, the connection between them was two-way, and he complained just as loudly about the things he felt from her. He complained non-stop over the tightness of her braids, and apparently she had an odd habit of licking her lips in a way that drove him mad. Yes, I'm sure the answers lie with the knowledge I borrowed from him, but Jafari's memories faded much faster than my time with you. Within a few minutes I remembered nothing of what I did, or how I did it.
"Lower are not meant to be used in such a way,"
said her mother, her mask of beauty slipping so that Vesper saw the boiled flesh and rotting grin she knew was her real face.
"They are summoned to grant a bit of wisdom or perform a simple task, but to possess their knowledge, to share a body with them like you do, I've never heard of such a thing."
"Well, you have only yourself to blame for all of this," she said, crossing her arms. "If not for your trickery—"
"You don't understand. I had spent decades trapped in that horrible place, desperate to be free," said her mother, raising her voice. "I would have done anything, to feel sunlight on my face, to eat food, drink wine, to live."
Vesper scratched at her face once more, her nostrils flaring. "Including murdering your daughter?"
"I don't expect you to understand the ways of the world. Magda was a fool to shelter you so much," said the lower, hissing in anger when her form shifted from that of a beautiful woman to that of a small, sleek, black cat, and then back again. "And now you are not ready for the darkness that we face."
"Don't talk about Magda that way. She was a good person, far better than you. She was at my side for every day of my life. She died trying to protect me, trying to protect our people," she said, her memory of her aunt's wide smile and round face flashing through her mind. "And why do you keep doing that?"
"Only Olojimar knows," said her mother, throwing up her hands in frustration. "I was the most powerful Jambe in the history of our people. Generals feared me, and the wisest Caesar of the last 100 years heeded my counsel. My control of Ace was so great that I could summon lightning from a clear sky. And now all my strength is gone. I can hardly maintain a simple glamour. The minute my thoughts wander, or let myself get distracted, I lose control."
For a moment, Vesper felt a pang of sympathy, and her hand twitched to reach out to her. But then she remembered the pain her mother had caused her with her lies and deceit. You made your choices, and you paid the price.
"Yes, I did,"
spat her mother, her beautiful face twisting in fury.
"I was willing to sacrifice everything, including my life. But I've been given another chance to make things right, to fulfill my destiny and protect the world. But to do that I need Ace, power, but nothing works. And I am beginning to suspect that whatever I am, I cannot truly touch the world."
"But you're not just in my mind anymore. You're flesh. I can feel you. And the other day Narcissus saw you. I'm sure of it," said Vesper.
"I'm not spirit nor flesh. I'm something in between, trapped once more. But now it's worse because I can see and smell all the things I long for. But the sun does not warm my skin, and I cannot taste wine on my tongue."
Vesper bowed her head, a disturbing thought burning through her mind. Do you truly wish to make things right, to protect the world for the chaos that we know is coming? Or are you playing me in hopes I will be foolish enough to help you do those horrible things you tried to do last time? Her mother nodded.
"I understand what my goals looked like to an outsider, to Magda. She must have thought me insane in my desire to destroy Rome and her people. But your aunt did not see my years of frustration trying to bend the will of Marcus Aurelius, to prepare for what I knew was coming. And in the end, when he wouldn't listen, so I took matters into my own hands. If I would have succeeded in my plans, the Osei would be an empire once more, strong enough to endure the coming darkness. But because I failed, there is no one to stand against the oncoming crisis. The empire is weak, and we have a fool on the throne."
"Then teach me," said Vesper, licking her lips. "Not just what my aunt was willing to show me about drawing on ace from nature, but all of it."
"Do you know what you are asking?"
said her mother, leaning back. "I have done things, seen things," began Vesper, taking a deep breath to control her excitement. "Things my aunt could not explain, things I couldn't explain."
"What things?"
said the lower, steepling her fingers. Vesper looked at the ceiling of her tiny cell, imagining the stars underneath the open sky, before she continued. "The first time Magda opened my eyes to the greater world and showed me the tapestry that makes up the night sky, the connections that bind us all together, and our history, I looked for you."
"And found nothing,"
said her mother, swallowing hard. "Yes," said Vesper, continuing. "There was only a ragged hole where your image in the tapestry should have been. And then I went deeper, through the void. I found many, many places where the weave was frayed and torn." The glamour shrouding her mother vanished entirely, revealing her blighted appearance.
"This has been known to the Jambe for a long time. It is the reason we made our pact with Rome. This is what I saw every time I looked at the night sky. Not the stars, or even the connections, but the void. Then when I came to Rome, the stars were gone entirely, and only the emptiness remained."
Vesper nodded along as the lower spoke, having seen the same things when her aunt brought her on that fateful night to Palatine Hill. "But there is more."
"More?"
"On the night Magda died, she killed a Sandawai warrior, and as he was passing, I don't know what I did, but I took his
essence."
"Yes," she said, her entire body shuddering at the memory. "And the day I locked you away on the cobblestone path, I drew power from the dead." Her mother fell silent, her form locked into that of the shade, never once changing. When she spoke at last, her voice was hollow, her eyes distant.
"The power to bend reality to your will, ace as we call it, can come from many sources. Your aunt and most of our people choose the path of nature, to draw on only simple plants and trees for strength. That is why your aunt placed the image of the mighty baobab on your chest, to serve as a guide to your ace, to strengthen your connection to the natural world."
"But there are other paths," said Vesper, understanding dawning.
"There are those that draw on the power of the spirit, of death, directly from the void."
"Like Papa Jufari and the Sandawai."
"Yes," said her mother, "but they have lost so much of their power through foolishness and superstition. They are poor practitioners."
"What else?"
"Life itself," whispered her mother in reverence. "But it is a rare talent, and dangerous."
"Dangerous? Dangerous how?"
"The touch of life is intoxicating," said her mother, her entire form shaking. "It is better than any drink or food, better than the touch of a lover. It is like being wrapped in pure joy.
That doesn't sound... Vesper snapped her mouth shut, raising a hand to silence her mother when she felt Narcissus come awake. She could tell he was angry, irritated. "This connection is maddening," she said after she felt him return to sleep.
"I will teach you," said her mother suddenly, pushing out her chin, "but for a favour."
"Always a price or a favour with you," said Vesper, pushing back the boiling anger in her belly, "even after all your nonsense about protecting the world and fulfilling your destiny."
"It's not like that. It is not something for me, but to honour the promise to a friend,"
said her mother, looking away. "What is it then? Tell me."
"That you let me join with you," she whispered. "That we go out to the city as one, to see my friend. After that I will teach you as best I can."
Vesper almost laughed, but stopped in fear of waking Narcissus once more. Instead she gave the lower an incredulous look. "You must take me for a fool. Never."
"I know you have no reason to trust me, but I give you my word. I only wish to find my friend, and even then I wouldn't risk losing my foothold on the world. What happens if I fail, and you send me back to that barren wasteland?"
Vesper fell silent, her mind racing. The last time she had made a bargain with the lower, she had nearly lost her life, as the vile spirit had pushed her out of her own body, leaving her disembodied in that barren wasteland. But she had kept her word that day on the sands, saving Lilith's life. "You give me your word, no tricks."
"I give you my word, daughter. I only want to find my friend and keep my promise," said her mother. "And during the time we spend joined together, I will teach you as much as I can, and more in the days to come."
Rising to her feet, Vesper removed the linen tunic she wore to sleep in and put on a longer one that allowed her legs to be free, so she could move easily if she needed to. Finally, she buckled up the leather vest that Narcissus had found for her, hoping that if things went poorly, it could provide some protection. At last, she turned to her mother, who watched her expectantly. "I know I'm going to regret this, but, as the Romans say, fortune favours the bold, does it not?" Her mother rose and smoothed her tunic, a crooked smile on her face.
"That it does, daughter, that it does," she said,
reaching out for Vesper's hand.
"Let us go and see Rome, as only I can show you. And if we happen to have a little wine and some fun, it'll do us both a world of good."
Chapter 16. A Little Mustard. "Honoured guests, senators, nobles, the Emperor has had a special feast prepared to celebrate all the good you have done for the Empire, and to honour you for all your kind words that have reached his ear. Please sit so that the main course may be served," said Shatters, the Emperor's chamberlain, standing at his side at the head of the table, a brilliant white smile on his angular face, while he motioned that they should all sit. Commodus, for his part, said nothing. He simply sat with the lion's mane atop his head, the still warm blood from the murdered dwarves streaming down his shoulders and chest. "I half expected this feast to be over with the Emperor's victory over the beast of Nubia," said Lucilla sarcastically, taking her seat next to the weak-chinned senator, Magnus, once more. "I don't think I've ever seen anything more disturbing in my life," said the senator, wine sloshing over his shaking hand as he emptied his cup. Lucilla smiled into her drink, thinking that the senator had not spent enough time around her brother. Commodus was disturbing at the best of times, but today was beyond the pale. "That was terrifying," she said at last, looking over to see that the senator was pale and waxen, like he was about to vomit. "To murder anyone like that, even a slave," he began, bending over the side of his seat and breathing hard. Recoiling in disgust, Lucilla looked away from him, turning her attention to her husband, who frowned at the whole scene. "The men of the Senate have grown soft," he said. I'm sure he has never swung a sword or slept a day away from his estates." "He is a symptom of a greater plague that threatens the Empire," sniffed Lucilla, pulling away from the senator and raising her cup to her brother. "It feels like we are surrounded by weak men pretending beyond their abilities. Don't you think, Tiberius?" Her husband followed her gaze to the Emperor, matching her gesture by raising his cup to Commodus with a tight-lipped smile. "He is nothing more than a pompous idiot," he said, turning back to her, "and I rue the day I refused the rank of Caesar when your father offered it." "At least you would have been able to temper the worst of his impulses," she said, leaning in close. "With my father gone, and the Senate full of impotent men like Magnus over there, my brother will drive the Empire to ruin." "Well, there is nothing we can do about him now but wait," said her husband. "I only hope that his reign is short and that whoever replaces him is a better man." Lucilla gave her husband a sidelong glance, debating if she should inform him of her plans and hopes for her brother. He had spent most of his life serving the Empire and hated to see it fall to ruin. But he was also one of the most honest men she had ever met, frustratingly so, and she had doubts he would ever participate in a murder or coup, no matter how disgusted he found her brother. "We do not have to wait," she blurted out, coming to a decision in that exact moment. "It's been done before, to better emperors, for less." An angry line formed in her husband's brow, and she recoiled at the thundering rage she saw in his eyes. "You will do no such thing," he seethed, coming to his feet. "I forbid it. Do you understand?" "Yes, husband," she said in a small voice, cursing herself for being impulsive, for misreading the situation. It was certain he wanted Commodus to leave this world as much as she did, but he would never do anything dishonourable. He was content leaving the murder to someone else, while he did nothing. "Good," he said, offering his hand for her to stand. "I've had enough of this idiocy. Your brother can be a fool on his own time. We're done here." They were about to depart when a troop of slaves, dressed in very little, entered the room, carrying a pair of covered silver serving platters, each one as long as a man and just as wide. "What in the name of the gods is he serving?" cursed her husband, covering his nose as the slaves walked by them, the dish reeking of mustard. "I don't know," she said, "but there's another one. We'd better sit." Her husband swore under his breath, taking his seat while grumbling about some warm milk and his bed. "This is the meal you all deserve," shouted Commodus from the head of the table, smiling like a young boy bedding a maiden for the first time. With the flick of his wrist, he motioned for the slaves to remove the covers of the serving platters. The slaves did so, ever so slowly, like it was part of a show, a spectacle for the Emperor, whose gaze never wavered from the scene. "Monster," whispered Lucilla, covering her mouth in disgust when she finally saw the feast her brother had prepared. Lying on each of the platters, surrounded by a bounty of turnips, carrots, and onions piled high, were a pair of dwarves, each one slathered in a pungent mustard which clotted and clung to their hair-covered arms and chests. "They are still alive," muttered her husband, his jaw clenching. Looking closer at the platter closest to her, she could see the diminutive man's chest rise and fall, his entire body shivering from fright or from cold. She wasn't sure. "Why would he do such a thing?" she said, leaning in close to her husband. "I don't give a damn, but I've had enough of your brother's childish antics for one evening. It's well past time we returned home," he said, standing once more. "In fact, I think I've had enough of the city for a time. At first light tomorrow we will go to our estate in the countryside. The fresh air will do us both a world of good." Lucilla moved to follow her husband when her brother shouted from the head of the table. "Lucilla, sit down!" he yelled. "You too, Tiberius!" Her husband stiffened, his dark eyes flashing with anger, as he locked his gaze onto Commodus. "It's consul, or at the very least general." For a moment, it looked like her brother was going to lash out. But then, to her surprise, he gave her husband the slightest nod, turning his attention to the weak-chinned senator at her side. "Senator Magnus," said Commodus. Lucilla turned to see the senator shaking in his tunic, his eyes wide. "Yes, Caesar?" he said in a shaking voice. "As you seem to be fond of calling me an ass," said Commodus, "I have reserved the rump of our feast just for you. Eat." Senator Magnus whimpered like a beaten dog as the Emperor stared him down. But those words were spoken only in jest. I never—" "Eat!" shouted Commodus, hefting the blood-soaked club at his side and standing to his full height. A hush fell over the crowd as the senator reached for a knife, his hand shaking. "Please, Caesar, Lucilla blinked, and Commodus raced down the length of the table and was top of the smaller man, elbowing her aside while manhandling him over the side of the sprawling table. "You disloyal turd! Do as I command!" he seethed, forcing the senator's face onto the serving platter. The room fell silent, the only sound coming from the senator's pleas and half-choked sobs as he fought against the Emperor's iron grip. Taking a calming breath, Lucilla pushed away from the table. "Commodus, stop this," she began, cursing herself for not just letting the idiot senator die. "Magnus is a loyal citizen of the Empire. That means he's loyal to you." The Emperor continued to force the hapless senator's face into the dwarf's flesh, and for a heartbeat, Lucilla thought he didn't hear her. But then he relented, his dark eyes falling on her. "And you, sister," he said, giving Magnus a last shove for good measure, "what part of this feast would be good for you?" he asked, towering over her. Lucilla swallowed hard, and for a moment she thought that somehow her thoughts had been uncovered. Whispers of her plot to see him dead had reached his ears. But then, to her relief, he pointed at the dwarf. "Perhaps the loins. You always—" Before she could stop herself, she slapped her brother so hard that her hand left an imprint on his face. "I'm a married woman," she spat, not daring to back down now, knowing that doing so meant her life would be forfeited. "Not a courtesan plaything to amuse you." Her brother's eyes darted around the room, glaring at everyone at once, daring them to speak, until, one by one, they all looked away. "You are what I say you are," he began, lacing his fingers into her hair and pushing her face down onto the table. Lucilla opened her mouth to scream when the taste and smell of mustard filled her senses, the bitter paste filling her mouth and nose, her eyes stinging as Commodus smeared it all over her face before continuing, "And next time you disrespect me, I will send you to the arena to entertain me with your blood on the sands." Lucilla grunted when her brother threw her down to the floor, stepping over her to return to the head of the table. Spitting up the mustard and wiping her face on her tunic, she stood up, her face red with fury. "Do you think you are the only emperor who has ever been laughed at by the plebeians, by the Senate? This is the way of things. It is a strong ruler who makes the lives of those mock him better, and a foolish one to think he can bully his critics to silence." "Not in my empire!" he shouted, slamming his club down on the table, shattering wood and sending bronze and pewter cutlery in all directions. "I don't care who you are, or how your families are. If you speak ill of me again, it is you who will be on the serving platters next time." She was about to rush forward to speak to him, when a hand pulled her back. "Lucilla, don't," said her husband, shaking his head. "Someone must stand up to him before it is too late," she said, pulling her arm away and raising her voice. "Commodus!" she shouted. Her brother stopped in his tracks, cocking his head and slowly turning to face her. "Sister," he said, "choose your next words very carefully. I have been merciful so far, but my patience is wearing thin." "Merciful," she said, approaching him slowly like she would an unbroken horse. "Brother, I worry for you. You spend all of your time drinking and carousing with whores, and you leave the governance of your empire to—" "Enough!" he said, his handsome face twisting with rage. "My father spent almost every day of his rule in the saddle in some far-off frontier, warring with our neighbours, ignoring the people, in his pursuit for blood and glory. I have given the Empire peace for the first time in decades. My citizens and slaves love me. I have opened the games to all. Wine and bread flows freely to every insular in the city, filling every hungry belly. Rome is made greater by my very presence. Are you and these nobles so blind that you can't see that?" Lucilla knew that part of what he was saying was true. He had done exactly as he said, and the plebeians, the common folk, loved him for it. Ruling an empire is more than just handing out denarii to the poor. "What would you know of ruling, sister?" he said, shaking his head. "Lucius was Caesar when you were married, not you. And when the poor fool died, father raised me to be co-emperor, not you. You cannot leave the rulership of the empire to your chamberlain while you drink yourself blind." She countered, a murmur of approval running through the room. Commodus let out a deep sigh, lowering the club while he looked around the room. "You don't understand. None of you do. But then, of course, none of you have been blessed by Jupiter, as I have. You lack the wisdom of the divine. I will have to teach you, to make an example of one of you, so that you will all understand. You are the son of Marcus Aurelius," said Lucilla, lowering her voice, reaching out to take his hand. Her brother ignored her outstretched hand, while giving her a thoughtful look. "You will be my example, sister," he said, raising his head and speaking to the room. "Your sacrifice will show everyone that I am willing to risk the things I love for the good of the empire." "Commodus, what in the name of—" "My dear Lucilla," he said, laying a heavy hand on her shoulder, "in tomorrow's games, you shall stand trial by combat." "Trial? For what?" she scoffed, blinking in confusion. "For your defiance, for questioning my divine rule." "You can't do that," said her husband, suddenly at her side. "She is not some common—" "You forget yourself, Tiberius," boomed Commodus, puffing out his chest. "I am Caesar. I can do whatever I want, and tomorrow, in the arena, Lucilla will face a trial by combat. If she wins, then it will be as if nothing ever happened, and I will welcome her back into my arms with love and affection." Lucilla raised her chin, giving her brother a defiant look. "Why not just kill me now? I have never held a sword. To throw me in the arena is a death sentence." Her brother fell silent, hefting the blood-stained club he had used to kill the dwarves. "You are right, and I am nothing but fair," he said, narrowing his eyes. "Salteris, the traitor girl from the games the other day, the one that ignited the crowd by surviving her execution. What was her name again?" "Vesper," said the chamberlain with a wide smile, appearing at his side as if by magic. "There you are, sister. This Vesper certainly has some skill. She will fight in your place. She wins, you live. She loses, you die." Chapter 17. Old Friends. Vesper swayed in place, bracing herself against the wall of her tiny cell to not fall over. She had thought that sharing her body with her mother would have become easier each time, but even without the battle for control, for dominance, it was still a struggle, and her stomach churned in protest while her head spun. "Stop fighting it," said her mother, once more fully in her head. "If I had a belly, I would be vomiting now." "Well, it's my stomach, and if you don't stop talking, I will vomit everywhere," she said, taking deep, slow breaths. To Vesper's surprise, the ritual had gone as planned. She had done as she had before, cutting into the flesh of her palm while calling her mother's spirit to join with her, the wound healing almost instantly once their spirits were together. Knowing her mother, part of her had expected some sort of treachery, but there was none of that. only the strange nausea of joining two souls into one body.
"No treachery, daughter," said the lower, reading her thoughts. "This will not be as before. There is no conflict. I will honour my word."
I know. I can feel it now that we are sharing our thoughts. It certainly doesn't feel like last time. Nodding to herself, Vesper stood up straight, trying to steady herself while decades of her mother's knowledge and experience mixed with her own, memories of people she never met, rituals she could only dream of, and ways of using Ace she thought impossible were as simple as breathing. It all came forth in a rush, nearly overwhelming her. "What do we do now?" she said, catching her balance at last.
"Now we go out and enjoy the spoils of night in the greatest city in the world,"
said the lower with excitement in her voice, while she tightened the leather vest that Vesper wore, pushing up her bosom while she adjusted her tunic so that the long shirt showed her legs. "I thought you were going to look for a friend," asked Vesper. Vesper found herself smiling as her mother gently took full control of her body, and she herself faded to the background, finding it strange every time she heard herself speak, knowing that the words were not her own.
"Yes, but that doesn't mean we can't enjoy ourselves. A cup of wine or two never hurt anyone."
"I've never drank. Magda forbade it," she said sheepishly, watching with curiosity while her own arm drew a pattern on the cell door, and a rush of heat coursed through her, making her heart beat faster.
"That sounds a lot like my sister," said Lilith,
as the cell door opened on rusted hinges.
"This could be a good thing. It always took me far too much wine to enjoy myself. Now it seems like I'll be a young girl again, drunk on a few sips."
"Mother," said Vesper, "you can't get me drunk."
"Someone has to,"
she said, strolling out into the corridor, much to the surprise of the gladiator in the cell across from her, who sounded like he swallowed his tongue when she walked by.
"Wine is a gift from the gods. It soothes a troubled heart and makes fools far more interesting. And, best of all, men more handsome. You'll see."
Vesper cringed, inwardly terrified. Her Aunt Magda had told her horrible things about drinking, stories of men losing their minds, fighting, carousing, forgetting their families. Women who lost all of their inhibitions, engaging in the vilest perversions. She had seen the truth for herself one afternoon, when some of the men in her village, and even some of the women, had forgotten themselves on a feast day, losing themselves to drink, and making fools of themselves by exposing everything in the middle of the day for all to see. She swore that very day that she would never drink. The wafting smell of a chamber pot assaulted her nose, and Vesper realised that they were no longer in the cells, or even the Ludus. "Where are we? And how did we get here so quickly?" she asked, noticing that they were on a narrow street with high tenements on either side of them.
"We left the Ludus some time ago. Time tends to slip away when you're not in control," said her mother, stepping gingerly around piles of filth. "As to where we are in a back alley, heading to a place I knew well from my time here long ago."
"This place is vile. The Romans live like animals," she said in disgust.
"Did you think it was all plazas of marble and flowing fountains?"
said Lilith, turning down a darkened street that was lit by a few thin shafts of moonlight.
"No. For the poor, most of the city is nothing more than a labyrinth of slums and narrow streets, dangerous at the best of times come nightfall."
"Why do they live here, then?"
"Some came chasing wealth, hoping for a better life than working the land,"
said Lilith, coming to a street where the buildings were all covered in graffiti, some of it so perverse Vesper wished she could look away.
"While others are forced here, slaves, freemen, given no choice."
"So why don't they leave? I mean, Aunt Magda said that city life was horrible, and seeing it for myself, I agree. I could never live in such a place."
"Oh, it has a certain appeal,"
said her mother, just as the narrow street they were walking down spilled into a large, brightly lit square, bordered by tall buildings, teeming with more people than she had ever seen in her life. "Oh my," said Vesper suddenly, breathing in deep the mouth-watering aroma of meat cooking over charcoal, the odours of the alley quickly forgotten. "This is more like I imagined," she said, as they threaded through throngs of people laughing, talking, dancing. One gentleman, with a deep, resonating voice, stood on top of a rickety cart, spouting poetry, while another group was arm in arm, singing at the tops of their lungs while swaying back and forth. You see, it has a certain charm once you live here for some time. It's a good life. Give it some time and you'll see. In the past, when Lilith's conscience was mixed with her own, she could only feel anger, pain, and loss. But the joyous, rambunctious mood in the square was infectious, and the pair of intertwined minds began to hum along with a particularly bawdy tune, before outright singing, like some bizarre duo trapped in one body, skipping, spinning, and dancing without a care. Lilith's good mood turned to sadness in a heartbeat when she stopped in her tracks, staring dumbstruck at a graffiti-covered building that looked like it had seen better days. It's not here, she muttered to herself, looking around the square. What's wrong? Asked Vesper, annoyed that her mother had their eyes fixed on the boarded-up building, its red brick covered in soot. It's gone, she said, shaking her head in disbelief. It was here for so long. I never thought it would not be here. Vesper felt a wave of sadness mixed with anger from her mother, and her thoughts were dominated by images of this place, mixed in with memories of a short, bearded Roman with curly hair, and another man with bronze skin and jet-black eyes, his face highlighted by a puckered scar down the side of his face. For a moment, she felt tears well up in the corner of their eyes, and Vesper spoke quickly, trying to calm her. It's been a long time. Maybe they moved, or there was a fire. Look at the brick. Her mother was pensive for a moment before her sadness was pushed away by Vesper's words, a surge of hope, making her heart beat faster. Yes, of course. Akif was always careless, she said, turning away and slowly threading her way through the crowd, her eyes scanning the buildings surrounding them. I'm sure we can learn what happened. There's nothing better than a few drinks to get people talking. Her mother immediately set off like a woman on a quest, shouldering her way through the crowded square, occasionally stopping to chat with some of the older folks, while every now and again ordering a cup of wine or some olives and bread from one of the many storefronts that line the main floor of the buildings. Who are we looking for, and why do we keep stopping to drink in these dingy places? Said Vesper, her head spinning after Lilith had finished her third cup of a dry, tangy wine she seemed to favour. A friend, she said, ignoring a portly man who offered her a shakerful of dice and a leering smile. And they are called Pompinas. Simple places where one can forget their troubles while having a bit of wine and bread. Pompina sounds strange, like a place you go pee, said Vesper, giggling to herself. Yes, we could call them peepinas. She didn't know why, but she lost control, laughing hysterically, repeating the word peepina over and over again, getting lost once again in the back of her mind. Vesper, calm yourself, said her mother, slurring her words. Am I drunk? Is this how it feels? It's so strange. We are a little tipsy, no more, said Lilith with a hint of irritation in their voice, stopping at the high stone counter at the Pompina, ordering more wine and exchanging a few coins and a few quiet words with the server. Where did we get denarii? Asked Vesper, her thoughts feeling sluggish. How are we paying for all of this? You have travelled to the land of the dead, summoned lower to serve you, even called lightning down to destroy your enemies, and you wonder about a simple trick of conjuring coins? Said her mother with amusement in her tone. I didn't think of that, she said, her attention drawn to all the different people in the Pompinas and on the street. Men, women, even some children of every shade she could imagine, and even some that she couldn't, ate and drank, living like they never had to go to sleep. Don't these people ever go home? I mean, do they spend all night drinking and eating on the street? Life in Rome is very different from back home in our village, said Lilith, entering a smoke-filled Pompina that was much bigger than the others, having low stone benches and tables, including a wide open area in the back where a group of rowdy men and women cursed or cheered, depending on the throws of clattering dice.
The insula most plebeians live in are tiny, leaving little room for cooking a meal or socialising. So the poor spend their nights in places like this, trading a few coins to buy what happiness they can.
That's so sad, said Vesper, noticing a few men and women passed out in a corner of the Pompina, spilled cups on the tables in front of them. I wonder if—
There he is,
shouted Lilith, her heart pounding faster as she strode with purpose to the back of the Pompina, elbowing aside a group of startled patrons who were watching the dicing with interest.
Quintus Lucius Ananias, you owe me 200 denarii,
she shouted, a sense of relief flooding her thoughts. At the heart of a large group of dicers, a barrel-chested man with streaks of grey in his dark hair winced as if he were struck, hastily scooping up his dice in a pile of coins in front of him, his eyes darting about like he was a trapped animal looking for escape. The moment he laid eyes on Vesper, the stricken look of panic on his face vanished, replaced by confusion.
Who in Hades are you?
Vesper could feel a wave of amusement bubbling in her mother's chest.
I don't know why you dice, Quintus. You always lose, she said, a wide grin spreading on her face. How many times did Antonius and I have to clean up your mess?
The dark-skinned man swallowed his tongue, stuttering and stammering as he made his way to his feet while his knees protested.
Jupiter's beard,
he said in awe, slowly backing away.
You look like her, but you can't be her.
Really, said Lilith, following him as he pushed through the back of the crowd, inching his way to the wall.
Who else would know about the time you slept with that senator's wife in the baths, and how we had to smuggle you out of the city to keep him from having you executed?
Lilith, it's really you?
Yes, Quintus, it is.
Without another word, Quintus forgot the coins and dice in his hands, letting them clatter to the floor while he threw his arms around them, half sobbing, half laughing. I don't know how you're here, but it's damn good to see you. Her mother returned the hug with as much force, and to Vesper's surprise, tears threatened to spill from the corners of their eyes.
You look old, Quintus, and fat,
she said, holding him at arm's length after a time, beaming at him.
But still handsome. I'm surprised some woman hasn't spirited you away to some distant estate where she could have you all to herself.
Quintus looked away, nodding to himself. Never. I'm too canny for that. I'm gone the moment their eyes closed, and they wake wondering if they dream the hours of pleasure I have provided them, he said, rubbing his thick middle with a smile. But come, let's have some wine, and you can tell me how you, again, did the impossible. Chapter 18. Gossip. To Vesper's dismay, Lilith and Quintus spent hours revisiting old memories, laughing so hard that tears were rolling down both of their faces as they told one unbelievable tale after another. It was late into the small hours of the night, and Vesper had completely lost count of how many cups of wine they had drank, when Quintus leaned over the low stone table, speaking in a loud whisper to be heard over the din.
You've told me some ridiculous stories before, Lilith, but no matter how drunk I am, I still can't believe half of this one, said Quintus. I mean, you look like you, especially around the eyes and cheekbones, but I'm still not sure this isn't some sort of trick.
Ever the doubter, said Lilith, leaning back on the stone chair and putting a finger to her lips in thought.
You know, from what I remember, you tell everyone that you got that pretty little scar on your face protecting some maiden's virtue from Sicilian pirates. But I remember that you were on the back of a horse with—
Never mind, shouted Quintus, raising his hands defensively. You're you, I'm sure of it now, but still.
How am I here?
Finished her mother, reaching for her cup, disappointed to find it empty.
That is a story that requires more wine.
Have I ever been able to say no to you, he said, waving over a serving woman who took their order before scurrying off.
Only when it comes to the coins you owe me, said Lilith with a wink. In any case, after I left—
You mean after you disappeared without telling us? Her mother nodded, shifting uncomfortably in her seat.
I know, I'm sorry, But Antonius wasn't thinking straight anymore. He'd changed so much, and we just stopped seeing the world the same way," she said, her thoughts a confusing jumble of anger and disappointments. "The last thing either of us wanted was for you to go," said Quintus, leaning back as the serving woman placed a full cup in front of him. "He sent me with an entire legion after you." "Apologies, I didn't know," said Lilith, shaking her head. "You didn't just leave him. I was your friend too, and I woke up in camp one morning to find you gone." "I know what I did, but he didn't understand. I had to go. I had a duty to—" "We both know your leaving had nothing to do with duty," said Quintus, his eyes never leaving hers. "He was never the same after that, you know. He grew cold, distant. It was like you took his heart with you when you left. It was different for me. I was the fool who held on to hope until the end, following rumours of you all over the Empire. I thought I had finally tracked you down in Antioch, but by the time I got there was nothing left, and the city was in ashes. The few witnesses I found said that you had a child with you, and that you fought with someone in the market, and that you turned to dust at the end of it all. I didn't know what to believe, but the trail went cold after that, so I gave up." "What is he talking about?" asked Vesper, her thoughts a jumble of confusion as her mother's memories mixed with her own. She could remember bits and pieces of what Quintus was talking about. Antioch's market in flames, her mother clutching at a small bundle, Magda finally confronting her, harsh words spoken by sisters who loved one another, even at the end. "It is nothing, Vesper," said her mother, speaking to her through their combined thoughts. "Perhaps it would be best if you slept." For a moment, Vesper wondered how she was supposed to sleep with all the noise in this crazy place, but then she realised that if she nestled herself deep enough away from her senses, it was possible, even desirable. The shouts from the dice game and the clatter of cups faded as she fell deeper into herself, and parts of her enjoyed the sensation of letting go, being completely detached from the world. She was almost asleep when a memory hit her like a bolt of lightning, snapping her fully awake. It was a memory of her Aunt Magda and Lilith facing off against one another, a tiny infant in her mother's arms, its pitiful wails echoing across the burning market. "I was the child," said Vesper out loud, taking back control of her body. "What in the name of the gods are you talking about?" said Quintus, smiling into his cup. "What child? You mean you?" "The child," said Vesper, bolting to her feet and immediately regretting it as she plopped down hard onto her seat once more. "That day in Antioch. Oh, why is the room spinning so?" "Daughter, please, he does not need to know these things," whispered her mother, gently pushing her aside, trying to take control once more. "But I will explain later, I promise. For now, just let me finish my business with Quintus here." With a mental shrug, Vesper let go completely, fading into the background. "Are you all right?" asked Quintus, swaying on his seat. Lilith nodded, clearing her throat before continuing. "My time is short, Quintus, and I need to know what happened to Antonius." Quintus narrowed his eyes, suddenly looking very sober as he pushed away his wine. "He passed in his sleep, taken by the gods. At least that's what his advisors said." "You weren't with him?" "No," said Quintus, giving her an angry look. "After you left, and I couldn't find you, he blamed me. We had a terrible fight, and afterward, it was never the same. I was part of his circle as a military advisor, but he kept me at arm's length, and I rarely saw him outside of strategy sessions." "I'm sorry, Quintus. I couldn't foresee. I don't know what to say." "There is nothing to say. No one could have foreseen his reaction to your leaving," he said. "Especially me. We had been the best of friends since childhood. He was there the first time I picked up a sword, the first time I rode a horse. I was there for him when his tutor beat him for not learning fast enough, and when he understood who he was, and what his duty was to his family. I was there when he bitterly married a wife he did not love, and years later I talked him out of running off with you and abandoning his obligations. I never thought anything could come between us."
I was nothing more than an amusement, an exotic fantasy fulfilled, said her mother, hugging herself. You know that's not true. I spent years with the pair of you. You had eyes only for each other. Lilith could only nod, brushing a hand across their eyes. Did you look into his death? She asked, finding her voice. Quintus nodded, leaning forward so that he almost lay on the table. It wasn't the will of the gods, as some of his other advisers claimed, he said quietly. I'm sure he was murdered. Are you sure? Was there proof? Said Lilith, taken aback. No, he said, shaking his head, but a great deal of coin was suddenly in the camp. Men who rarely had more than 2 denarii to rub together were dicing with small fortunes. Men that I know whose duty it was to protect him. That doesn't mean anything. They may have simply... I'm sure of it. He was fine the day before, seethed Quintus, knocking his wine from the table. They murdered him, and then passed around enough coin to silence those who would talk. Did you see the body? There would be signs. He was on the funeral pyre before the sun was fully risen. No one would let me get close. After that, his son ordered that he be deified, and his ashes returned to Rome. Vesper was glad to have the drink in her. Even through the drunken haze, her heart was breaking, and Lilith, while on the outside, put on a brave face for Quintus. Inside, her thoughts and emotions were a volatile mixture of self-loathing and anger. Where is he now? His ashes, I mean. Hadrian's mausoleum, he said with a deep sigh, blowing out his cheeks. His urn sits under a bronze bust that looks far more handsome than he ever was in life, but then the sculptors always exaggerate. Tears began to trickle down their face as Lilith finally broke, her voice weak and frail, as she tried to speak through sobs. Can we go? I want to see him. I have to see him. I have to tell him. Quintus looked everywhere but at her before shaking his head. It's not possible. Only senators and the imperial family are even allowed. That's never stopped us before, shouted her mother, reaching across the table and grabbing her old friend by his tunic, half lifting him out of his seat. I need to! I need to! The old soldier gently took their shaking hands, pulling them close against his chest as he stood. It's just bronze and dust down there. The man we knew is gone. He exists far more in our hearts and minds now than in that sad place. Vesper was grateful that Quintus held her when, with a silent wail, her mother fled, vanishing deep into the back of her mind on a wave of heartbreak and pain, leaving Vesper in full control of her body, and all the nauseating sensations that went with it. I think I'm going to be sick, she said, pushing away from Quintus, and, faster than she thought possible, bolting from the table, darting around drunk patrons in a clumsy shamble. Just as she stepped over the threshold, Vesper's stomach heaved, and everything they'd eaten and drank over the course of the last few hours was noisily expelled just beyond the entrance of the Pompina. Are you well? Asked Quintus, appearing at her side and giving her a worried look. I've seen you drink all night and then go into battle the next day as if it were nothing, he said. It was like a competition between you and Antonius, to see who could outdrink the other and still sit in the saddle. She's gone, said Vesper, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand, fighting the urge to give Quintus a hug while she tried to separate her mother's feelings from her own. What? My mother, she's gone, she said. It was too much for her, the pain. Lilith, I'm in no mood for games, said Quintus, his brow furrowing. It's a long story, she said, her mind hurting as she searched for the words to explain. But Lilith left the world that day long ago in Antioch. I am her daughter, Vesper. Quintus stumbled back, clutching at his head. Have you gone mad, woman? Lilith, she's my mother, and her spirit is with me. But right now, she is in pain. She loved him so much. I think more than she ever told either of you. It was one of the reasons she left. It was interfering with her duty, said Vesper, getting bits and pieces from my mother's memories still. Quintus shrugged, eyeing her up and down. I've been Lilith's friend long enough to have seen crazier things, and it does explain much. It was good to talk to her again, even for a little while. She and Antonius were my only true friends. I didn't realise how much I missed her until now." Vesper let out a breath she'd been holding, her head feeling a little clearer. "I can only imagine." "Well," said Quintus, clearing his throat, "what now? Will I be able to speak with her again, or was this—" "She is with me always," said Vesper, nodding at him, "and I can feel that she has more to say to you. I suppose when she is ready." Quintus let out a breath, a sheepish grin coming to his face. "Tell her if she wants the coin I owe her, she'll have to. I suppose it would be best if I saw you back to your home. The streets are not safe." "I would be very grateful. Mother got us here, and I have no idea how to get back to the Ludus." "Ludus? You mean the gladiators?" said Quintus, his eyes going wide. "Yes, Ludus Magnus. Another long story," said Vesper, seeing the questioning look in his eyes. "Then I shall take you there, but you must promise me that you will explain all of this to me over a cup of wine sometime soon." "I shall," said Vesper, following as he led the way through the narrow streets and back alleys that made up the underbelly of Rome. "Antonius. Marcus Aurelius Antoninus, Caesar of Rome," said Vesper suddenly, understanding dawning in her alcohol-soaked mind. "That was the man my mother loved. Your friend." Quintus cocked his head, slowly nodding. "We knew him long before the titles, before he was anyone but a senator's son. To us he was always Antonius. Marcus Aurelius was a mask put on for his family, for the Senate and plebeians alike." "Did you ever find out how he really died?" asked Vesper, not sure if it was her own curiosity or her mother's desires bubbling up from deep within where she was hiding. "No, but I had my suspicions," he said. "A healthy man just doesn't die in his sleep. And now we've had 2 emperors die suddenly in the same way." "I don't understand," she said, wrinkling her nose while she stepped around the waist from someone's chamber pot. "Lucius Verus, the man who ruled the empire before Antonius and was his co-emperor for a time. He died in much the same way, falling ill in the prime of his life, dying quickly after only a few days." "How do you make a murder look like a man fell ill?" asked Vesper. "Poison. The weapon of a coward." Vesper nodded. "Biologima, that's evil. Who would be so cruel?" Quintus glanced over his shoulder, lowering his voice to speak when he was sure no one else was within earshot. The one man that would benefit from his death, his bastard of a son, Commodus. "Commodus," said Vesper, gooseflesh running up and down her arms as a chill ran through her. "But that was his father. I can't believe—" "Even as a boy that man was heartless, cruel. But while his father lived, the worst of his urges were kept under control. But now he is like a wild dog set off his leash, slaking his hunger for cruelty more and more every day." "You need to make him pay," said Vesper, through clenched teeth, her mother's anger boiling up from deep inside her. "Sorry, Lilith's feelings, they are hard to control." "I will," he said, his scar flushing a deep shade of red against his bronze face. "If it's the last thing I do in this life. Are you all right?" Vesper stopped in her tracks, clutching at the wall to hold herself up. Her mind aflame with anger, her pulse racing with worry. "Narcissus," she whispered. "Who?" "I have to get back to the Ludus. Something terrible has happened," was all she could say. The wine had dulled her connection to the big Celt, and she had almost forgotten about him. But now, as her head cleared, she could feel him once more, and the only thing she could feel from him was fear. Chapter 19. New Friends. "The Emperor has ordered that the girl be brought to the Colosseum for today's games. I don't understand the delay," sneered the purple-clad Praetorian guard. "I told you, she's being prepared," growled Narcissus, leering down at the smaller man, wanting nothing more than to reach out and snap his skinny neck. The skinny man puffed out his chest, resting a hand on the ornate gladius hanging off of his hip. "If I don't have the girl in front of me before the sun fully rises, I will—" "Will what?" snapped Narcissus, eyeing the clean leather on the man's hilt. "Try to poke me with a sword you haven't removed from its scabbard in months? I don't think so." The guard inched back, raising his cleft chin. We are here at Caesar's command.
If you do not give us the girl, I will be forced to take her." Narcissus gave him a feral grin, letting his hands dangle loosely at his side. "Just the two of you?" he laughed. "You know who I am. You've seen me in the arena. If you want to force me to do anything, you're going to need to run along and get more of your friends. That is, if I let you leave in the first place." "You can't threaten I can," he said, looking around the dark corridor of the Ludus. "Lots of places to make a body disappear down here, and I doubt you'll be missed any time soon. The Emperor has lots of disposable men like you, doesn't he?" The pair of Praetorian guards looked at one another, their faces creased in worry, as they whispered to each other in low tones, before finally returning their attention to the big Celt. "Apologies," said the one Narcissus had been talking to. "I forgot myself, but please, Commodus, the Emperor, he is not a patient man." "That's better," said Narcissus, feeling a twinge of pity for the guard. "I understand your situation and will do my best to bring her to you with all haste. Now, the pair of you do what you do best, and stand there and look pretty." He finished, showing them his back, cursing Vesper under his breath while he walked away. Stalking through the corridors of the Ludus, he let out his anger in small bursts, smashing his fists into the brittle limestone walls, daring any of the guards he crossed to say the wrong thing. He had no clue how Vesper had left her cell, much less completely escaped the Ludus. Stalking through the corridors of the Ludus, he let out his anger in small bursts, smashing his fists into the brittle limestone walls, daring any of the guards he crossed to say the wrong thing. He had no clue how Vesper had left her cell, much less completely escaped the Ludus. The only reason he had not gone completely mad was due to the strange connection she had forged between them when they were in the other place. Even now he could feel her coming closer, and he prayed to the gods she felt the worry, the panic running through his mind. "Did you manage to stave them off?" asked Linus, waiting for him as he rounded the corner, the retired gladiator looking dumbfounded while he examined the lock on Vesper's closed cell door. "I scared them enough that they'll shut up for a little while. Men like that are only brave in numbers," he said, half-heartedly rattling the cold iron bars, not surprised to find everything as they had left it, locked up tight. "Did you find anything?" "It's untouched, like she had a key," said Linus with a shrug. "Or maybe she used some sort of dark magic, like she did during the storm." "Oh, now you believe me," he said, throwing up his hands. The day of the strange storm, the day half of the Ludus went mad and tried to kill one another, he and Vesper had vanished, leaving the rest of the men to fend for themselves during the chaos. "Who would believe that story?" said Linus, blowing out his lips. "It seems more likely the pair of you sneaked off to enjoy the comforts of the flesh. It was a good thing most of the men had only blunted training weapons, or you would have come back to no more than just bruises and black eyes." "Not everyone is like you, Linus. Some of us think with our heads, not our loins." "Bah, I've seen you look at her, and she you. You're both just as bad as I am. But you'll see, once you get to be my age, you'll understand that it's the only thing that really matters. Besides, what's wrong with a little afternoon delight in the baths?" Narcissus waved away the old man, knowing that if Vesper didn't show up soon, he would have bigger concerns than what she looked like with water rolling off her smooth skin and firm body. "She is close now, but something is wrong. I can feel it." For some reason he couldn't imagine, the closer she came to the Ludus, the more his head throbbed and his stomach turned. "And you wonder why I doubt your words," he said, shaking his head. "You sound like a man who's been hit on the head one too many times when you say things like that." "Says the old man who has been hit on the head too many times," said Narcissus, using the wall to hold himself up as he took slow, shallow breaths. "Next time, maybe she'll cast her charms on you, and we'll see how you deal with it." "Of course. Doctore, are you well?" asked Linus. "I am," said Narcissus, stretching to his full height. "Come, she is close." He turned to leave when from the corner of his eye he caught a shadow. Looking back, he caught a glimpse of Vesper's cat laying on the corner of her cot, fast asleep. "Was the cat in there before?" asked Linus, catching it too. Narcissus eyed the strange animal, mumbling to himself. "Damn thing's not natural. I swear it was a woman last time. You saw her too. I thought tall, with high cheekbones, dark eyes. That's her, said the old gladiator, hobbling along to keep pace with Narcissus's long stride as he raced to meet Vesper. I thought I was going mad. Going mad, said Linus with a smile. I think you're well past mad, all of you Celts are. Not an ounce of good sense in any of your hairy, oversized bodies. Well, if you had any sense, you wouldn't provoke a man half your age and twice your size, said Narcissus, taking the stairs 2 at a time as he headed up from the cells onto the main level, heading towards one of the side entrances of the Ludus. I may be past my prime, said Linus, but I saw you in the baths the other day. You're more fat than muscle. I think I can take you. Narcissus laughed, grateful to have the old man at his side. He always seemed to know just what to say to calm his nerves, even at the worst of times. If we survive today, my friend, I will give you the chance, and we'll finally put the question to rest as to who is the greatest living gladiator in the Empire. You think I would sully my perfect reputation by fighting the likes of you? Said Linus with a snort. No. I think it would be best if I just let the record stand that I was the greater warrior. Narcissus turned to face the old man, stopping him in his tracks. That it would be best if you were quiet. No one likes a braggart. I only meant that we would have a little match here at the Ludus, maybe take a few wagers with the other men. I think you just want to make a few denarii at my... he began, the words catching in his throat as his world began to spin, dark spots appearing in the corners of his eyes. Are you well, Doctore? Asked Linus. Without another word, Narcissus bolted, leaving the old gladiator far behind, his long legs carrying him quickly through the near-empty upper corridors. Something was wrong with her. He could feel it. Arriving at one of the smaller side entrances, Narcissus threw open the heavy wooden door, prepared to give Vesper the rough side of his tongue for making him worry, for risking his freedom and both of their lives for a night of gallivanting. "Who in Hades are you?" he asked, taken aback to find that she was not alone. Holding up her limp form was a swaying, bronze-skinned stranger with salt and pepper hair, a puckered scar running down the length of his face. The stranger gave him a drunken smile, staggering as he held up Vesper. "Ah, it all makes sense now. I was confused when she told me to find the bear man," began the stranger, sniffing at him and then wrinkling his nose. "Take her, please. She's heavier than she looks." "Bear man? What the hell did you do to her, Syrian?" he said, taking her. "Me? Syrian? No, I am Quintus Lucius Annianus, formerly of Sicilia, now of nowhere," he said with a bow. "The young lady simply drank too much." "This doesn't look like nothing," said Narcissus with a frown, lifting her in his arms. "The girl simply can't hold her wine. She admitted as much, told me she'd never drank before tonight." "And you did the honourable thing in returning her home instead of taking advantage of her?" he said, frowning at the Sicilian. "Well, yes," he said, raising an eyebrow. "I assure you, I did nothing untoward. She could be my daughter." "Yes, I know how old men like you are toward young girls," he said, shaking Vesper in an attempt to wake her. "I wouldn't do such a thing," said Quintus, slurring his words. "The girl is the daughter of a friend. She was fine, but the wine got the better of her on the way here. I had to help her walk for the last few blocks." "Doctore?" asked Linus in a worrying tone, appearing behind them. "Linus, good. Take her to the medicus. Make sure it was just wine," he said, handing her off to the old man, never taking his eyes off of the stranger. "I will deal with this." "Deal with what?" said Quintus, adjusting his stance, putting one foot in front of the other, and letting his arms hang loosely at his side. "She said that you were kind, that you were a good man, but I'm not so sure, given that you were so blind to the obvious. All I know is that she disappeared from the Ludus in the middle of the night, and now you, a drunken stranger, returns with her unconscious," said Narcissus, eyeing him up and down with deep suspicion. The big Celt could see that despite his appearance, this wasn't some random drunkard. His long tunic, while old, was well made, and unlike a plebeian or slave, he wore the heavy-soled caligae of a soldier, as opposed to the more common sandals that most wore. But most noticeable was the notched leather scabbard around his waist and shoulder, giving Narcissus the impression that he had weapons cleverly hidden in the folds of his toga. Quintus, seeing his look, inched back,
giving Narcissus a dismissive wave. "It's been a long night, and I'm in no mood to suffer fools. I'll be taking my leave." "Fools? That's the second time you've insulted me. There won't be a third, and you are not going anywhere. Until I know she is all right, you will stay here in the Ludus." The Sicilian's shoulders shook with laughter, a cat-like grin stretching across his face. "A Celt who can count to 3. I'm impressed," he said, taking another step back. "I warned you," growled Narcissus. Out of patience, he lunged forward, reaching for the man's throat, intending to choke him to unconsciousness and then drag him to the nearest cell. To his surprise, the Sicilian's arms shot up, deflecting his blow well over his head. Then, just as quickly, Narcissus had a notched steel dagger at his throat, appearing as if by magic. "You Celts are all the same," said Quintus, showing his teeth. "I killed enough of you in Britannia to—" Reacting viper-quick, Narcissus twisted his neck, accepting the shallow cut near his throat, while grabbing the hilt and blade in his meaty palm, ignoring the pain as the blade dug into his flesh. "And I've killed enough of you Romans to know your tricks," he rasped, lifting him by his throat and squeezing. Narcissus was thrown off when the smaller man didn't panic. Instead, he slammed his elbow downward once, twice, and a third time on his forehead. Staggering back and seeing stars, Narcissus let him go, but not before kicking out instinctively with a heavy boot, a smile coming to his face when he connected with a satisfying crunch to his chin. "You're better than the average beast," spat Quintus, wiping blood from his lip. Shaking away the dark spots in the corner of his eyes, Narcissus crouched down, his blood pumping like fire in his veins, his body shaking in anticipation of battle. "Come on then," he said, daring the bronze-skinned drunkard to come at him. Quintus drew out a pair of steel daggers concealed beneath his toga, deftly spinning each of them. "All right, might be good to get some practice in. Just don't die before I've had my fun." Narcissus ignored the insult. Instead, he used his great reach to lash out with a set of quick jabs, pulling back when Quintus countered, slashing in wild arcs that would have shredded his forearms if he got too close. The Roman then feinted toward him with his lead dagger, only to switch tactics and hurl the blade directly at his head, forcing Narcissus to duck and spin away to avoid losing an eye. He had lost sight of the stranger for only a heartbeat, but when he caught sight of him again, the Sicilian was almost on top of him, a dagger aimed directly at his heart. Narcissus, acting on instinct, felt his heart skip a beat as he rolled backward, falling onto his back and catching the Roman with the balls of his feet, and then pushing out with all his might, launching him up and over, sending him hurtling through the Ludus door and slamming into the opposing wall, before landing in a groaning heap a few feet away, his daggers spinning out of his reach. Narcissus surged to his feet, scrambling after him, howling like an animal as he gave in to his rage, stomping and kicking in an attempt to crush the smaller man, who rolled and dodged on his back like a snake, coming away without a scratch. In a fury, he lifted Quintus bodily, hurling him down the corridor as if he were a rag doll. The Sicilian, to his amazement, twisted in mid-air, landing on his feet like a cat, his boots sliding on the marble tile. With a roar, Quintus charged, leaping above his head, his fist clipping Narcissus on the jaw with enough force that he staggered back. "Is that the best you've got?" spat Narcissus, giving him a bloody smile. "I'm just getting started. I think I'll skin you for a rug once I'm done." The two men slammed into each other, fists flailing, elbows smashing into flesh, neither of them offering mercy or quarter. Narcissus managed to grab him by the hair, thinking he had him, when Quintus reached under his tunic and threw a white powder into his eyes, the burning grit stopping him in his tracks, a pang of fear boiling in his belly when he felt the man stalking toward him. "See, you don't know all our tricks," said Quintus, breathing hard somewhere to his left. "Damn coward," said Narcissus, trying to blink away the pain in his eyes. "Come on then, finish it." Narcissus flailed his arms, lashing out randomly in hopes of at least slowing the killing blow he knew was coming. He winced when the Roman slashed him on the outstretched arm, playing with him like a cat would with its prey, cursing when he cut him once more, a shallow wound on his leg this time. He braced himself for the end, when he felt a familiar presence. "Stop!" shouted Vesper. What in the name of a logimar are you two doing? This beast attacked me, he heard Quintus shout. He was asking for it, said Narcissus, rubbing his eyes. And when Linus and I found out you were gone, we feared the worst. Then I could feel something was wrong, and you show up barely conscious with this drunkard claiming he knows you. Quintus, what did you do to him? Why can't he see? Asked Vesper. There was a commotion, harsh whispers being spoken before Quintus spoke up, his tone apologetic. Apologies. It is a simple thing to fix. If you allow me, I will give you a damp cloth. Simply wipe it against your eyes. Narcissus grudgingly took the wet cloth from the other man, sighing in relief when the burning vanished from his eyes the moment he rubbed them with the bitter-smelling fabric. His sight fully returned. The first thing he saw was the Sicilian offering him a half-smile, and standing sheepishly at his side was Vesper. He had sensed from their bond that she wasn't well, but seeing the dark bags under her eyes, the cracked lips and swaying stance, he understood what was going on. "Are you well?" he asked, eyeing her up and down, his brow creased with worry. "It feels like I have a lion in my skull clawing to get out," she groaned, clutching at her midsection. "I'm just grateful I have nothing left in my stomach. I must have thrown up 12 times on the way here." "What the hell were you thinking? The city is dangerous. You could have—" "Never mind, none of it matters now," said Narcissus, snapping his mouth shut, a million questions running through his mind. But only one thing mattered now, for all their safety. We need to get moving. Vesper swallowed hard, nodding. Yes, some rest will help. She moved to head toward her cell, when Narcissus blocked her path. "You are not returning to your cell. There is no time to rest." "Where could I be going? You don't expect me to train like this, do you? Apologies, but I can hardly see straight." Narcissus stilled his face, keeping a tight rein on his emotions. "Right now it is Doctore. You forget yourself. You are no longer a free woman to come and go as you please. You have a responsibility and obligation to your Dominar, and therefore to me and this Ludus." "Apologies, Doctore," she said, her eyes narrowing. "If you could give me a moment, I can explain." "We are out of moments," said Narcissus. "Right now there are a pair of Praetorian guards waiting for you. For us." "I don't understand. Why? Have I done something wrong?" "I told you that being a slave means that you must suffer the whims of fools," he said, looking away so that he would not have to meet her eyes. "And now the Emperor himself has demanded your presence on the sands today." "But I'm not ready. I can hardly stand." "It does not matter. Today, if you lose, you die," said Narcissus. "Today you live only through victory." Chapter 20. The Whims of Fools. Vesper remembered standing on this very spot not so long ago, chained with the rough wall against her back and coarse sand beneath her feet, watching her father's execution. "Explain to me once more what I'm meant to do?" she asked, gazing out through the gate of life to the stands of the Colosseum, filled with Romans hungry for blood, despite it still being early in the day. Behind her, Narcissus stood with his arms crossed, his face unreadable. But through their bond, she could feel his stomach was tied up in knots, and his heart pounding like a drum. Whether it was fear for her or for himself, she wasn't sure. "You go on at the start of the day, which means you are meant to entertain the crowd," he said, "and if the gods are willing, survive. But remember, if you fall, others fall with you. As to why the Emperor is vexed with his sister and wishes for you to stand in her place, who knows? He's not required to explain his whims to us or anyone else." Vesper leaned the gladius she was holding against the rough-hewn wall, adjusting the straps on her leather vest, and then wiping her palms against the length of her tunic before picking it up again. She was glad to have a weapon directly from the Ludus, a weapon that was far more balanced than the notched weapon she fought with last time she was here. But his own sister! "He is a madman, a rabid dog who needs to be put down," said Quintus, glancing back at the pair of guards who had escorted them from the Ludus to the Colosseum. Her mother's old friend had insisted that he come along, and despite not really knowing him, enough of her mother's memories lingered that his presence was a comfort. "He and Lady Lucilla are in the midst of some sort of argument," said Narcissus, rolling his eyes at Quintus, "but you cannot allow yourself to get distracted. Focus your attention on killing whatever man or beast they put in front of you. Nothing else. Beast? Quintus hooked his thumbs on his worn leather belt, his gaze drifting to beyond the gate. Yes, all sorts of exotic animals are brought in to amuse the crowd. Wild dogs, bears, lions are a particular favourite. She turned away from the pair of them, letting the gladius fall from her hand while leaning her forehead against the rough wall, relishing its coolness against her skin. How am I to do this? My head feels like someone is pounding on it, and I can barely stand. Behind her, she heard Narcissus shuffling his feet, and, an instant later, she felt his strong hand on her shoulder. I stood at your side in that other place. I watched you fight. You are not without skill, he said, in a low voice for her ears only. Besides, can't you use ace and magic up whatever you need to be victorious? Maybe, I don't know, she whispered. I don't feel well, and nothing is as it should be. From the moment Narcissus had told her she was to fight, Vesper's first thought had been to use her ace, her will to change things in her favour. But every time she tried to do anything, her head spun and her stomach heaved. Worse still, when she had tried to call on Lilith for help, her mother was silent, and their connection distant and fleeting. Looking down at the gladius leaning against the wall, she realised it was the only tool she would be able to depend on today. Lucky for her, she had joined spirits with her mother last night, and her memories still lingered. Her skill with the sword, combined with Lilith's own limited abilities, would hopefully be enough to give her a fighting chance, or at the very least, she would not make a fool of herself. Here, take this, it will help, said Quintus. She turned to find him offering her a wineskin. I hope that's water, she said, eyeing the well-worn bag as though it were a snake. Quintus uncorked the wine, shoving the skin into her hand. The best cure for too much wine is more wine. You'll feel better, I promise. Are you mad? I can barely hold down water. How? He's right, said Narcissus, eyeing the bag. Not too much, but a few sips will make things better. Vesper gave the pair of them a sidelong glance, not believing a word, but willing to try anything to make the pain and dizziness go away. Taking a deep draw on the skin, she coughed and gagged as the liquid ran down her throat, a warm feeling spreading across her chest a moment later. How do you drink that? It's so sweet, she coughed, wiping her mouth, and then taking another mouthful before handing it back to Quintus. You are truly your mother's daughter, said Quintus, frowning at the wineskin and then looking back at her. She hated sweet wine. You knew her mother? Asked Narcissus, cocking his head at Quintus. Quintus opened his mouth to speak, but Vesper silenced him with a look. The last thing she wanted was for Narcissus to ask questions about her mother. Already he was suspicious, and she was sure he had caught a glimpse of her true form once or twice while he visited Vesper's cell. It's a long story, one that put me in the condition I am in now. Hangovers build character, mumbled Quintus, taking a deep draught and then handing the skin back to her. She was about to refuse, but already her head throbbed less, and her stomach had settled. There may be something to this, she said, taking another draught, squeezing her eyes shut as the wine's sweetness burned down her chest. That's not bad. Look, the auditor is calling for the first match, said Narcissus, pointing to an older man who rose to speak from the Emperor's box, quieting the milling crowd with outraised hands. People of Rome, began the auditor, the shape of the amphitheatre amplifying his booming voice so that all could hear. In his infinite wisdom and brilliance, Imperator Caesar Lucius Aelius Aurelius Commodus Augustus, son of Jupiter, has blessed you with games to celebrate the glory of Apollo. What is that, the 5th set of games this month? Shouted Quintus above the cheering crowd. You have to admit that while the Senate hates him, the plebeians and slaves love him. Of course, said Narcissus. He showers them with denarii, wine and games, all paid for by taxing the men of the Senate. As you said, brilliant. Quiet, said Vesper, as the auditor calmed the crowd once more before continuing. Now, to start the day's amusements, we have a contest between the vicious Osei traitor, the black-hearted stealer of men's souls, who single-handedly slaughtered 4 gladiators, Vesper! He finished with a flourish, his words sending another wave of cheers through the masses. black-hearted? Stealer of souls? She asked, frowning at the auditor as the gate of life began to grind open on their own as if by magic, thin shafts of hot sun caressing her flesh. The arena is as much spectacle as battle, said Narcissus, speaking quickly after her as she walked out of the gate. And the auditor has introduced you first. That means you are being cast as the worst of the worst, a terrifying villain to stoke the fear and anger of the crowd. Vesper raised her chin in defiance as she walked to the centre of the Colosseum, ignoring the thousands booing and hissing at her as if she were some vile creature that had somehow wronged each of them in turn. To face this vile creature, proclaimed the auditor, Commodus has called on Vulcan, god of fire, who has so kindly sent his servants to serve as champions. Philetus and Spinther will use their god-blessed strength to destroy this traitor of the Roman people. The crowd burst into applause, cheering as the gates on the other side of the arena ground open on squeaking hinges to admit a pair of squat shapes, glittering like gold in the early day sun. Vesper cursed under her breath when the cheers of the crowd turned to peals of laughter when the shapes emerged fully into the light. Hobbling toward her were a pair of misshapen dwarves chained together at the ankles, their skin covered in crude gold-coloured paint, each of them armed with iron hammers. For a moment she hesitated, glancing back at Narcissus and Quintus while the dwarves shambled forward, their faces twisted and snarling, while the crowd fell over themselves with laughter. Thinking it was all some strange joke, she was about to drop her guard and return through the gates of life, not wanting any part of this mockery, when the dwarves began to run, tearing across the sands after her, their iron hammers promising pain, their wild eyes promising death to her and anyone else who stood in their way. Chapter 21. Rage. "You shame me, brother," said Lucilla, standing at her brother's side, just behind the heavy wooden throne he had made specifically for the imperial box, for the second time today. In response, her brother took the hand of a rounded woman who sat at his side, dressed in imperial purple. "You question the bonds of my marriage?" he said, his eyes locked onto the bizarre spectacle on the sands. "Besides, how can you not enjoy my little jest?" "Jest? Of course," said Commodus, throwing back his head in laughter. "Don't you recognise who I have fighting your little gladiatrix? Can you not smell the mustard seed from here?" Lucilla narrowed her eyes, watching intently at the shambling dwarves who charged at Vesper, flailing their crude hammers wildly as they ran. "They are the men from the supper, from under the platters," she said, swallowing hard. "Men?" he said with a tisk. "No, not men, misshapen monsters, creatures born to serve as amusements for their betters. And I stand while this girl sits in my—" Commodus shot to his feet, and she was forced back as he suddenly towered over her, meeting her eyes at last. "You will address my wife as Augusta or Empress. Do you understand me, sister?" he said, hesitating for a moment before continuing. "Crispina comes from a noble line, a wealthy family, and today she wished to see the games, so her place is at my side. How could I refuse her?" Lucilla pressed her lips together, giving the wide-eyed girl a tight-lipped smile. "Forgive me, Augusta. It's just I have so rarely seen you. I was surprised by your presence." Crispina bobbed her head as Commodus returned to his seat, piping up in a high-pitched voice that grated on Lucilla's nerves. "Oh, it's all right. I find the capital stifling. The smell, you know. I prefer to spend most of my time at my father's estates in the country, but I missed Commodus so much I decided to visit." "Of course, Rome is not for everyone," said Lucilla, keeping her face still while Commodus took her hand once more. "The city's politics can be daunting for those without the experience to navigate its complexities." "Oh, women like us have no place in politics," she said, smiling at Lucilla. "I find it best to leave all of that to my dear Commodus." Lucilla turned away, not wanting to let the girl see her flaring nostrils or red-faced anger. She never understood how her father could have chosen someone like her for her brother. She was empty-headed, without a hint of ambition or desire to better her station. She was simply content to stay in the country, watching the days go by while drinking summer wine in the shade. Booming cheers erupted from the arena, and Lucilla's attention was drawn to the battle on the sands. The misshapen dwarves, who were connected by a heavy iron chain, charged at Vesper, spreading it wide as they drew closer in an attempt to knock her over. But she was quicker. Instead of waiting, she charged forward to meet them, sliding on her knees and leaning backward at the last moment to let the chain pass harmlessly over her head. Before the misshapen men could recover, she spun from her knees, using her gladius to clip the dwarf to her right on his Achilles, sending him tumbling in a spray of blood, screaming in a hoarse voice while clutching at his now useless foot. "You see, sister," said Commodus, his good mood returning just as quickly as it had vanished. "Your little slave is more than a match for these beasts. Your trial will be a success, over quickly, and the crowd will be entertained by her cutting them to little bits." Lucilla pressed her lips together, nodding at her brother. "Of course, brother, you are so wise," she said, with more heat in her voice than she intended. He didn't move, and Lucilla sighed in relief, thinking that he hadn't caught her tone. But then he let go of Crispina's hand, turning in his seat to face her. "If you don't think so, speak up," he said, just as Vesper dodged a clumsy swing from one of the dwarves, who was dragging his bleeding companion around with the chain. "Nothing, brother," she said, bowing her head, locking her arms behind her back while clenching and unclenching her fists. Commodus grabbed her roughly by the chin, forcing her to look up at him. "I try to be kind, I do, but it seems you have not learned to respect me as you should." "Don't touch me," she said in a low voice, her gaze lingering on Crispina, who watched the events unfold on the sands. "I'm sure you don't want your young wife to see how kind you can be." "You think I care what she thinks? You think I care what anyone thinks?" he said, nodding at the legionaries and sycophants who crowded the Emperor's box. "I am a god to these people. They love me more than their own children. I could kill you in front of the entire Colosseum and they would cheer." Lucilla said nothing, knowing that what he said was true. Commodus was loved by the plebeians and slaves just as fiercely as he was hated by the nobles and senators. No one would question anything he did to her. "Forgive me, brother, I forget myself." Commodus shook his head, eyeing the contest from the corners of his eyes. "Have I been too merciful? Will I have to make the match on the sands more interesting? Perhaps then you will learn that to defy me is wrong." "Brother, this has gone—" "Salterus!" he bellowed, ignoring her while scanning for the chamberlain among the small group of self-important people that crowded the back of the Emperor's box. "I am here, Caesar," said the dark-skinned chamberlain, snaking his way from the back of the crowd. "I think we will have to go with what you suggested. Bring me the bow," he said, letting go of her chin. "I think it's past time we settled this." Salterus smiled, his eyes darting past them to the battle on the sands. "Caesar is wise." Commodus matched his smile, following his stare. "The bow, then?" "What are you going to do?" asked Lucilla while the chamberlain ran off. Commodus said nothing, giving her a wide smile as he settled into his seat. "We're about to have some fun. You'll see." Chapter 22. 2 Dwarves, 1 Witch. Vesper jumped back just in time to avoid a heavy, overhand strike from the dwarf's hammer, his thundering blow shaking the ground at her feet. Seeing an opening in his defences, she lunged with her gladius, the dwarf's face twisting in pain when she landed a glancing blow across his shoulder, just as he twisted to avoid the blade. Wailing with rage, he came after her, spittle running down his chin. "Dash Arschloch!" cursed the dwarf in a language that Vesper didn't understand, pulling hard at the chain that bound him to the other man, who lay on his back, blood spewing from the ankle Vesper had sliced into. Swearing at the fallen dwarf, he dragged him along behind him, raising his hammer to strike. Vesper scrambled away, expecting another titanic blow aimed at her, but to her surprise he spun, bringing the heavy steel down on his companion's leg. "By Alodjamar," she said, mesmerised, as the dwarf smashed at bone and flesh over and over again, flecks of blood spattering on his gold-painted face, while he separated the other dwarf's ankles from the chain binding them together. When he was finally free, The dwarf hefted his hammer in one hand and the chain in the other, glaring at her with a feral grin. Vesper threw off her stupor when he walked towards her, spinning the chain above his head. The Romans in the stands exploded with cheers, throwing their arms in the air and hooting wildly at the bloodshed, while she backed away, holding her gladius out in front of her in a white-knuckled grip, fighting the urge to turn and run. Swallowing hard, she let him come, holding her gladius out in front of her in a vain attempt to deflect the heavy chain. Dull sparks flew, and her hand was almost torn off, left numb as iron and steel connected. Dazed and spinning from blocking the chain, she was blindsided by a heavy weight pummeling into her side, the blow blasting the air from her lungs. Blinking away the dark spots in the corner of her eyes, she staggered away while fighting to stay on her feet, half falling as she dodged the relentless fury of the dwarf's hammer and chain. A sense of urgency shot through her from the bond with Narcissus, pulling her attention to the gate of life just in time to see his hairy arm sticking through the bars, slapping his hand against the wall. Strangely, she understood him and picked up her pace, doing her best to ignore the pain in her side while she ran full out for the gate, her longer legs leaving the raging dwarf behind. Just as she approached, a long, sharp-tipped spear flew through the bars, landing at her feet. Acting on instinct, she tore the weapon from the ground, spinning on her heel while managing to duck, every muscle straining as the dwarf's chain whistled over her head. Then, with deadly precision, she drove the spear deep into his belly, just as he was on top of her, his snarling face transforming into a mask of pain as the razor-sharp tip drove clean through his chest and out his back, but not before he slammed into her, bowling both of them over in a heap. With the full weight of the dwarf on top of her, Vesper fought for breath, a sharp pain radiating from her shoulder and side. Desperate to be free, she pushed with all of her strength to throw him off, only to gasp when needles of piercing agony pulsed through her shoulder and dark spots danced in her vision. Cursing in anguish, she shifted her head just enough to catch a glimpse of the spear lodged in the dwarf's chest. Then, to her horror, she realised that part of the shaft had somehow buried itself in her shoulder, locking them together in a bloody embrace. Vesper's pulse quickened as panic set in, and without thinking, she began to push with her good arm, rolling and bucking against the weight on top of her, her lungs screaming for air while the wretched smell of the dwarf filled her nose. She had just begun to move him when his eyes snapped open. Vesper's heart skipped a beat as he cursed at her in his strange tongue, while shifting his body so he could press his forearm against her windpipe. Hungry for breath, Vesper could feel herself fading, the light of day going dim, as she clawed at his eyes like a wild animal, desperate to drive him off of her. But the more she struggled, the more his strength seemed to grow, the thrumming roar of the Colosseum fading to little more than a faint hum in the distance. Despite the wine and her hangover having dulled her connection to the weave, somehow her vision shifted unconsciously, and Vesper found herself once more seeing the threads of life that connected everything. The rotting grey corruption that was Rome was ever present, covering the men and women, filling the Colosseum in dull grey haze, and above, the sky looked like rotted cloth, threadbare and worn. But, to her amazement, the dwarf on top of her, despite his wounds, glowed bright green and gold, his connection to the natural world strong and vibrant, his life deeply intertwined with the pattern that made up the tapestry of the world. Without knowing how, she plucked at the strands that connected him, gathering together the threads of his life and then drawing all that he was into her. For a moment nothing happened, but then there was a rush of heat, like she had swallowed fire, and now it burned through her veins. Starting at her injured shoulder, it ran down her body, creeping into every ounce of her, his strength and vitality driving away her pain, making her stronger, faster. With a triumphant shout, she kicked the dwarf off of her, bounding to her feet in a single smooth motion. Looking down at her skin, she smiled. The concentric patterns of her arms were radiant even in the bright morning sun. The Romans watching her began to boo and hiss, but with the rush of energy coursing through her, Vesper didn't care. She threw up her arms, laughing with pure joy, as she turned in a circle to face the crowd, basking in her victory. She gave the Romans one more defiant look before putting her back to them to find Narcissus smiling at her from behind the Gate of Life. She was about to run to him when his eyes went wide with panic. "Vesper, look out!" he shouted, his hand shooting through the gate. Filled with the dwarf's life, she spun with superhuman speed, just in time to catch a hissing arrow. Gawking in amazement at the trembling shaft just inches from her chest, she caught a second one just as skillfully, before looking up to see someone in the Emperor's box pulling back a bow. Vesper gasped in shock, dropping the thin shafts of wood in her hands when the third arrow came in faster than expected, piercing her belly, followed by two more that pierced her thigh and her shoulder, leaving her dazed. For a moment the world began to spin, and Vesper wondered why the ground was coming closer. But then she realised that it was her. She was falling. Another arrow pierced her back, and she felt something wet beneath her, just as the world went dark. Chapter 23. A Pretty Bauble. Lucilla clutched at her chest, unable to breathe, her eyes locked onto Vesper's still body. "What have you done, Commodus?" she said through clenched teeth, her face a mask of fury as she turned to her brother. "Don't be so dramatic, sister. We're just having a bit of fun," he said, scoffing at her rage while waving at the cheering masses. "Look at the crowd, how excited they are. Saltera, see to it that some wine is distributed among the plebeians. Not all of them, mind you. Just enough to get their tongues wagging at how generous I am." "Wine? You just killed that young lady for no reason. Are you going to do the same to me now?" she asked, raising her chin. Commodus glanced down at the bow in his hands, a knowing smile on his face. "Why, sister, were you not watching? You are the winner of our little contest," he said, motioning to a slave for wine. "Your little gladiatrix defeated my repulsive dwarves, just as I intended." "Intended? But you said if she falls, I fall, and then—" stammered Lucilla, her fine brows coming together in confusion. "You know me, sister. I'm always one to add a little drama. Besides, she had won before she fell, so—" "But, Vesper—" Commodus put his strong hands on her shoulders, silencing her with a look. "She was just a slave, easily replaceable. But you— I would never let anything happen to you, sister. I was merely having a bit of fun. Now, let's put all this behind us and have some wine. Why don't you go and change and meet us in the baths?" Lucilla couldn't believe what she was hearing, but somehow kept her face steady, giving him a hesitant smile. "This has all been very trying. I will follow along later if you don't mind." Her brother threw his head back, his laughter drowning out the milling crowd of the Colosseum. "As you wish. We will be in my private baths when you are ready to join us." At the mention of the baths, Crispina was at his side, bouncing on his arm like a young child, her high-pitched voice full of cheer. "The baths in the palace are far grander than anything we have in the country. At home our servants have the hardest time getting the temperature just right. This will be perfect." "Good. We will refresh ourselves from the morning heat and then return for the afternoon contests. I am eager to sample the wines Crispina has bought from her father's estates." Without another word, he strode past her with the mindless girl on his arm, the cubiculum quickly emptying as his lackeys and sycophants trailed in his wake, leaving only her personal guard. Left alone in the imperial box, Lucilla's heart broke at the grim scene playing out on the sands. A pair of burly men hoisted Vesper by her ankles, leaving a bloody trail on the sands as they dragged her body toward the Gate of Life. They were almost through when the burly Celt she had met a few days ago stormed toward them, driving them away like an angry bear protecting its cubs. The men left without contest, cursing at the big man. Then, to Lucilla's surprise, he picked her up like she were a child, tenderly cradling her close to him. She was about to go to them when a deep voice from behind her stopped her in her tracks. "A pity Commodus was so merciful. She should have suffered more." Is this how you entertain yourself, Salterus? Mocking the death of young girls? She said, rolling her eyes at the dark-skinned Chamberlain. The girl was lucky enough to get a reprieve from her execution, but now justice is finally served. Justice? Scoffed Lucilla, raising her brow in disbelief. Of course. The girl and her father were criminals, liars, and charlatans. With her and her people dead, we can finally put to rest this tainted alliance with those Osei savages. Are your people and hers not one and the same? She asked with a knowing smile. Are you not both from the same province? The Chamberlain stiffened, his nostrils flaring as his voice dropped to a growl. The Osei are nothing like my people. We are as different as earth is to water, day to night. Lucilla pursed her lips, knowing she had struck a nerve just by the way he shook with anger. You know, since you first arrived here all those years ago, I never understood the hatred, she began, turning to face him fully before continuing. At first, I thought it was just a rivalry between you and the girl's father, but now I see it goes deeper. What would you know? Augusta? Said Salterus with a sneer, his hands balling into fists. On most days, his use of her former title would have angered her, but today it gave her strength, and his angular features twisted in rage when she smiled at his jab. I, unlike you, am a true Roman, not some savage playing dress-up. My people have conquered the known world, and I know the look of a foe who has been defeated, that desperate hunger for revenge that marks their faces. This is the look you carry with you, Salterus. Always. Thunder echoed in the distance, just as a powerful wind blew dark clouds across the sky, casting creeping shadows over the milling crowds still in their seats. What would you know of conquest or revenge? You are just a pretty little bauble traded in marriage by powerful men for land and title. And you are, what, the son of a vanquished people, fulfilling your fantasies of revenge? The Sandawai were never vanquished. We live on, he seethed, just as droplets of fat rain splattered on the sands, water mixing with the blood of the fallen. And we will live on long after all of our enemies are destroyed. Sandawai, said Lucilla. I've never heard of such a people, but now I wonder if you count Rome to be among your enemies. The Chamberlain stepped close enough that she could smell sour wine on his breath. Choose your words carefully, Augusta. You would do well to forget. I don't think so, said Lucilla, interrupting him as bolts of lightning fell in the distance, crooked arcs of blue flashing across dark clouds. For a heartbeat, Lucilla's pulse quickened with fear at his threats, but then she glanced at the legionnaires who made up her guard, and her shoulders began to shake with laughter. I am the daughter of one of the greatest Caesars to rule the empire. My husband, my brother, all held or hold the same title, she said, locking eyes with him. I can command your death with a look, and no one will care. So if you think some upstart provincial can intimidate me, you are gravely mistaken. Salterus managed to hold on to the stair for a few moments, before glancing back at the guards, all of whom looked eager to pounce. I have better things to do with my time than trading useless banter with you, he muttered with a frown. Lucilla smiled with glee, while fighting the urge to cheer when the Chamberlain showed her his back, slinking away like the coward she knew he was. Watching him leave, she thought that she should follow, go to the baths as she promised her brother. But then she remembered Vesper, and her stomach sank. In talking with Salterus, Lucilla understood that the girl had done nothing to deserve her ugly death, her only sin being that the Chamberlain wanted her dead, and her brother was more than happy to do it for him in the most dramatic way. She took one more look at the sands and wasn't surprised that the howling wind and rain had driven the crowds to leave. Take me to the Ludus, she said to her guard, deciding that it was more important to honour the young woman who gave her life for her. Chapter 24. Dead and Gone. Linus, get the medicus, shouted Narcissus, bursting into the Valeudinarium, gently placing Vesper's bleeding body on one of the straw-covered stone slabs that normally served as sickbeds for wounded gladiators. "And Quintus, see if you can find me some water." Scanning the dark room, Narcissus hunted for anything that he could use as a bandage. Quintus vanished, and he heard him rummaging around the room while Narcissus pressed his meaty hands against the wound on Vesper's belly in a futile attempt to slow the bleeding. He reappeared moments later with a dull pewter pitcher, casting worried looks about him. "I would think that you've sent enough men to the afterlife to know that wounds like—" Narcissus silenced the Sicilian with a cold stare, taking the pitcher with a growl. "For now, she lives, and I will not let her die, not without a fight." Quintus pressed his lips together, placing a hand against Vesper's forehead. "She's as cold as the grave, man, dead and gone." Ignoring him, Narcissus washed the blood away from her wounds so that he could get a better look, frowning at the arrows buried deep in her shoulder and leg. Moving on, he slowly lifted the leather vest she wore, wincing at the arrow in her belly. "No, she is still with us," he said, searching for the right words to explain the connection he had with her, that he could feel that she still lived. "Only by a thread," said Quintus, uncorking the wineskin and taking a deep gulp. "I have seen my brothers in the Ludus survive worse," said Narcissus, fighting the urge to rip the wineskin from his hands and strangle him with it. "Trained gladiators, men conditioned to take—" "What the hell is this?" said a blade-thin man with a bent nose who barreled into the room with Linus on his heels. "Jacob," said Narcissus, "thank the gods. I've told you not to blaspheme in my presence, Narcissus. The Almighty is always listening," said Jacob, frowning at Vesper's prone form like she was a piece of meat. "Now, what do you expect me to do with this?" "Save her," he said matter-of-factly, his bushy eyebrows coming together. Jacob adjusted a small, round cap on top of his head, studying Vesper's wounds without touching her, only to shake his head after a few moments. "My friend, I'm sorry, but there is nothing to save here. She is gone, or will be before long." "But you didn't even touch her." "With that arrow in her belly, I don't need to. It's a nasty wound, not much anyone can do." "I thought Hadrian threw you all out after the revolt," said Quintus. The blade-thin medicus turned his lips down, crossing his arms. "Not all of us. Lucky me. The Emperor saw to it that my family's land was stolen, and we were sold into slavery for next to nothing." Quintus leaned forward, coming nose to nose with the medicus. "I never understood you people. All you had to do was take off those ridiculous things you wear on your head and swear an oath. You would be able to go on with your lives. I would rather die a Jew with my kippah on my head and my integrity intact than live as a godless heathen," said Jacob, frowning at Quintus. "You Romans, you give lip service to false gods, ever-changing, just like—" "Jacob, enough," said Narcissus, grabbing him by his skinny arm. "She is still alive. You have to do something." "Narcissus, I'm a medicus, not a miracle worker. Her life is in the hands of Almighty God now. He is the only one that can save her," he said, bowing his head. "But I can give her something to make her comfortable, ease whatever pain she might be having." The big Celt tightened his grip, and the thin medicus winced, lines of pain marring his face. "Sorry," he mumbled, his hand shaking as he let him go. "But no, remove the arrows, bandage her wounds." Jacob eyed him for a moment before nodding. "As you wish, but it's a waste of time," he said, mumbling something about getting herbs, and vanished to a corner of the room. Narcissus, not knowing what else to do, took Vesper's hand and sat down beside her, a hollow feeling growing in the pit of his stomach. Quintus had been right. He had sent many men to their graves. Death was part of the life of a gladiator. But something about the callousness of what had been done to Vesper raised his hackles. She had defeated the enemy placed in front of her, and by all rights they should have been celebrating her victory, not trying to find a way to comfort her as she died. "I should have killed him as a boy," said Quintus, sitting down on the slab next to Vesper, offering him the dregs of the wineskin. "Who?" "Commodus," said Quintus, meeting his gaze. "You know him?" "Not so much any more, but I was there when he was born, and at times when he was growing up," said Quintus. "He was always difficult, mean-spirited, and he has only grown worse over the years." "How?" said Narcissus. "You don't look to be the type to associate with the likes of him." Quintus let out a throaty laugh, nodding at the big Celt. "Life is like the ocean, ever-changing. I wasn't always an old drunk. His father and I were good friends, along with the girl's mother, he said, nodding toward Vesper. A friend of the Emperor. Next you'll tell me you met Jupiter himself, or that Apollo is your cousin. I am well past caring what others think, said Quintus, throwing the empty wineskin to the floor in disgust. All I care about now is making sure Commodus doesn't see another sunrise. Narcissus stroked his beard, his nostrils flaring. In this we are in agreement. If I could only get my hands around his throat, I would rip his head from his body. Just then Jacob returned with a small glass jar, rolling his eyes at the pair of them. I would pay good denarii to see that. God only knows that the Emperors of Rome owe my people a blood debt. So let's do it, said Narcissus, his eyes darting between the two men and then back to Vesper, a slow rage growing in his heart. What? Kill the Emperor? Scoffed Jacob. The pair of you? What's wrong with us? Asked Quintus, standing up. A fat Celt and an old drunk kill the most heavily guarded man in the world. That would require an act of God. But you don't believe in my God, so I doubt he would intervene on your behalf. They don't need your God when they have me, said Lucilla, sweeping into the valetudinarium like she owned it, a pair of legionnaires following in her wake. Narcissus shot to his feet, scrubbing his face with his meaty hands. Lady Lucilla, this is hardly the place for a lady of your station. Today is not the day to test me. I go where I will, she said, her fine brows coming together as she eyed Vesper's prone form. Does she live? Jacob let out a deep sigh and opened his mouth to speak when Narcissus silenced him with a look. She lives, Lady Lucilla, he said, gently touching Vesper's forehead with a meaty hand, and I will see to it she stays that way. Good, she said, pressing her lips into a thin line, before turning to face the old Sicilian. Quintus, still drunk, I see. Quintus cleared his throat, adjusting his tunic. Lady Lucilla, it's been a long time. I am glad to see you are well, he said, bowing at the waist. I am sorry, I'm not here to revisit old times, she said, crossing her arms. I came to see about the girl, but now I want to know more about what you were discussing. You know him? Asked Narcissus. Yes, he was a military adviser to my father. I was more than that to your family. Antonius was my dear friend. I bounced you on my knee as a child and gave you your first sip of wine. I think it would be best if I took my leave, began Jacob, backing away from the group. If you take another step, my guard will remove your head, she said. For good or ill, you are part of this now. Narcissus cleared his throat, locking his gaze on her. Part of what? Lucilla looked down at Vesper's still form, drawing a deep breath through her nostrils. There is a blight in Rome, she began, nodding to herself as she looked around the room. A blight that will only get worse with time. When my father was alive, he was able to keep my brother under control. But now that he is emperor, his depravity has no limits. He will only grow worse with time, and every man, woman, and child within our borders will suffer for it. We don't have the resources nor access, said Narcissus, frowning at her. We can't just walk into the palace and I do, and we can, she continued. I have known what I had to do for a long time. I just didn't have the courage to face it. My brother's tyranny must end before it grows worse. Together we will see it done, and I swear to you on my father's grave that history forgets the name Commodus. Chapter 25. Threads. Vesper had awoken to find herself floating above her battered body, the world around her shimmering like desert sand in summer heat, feeling insubstantial, more spirit than flesh. Below, she could see, even feel the heat of Narcissus's hand in hers as he sat on the stone slab next to her, his face a mask of grim fury. She wished she could put a hand on his shoulder, calm his rage by telling him it would be all right, but in truth, she didn't know herself. She knew that reality was more than she could see, that there were worlds beyond worlds, but where she was, or how she had gotten here, was beyond her understanding. Most bizarre in this place were the 3 glowing threads protruding from her midsection. The largest of them, bright silver, was like an umbilical cord that flowed from her body back to whatever she was now. Each time she touched it, she could feel the throbbing pain of the arrows in her belly, shoulder, and leg. The other thread was amber, connecting her to Narcissus, and the one time she had touched it, She could feel a strange mix of anger and warmth, hope and hopelessness. Lastly was a bright green filament that filled her with dread. It was a mystery, and she hadn't touched it yet as it led away from the room, vanishing beyond the walls of the Ludus into the distance, somehow calling for her to follow. Part of her wanted to be away from this surreal place, back to the flesh, but instead she shrank away, feeling like a coward because she didn't want to face the hurt. Instead, she plucked at the green filament, her curiosity getting the best of her as she began to follow it, slowly at first, flinching when she passed through the walls of the Ludus like they didn't exist. Then, moving faster and faster, she jumped away from Rome in leaps and bounds, leaving behind the city's sickening shades of grey for the green and gold of the rolling hills and bright orchard outside the city. At first, she wasn't sure where the thread was taking her, but with each jump the path became clearer, and a smile creased her face. The shimmering world became a blur as she pressed ahead, her confidence growing with each jump. The world shifted from green to blue and back again as she crossed from land to sea, sea to land. A spark of joy bubbled up from her heart when she saw her destination in the distance, easily recognizing the flowing fields of wheat and towering baobab tree in the distance that marked a place she knew so well, home. Arriving at the outskirts of the village, her smile faded, and if she had breath, she would have gasped in horror. The simple huts of sod-thatched roofs that she knew so well were little more than burned-out shells. The once bustling community was silent, without a soul to be seen. Wondering the empty homes of her friends, her people, she realized everything she knew and loved was gone, that the Osei who had lived in this place for thousands of years were no more. "Not all of it," she whispered, eyeing the glowing green thread that had guided her home. Jumping one last time, Vesper found herself in a place she knew well, at the foot of the towering baobab tree that stood at the heart of their community. Looking up at the majestic tree, she fell to her knees, the pain in her heart almost more than she could bear. Its once smooth trunk was burned black, cracked and faded, and its sprawling branches that she had spent so much time clambering along as a little girl were like skeletal claws, bent and twisted. Something inside her broke, and Vesper screamed at the top of her lungs, pounding her fists, pouring her anger, her rage into each blow on the soot-black bark before collapsing and pressing her face against the tree. Lost in the pain of the memory, she wished for just one last day climbing its branches, laughing with her friends as they dared each other to go higher. She wished for one last time to find her Aunt Magda near the top, magically whisking her back to the ground with a shake of her head and a knowing smile. "Oh, my child, what has the world done to you?" said a soft voice that made her heart skip a beat. Vesper sat up with a start, not daring to look behind her for fear that her mind was playing tricks on her, only to flinch in shock when familiar hands caressed her shoulders and deft fingers touched her braided hair. She sprang up and turned to find her aunt's round face and familiar smile beaming down on her, the green filament connecting them together. "How?" she said, fiercely wrapping her arms around her, not daring to let go, terrified that she would disappear. "We have some time yet, child, you can let go," said Magda with a laugh, seeming to read her thoughts. Vesper slowly released her grip, her entire body shaking as she stared into her aunt's dark eyes. Gingerly, she reached out, touching one of her aunt's thick braids while cupping her round cheek. "I'm really here, child," she said, taking Vesper's hands in hers and kissing them. "But I saw you. Jafari's spear. She began, only to stop when her words caught in her throat, like she'd been kicked in the belly. "I'm so sorry. It was my fault. If only I'd listened. It should have been me." "No, child, it is not your fault," said Magda, shaking her head, squeezing her hands. "The Sandawai would have attacked whether you were there or not. I fell doing my duty, protecting you. But no more. I did what I had to do. Our time is short, so let us not waste it. Sit, please," she said, pointing to a large root. Vesper hesitated, torn by guilt and joy in the same moment as she sat. "This is where you tattooed the baobab rune on my chest," she said, looking around, a million memories surging to the surface of her mind. "Which my fool sister so callously removed," said Magda, looking up at the towering tree with affection. "But that may work in our favour now. But it will place you on a dangerous path." Staring into her aunt's face, Vesper wanted to be quiet, wanted to do as her aunt had always instructed her, to listen and learn. But she couldn't hold her tongue. "How are you here? I saw you die," she began, her voice raising. "I saw you fall. Jufari said your body was no more than cast-off clay. Are you telling me you've been alive all this time?" Magda shook her head, her lips pressing together. "The Sandawai spear ended my time in the physical world," she said, her face looking like she'd eaten something sour at the mention of the Voden. "But I once told you that here in this grove, under this tree, the veil between worlds is thin. Things that are normally not possible are possible. My spirit was able to hold on in this sacred place for a time, hoping that we could speak again." "Am I dead then?" she asked, her brows shooting up. Her aunt gave her a smile she knew so well before shaking her head. "Not yet, child, but as with everything you do, you run before you can walk. I'm sorry, I have so many questions." "The time for apologies is long past," said her aunt, her voice taking on a serious tone. "Now is the time for action. But first, we must make sure you do not follow me when I pass beyond this world." Vesper brushed the thick silver cord connected to her midsection, wincing as echoes of pain shook her spirit. "I have been doing my best to fulfill my duty, to do what you tried to teach me, but I hardly know what I'm doing, and now... "I know, child, I know," said Magda, looking at the silver filament. "But your skill and strength with Ace is far greater than I could have ever imagined. And now that my sister has removed the baobab heart ruin that was meant to protect you, we must remove the remainder of the blocks I placed on you as a child. This will be dangerous, and you must practice restraint, lest it ruin you." "Like my mother," said Vesper, already suspecting what it was. "I will listen for once, I promise." Magda stood up, and Vesper noticed that the green thread connecting them was flickering like a lamp burning its last bit of oil. "I taught you long ago that Ace, life's energy, flows through all things, the rock, the soil beneath your feet. Plants, like the great tree above us, even near death, is full of potential, and through the weave, the chosen like you can draw upon that potential to change the world as you see fit. But there are other ways," said Vesper, swallowing hard, "like taking Ace from the living and the dead." "Yes," said Magda, tears welling in the corners of her eyes. "I have already, but it's like when you tried to teach me. I have no control over it. I can barely control any of it," she began, throwing up her arms in frustration. "That is because there are other blocks that I placed on you as a child, blocks that must be removed. You see, I tried to teach you my path, my way, but you are far more like my sister than I ever cared to admit." "What does that mean?" she said, her eyes narrowing. "Olodumare grants his gifts in many different ways. The chosen, like your father or myself, learn their skills through study, dedication, and practice. But those like your mother or you, the power is instinctual, expressed through thought and emotion." Vesper frowned, her thoughts going back to the frustration of the early days when her aunt had tried to teach her. "But if you knew, why did you... you spent so much time trying to teach me the wrong way." "After what had happened to your mother, when I saw what that path had done to her, I had hoped to teach you a different way. But I now see that I was wrong, that I must allow you to follow your own path and let you become the woman you are meant to be." Vesper clenched and unclenched her jaw, bitter anger growing in her heart when she thought back to all the frustrating moments of trying to focus her thoughts to no avail, of thinking she was a failure because she couldn't do the simplest things. It had only been when her mind had wandered, when she felt the most unfocused, that she managed to unleash her abilities. Part of her wanted to lash out at her aunt, but then she remembered her mother, remembered what she had become. "I understand. My mother paid a terrible price," she said at last with a sad smile. "I've met her. I don't want to be like her." "Good," she said, taking Vesper in her arms and giving her a tight hug. "Now, what we are about to do will lift the remaining blocks you have in your mind. It will open you to touch the weave at will, to draw on any source of ace you choose. But as I told you, it can be dangerous. How? When you draw on energy from a living thing, you take on their burdens, hate, anger, bitterness. It can change who you are. Like joining yourself with a lower." Magda swallowed, her dark eyes opening wide. "You have joined with Loa? Shared your body with them?" She hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Yes. The first time was with my mother, and another with Jafari." "With that monster?" she said, her face a mask of fury as she stood. "I had no choice. I would—" she began, her words catching in her throat when the cord between them flickered and vanished completely for a moment, returning seconds later, thinner, a faded, dull green. "Auntie!" she said, reaching out for her. Magda shook her head and sat back down, her face like stone. "This will make what we are about to do more dangerous. You are open to him now. But it does not matter. What matters now is that we remove these last limits on you so that one of us will survive this day. One last Ose will be able to stand against the darkness and keep the world safe." "Tell me what I have to do then." "I taught you that the weave holds the history of mankind, every deed, every event. But it is also a pathway. We must now use it to go back to the first moment you touched your power, that you channeled Ace, and remove the blocks I placed on you. It is the only way for you to achieve your full potential." "I remember," said Vesper, immediately brightening, "the day in the square, with Aurelia." Her aunt sighed, taking Vesper's hands once more. "No, child, there was a time before, a time you would not remember, the day I took you from your mother." "I don't remember such a thing. You were just a baby," said her aunt, "only a few days old." "Truly?" "Yes. Now take my hands," said Magda, reaching out to her. "I will guide you." Vesper took her aunt's hands, eyeing the flickering thread between them. "How will this work?" "I will send you along the threads of the weave to the place in time where you first touched your power. In that exact moment, I will be able to remove the first blocks I placed on you," said Magda. "But I warn you, it will be dangerous. Moments woven into the fabric of reality fight against being changed, and sometimes reality can be bent and twisted in ways that are unpredictable." Vesper pushed down the fear bubbling in her belly, steadying herself for what was about to happen. "I'm ready." Magda's round face split into a smile as she removed her top, revealing a lifetime of images over her body. Flowers of all shades and shapes, trees both familiar and alien, even people Vesper had never met, and at the heart of it, the mighty baobab tree towering over them, green and vibrant, the way Vesper remembered it. Her aunt began to glow, emerald threads flickering up and down her skin, like they were blowing in the wind. The filaments leapt off of her skin, gently reaching out to her, slow at first, their touch cool and icy, sending shivers up and down Vesper's spine. Then more, hundreds, thousands, all wrapping themselves around her, tightening her bond with her aunt until she couldn't tell where Magda ended and she began. "Raising you has been the greatest joy of my life," said Magda, her voice cracking. "It was an honour to be your teacher." Lost in the dazzling array of green and emerald that enveloped her, Vesper blinked in surprise when her aunt began to fade from sight, and in a panic she gripped her hands tighter. "What's happening?" "You cannot travel the threads of history without a great surge of power," began Magda, nodding at her, "or sacrifice." "No!" screamed Vesper, trying to pull away, but her aunt's grip was like iron, and the harder she pulled, the more she became entangled by the filaments. "I just found you again. There has to be another way." "No, child. It always had to be this way. My time is done in this world. The best I can do is make sure that you succeed where Lilith and I failed." "You can't go. I don't want to be alone again," she whispered. A twinkle glowed in Magda's eyes as she nodded to the amber-coloured thread that led back to Rome. "You are not alone, child. Even without my teachings, you have formed a deep connection. He is a good man, of good stock. You would do well by him." Vesper shook her head, crying and laughing at the same time. "My mother said the same thing." "Well, she and I did always have good taste in men," said her aunt with a laugh, tears flowing freely down her face now. "I never had the chance to tell you," said Vesper, speaking quickly. "You did more than just raise me. Your love and kindness made me into a good person. Your discipline gave me the tools to survive in this world. I could not have asked for a better teacher, a better mother. I love you with all my heart." Her aunt smiled, her form translucent. "My little Vesper, always running before she could walk. You make me so proud of you. Vesper's heart caught in her chest as her aunt faded from view, her words gone like whispers on the wind, but not forgotten, never forgotten. Her entire body lurched suddenly, like she was at the end of a cord that was pulled taut, the last images of her village, the baobab, blinking away in a heartbeat, never to be seen again, as Vesper hurtled toward the past, racing across time to her destiny. Chapter 26. Lost in Time. She felt like she was meant to do something here, and for some reason her Aunt Magda came to mind, but she couldn't say why. The market felt like a memory, or maybe a dream. Vesper couldn't be sure, as she wandered through the maze of stalls and strangely familiar yet foreign faces. Part of her felt like she'd been here before. The colourful tents, garish green and yellow, resonated with her. The exotic scents of saffron, garlic and roasted meat wafting through the market felt so familiar she could almost taste them on the tip of her tongue. "What is this place, and how did I get here?" she muttered, feeling a pang of sadness as she dodged a pack of children in threadbare clothing running underfoot. From the corner of her eye, she caught a heavy-set woman in a bright blue head wrap eyeing her. But when Vesper turned to meet her gaze, offering her a warm smile, the woman shrank away, frowning with worry. Vesper shrugged it off as just a woman weary of a stranger, until another man who was about to cross her path yelped when he saw her face, falling over himself to avoid her. "They're afraid," she mumbled, noticing at last that it wasn't just the woman, but everyone. Even the children gave her nervous sidelong glances, as if they knew something she did not. Wanting answers, she strode with purpose to the woman in the blue head wrap. "Can you tell me what's going on?" she asked, giving the woman a polite smile. "I can't talk to you," she said, falling all over herself while haphazardly shoving her wares, figs and almonds, into a burlap bag and darting off. Her frustration growing, Vesper grabbed another man by the arm as he walked by, a round-faced merchant who had the easy smile of one who liked to gossip. "Sir, can you tell me why is everyone—" she began, only to have the man pull away from her, his eyes going wide like he'd swallowed his tongue. "Please, leave me be! I can't!" he screamed, stumbling away from her. Dumbfounded by the fleeing man, she buried her face in her hands, confounded and confused. Why won't they talk to me? What's going on? The ear-piercing sound of stone on steel drew her attention to a dark tent in the corner of the market, and her jaw fell open when she noticed a group of bronze-skinned gladiators, 4 of them sitting in the shade, surrounded by an armoury of deadly-looking weapons. One of them, a murmillo, stared at her while he sharpened a notch-edged gladius, his nostrils flaring each time the whetstone was drawn across the blade. "What in the name of Olodumare?" she muttered, coming close enough to speak but still keeping her distance. "If I had a better blade, I would have bested you," said the murmillo as she approached, speaking with a voice that rasped like a weapon being unsheathed. "What?" "The blade," he said, holding up the notched weapon. "A gladiator is only as good as his weapon. But of course you wouldn't know that. You cheated." "Cheated? At what?" asked Vesper, taken aback, sputtering at the murmillo as he dismissed her with a wave, and returned to sharpening his blade. "Hush, hush, little Jose. They'll all be afraid of you, and rightly so," said a deep voice that seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere all at once, a voice that made Vesper's blood run cold. Her head shot up and her whole body tensed while she scanned the crowd, hunting for the monster whom she knew all too well. "Jafari!" she called out, immediately knowing him by his strange Sandawai accent and bizarre cadence. When he didn't answer, she thought it was her imagination playing tricks on her, but then the crowd parted, and across the market she saw him. His milky-eyed gaze fell on her, and she wanted to run, to get away, but her limbs refused to listen, leaving her frozen in place. The Sandawai was like she remembered him, chalk white paint smeared clumsily in an odd pattern over his face, with a pair of long, curving animal bones tied to the side of his head. His jaw and nose so square they could have been carved from stone. Vesper's breath caught in her throat when he loped towards her, hunched over like he was some kind of beast, a black spear that reflected no light in his hand.
"Come on, little Osei," he whispered, stopping a hair's breadth from her face. "Papa Jafari gonna take good care of you."
Vesper recoiled in disgust, bile rising in her throat from his sour breath. She had not known suffering until the day he attacked their village, had not known hate. The Sandawai had been responsible for many deaths, including her Aunt Magda's, killing her in cold blood. "You can't be here. I killed you," she said, pushing him away with all her might. "You're a spirit, a lower, no more." The Sandawai Voden laughed at her as he staggered back, feigning injury.
"You be the murderer here. Kill me, you did. Back and forth through the weave, you killed so many, little Osei, more than Papa Jafari ever could. Left my spirit in the place in between, among the damned, yet our paths cross once more."
"You're the murderer here," she seethed. "You murdered more of my people than I could ever know, my aunt included. How many innocents have you killed or enslaved?"
"Not enough," said Jafari, running a finger down the side of his nose. "And to tell true, no Osei is ever innocent. Your auntie got what she deserved. They all did."
Vesper flinched as if he'd slapped her, her blood boiling as she shifted her gaze to the world beyond the mundane, instinctively grasping at the fine threads that connected all things together, ripping power, ace, from the weave.
"Careful, little Osei," said Jafari,
backing away slowly, levelling his dead black spear at her.
"This thing you call reality does not like to be toyed with. It pushes back as hard as you pull."
"You think I will believe your lies?" she said, shuddering as torrents of ace flooded her limbs, making her feel like she could bend steel, or even leap over the entire market in a single bound. And although she knew most of what the Voden said were lies, she was cautious. Memories from her time with Lilith flooded her mind, and she knew that if she bent reality too hard, she risked doing more harm than good, to herself and to the bustling market full of innocent people. Instead, she played it safe, threading together a spear to match Jafari's, along with a small steel shield on her other arm for some measure of protection.
Come then," he said,
eyeing her newly conjured spear.
"Papa Jafari gonna teach you all you need to know about dying."
Vesper came at him then, thrusting hard with her spear, aiming for his heart, only to have the weapon knocked aside as Jafari dodged to his side, quickly striking back with his own black weapon. Vesper took the blow on her shield, the scream of metal on metal piercing the loud din of the market. Shifting her feet, she jumped back, then, using the power of the weave flowing through her limbs, she leapt at him, attacking from on high, catching only air as he weaved like a snake to avoid her deadly blow. Vesper, anticipating his movement, countered as she came down, spinning in place and slamming her shield into his face with a resounding clang, sending him stumbling back, clutching at his nose. "Once I've killed you this time, I'm going to make sure you never come back," she said, spinning her spear and aiming it once more for his heart.
"Revenge is a powerful thing, little Osei. It can keep your spirit alive even when death do come calling,"
he said, wiping blood from his nose, crouching down to face her once more. Jafari came forward, feinting left, the shadowy spear in his hand vanishing suddenly, only to reform in his right, then sliding its tip past her guard to clip her shoulder, leaving a bloody gash.
"You can't win, little Osei. Papa Jafari be too much for you."
Dancing away, she shook off the wound, ignoring him as he goaded her. Vesper knew that the Sandwai was stronger, but he lacked creativity, and she did her best to anticipate his next series of attacks, drawing him in by letting her spear and shield dip, as if expecting a series of low strikes. A heartbeat later, just as expected, Jafari pretended to faint back, and then leapt forward, plunging his spear downward with a roar. Bracing for the blow she knew was coming, Vesper raised her shield at the last moment to deflect the powerful overhead strike, the titanic blow numbing her arm even through the metal shield. Scurrying back with a look of worry in her eyes, Vesper slumped her shoulders for an instant, pretending to breathe hard. "I have you!" shouted Jafari, his eyes going wide as he lunged forward with a hungry look of triumph on his face. Vesper smiled as she sprung her trap, deftly parrying the spear with her own, so that it passed between her body and shield. Then, twisting to her left, she ripped the overextended weapon from his grip, throwing him off balance and stumbling to the ground. "No, I have you," she said, plunging her spear into his calf with all her might. A raw, blood-curdling scream escaping from the Voden's throat, echoing across the market. Not finished, she bent down, grabbing him by the bone tusks strapped to the side of his head, intending to rip him limb from limb, only to be halted when her neck snapped back, pain exploding in her forehead as she was struck by something on the temple, dark spots floating in her vision. Her head spinning, she looked up just in time to duck another shard, quickly raising her shield to protect her head from a torrent of stones ringing like hail on the thin metal. "Death come calling, little Osei," he said, pointing at her, thin wisps of shadow appearing from nowhere, snapping into place around her wrists and throat, leaving her gasping for breath. Struggling against the binding shadows, her eyes narrowed as she realized that every man, woman, and child in the market had rocks in hand, each of them watching her struggle, their eyes hungry for blood. Cursing them, Vesper tore at the weave, gathered more power, channeling it into the very air. Out of a clear sky, a gale of stinging wind blew over the market, the harsh wind knocking over tents and people alike, throwing everything into pure chaos as people scurried like rats, trying to find a place away from the gale. "Now for you," she said, using some of the power she was holding to slice through the shadows holding her in place. "My aunt raised me to be a good person, to not hurt anyone. She was kind and loving. She was the best thing in my life, and you killed her. And for that I will put aside everything she taught me, and I'll make you pay for what you did to her." "Kill me and become me, little Osei," he mocked, his laughter echoing over the hollow wind. Ignoring his madness, she reached out, gathering every thread from every object, every living thing in the market, filling her to ecstasy with enough ace to burn the Sandawai where he stood. Fire and flame spilled from the concentric runes on her arms and legs, glowing so bright that the sun was dim by comparison. She was about to release it all when a sharp pain tore into her back, her breath catching in her throat. Vesper screamed as her legs gave away, and she was held up only by the notched blade protruding from her belly. "Vengeance! For me and my brothers! Vengeance for all those you've murdered!" said the Mamillo behind her, his breath hot on her neck. She screeched when he twisted the blade, her belly and back on fire. Drawing in short, shuddering breaths, Vesper wanted to fall, to pass out so that the pain would stop, but she held on through sheer force of will, grasping, fumbling, hanging on to the torrents of power coursing through her by the thinnest of threads. "Come, come, one and all, have your revenge on this monster, this one who stole your lives," said Jafari, tearing the spear from his leg and then using it to stand, his milky gaze drilling into her. Raising his free hand, he uttered vile words that echoed across the market, and the bright light of day dimmed, the sun vanishing behind roiling torrents of living shadow that spun out from the tip of his night-black spear. Vesper wondered what he was doing when the wind died and the scattered crowd in the market made their way to their feet, answering the Sandawai's call by crowding around her. Jafari gave her a final smile, raising his chin with pride as he pointed at her. "There she be! Do what you will. Take your revenge." Vesper didn't have time to react as they came at her, a human wave of flesh and bone, screaming in anger as they ran over her, sending her tumbling to the ground under them. She rolled into a ball, desperately trying to protect herself from the mob's flailing feet and fists. Her bones felt like they were about to snap like twigs under the heavy press of bodies, and she clawed for breath, hungry for even a taste of cool air. For a moment, she was sure that it was the end, and she waited for her energy to return to Olodumare. And then a shining beacon of green flickered in the distance, growing larger with each passing moment. Desperate for any hope of survival, she reached for the light, shivering with cold when the single glowing thread touched the tip of her finger. Not knowing how, Vesper pulled at it, drawing more to herself, a cool breeze caressing her cheek as more and more filaments joined the others, until she had so many that they were beyond counting, her strength growing with each passing moment. Holding the power, she was at a loss of what to do with it until she was overcome, losing control of it all in a maelstrom of energy exploding from her. The bodies on top of her swept away like they were little more than dust on the wind. Vesper came back to herself with a start, throwing her head back in relief when she was able to fully draw in a deep breath, grateful to be alive. She sat up to find herself alone, with not a soul to be seen or heard. The market itself looked like it had been crushed by a giant. The stalls flattened, and what little was left burned and sputtered like a dying candle. Standing up, she began to wander, picking through the remains, her stomach turning with disgust when she found broken remains buried under the fallen tents. She turned in a circle, wondering what could have done such a thing, when the thin wail pierced the silence. In a rush, she sprinted after the cries, leaping and bounding over the chaotic debris and burning wreckage, strangely feeling stronger with each step. Vesper skidded to a halt when not far ahead of her, wreathed in flame, a pair of women faced one another. One of them holding the source of the crying, a tiny infant that she jealously guarded close to her breast. The urge to run welled up inside her, and she was about to, when both of the women turned to face her, the one holding the child raising a hand to beckon her over. Vesper hesitated, her heart beating out of her chest while she walked toward them. As she got closer, stared her down in silence, and Vesper stopped in place like someone had slapped her. They looked different, younger, but she recognised her aunt's round face and bright smile, and she forced her face to stillness when she looked at Lilith's boil-covered features and rotting grin. "Magda, Mother," she said, breathing hard, "how are we here, together?" Magda smiled at her, reaching out to touch her shoulder. "What you are doing is difficult, child, and it is normal that your mind is playing tricks on you. But you are here to save yourself and to—" "Oh, shut up, Magda," said her mother, shushing the baby to silence. "You are here because my loving sister was terrified of what you would become, that you would follow my path." Magda's nostrils flared as she shook her head, her voice full of anger as she spoke. "Was I wrong? Look at you, what you became, the burdens that your decisions—" "You sent me here," said Vesper, bits of memory floating to her mind, "through the weave, through time. Why, I don't remember." "As always, my sister chooses that coward's path," said Lilith. "You are here so you can remove the blocks she placed on your power. You are here in the past so that you can survive in the future." Vesper squeezed her eyes shut, trying to wrap her mind around what she was being told. "But if I'm in the past, with both of you, why can I not simply change it so that neither of you die, or—" "Time is immutable for the most part, child," said Magda. "Grand things, harsh words, and broken relationships, falling in love, death, and dying cannot be changed. The weave does not let one change a story already told. But small things, like we are doing, that we can—" "But what about you? Won't me talking to you affect what you know?" Lilith clutched the baby closer, and Vesper could see tears in the corners of her eyes as her gaze darted back and forth between her and the child. "No, my path ends here. I know that. How? I don't know." "I am gone too," said Magda, smiling at Vesper as she was about to deny it. "We do not know what the future holds, but we know our time is over, and that there is little we could do to change it." "Is that me?" she asked, her memories coming back in a torrent now, flooding her mind. "Yes,"
said Lilith, raising her chin, her face a mask of fierce pride. "You are my gift to the world, my evening star, my Vesper, more beautiful than Venus herself." A lump formed in Vesper's throat as she looked into her mother's dark eyes, seeing her pain, her pride, her anger, and, to her surprise, even love. "What must I do?" she said at last. "My burden, my duty awaits." Magda opened her mouth to speak, and Lilith silenced her with a look. "You must draw on my ace. Take all of it. You will use it to restore yourself, and together with my fool of a sister, tear down the walls she has placed on your mind. But do not question me, girl. You have a duty. You cannot afford to be weak." "None of us can," said Lilith, sneering at her sister before gently handing the child to her. "Now I am ready. Take my hands, and I will guide you." Vesper took her hands, shaking her head in disbelief. Her aunt had told her stories of her mother, of her bravery, but when she had met her years later as a lower, she found her to be beyond cunning, vile. But now, seeing how easily she was ready to sacrifice herself, she was amazed. "Thank you, Mother." Lilith gave her a grim smile, showing her rotting teeth. "Make my sacrifice worth it. Do what I could not, what we could not," she said, looking at Magda. "Your power is a tool, no more, no less. Don't let it control you. Understood?" "Yes, Mother," said Vesper, swallowing hard, taken aback by her intensity. "You would do well to take my hand as well," said Magda, touching Vesper's cheek with motherly affection. "We will both guide you." Lilith rolled her eyes but nodded, indicating that Vesper should do as told. Drawing in a deep breath, her mother locked her eyes with her. "Today you will learn how powerful you truly are. No more holding back. No more limits. So make us proud." "She's right," said Magda. "She's a mad fool, but she's right. Good luck, child. I will be with you, always." Vesper looked back and forth at the two women, and then back down at the child that was her, praying that the faith they put in her was justified, hoping that she had the strength to do the impossible. "I will," she said, throwing her head back as torrents of ace ripped through her, and the world turned to a brilliant white, and pain, everything she knew, vanishing in a heartbeat. Chapter 27. Doubts. Narcissus lost himself in the rise and fall of Vesper's chest, his eyes burning as he fought sleep. Hours ago, Jacob, the medicus, had removed the arrows in her leg and shoulder, but he had left the one in her belly, insisting that it would kill her if they removed it. Instead, he bandaged the wound the best he could, saying that her life was in the hands of the Almighty God now. That was hours ago, and little had changed. "Doctore, Quintus has returned. He has the Praetorian prefect with him, of all things." Narcissus tore his attention away from Vesper to find Linus limping toward him, the worry on his wrinkled face matching his own. "So soon?" "Doctore has been here all night and well into the morning," he said, hefting a lockbox on his shoulder. "The sun is well past its zenith." He blinked in surprise, having lost track of all sense of time. The valetudinarium had no windows, the only light coming from torches and lamps. It was understood that it was better for the sick and dying to be away from the heat of the sun. "This is a fool's errand," he muttered, stretching to his full height, his bones creaking and cracking. "Then why did you agree to it? You've always been wise enough to stay away from nobles and their plotting and scheming," he said, dropping the lockbox down on the ground. "Rage," he said with a sigh, opening the box. "I let myself get caught up in the moment, and now I will most likely follow these fools to my death." In the moment, with Vesper bleeding out on the table from wounds made by the Emperor, he had been with Lucilla and Quintus, agreeing that Commodus should have his head removed. But now, long after his rage had cooled, he was plagued by doubt. "One never knows, Doctore. The plan seemed sound, and Lucilla is confident that she can bring him to the Colosseum without arousing suspicion."
Bah, a fool's plan hatched in a sick room over the body of a dying young woman, he said, his pulse quickening when he took the iron greaves and braces from the lockbox. A plan made by a drunken Sicilian and a former empress, hungry for power. And a mad Celt. Narcissus said nothing, frowning at the old gladiator as he strapped on the braces and greaves, feeling like a fool. He had spent his entire life in Rome under the boot of one dominus or another, doing as Linus had said, carefully avoiding their schemes and plots. Now he had agreed to kill the emperor himself. My only blessing is that I will die well, and if history is kind, remembered for standing against a tyrant. And what of her? He snorted, patting her shoulder. I'm afraid that our best chance to see each other again is in the afterlife. Jacob does not hold out much hope, but if by some chance the gods grant her mercy, I leave her in your care, my friend. See to it that she lives long enough to be free, and tell her I am sorry I failed her. Kill this man-child of an emperor and tell yourself, my friend, said Linus. If you succeed, all of Rome will sing songs of your glory. That is why you never lost, Linus. You're the most hopeful madman I've ever met. Goodbye, my friend. Narcissus took the other man's forearm in his, before taking one last look at Vesper and leaving the valetudinarium, never looking back. Narcissus arrived not long after at the heavy door that led to a back alley behind the Ludus, to find the dark-skinned Sicilian dressed like a noble, tapping his foot with impatience. At his side was, who he assumed, the Praetorian prefect, a balding man who was round across the middle with a bulbous nose and blotchy skin. I thought you were not coming. I was wondering if I was going to have to drag you out by that horrid beard. Mind your tongue, Quintus, or I'll remove it from your skull. The Sicilian smiled, showing the whites of his teeth. That's the animal we need today, not some mopey virgin who longs for the touch of a dead woman. Narcissus surged forward, towering over him. She is not dead yet, but you will be if you wish to test me. Careful, friend, you might accidentally impale yourself, said Quintus, his gaze flicking to the dagger aiming into Narcissus's gut. I was just making sure that the fire was burning in you. When you walked out, you looked like you spent the night in tears. The round prefect coughed into his hand, speaking up in a voice that was thin and weak. You two can kill each other later. Lady Lucilla will be arriving at the Colosseum soon enough. We must hurry. Narcissus gave Quintus a predatory grin, daring him to carry out his threat. Killing him won't take long, not if he fights with that little dagger. We'll settle this later, said Quintus, slipping the dagger back under his tunic while giving the big Celt a tight-lipped smile and turning to follow the prefect. Watching them walk away, Narcissus looked back at the Ludus, the greatest school for gladiators in all the Empire, and he was proud to have been doctore there. He realised he had spent many more years within its walls than he ever spent among his own people. This place, despite its harshness and cruel teachings, was home. Turning to face it fully, he raised a hand in salute, grateful for his time here, knowing he would never again grace its halls. Behind him, Quintus called out, urging him to haste. He gave the Ludus one last look, and then turned his back, racing after Quintus and the fat prefect, racing to his destiny with death. Chapter 28. Plots and Plans. Lucilla's heart beat out of her chest as she followed behind her brother and his idiot wife. In front of him and behind her, a dozen Praetorian guards marched in unison, their thick-soled caligar echoing in the underground corridor. Far ahead, leading their group, Salterus was doing his best to impress Commodus with his bravery. I still don't understand why we have to use these dingy tunnels, said Crispina in her high-pitched little girl voice, setting her teeth on edge. You're the most loved man in the Empire. Who would want to hurt you? Commodus gave the girl a drunken grin, walking arm in arm with her. Publius and his men heard rumours of a plot against me. I doubt that there's anything to it, but I wouldn't put anything above the men of the Senate. They have no respect for me, and I may have to make an example of them some day soon. It is better to be safe than sorry, brother, said Lucilla, parroting the lie Publius had given. Oh, I agree, said Crispina, gazing up at Lucilla's brother with wide-eyed affection, Commodus is a god among men. He would scare off any who would do us harm with just a look." Lucilla's hand twitched, and she had to stop herself from reaching out to choke the life out of the annoying little waif. "Yes, of course. No one doubts my brother's strength and stature, but it is best for the public to not witness such a thing, lest they fear him instead of love him." Her brother stopped, facing her fully with an upturned smile. "Sister, I'm impressed. It seems my lessons with you were not in vain." As a group, they all came to a halt, Lucilla swallowing hard as she kept her features still. "Of course," she said, her stomach fluttering with worry, "it is best if we keep the image the plebeians have of you to be that of a kind and gentle ruler, like—" "Like father? No, I shall not be our father," he scoffed. "But I see the wisdom in your words. I will do as I have done so far, and shower them with love and affection as if they were my children." Lucilla nodded and gave him a tight-lipped smile, pointing with her chin. "Your games start soon, brother. Let us go enjoy the day." "A wise course," he boomed, his deep voice full of excitement, echoing down the corridor as he spun on his heel. The group resumed their march towards the Colosseum, and the tension drained out of her shoulders. Quintus, along with Narcissus, was supposed to be lying in wait near the end of the tunnel, just beside a set of stairs that led up to the Emperor's box. Quintus disguised as one of her cousins she disliked. The plan Publius had suggested was remarkably simple. The Praetorian Guard would let Sicilian slip a knife into her brother's ribs as he rounded the corner, and some of Publius's men would arrest him immediately afterward, only to let him go later. She glanced back at the legionnaires with them, recognizing those loyal to Publius, hoping that the men who were not part of the plot would either stand aside or die in defence of the Emperor. Either way, in the ensuing chaos, the deed would be done. They walked in silence for a time, until Lucilla heard a commotion ahead of them, the clash of steel on steel, followed by a bone-crunching thump, and then silence. The group fell silent, waiting, listening, and the Praetorian guardsmen at the head of the column, and those behind, tensed, unsheathing their weapons and raising their shields, alert for the unseen threat. Even knowing what to expect, her gut clenched, and her breath caught in her throat when the massive bear of a man charged in from behind, his thick body bowling over the surprised guardsman behind her with a terrible, deafening crash, throwing the whole formation into chaos as the men fell over themselves, one poor fool even impaling himself on his own blade. While the men struggled to recover, Narcissus grabbed the guard closest to him, slamming the heel of his palm just beneath his nose until he was limp. Then, hefting him up, he used him like a shield and battering ram at the same time, pressing forward while the other Praetorians stabbed and slashed at the body, cutting their own ally to pieces. Lucilla's jaw fell open at his fury when he threw the mangled body into the guards, throwing them off balance once more as he came at them. For a heartbeat, she thought he had left himself open, as he had no weapons in hand. But when the Praetorians came at him with their blades flashing in the dark, sparks flew as he deflected each blow with the heavy braces on his forearms, knocking their weapons wide. Faster than she thought possible, he laced into them, landing titanic blow after blow into the reeling legionnaires, his meaty fists smashing noses flat, and his elbows wildly slamming into their temples, sending men to the floor unconscious, the whites of their eyes showing. Standing over the fallen guards, he waved to the men at the front who, so far, had watched in stunned silence, calling them to battle. Lucilla had to contain a laugh when the remaining guards took one look at Narcissus and the carnage he'd wrought, then turned tail and ran, with Crispina trailing in their wake. She wasn't surprised at their cowardice. The men who served in her brother's guard were mostly ceremonial, meant for show and intimidation, and lacked the discipline and bravery of true soldiers. She doubted if any of them ever unsheathed their blades, much less engaged in battle with a skilled gladiator. "Sister, behind me, quickly," said Commodus, waving her over. She was about to go to him but wavered, frozen in place, as the big Celt rushed past her. Lucilla met his eyes, shaking her head just when Quintus appeared at her brother's side, dressed in his ridiculous disguise that was meant to make him resemble her nephew, his face twisted into a hateful sneer. "The Senate sends their regards," he shouted, lunging forward with the gladius. Just as the blade was about to slip into his ribs, Commodus twisted, his eyes never leaving hers as he grabbed Quintus by the wrists, twisting hard, forcing the Sicilian to drop the blade and to his knees, wincing in pain. Then, just as Narcissus was about to bowl him over, Commodus used his free hand to slam the charging Celt in the chest, with enough force to knock him back, sending the bigger man sliding along the floor past her. "Sister, you're not afraid, or surprised even a little," said Commodus, squeezing the Sicilian's arm until the bones snapped, leaving the poor man whimpering. "I told you to be wary of her, Caesar, did I not?" said Sartaris, striding into view, his brilliant white tunic stained red along his side, a large lump on his forehead. "Look at her eyes. She is with them, I'm sure of it." "My own blood," he said. "I did not want to believe it." "Brother, please." "Silence, woman," said Sartaris, as a jet-black spear appeared in his hand from nowhere, while his eyes strangely faded from a dark brown to a milky white. "I tire of your entitlement and arrogance. It is time you learn your place." "You can't just kill me. I can," shouted the Chamberlain, ruthlessly plunging his spear through Quintus's back with enough force to rip through him completely, the mystical weapon lodging so deep into the concrete floor that it stayed upright, leaving the dark-skinned Sicilian propped up like some bizarre scarecrow. "Commodus, this man is an enemy of Rome. He is here only for revenge, to destroy us. I swear to it on the soul of our father." Her brother cocked his head, as if listening to something, a frown coming to his face. "Is this true?" he began, only to be silenced when Saltaris brushed his shoulder with his hand. "Of course not, Caesar. I am as always your humble servant, a friend of Rome. Your sister and her friends are the traitors." Lucilla's eyes shot open in shock when, for a moment, her brother's eyes were covered with the same milky film as the Chamberlain. Her brother wavered on his feet as if drunk, putting a hand against the corridor wall to steady himself. "You are a humble servant, a friend of Rome," he said, blinking at her with a sad smile. "And Lucilla and her friends are the traitors." The Chamberlain gave her a cold smile, another shadowy spear appearing in his hand. "Time rewards the patient," he said, his Roman accent fading, his cadence suddenly more precise with some words, less with others. "I will give you a good death, Roman, better than you deserve." Lucilla raised her chin, not daring to blink as they stared at one another. "You may win the day, but in the end you will fall. All of you savages do. Rome will prevail." The Chamberlain laughed as he raised his spear, and in defiance, Lucilla threw her head back, laughing at him, waiting for the end. The world seemed to slow as the spear flew in his hand, inching toward her. Then, just as the black weapon was a hair's breadth from her breast, it halted mid-air, suddenly unravelling into wisps of shadow before vanishing as if it never was. "It is you who will die today, Sandoai," said a voice from behind her, as a bright glow flooded the corridor, driving back the darkness, to reveal the massive bear of a Celt striding toward them. Beside him walked the young woman who had taken her breath away the first time she'd seen her on the sands of the Colosseum, a young woman she was certain had passed from this world. "Vesper!" she gasped, not believing her eyes. "Domina," she said, slightly bowing her head. "Apologies for being late." "You're not late," said Lucilla in a breathless voice. "You've arrived just in time." Strangely, her brother met Vesper's eyes and broke into mad laughter, his eyes flashing back and forth between milky white and his normal dark brown. "Enough of this Ose treachery!" screeched the Chamberlain, pointing at them as the shadows around him twisted together as if they were alive. "Your time is at an end." Lucilla barely had time to react when a swarm of black arrows exploded from his fingertips, racing toward her. For the second time in the last few moments, her end had come, but to her amazement, Vesper's bright glow washed over her as the young woman stepped in front of her, banishing the black-shafted bolts with a wave of her hand. Lucilla opened her mouth to thank her, but fell silent when Narcissus walked past her, showing her the whites of his teeth in a mad grin. The pair moved forward together, and Lucilla noticed the glow came from a bright, translucent cord that stretched between them, pulsing and flickering, its golden light defiant against the dark. "You think your feeble Osei tricks can stop me?" shouted Sarteris, his nostrils flaring. "The time for subterfuge is at an end." The Chamberlain flung his arms wide, and a powerful blast of stinking wind tore through the corridor, pushing them back while he began to chant in a language that Lucilla couldn't understand. Words full of hate and death, pain and suffering. "What in Jupiter's name is he doing?" she shouted over the gale, just as the three of them got to their feet. "I don't know," shouted Vesper, the concentric patterns on her arms shifting into different patterns, slowing the wind, banishing the stink. While they were distracted, Sarteris ran to her brother's side, a bone blade appearing in hand. For an instant she thought the Chamberlain was going to kill him, but instead he took her brother's hand, dragging the crude blade across his palm, then doing the same with his. "Come to me, Hurricane, Lord of Shadow," he shouted, pumping his bloodied fist over his head. "Grant me your boon so that I may vanquish my enemies. I offer my blood, my body, and the life of this fool Roman." "By Allah Jimar!" shouted Vesper, the light around her growing dim as she fell back, her lips trembling in fear. "What?" said Lucilla. "It's not possible. He's summoning a lower, a powerful spirit." Lucilla was about to ask what that was, when the hair in her nostrils froze and her breath frosted, gooseflesh running up and down her arms. Sarteris and her brother came toward them then, linked together by a tendril of jet-black, writhing energy, waves of cold radiating off of them. Pushing back the hollow fear in the pit of her stomach, she looked to Vesper and the Celt, both of whom stood frozen in place. "What do we do?" asked Lucilla finally. Vesper shook off her stupor, her eyes never leaving the approaching Chamberlain. "Now? Now we run." Chapter 29. Connections. Running for her life down the dingy tunnels of Rome's undercity, dodging and deflecting bolts of dark energy, Vesper cursed herself for ending up in this mess. She had awoken only moments before, almost scaring the life out of poor Linus when she sat up from the stone slab, blinking in confusion as she scanned the sick room. "Where is he?" Linus jumped back, sputtering like the old man he was, looking around the room. "Who?" "Narcissus," she said, ripping off the bandages on her arm and leg while jumping to her feet, never having felt so alive, like someone had lifted a veil, and she could finally see for the first time. "Something's happened to him. He's in pain. I can feel it." "He's off with the others," said Linus, trying to help her stand as if she were an invalid. "And you need to stay off your feet. Your wounds are serious. You need your rest." Vesper blew out a breath, taking hold of the old gladiator's hands. "I'm fine. Narcissus, quickly. He is in danger." "He's gone to the Colosseum. He's somehow managed to become part of some mad plot to kill Commodus." She ignored Linus, shifting her vision to the world beyond, recoiling at the filth and corruption of the weave surrounding her. She looked down at the golden cord extending away from her midsection, the cord that was her connection to Narcissus. Knowing where he was made it easier, and drawing on the deep well of power within her, she made the mistake she had made far too often, leaping before she looked, running before she could walk. Now she found herself running for her life, while Sarteris and Commodus gave chase, waves of ace rolling off both of them. "We can't keep running like this," shouted Narcissus as they dodged around a corner, his words snapping her back to the moment. "I don't understand. What is a lower?" said Lucilla behind her, clutching at a wound on her side, her fingers stained crimson. "And what did he do to my brother?" "I don't know much more than that lower are powerful spirits who hunger for the taste of life," she said, flinching as the wall she was ducking behind exploded, sending shards of stone digging into her flesh. "We make bargains with them for power. I think the Chamberlain is using your brother as a sacrifice." Narcissus pushed them forward, taking up the rear as they ran ahead, shouting over falling rock and concrete as a portion of the tunnel they had just been in collapsed. Letting them run by her, Vesper once more drew on her internal strength. not daring to touch the rotted weave that infected the city, groaning from the effort. She broke apart the concrete bonds of the tunnels behind them, bringing down tons of cement and earth, filling the corridor with choking dust and grit. "Come on, we need to get out of these tunnels, find somewhere safe to hide." "Where?" said Lucilla, struggling to keep up as they ran. "Between my brother and Shatters, there is not a place in all the Empire we could hide. They would find us." "She's right," said Narcissus, skidding to a halt. "It is better to face them in the here and now than to spend the rest of our days looking over our shoulders." Vesper looked over her shoulder to see the shattered concrete and stone she had used to block the tunnel begin to fade from sight, the treads of its creation unravelling until only dust remained. And through the haze, Shatters came, Commodus trailing behind him like a leashed hound. "I can't," she admitted finally, staggering back from deflecting another blast of dark energy that Shatters hurled at them. "I don't know how, but he's much stronger than me." The big Celt's lips pressed together as they sped around another corner. "That is because you're playing his game," he said quickly, "trying to match his strength with your own. We have to do this our way." "And what is our way?" said Vesper, wiping sweat from her brow. "We attack, all of us, at once." Lucilla shook her head, breathing hard. "That's one way to die, but I'd rather die well than live as a coward looking over my shoulder."
"You cannot run forever. Death comes calling. Let this be done, so you can be greeted among the damned as kin," said Shatters in his odd cadence, sending chills up Vesper's spine. Vesper pulled gently at the weave, gathering threads from the surrounding walls to form a simple gladius. "Lucilla, take this. If you see an opening, you'll need to take care of your brother," she said, peeking around the corner to see that Shatters was almost on top of them once more. The former Empress nodded, holding the simple weapon in a white-knuckled grip. "I will do my best." "And me," said Narcissus. We will attack. I will defend you while you do what you do best. Break them." The Celt gave her a feral grin, crouching down. "Ready." Shatters rounded the corner, and they exploded in chaos and movement, darkness and light. Narcissus charged, and Vesper just managed to deflect a torrent of black flame meant to consume him, spun out from the Chamberlain's hands, giving him the opening needed for him to get in close. Vesper and Shatters fought each other with ace, weaving and unweaving horrifying creations, hurling weapons made of shadow and pure will. Narcissus, in the meantime, battled both the Chamberlain and Commodus on a physical level, trading short, quick jabs and wild haymakers with each of them as they battled for any advantage. Behind her, Lucilla waited, not daring to expose herself, lest she be torn apart in the crossfire. "How is he so strong?" she whispered under her breath, clipping a thread meant to bring the tunnel down upon them. Shatters then did the same to her when she attempted to heat his blood, wanting to boil him from the inside. "The Osei witch does not realize how little she knows," said Shatters, laughing at her while he slammed Narcissus under the chin with an elbow, snapping the big man's neck back. The Chamberlain raised his hand to strike him in the chest, and in desperation Vesper channeled her life force through the umbilical connecting the two of them, a flash of brilliant light blasting through the cord, blinding them all. For an instant, Vesper's world was nothing but pure white, all colour vanquished. But just as her vision returned, she noticed a swarm of black filaments writhing around Shatters, weaving and flowing. She had seen something similar not so long ago in the hills outside of the city, near a villa, where land was the colour of ash, when she fought a faceless shade of a beast. "Lucilla!" she shouted, pulling on every drop of ace she could gather from her and from Narcissus. "When I give the word, go to your brother. Do what must be done." The noble woman lifted her gladius in front of her, her voice thin and reedy with nerves. "I'm ready." Vesper forged a blade of pure light, making the dim, grungy tunnel as bright as day. "Now!" she yelled, running in and ducking underneath the titanic blows being hurled back and forth between Shatters and Narcissus, attacking with her light-forged blade, not the body of the man, but the threads of shadow ebbing and flowing all around him. The Chamberlain screamed, losing focus as she deftly cut, shocks of wicked cold shooting through her every time her blade severed a filament. "You cannot beat me, O say witch," he said, grasping the black cord that connected him to Commodus. But just as he began to draw on the Emperor's strength, Lucilla was there, deftly sliding her blade into her brother's belly, his eyes going wide with shock, groans of agony spilling from his lips as he slumped to the ground, the cord between him and the Chamberlain fading to a dull, thin thread. "No!" shouted Shatters, staggering with every filament she cut, until he finally fell to his knees, his hands raised defensively. "Please, you don't know what it's like. I can't go back." Looking into his milky white eyes, Vesper didn't hesitate, slashing at the remaining filaments without mercy. "I'm sorry, but the Sandawai are a blight, beyond evil, and it is my duty to see you stopped," she said, slicing through the final thread. Shatters opened his mouth in a breathless scream, his dark skin turning black and shrivelling, as if he was burning from the inside, his body starting to flake away like dust on a windy day. Vesper felt the tension drain from her shoulders and smiled at Narcissus, who was breathing hard at her side, his fists battered and bruised. "I think this means—" The world around her exploded into darkness as the Chamberlain's body vanished, and the filament connecting him to Commodus snapped back with enough force that she was slammed hard into the tunnel wall, losing consciousness for a heartbeat. She came back to her senses to find Commodus standing above them, using the wall to hold himself up, his eyes focused on Lucilla, who lay next to her. He moved to reach down to her, but his eyes filmed over just for an instant, and if Vesper wasn't staring into them, she would have missed it. Then he stood to his full height, and to her surprise turned on his heel, shambling off without a word, leaving Vesper confused and frightened, uncertain of the future. Epilogue. "He claims to not remember anything. At least that is what Publius has told me," said Lucilla, wringing her hands. "Do you believe him?" asked Narcissus, folding his arms across his massive chest, eyeing the men as they went through the forms under the hot noonday sun. They sat in the stands at the edge of the training grounds, having returned to the Ludus after the incident in the tunnels, not sure what to expect. But to their surprise, life had gone on as normal, with Commodus even appearing at the games a day later, occupying his usual seat in the Emperor's box. "Publius has as much to lose in this as we do, more so if you consider that it was his men that took the blame for the bungled attempt," said Lucilla. "I've spent the last week waiting for the Praetorian Guards to come for us," said Vesper, wrapping her arms around herself. "We are missing something. We don't have all the pieces." Narcissus frowned at the both of them. "Are you sure of what you saw?" he asked, for what seemed the 1,000th time. Vesper nodded, having replayed the moment over and over in her mind, seeing once more the Emperor's eyes take on the white milky film she had seen only before on Sandawai Voden, like Jafari, or now, Shatters. "What does it mean?" she asked finally with a sigh. "I don't know," said Lucilla, "but I have known Commodus for his whole life. Never have I seen such a thing." "So what do we do?" Lucilla pressed her lips together, hesitating before speaking. "There was another incident this morning," she said, speaking quickly, as if she were afraid to not get it all out. "At a brothel, here in the city. It was a slaughter." Vesper stood up, raising her chin. "I thought for a moment that Shatters or some vile Sandawai treachery was responsible for all of this. I guess we cannot be so lucky." "So what do we do?" repeated Narcissus, more forcefully this time. Vesper shifted her gaze to the world beyond, looking up at the worn and faded weave that Rome's corruption had created. She had hoped it would have improved with Shatters gone, but if anything, it had grown more vile. "We go on. We do our duty to protect the world until the day we can't. What other choice do we have? Like you said in the tunnels, we can either die well or run off and live as cowards. I, for one, choose to die well." The end. Vesper will return. Prologue. Lost Time.
Commodus didn't remember throwing the legionnaire to the ground, or wrapping his hands around his throat. But a smile crept onto his face as the weaker man struggled against him, clawing and scraping for every breath, desperate to hold on to the world of the living. The moment was like a waking dream, and he wasn't sure if it was real or not. But he couldn't help but stare with grim fascination as the spark of life faded from the legionary's eyes, and his spent body spasmed one last time before falling limp. With a deep sigh, he stood to his full height, dry-washing his hands while scanning his personal chambers, unsurprised to find that the room was littered with the dead. Thoughts of wine came to mind, and strangely, he found a pitcher and cup near a fallen chair, condensation still beading on their surfaces. The world shifted in a cacophony of noise and dazzling lights as he drank deeply, and he fell into oblivion once more, with only the taste of wine on his tongue. Later, when reality returned, he found himself with his face pressed against the cool marble floor, staring at the bottom of an empty cup, wine or blood pooling around his cheek. He couldn't be sure. Pushing himself up with a groan, he stuck out his tongue in disgust at the vile taste in his mouth, wondering why he was drinking such a bitter vintage. Wandering from room to room in a daze, he raised an eyebrow when, at one point, he recognized the familiar purple cloaks and fine armor of the dead. They were all Praetorian guardsmen. His men whose sole duty in life was to protect him from harm. Commodus blinked, and once again his world shifted, and he found himself in front of a full-length, gilded mirror, looking himself up and down, a smile growing on his face when he realized he wore not a stitch of clothing. Turning in place, he flexed his arms and then stomach, marvelling at his smooth, unblemished skin and well-defined muscle, a surge of pride running through him at his wide shoulders and narrow waist. "Truly, the son of Jupiter, a god among men," whispered an alien voice in the back of his mind, sending a shiver down his spine. Commodus beamed with pride at the words, repeating them over and over again under his breath while he continued to flex and pose. The voice understood how important he was. It always did. Satisfied, he decided it was time for a bath, and turned to go when he caught sight of a wide scar on his side, glowing white against his bronze skin. "Where did you come from?" he whispered to himself, tracing a finger along its length while he struggled to remember where and when he had hurt himself. Suddenly, he fell to his knees, his head pounding like someone was driving a spike into his skull. The more he thought about the scar, the more the pain grew, until, finally, he pushed the thought of it from his head, and the pain subsided. Reality shifted once more, and he was somehow in the bath, frozen with goose flesh running up and down his arms, the water far too cold for his liking. Swallowing a cup of wine in hand, he made a sour face, disliking the dry, tangy vintage. He blinked again and was in bed, wrapped up in the blankets, shivering, his skin like ice. "Fire! I need fire!" he bellowed, his deep voice echoing through the empty room. "Where are you? Why are my chambers so cold?" He wasn't sure how long he waited, but after a time he threw off the heavy covers and shot out of bed in a rage, cursing at the incompetence of those who served him, the cold forgotten as hot blood raced through his veins. Storming to the entrance of his chambers, he vented his anger with a few vicious kicks to the fallen legionnaires along his path, knocking aside the already battered bodies. Throwing open the birchwood doors of his rooms, he was about to give the men the rough side of his tongue, only to find the corridor leading to his rooms empty, with not a man in sight. Stepping out into the brightly lit hall, undeterred, he raised his chin, boldly heading off in search for someone to punish for this mess. He was halfway down the hall when he came to a halt, his eyes drawn to one of the new images he had commissioned to replace the dreary artwork that Domitian had originally created for these walls. Even as a boy, visiting his father in his rooms, he had hated the original fresco. a series of paintings that were meant to tell the history of the Republic, with each part telling the tale of some long dead fool who had sacrificed or toiled for the glory of Rome. Commodus would have none of it, and had ordered that the entire fresco be destroyed and replaced with something to show his glory. He nodded with pride at one of his favourites, a painting as tall as 3 men of Hercules holding up the sky on his powerful shoulders. The labours of the great hero had inspired him to greatness from the moment he had heard them as a boy, and since those many years ago he had always strived to match the demigod's strength and courage. Commodus had, of course, made sure the hero's features matched his own, and he was proud that he could see little difference between Hercules' handsome face and his own. He turned to move on, when a chill ran down his spine as he felt like the eyes of the fresco were following him, the pupils of the image strangely flashing a milky white for just a moment. Commodus froze in place, locking his gaze on to the image, waiting, hoping that it was just his imagination. "Caesar, are you all right?" Commodus tore his gaze away from the fresco to find a round-faced servant at the end of the corridor eyeing him, while holding a carafe on top of a bronze tray, his eyes wide. "Come here," he ordered. "Yes, Caesar, I was—" "Just do as you're told," snapped Commodus, pointing at the image of Hercules with the sky on his massive shoulders. "Tell me, what do you see?" The servant shuffled to his side, the tray in hand shaking as he followed Commodus's gaze. "I don't understand. You mean the fresco? It's beautiful," he stammered, swallowing hard. "Nothing more?" he asked, pressing his lips together. "Look again, around the eyes." The man almost caved in on himself, his shoulders hitching higher and higher with each panicked breath. "I don't know about such things, Caesar. I'm just a humble servant." With a snarl, Commodus grabbed the servant by his tunic, wrapping his other hand around his quivering chin and forcing him to look directly at the image. "You don't see its eyes? You don't see them moving? Following me?" The servant squirmed in his grip, hurriedly nodding his head before speaking out the corner of his mouth. Yes, I see it now," he began. "Then why did you lie to me?" he shouted, shaking him bodily, blood pounding in his temples. "Or are you lying now? Always a foul tongue with you slaves." Sobs began to rack the servant's body, and tears threatened in the corners of his eyes. "No, Caesar, I wouldn't lie to you, please," he mumbled with a snort. Commodus recoiled in disgust as the man's warm snot flowed over the hand holding the man's face. "You slaves are all the same," he growled, wiping his hand on the man's tunic. "I have been too merciful for too long, too kind. I blame shatters for that. He always urged me to be kind to the likes of you. But no more." "Merciful Caesar, please." Commodus smashed the servant's face against the stone, leaving a bright red stain on the fresco. "Where is my chamberlain?" he bellowed down the empty corridor, letting the sobbing man tumble to the floor, forgotten. "Shatters, where in the name of Jupiter are you, man?" "He's with the gods, Caesar," mumbled a man at his feet with blood pouring from his mouth. "What? Who would dare?" The servant shrunk back against the wall, raising his hands defensively over his head. "This is what you told us, Caesar. No one has seen him in weeks." "He had outlived his usefulness," whispered a voice in the back of his mind. "His death has only added to our greatness." Commodus staggered, using the wall to hold himself up, clutching at his throbbing temples. "Death added to our greatness," he muttered, repeating the words over and over. "May I go, Caesar?" said a small voice that rose above the din. "Who are you?" asked Commodus to the servant cowering at his feet. "And why am I in the corridor?" I don't know. I found you here like this," said a shaking servant, pushing against the wall to stand, streaks of blood around his mouth and nose. "Why do you cower so?" asked Commodus, frowning at him. "I am your Caesar. You have nothing to fear from me." With a shriek, the servant turned and ran, and Commodus almost chased after him before breaking down, laughing from his belly, his shoulders shaking. Given his godlike stature, It was normal for those who served him to be afraid sometimes, and he would let it pass for now. He turned on his heel to return to his rooms when the sound of heavy-souled Caligae reached his ear, and a moment later a strange mix of red-cloaked legionnaires and purple-clad Praetorian guards entered the corridor. Behind them walked the fat prefect, whose name he could never remember, and beside him the weak-chinned senator, Magnus, whom he knew all too well. "I do not remember summoning you, prefect, nor you, senator," said Commodus, strolling down the corridor to meet them. "Or have you come to do your duty and guard my door as you are meant to?" As a group, they came to a halt a few feet away from him, the Praetorian guardsmen at the front unsheathing their weapons. "We have come to do our duty for the Empire," slurred the fat prefect, puffing out his chest. "The people have suffered long enough under your incompetence." "They are nothing but insects to be crushed under our heel," echoed the alien voice in the back of his mind, a tingling heat rising from the base of his spine, spreading up through his chest and down his legs. "Kill them all." "The people love me. I am a god to them," said Commodus, flexing his arms, shivering as a surge of adrenaline ran through him. "But if you wish to feel my divine wrath, come then. I will show you." "You are nothing more than a tyrant," said Senator Magnus, his voice inching higher with every word, "and the Senate will do its part to return Rome to its proper rulers, the Senate and people. Kill him." At the weak-chinned man's orders, the legionnaires charged like an angry mob, waving naked steel at him, as if expecting him to fall easily. Commodus let them come, his breathing steady, his heart calm, as if he were out for a pleasant stroll in the palace gardens. The men appeared to be hardly moving, and he easily sidestepped the first wild swings aimed for his heart and head, the whites of his teeth showing as he enjoyed taunting them by pivoting back and forth, while knocking their clumsy strikes wide with the flats of his palms. The corridor here was wide enough for 10 men, and in short order they surrounded him, glancing at one another with nervous looks when Commodus stopped them with raised hands. "Are you the fools who are meant to protect my glory?" he began, eyeing each of them in turn, holding them in place with just his gaze. "How are you to slay my enemies if you cannot land a blow on a weaponless, naked man?" "You are not a man, you are a boy playing at being Caesar," snarled a first centurion with deep brown eyes and a cleft chin. "And I, for one, am honoured with the privilege to kill you." With a roar, the man came at him, striking out with his gladius straight and true, the gleaming blade aimed at his heart. Commodus didn't bother dodging the blade this time. Instead, he caught it in his hand, halting the strike just a hair's breadth from his chest. The centurion's eyes shot open, his entire body trembling when he tried to rip the weapon from Commodus's iron grip. "I am the son of Jupiter, Hercules reborn," he said, tearing the gladius from the centurion's hand, and then, faster than the eye could see, he flipped the weapon over and buried it in the other man's heart. The first centurion's jaw hung open in amazement as he fell in a heap, his blood spreading out like a stain on the cold white marble. Commodus raised the gore-covered gladius and smiled at the men surrounding him, waving them on. They came at him then in 2s and 3s, stabbing and slashing like they were an angry mob and not the proud Roman legionaries they represented. Commodus bounded forward to meet them, adrenaline coursing through his blood as he spun the blade in hand, removing the arm of a legionnaire who had overreached, and then slashing out with a spinning kick at a man trying to sneak in behind him, the blow caving in his chest and sending the poor fool crashing back into Senator Magnus, who was too slow to avoid him. Pivoting to his left, he used the gladius to strike out, viper-quick, poking a pair of legionnaires in their chests with enough force to pierce their breastbones, the men falling dead with shocked looks on their faces before they even knew what happened. Seeing how quickly Commodus was dispatching them as a group, the legionnaires halted, closing ranks and backing away as they eyed their fallen comrades. "Their weapons are nothing to you,"
reeds against steel," whispered the voice once more, as waves of heat radiated outward from his chests, into his shoulders, and up through his skull. "You are the hero reborn. Show them! Show them!" Eyeing the bloody gladius for a second, he let the blade slip from his grasp away, remembering how he had caught the first centurion's flashing blade with his hand and had felt no pain. Even now, after battling the guards, there was not a cut or bruise on his bronzed flesh. "The lot of you do not deserve to be called Romans," he shouted at the men cowering away from him. "The legionaries of old would have been ashamed to call you brothers. I am ashamed to even call you men." Seeing him defenceless, they gathered their courage, coming at him once more. Instead of defending himself, Commodus locked his arms behind his back, letting the blows rain down on him while smiling like a cat, laughing as their blades glanced off his skin, the steel bending against his bones. He let it go on for a time, relishing at the wide-eyed looks of wonder they gave him, feeling exalted when one Praetorian guardsman threw down his blade and turned to run, his purple cloak streaming behind him. "Cowards!" he shouted, grasping the legionnaire closest to him by the throat, hurling his body at the fleeing Praetorian, bowling the man over as they tumbled together in a heap, knocking the fat prefect off his feet as well. Then, to the surprise of the remaining men who fought him, he caught the blade of a gladius aimed at his head, snapping the steel over his knee in a single smooth motion. "Those of you who wish to live will stop this nonsense," he began, eyeing each of the remaining men in turn. "Don't listen to him," shouted Senator Magnus, struggling to his feet, his face red from the effort. "If we fail here, we are all dead men. He'll see to that." "You have already failed, and are already dead in my eyes," continued Commodus. "But any of you who wish to live a little longer can help me punish these traitors." He smiled when they lowered their weapons, casting hungry looks at the prefect and the weak-chinned Senator Magnus. "I am no traitor, I am a patriot," said the prefect, struggling to unsheathe his gladius, the hilt catching on his round belly. "Don't you remember why we are here? We must be willing to give our lives for Rome, to stop this monster before his madness spreads and it's too late." "No coin is worth this," muttered one of the legionaries, and then stormed towards the prefect, effortlessly battering aside the man's weapon and forcing him to his knees. "Say the word, Caesar, and I will remove his head." Commodus threw his head back in laughter as the remaining men followed his lead, some of them roughly grabbing Senator Magnus by his fine tunic and forcing him to his haunches. "What is your name, legionnaire?" he asked the man who had broken ranks first. "Cleander. Marcus Aurelius Cleander," said the legionnaire, his blade at the prefect's throat. "Named for my mortal father," said Commodus, nodding to himself. "And this fool offered you denarii to take my life?" "We did no such thing," began Senator Magnus, only to be silenced by a look from the prefect. Cleander cleared his throat, giving Commodus an unflinching stare. "Yes, Caesar, a great deal of denarii. Publius here told us you were weak, a child emperor who spent his days drinking and whoring. But now that you see me, you know he lies. Yes, Caesar, although a man could do worse things with his days than drinking and whoring." "This one has guile and bravery," whispered the alien voice. "He may prove useful in time." "You seem like a useful man, and I will be in need of a new Praetorian prefect," said Commodus. "Publius here no longer seems up to the task. Are you?" Cleander blinked, hesitating for only a moment before giving Commodus a vigorous nod. "For the right coin, I am, Caesar," he said. "I like you," said Commodus, nodding with approval. "Send this fool to the afterlife, and I will see to it that you have plenty of coin." "Yes, Caesar," said Cleander, without hesitation, plunging his gladius through the side of the former prefect's neck, Publius gurgling with shock as his heavy bulk fell with a crash. "Good," he said, turning away, heading back to his chambers. "I will leave it to you to clean up this mess." "And the senator?" "You cannot just kill a man of my station,"
shouted Senator Magnus. "By law, I'm entitled to a trial in the Senate." "Trial? Do you think the Emperor is a fool?" said Cleander. Commodus halted, his eyes drawn once again to the fresco of Hercules holding up the sky, meeting the hero's milky-eyed gaze, before talking over his shoulder. "No, it's a fine idea. The Senate is an old and outdated part of Roman life, but they still hold a great deal of power, and will explode in protest if we kill a man of his rank without trial. But if they are the ones to expose his treachery, it might be the excuse I finally need to disband one of the last relics of the old Republic. Let him go. I will deal with him later, but make sure he is properly disciplined for his insolence." "We will not stop," shouted the senator, his voice echoing down the wide hall. "Your rule will be short, I promise you." Commodus smiled when the senator's protests were silenced by the sound of violence, followed by a choking scream. Drawing a deep breath, he felt better than he had in a long time, his head strangely clear. He was himself again, but somehow more. He would have to find a way to show everyone, to make the Empire understand how blessed it was to have him, to let people know that a god walked among them. Chapter 1. Stumbling Along. Vesper sat perched in the stands above the Ludus training grounds with her legs crossed beneath her, relishing in the warmth of the blazing noonday sun caressing her dark skin, trying and failing to find her focus. Furrowing her brow, she tried to block out the spectacle on the sands. A dozen recruits, along with a few more experienced gladiators, were running through the basic forms, grunting and sweating while attacking and defending with heavy wooden weapons, the clatter of sword on shield echoing across the grounds of the Ludus Magnus, driving her to distraction. Letting out a slow breath, she began, once again, drawing on the ace in her blood, weaving together threads of power in an attempt to create something from nothing. The concentric patterns on her arms and legs began to glow, and a rush of cold fell over her, sending shivers up and down her spine, while in front of her a long shape, the length of a man's arm, began to take hold. It was transparent at first, shimmering like a distant mirage in the desert heat, vague and undefined. She pulled harder from the well of ace deep within her. Beads of sweat began to roll off her temples as the shimmering ceased, a smile coming to her face when the gleaming steel blade held, in reality, its metal flashing bright in the noonday sun. The smell of its leather-wrapped hilt filled her nostrils. Joy filled her heart as she reached to take the blade with a trembling hand. Her fingers had just brushed the hilt when the weave collapsed, the conjured weapon vanishing in a torrent of light. "By Alodjimar, my block is gone. This should be as simple as breathing now," she muttered to herself. In some ways it was, opening herself to the weave to draw on the ace that flowed through all things, delving deep into her own being. To draw on the power flowing through her was easy now, but it was the steps beyond, the focus, the creation that eluded her. She felt like a painter with a full palette, every colour available to her, but with no idea how to paint even the simplest works of art. To make matters worse, weeks ago in the heat of battle, she had conjured a gladius with ease and had deflected waves of dark energy as if it were something she had done 1,000 times. But now, without a conflict when her mind was calm, it felt almost impossible. "You look like I feel on most days. It is not a look that does you well." She looked down from her perch to find Linus looking up at her, an easy smile on his weathered face. "Don't be foolish, you look like you could fight a lion, or at least satisfy a dozen high-born women," she said, smoothing her features while pushing her anger away. "I would make a poor meal for a lion, too old and stringy," said the old gladiator, showing her a sinewy arm that was more bone and tendon than skin and muscle. "And it has been many years since a patrician woman has brightened my door. The ones that would remember me are long dead, I'm sure. You're not that old, Linus, and I think you're just trying to make me feel sorry for you so that I'll give you a kiss." The old man bowed his head, shrugging his shoulders, You know me too well, he said, glancing around. Do you wish for me to put out an umbraculum for you? The sun is particularly hot today. Vesper cocked her head, giving the old man a questioning look. Umbraculum? Yes, to shade you from the sun. Most of the patrician women use them when they visit the Ludus or the games at the Colosseum. Vesper shook her head, waving him off. The last thing I am is a patrician woman afraid of the heat. The sun is life, Linus, and we should never hide from it. Then what vexes you? He asked, a mischievous twinkle coming to his eyes. Is it that you miss watching Narcissus with his fat body sweating on the sands? Or are you worried that he has run off with some wench? Linus! She squealed, a hand covering her mouth. I don't look at him that way. I am a proper Oath girl, not some wild Roman woman. Such thoughts are not— Fear not, fear not, he interrupted with a laugh, raising his hands in protest. From what I know, he and the new Dominus have headed to the auction to procure new slaves. The last batch of recruits looks to be destined for the mines, or at best, cleaning out the sewers. Narcissus and the new Dominus are off looking for better stock. He will be back by the end of the day, I'm sure of it. The moment she thought of the big man, her face began to itch. Through their strange bond, she could feel all sorts of bizarre sensations, no matter how hard she tried not to. With a sigh, she looked westward, sensing that he was off somewhere in that direction. The hairy Celt is the last thing on my mind, she lied, trying to sound dismissive, but her words had no heat, and a smile creased her face when she thought of his broad shoulders and fierce smile. Besides, with you here, what need do I have for him? Linus barked a laugh, throwing her a wink. Well then, I will leave you to whatever sorcery you are attempting. You are too kind, Linus, she said, as the old gladiator hobbled away, barking at the men battling on the sands, his whip cracking over their heads. Drawing in a deep breath, she closed her eyes once more, trying to block out the grunts and groans of the day's training. It had been only a few weeks since the battle in the tunnels, and she, Narcissus, and Lady Lucilla had barely escaped with their lives. The Sandawai Voden had been much more experienced than she, and they had survived his attacks by sheer luck, so she had promised herself that she would master her abilities. Narcissus thought so as well, and to that end had agreed that she take the time to train her skill with Ace, but so far it was slow going, and her frustration grew with each passing day. The problem stemmed from the fact that she could do only the most basic of things, mostly channeling Ace through her limbs to make herself stronger or faster, or at best infuse a weapon so that it was deadlier. But in the heat of battle, she reacted solely on instinct, not really knowing how or what she did. In moments like these, when her mind was calm, nothing came to her, and she was powerless. Worse still, she saw no way of learning what she needed, as there was no one to teach her. Magda, her aunt who had begun her training, had fallen to a Sandawai spear long before she could teach her more than the most simple of tasks, and Lilith, the lower spirit that was once her mother, had vanished from her mind after her trip to the past. On occasion, Vesper could still sense her presence, but it was more of an echo, a memory of a memory. Throwing her hands up in frustration a few moments later, she turned her gaze on the men fighting, enjoying the spectacle as they went through the forms with their weapons of choice, or practiced their strikes against the post, a tall rod driven into the ground. Part of her knew that one day soon she would be called once more to fight in the arena, and that she should be down there with them instead of wasting her time on this foolishness. Instead, she just watched, her thoughts drifting to her aunt and her mother, wondering what they would do. Thinking about her people, about her place in the world as a Jambe, her gaze unwillingly shifted, and she found herself seeing the world beyond worlds, and the weave that made up all things. The Oaths, her people believed that all were connected, that everything and everyone in the world, from a simple rock or tree to the bird, to every man, woman and child, made up a tapestry that one could draw energy from, or as they called it, Ace. But here in Rome, something had corrupted the weave, and she recoiled in disgust when she stared at the tattered and worn pattern that surrounded her, forcing her to squeeze her eyes shut in an attempt to push away its vileness. A high-pitched wail shattered her efforts before she could shift her vision back. Her eyes shot open to find the men standing in a circle, eyeing a fallen, thick-waisted gladiator trainee with blood pouring from his ears and nose. She wasn't sure what had happened, but Linus was there suddenly, along with one of the many legionnaires meant to keep them in line, who spent most of their days lounging around the periphery of the training grounds. The old gladiator pushed the men back, threatening them with the whip and then going to his knee. Wanting to get a better view, Vesper stood, and to her surprise, for the first time since she'd been in Rome, she could just see the threads of life that connected the men to the weave. Back home in her village, where the weave was full and complete, the connections between people were clear as day, but here, mired in the corruption of Rome, there was not a hint of them. Now, for some reason, she could make out the flickering filaments of green and amber, despite the darkness, and she could sense that the tapestry was clearer, stronger. Looking down at herself, she could see her own silver thread, along with the golden one that flowed off to the west, her connection to Narcissus. Her curiosity growing, she leapt from her place in the stands, landing gingerly on the balls of her feet, and then striding towards the bleeding trainee while her heart raced with excitement. As she got closer, Nabil, the wiry gladiator who had felled the trainee, sneered at her, snapping at her in an unfamiliar tongue and waving her off. Although she couldn't understand the words, his meaning was clear, and she had been at the Ludus long enough to know him. Nabil had been a champion in Carthage and had made his way to Rome to make a name for himself. He had a habit of looking down his nose at everyone, and as such had no interest in speaking the common tongue to people he felt were beneath him. Instead, she looked to his round-faced companion who served as his translator. "Tahir, what in the name of Olodumare is he going on about?" Nabil continued to spout harsh words at her until Tahir silenced him with a raised hand, finally giving her a pained smile that never touched his dark eyes. "Forgiveness. Nabil here seems to think you are overstepping your bounds." Vesper's brow shot up and she frowned at the pair of them. "Bounds? Exactly what bounds is he talking about?" "I dare not repeat his true words in polite company," said Tahir with a tight-lipped smile, "but his meaning is clear. We, would prefer if you were away from sight. He says that you are not in charge here and should stop behaving like you are." "In charge?" she asked, looking at the men surrounding them. Tahir looked away, pressing his lips together before continuing, "Sitting up in the stands like some sort of queen while the rest of us sweat in the dirt." "Have you been hit in the head one too many times?" said Vesper, scoffing in disbelief. "I'm doing no such thing. Narcissus and Dominus gave me permission to spend part of my day off the sands." Tahir leaned forward, sneering at her. "Permission to practice your vile arts. We have heard of such things. Among our people, those who show such tendencies are cast out, or better still, have their tongues removed." "But we aren't among your people, are we?" said Linus, stepping in between them all. "This is Rome, and if Vesper wishes to walk naked through the streets, no one will say a word." Vesper held back a smile, placing a hand on the old gladiator's sinewy arm. "I am a gladiator, just like you," she began, eyeing Nabil up and down, "not some monster that needs to be hidden away. And if the sight of me offends you, you can look away." The wiry gladiator spat a curse of some kind at her, his voice inching up with every word. Beside him, Tahir cocked his head, nodding along in agreement. "Nabil says the Ludus is no place for your kind. Your evil is an affront to Almighty God." "Well, you can tell him that among my people—" "A moment, please," said Tahir, furiously shaking his head as the two men argued, the round-faced man swallowing hard before speaking again. "Nabil also says that just because you lay with the sheep-lover does not mean you should be permitted to be among us." Vesper's eyes shot open, her hands balling into fists at her sides, as a collective gasp erupted from the circle of gladiators and trainees. Without thinking, she met Linus's eyes. "Get me a weapon," she said simply. Linus pulled back from the circle of men, his face creased with worry when he spoke. "This is a bad idea. It isn't about you, he's just trying to goad you." "Well, it worked," she said, throwing the wiry gladiator a hard-eyed look. "No, you don't understand. The day he arrived at the Ludus, Narcissus made an example of him, shamed him.
He's been looking for a way to strike back ever since. Vesper narrowed her eyes, her gaze shifting back and forth between Linus and Nabil as her mind worked furiously. Does everyone in the Ludus think Narcissus and I are... you know? Don't you? Asked the Legionnaire who stood with them, the guard she knew as Raynar. Linus gave her a shrug, looking down at his feet. Of course, even the legionary who guards the Ludus thinks so, he said, pointing to Raynar. We see the way he looks at you, and you at him. But there is nothing between us, said Vesper in a hurried tone, her nostrils flaring. I have never even kissed a man, much less lain with the hairy Celt. Truly? Choked Linus, looking like he'd swallowed his tongue. Apologies, but as they say, rumour is believed faster than truth. This is the way of the world. Give it time. The men will forget this before long and find something else to gossip about. Looking around at the men and the guards around the training grounds, Vesper could see, in the way they looked at her, that they all believed it. Even Linus looked like he thought that she was with Narcissus, that they had lain together as man and woman, despite her doing nothing to encourage such a story. As I said, bring me a weapon so that I can silence this fool, she said, drawing on the ace that coursed through her blood, singing a few words under her breath, while combining it with the few wisps of power she could draw on from the corrupted weave that surrounded them. Vesper, the man is a former champion. And I have my honour to defend. She snapped, cool tingles running up her spine and spreading outward to her arms and legs, making her skin as strong as steel and giving a bounce to her step as she returned to the circle. Locking her gaze onto the former champion of Carthage, she directed her words to Tahir. Tell him that if he wishes to apologise, I will let this matter pass without shaming him. The round-faced man broke into laughter, shaking his head while translating her words. When he was done, he folded his arms across his chest, nodding to Nabil. The wiry gladiator didn't bother to wait for Tahir to translate, dragging a finger along his throat. I kill you, and your sheep lover, he said in a broken tone. Vesper saw red as Linus thrust a heavy wooden gladius into her hands along with a round shield, all sense of calm vanishing as she charged at Nabil, her titanic blows and furious strikes thundering off his shield. Powered by the flood of ace in her muscles, she was much faster than the wiry gladiator, and he quickly fell back on his heels, raising his shield high in a vain attempt to ward off her wild swings, his eyes going wide with each bone-shattering blow. Trying to regain the upper hand, Nabil ducked a wild swing and spun on his right foot to slip past her defences. But Vesper was faster, catching him with her shield with a bone-crunching hit as he turned, knocking him off balance. Growing more desperate, he pushed her away, reversing the grip on his gladius so Vesper's sword strikes were deflected instead of blocked, her wooden blade slipping over the length of his, allowing him to get in close enough that she could smell his rancid breath, just before he kneed her in the belly, and then slammed his forehead into the bridge of her nose. Clutching at her head, she shook off the stars appearing in the corners of her vision and resumed her original stance, more cautious now. Is that the best you can do? Vesper seethed, gritting her teeth through the needles of pain shooting through her throbbing skull. In response, she slammed the hilt of her sword under his chin, driving him back and opening the distance between the two of them once more. The former champion of Carthage spat blood, waving her on with a hungry look. Vesper wasted no time, striking out with the gladius in a series of powerful jabs that left deep punctures in his shield, the tip of her blade splintering from the force. Nabil's eyes flicked to the gashes in his shield, and he gave her a wide-eyed look. Dancing away, he reversed his grip once more, trying to match her fury with his own, lashing out with wide strikes aimed for her head, only for Vesper to take the heavy blow, locking the wooden blade between her shield and flank, ignoring the pain. Roaring like a beast, she slammed the pommel of her blade into his forehead with enough force that Nabil's eyes rolled back, showing the whites as his body went limp. In the heat of the moment she forgot herself, hitting him again and again, mercy forgotten. Then, without warning, Linus was there holding her back with what seemed like half of the Ludus, including Raynar, all straining against her while she snarled like an animal. With a shudder, she came back to herself, the fire of her rage fading away like the setting sun,
as she slumped against the old gladiator in exhaustion. "Remind me to never anger you," said Linus, slipping under her arm to hold her up. "And before you do the same to me as you did to that poor fool, accept my deepest apologies." Vesper looked at his weather-worn face and shook her head, gratefully accepting his aid as they walked back to the stands while the other men saw to Nabil. "I know that you mean no harm, old man," she said, a hand going to her side where she had taken Nabil's wild strike. "But oaths women are meant to stay pure until they are betrothed. To have everyone think I am with a man not my husband, it shames me." "Well, I don't think anyone will be talking of anything but your fury on the sands. I was sure you would crack Nabil's skull if I let you go on," said Linus, helping her up the steps. She opened her mouth to answer when she suddenly bent in half, her stomach rolling like someone had just kicked her in the belly. "By Allah, Jamal, what's happening?" she said, choking back vomit as a vile odour filled her nostrils. Linus helped her sit, his head moving like it was on a swivel as he searched for what had made her ill so quickly. "Are you injured from the battle with Nabil?" he asked, frowning out at the wiry man who was only now getting to his feet. "I didn't see him get in any—" "No," she said, knowing the smell, having experienced this pain one time before at a villa that had been wiped out, the entire countryside turned to ash. Sucking in deep breaths, Vesper struggled to her feet, shifting her gaze to the world beyond. In the same moment, a small gasp escaping her lips. "What is it?" asked Linus, following her gaze in confusion. "It's clearer," she said, a slow smile creeping across her face as she watched hints of colour return to the weave surrounding them, the darkness receding like a morning fog. "Now I'm sure you got hit in the head a little too hard," said Linus, his brow coming together. "I think it would be best if we took you to see Jacob. Some time with the medicus would probably do you well." Pushing the old man away, she gasped in wonder as she saw flashes of cobalt and crimson, the threads of the weave pulsing strong and true. Vesper was about to jump with joy when the blast hit her, a wave of force that knocked her off her feet and onto her face. Shaking off the blow, she sat up just as the receding darkness began to coalesce, forming a thick shaft of pitch black in the distance that blocked out the sun, the strange pillar stretching from the earth to the heavens and beyond. Then, without warning, a tremor of fear pulsed through her connection with Narcissus. And, to her horror, she realized that the towering pillar of filth, the darkness, was right above the slave market, and Narcissus was at the heart of it. Chapter 2. Strange Visits. Lucilla kept her face still, while the weak-chinned senator droned on, her heart pounding faster with each word that tumbled from his bruised and battered mouth. Wetting her throat with a bit of wine to calm herself, she tried to keep her voice steady when she was at least able to get in a word. "If what you say is true, why would he let you, of all people, live?" Senator Magnus raised a cup to his lips, his shaking hand spilling some of the dark vintage on the wooden tabletop. "I am aware of how Commodus feels about me, and by all rights I should be dead along with Publius. But it is my understanding that the only reason I live is that he means for me to stand trial for high treason. He wants to send a message to the Senate, to all the patricians. That is why he had his men beat me so you could see that he has no respect for the highborn and what we have done for Rome." Her husband, Tiberius, who sat across from the senator, rose to his feet, passing a hand through his greying hair. "And then you, in your foolishness, darken our door, wasting my time with your whining," he said with a sigh. "Do you not think that just by coming to our home that you are putting us in danger, implicating us in a foolish plot we want nothing to do with?" Lucilla hugged herself, a chill running through her despite the heat of the morning sun. She and Tiberius had been in the villa's garden, enjoying their morning meal of bread, dates, honey, and some watered wine, when a slave had barged in, nervously announcing the senator at their door. Her husband had initially told the servant to send the man away, but Lucilla had been hungry for news, and had convinced her husband to let the man in to say his piece, much to her dismay. "And you say your weapons did not cut his skin, that he—" "Enough!" snapped Tiberius, not looking at her. "Ignore this fool and his lies. He's just trying to frighten us with tall tales to garner sympathy for himself and his cause. Commodus is just a man, the son of Marcus Aurelius, not Jupiter. I knew him as a child. I was there when the wet nurse put him to her breast. Let us not get caught up in delusions." Lucilla nodded in agreement with her husband, and after hearing the senator's story, her thoughts fled back to the fateful day a few weeks past, in the tunnels under the city. She had spearheaded her own failed attempt on her brother's life. Commodus had shown an unnatural strength and had taken blows that would have killed an ordinary man. Now that she thought about it, his strangeness had started months before. Exactly when, she couldn't be sure, but something about him was different, and now the senator's story confirmed it. Pushing herself away from the table, she stood, giving Magnus a hard look. "Senator, I think it would be best if you left our home. Your very presence here marks us as traitors to the Empire." Senator Magnus blanched, sputtering, as his eyes darted back and forth between her and her husband. But, we have to stand together. The only way for us to survive is to defy that monster and return power to the Senate." "I will not risk my station or my life for a foolish cause," she said, meeting her husband's approving gaze. "Finish your wine and get out. I will not ask so nicely again." "Tiberius," said the senator, giving her husband a pleading look, "Lucilla may be too soft to want to harm her brother, but surely you—" "Watch your tongue," said Tiberius with a growl. "As far as I'm concerned, you are a dead man walking. I know Commodus, and the only reason he let you live was so that you would lead him to the rest of your conspirators. Now, do as my wife says and get out of my house before I throw you out." "I will see him out, husband," said Lucilla. The senator put down his wine, paling like a man who had just been told when he was going to die. "You will regret this, Tiberius, you and everyone else who stands aside when Rome needs you most." Her husband shook his head, dismissing Magnus with a wave of his hand. "I very much doubt that. Rome will endure, just as it always has. Now get out of my sight." "Come, Senator, I will at least grant you the courtesy of escorting you to your carpentum," she said, motioning for him to follow as they left the garden, making her way through the wide corridors of the villa with the hapless senator in tow. They were nearly to the entrance, out of earshot of her husband, when she glanced at him over her shoulder. "You are certain Publius is dead?" Magnus bobbed his head, sucking in a deep breath. "Yes! I saw the gladius plunge into the drunken fool's neck, watched as his blood pooled on the floor beneath him." Lucilla paused, waving away the pair of their personal legionnaires who stood guard at the door. "How many men did you have?" "We sent in a group of cohorts to do the deed. We assumed 10 men should have been more than enough. But when we heard nothing after a time, Publius and I were sure he was dead or something had happened. So we went to sea with another set of cohorts, men who were well paid for their—" "Come, we can't stay here," she said, raising a hand to quiet him, glaring at a slave girl who just happened to be cleaning the floors nearby. They walked into the courtyard of the villa, Lucilla wincing when the full light of the day beat down on her fair skin. "Your husband is having you watched?" he asked, lowering his voice. "I can't be sure, but he has plans to leave our villa here on Palatine Hill and go to our country estates. But so far I have convinced him to stay," she said. "Not that it matters now. What are you and your people going to do now?" "Ready my defence, rally allies to my cause," he said with a shrug. "I only hope things go better than they did here." "It seems you've brought your entire household with you," she said, eyeing the line of hard-looking men surrounding the senator's waiting carriage, along with a young boy who served as a footman and a kindly-looking old slave with bronze skin who served as a driver. Magnus wrung his hands in front of him, casting a worried look at his meagre forces. "I cannot be too careful. Commodus killed every man we brought with us, or frightened them enough to switch sides. I'm afraid if we can't convince men like your husband to join our cause, that we are doomed, and the Emperor will simply have us killed one by one." "You and the men of the Senate control much of the Empire's wealth," she scoffed. "I find it hard to believe. "By the gods!" shouted Lucilla, her gaze torn to the sky above the city. "It can't be real!" Senator Magnus followed, her eyes stumbling back like a drunkard when he saw what had drawn her attention. "What is that?" Lucilla said nothing, ignoring the sputtering man as she walked around the senator's carpentum to get a better view. Above the city, the sky was black, as if the sun had turned its back on Rome. Stranger still, the darkness was centred over only a portion of it, in what looked like the Western Market. She was about to send the senator on his way when it hit her, a vile wind that smelled of rotting meat that made her gag. A smell she knew all too well. "This can't be happening." "I don't understand. What has you in such a panic?" asked the senator, his brows coming together. "You don't smell that?" "Smell what?" he asked, frowning at her. She gave him a sidelong glance, her mind racing. The incidents had grown worse over the last few weeks, and she'd done her best to investigate them. With her husband watching her like a hawk, it had been difficult, but now, with the darkness falling over the city and the smell of death reaching her even here, it appeared that matters had made a turn for the worse, and she had to act before it was too late. Steeling herself, she turned to the driver. "Sicilian, you will take me to the city, to the Western Market." "You cannot just take my man and my carriage," said the weak-chinned senator in protest, moving to block her way. "Senator Magnus, I will need your men, too. There is more at stake than you can imagine," she began, pushing him aside and nodding for the driver to continue. "And right now, I need to be in the market, so you can come with me or stay here. I don't really care. I'm taking this carriage, whether you like it or not." Magnus glanced up at the sky once more before bobbing his head yes and leaping into the seat beside her. The driver snapped the reins and they were off, with Lucilla praying to the gods that they could get there in time to stop what was about to happen, or, at the very least, find the cause for these events and at last find some way to stop them. Chapter 3. Gifts. Narcissus pushed his way through the densely crowded market, his massive frame cutting a path through high and lowborn alike. All the while, his eyes were ever moving, hunting for threats. A shout up ahead, followed by men cursing, made him tense, ready to do violence. But as he drew closer, it was clear it had been a simple accident, with a few rickety carts spilling their produce, knocking over an older slave who wasn't paying attention. Snorting in frustration, he turned to the lanky man with a boyish face who followed close behind him. He was dressed in a fine white tunic, embroidered with gold thread, a purple striped toga wrapped around him. "I don't know why you insist on coming to the market, Cassius. Most of the slavers who supply us would be more than happy to bring their wares directly to the Ludus for inspection." The lanky, boyish-faced man raised his chin, fumbling to rewrap part of his toga that had been dragging in the dirt. "And let those idiots in the Lucas Dassicus have the first pick of the new stock? I don't think so," he said. "I am now the chief lanista of the greatest Ludus in the Empire now. It's best if I inspect the new recruits myself, lest the riffraff think they can take advantage of me, yourself included." "Of course, Dominus," said Narcissus, looking away and rolling his eyes. Cassius had been one of the 3 Lannisters who administered the Ludus Magnus. He had been mostly responsible for supplying gladiators for private events, as the Roman patricians were always hungry to be seen alongside the heroes of the arena. The death of Epstein a few weeks ago had changed all that, and he had been given more responsibility and was now accountable for acquiring new talent as well. "You find something amusing?" said Cassius, frowning up at the big Celt. Narcissus pushed aside a toothless beggar who had gotten too close, putting the fear of the gods in him with a feral snarl before continuing. "I do. I was not aware you had such lofty ambitions, but you take well to power, and luckily for you, purple suits you well." Casting a wary eye at the milling crowd, the Lanista shook his head. "I did not want this. I was just a simple man trying to make a living before you and the Emperor's sister had Epstein killed. For no good reason, I might add. Epstein was a nuisance, even at the best of times. Sending him to the underworld was a gift to the Ludus, and once told, you agreed with her decision, did you not?" said Narcissus. "And I find it strange that despite your claims not to want it, you take every opportunity to mention you are the new head Lanista of the Ludus." "True, in both regards," he said with a half-grin, pushing past Narcissus towards a rough-looking group of men in chains, standing atop a wooden platform. "But I can't help myself, and it would be best if we forgot all of that. Come, let us see what the market has to offer." "I can't protect you if you rush off like that," growled Narcissus, elbowing his way through the crowd after him. "Apologies," said Cassius, dry-washing his hands when they arrived in front of the platform, giving polite nods to some of the other buyers that he knew. "But if I don't have a place at the front, I won't be able to see the quality of the flesh, and this will all have been a waste of time." "I know how it works, Cassius. I just hate this place," he said, wrinkling his nose at the bizarre mixture of unwashed bodies and sweet perfumes. The entire market was like that wherever he looked. Unwashed men and women in chains to be sold as cheap labour stood next to perfumed and pretty courtesans that would go to the city's brothels, or, in many cases, directly to private citizens looking for pleasures of the flesh. Children, the younger the better, were often the cheapest, as they took time to mould into their roles, but were often the most loyal once trained, depending on who bought them, of course. Those in highest demand were the men whose strength or skill was obvious, men who could become gladiators with the right training. "Why?" asked Cassius with a smile. "The slave market is the most interesting place in all of Rome." "It is a place of pain and suffering, of sadness." The lanista spread his arms wide, a grin coming to his boyish face as he began. "Sadness? Never. It is a place of opportunity, of joy," he said, just as an older man in a stained tunic appeared on the platform, poking and prodding the men in chains with a heavy wooden rod, shouting at them to stand up straight. Smiling at the sight, Cassius continued, "You see, the Senate, even the Emperor himself, would tell you the Empire has been built by their wisdom, by the strength of our legionnaires. But the truth is, Rome has been built on the backs of men like you see before you. Slavery is the true legacy of Rome." "The men standing on that platform do not look full of joy." "That is true," said Cassius, his voice full of excitement, "but that is because they don't know the truth yet." "And what is that?" asked Narcissus. "Their lives will be better from this day forth. They will live under the Pax Romana. They will not know war or hunger, living in safety with a roof over their heads and food in their bellies. It will be a far better life than the one they knew before." "How could you know what their lives were like before they came here?" asked Narcissus, his brows knitting together. "You have lived in Rome for too long, my friend, and I fear you have forgotten," said the lanista. "This is the heart of the civilized world, my friend. Life beyond our borders is savage. Filthy people living in little more than mud huts, trying to scrape enough together to eat, constantly warring with their neighbours over tiny parcels of land that could hardly feed a few people." "Yes, but they are free." "Free to what?" he scoffed. "To live short, brutal lives wallowing in their own filth? No, being a slave in Rome is far better than living free in some hovel with a toothless, smelly wife and a pack of mewling, hungry children." Narcissus looked up at the browbeaten, filthy men, a pang of sympathy in his heart. "Do you truly believe that the Roman way is better? That a life in Rome is better, even as a slave?" "Of course. Look at all we have created. We are superior to these savages in every way. They need us to take care of them, to decide for them. It's just better this way." Narcissus looked around the slave market, eyeing the Roman patricians with their trappings of wealth. Fine clothes, full bellies, and the coin to buy whatever they wanted. "Yes, but at the end of it all, strip away their titles and clothes, and how do you tell which man is patrician and which is slave?" "Our greatness would be obvious," laughed Cassius, shaking his head. "As you say," said Narcissus, looking away to hide his anger. Men like Cassius would never understand slavery. How could he? He had been born a freeman and had lived a privileged life, thus could analyse slavery from the outside. Narcissus didn't have such luxury. Once, long ago, it had been him up on that platform, little more than a frightened young boy, taller and wider than some of the grown men who stood beside him. He had been sold like livestock and had spent every day since answering to one dominus or another. His life, his choices, never his own. "Would you have bought me?" Cassius hesitated, a slow smile coming to his lips. "Of course, look at you. Look at all that you have achieved. You were a hero of the arena, and now a great doctore. Your life has been made better in every way." Narcissus began to object when the auctioneer shouted over the chattering masses, and Cassius shushed him to silence, his attention focused on the men on the platform. Keeping one eye on the crowd and another on Cassius, Narcissus mulled over the Lanista's words, his blood growing hotter each time a man in chains was sold. Part of him wanted to snap his neck, just as he had done weeks ago with Epstein, but he held back, knowing that the law was such that every slave in the Ludus would pay the price with their lives if he was found out. Instead, he did what he always had, controlling his anger and focusing on discipline and duty, which today was keeping Cassius safe. The purchase of new stock did not take long, and once Cassius had arranged delivery of the men to the Ludus, he gave Narcissus a leering grin while patting his coin purse. "We have a few extra denarii. Why don't we take advantage of all the market has to offer?" Narcissus kept his face still, his breathing steady, knowing what the Lanista was hinting at. "It would be better if we returned to the Ludus. It is difficult to keep you safe in those places." Cassius barked a laugh, patting the big man on the shoulder. "Come now, my friend, you don't have to watch. I will see to it that you get to enjoy yourself as well. The last thing I want is some whore used by every man in the city." The Lanista cocked his head, tapping the side of his nose. "Oh, don't worry, I won't tell your little OC whore a thing. Your perversions will remain between us." "What did you say?" he snapped, bristling with rage at the Lanista. Cassius flinched, swallowing hard. "Apologies," he said, shrinking away with a simpering smile. "I didn't mean to offend, it was just—" Narcissus balled his meaty fists, ready to silence the Lanista by ripping out his vile tongue. But he knew better, and somehow managed to calm himself by letting out a slow breath, sure that anything he did to Cassius would only encourage talk at the Ludus. "Never mind, let's just get on with it," he growled, cursing his own stupidity for even reacting. The Lanista sighed in relief, his boyish grin returning. "Excellent. I know a brothel not far from here with the most luxurious baths. It will be a fine afternoon, filled with delights." Narcissus grumbled non-committally under his breath, falling in beside Cassius as they sped down narrow, graffiti-covered streets, his thoughts lingering on Vesper all the while. He could not understand how the rumours of them had reached so far. Neither one of them had done anything to encourage them, and Narcissus, for one, treated her no differently than the other men. Thoughts of her amplified the sensations flowing through their bond, and despite him being in the shade of the market, he felt the heat of the sun on his skin, and he felt that for some reason she was irritated and annoyed. Their connection was the strangest thing he had ever felt, and to make things more difficult, there were times he could barely feel her, and he forgot that the bond even existed. But if he lingered too long on thoughts of Vesper, her dark eyes or the soft curves of her hips, the sensation from her surged to the front of his mind, and it could be hours before the feeling died down again. "It won't be long now," said Cassius, "just around the next corner." Looking around the unfamiliar street, Narcissus frowned into his beard. "Where in Hades are we?" he asked, realising he had let his mind wander and had no clue where they were. Cassius perked up, pointing across the square to a run-down insulae painted in garish colours, its flaking paint showing its age. Hunter's Square, in the old market. It was part of the original city, where men gathered to sell meat when they returned from their hunts. "A dismal place," said Narcissus, eyeing the grime-covered walls and garbage-filled alleyways, frowning when they passed a group of filthy children in rags begging for denarii. "Do the cohorts ever patrol this corner of the city?" "No, they police the better parts where the bribes are more lucrative," said Cassius with a laugh. Narcissus wrinkled his nose, hints of nausea bubbling in his belly from the smell of the place. Staring at the hungry children, he fished a few coins from his belt, tossing them in the dirt in front of them. "Where are their parents? They can't all be orphans." "The children? Who cares? They're nothing but filthy urchins," said Cassius, frowning at the coins Narcissus had thrown to the group. Their mothers probably work in the brothels lining the square. As to their fathers, who knows? I doubt any man with good sense would claim to have sired such filth. And you should not have shown them your coin. I'm sure they would cut your throat for less. Putting a hand on the Lannister's shoulder, Narcissus stopped him. I know you have your perversions, Cassius, but this is not a good place. Everything about it makes me uneasy. Why don't we head— Is the great Narcissus afraid, he said, raising his voice, of some street urchins? Come now, this can't be. The big Celt shook his head, eyeing the small groups dotting the square, feeling like they were being watched. I've survived for so long because I trust my instincts, and right now my instincts are telling me that we need to be gone from this place. Oh, come now. You're not the type to believe in superstitious nonsense, and I doubt these fools would try anything. Not with you around. So let's just go have some fun. As you wish, said Narcissus, bile rising in the back of his throat from the sickly odour wafting through the air. Hopefully the brothel will smell better than out here. I don't smell anything, said Cassius, with a shrug, strolling across the ancient square with a spring in his step, while whistling a tune Narcissus couldn't quite place. They had just arrived at the garishly painted door of the brothel when a commotion behind them caught his attention. Narcissus turned, his hackles rising, when he saw a pair of tall, dark-skinned men with cracked white paint smeared over their faces, leading a half-dozen naked men and women bound in iron shackles, their faces covered by dark hoods. Something about the whole scene shook Narcissus to the core, and the bitter taste of fear filled his mouth when he recognised the crowns of bone they wore, and the threat they represented. "What in the name of the gods are they doing?" asked Cassius, behind him. "I don't know, but we have to stop them," said Narcissus, just as one of the men raised a hand in the air, and wisps of shadow began to circle his palm, a dagger, black as midnight, appearing in his hand after a moment. "Stop them? Have you lost your mind? No, we need to get inside, away from this mess." Narcissus shook his head, his eyes never leaving the dagger in the man's hand. "These are very dangerous people. You have to get inside, Cassius, and don't come out until I get you. Understood?" The Lannister hesitated, his voice full of irritation. "But no, I am Dominus here. We will both go inside and mind our business. That is the reason people come to this part of the city, to not be bothered." Snarling in rage, he turned to face him. "Get in the damn brothel, or there won't be anything of you to return to the Ludus." Before Cassius could say more, Narcissus picked him up bodily and shoved him through the door, slamming it shut behind him. A blood-curdling scream filled his ears, snapping his attention back to the square, and he turned just in time to see the shadowy dagger ripped from the chest of one of the slaves, their blood, a woman's blood, staining the weapon a bright red as she fell in a heap. "Scum of Rome!" shouted the man who had stabbed her, raising the bloody dagger above his head for all to see. "We are the Sandawai, the first people created by the almighty Olodumare in his own image, and we have come to bring justice to your corrupt empire." The Sandawai with the dagger grabbed another slave behind him, showing Narcissus his back. Seeing his chance, he broke into a sprint, adrenaline filling his veins as he raced to save a life. He had managed only a few feet when he was blasted back on his heels by a choking wind that brought tears to his eyes. Struggling to see, he squinted in horror as the dagger pierced the chest of another slave, his screams echoing across the entire square as a wave of shadow rolled over everything he could see, turning day to night. Raising a meaty hand to protect his eyes, he pressed forward, ignoring the burning and itching in his eyes. With a roar, he bowled into the Sandawai's back, sending both of them tumbling over in a mangled heap, elbows and fists flying in all directions. Narcissus battled to get the upper hand, but just as he managed to roll on top of him, a jet-black dagger appeared inches from his face. Acting on instinct, he grabbed the dark-skinned man's wrist, bending it back at an unnatural angle until he heard bones snap, a guttural screaming filling his ears. Not wasting any time, the big Celt bounded to his feet, dragging the screaming man with him. "Enough!" he shouted, shoving the Sandawai out in front of him and locking his arm behind his back, using him like a shield. "Stop, or I'll break his neck." The Sandowite holding the chains stared at Narcissus with a milky-eyed gaze, while a chilling smile spread across his painted face. "This be none of your concern, big man," he said, over-pronouncing his words with a halting cadence. "Go about your day and be gone." The man in his chokehold began to chant under his breath, and Narcissus tightened his grip, cutting off his air to silence him. "I know who you are," he said, recognising the milky gaze and guttural dialect from their fight with the Emperor's Chamberlain, the man who had almost killed them only a few weeks ago. Shatters. "I know what you are, what you represent, so do as I say, let the slaves go and leave this place." "Come, come, you are not some Roman. You be a slave, made to bow and scrape to your dominus. You should be helping us punish these wretches, not defending them," he said, tugging at the chain, pulling the remaining slaves in front of him. Narcissus flinched like he'd been struck, knowing there was truth in his words. He had been a slave since he was a teenager and owed the Romans nothing, but the whimpers and sobs coming from the hooded slaves told him these Sandowai were no better. "No, those aren't Romans you're killing. They're simple men and women who hunger for life no more than me, so why would I let you murder them in cold blood? Why would I let you finish whatever sick ritual you're performing?" A smile crept on the Sandowai's face as he ducked behind the slaves, unsheathing a bone dagger that he held up for Narcissus to see. "The Ebo have already begun. No stopping it now, big man," he said, as the darkness around them grew deeper. "If I break this one's neck, I'm sure it will stop," said Narcissus, shaking the man he was holding before continuing. "There's nothing like death to silence a fool's tongue." "The Sandowai and death be old friends," he said, lightly dragging the bone dagger along the trembling slave's throat. "Gonna be your friend too, unless you run along." He crooked a finger at Narcissus, speaking, whispering hate-filled words that echoed across the square, and the burning in Narcissus's eyes intensified, while sharp needles of agony spread over his skin, reddening his pale flesh as if he had plunged his arm in boiling water. "Have it your way, then," he growled through the pain, twisting the body in his hands with all his might. A sharp snap filled the air, followed by a choking rattle as he crushed the windpipe of the man he was holding, blindly charging forward with the spasming body. He was almost on top of the Sandowai when the bone dagger flashed in front of him, and by reflex he threw the broken body to the left while he went right, the razor-sharp weapon clipping his arm, drawing a thin line of crimson along his bicep. Ignoring the cut, he dodged behind a woman chained at the neck, and then, pivoting to his side, kicking out with a heavy boot, catching his attacker in the groin, the brutal strike, folding him in half. To his surprise, the woman grabbed the length of the heavy chain, binding her to the others, and with a wild screech lunged for the injured Sandowai, tying the iron chain around his neck while pulling back with all her weight. Narcissus was about to help her when she shouted, "Kill him, quickly, before he calls more." "I doubt he can do anything with that chain." Narcissus paled when the flailing warrior uttered a single word that rumbled like distant thunder, and a wave of cold spread over him, a chill running up his spine. Sandowai warriors began emerging from the shadows a heartbeat later, appearing as if by magic from filthy alleys all along the edge of the square, many of them half-crouched like animals, loping toward them. By the gods. "Not the gods, only Sandowai tricks," said the hooded woman in a strained voice, pulling at the chain as the painted warrior gasped for air, "but I think we are too late." Balling his fist, he pummeled the choking man in the head, his eyes rolling back as he fell to the ground. "That will be enough of that," he said, reaching to help the woman remove the hood. The burlap material was attached to the collar around her neck and was near impossible to easily remove, so Narcissus helped her tear holes so that she could see and breathe properly. They had just managed it when the woman's eyes went wide. "Look out!" Narcissus turned just in time to see a bone-tipped spear flying towards his chest, a pair of half-bent warriors almost on top of him. Not bothering to move, He snapped the hissing weapon out of the air, spinning it around in a single smooth motion and lashing out, using its razor-sharp tip to pierce the heart of the lead warrior. Not slowing, he used the back end of the crude spear to deflect a clumsy thrust from the second Sandawai warrior, then, without mercy, grasped him by the throat and spun in place, hurling the hapless man back towards his allies, where he landed in a heap. "If that's your only trick, I think we're going to be in trouble," said the woman, appearing at his side, the chain off her neck while she struggled to remove the remainder of the hood. "We are full of tricks," he said, as a pulse of warmth passed through him, and Narcissus felt a knowing tug, a smile coming to his face as he fell into a ready stance. "When she comes, we will attack." "What? Who? Have you gone mad?" A bright flash of light cut through the cloying darkness, and Narcissus looked down to see a golden cord pulsing at his midsection, stretching out to the woman who had just appeared, glowing as bright as the sun. "Took you long enough," he grumbled. Vesper smiled her brilliant smile at him, and a surge of heat pulsed in his blood. "I was busy," she said, glancing round the square, "but it looks like you've made some new friends. How did so many get into the city?" Narcissus shook his head, frowning at the closing circle of Sandawai warriors. "I don't know, but they don't seem to like me. They've already tried to kill me twice today." "Let's teach them a lesson, then," she said, singing under her breath. An instant later, a fine gladius appeared in her hands, and a set of metal braces grew like vines, suddenly covering his forearms. "Looks like you've learned a few tricks," he said, eyeing the ornate metal covering his forearms. "Let's put them to good use." "Together." Vesper smiled, charging ahead, her glowing form banishing the darkness with every step. "She's like a Celtic woman," he muttered, watching in awe as she leapt into battle, her gladius moving like the wind. "In the best way." Roaring, he followed after, never feeling so alive, or so happy. Chapter 4. The Burden. The horses drawing the Carpentum were in full lather by the time Lucilla descended into the city proper, with thick streaks of frothing white sweat pouring down their sleek, muscled flanks. Bouncing around in the cabin, her patience was wearing thin, and she wanted to get out and whip the horses herself, but doing so would not have been proper for a woman of her station, and would have started unwanted rumours for the senator's guard, who followed them closely behind. Instead, she ground her teeth while shouting out the window. "How much longer, man?" she said, her eyes drawn to the dark column twisting above the western part of the city. "We're almost there," shouted the driver, his whip in constant motion, cracking over the frothing horses. "By the luck of the gods, we seem to be the only fools charging headlong into this mess." Lucilla couldn't help but agree, as she watched the steady stream of plebeians and slaves flowing in the opposite direction, wide-eyed with fear. "What do you expect to find?" asked Senator Magnus, pulling her attention away from the window and the streaming mass of humanity. "I mean, it's just a cloud of darkness, is it not?" Lucilla blinked, almost having forgotten that Senator Magnus was with her. He was too quiet for his own good, and she wondered how spineless men like him clung to power. Just looking at him made her wish that her brother had killed him. In fact, with his light frame and small hands, she was sure that it would be easy enough to do it herself. More enjoyable, too. Instead, she smiled politely without showing her teeth, drawing in slow breaths through her nostrils and out through her mouth to calm her nerves. The darkness, the smell, are signs of incidents that have been happening for months now. At first they were small in nature, strange attacks, people vanishing, but with time they grew. It was not long before we found entire insulae filled with nothing but blood, or entire villas with all the people gone. The land surrounding it as black as night. The senator sputtered, rolling his eyes. "Of course I've heard of such things, even seen some of them for myself, but these are affairs of the legionary, or at the very least the city guard. Why would a woman of your station take on such a burden?" Cocking her head, she leaned forward, her eyes never leaving his. No one was willing to do anything. No one cared. So I took it upon myself. "Surely your husband or—" "No one," she said, her voice cold. "So I took it upon myself." The senator shifted in his seat, looking away. Well, I'm sure I could have, or at least... Would you have taken action if I had come to you with some wild story about an empty insulae? Or worse, dead slaves? Well, I would have gone to someone who could do something. You have spent too long letting others take the reins, Senator. All of us in positions of power have. But I have learned that sometimes you must get your hands dirty, especially when something so precious as Rome herself is threatened. Well, you are braver than I, he said with a frown, charging headlong into danger without so much as a dagger. I pray that Jupiter will protect us. Looking out of the window once more, Lucilla kept her face still, realizing he was right, and that she had nothing to defend them with. I doubt the gods have time to play with mortals, but pray all you want. I will find a way to stop this. They rode on in silence for the rest of the journey, with only the shouts of the driver and the crack of his whip breaking the monotony. She wished it was somehow possible to send a message to Vesper, but in her haste she left without her guard, or even a slave to send word. Gooseflesh ran up and down her pale skin as the Carpentum passed through some invisible threshold, and day turned to night. Across from her, Senator Magnus cringed, a squeak escaping his lips while his entire body started to shake. "No, no, turn us around! I will not stand for this madness of running headlong to our deaths," he said, looking out of the window, and then quickly shrinking back into his seat. Watching the senator panic, Lucilla drew herself up, her resolve growing the more he cowered. Was it not our first Caesar who claimed that cowards die many times before their deaths, and that fortune favours the bold? "How dare you?" he said, his face reddening. "I am a senator, a man of honour. My family—" "I was not speaking of you, Senator," began Lucilla, a tiny smile playing across her lips. "I was only saying that if we fall, you shall be remembered for your bravery, perhaps even deified by the Senate itself and remembered as a god." The senator, his fear forgotten, opened his mouth to speak, only to snap it shut when the Carpentum ground to a halt, the driver shouting back from his seat, "My lady, I'm not sure where you intend for us to go, but there is an entire group of cohorts from the city guard blocking the road." "I understand," she shouted, quickly stepping out of the Carpentum, hunting for the centurion in charge, comforted by the sight of a full centura, almost 100 men, standing at the ready. "What are you called, centurion?" she said at last, her eyes falling on a legionary carrying a vine staff, with a mushroom-shaped head that had been polished to a high shine, marking him as the leader of this group. The centurion, a wide man with a pronounced limp and dark, thoughtful eyes, gave her a nod, looking her up and down as he adjusted a fine gladius on his hip. "Albus Flavius, my lady." "And do you know who I am, Albus?" "I do. I was part of the legions that invaded Parthia with your former husband, Lucius Verus." "A great victory, one that should have seen you elevated beyond such a low station," said Lucilla, raising a fine brow at the man. "How is it you find yourself with the unenviable position of leading legionnaires in the city guard?" The first centurion pressed his lips together, tapping his knee with his staff. "I took a spear through the knee, and it never healed well. My captain rewarded me with an easy posting close to home, although I'm not so sure how easy that will be today," he said, looking up at the darkened sky. Putting a hand on the man's shoulder, she leaned in close, speaking low so that only he could hear. "Rome has need of your bravery once more, Albus. I have need of you. I have been investigating these troubles on behalf of my brother. Albus pressed his lips together, meeting her eyes. "I'm sorry. I have orders. No one may pass until we receive word from the city prefect." "It will be too late by then," she said. "I have seen what happens after these incidents. Bodies burned to ash, families murdered, legionnaires vanished. I cannot stand by and wait for it to happen again. We must act." "I am 3 years from my 25, he said with a sigh. "You ask me to defy orders, throw away my future?" "I would never do such a thing," she said, raising her chin. "But Roman lives are at risk, so I ask you, Instead of waiting here, come with us. You may end up finding glory in doing some good once more." Albus licked his lips, glancing over his shoulder at his men who shifted in place, their eyes flickering to the sky constantly. Perhaps. The gods know these men could use some glory. And we heard screams earlier. It would be in poor judgment to stand idly by while the people of Rome need us. "You are a wise man," she said, with a laugh, patting him on the shoulder. "Follow closely, and I will see to it that you get a better posting." Returning to the carriage, she settled in across from the senator, who gave her a half grin, but said nothing as they resumed their breakneck pace, Albus and his 100 cohorts falling in behind the senator's guard. It did not take them long to reach the heart of the darkness, the old city, built when Rome was no more than a series of outgrown villages and towns that banded together for safety and commerce. As such, the buildings were made mostly of baked, ugly brown clay and aged wood. To make matters worse, this part of the city did not have proper plumbing and smelled of a latrine mixed with the vile smell of rot that grew stronger with each incident, making it impossible to find the source of the strange odour. "How do you expect to find anything in this darkness?" said Magnus. It is a fool's errand. Let us return to your home, to your husband." She silenced him with a raised hand, waiting, watching, until she saw what she was looking for. Another brilliant flash of light, cutting through the darkness once more. "There she is," she said, showing the whites of her teeth. "It seems somehow she is here too, a light guiding the way." "What?" said the driver, blowing out his cheeks in confusion. "The light! The flashes! Follow them, quickly!" she shouted to the driver, who wasted no time heading off, the near-spent horses whinnying in protest as they raced toward the light, to Vesper, and hopefully to the answers she had been seeking for so long. Chapter 5. Ebo. "By Lodgima, there are too many of them," rasped Vesper, breathing hard while battling back a wave of Sandawai warriors, gasping when a bone-tipped spear slipped through her defences, scraping across her back, leaving a deep groove in the leather vest she wore. "I don't know where they are coming from, but it looks like a full-scale invasion," said Narcissus at her side, catching a charging Sandawai warrior mid-stride, turning his momentum against him and slamming the hapless fool against the mud-brick wall, dust filling the air as the paint-covered man crumpled to the ground. "Yes, this is starting to feel like one of those situations where I should have looked before I leapt," said Vesper with a frown. When they realised how many Sandawai were pouring into the square, she and Narcissus had cut a path to a narrow alley, battling through a horde of relentless warriors in the vain hope that they could control the tempo of the battle in a smaller space, while fighting back to back. The alley was a good position to limit how many Sandawai could come at them at once, but they now found themselves pinned on both sides, growing more exhausted with each wave of new enemies. "Above us!" shouted Narcissus, using his bracer to deflect a spear meant for his heart, and then smashing his attacker's nose flat with a pair of quick jabs. Vesper looked up just in time to see a pair of warriors on the roof of the mud-brick building, drawing back to hurl their spears. Without thinking, she drew on the few ragged threads of power she could siphon from the weave, blasting them off the roof with a powerful gust of wind. The falling men tumbled on top of the warriors at the front of the alley, throwing the entire formation into disarray for a heartbeat as the Sandawai fought to reform their line, cursing and screaming in their halting tongue all the while. Taking advantage of the momentary chaos, she struck, stabbing and slashing with her gladius, felling Sandawai warriors faster than they could defend. "We can't keep this up," she said, glancing over her shoulder when she heard the big Celt scream, her heart pounding harder when she saw a spear lodged in his shoulder, while another glanced off his thigh, leaving an ugly red gash on his hairy leg. "Can you get us up on the roof?" he shouted, sucking in ragged breaths as he snapped off the end of the spear, leaving the tip buried in his shoulder. "Like how you jump from place to place." "I don't think so," she said, raising her shield to block a wicked blow that left her arm numb. "But I can try something else." Vesper had felt it when they fought their way into the alley, sensing the long, dormant seeds in the mud brick and fallen timber that made up the ancient insulae, a small spark of life in such a dismal place. Vesper began to sing under her breath, and the concentric patterns on her arms and legs began to glow, pushing back strange darkness that covered the square as she drew on her own deep well of strength, combining it with the faintest threads of power from the weave, until, finally, channeling it all through the seeds in the wall. Her voice grew from a whisper to a high crescendo as the mud brick began to vibrate, filling the alleyway with choking dust as the ancient brick came apart, blinding some of the attacking Sandawai, but oddly not touching her or Narcissus. "What in the name of the gods is this?" said Narcissus, staggering back into her as her glow brightened, pushing back the dark. "A way up," she said, smiling as vines and thick branches full of emerald green leaves burst from the walls on both sides of the alley, while razor-sharp thorns reached out like clawing fingers toward the oncoming rush of Sandawai, curling around their dark painted limbs, choking, restraining any who came too close. Vesper raised her arms higher, and the newly minted vines snaked their way up the walls, replacing the faded old mud brick with the vibrant colours of life. "Climb!" Wasting no time, Narcissus grabbed a hold of a sturdy-looking vine, heaving himself up arm over arm like he'd done it 1,000 times before, quickly reaching the top and vanishing over the edge. Taking his lead, she did the same. Having spent much of her youth playing in the great tree at the heart of the village, Vesper easily scrambled up the vine-covered wall like it was second nature, climbing as she did in her youth. She was almost at the top when something pierced her calf, and she slipped, fighting the pain while she dangled from one hand. She looked down to find a spear buried deep in her calf, while blood rained down on the alley below. On the ground, the Sandawai, blocked from the alley, changed tactics, hurling spears at her despite the vine barrier deflecting most of their throws she had created, the one in her calf being the sole exception. Thinking quickly, she sang again, focusing her power through one of the tattoos on her shoulder, and a heartbeat later, the vines grew thicker, obscuring her from sight. Above her, Narcissus appeared, sticking his head over the edge. "Take my hand!" he shouted, reaching out for her over the side of the building. Gritting her teeth through the pain in her leg, she swung her body upward, catching the Celt's outstretched arm, while at the same time climbing with her good leg. The thick muscles in his arms flexed, and he swung her up as if she weighed nothing, the pair of them falling over in a heap, with Narcissus on his back while Vesper fell on top of him. They lay there together, eyes locked, covered in blood and dirt, while they both struggled to catch their breath. From fighting, or something else, Vesper wasn't sure, but part of her enjoyed his warmth, drinking in his scent, that for some reason didn't seem so bad anymore. "Apologies," she sputtered after a moment, her voice catching in her throat when she realised she was on top of him. Narcissus reddened, his eyes looking everywhere except at her. "I don't know my own strength sometimes, and you're lighter than I imagined." "Of course, it was nothing," said Vesper, rolling off him with a wince, clutching at her calf when she tried to stand. The big Celt opened his mouth to speak, but fell to silence and his eyes went wide. With a grunt, he pushed her aside, his knee catching a Sandawai warrior in the chest, knocking him over the edge as he tried to clamber onto the roof. "They're climbing, even through the thorns," he said, leaning back to avoid a hurled spear that hissed by. Limping over to the edge, Vesper leaned over to see the white-painted warriors stained red as they climbed, ignoring the thorned vines and leaving horrid gashes up and down their flesh. "That's inhumane," she said, recoiling in disgust. "We will be far more exposed up here," said Narcissus, looking around. "We won't last long." "We are not dying here today," she said, through gritted teeth. "My aunt once told me that the Sandawai gave up being truly human a long time ago. I think it's time I stopped treating them as such, that I stopped trying to show them mercy." Ignoring Narcissus's questioning look, she shifted her vision to the world beyond, collecting the thin threads of power she had weaved into the climbing vine and thorn wall, drawing out every last drop, until the plants that were once a vibrant green turned to a sickly yellow and brown, leaving the whole plant dry and fragile. Then, without missing a beat, she focused the power, concentrating it into the palm of her hands. "What are you going to do?" Vesper eyed the heat radiating off her glowing hands while kneeling at the edge of the insulae. Burning them all. The dry wood lit up the minute she touched it, killing flames licking up and down its length and breadth. Ducking back from the edge, she squeezed her eyes shut, trying to block out the screams of the men and women in the alley who burned, reminding herself that they killed her aunt. That given the chance, they would have killed her and Narcissus without a second thought. "It shows great strength to weep for your enemies," said Narcissus, reaching out to lay a hand on her shoulder, but then pulling it away. "They are monsters, and I don't want to be like them," said Vesper, gingerly touching the wound on her leg, and then seeing that it wasn't too bad, grabbing his hand just as he pulled away, using it to stand, but still not letting go once she was up. "But I will do what I must." "There are more of them," he said, squeezing her hand, pointing to the other side of the roof with his chin. Vesper's shoulders slumped as beads of sweat rolled down her temples, exhaustion threatening to defeat her, even when the Sandawai could not. Returning the squeeze, she ran to the other side of the roof, crouching down to remain hidden, when she found the square in chaos, filling with Sandawai. Eyeing the tall warriors painted in white, flaking paint, her stomach roiled, and she had a terrible sense of déjà vu when the Sandawai started going from insulae to insulae, pulling men, women, and children from the buildings, and then lining them up in the square, killing any of the poor stragglers who moved too slowly for their liking or tried to run. "They did this in my village the night they killed my aunt," she began, looking up at the darkened sky, her jaw falling open when she saw, for the first time, some of the Sandawai were connected to each other by threads of black filaments that vanished a few feet away from them, connecting them to something, although she couldn't say what or where they led. Swallowing hard, she continued, "But it was nothing like this. There were never so many. I don't know how they managed to sneak their numbers into the city, but they must be foolish if they think that a small group of tribal savages could challenge the might of Rome." "I'm not so sure," muttered Vesper, her eyes locked onto the writhing filaments. "Some of them are like shatters, drawing on a power I don't understand, and if they are anything like one of the Voden I have met, they must have arrived here by travelling along the path in the world beyond." At the mention of the dark place with its cobblestone path and wailing spirits, Narcissus paled, his voice trembling when at last he was able to speak. "That place," he grunted. "I pray never to see it again." "We won't, I promise," said Vesper, nodding in agreement, remembering that it was the only time she had ever seen the big man afraid. He had almost died there, trying to protect her. She had sworn that day that even if she knew how to get back there, she never would. Not by choice, anyway. "She is still alive," said Narcissus, suddenly crouching down beside her. "Who?" "There," he said, pointing, "with the hood on her head. She was one of the slaves they brought with them. They killed the others with a dagger made of shadow." Vesper's brows drew together when she caught sight of the hooded woman, and for the 1000th time she wished her aunt was still with her, or even her mother. It was clear the Sandawai had performed some kind of ritual, but the why and the how were a mystery to her, and she felt like a child given a puzzle that she couldn't figure out. "My aunt once told me that the Sandawai were the first to be gifted the access of the weave, but they were heartless monsters who used the great god's gift for conquest, for evil. Olodumare, in his infinite wisdom, removed his blessing, leaving them powerless. But now it seems they've found a new source of strength to continue with their conquering ways." "But you can stop them, just as we did with the Emperor's Chamberlain." I am grateful for your confidence," she said with a smirk, "but shatters almost killed us, and he was just one man." "Yes, but he surprised us. Lucilla had told us that Commodus was a drunken fop, and that his chamberlain was little more than a sycophant, bowing and scraping for scraps of power and influence." "I know there is truth in your words," she said, shaking her head, "but I have no idea how I do the things I do. I can draw on power from the weave, from myself, but to shape it, I don't have a clue. It feels more like luck than skill, and I fear one day that luck will run out. A boyish grin broke out on his face, and he patted her shoulder. We Celts know that the world is a mad place, and you are better off to be lucky than good. But your luck has saved us more often than not, so why change anything now? Vesper shook her head, not believing what she was hearing. So you think we should just jump in and hope for the best? That's madness. Well, it's worked so far, has it not? He said, with a shrug. And if that doesn't work, can't you breathe fire on them or hurl lightning from your eyes? I mean, I've seen you angry. I know you're trying to be funny, but you just end up looking more frightening when you smile like that, she said, with a wink, before continuing. But it does not work that way. Even if I knew what I was doing, reality fights back when we do the impossible. But the vines growing out of walls are possible. Fire coming out of my mouth, not so much. Bah! Then what's the point of your fancy sorcery if you can't crush your enemies with it? He said, frowning in a way that made him look terrifying. And I can see in your eyes, you like my jokes. Ducking back, Vesper tried not to smile at him, instead focusing her attention on the cut on her calf and the snapped-off spear in his shoulder. When looking at the wounds in the world beyond, she could see how it would be possible to stitch them back together, and she had done so before, in the heat of combat with her life on the line, but in the moment it was all beyond her. Well, we're both hurt and there are a few hundred of them down in the square. Those don't look like good odds, no matter how brave we are. And your jokes are terrible. I only smile because I was raised as a proper Oath girl and taught to be polite to my elders. Elders? He sputtered. I'll have you know I'm... Before he could finish, a horrible clatter filled the air, and they turned to find a carriage led by a full team of 8 horses crashing through the square from a side street, the frothing horses trampling over the Sandawai warriors in a mad frenzy. Followed behind the Carpentum was a mishmash of cavalry, legionnaires, and a group of hard-looking men who looked to be ordinary citizens armed with whatever they could find. By a Lodjumar, she said, eyeing the reactions of the few Voden in the square, watching as the black filaments surrounding them writhed and pulsed, growing thicker with each passing moment. If they are to stand a chance, we have to stop the Voden. The who? Asked Narcissus, cocking his head. Voden, the men like Sauterus. Given the chance, they'll kill everyone, no matter how many men attack. Narcissus gave her a feral grin, flexing his arms. Then we have no choice. We must attack. Now, while their attention is diverted. Vesper was taken aback, her brow coming together. Are you mad? You want us to just jump into that chaos without even a hint of a plan? Our plan is to crush the head of the snake before they know we're here, he said, standing to his full height, his eyes roaming the square. Let's pray that your luck holds. Letting out a slow breath to calm her racing heart, she started looking for a way down when Narcissus stepped to the edge of the Insulae. What in the name of a Lodjumar are you doing? Jumping. That one over there looks soft, he said, pointing. You'll die, said Vesper, grasping for his hand. Don't worry, the fat man over there will break my fall. No, wait, please. I have an idea, she said, shifting her gaze to the world beyond, her fingers brushing the amber cord that connected them. I'm not sure it will work, but we'll have a better chance of surviving all of this if it does. The big man stopped, crouching once more with her. That always feels so strange, like you're touching the inside of my skin. I know, she said, having felt the same way often enough, but I think we can use this connection we have for more than just annoying each other. I am going to try and transfer my ace to you, to share my strength so that you are stronger, faster, perhaps fast enough that you won't die on me today. A feral grin split his face as he settled in beside her. Do you know how I have survived all these years, despite most gladiators having a very short life? Because your smell kept your enemies off-balanced? She joked, concentrating on doing the one thing she knew well, enhancing her strength, her speed, but instead transferring that strength to him. Bah, you would prefer a perfumed weakling. A man like that wouldn't do you much good right now, would he? Said Narcissus. I'm sorry. I am glad to have you with me. Always," she said quickly, pouring Ace through their bond, unfortunately to little effect. "I have come to appreciate the way you smell, even miss it when you're not around. Sorry, I interrupted you. What were you trying to tell me?" He smoothed his short beard, his eyes never leaving hers. "I don't remember much of my people. I was captured and enslaved not long after the first hairs appeared on my chin," he began. "But the one lesson I took from them was that your life was forfeited the moment you entered battle, and only in victory would you find life again." "That sounds scary," she said, her eyes starting to blur from the strain. "But brave and freeing in an odd way." "Yes, it is. And this has served me time and time again, especially in the arena, because I never expected to live to see the next day. So I fought with every ounce of strength I possessed, holding nothing back. After all, the dead have nothing to lose." Vesper cocked her head, a disturbing thought coming to mind. "But what about your family, your friends, the people that love you?" Narcissus blinked, his brow shooting up. "I don't... Wait! I have it!" she said, her heart catching in her throat when she felt a tiny flow of Ace pass between them. "I think we can do it." Vesper drew on the power in her blood, combining it with the remaining energy she had pulled from the vines, and did the only thing she knew for sure would work. Then, using their bond, she poured the strength, stamina, and durability she normally poured into herself into the big Celt, sharing her power with him. "By the gods!" he laughed, sucking in a deep breath. "I feel like I could uproot a tree." Vesper gasped at the sense of wonder flowing through their bond, her heart racing with joy. "I have no doubt. I sometimes forget how strong you are. More so now." "By Jupiter, I will put this gift to good use," he said, rising to his feet. Vesper's heart caught in her throat when, without another word, he leapt, laughing like a madman as he fell. She almost tumbled off the roof herself when she looked to see if he was all right. A smile lit up her face when Narcissus landed on a heavy-set Sandawai warrior he had pointed out, crushing the man beneath his big body. The pair of them fell in a heap, and for a heartbeat she worried that he had broken something, or worse, was unconscious or even dead, only to gasp with relief when the big Celt bounded to his feet, looking up at her with a boyish grin plastered on his face. "It's official, he's a madman," she muttered to herself, "and worse still, I'm following him." Watching him wade into a group of Sandawai warriors who were unfortunate to have their backs to him, she decided to follow his lead, and was about to leap off the building when a surge of adrenaline from Narcissus surged through their bond, making her heart race and blood boil. Gripping the edge of the roof, she almost fell, all sense of reason fleeing her mind, and all she wanted to do was break bones and rend flesh with her bare hands. Falling back from the edge, she clutched her chest, trying to slow her racing heart. Fighting to remain calm, her mind fled back to quieter times, memories of her childhood, climbing the great baobab tree in her village, sleeping away the afternoon in its branches, and spending her evenings gazing up at the stars while her aunt braided her hair. Vesper let out a breath as the rush of anxiety faded, still there, but somehow she had managed to push it back. "I am dead, and only victory will grant me life once more," she said, leaping off the roof without fear and for once without regret, ready to die, but with the hope of living on. Chapter 6. Street to Street. The Carpentum came to a grinding halt with a sharp jolt, and Lucilla had to hold on for dear life or risk being thrown from her seat. In front of her, Senator Magnus had taken on a hint of green in his pale complexion, and she frowned in disgust, remembering the man's weak constitution. "Take deep breaths, Magnus. I don't want your breakfast all over me." "Apologies, I have a weak belly. It has been this way since I was a child." Knowing him well enough, she began to agree, when a piercing scream filled the air, followed by a hollow thud as their driver fell from his seat. "Stay here," said Lucilla in a rush, circling behind the Carpentum for cover, cursing when she saw the rough shaft of a spear sticking out of the driver's chest. "Get back inside, it's not safe out here," shouted Albus, cringing when he bent his knee to duck down beside her. "I don't think we can make it to that pillar of shadow, and I was about to order the driver to turn around. That doesn't look like it will be happening now, so the safest place for you is inside." Ignoring his concern, Lucilla peeked out, seeing that the senator's men were engaged in a chaotic melee with a group of dark-skinned warriors, with flaking, white paint drawn over their bodies in strange patterns. "What is the meaning of this? Who would dare attack us here, in the heart of the—" "I don't know, but they were lying in wait for us," he said, his voice calm, despite the chaos around them. "The senator's men. I told them to wait, fall back, but they've charged ahead, and now are being cut to pieces." "And the men of the watch you brought with you?" she asked. "I ordered them to fall back to cover the minute we were attacked." "A wise man indeed," said Lucilla, squeezing the first centurion's shoulder. "We can't let these invaders get a foothold in the city. We must get to the source of all this, root them out before it's too late. Can we have the men press ahead with a phalanx?" "You know a thing or two about tactics?" he said, his thick brows shooting up in surprise. "I travelled a great deal with my first husband," she said, catching a glimpse of a man hurling spears with deadly accuracy from the roof of the insulae. "We couldn't bear to be apart when we were first married. I spent more hours than I could count in the corner of a tent, listening to his advisers discuss war and tactics." "Very well," he said, falling back to organise the legionaries. "I will have the men form up." "Albus, one last thing," she said, eyeing the men on the roof. "Yes?" "Take your best javelin throwers, the men with the strongest arms. Make sure they are well supplied from the rest of the men. Have them throwing from the rear to cover the phalanx from the attackers on the roof." "You have a good eye. Goddess Diana would be proud to call upon you for the great hunt," he said, giving her a salute. "I will see it done." While Albus headed off to organise the men, Lucilla darted back into the Carpentum, wrinkling her nose in disgust when the sour odour of vomit filled her nostrils. "How in the name of the gods did you manage this? We were stopped." "Forgive me," said Magnus, holding his stomach. "Given the events of this morning with your brother and now this attack on our great city—" "It doesn't matter," she snapped. "I need you to keep your wits about you. The city is under attack, and we are in deadly peril if we stay here. I am going to take the driver's place and try to get us out of here alive." "This again? Let my men—" "Your men are being cut to pieces," she said. "Albus and his men are proper legionaries and our best chance to fight our way out of this." Magnus shrank back into his seat, clutching at his chest. "I cannot endure this. Jupiter, save me." "Coward," Lucilla muttered under her breath. Albus and his men sped past the Carpentum, their heavy-soled caligae clattering in unison on the cobblestone, while above her the whistle of javelins filled the air, followed by the heavy crash of bodies falling from great heights. Climbing in the driver's seat, she took hold of the reins and the driver's whip, cracking it above the horses to set them in motion. Ahead of her, the legionnaires had formed a phalanx, a deadly configuration where each man's shield interlocked with the man next to him, making the line near invincible. Advancing with the hardened discipline that had crushed all the challengers to the Empire, they were able to deflect or ignore the disorganized attacks from the invaders, despite their greater numbers. At the first centurion's command, the men heaved in unison to push the chaotic mob away, opening their defences for only a heartbeat, a wall of spears stabbing out with deadly precision, then reforming the impenetrable wall just as quickly. Rolling past the fallen invaders, a shudder ran through her when she saw some of them had died with their eyes wide open, and their pupils were covered with a milky white film. Noticing that those with the strange eyes were covered from head to toe with bizarre tattoos made her stomach twist into knots if she stared too long. Tearing her eyes away, she snapped the whip once more, urging the horses to go faster, her sense of unease and desperation growing with each passing moment, determined to protect the city she loved. Chapter 7. Berserker. He landed on the Sandowai with a horrible crash, the other man's body absorbing the brunt of his fall, while he felt invincible as the hapless warrior crumpled under his weight. Not wasting a moment, he rolled to his feet with a wild howl, using his bracer to smash in his skull for good measure. He had barely taken a breath when another Sandawai warrior, wide as he was tall, appeared in front of him, his painted face snarling with rage as he attacked without mercy. The Sandawai's spear thrust came at him viper quick, its bone tip aiming for his heart, but Narcissus was faster, catching the weapon in a meaty hand and easily snapping the shaft in half. Undeterred, the Sandawai never slowed, ploughing his shoulder into Narcissus's gut, trying to use his lower centre of gravity to knock the big Celt from his feet. Narcissus cursed as his sandals slid on the cobblestone, his big body hunching over the other man. Battling to stay on his feet, he pounded his elbows into the warrior's back, knocking him to the ground just as they slammed into the side of a building, their titanic impact leaving deep cracks in the mud brick, blasting the air from his lungs. The Sandawai warrior rolled to his feet, a dagger appearing in hand as he glanced over his shoulders. "Come, come, brothers and sisters," he shouted over his shoulder. "We have a Roman pig to gut." Behind him, a dozen warriors answered his call, breaking off from the looting and killing, charging toward them with wild hoots and shouts. Narcissus growled while he pushed away from the wall, kicking out and catching his attacker in the gut. "I am no Roman," he said, his nostrils flaring with anger from the insult, "and if I am to die today, I'm taking all of you with me." Counting the overwhelming odds facing him, he drew on his anger, delving into memories long buried. Remembering the day the Romans had taken him during his first battle, the humiliation of standing on the slave block and then sold, like livestock, naked and exposed to the world. Every sting of the whip on his young skin came back to him, the gut-wrenching fear of the first day at the Ludus, locked in a dark cell with strange men he didn't know, the hurt, the pain of his first wounds in the arena. He drove it all into a deep well of profound rage, and at his core something snapped, and he forgot who he was or what he was doing, the entire world around him turning to a dark shade of red. He charged the Sandawai coming at him, then, seeing but not seeing, a passenger in his own body. Crashing into them in a mad frenzy, he felt no pain, their wicked spears little more than stinging gnats on his hardened skin, their vicious blows rolling off him like summer rain. Narcissus lashed out with his long limbs, every part of his body a living weapon that broke limbs and shattered bone, his fury relentless as the Sandawai begged for mercy, their screams echoing across the square. More came at him then, their chalky white faces enraged at first by his defiance, quickly turning to wide-eyed fear when spears shattered on his skin and shields broke under his fists. Battling on, he lost all sense of time, knowing only his rage. Then, suddenly, he could sense Vesper beside him, her fury matching his own, as their attacks synchronized, a dance of violence that felled every enemy in their path. He had just cleared a circle around him when, in the distance, he saw a man floating above the ground, with thin filaments of black void swirling around him. Thinking he must be one of the Voden that Vesper had mentioned, Narcissus charged, intending to crush him under his heel, when a wave of darkness passed over him. The square, the warriors, everything vanished, and he found himself in a dull, grey place, unseen voices sobbing while screams came from every direction. "Little Celt thinks he is so brave. Nothing more than a coward at heart," whispered a voice, speaking with the cadence of a Roman highborn. "What? Where? What is this trickery?" said Narcissus, his breath frosting as he sucked in deep breaths of stale air, a hollow feeling forming in the pit of his stomach when he realized where he might be. "No, brother," said the voice, "no trick. I wish to speak to you before I send you to the other side." "Brother? Brother? I'm not your brother. Show yourself so I can rip out your tongue for speaking the language of my people." "Here. I am here." Narcissus flinched when a man with a slight build emerged from the darkness. He was dressed in the fine white toga of a Roman patrician, while wearing a crown made of bone tied to the side of his head, his face hidden behind a mask made from a ghastly skull, coloured with flaking red paint, its teeth yellow and grotesque. Without missing a beat, Narcissus lunged for him, only to find himself held in place by some unseen force. "What have you done to me? Where are we?" "You are here by my will," said the man, fully emerging into the light, giving Narcissus a slight bow from the waist. "You are Roman," spat Narcissus, his mouth going dry when he at last recognised the place, with its cobblestone path and howling shades in the distance. The place Vesper called the world between worlds, a place where he almost died. The cords in his neck bulged as he struggled to reach for the man who stood just beyond his outstretched hands. A hoarse laugh echoed in all directions as the man threw his head back, his entire body shaking with laughter. "I am no Roman. I am like you, an insect trapped in the Empire's web." "I don't care what you are. Let me go from this place and I promise to kill you quickly," he said, his heart pounding as he fought against the fear growing in his belly. "In this place you couldn't kill a fly without my say-so." "Then what the hell do you want?" snarled the big Celt. "For you to join me, to join us. The Romans are nothing but parasites, sucking the life out of everyone for their selfish needs, leaving only death and destruction in their wake." Narcissus rubbed his skull, his ears straining. "And you are better, are you? A symbol of virtue and hope for all mankind?" "We Sandowai offer a better life, freedom for all, and not just a privileged few." "Your people are killing children in the square, innocent men and women." "I don't think so," he said, hearing the one voice he wanted to, even over the cacophony that surrounded them. Rubbing a hand on his belly, a smile came to his lips when he felt the connection once more, the connection that had become such a part of him that he did not want to live without it ever again. "Roman whores and faithless men, we are killing those who must be cleansed." "Freedom for all," said Narcissus, reaching out, feeling her energy, her ace as she called it. "Except those you judge unworthy." "Yes," said the masked man, leaning forward, a hunger in his voice. "Why would the world trade one set of tyrants for another?" said Narcissus. "There is another way, and together I think we can find it." "We?" "Vesper!" he shouted, ignoring the strange man as he reached out through their connection, a feeling of warmth pulsing through him, banishing the cold of this place. A burst of amber light blossomed from his midsection, pushing back the darkness, and he raised an eyebrow when the Roman flinched, and he could see him fully. He was slight of build with a pale skin that made him look sickly in the light. Behind his mask, his blue eyes were darting in all directions, hunting for the source of the light. "It looks like you're the coward here," said Narcissus, smiling when the masked man shrunk back. She appeared then, a welcome sunrise, banishing the curtain of night with a blinding light. "I'm here," she said, touching his arm. Narcissus squeezed his eyes shut, and when he could see once more the other place, the masked man was gone, and he found himself in the square where it had all started, dead Sandowai everywhere he looked, the brilliant light of the noonday sun shining down on him. Standing around him were a group of legionaries staring at him with their mouths agape and whispering in awe. "What happened?" he asked when no one spoke, the silence broken only by his heavy breathing as he tried to calm the wild rush of adrenaline coursing through his blood. Vesper looked away, motioning to the carnage in the square. I don't know how to explain. Somehow you were drawn into the world between worlds. For a time I thought I had lost you." Narcissus frowned at her, narrowing his eyes. "It was the masked man. He drew me to that horrid place." "The who?" she asked. "You must have seen him. He was floating above the battle, and then in the other place. He said he drew—" "But you didn't see him, did you?" Vesper pressed her lips together, shaking her head. No, I'm sorry. I know, I promise you. Lucilla appeared, suddenly, striding with her head held high as if she owned the square, a limping first centurion in tow. The pair of you have done the impossible, she said, raising her voice so that those in earshot could hear. You and these men are heroes, having defended Rome herself from a terrible invasion. Lady Lucilla, said Narcissus, smiling, when a pulse of amusement flowed from his bond with Vesper. Not that we are ungrateful, but how is it that you are here? With the city watch, no less. The column of darkness could be seen from miles around, and The smell of rot filled the air, and I feared it was another incident like the others. So I rushed to investigate. Vesper hugged herself despite the heat, nodding along as Lucilla spoke. I think you're right. There were Voden here, like shatters. They were performing some sort of ritual, bringing in more of their numbers. And something else, something not human. But I don't know for sure. Narcissus was here first, and he stopped. The woman! Lucilla raised her chin, frowning at him. What woman? She asked. There was a woman, one of the sacrifices. She and the others were hooded, wearing chains, he said, scanning the square, and then setting off to where he'd last seen her. What would it matter? She was just a slave, said Lucilla, stepping gingerly around the bodies, Vesper not far behind. You don't understand, he said, stopping in front of the building where he'd last seen her. The Sandawai, they brought the slaves with them. She might know their plans, or at the very least how they got into the city. Vesper put a hand on his shoulder, a pang of sympathy flowing through their bond. I remember her, she said, but she was struggling to remove the hood, and even a skilled warrior would have been hard-pressed to survive during an attack like that. She most likely is among the dead, or at best managed to run and hide. I am not most people, daughter, said a woman, emerging from a shadow-filled alley next to the brothel, the hood gone, but the collar remaining around her long neck. Narcissus cocked his head, thinking that he had seen the woman somewhere before, though he was sure he would remember her if he had. She was stunning, with a high forehead and cheekbones, flawless brown skin, and dark eyes that seemed to look through him. She wore little more than rags, and he couldn't help but stare at her round hips and full breasts. He was about to speak when a sense of shock pulsed through his bond with Vesper, and he turned to find her staring at the woman, her mouth agape while the woman stared back. How is this possible? Asked Vesper at last, grabbing onto Narcissus to steady herself. I don't know, said the woman, giving them all a full-lipped smile that never touched her eyes. But I am here, fully this time. I don't understand, said Narcissus. Who is she? Clearing her throat, she spoke with a voice full of dread, uttering a single word over and over. Mother. Chapter 8. Lilith. Vesper squeezed her eyes shut, wanting to laugh and cry at the same time. Part of her wanted it all to be real, that her mother was alive, in the flesh this time, and not some vile lower clinging to the world by a hair's breadth. At the same time, praying that the woman in front of her was a figment of her tired mind, and she wouldn't have to deal with the consequences of what it all meant. Lilith was dangerous, her ambitions without limits. I am very real, said Lilith, reading her thoughts. You are dead, said Vesper bluntly, her eyes snapping open to see that her mother was still there, back straight with her chin raised high, looking like a queen, despite wearing only rags that hardly covered her lush figure. Or at least lost in time, somewhere along the weave. Her mother looked down at her herself, flexing her fingers and then running a hand along the complex braid that started at her forehead and ran down to her shoulders. I think I was, she began, drawing in a deep breath, giving them all a brilliant smile before continuing. But something pulled me back to this place, this time. What did you do? What vile ritual did you perform to cheat death? Asked Vesper, giving Lilith a hard look. Before her mother could answer, Lucilla stepped between them, cocking her head. I remember you, she said, brushing a hand across her own cheek. You were a friend of my father's. You would cup my face and call me Little Empress, whispered Lilith, her brilliant smile growing wider as she took Lucilla's hand. By a Lord, how you've grown. You know her?
asked Narcissus, crossing his arms. "You both do?" "Yes," said Lucilla, fawning over Lilith, hugging her and then holding her at arm's length, her brow furrowing. "She was my father's— what did he call it? Jambe! Yes, it was her duty to protect him." "I was many things to your father," said Lilith in a strained voice. "But that was long ago. I promise we will take the time to catch up, but for now, I am exhausted, and I wish to speak with my daughter." Lilith tried to push past her, but Lucilla stood her ground, blocking her way. "But it was so long ago. I couldn't have been more than 5 or 6, yet you look the same. How is that possible?" Vesper enjoyed watching her mother squirm and waited for the explosion of anger. But instead, Lilith gently put a hand on Lucilla's shoulder, speaking to her in a soft voice. "There are more pressing questions than my beauty regimen, like how the Sandawai got into the city and what were they doing?" "Apologies," said Lucilla, backing away to stand between Vesper and Narcissus. Of course. I forget myself sometimes. Protecting the city from these travesties is far more important than my foolish questions." "Mother, please," said Vesper, crossing her arms across her bosom. "Times are desperate. You need to tell us what you know. Why did the Sandawai bring you here?" Facing off against all of them, Lilith spread her arms wide and shrugged. "I don't know any more than you do. The last thing I remember was the night of drinking with Quintus," she said, looking away and brushing a hand over her eyes. "I have memories of those few fleeting moments with you and Magda on that horrible day in the market, lost in time. Then I woke up here earlier today with the Sandawai Voden standing above me, his face hidden by a painted mask that resembled a skull." Beside her, she felt Narcissus stiffen, worry passing through their bond, making her own stomach turn with fright. "A red mask worn by a pale man, slight of build," blurted the big Celt, his hands twitching as if he wanted to throttle someone. Lilith cocked her head, frowning at him. "Yes. How would you know that?" "Because I saw him, today." "Here in the square?" asked Lilith. Narcissus looked at Vesper, his face flushing a deep shade of red, almost matching his beard. "No. Yes. 1 minute I was in the middle of the battle, the next it all vanished, and I found myself in the other place, the place between worlds." Her mother's lips pressed together into a thin line, her nostrils flaring. "You know of the other place? You risked much going there. It is a door that is not easily closed once open." "It was not by choice. It never is," she said, giving her mother a sidelong glance. "I don't know who this Voden was," said Lilith, "but if you suddenly found yourself in the other place, that means that they travelled through the place in between and opened doorways for their people to enter the city. You must have stumbled through one by accident." "That makes sense," said Narcissus. "One moment it was just a pair of Sandawai with a few slaves in chains. The next we were facing hundreds who appeared from thin air." "Not that I don't believe you, but it should have been impossible for the Sandawai to invade as they did," said her mother, crossing her arms over her ample bosom. "When I was Jambe here, I protected the city by channeling a portion of the A's of all who lived here into a great web over the city, thousands of threads of power that would entangle any attempting to pass through a portal, trapping them forever in the weave, never again able to touch our world." "The weave over Rome is in tatters, corrupt and deadly," said Vesper, narrowing her eyes. "Surely you must see it? Even feel it?" Before her mother could answer, Lucilla spoke up in excited tones. "Is this the meaning of all these incidents, then, all this death, to bring their people into the city?" Lilith nodded, ignoring Vesper's question. "Part of it, but it does seem more complicated than that. A ritual of this magnitude would require a great sacrifice, a powerful soul, and would be a great risk to the one opening the portal. Sometimes other things come through," she said, her entire body shivering. "Tell me about the other incidents. The only one I was aware of was the one at the villa in the countryside with the shadow creature." "Oh, there have been many," said Lucilla, "more than I can count, but they've always been the same. Bizarre events where normal people are taken by madness, slaughtering friends and family or fellow soldiers. We have found entire insulae filled with nothing but blood, no bodies, and always the smell. It grows worse with each incident." Vesper nodded along, adding her thoughts.
I think the ritual we stopped today was meant to be something similar, a sacrifice that would be the catalyst for some Sandwai evil. That is how it began, said Narcissus, nodding along. Before he could go on, they were interrupted by a limping centurion carrying a staff decorated with flowing vines carved along its length. Lady Lucilla, you need to see this. What is it, Albus? Asked Lucilla, irritation marring her fine features. The centurion hesitated, his eyes darting between them before he cleared his throat. Forgive me, but the bodies of these savages, the bodies are turning to dust like they've been dead for years. And the smell, I cannot explain it. Show me, please, said Vesper before anyone could speak, her belly churning with worry. Lucilla gave Albus a nod, and they headed off through the mayhem of broken bodies and fallen weapons, stepping around pools of blood, the all-too-familiar smell of rotten meat that had been left out too long in the summer heat filling Vesper's nostrils. Falling back to walk beside her mother, she put a restraining hand on Lilith's shoulder. I know that we began to mend things before you were lost to me, she began, choosing her words carefully, but I know you well enough to know you are not telling us everything. You are too cunning for that. Lilith matched her pace, a small smile dancing on her full lips. I see your caution has grown, daughter. This is wise. The world is full of dangerous people with wicked intentions. That is not an answer to my question, said Vesper, matching her amused smile with one of her own. Tell me, what's really going on here? My knowledge of Ace is nothing compared to yours, but from what Magda told me, a Lodgimar cut the Sandway off from the weave ages ago. They do not have the power or the will to do what they did today. You are right, daughter, said Lilith. Something has emboldened them. What, I cannot say, but this was far more than a simple attack. This was a tiny nation declaring war on the Roman Empire. They walked in silence for a time, Vesper bowing her head. And what about you, mother? She asked. Now that you have returned, should I fear for my life? My soul? Lilith let out a throaty laugh, putting an arm over her shoulder. No, you are now and forever my evening star, my beautiful girl, and the thing I love most in this world. Vesper locked eyes with her, searching for the lie, searching for the con. You speak in riddles, she said, looking down. Speak plainly. The only thing I want is to be your mother, no more. I have my soul. My body is young and strong once more. What else could I possibly desire? Except your big Celt, perhaps. A Lodgimar knows I would put those big hands and wide shoulders to good use. Mother! Lilith let out a throaty laugh, and Vesper felt the tension drain from her shoulders. I mean you no harm, daughter. I am simply grateful for a second chance, a chance to do things right this time. What would that be? Asked Vesper, narrowing her eyes. Vesper, come see this! Shouted Narcissus up ahead, waves of nausea flowing through their bond. We will finish this later, said Vesper. I look forward to it, daughter. Ignoring her mother's look of amusement, she raced ahead to fight the legionaries, along with a few merchants who had businesses in the square, piling the dead in preparation to burn them. What is it? She asked, covering her nose in a useless attempt to block out the smell of rotting meat, along with the more foul odour she now recognised as corruption caused by the Sandwai rituals. Lucilla stood silent and pale over a set of Sandwai bodies that were laid out in front of her, some of them withered and emaciated, looking years dead, while others hardly bled. Come and tell me what you see, Vesper. Frowning, she stood beside the taller woman, while a legionary bent over and opened one of the dead Sandwai's eyes. What is it that you want me to— By a Lodgimar! Are they all like that? She gasped, wrapping her arms around herself as she stared at a milky white pupil. Not all of them, but those marked, said Lucilla, pointing to a series of twisted markings covering the body with the milky white eyes. And their flesh does not rot like others. If I didn't know better, I would say they were asleep, not dead. Vesper sucked in a deep breath, feeling lost. He looks just like the Voden Papa Jufari. It's more than that, said Lucilla, finally facing her. During our battle with Sauterus, just as he fell, my brother, His eyes glazed over like this, for just a moment. "Are you sure?" asked Vesper. "I've had nightmares about it every day since our battle in the tunnels." Staring into the corpse's milky eyes, she steeled herself. "What do you intend to do?" she asked, already knowing the answer to the question. Lucilla looked up at the sky, shaking her head slightly before continuing. "I have put it off for too long, despite all the risk. I must go to him, find out what in the name of the gods has happened to him." "You don't have to go alone. We will come with you," said Vesper. Beside her, Narcissus grunted in agreement. "With us at your side, you have nothing to fear." To Vesper's surprise, Lilith stepped forward. "The Imperial Palace was always one of my favourite places. I would be glad to see it again," she said, her eyes twinkling with amusement. "And I might serve as a distraction. From what I remember, your brother spent a great deal of time staring at my bosom." Lucilla's shoulders fell, and she let out a breath. "Thank you. My brother is a monster at the best of times. I can only imagine that he's grown worse. We will take the Senator's Carpentum." "You have my word, little Empress. We will keep you safe, and, if necessary, bring Galodjumar's justice to the boy," said Lilith, linking arms with Lucilla. "I am grateful. Perhaps if he is distracted by your breasts, he will listen for once." While Lucilla and Lilith walked arm in arm to the wooden carriage, laughing like old friends, Narcissus held Vesper back. "Apologies, but given the stories you've told me of your mother, this does not feel right." Vesper cursed herself for telling him about Lilith, but it would have been impossible to tell him stories about her Aunt Magda without including her mother and her fall from grace. Leaning in close, she wrinkled her nose at his musky odour, lowering her voice. "I'm not a fool. The last thing I intend to do is trust her. I'm not sure that I ever could, not after everything that has passed between us. But right now I need her. Even after weeks of trying, I am no further along in my skills with Ace. At least she can teach me." "A wolf can only teach you to be a wolf, nothing more, no matter how much you wish it otherwise. She can only teach you her way." Vesper sighed, trying to find fault in his words, but finding none. "My mother was once a great hero to the Oaths, wise and powerful with a profound sense of justice. That is what we need now." "Yes, but then she lost her way. Did she not try to steal your body, your soul? Her time has passed, and you stand at the ready." "But I'm not ready," said Vesper, shaking her head. "From what I've seen, you are," he said. "You protected me in the other place when I had fallen and was on the edge of death. You protected all of us during the battle with Sarteris in the tunnels under the city. That was instinct and a bit of luck. It had nothing to do with skill or understanding of what I was doing," she said, her nostrils flaring. "What happens when my luck runs out, and you or Lucilla get hurt, or worse, some innocent that was in the wrong place at the wrong time?" "You won't. Send your mother away, and we can figure this out ourselves," he said, in a stranded whisper, a fierce determination flowing through their bond. Vesper looked at her mother as she squeezed in beside Lucilla on the driver's seat. "Maybe I want her there," she began. "At least I won't have to bear this burden alone anymore. My mother could be Rome's shield against the dark, while I take the time to learn all that I need to know to fulfill my duty, a duty that will only fall on me far in the future, as it was meant to." "Once you have outgrown the safety of your mother's womb, you cannot go back," said Narcissus, shaking his head. "And you are not alone. I am with you." "I know," she said, relishing in the warmth flowing through their bond. "But look around you," he said, taking her by the shoulders. "We had a great victory today, you and I together. Don't ignore what we have done, what we are capable of." With a sigh, she did as he told her, blinking in wonder when she realised how many Sandoi there had been. And somehow they had not only managed to survive, but to be victorious. Without thinking, she reached up and put her hands on his shoulders, pulling his face closer to her own, a shudder running through her as she kissed his soft lips. "Thank you."
"What was that for?"
"For opening my eyes, for helping me bear this burden, for being you," she said, reluctantly letting him go. "Now is not the time for that," shouted Lucilla, a mischievous smile coming to her fine features. "We will finish this later, I promise," said Vesper under her breath, squeezing Narcissus's hand. Entering the cool dark of the carriage, Vesper shrieked, almost jumping out of her skin when she realised that a thin man with a balding pate and a weak chin was already in the carpentum. "Who in the name of Ologimar are you?" she asked.
Decimus. Senator Decimus Annius Magnus. You're in my carriage.
He squeezed his hands, nervously shredding the gold embroidery from his fine white tunic, his eyes growing even wider when Narcissus squeezed in behind her.
May I ask why?
Before Vesper could think of an answer, the slat between the passenger compartment and the driver's seat slid open, revealing Lucilla's wide smile. "Magnus, you came to my home this morning looking for allies. Well, you found them, myself included. Now, let's go get cleaned up and find a way we can make my brother's rule over the Empire as short as possible." Chapter 9. A Hero's Mural. Gliding down the wide marble corridors of the palace, Lucilla's heart beat out of her chest, feeling far less confident than the last time she had come here. This time her mouth was dry, and she shook with fear, terrified of what her brother might do. "All of you be prepared," she said over her shoulder. "Commodus is erratic, often drunk, and prone to bursts of anger, so say nothing unless I speak to you directly. Don't even look at him if you can." "I'm just amazed that we could simply walk into the Imperial Palace without anyone stopping us," said Vesper, looking around with childlike wonder on her face. "I've never seen such exotic things. So much wealth. And it's all just left out in the open. It's beyond imagining." "I think you will find, daughter, that if you walk with confidence and greet those that cross your path with a kind smile or nod, most will assume you belong." "All of this has been plundered and stolen, no doubt," said Narcissus. "It does help that you walk with the wife and daughter of the past 2 emperors, not to mention the sister of the current one," said Lucilla, knowing that the fine tapestries that decorated the walls and gold inlaid doors made of rare and exotic woods, brought in from every corner of the Empire, were often taken without care of whom they belonged to. The wealth of the Empire has been built up over centuries of expansion, war, and conquest. But none of it matters. They are just things, and serve no purpose beyond impressing the simple-minded. "I could not have said it better myself," said Lilith. "The riches you see here are only symbols of the one true currency in the world. Power. This is what you see on display here, not the gold and silver, but the power to take what you wish when you wish, with not a soul being able to stop you." "Well, I don't think I would mind taking back some of that gold and silver," began Narcissus with a grunt. "I think it would—" As a group they fell silent when Lucilla turned to lead them down a wide, fresco-lined corridor. "What is all this?" asked Vesper, slowing her pace to stare at the towering murals decorating the hall. "The delusions of a crazed mind," said Lucilla in a quiet voice, stopping to gaze. "I'm not sure I understand," said Vesper, her eyes narrowing. "They look like Commodus, but—" "They are meant to represent the 12 labours of Hercules," said Lucilla, "the son of Jupiter, who, when driven mad by the goddess Juno, kills his wife and sons. When his sanity returned, he begged the oracle at Delphi, a high priestess of Apollo, for a path to redemption." "A foolish tale," snapped Lilith, her tone full of spite. "The boy has destroyed Domitian's priceless history of Rome, all to put his face on these immature drawings. I suppose he still thinks of himself as Hercules, then?" "Yes," said Lucilla, her face reddening with shame. "I had told your father to give him the rod and beat some sense into him," she said, "but he had a soft heart, indulging the boy in hopes that he would outgrow the fantasy. I see now that your brother has only grown worse with time." "The guard!" said Narcissus suddenly, pointing with his bearded chin to a half-dozen purple-clad legionaries standing in front of a set of gold-inlaid doors. Lucilla's attention fell onto the Praetorian guardsman, her lips pressing together in a thin line. "I don't know any of these men." "Should you?" asked Lilith. "Yes, at least some of them," she said, a hollow feeling forming in the pit of her stomach, fearing what it meant that the faces she knew were absent. "Come, let us find out what my brother has done, and pray that it does not bring us to ruin." They were halfway down the corridor when Lucilla stopped short as the doors to the Emperor's private chambers swung open, revealing her brother dressed in his full regalia. She had not seen him since that fateful day in the tunnels under the arena, and to her amazement he looked lucid, his eyes clear and his gaze sharp. His tall frame was covered by a fine white tunic, while a rich purple toga was expertly wrapped around his broad chest and waist to highlight his muscular physique. And finally, a gold-leafed laurel crown sat adorning his head, glittering like the sun. The moment he saw her, a smile creased his handsome face, and he pushed past his guards to greet her with wide-open arms. "Sister, it has been too long," he began, striding toward her with purpose. "I feared that I would be forced to send an entire legion to find you, just so that I would be graced by your beauty." Lucilla tensed, every muscle like steel. Despite the fear churning in her belly, she hugged him, praying he could not hear the pounding of her heart. "Brother, I come with news from the attack on the Western Market." To her surprise, he nodded, casting a curious glance at those behind her before continuing. "We have been informed. This, along with the attempt on my life, is cause for great concern. We were just on our way to the Curia Julia to address those fools in the Senate." "An attempt on your life? Has the whole world gone mad? Where in the name of Jupiter was your guard?" she asked, feigning surprise. "Here, in this very hallway where we stand," said Commodus, shaking his head. Lucilla looked to the floor and gasped, noticing for the first time that blood had seeped into the porous rock and couldn't be completely washed away, leaving a faint crimson sheen on the white marble. "Did you find the conspirators?" "Publius," he spat, saying the name like a curse. "The fat drunkard. And some of my own guard," he shouted, his handsome face twisting with rage. "It is only because of my divine constitution that I was untouched." "Thank the gods you survived," she lied, looking back at the others to cover the fact that she already knew. Senator Magnus had told her of the attempt when he visited her and her husband this morning, but hearing it from Commodus himself made it real, made it deadly, especially considering that she tried to send her brother to the afterlife not so long ago. "But what does this have to do with the Senate?" she asked, wanting to change the subject. "Publius was not working alone. Magnus, that pathetic excuse for a senator, was mixed up in this. The pair of them paid my own men a godly sum to have my head." "Then why did you not have him apprehended? Surely even the Senate could not defend a man trying to kill the Emperor." "Bait on the hooks, sister," he said, with a self-satisfied smirk. "The man is a worm, and I've used him like one to fish out his conspirators." "That explains much. Magnus was at our villa this morning begging for an audience with my husband. I don't know the details, but Tiberius promptly had him thrown out." "Good. At least I can be sure that you and Tiberius are with me. With luck, Magnus will lead us to those who would betray the Empire, to those who have no loyalty to me." Before Lucilla could ask more, a swarthy, unshaven legionary dressed in the purple and black leather armour of a Praetorian exited from her brother's chambers, strapping a familiar ornate scabbard and gladius to his hip and adjusting his tunic. "Who's this?" she asked, as he strode toward them while glaring at her with piercing green eyes that seemed to weigh and measure her in a single glance. "Ah, this is Cleander," said Commodus, a smile creeping onto his face. "He stood with me when the other Praetorian guards made their foolish attempt on my life." Lucilla drew herself up, returning Cleander's stare with one of her own. "I see that with Publius gone he has been rewarded, elevated to the rank of prefect." "Yes, and more," said Commodus, resting a hand on Cleander's shoulder. "Since Salterus ran off some time ago, I have been without a chamberlain. But good Cleander here has agreed to take up the task." Lucilla's eyes widened, and she coughed into her hand to cover her shock. Are you sure? That is an enormous amount of responsibility, she began, using every ounce of her willpower to keep the heat out of her voice. To let a man you hardly know. He is my choice, sister. He and my other prefect, Patronage, shall take the burden of the day-to-day running of the Empire, he said, cocking his head, as if listening for something, before nodding and continuing. I don't have the time, not to mention that the wailing of the plebeians and patricians alike set my nerves on edge. My place is to make the grand decisions that elevate us as a people, not get lost in the boring details like roads and sanitation. Those things are important, brother. Perhaps it would be wise to take advantage of the more experienced administrators at your disposal, such as my husband, or at least a senator who knows— I've had enough of the Senate! Exploded Commodus, his face reddening with anger. Do you think I'd want any one of those rats in my presence? They resent my divinity, and there have been whispers that they wish to return to the ways of the Republic, where true power rested in their hands. You can't imagine the entire Senate was involved in the plot to kill you? She asked. Why wouldn't they? Sneered Cleander. When you see one rat, often there are more, many more. Some where you least expect them. She snapped back, giving the new prefect a hard look. There are traitors everywhere, said Commodus, suddenly calm once more, and it was my hope that Magnus would lead me to the rest of his conspirators in short order. But this attack on the city has thrown my plans into chaos. What plans? Asked Lucilla. The Senate has grown too bold since my ascension, sticking their noses in places they don't belong, questioning my authority. But no more, he said, shaking his fist. Those old men have forgotten their place, and I intend to make an example, with blood, if necessary. Commodus, these are powerful men from ancient families whose roots run deep throughout the Empire. You cannot simply cull them without consequences, said Lucilla. I will not let the attempt on my life stand, he seethed. If I allow these men to defy me without punishment, they will only grow bolder. He is right, whispered Lilith, leaning in close so that only she could hear. Even under your father, the men in the Senate were conniving, doing everything they could to undermine the power of the Emperor. Lucilla swallowed hard, smiling at him once more. I am in agreement, brother, but what are we to do about the attack? We cannot let that stand either. It is all related to the incidents I have been speaking about for months. Cleander here will take care of it, said Commodus, waving a hand dismissively. For now, I must make my presence felt in the Senate. You are welcome to join me if you wish. However, your friends are not permitted. They are called Sandawai, Caesar, said Vesper, stepping forward, her dark eyes narrowing. They are dangerous, very dangerous. Before Lucilla could silence her, Commodus gave her a hawkish stare. I remember you, he said. You are Lucilla's little gladiatrix, the girl who survived her execution. Come forward, let us see what my sister has made of you. Yes, Caesar, said Vesper automatically, looking like a child as Lucilla's brother towered over Vesper, eyeing her up and down with a half-smile. She looked like she was about to speak, but he silenced her with a harsh look and a raised finger. You certainly cleaned up well, he said, circling her like a predator. If I recall, Sauterus had some interest in you. At the mention of the dark-skinned chamberlain, Lucilla felt her blood run cold, gooseflesh running up and down her arms. Vesper and her companions only came to the palace with me because the streets were dangerous. Now that I have your protection, I am more than happy to accompany you to the Senate. We should let her and her companions return to the Ludus. Her brother ignored her, cupping Vesper's chin and forcing her to look up at him. You are from Africa Proconsularis, are you not? Yes, Caesar, said Vesper, shooting a desperate glance to Lucilla from the corner of her eye. The Sandawai will be dealt with, won't they, Cleander? He began, a hand falling on Vesper's breast before he continued. I remember that day I first saw you battling on the sands.
You are impressive. I wonder if you are the same with the pleasures of the flesh. I have rarely enjoyed the pleasures of your people, but I've been told that they are vigorous lovers, far more aggressive than the soft Roman women we are accustomed to.
You leave her be,
growled Narcissus behind her. It would please me greatly to see you fight on the sands, to get my blood hot, and then after, some time in the baths, perhaps.
Commodus, please, she said, as Vesper went rigid from his touch, her eyes wide with fear. This woman belongs to me. Her womanhood is untouched, and I intend to keep her that way until a time of my choosing.
I am accustomed to your eccentric behaviour, sister, so I won't kill you or your man for his insolence, said Commodus, his hands circling Vesper's waist, making Lucilla worry that he would drag Vesper into his chambers. Brother? So pretty, he said, showing his teeth. Perhaps another day when I have more time. For now, the Senate awaits. In fact, why don't you come along with my sister? You might enjoy this. In fact, I insist.
Without another word, he brushed past her with Cleander in tow, their small group forgotten, as if they didn't exist. Lucilla let out a breath she didn't know she was holding, brushing a hand across her eyes. Vesper and I will go with him, she said, her limbs weak, as though she had been holding up a great weight for too long. The rest of you return to the Ludus. It will be safer. For all of us.
I am going to drown that man in his own blood, growled Narcissus, glaring at Commodus through hooded eyes as he vanished around the corner.
Lucilla was about to ask the same when Vesper crumpled to her knees, hugging herself, rocking back and forth.
Are you all right, daughter? Asked Lilith, kneeling at her side.
Vesper shook her head, her breathing quick. How could you just stand there like that? Lucilla pressed her lips together, cursing her brother for his perversions.
I'm sorry. My brother is used to having women throw themselves at him. The whores he deals with refuse him nothing.
It was not that, said Vesper, shaking her head and eyeing them all at once. Could you not feel it? Surely you must have, Mother.
Feel what, daughter?
I'm not sure, but my limbs were frozen, and it felt like I was drowning in filth, choking on sewage.
He behaved more like himself than he had in a long time, said Lucilla with a shrug. I didn't feel or see anything beyond his normal behaviour. If anything, he seemed calm and collected.
Narcissus picked her up off her knees, and her breathing steadied as she continued. There was something coming from him, a stink, like the corruption we witnessed at the villa in the countryside, only more. The smell, the feel was the same. I think he may be the source, the cause of these events. Lucilla replayed every conversation she had with Commodus in the last few months, feeling like her greatest fears had come to pass. He has not been himself for months, but I always thought he was drinking too much, not getting enough sleep, and I suspected something after the battle in the tunnels. But now, if what you say is true, we must act, or all of Rome may suffer. We tried that, said Vesper. We did not fare well.
True, but things are different now, said Lilith.
How so? Said Lucilla. The dark-skinned woman gave Lucilla a smile that gave her hope and at the same time sent shivers down her spine.
This time, you have me.
Chapter 10. New Connections. So, what are your intentions with my daughter? Narcissus bit his tongue, blushing a deep shade of red. What? He stammered, stumbling as they walked down the wide avenue that led away from the palace. We are nothing, he said finally, keeping his eyes forward, not daring to look at her. Lilith threw back her head, her melodic laughter filling the streets of Palatine Hill as she clutched at his forearm to stop herself from falling over. By Logima, this will be fun. You're as bad as she is. As who? You mean Vesper? He groaned, covering his face with a meaty paw. Oh, I am her doctore, nothing more. She is a fine woman, but she has made it clear that proper O's women do not entertain such thoughts. Proper O's women, said Lilith, rolling her eyes. Oh, how I wish I had been the one to raise her and not my sister. I would have kept all those ridiculous provincial attitudes from her. Not that it matters. This little dance the two of you are having will be over soon. Over? Why? Asked Narcissus, his brows drawing together. Calm yourself, big man, she said, squeezing his arm. What I mean is that, given the way you two look at one another, I'm sure you will be arguing over the name of your first child before the summer solstice. We Oaths women are very fertile, she said, once more breaking into laughter. Narcissus looked away, rubbing a thick finger under his nose. You're a mad woman. But not wrong. I'm never wrong about such things. We should move along, he said, looking around to see if anyone was watching them. This is no place for a slave. Narcissus had spent very little time in the part of Rome that housed the Emperor's palace, not to mention the sprawling villas of many of the city's wealthy. Wherever he looked, he was dazzled by some grand home with towering columns in the style of the Greeks, or some gaudy fountain with nymphs dancing like drunken fools. The streets were wide and clean, dominated by monuments capped with gold statues all dedicated to the glory of Rome. Even the road was different here, looking as if some servant had taken the time to wash every brick to cleanliness. The air filled with sweet-smelling roses, cypress, rosemary, instead of the normal odour of refuse that dominated much of the city. Lilith sighed, her gaze following his. Don't worry, the wealthy who live on Palatine Hill have no interest in the lowborn unless they own them, and if anyone asks, we are simple-minded servants on a task for our dominus. Let us return to the Ludus quickly, then, he said. I have been away long enough, and I'm sure that Cassius, the lanista that accompanied me to the market this morning, has already returned. You know, began Lilith, smiling at him with a crooked smile, it's not every day a woman comes back from the dead. I want to celebrate. A bit of wine and a song, maybe a game of dice would do me well. Do you have any denarii you can loan me? I promise you a king's fortune in return. Narcissus stopped once more, cocking his head. Vesper told me you were once the witch-woman to Emperor Marcus Aurelius, someone of wealth and power. Why would you drink and gamble like a common plebeian, or slave? And why would you wish for coins when you can just conjure them up from thin air? Lilith's eyes narrowed, and Narcissus tensed, fearing that violence was about to be done. I am no witch, she said bluntly, raising her chin. A witch is an evil creature in league with the underworld. My daughter and I are Jambe, wise women, seers tasked by Alogimar to guide the world to a better future. Apologies, I did not mean to insult, he said, blinking in surprise, when, just as quickly as it appeared, her anger vanished, replaced once more by a lopsided grin that promised mischief. You must understand something, boy. I have spent many years among the rich and powerful of Rome, and I can tell you, I have learned that the plebeians and slaves of this great city have far more fun than its patricians. The rich live hidden away in gilded gardens and cages, turning up their noses at those they think beneath them. They pass their days drinking too much wine while the world passes them by, said Lilith, smoothing down her braid. And as for winning coin, seeing the look of pain in your opponent's eyes when they lose is far more fun than pulling them from the weave. You are not what I expected, he said, Vesper's stories about Lilith coming to the front of his mind. But it is early in the day, and such things are better done under the cover of night. I don't know what my daughter sees in you. You're far too serious. There is nothing going on between Vesper and... Lilith took his hand, flashing him a brilliant smile and changing the subject. You're right. It's early in the day, but I know just the place where we can look respectable. A dark corner in the light of day where they practice all the lecherous things I enjoy. He pulled his hand away, drawing up to his full height to tower over her. I have tried to be kind, but Vesper has told me all about you, he began, crossing his arms across his thick chest. Truly? And what did my lovely daughter have to say about me? She said, not backing away. She said that you were once a great hero, a guardian of Rome, but in your desire for power you fell to darkness and died betraying everything and everyone you were sworn to protect. Lilith's beautiful face twisted into a mask of rage, her eyes flashing dangerously.
"You have no idea of who and what I am, boy," she seethed, showing him her teeth. "You have been told half-truths and third-hand tales, and you think you know me? That is foolish and dangerous. If you have any sense in the thick—" "And while Vesper is willing to forgive you," growled Narcissus, speaking over her, "I don't trust you." "Ah, there it is," said Lilith, her smile returning suddenly despite his harsh words.
"What?"
He stammered, taken aback. "The reason my daughter likes you," she said, backing away while nodding. "You are a man of conviction, with a strong spine. You will make a good husband."
"What in the name of gods is that supposed to mean?" he growled, his head spinning in confusion.
"Powerful women require powerful men to tame them."
Narcissus shook his head, sweat starting to roll down his temples. "I don't wish to tame her. She is not a beast to be broken."
"Bah, don't be a fool," said Lilith, putting her hands on her lush hips. "Don't you think she will tame you as well? This is the way of men and women. Those that are destined to have a love that lasts will break each other over and over again, like tempering steel. Each break will make the final love stronger, better, until the entire world shall tremble in fear at your combined power."
"You are a mad woman, I'm sure of it now," he said, barking a short laugh. "Not that it changes anything. I don't trust you, and I will not let you hurt her. I would die before I let anyone hurt her," he finished in a whisper, bowing his head.
"Good!" she shouted, slapping her palms against his thick shoulders. "You shouldn't trust me. Trust no one with your heart. I know from personal experience that path leads to ruin."
Narcissus was about to say more, when Lilith turned away, wiping a hand across her eyes. "Are you all right?" he asked, pressing his lips together. "We Celts can be too harsh with our words, even when we mean not to."
"Oh, how I know, boy," she said, clutching her chest, a pained look crossing her face. "But if you learn one thing from me, it's that you should fight for love. Don't wait for tomorrow. Seize it today while you still can, because tomorrow it will be gone, and you will be left with only ashes and regret."
He bowed his head, shame coming to his heart. "I'm not sure if you're speaking of days gone by or of Vesper and I," he said, drawing in a deep breath. "I suspect both. It does not solve the problem of what to do with you." Lilith's shoulders raised and fell, and after a deep sigh, she turned and walked toward him.
"Let me tell you something, and take it to heart. I am a monster. I am every horrible thing you and Vesper think of me. I have murdered men in cold blood, slaughtered entire villages, not just the men, but the women and children too."
Seeing the coldness in her eyes, Narcissus backed away, prickles of goose flesh running up and down his arms. "I did not mean—"
"I have set entire cities ablaze without an ounce of regret," she said, grasping him by the front of his tunic to hold him in place. "You and Vesper may have just started battling the Sandawai in their darkness, but I've been fighting them before either of you drew breath in this world, and because of that, I've saved more lives than I can count. Your entire home province of Gaul would have fallen to madness and chaos if not for me, if not for my sacrifice."
"Apologies," he croaked, wanting to back away, but finding himself paralyzed as she drew closer, her fingers digging into his flesh, while the other hovered over his chest like a claw. He tensed, wanting to scream, when suddenly thin, black filaments snaked out from the tips of her fingers and plunged into his chest.
"I would have preferred to make this easy on you and do it in some dark corner after many cups of wine," said Lilith, smiling as the alien threads dug deeper into his chest and tears rolled down from his unblinking eyes. "But sometimes you must take the roll of the dice given to you."
Narcissus wanted to scream as the filaments crawled under his skin, boring deep into his muscle and then down his spine, spreading from there to every inch of his body, all the while driving him to madness like an itch that he couldn't scratch. he whispered with his last breath, choking as his throat closed. Lilith shrugged, sweat rolling down her temples as she showed him her brilliant smile. Because of your unique connection to my daughter. Because you will not remember any of this, she said, lowering her voice to a whisper. Because I am a monster who will do anything to keep this world safe. Chapter 11. The Senate. Senators of the Republic, stand at attention, boomed Cleander, slamming open the ornate doors and leading the way onto the main floor of Curia Julia, the principal meeting place of Rome's Senate. A dozen fully armed Praetorian guards followed in his wake, their purple cloaks flowing behind them like flags in battle, while their polished leather armour glowed in the bright shafts of golden sunlight that shone through the high windows, dominating the room. "What is the meaning of this?" began a white-haired senator as Cleander walked past him. "You have no right!" Cleander's ornate gladius was in his hand and at the senator's throat before he could say another word, the new prefect's swarthy face breaking into a smile when the tip of his blade drew blood. "Another word, and it will be your last," he said, turning his gaze on the rest of the chamber. "That goes for all of you. Today is not the day to stand in defiance, but to kneel in supplication." "Apologies," said the senator, in a trembling voice, falling into his seat and clutching at his chest as Cleander sheathed his blade and moved on. Turning to face the entryway, Cleander raised his voice. "Today you are blessed. Imperator Caesar Marcus Aurelius Commodus Augustus shall address this corrupt body in his divine right as Imperator and Pontifex Maximus." Commodus entered after his full title was announced, ignoring open looks of revulsion from the senators as he strode down the main aisle of the chamber. Reaching the front of the chamber, he climbed the low dais built into the back wall that held a single chair, a chair made of wood and brass polished to a high shine. Above it, attached to the wall, was a golden eagle, its wings spread as wide as a man was tall, the letters SPQR engraved on a plaque held in its talons. Settling in the chair, he took the time to arrange his toga, while his guard, led by Cleander, took up positions in front of him. The entire chamber was deathly silent, while the senators waited for him to address them. Vesper watched the entire spectacle from the vestibule, and she and Lucilla were the last to enter, completely ignored by the waiting Senate, as all eyes were on Commodus. "It's beautiful," said Vesper in a low voice as they snuck into the main chamber, a smile creeping across her face as she lost herself in the dazzling stone mosaics decorating the walls and floor, delighted by the sheer array of vibrant colours that shimmered in the afternoon sun. "It is like they tried to imitate the tapestry of life that we O's see, but only smaller." "We should not be here," whispered Lucilla, pulling her behind a column that was part of the colonnade holding up the high-vaulted ceiling. "Women are not permitted, regardless of rank or station." "Why?" asked Vesper, studying the old men who, as Lucilla told her, were the most powerful people in the Empire aside from the Emperor himself. Lucilla frowned while hints of anger smouldered in her eyes. "A foolish tradition that should have been abandoned long ago. Shh! It appears that Senator Adventus has run out of patience." Vesper's gaze returned to the front of the Curia, where the senator who had spoken before stood up and cast a defiant look at Commodus. "You break hundreds of years of tradition. When the Senate is in session, none are to enter," he began, his deep baritone voice reverberating off the high roof and walls. Commodus made a tiny gesture with his hand, and the senator was silenced by a pair of guardsmen that were suddenly at his side, wrestling Adventus to the floor, the scrape of steel on leather filling the air as one of them pointed a gladius to the helpless man's throat. "He has gone mad, truly mad," whispered Lucilla, beside her, her unblinking eyes riveted on the spectacle on the Senate floor. "This gives me the right," shouted Commodus, bounding to his feet and pointing to the ornate golden eagle behind them. "Senatus Populusque Romanus." "What does that mean?" whispered Vesper, eyeing the Roman letters on the plaque held in the eagle's claws. The Senate and people of Rome, whispered Lucilla, a reminder that we are a republic where the people have the last word and not a king. But Commodus is more than a king. He is— I am Rome, shouted Commodus, pulling her attention back to him. As First Consul and Imperator, I represent the Senate, the people. All of you serve at my pleasure. You are nothing more than a boy tyrant pretending to be a man, screamed Senator Adventus from the floor, struggling against the men holding him, his face red from the struggle. Not worthy of the people of Rome. The people of Rome love me, snapped Commodus, just as much as they hate all of you. It's happening again, said Vesper, putting a hand on her belly. What do you mean? Asked Lucilla, not looking at her while she held onto the column with a white-knuckled grip. Can you not smell it? The rot? She said, wrinkling her nose as she fought the urge to empty her stomach. All the while the Senate floor erupted in a flurry of defiant shouts and outright anger. Lucilla drew in a breath, a sour look coming to her face. A little? But does that mean— It does. I'm sure of it. Commodus is drawing on some form of ace that I can't see, she said, but I feel it in my bones. Something terrible is about to happen. These men are the only people in the Empire with the power and influence to stop my brother, she said, her eyes wide with panic. With them out of the way, there will be no limit to what he can do. Would he not listen to you? Can you talk to him? Said Vesper. I can try, but I doubt he will listen. You saw how it was at the palace. One moment he is calm and seems to be the brother I remember, growing up, loving but naive. Then, in the span of a single breath, he is something else, a monster who thinks of himself as Hercules, a god made of flesh. Then we have to stop him, here and now, before he has no one to limit his madness or his power, said Vesper, squaring her shoulders, wondering how she managed to get herself into a situation like this once more. The last time we faced him, we almost lost our lives, said Lucilla, swallowing hard. And that was with Narcissus and Quintus at our sides. I know, she said, drawing on the well of ace in her body, in her blood, shuddering as her limbs grew stronger, her skin harder, but still feeling weak, tired. And after the battles in the market today, my strength is mostly spent. But we must try. I will go to his side, make him see reason. No, look, his shadow falls over the Senate, and they don't even realise it, said Vesper, pointing to the chamber floor, where the area around Commodus had grown darker, despite the bright shafts of sunlight streaming through the large windows, as if the sun had hidden behind the clouds. Something about your brother is very wrong, and I'm afraid of what will happen to you if you go down there. Lucilla swallowed, her eyes going wide. Then I will serve as a distraction, from here. Wait for my signal. You will know it when you see it, said Vesper, moving toward a narrow platform that ran behind the senators' seats, while Commodus continued to rage. I was content to leave you be and ignore your crimes against the people of Rome. But then you sent your gang of thugs to the palace this morning, not even having the courage to do it yourself. Another senator, a dark-skinned Sicilian with a cleft chin and silver at his temples, stepped forward, his reddish-purple striped toga draped over one arm. We have done nothing but the people's business, Caesar, he said, with a pleading look on his face. What would make you think so ill of us? Sneaking to a point halfway between the main door and the dais, Vesper ducked down behind a chair, fighting the urge to vomit, the sickly smell of dead flesh growing the closer she was to Commodus. From this distance, she could clearly see the red-faced rage and wild-eyed madness that had taken hold of the Emperor. Senator Sabinus, I expected better of you, he said, addressing the man who had spoken. That rat, Magnus, claimed that the Senate wanted me dead. I will be merciful and let him have a trial by his peers, but I want justice.
I want him executed, along with any other conspirators in this gang of traitors."
The senators looked at one another, a murmur of confusion running through the group, until Senator Sabinus cleared his throat, raising his hand for silence.
"Apologies, Caesar," he began in a respectful tone, "but Senator Magnus must have been lying to shift blame for his ambitions. Whatever he did it alone. We had no part in it."
"Lies!" shouted Commodus, shaking his fist at the silver-haired senator. Fearing that Commodus was about to carry out his threat, Vesper shifted her vision to see the weave, wanting to draw on what little power she could from its tattered corruption. The instant her sight slipped beyond the mundane, she gasped, finding herself immersed in an inky darkness, blind, with only a vague sense of shape of the chamber. Vesper could still feel the chair in front of her and the cool marble against her skin, even hear Commodus and his ranting, but nothing more, as if she had fallen into a void of some kind. Cursing under her breath, she squeezed her eyes shut to return her vision to normal. Her breath caught in her throat as a wave of pain shot through her, flowing like molten fire from her connection with Narcissus. Falling to her knees, she tore at a burrowing sensation that started at her breast, and then drilled deeper under her skin, as if something was crawling in her veins. Commodus and the senators became a distant echo while she fought for breath, their words a cacophony of noise but nothing more. The meagre amount of ace she had managed to pour into her limbs faded, slipping through her grasp like flowing water. With a start, her vision shifted back to normal, and she realised the floor rushing toward her. Thinking quickly, she threw her hands out in front of her, catching herself before her head bounced off the unyielding marble. "Are you all right?" asked Lucilla, appearing at her side, her whisper piercing the chaos and yelling on the chamber floor. "I don't know," she said, sitting up with Lucilla's help. "Something happened to Narcissus. There was pain, then panic, and now nothing." "Do you need to go to him?" she asked, raising a fine eyebrow. Vesper touched her chest where she had felt the pain, wanting nothing more than to find him, to make sure he was safe, unhurt. But a scream pulled her attention back to the Senate floor. One of the senators was on his knees in front of the dais, a growing pool of blood under him. "Narcissus is alive," she said, pushing her feelings away, "and we'll find him. But this will be a slaughter if we don't act now." "I agree, but you don't look like you're in any condition to fight," said Lucilla. "True, what little strength I had has slipped away," she said, just as the Praetorian Guard dragged more senators from their seats, forcing them to kneel in front of Commodus. "But sometimes duty doesn't give us a choice." Lucilla nodded in agreement as Commodus paced on the dais, his voice full of spite as he addressed them. "You are all guilty by association, whether you knew of Senator Magnus's plans or not. I want every Roman to know of his crimes. I want him to pay for his attempt. If you cannot do that, then you will stand in his place and die in the arena. One of you every day until he is found, or the Senate is no more. Given how much they hate you, I'm sure the citizens and slaves of Rome would enjoy seeing the lot of you brought low." "Can he do that?" asked Vesper, cocking her head. "Among the oaths, our lawgivers and leaders are revered, respected for the sacrifices they make to guide and protect our people. If these men are the same, he cannot just kill them. There must be rules. Why else would the Senate exist?" "Maybe," said Lucilla, licking her lips. "I'm not sure, and to be honest, it might be for the best. When Rome was a true republic, the Senate were the true rulers of Rome, with the people's best interests at heart. Today it's a shadow of its former self, full of corrupt men that hoard all of the empire's wealth for themselves. The only reason the institution still exists is because the senators use their wealth and influence to make sure they can hang on to the power it symbolises." Vesper looked at the fat bellies and soft hands of the senators, and understood what Lucilla meant. They had the look of men who had never toiled for their food or drink, who slept on soft beds without a care in the world for the labours of others. But it was also clear by the confused looks on their faces and outright denials that most of the men on their knees played no part in the attempt to kill Commodus. "There is more going on here than we can see," said Vesper. "These men are likely to be guilty of many sins, but we cannot let whatever evil that has taken hold of your brother to spread further. I fear if he kills these men, it will only grow worse." "You will be the first, Senator Adventus," said Commodus, "just as you were the first to speak out against me. Tomorrow, in the Colosseum, you will die ad gladium." "Can you make me a weapon, like last time?" asked Lucilla. "We cannot win this battle with weapons," said Vesper, eyeing the Praetorian Guard, the fleeting hope of an idea forming in her mind. "Where is Senator Magnus?" Lucilla's fine brows drew together as she frowned. "I sent him with Albus, the first centurion from the market. He is on his way to my villa on Palatine Hill." "Good," she said, rising to her feet. Vesper walked down the narrow aisle, threading her way through the throng of startled senators. "We know where he is, Caesar," she shouted, the nausea growing in her belly the closer she came to the Emperor. "The senator you seek." Commodus raised a hand for silence, and Vesper did her best not to flinch when every eye in the Curia fell on her. On the dais, Commodus frowned, his face contorting and flushing to a deep shade of red. "Why did you not inform me of this sooner?" he said, adjusting his lavish toga. "We tried when we came to see you," she lied, walking slowly down the main aisles towards him, on shaking legs, the smell growing worse with each step, but did not have the chance. "It's true, brother," said Lucilla from somewhere behind her, playing along with the lie. "I will have him sent to the Senate for his trial." Vesper fought the urge to turn and run when Commodus lit up, his red-faced anger forgotten, instantly replaced by a wicked grin that sent a chill down her spine. "Trial? No, a trial would be a waste of time, and in my role as Pontifex Maximus, I find him guilty," he said, descending from the dais toward Vesper. "He will face death in the arena, with all of Rome standing witness." "Whatever you wish, Caesar," said Lucilla. "We will have a whole day of games, a tournament for the privileged," shouted Commodus, as Cleander and the remainder of his guard fell in behind him. "And you will be my champion." Vesper held her ground as he stopped in front of her, eyeing her up and down with a proud smile on his face. "I don't understand. What does it mean to be champion?" "I remember fondly your first day on the sands of the arena. You ignited the crowd and impressed me with your victory, despite the odds. I wish to see you fight once more, and as thanks for bringing Senator Magnus, you will have the chance as my champion." "Brother, that's not fair," said Lucilla, appearing at Vesper's side. "To punish her, it is not punishment, it is an honour," he scoffed. Lucilla opened her mouth to speak, but Commodus silenced her with a raised finger. "To be my champion means that you will be part of a grand battle in the Colosseum, a contest to see who will be granted the privilege to execute Senator Magnus, along with any other traitors we root out in the coming days. The only way to win will be to kill every man or beast placed before you." "That does not sound like a privilege," said Vesper. "It is not," said Lucilla, shaking her head. "I have decided," said Commodus, smiling like a boy who had been given a sweet. "A grand battle on the sands, and then an execution of the guilty." Commodus went to move past her, but Vesper blocked his path. "I will not do this," she began, raising her chin in defiance despite the bile rising in her throat. "I am not some plaything for your amusement. I was, until a few months ago, a free Roman citizen living a life in peace until I was taken against my will and dragged to this city. All because of a lie against my father, a lie that has been proven false many times over. And now you are a slave, with the privilege of serving me. You should consider it a blessing. Few have the honour of fighting in my name. My people My mother and father were loyal servants to the Empire, and now you were telling me I should be proud to fight like an animal, to kill a man who has done me no wrong." Commodus looked around the Senate chamber, grinding his teeth together before he returned his attention to her with a tight-lipped smile. "Do not mistake my desire to see you battle on the sands as a sign that you can defy me. You will fight. You will be a true gladiatrix, a hero to the people of Rome, loved by all. Don't you want to hear the crowd cheering your name? To be a legend whose victories are echoed throughout time?" "No," she said, lowering her voice. "I was raised to protect life, not take it. I am not a murderer." Commodus's smile widened as he leaned in close enough that she choked on the overwhelming smell of rot. "But you are so good at it," he said, matching her tone. "So, in the end, you will fight, and win. I am sure of it. To kill a man in the heat of battle, when there is no choice, is one thing, but to kill for sport, to execute a man in cold blood, this is not the way of the Eos. It's not my way." "Make it your way," growled Commodus, "or I will have Cleander here remove your head. Would that be better?" "Brother!" "Shut up, Lucilla," he seethed, showing the whites of his teeth. "I have been nothing but kind and merciful, but I've had enough of those trying to defy me for today. Say one more word. One more word." In that moment, Vesper saw a flicker of madness in his eyes, heard the hysteria in his voice, and felt the uncontrolled rage smouldering just under the surface. "I will do it," she said, worrying what Commodus would do to Lucilla and the senators if he was pushed too far. "Good," he said, throwing his hands up. "It's settled then." Without another word, Commodus and his men pushed past her, with Cleander, the Emperor's new chamberlain, sneering at her as he walked by. They were almost to the ornate doors when she called out to him. "I want one more thing," said Vesper, surprised to hear the words coming out of her mouth. "What are you doing?" asked Lucilla in a strained whisper. Commodus turned to face the assembly, raising an eyebrow, in that moment looking very much like his sister. "You are a bold one." "Very well. If you are to fight, what do you want from me?" Vesper swallowed hard, her heart beating out of her chest. "If I win, if I do this thing that goes against who I am, I want my life returned, my freedom." "What? And that of my doctore as well, Narcissus," she said, fighting the urge to cover her mouth, feeling like she was losing her mind. "Doctore? You mean the beast of a Celt with all the hair?" said Commodus, throwing back his head in laughter. Vesper ground her teeth, and she surged forward, balling her fist. "He is a good man who has earned his freedom many times over." Commodus cocked his head, and for a heartbeat she swore his eyes flashed a milky white. "If you survive the day, and do as you're told, I will give you and your Celt your freedom." A smile crept onto Vesper's face against her will, as a surge of excitement ran through her. "Thank you. But if you want it for the both of you, then you and your hairy Celts will stand alone," he said. "What?" she said, feeling like she had been slapped. "You wish to refuse my kindness, my blessing? This is the price," said Commodus, raising a finger, looking pleased with himself. "It will be a story for the ages, barbarian savages from opposite corners of the Empire, facing off against the heroic gladiators of Rome. That would be a death sentence, brother." Commodus looked around to the assembled senators, frowning at Vesper. "Such is the price of greed," he said, pointing at her. "I offered her the role of my champion, to be a hero to the Roman people, and she spurned it. So, instead, she and her doctore will face off against men of my choosing." Lucilla opened her mouth to argue, but Vesper put a hand on her shoulder, speaking first. "I accept your challenge," she said simply, holding his gaze. "Good. In 3 days' time we shall have this contest," he said, crossing his arms, tapping a finger on his lips. "And if by some miracle of the gods you survive, we shall have that time in the baths. he said, turning on his heel and leaving without another word, his men following in his wake. Vesper sank to her knees the moment the curia doors boomed to a close, her entire body trembling like she had spent the day hammering rocks. How am I such a fool? You're not a fool, said Lucilla, falling in beside her. You stopped him from killing everyone here. You saved lives, said Lucilla, her eyes lingering on the doorway. All I did was give us a few more days, nothing more, said Vesper, clutching at her chest while drawing in a shuddering breath. Now, we must find Narcissus. Lucilla nodded, and they moved to leave when Senator Adventus and some of his colleagues approached them, the white of their togas stained and bloodied. That is the bravest thing I have ever seen, he began, bowing slightly at the waist. I was sure that I was going to die today. On behalf of the Senate, we offer our gratitude. Vesper blinked in surprise, sharing a look with Lucilla. After her description of them, she had not expected anything from these men, and certainly not thanks or kindness. The world is a strange place, Senator, she said, choosing her words carefully before continuing. And we must protect one another, or else people like Commodus will destroy everything. The senator looked back at the others behind him, a look passing between them before returning his attention to her. We cannot help you with your battle on the sands, he said, but if you survive and have need of anything, you may call on us. Beside her, Lucilla gasped, and for a moment Vesper couldn't find her voice. Thank you, Senator, she said at last, not sure what to say. The remaining senators moved away, but Adventus stayed, giving her an expectant look. Something else? Asked Vesper. The senator looked down at the blood on his robes, shaking his head. Win, he said, showing her a feral grin. Win and shame that tyrant. Do it for the people of Rome. Vesper smiled, sighing deeply. I will, Senator. I will. Chapter 12. The House of Bacchus. I don't understand how you can know where he is, said Lucilla, dragging her feet in the late afternoon heat, exhausted in mind and body from the events of the day. And how can you feel what he feels? At Vesper's urging, she and Lucilla had left the Curia Julia not long after Commodus, returning for the second time today to Palatine Hill. Wandering the wide, tree-lined avenues where Rome's rich and powerful made their homes, desperately searching for any trace of Narcissus, so far with little to show for it. Looking past a sprawling villa with a magnificent garden and brilliant arches, Lucilla sighed, knowing she was close to home and could, with a short trek, spend the rest of her day cooling in her private baths, washing away the dirt and grime of the day while enjoying a few cups of sweetened wine. But the haunting look in Vesper's eyes pushed her on. It was late in the afternoon, and the heat of the day was fading when they stopped to rest at one of the many elaborate fountains that dotted the avenue. Vesper half sat, half fell on the concrete lip, her shoulders slumping as an exhausted sigh escaped her cracked lips. Narcissus and I, we are connected, she said, answering Lucilla's question while motioning for her to sit. But since that moment in the Senate, he feels distant, weak, and he was right here, on this spot, when it changed. Lucilla gratefully plopped down beside her with a sigh, taking off her sandals and rubbing her feet. It must be a great comfort to know the ones you love are safe, she said, her mind wandering as she stared at the jets of water that flowed from the bronzed animal heads decorating the fountain. My first husband and I were very close, and I feared for him terribly when he was away on the field of war. To have been able to know he was well, it would have been wonderful. What happened? Was he killed in battle? Asked Vesper. No. He was returning to Rome when he fell ill. The medicus said it was something he ate, but it never sat right with me, and after my father passed in the same manner, I suspect that he was murdered, said Lucilla, squeezing her eyes shut, pushing back tears. Apologies, it still hurts, even after all this time. Commodus? I've always suspected, not that it matters any more, but yes, he was the one with the most to gain, said Lucilla. But the worst part is not knowing. Lucius was dead for weeks before I was told of it. If I had known such connections existed, I would have asked it of your father, but he never spoke of such a thing. You knew my father? How? Yes, a little. After your mother vanished, he took her place as Jambe. One night, my father asked him to cast out the demons possessing me, said Lucilla, jokingly. What? Laughed Vesper, scrunching up her face in disbelief. We Romans are very progressive in most things, but the body of a woman is not one of them. The first time I bled, my father feared I was possessed, she said, thinking back. Your father, he tried to explain that my moon flow was normal, natural, but the great Marcus Aurelius would not hear of it, and insisted that your father use his magic to fix me. It became a monthly ritual for us. When it was my time, he would spend a few hours with me to cast out the evil in me. To pass the time, we would discuss all sorts of things, life in Rome or about his home among your people, the Oaths, and their history. It was fascinating. I did not realise you were so close to him, said Vesper. You more than likely spent more time with him than I did. After my mother died, he was forced to spend more time in Rome, as was his duty. As I grew older, he came home less and less, leaving my Aunt Magna to raise me. I was young, and he was exotic to me, so different from my father's other advisers. I became obsessed with the idea of magic and witchcraft, and I think he showed me much more of it than he should have, said Lucilla, narrowing her eyes. In the end, I think he was just grateful to have someone to talk to. He always seemed sad, like something was missing. Vesper put her hands under a bronze lion's head to catch the stream of fresh water, cupping a handful, drinking deeply and then washing her face. Ace is not magic or Roman superstition. Chosen, those who can channel Ace, like me and my parents, we are not witches. We are seers and wise people, meant to guide and protect our communities. If you truly listened, you would know such things. Lucilla noticed a small group of women frowning at the pair as they walked by, and she glared back at them until they looked away. Apologies, she said, but he did speak of you often. He was so proud of you, and it was clear he loved your mother very much. I wish I'd known either of them as well as you did, said Vesper, in a hoarse voice. Lucilla cursed under her breath when Vesper looked away, and she caught a glimpse of unshed tears brightening her eyes. Men, they're all the same, she said, speaking quickly. My father and husband were the same, always off on some distant frontier, expanding the borders of the empire, fearing the barbarians at the gates. It is not only men, said Vesper. My mother was just as guilty. She spent most of her life in the saddle at the side of Marcus Aurelius, your father, using her skill in ace to win wars, all in the name of keeping us safe. A strange woman, your mother. Stranger still that she has somehow managed to do the impossible and return from the land of the dead. Again, you probably knew her better than I did. She had died not long after I was born, and I never knew her, said Vesper. I have only a few vague memories of her, said Lucilla, narrowing her eyes at a pair of women who sat not far away, whispering to one another and giving them sidelong glances. From what I remember, she was intense, driven, but always quick with a jest or a smile.
And she and my father looked to be the best of friends.
She was one of the few people who spoke to him without holding back or bowing and scraping. I knew your father better, I suppose, because I was older when he came to advise my father. Why do they look at us that way? Asked Vesper, pointing with a chin at the women who had been staring before. Following Vesper's gaze, Lucilla glared at them, sending them scurrying up the road, not daring to look back. Because of the way we look. Vesper frowned, her brows drawing together as she looked down at the simple tunics they both wore. Is it because I am from the provinces, or because I am a slave? Neither, said Lucilla, shaking her head. Romans don't care for such things. In fact, there are many slaves who live in Palatine Hill who are far more respected and claim higher status than many freemen. No, it's because we're filthy, looking far too common, too poor for this section of the city. I will never understand you Romans, said Vesper, gesturing to the fine homes surrounding them. You put so much effort into beauty, into the physical, yet you leave nothing for the spirit. What is that supposed to mean? Asked Lucilla, leaning back. Look around you. This fountain flows with more water in a day than most villages drink in a week. and the wealth of one of these homes could feed the thousands of poor that you have living from day to day in the slums of this city." Lucilla stood, her cheeks getting hot. "The poor of this city live better than the wealthy in many places," she said, clenching and unclenching her jaw. "Commodus may be many things, but he makes certain that those in need have their daily bread, wine, and a roof over their heads. In fact, just by the very existence of Rome, civilization, art, music, all these things have flowed to the barbarian tribes in and out of our borders. The world is a better place because of us." As the last words left her mouth, Lucilla came back to herself with a start, realizing that she had been screaming, and now a small crowd had gathered, watching them. "Apologies," said Vesper, pursing her lips while squeezing Lucilla's shoulder. "I didn't mean to offend. The oaths live far different lives than the people of Rome. I must adapt." "No, I'm the one who's sorry," said Lucilla, squeezing Vesper's hand. "Today has been exhausting, and I think I need some wine." "You can go home. I can find Narcissus on my own." "I can't let you do. He may be hurt, or—" Lucilla fell silent when Vesper stood, her eyes going wide. "He's back," she said, sucking in a deep breath before darting off. "This way, quickly." Despite her legs shaking like a newborn calf, Lucilla ran after her, a surge of adrenaline giving her the strength to keep up. At the pace Vesper set, they rapidly descended into the city proper, the larger villas of Palatine Hill giving way to the more common-style domus, the modest homes of Rome's ne'er-do-wells that were often made of cheaper materials, poured concrete and wood instead of marble and fired bricks. The streets were narrower too, made of a dull, hardened clay that was drab when compared to the bright white streets of Palatine Hill. Vesper ducked around a corner, and for a heartbeat Lucilla was sure she had lost her. "Over here!" shouted Vesper, and Lucilla backtracked to an alley she had passed to find Vesper standing in front of a door. "He's in here, still faint, but here." Walking to her side, Lucilla's brow shot up and her entire body stiffened when she saw the painted image on the door, that of a man holding a wine cup in one hand and a bunch of grapes in the other. "This is no place for us," she said with a tight-lipped smile, pulling Vesper aside as the door swung open and a pair of men staggered out, singing loudly and reeking of wine. "If he is here, it's best that we leave him be." "They're just drunk," she said with a laugh. "And I've been in Rome long enough that I've been to a Pompina. They are a little rough, but a bit of drink and food never did any harm. I might even indulge. I'm starving, and the wine was quite good last time. Though the pain in my head the next— That's not a good idea," she said more firmly this time, her pale cheeks flushing pink. "While you might find some wine here, this is more of a place to explore the, pleasures of the flesh." Vesper's bright smile vanished and her expression turned to stone. "What? Why in the name of Olodumare would he come to a place like this?" asked Vesper, her harsh tone making Lucilla flinch involuntarily. "Who can truly understand the desires of men?" said Lucilla. "But places like this exist to allow them to pursue their base instincts of flesh and debauchery. It can be a good thing, leaving us to be left in peace to live virtuous lives." The words had just left Lucilla's mouth when the door opened once more, and a tall woman with dark hair and deep brown eyes emerged, one of the straps of her embroidered stola falling off her shoulder, while the bottom half of the garment was stained with wine. "You were saying something about women being virtuous?" said Vesper, glaring at the woman. Lucilla's cheeks grew hotter, and she cleared her throat. "Well, some women can be just as bad." Another woman emerged, squinting up at the late afternoon sun, almost falling over the first one. Catching a glimpse of the woman's face, Lucilla's breath caught in her throat, and she spun on her heel, doing her best not to be seen. For a moment, she thought she had succeeded, only to cringe when the woman called out to her, "Lucilla, darling, is that you?" said the second woman, slurring her words. "I thought when you married Tiberius you'd given up the Bacchanalia and all its joy." Lucilla's shoulders fell, and she turned to face the woman. "Octavia," she said, putting on her most pleasant smile. "You look— well. You're the best of liars, Lucilla. I look like I've spent my day enjoying the gifts of Bacchus, and not just the wine." She giggled, falling over the other woman while the pair of them shrieked with laughter. "Bacchanalia?" asked Vesper through clenched teeth.
"By the gods, Lucilla," said Octavia, catching her breath, "is this one yours? She's stunning. Look at those eyes, so fierce, almost dangerous, like she would murder you in your sleep for speaking ill of her. Now I understand why you've abandoned your friends. I would do the same if I had such a slave. Lucilla, what are these fool women talking about?" Octavia fell back, touching her chest. "And defiant, too. That must make it exciting to be so out of control." "Nothing. Come quickly," said Lucilla, wrapping an arm around Vesper's waist and pushing past Octavia and her friend. "Just the ramblings of women who have had far too much wine." "But it was good seeing you, Octavia," said Lucilla over her shoulder, ignoring the drunken women and their questions, pushing Vesper through the door and into a sumptuous yet gaudy vestibule. They continued down a dim hallway that was decorated with a mural that ran its length, depicting an androgynous figure floating above a group of naked men and women harvesting grapes, dancing, and drinking in an endless celebration. The mosaics of the hall continued into a large, colourful room, made bright by a wide skylight that sent light dancing off a small reflecting pool that shimmered in the late afternoon sun. "What is this place?" asked Vesper, eyeing the small clusters of men and women sitting on padded wooden benches in twos and threes, or laying on thick, patterned carpets and leaning on comfortable-looking cushions, most of them wearing clothing that left little to the imagination. "I will find a priestess, and she will find Narcissus for us. It would be best if we wait here." Vesper glanced around the room with a pained look, scrubbing a hand across her eyes. "You mean if I wait here?" Lucilla licked her lips, trying to think of words that would soften the blow, but one look at Vesper made it clear she was no fool and could see what was happening all around her. "Yes," she said, clearing her throat. I don't think this is the kind of place you would enjoy. While this kind of behaviour is common in Rome, I know you well enough to know you wouldn't approve. And to be honest, it would not do you well to find Narcissus doing whatever it is he is doing." Vesper bowed her head sheepishly, staring at the half-naked patrons from the corner of her eyes. "Why would he do this?" she whispered after a moment, her voice so full of pain that Lucilla felt like her own heart was breaking. "I don't know," she said, taking Vesper by her shoulders, "but we will get to the bottom of this. Sit, have some wine, and I will find him," said Lucilla, guiding her to one of the empty benches. "And what then?" Lucilla pressed her lips together, looking everywhere but at Vesper. "I don't know, but trust that you are not alone in this. I am here for you." Vesper laughed while tears flowed freely. I don't know what to do," she said, holding her chest. "Are you well?" asked Lucilla, taken aback, worried that Vesper had lost her mind. She had seen it happen, more than once, ladies who lost their wits over a man, herself included. "I think so," she said, catching her breath. "It's just that he told me the same thing only a few hours ago, that he was here for me. Well, unless someone removes my head from my shoulders, I will be here for you, I promise." "Thank you," said Vesper, wiping her face. "I will be back shortly." Lucilla gave Vesper one last squeeze on the shoulder and then left to find a priestess, or at least a slave, to help them, doing her best to ignore the inviting smiles and gentle caresses as she passed through the room. The primary rites of the cult had to do with wine and fertility, and most Romans worshipped him through drink and sex, often to excess. Places like these were rare, often moving from week to week, as the worship of Bacchus had to be done in secret. The cult was outlawed centuries ago during the Republic for fear that it would corrupt the people beyond redemption. She knew all too well the allure of such places, and had happily lost herself for weeks and months after Lucius had died, enjoying every moment of it, until her father had forced her to remarry. To her frustration, Tiberius had little appetite for the pleasures of the flesh, and insisted she stay away from such places. Pushing aside her urges, she followed a pair of men down another dimly lit hall and through a heavy curtain, finding herself in a crowded room filled with people of all ages milling about, drinking and speaking in low tones. Pushing through the throng, she found a bar running the length of the room, attended by a slim young man with fiery red hair and wearing a near-transparent tunic, pouring out cups of wine. "Thaddeus," she said, with a coy smile, "it's been too long." The slim man's eyes narrowed, flashing with anger. "Not long enough."
Lucilla's shoulders slumped, exhaustion taking her. What was I supposed to do? My father! You said you would leave it all behind, he said, leaning in closer. We were to leave all of this together. She reached across the bar, taking his hands in hers, a shudder running through her when the memory of them running up her own body passed through her mind. Apologies. I wanted to, dreamed of it day after day, but my family obligation is not such an easy thing to cast aside. My father had a new husband for me by the time he returned to Rome. What could I do? Thaddeus looked away, pursing his lips. I know, he said at last, pushing away her hands. I sent denarii, said Lucilla, speaking quickly, her fingers twitching to reach out for him once again. Enough that you could have started a new life anywhere in the Empire. Without you? He frowned, shaking his head. What would be the point? No, better to stay here, drinking the days away. Lucilla wanted to take him somewhere quiet to better explain, but Vesper needed her, needed to find Narcissus. We will talk more on this. I will return, I promise, she said, locking eyes with him. But for now I need a favour, to find someone for a friend. Who? He said, a spark of hope crossing his face. A big man, red hair, with a great beard. He is here, said Thaddeus, a hard one to miss. If I didn't know you better, I would say he was for you, but given your tastes... You are my tastes, she said fondly. Then I will find him for you, but only if you promise to come back to me one day. I should have come back, at the very least to explain, she said, and leaned forward once more, gripping his hands with all her strength. You saved me, you know, put back together my heart after it was broken. She wanted to say more, to hold him, but the look on his face told her he knew all along that it was just a dream. We're all slaves in our own ways, some of us to chains, some of us to duty, he said. Don't worry, I will find your friend, and then, maybe one day, we can be together again. One day, said Lucilla, letting go of his hands, racing from the overcrowded room, running from her feelings, running to hide her tears. They will find him and bring him to us when they do, said Lucilla a few minutes later, grateful that the dark corner they sat in hid her red-rimmed eyes. I feel like a fool. I'm not even sure what to say to him, or even why I'm acting this way, said Vesper. What do you mean? I've seen the way you look at one another, said Lucilla, sitting beside her on the cushioned bench. We are not betrothed, and worse, our parents have not even spoken about a match. Although I suppose that will be impossible. Lucilla blinked in surprise, a smile coming to her face. Marriage? I didn't realise that was your intention, or his. We have not discussed it, but it must be done. I find it difficult to be around him, and we cannot go on this way, she said with a frown. Just after the battle I lost control and kissed him. Lost control? Kissed? But surely you have lain with him, said Lucilla, keeping her voice steady. Vesper shook her head, rubbing her palms on the lower half of her tunic. No. Today is the first time. I felt a great shame when my lips touched his, a shame I feel now. Proper oath women do not do such things. By the gods, you have an untouched heart, whispered Lucilla in amazement. Have you ever been with a man? No, among my people it is not proper for an unmarried woman to have relations with a man. Lucilla threw her head back, covering her mouth to stifle a laugh. Apologies, she said when Vesper looked away, crossing her arms across her chest while clenching her jaw. I am not ignorant to how things are here in Rome, she said, but we are connected. I feel what he feels. Not only that, I have lived in the Ludus long enough to know that Narcissus was not like the other men. He was always kind, respectful, and he never lay with the whores provided to the gladiators after a victory. Yes, but he is still a man, and he has promised you nothing. I know, she growled, but I cannot help the way I feel, and... Apologies, but I found the man you are looking for. Lucilla looked up to find Thaddeus smiling at them. He is in the baths. If you wish to follow me, I can show you the way. In the baths, by a lodguma, said Vesper, her sadness vanishing behind a calm facade. Lead the way, please. Without another word, they followed Thaddeus down one of the hallways that led deeper into the domus. Lucilla hurried after as they went from room to room, keeping her eyes firmly ahead of her to avoid seeing the twisting bodies locked together, doing her best to ignore the moaning and grunting, even while the smell of sweat and sex filled her nostrils. They entered a part of the building that was much warmer than the rest, and she knew they were close. Lucilla took Vesper's hand, bracing herself for some sort of emotional breakdown, worrying when she saw that her eyes were bright with unshed tears. Strolling into the open-air bathing area, the tension faded from her body as she drew in a deep breath, and for a moment she lost herself in the dance of sunlight flashing off the waters. It was clear from the dozen or so men and women that splashed in the waters that the space was the highlight of the Domus, and that the entire home had been built around the large square of bath of blue-green water. Deep as a man was tall, with hints of steam floating just above the surface. "He's just there," said the attendant, pointing to a shaded corner where a small group was clustered under a wide umbraculum, next to the woman with the small crowd gathered around her. "What woman?" Vesper seethed, squeezing Lucilla's hand so hard she feared it would break. "I've never seen either of them here before," said the dais with a shrug, "but she was very generous with her coin, dark of skin with an intricate braid that, in fact, she looked much like you. Is she a relation?" A shriek escaped her lips as Vesper pulled her along, Lucilla throwing him an apologetic look. "Try and remain calm." "I can't," said Vesper, reaching the edge of the group, roughly pushing her way through the half-naked bodies. They had just come to the inner circle when, as a group, they burst out in laughter, and Vesper began to swear. Lucilla almost fell as she came through, her jaw falling open when she realised the person at the centre of the group was none other than Lilith, and passed out beside her on a large, cushioned bench that was clearly made for two was Narcissus, snoring away, a plethora of empty wine cups around him. The moment Lilith saw the pair of them, she threw up her arms, a wide grin coming to her face. "Little Empress, daughter, welcome to the Bacchanalia. Have some wine, and then get undressed. We have a party to get started." Chapter 13. Rude Awakenings. Her mouth was moving, but the words were little more than a jumble of noise that made his throbbing head worse. Groaning in pain, Narcissus buried his face in his hands, struggling to understand what was going on. His mind was blank, and his tired limbs ached from the slightest movement. Nothing around him was familiar. From the baths to the half-naked people, it was all a mystery, with no answers to be found in their mocking stares. Most of all, he fought to piece together why Lucilla, the Emperor's sister, was screaming at him, while Vesper stood behind her with fat tears rolling down her face. Lucilla wagged her finger in his face, and something in him broke, and he shot to his feet. "Enough!" he growled, blowing out his cheeks. "I have no idea what you're on about, or what's going on. But given the pain in my head, it would be dangerous for you to continue." Lucilla squared her shoulders, looking down her nose at him. "Perhaps if you learned to hold your drink better, you wouldn't make such mistakes." "Mistakes?" he snorted as he looked past Lucilla. "Vesper, what in the name of the gods is this about?" Vesper met his eyes with a hard look, and he felt like he had been punched in the belly. "Nothing. You've done nothing," she said, crossing her arms. "It is my fault for not knowing the Roman way of things." "The Roman way?" said Narcissus, clutching at his head. "Make sense if you want me to understand you, woman. I'm in no mood for games." "Understand this, Doctore," said Vesper, her face an unreadable mask. "In 3 days from now, there will be games in the Colosseum. It will be a contest for the privilege to execute a traitor to the Empire. Commodus has ordered that we stand together." "Stand together? Against who? You mean in the Primus?" he said, cocking his head. "Champions chosen by Commodus himself, a battle royal to the death." Narcissus swallowed hard, catching himself on the post that held up the umbraculum as his head began to spin. "That's madness. Why would you accept such a contest?" "I told her as much," said Lucilla, looking back and forth between the two of them. "But trust that she did it for the right reasons, for the good of us all." "Good? What good?" "I am a slave, remember? I had no choice," said Vesper, looking away. "But I did my best with the hand dealt to me. If we win, we are free." The word struck him like a heavy blow, and he fell back onto the padded bench, his mouth opening and closing as he tried to make sense of it all.
This still does not explain things, how I am here.
Why do you— Lucilla, I'm very tired, and I would be grateful if we could return to the Ludus, said Vesper in a hoarse voice, turning her back on him.
Never mind the Ludus, she said, putting an arm around her shoulder and pulling her close. You will return home with me. You will be safe there.
Ignoring his pleading looks, both women put their backs to him, walking away, and leaving him with more questions than answers. They had just gotten to one of the many exits to the baths when she turned and cast a long look at him, and he realised that he felt nothing from their bond. The connection was still there, vague and distant, but nothing came through. He could not feel the tightness of her braided hair, or the heat of the sun on her skin, or even a hint of emotion. Shaking his head in confusion, he was about to go after her when a strong hand on his shoulder held him in place.
Going after her will only make matters worse, said Lilith behind him. Give her time. Trust me.
He turned while seated to meet her dark, mysterious gaze.
Time? Time for what? I don't even know what I've done.
Look at where you are, said Lilith, circling the bench while lightly touching his shoulder.
Any woman who found her man in a house of Bacchus would behave the same.
Narcissus looked around the bath, frowning when he saw the intertwining of bodies, the caresses, and the outright lust.
I would never come to such a place. I don't remember coming here. Surely you remember. I wanted some wine and a proper bath. You indulged me, and then you indulged yourself, losing yourself in wine and much, much more. You have a worthy constitution, one that would be the envy of even the greatest of lovers. I don't remember any of that, he said, glancing down at the scattered cups around the bench, and I'm not one to lose myself to drink. I certainly tried to stop you, said Lilith, walking towards the water while pushing the straps of her stola off her shoulders. But you would not listen, drinking each cup as if it were your last, lost in joys of good wine and beautiful women. I wouldn't, began Narcissus, only for his tongue to catch in his throat, when Lilith let her stola fall to the ground, revealing her round hips and shapely bottom. Forget my daughter, she said over her shoulder with a coy smile. She is still very much a child, and a man like you surely has an appetite for more experienced pleasures. Lilith turned to face him fully, and the sun was suddenly directly behind her, highlighting her silhouette in all her glory, and he had a powerful urge for her mouth on his, to crush her body against him and take her like they were animals. But then he remembered his dislike for her, his distrust, and with a supreme effort he rose on shaking legs, letting out a slow breath to calm his racing heart. I will return to the Ludus, he said, averting his eyes. I have to prepare, if not to win, at least to die well. Look at me, boy, commanded Lilith, snapping his attention back to her full breasts and lush hips. One day you will learn there is more to life than duty or playing gladiator. Life's joys are fleeting, and you must seize them when you can. The last thing you want to be is on your deathbed, full of regrets, yearning for one last chance to relive the best moments, to make the right choices, instead of the foolish ones. Narcissus felt the tug once more, and he took a step toward her, his cheeks flushing red as he licked his lips. But then he remembered the look in Vesper's eyes, the sadness and disappointment, the hurt. I have no such regrets, he snorted, tearing his eyes away, and I go into battle accepting that I am dead, and only through victory do I live once more. So I live every day to the fullest, and I doubt very much that I will regret not laying with a serpent, no matter how pretty. Lilith's eyes flashed with anger, and he tensed, expecting her to lash out. But then just as quickly her smile returned, and she shrugged. I hope you will live long enough to regret your words. But I doubt it, she said, dismissing him with a wave. I will meet you at the Ludus, after I've taken my pleasures here. Cursing under his breath, Narcissus turned on his heel, clutching at a strange pain in his chest, his mind spinning in confusion. He could not remember anything after their visit to the palace,
beyond the fact that he and Lilith had left together. The rest was a blur. He was about to leave when a thought crossed his mind. "Why would you return to the Ludus?" he asked over his shoulder, catching a glimpse of her slipping into the water. Lilith smiled, her eyes bright with amusement. "My dear boy, I have nowhere else to go. But most of all, I want to be close to my daughter and, of course, you." Narcissus was taken aback, a pang of fear boiling in his stomach. Something about Lilith wreaked havoc with his body and soul. "Do as you will. I don't care, but stay away from me. The last thing I want is to have you distracting me or the men under my training. Do you understand?" "Of course, Doctore," she said, throwing back her head in a laugh. "I am yours to command." Narcissus stormed from the baths red-faced with anger. He would have to train hard if he had any hope of surviving this nightmare he found himself in. How in the name of the gods would he train with that snake in his Ludus? How he was going to fix things with Vesper, and last but not least, survive sure death in the next 3 days. Chapter 14. Hidden Threats. The garden was cold and damp, while the sun above was little more than a muted disk covered by iron-grey clouds. The flowers and plants, once vibrant and summer green, were faded to the dull, dying shades of winter. Vesper blinked in confusion, having no memory of coming here. The last thing she remembered was laying her head on Lucilla's lap, her tears flowing freely, while thinking of her faint connection to Narcissus, hardly able to breathe from the hurt in her heart. Drifting in between the waking world and the dream, she had almost fallen into the blissful escape of sleep when something pulled at her, and a short, sharp tug that snapped her to full wakefulness. Now she wandered in this alien place, shivering from the cold. "Winter is cold here," said a weary voice, drawing Vesper toward it, "not like at home, but we will adapt." Pushing her way through thick palms, she found a path that wound its way through overgrown shrubs and flowers. Following the voice, she arrived at a crossroad, the cobblestone giving way to a path of polished obsidian glass on the right, while the path to the left was made of a brilliant marble streaked with grey. Lost and confused, Vesper opened her mouth to call for help, to shout, but was taken aback when only a faint whisper escaped her throat. Glancing around, she understood what was going on when she looked over her shoulder to find a thin thread of glowing silver vanishing in the distance. The cord would take her back to Lucilla, to her sleeping body, to the pain in her heart. She was about to return when the tug pulled at her once more, and the garden around her shimmered insubstantially for just a moment, like water changing shape. "It's not just the cold," said another voice, high-pitched and childlike. "The people here are mean. Even my tutor, he called me a savage." Vesper took the left fork of the path, stalking toward the voices like a great cat, her heart beating faster with each step. "It is the Roman way," said the weary voice with a sigh. "They consider themselves far above those they have conquered, regardless of station. As a people, they have been forever cruel in their ways, so much so that they don't even know when they're doing it, destroying and killing as easily as you and I breathe, all for the glory of their soulless empire." In the distance, through fluttering leaves and waving branches, Vesper caught a glimpse of a young boy sitting on the lap of a matronly-looking woman with light brown skin and silver-grey hair braided thin, flowing down past her shoulders. "Then why come here?" asked the boy in his small voice, his cherubic face reddening. "Why make me learn their ways? I don't want to be like them." As she drew closer, Vesper wrinkled her nose at the smell of rot that filled the air, her stomach heaving in protest to the vile odour. "Because the hunger for vengeance never dies," said the matron, her voice tense and full of anger. "And you must learn their ways because you pass, and we intend for you to be our instrument to their destruction." "Pass?" Vesper came in close enough that she could see them clearly now, sitting on a stone bench. The woman's angular features, high cheekbones and square jaw, twisted to bitterness as she lectured the boy. "Look at me, and look at you," she snorted. We may be of the same blood, but with your mother's lineage you shall pass for a Roman. Our people are already in place, and, as you can see, they have already secured everything you need for a life here. But how? I can't. These people, they will not accept a stranger in their midst, no matter how much I look like them. Not understanding, Vesper moved closer and was almost on top of them when she gaped in horror, hurriedly covering her mouth to stifle a scream. At their feet, in a pool of blood, was the body of a young boy. A smile creased the matronly woman's face, and without pause she dragged her hand along a deep wound in the fallen boy's neck, covering her palm with a deep crimson stain. We shall use the old ways, long forgotten by our people. The matron brought a bloody finger to his face, and he recoiled, turning away from her. For a split second he met Vesper's prying eyes, and without warning something passed between them, a pulsing connection that dug deep into her spirit. Before she could draw another breath, Vesper's head snapped back, and the garden became a green blur, and she had the sensation of falling into a deep well of darkness. "Do not be afraid. Through the pain you will be reborn," said the matron, her breath suddenly caressing Vesper's ear. With a start, Vesper found herself looking deep into the matronly woman's eyes, her entire body tingling while her skin felt tight, like leather stretched out on the rack to dry. "I don't understand." "You will," she said, placing a single bloody finger on Vesper's forehead. A raw scream that was not her own escaped her throat, and she gritted her teeth as her nostrils were filled with the smell of burnt flesh, while the woman traced lines on her face, cauterizing skin and charring bone. Fighting with all her might, she flailed, her arms and legs kicking in all directions in an attempt to escape the piercing agony. But the old matron was strong, holding her in place with an iron grip, all while humming vile words under her breath that sent waves of terror through her. Sobbing through the pain, Vesper was struck by a distant memory, a memory of her Aunt Magda drawing the baobab tree on her then flat chest, the symbol that represented the Oaths, and the chosen who could wield Ace to force their will upon the world. "What are you doing to me?" she said through tears, seeing her hands were pale and thin, her voice high-pitched. The boy's voice. "Symbols are important to our people, and even hidden among these Roman fools, we must be true to ourselves. The boldest of us, like me, wear them in plain sight," she said, narrowing her gaze as she worked. "But you, with this new face, do not have such a luxury. Our symbols will have to be hidden. The Iboju will not only change how the Romans see you, but allow you to still channel our power." Looking at the matron fully for the first time, Vesper gasped when the meaning of her words hit home. Her motherly face was covered by a whitening makeup, a simple powder that wealthy women often wore to keep them from looking too dark. Her earrings, made of hammered silver, were shaped like animal bones. The most shocking were the bead-like skulls woven into her braids. All the symbols she knew too well, out in the open for everyone to see. "Sandawai," she croaked through the pain, hardly believing her eyes. The old matron smiled at the mention of the name, her eyes shining with pride. "Yes, the first people. This is who we are, now and forever, made by the great god Olodumare to rule this world. Never forget this, no matter how high you rise among the Romans." Vesper opened her mouth to ask more, when a great weight pressed against her, and before she could blink, there was a rush of motion once more, and she found herself looking up at the grey sky, sucking in deep breaths of cool winter air to calm her racing heart. Patting down her chest, she sighed in relief while holding up her arms in front of her, happy to find the familiar concentric patterns on her arms, bright against her sun-browned skin. A shadow fell over her, drawing her attention to a thin man with a purple embroidered toga folded over one arm above her. His face was hidden behind a mask made to resemble a human skull, painted a deep shade of crimson with yellowed teeth. "Foolish Oaths, is nothing sacred to you? You have no right to be here," he said, in the overly formal accent of a Roman patrician, his voice hollow behind the strange mask. "You are the one Narcissus spoke of," she said, scurrying back on her palms and backside, "in the market yesterday." "Did that witch leave you here?" he said, ignoring her question. "Traitorous woman. But I thought at least if you're the one who brought me here." She snapped back, reflexively opening herself to the weave, shuddering as the ace from the garden flooded through her. A hollow laughter echoed from behind Mask as he fell back, his entire form dimming like the sun had turned away from him. "You wish to challenge me here, in this place where there are no limits on our power?" he said, as dark threads spun into place around his hands, while thin filaments writhed around him in a dark halo. "If you truly wish the final death, I will see to it." Vesper hesitated, narrowing her eyes at his words. What do you mean?" For a moment he stopped, cocking his head. "You really don't know, do you?" "Know what?" "Your ignorance is impressive, even for an Os," he said, shaking his head. "And to think we feared you because you killed Jufari and Salteris." Drawing deeper on the power of the weave, Vesper combined it with her own strength, the raw ace that coursed through her blood. The concentric patterns covering her arms and legs, glowing like the noonday sun from the torrent of power running through her. "I'm sure you'll fall just as easily," she bluffed, not daring to take her eyes off him as she stood. Even holding all of this ace, this potential, she was still unsure of what she could do, but she hoped the display of strength would be enough to make him back down. "You hope to draw me into a conflict," he said, backing away. "No. I don't think so. Plans are already in motion to deal with you. I have waited too long, sacrificed too much to risk it all for the joy of killing an ignorant Os. I will take my leave, but to show that I am a generous host, I will leave you a parting gift." The man in the mask drew out a bone dagger with a leather-wrapped hilt, and for an instant Vesper tensed, thinking he was about to attack. Instead, he drew the blade along his open palm, and his blood snaked out in a torrent, circling him in a whirling vortex of crimson and black that hid him from view. Then, before she could react, he exploded like a dark star, and she found herself stumbling in an unnatural darkness that burned her skin and stung her eyes. Thinking quickly, Vesper poured ace into the patterns decorating her skin, their normally blinding glow pushing back the cloying shadow that covered her. The man in the mask was gone, and in his place was a rippling doorway the colour of midnight. Vesper peered into its dark surface, mesmerised by pinpricks of amber starlight that danced along its surface. At first, the lights appeared to be random, flickering in and out of existence, fireflies against the curtain of night. But the longer she stared, the more they bent and twisted, until, finally, they took the shape of a woman made of dazzling light. "You look tired, child," said a voice that sent a shiver down her spine. Vesper shook her head, backing away slowly while she clutched at her belly. "Magda?" "Yes, child. It's good to know you haven't forgotten me so soon," said the voice in a tone that brought Vesper back to her childhood, to a simpler time when she didn't have a care in the world. "No," she said, squeezing her eyes shut. "Magda is gone, dead. I can see your image in the tapestry of night when I look to the sky." "And who showed you such wonders?" it said in a sweet tone. "Come with me and I can show you more. Take my hand, child, and I will teach you all you need to know." Vesper's eyes shot open when the pinpricks of light shifted and swirled, and for a moment she recognised the kind eyes and warm smile, the gentle hands that would braid her hair ever so patiently. A glowing hand emerged from the pool of darkness, waving her closer, and in her heart Vesper began to reach out with a trembling hand, wanting nothing except to once more be safe in her arms, to be protected from the harshness of the world. But just before she brushed the glowing tip of the hand, the image of Papa Jufari's spear piercing her chest flashed through her mind, and she remembered Magda's heartfelt goodbye as her spirit faded from existence, giving Vesper a chance at life when she was on the brink of death not so long ago. "No," she said softly, stepping back from the shimmering pool. "I don't know what you are, but you are not her. Magda is dead."
"Then you will die here!" screeched the voice, full of hate, "trapped forever in the dream."
The outstretched hand curled into a claw, and Vesper leapt back as the midnight shade emerged fully from the pool of shadow, its body shimmering like the curtain of night, while streaks of light danced along its surface. It shot toward her, its talons digging into her flesh, leaving deep, bloodless gashes in her shoulder. Waves of despair rolled over her from the creature's touch, and she was suddenly overcome with doubt, regret, and guilt, every bad decision, every mistake filling her mind, and she wished for nothing more than the escape of death.
"I see your heart, so much pain for one so young,"
said the shade, its dark shape pulsing, growing as it lunged toward her for another attack. Vesper raised her arms defensively, but it brushed past them, tearing at her belly, shredding the hardened leather vest she often wore, a vest Narcissus had found for her. At the thought of the big Celt, the memory of him in that horrible place exploded in her thoughts once more, and the monster shuddered in ecstasy.
"A feast of disappointment, of failures."
Watching the shade relish in her pain, Vesper grit her teeth, fanning a spark of anger in her belly. "I am more than my pain," she seethed, drinking in more power from the weave, stretching to her full height. The glow from the tattoos on her arms made the creature flinch. "I cannot control the bad things that happen to me, but I can control what I do." A memory from her battle with Salteris echoed in her mind, and she remembered for an instant how she beat him. Weaving together the threads of ace coursing through her, she wove a blade of pure light, bathing the garden in a pale glow.
"You are nothing, no one,"
said the shade, raising a hand protectively from the light.
"A failure."
Vesper took a step forward with the glowing blade in hand, and the creature fell back. "I have known pain, but also joy, family and friends," she said, slashing and cutting, hacking at its limbs. "I have stood against the Sandawai, against Roman gladiators, and even to the dead, and I have been victorious." The creature screamed, a pitiful wail that drew a great swell of pity from Vesper's heart, and for a moment she relented, lowering her blade of light.
"Luck and lies,"
it whispered, repeating her own doubts, while its claws stretched toward her.
"Like the fat Doctore. They never cared for you."
The claws were a hair's breadth from her face when Vesper roared, slicing off the tips of the vile creature's hands, before ducking under its reach and plunging the weapon into its heart. "You are not real," she said, fighting against the despair pouring out of the dying shade. "You cannot hurt me. You cannot hurt me." With the glowing blade deep in its chest, the shade began to fade, vanishing like morning mist against the rising sun. It was almost gone when it clutched at Vesper's arms, its icy claws digging into soft flesh as it leaned in close.
"You will forever be alone,"
it whispered.
"Your power will consume you, just like your mother before you. Forever alone. Forever alone."
"I will not!" shouted Vesper with a shuddering breath, tearing her blade from the shade's fading form and plunging it deep once more. "I will not!" The portal, the shade, even the garden began to fade away, and Vesper's heart skipped a beat, terrified that she would be trapped here. Turning away, she raced blindly through the garden at a breakneck pace, hunting for a way out through thick brush that slapped against her skin and tore at her flesh. She had almost given up hope when she found the path once more, only to collapse to her knees when she saw the same bench. The boy's body appeared to be long gone, but a stain of dried crimson remained, a reminder of the horrible things that had happened on this spot. The garden and everything in it was almost gone when Vesper felt a tug at her midsection, and she looked down to see the silver cord stretching off in the distance. Like a drowning woman, she grasped for the cord, shuddering in relief when the world around her shifted and streaked, spinning and twisting, until everything was still once more. "Vesper? Vesper, are you all right?" said Lucilla's familiar voice. You were crying out." Her entire body shook, and she opened her eyes to find herself once more in Lucilla's bed, wrapped in soft silk sheets, while the patrician woman looked on, worried. She nodded, trying to piece it all together, trying to remember every moment in the garden. The old matron and the boy. Lucilla offered her a cup and she drank deeply, coughing when she realised it was wine and not water. "Gratitude," she said at last, swallowing the last sip of the dry, tangy vintage. "The wine should help with your nerves," said Lucilla. "Try and go back to sleep. Morning is a long way off." "We can't. We have to tell someone, anyone who will listen," said Vesper, throwing the soft sheets off. "Listen? Listen to what?" "The Sandawai," she said, hugging herself. "They are here. They've always been here. And now one of them is a powerful Roman, hiding in plain sight, waiting to land the killing blow." Chapter 15. Weakness. "Defeat begins in your mind," boomed Narcissus, slamming his meaty shoulder into the wooden shield of the attacking gladiator, the mighty blow sending his opponent tumbling face first onto the burning sands. "Long before an enemy's blade kills you, defeat will pierce your heart, rob you of your strength, stealing any hope for victory." Without missing a beat, Narcissus pounced and was almost on top of the fallen man when another pair attacked. Verus and Attilus, men he had known for years, men who he had trained from raw recruits. Verus was a Dimachurus, fighting with a pair of wooden swords, foregoing a shield for the powerful offence of a second blade, which in the right hands was devastating. Attilus preferred a buckler and spear, better known as a hoplomachus. He fought just behind Verus's right, taking advantage of his blunted spear's long reach, while using the other man to conceal parts of his attack. "Your hunger for victory has left you open to defeat," said Verus, slipping in low with a double-bladed thrust, mocking Narcissus with the very words he often spoke to new recruits when giving them their first lesson in humility. "And you overreach, my friend," said Narcissus, spinning to his right to avoid the wooden blades, then, with a meaty hand, chopping Verus on the back of the neck as he glided past him. The Dimachurus tumbled to the dirt, unmoving, and Narcissus found himself face to face with Attilus. The spear-wielder flinched, clearly not expecting to be so exposed. Taking advantage of his hesitation, Narcissus charged in before he could recover, and once inside the man's defences, used his greater height and strength, forcing his arms wide and then slamming his head into the bridge of his nose. Attilus staggered, shaking his head, defences forgotten. With a smile, Narcissus gripped the smaller man by his leather vest and spun him in a circle, heaving him across the training yard. The men watching the training sessions broke out into fits of laughter, as they often did whenever Narcissus managed to throw anyone a fair distance. Verus was on his feet moments later, with his training blades raised high, but Narcissus waved him off, bent in half with his hands on his knees, while he struggled to catch his breath, his lungs burning like they were on fire. Narcissus had never felt this tired in his life, and part of him suspected that it was more than just the wine from the day before. The wine, for the life of him, he couldn't remember drinking. "You look tired, Doctore," said Linus, shuffling over to his side and offering him a water-skin. "You have been at this since dawn. Perhaps it would be best to take a moment to have some water in the shade." Narcissus snorted at the old gladiator, drinking deep from the offered container. "I will rest when I'm dead, my friend, which will be all too soon if these fools keep fighting this way." "They are not you, Doctore," said Linus, his face a mask of pain as he stood straight, twisting his back. "Not all men are as disciplined or as driven. Most simply fight to survive another day, no more." "I don't think you understand, old friend," he said, casting sidelong glances at the assembled men while they laughed, his blood starting to boil the more they mocked Attilus. "I don't think any of them do." Linus glanced at the men and then back at the big man, the crow's feet in the corner of his eyes crinkling as he smiled. "Something tells me you intended to teach them?" Narcissus stretched to his full height, uncoiling the well-worn whip on his hip. "You all think this is funny," he shouted. the crack of his whip overhead silencing the laughter. "In 3 days' time, we will face a challenge that few have ever known, and you jest and pass denarii like it shall be a day like any other. It will not. Now, assemble, line up. I will make you understand what we face." "Yes, Doctore," they all shouted in unison, racing to do as told. "In 3 days' time, we will face off against the Emperor's chosen champions for the privilege of executing a sitting senator," he said, strolling down the line of assembled gladiators, his whip coiled comfortably in his hand. "Every gladiator in Rome will be fighting for the privilege, meaning you may very well be facing the man to your left or right, or even me. If you hope to survive, you must have discipline. Long before an enemy's blade kills you, this lack of discipline you've shown today will rob you of your strength, stealing not only any hope for victory, but your life." He spoke to the men as much to himself, angry that for some reason he had lost his way, his focus that had kept him alive all these years, and somehow he seemed to have lost it. He had spent a fitful night struggling to piece together yesterday's events, only to find nothing. His memory was blank, and he couldn't remember how he ended up in such a vile place, and worse, he couldn't remember having even a sip of wine. When he had finally fallen into a fitful sleep, he was plagued by bizarre dreams. Dreams of insects crawling all over him and being lost in the other place, the voices of the dead wailing in the distance, calling his name. When the light of the morning sun finally found him, it was like he hadn't slept. But he was grateful for it to be away from the horrors of the night. "Yes, Doctore," shouted the assembled gladiators in unison, snapping him from his thoughts. Shaking away the burning fatigue in his eyes, he continued, "In the arena you will face death and the end of your wretched lives. But worse than death you will face fear. Fear is the harbinger of defeat," he said, drawing in a deep breath of hot air that burnt his nostrils. "Fear is what we will learn about today, how to control it so that it does not control you. In the end, I will teach you to embrace it, and ultimately, you will learn to empower yourself beyond your limits." "Yes, Doctore," they shouted once more, many of the men puffing out their chests, pride filling their eyes. "The Emperor has decreed that I fight alone, and I do not expect to live, but I will make a good death of it. But I expect better of you. I intended for every man I have trained to live, so we will all need to train harder, better. And if any of us fall, we will give them a death they will speak of from one corner of the Empire to the other." Many of the men fell silent, some bowing their heads. "Now, pair up, begin with advanced forms. I will call on you for testing once more." With a nod from him, the men dispersed, the older, more experienced gladiators matching up with the younger recruits. When Narcissus had come to the Ludus as a boy, it was not so. The newer slaves were given the basic drills but then left to face off against one another, while the more experienced men trained against their peers. He had learned with time that it was a poor way of teaching. The experienced men fell into easy routines, never seeing their bad habits and thought they had a sword in their bellies. It was worse with the newer men. In fighting with those at their skill level, they rarely advanced, and few survived their first matches. He changed that when he became Doctore, and it had borne fruit. Teaching gave the more experienced men a unique perspective, and some of their wisdom was passed on to the new men. As such, the Ludus Magnus now produced the finest gladiators in the Empire. "Has the Emperor gone mad?" said Linus with a grimace on his face as he stretched his back. "I am fairly certain he was mad before this," he said, eyeing the old gladiator's shuffling gait, worrying over the pained look on his face. "Are you all right? Your back seems more bent than normal." "It is nothing, Doctore. The weather is turning and the rains will come soon. I feel it in my bones," he said, again stretching out his back with a groan. "But may I ask a private question?" Narcissus frowned, already knowing the question. "She is with Lady Lucilla," he said. "But why?" asked Linus. "I've never known you to be so nosy, old man," growled Narcissus, scratching at his beard and ignoring the question. The last thing he wanted to talk about was her. The old gladiator frowned at him, deepening the lines on his leathery face. "Answer the question, Doctore,"
Where is the girl? Why did she not return with you, and who is the woman who has taken up residence in the main barracks? And why does she look so familiar? By the gods! She's in the main cell? He stammered, knowing how brutal some of the men could be. Is she well? Yes, but no one has touched her. Even that Lugo, that vile German, has stayed clear of her, said Linus, looking up at him expectantly. Grinding his teeth, Narcissus gripped tightly to his whip, wanting nothing more than to lash out. Instead, he met the old man's gaze and slowly breathed out. That attack on the market yesterday had unintended consequences, he began in a halting tone, searching for his words. And, as a result, Vesper returned with Lady Lucilla to her villa. As to the woman, she is her mother, and a dangerous creature at that. Tell the men to stay away from her. Linus looked at him like he was a fool, shaking his head in disbelief. Something about her frightens the men, so I doubt it will be a problem. But Vesper's mother? Is she not dead? Asked Linus, blowing out his cheeks. And while I am an old man, Doctore, I still have my wits about me. Only a fool would believe such a tale. Come up with a better story before I challenge you on the sands and beat the truth out of you. I've had enough of this, he snorted, walking away from the old man. Bring me my armour, and then bring steel for the men I call out. Doctore, said Linus, shuffling behind him with a frown. What's this all about? You won't stop digging, will you, Linus? No, Doctore, he said. And if I looked as you do now, would you not press me just as hard? I suppose not, said Narcissus, sighing, resting a heavy hand on the old man's shoulder. You have been a loyal friend, so it is best you know. Narcissus told him about the incident in the brothel, about the holes in his memory. To his surprise, Linus only nodded. Matters of the heart are difficult, but I'm sure she will come around, he said, giving him an odd look. But if you say she is with Lucilla, that she is safe, well, that's good enough for me. Good, he grunted, letting out a deep sigh. Now get me my armour. The day is not done yet, not by a long shot. Linus didn't move, instead staring up at him with an odd look on his wrinkled face, staring as if Narcissus was a prized bull. Another question, Doctore, he said at last, nodding to himself as if he came to a decision. Why are you looking at me that way, old man? Asked Narcissus. A plan, Doctore. An old one, concocted by drunken gladiators long ago. Well, spit it out, man, he said, having little patience left, knowing that if he stopped moving he might never start again. Patience, Doctore, I will return in a moment, said Linus, motioning for him to wait while he gathered together with a few of the older men, murmuring among themselves, nodding and whispering in low tones. After a few tense moments, Linus waved them off with hard looks. Stepping forward, the old gladiator cleared his throat. I have lived long enough to see such things before, Doctore, and we have waited and watched for an opportunity. Opportunity? What in the name of the gods are you talking about, man? Linus moved in closer, lowering his voice so that only he could hear. There will be men from every Ludus in the city, many more in the Colosseum than normal, he said, the men around him nodding. We will take advantage of this. Plans were made years ago, and now we have a chance to see them through, if we have the courage to risk it all. He who risks nothing wins nothing, he said automatically, looking around to see if any of the guards on the periphery were close enough to be listening. Perhaps it would be best if we spoke in private, and you can explain what madness you intend. After his conversation with Linus, Narcissus was still at a loss to understand it all, and stalked the corridors of the Ludus to clear his head. He was seeing the old gladiator in a whole different light after their tense conversation in the barracks, and his head was still spinning. A wise warrior knew the value of patience and when to throw patience aside in relentless pursuit of victory. And after listening to the plan Linus had laid out,
He understood why his old friend had not left for a different life after his retirement. That Linus was patient beyond measure, bold beyond madness. Before he had even had a chance to think about it, he had agreed, prepared to risk it all on a single act, a single roll of the dice. "Crazy fool," he muttered under his breath, still in shock. "Who is the fool?" whispered Lilith, emerging from around a blind corner to fall in beside him. "Jupiter's beard," he swore, flinching away from her. "You could frighten a man to death like that." "I have better ways to kill a man than with fright," said Lilith, throwing back her head in laughter. "Enough of that," he growled, wanting to shake her, instead crossing his arms across his massive chest. "I was looking for you. I'm flattered," said Lilith, speaking over him. "But after yesterday, I'm surprised you have the energy. But if you insist, I'm sure we can find a dark corner." "We did not," he seethed. "Nor would I ever." Lilith gave him a brilliant smile, reaching out to touch his chest. "No, we didn't. But if you have such an appetite, I would be inclined." He recoiled at her touch, his belly churning with nausea. "Never touch me, never come close to me," he said, slapping her hand away. "I don't know what you did to me, but it will be the last time." She backed away, clutching at her hand and feigning hurt. "Oh, so you are, as Nabil called you, a Celtic sheep lover," she laughed. "Or have you been in Rome so long that you have become a boy lover?" Narcissus showed her his teeth, snarling like a feral dog. "Just because I don't enjoy laying with whores does not make me a boy lover. I wish for a proper wife with a proper hearth, nothing more. Not that it's any of your affair." Lilith's smile vanished, and she stepped in closer to him as if daring him. "Fine. What is it you wanted from me?" "Linus told me you were sleeping in the general barracks. It's not safe. I will ask the Dominus to provide you with your own cell." The dark-skinned woman's brow shot up, her brilliant smile returning. "No, I don't think so. I will stay with the men. They satisfy my needs." "But—" Lilith came in closer, almost touching him but keeping her hands at her sides. "If anyone steps out of line, I will take care of it, like your friend Lugo back there," she said, pointing with her thumb over her shoulder. "Now, if you will step out of my way, I must go to see to my daughter." Narcissus stepped aside, and she gave him a coy smile as she walked by. She had almost vanished down the tunnel when her words rang in his head, and he raced back to the main barracks where most of the men slept. Slamming open the door, he found nothing out of order in the wide cell. The thin cots were laid out on the floor as normal, and a single guttering oil lamp lit the windowless barracks. Shaking his head, he turned to leave when he caught a glimpse of a crumpled-up form in the corner of the room. "Lugo, is that you?" he said, dashing to pick up the lamp from a corner of the room where the men often diced. Kneeling beside the still form, he cursed under his breath when he recognised Lugo's blonde, braided hair that fell down past his shoulders. The rest of him was a thing of nightmare. His pale skin was blackened and burnt, and in some spots bleached bone poked through. The worst of it was his chest. His leather vest had been torn open, and at the centre, just above his heart, was a sunken handprint, too small to be a man's. Narcissus shuddered, remembering how close she had come to him. In that moment, a memory hitting him like a bolt of lightning, a memory of Lilith's hand on his chest, right before he woke up with no memory. Throwing down the lamp, he tore open the leather armour he wore, tearing at the straps, his heart beating in panic. There, just as she had done to poor Lugo, was a mark of her hand, burnt into his chest. Chapter 16. The Walls of Danube. "I thought we had agreed to forget this foolishness," said her husband, placing his hands flat on the cool marble of the table. "It's bad enough you take a gladiator to bed. Next you will have a troupe of actors living in my house." "It's nothing like that, husband," said Lucilla, tossing a quick glance at Vesper, who sat at the edge of the table with her arms wrapped around herself. "This was simply the safest place for her, given the day's events. I'm going to have the slave who let that idiot Magnus into the house yesterday whipped," said Tiberius, stepping away from the table, then pointing to a timid girl in the corner, who would not have been more than 12 winters. "You, bring me wine, nothing watered, a strong red, from the clay pots in the cold room." "The Sandawai are very real and very dangerous," said Vesper, rubbing sleep from her eyes. "They attacked in force yesterday. They were organised, and if—" "You think I don't know?" said Tiberius, starting to pace. "I was Chief General to Marcus Aurelius and Consul more than once. I still get reports of the goings-on in the city and the Empire." "Then you know that we must act," said Lucilla, meeting his gaze with a pleading expression. Tiberius bowed his head, pushing out his lower lip. "Act how? We must tell the Senate, get them to assign you a military command so that you can—" "With what proof, Lucilla? Do you have a name or even a face? Did you remember where this garden was? Which house? No, you don't," he said, answering for her. "All we have is some dream, and from a gladiator no less. I will not risk my name or my legacy over such things. History will not remember me as a fool." "Husband—" Tiberius raised a hand to silence her. Sighing, he returned to the table, sitting across from Vesper. "Young lady, make no mistake, I believe you," he began, bowing his head in thought, before continuing. "I was with Marcus during the Parthian War. Your mother was with us for much of the campaign. To this day I still remember the destruction of an Armenian city, Artashat, if I remember correctly. Your mother did something to the ballista. I cannot say what, but wherever our stone struck, it burned. By nightfall the entire city had burned to the ground, leaving nothing but blackened rubble that smoked for days afterwards." "So you understand about Ace, about Jambe and the Ouse?" Tiberius nodded, looking old and weary. "Yes, I didn't at first, but after that battle, she explained it all over a few cups of wine, and I understood why Marcus kept her at his side," he finished with a shrug. "If you believe, then why not do something?" said Lucilla, leaning forward on the table. "Because Romans are practical people," he snorted, rapping his knuckles on the table. "We only believe in things we can see, feel, and touch." Lucilla sat back, her shoulders slumping. Not so long ago she would have made the same argument. Most of her life had been spent focusing on position and legacy. This was the way life was in Rome, where station was all that mattered. But with all she had seen in the last year, it was no longer enough. "I understand, Tiberius, I do. But I fear the time to sit aside has passed. We must commit to protecting our home, our way of life, or we may lose it." "You doubt the most powerful fighting force in the world?" said Tiberius. "Rome is—" "It's not invincible," said Lucilla. "Yesterday proved that. The barbarians were not in some far-off, distant land. They were here, in the Western Market." The timid slave girl squeaked into the room with her husband's wine, running in and out of the room like a frightened mouse. Tiberius looked grateful for the distraction and sipped the wine, tapping a finger on the table, before at last shaking his head. "I cannot help you," he said, looking directly at Vesper. "The men of the Senate fear that Commodus will seize their lands if they go against him, and so do I, for that matter. I told you, Lucilla, let someone else take this risk. Let someone else lose their head. We will go to the country and wait for this to all be over." Lucilla stood, pressing her lips together. "You can go and hide. I will remain and fight." Tiberius glared at her, gripping his cup tightly. "Do not embarrass us, or me," he said at last, downing the rest of his wine in a single gulp. He stood to leave, just as the slave girl ran back in, squeaking in his ear. His face grew redder by the moment the longer she spoke. "What's wrong?" asked Lucilla, putting a hand on her stomach. "In all my years," he mumbled, running a trembling hand through his shock of white hair and straightening his tunic, "it seems that Vesper has a visitor." "Visitor?" said Lucilla. "No one knows she's here." "I do." "Lilith," said Lucilla, smiling, as the dark-skinned woman glided into the room as if she owned the villa. She looked regal, despite only wearing a simple tunic, and without a word went to her husband, wrapping her arms around him in a warm embrace. "Tiberius," Lilith said, holding him at arm's length. "Still handsome, even for a Syrian." Lucilla's jaw fell open when her husband, instead of bristling, actually blushed, a boyish grin spreading across his face. "And you're still beautiful for a provincial witch." "Mother," said Vesper, as Lilith and Tiberius fell over one another laughing. What are you doing here? Did something happen at the Ludus?" "Oh, don't worry about your Celt. I've taken good care of him," she said, plucking the wineglass from Tiberius and motioning for the timid slave girl in the corner to fill it. "They told us you were dead," he said. "You look like you haven't aged a day." "You wouldn't believe me if I told you," said Lilith, "but it's been a long road home. Best not spoken of. I see that you finally found a wife worthy of your charms. Lucilla is a good woman, brash at times, but she keeps me young." Lucilla's face reddened at the way they talked to one another. She had only known Tiberius in his later years, long after his campaigning days were behind him, and had always found him sombre, even boorish. But when Lilith spoke to him, he lit up in a way she had never seen him, looking at the Oath woman with a passion he had never shown her, his wife. "Answer Vesper's question. Why are you here, Lilith?" she said, crossing her arms. Lilith squeezed her husband's hands once more, winking at him in an impish way. "Don't worry, little Empress, I'm not here for your handsome Syrian, but for my daughter." At the mention of her, Vesper's eyes narrowed, and she rubbed her palms against her knees. "Why?" "Because, dear daughter, I am not going to let you die in the arena like some common slave. With my help, you will learn what you need to lay these savages to waste. I will show you what true power is, to teach you all that you need to know." Chapter 17. Lessons. Vesper sat cross-legged, mesmerised by the beautiful lines of her mother's face, an odd sense of déjà vu washing over her. Everything about her mother felt that way, almost as if they had done this all before. She had resisted at first, still not trusting her mother or herself, but it was Tiberius of all people who had convinced her, explaining that she had nothing to lose as her life was already forfeited, and that she was doomed to the arena in only a few days. "What do you see, child?" said Lilith, her hands moving with a deft confidence as she drew a cross on the dark earth in front of them. Lilith had asked Tiberius for a quiet space, away from prying eyes, and he had generously offered the villa's garden, which, despite the small size for a city home, was private enough that Vesper felt like they were in a world all their own. "I'm not sure. A memory? Maybe something that happened long ago?" said Vesper, hesitating as her mother added 3 straight lines above the drawing, transforming the crude cross into a trident. "It feels like we've done this before." Lilith smiled her brilliant smile, her white teeth glowing against her smooth, dark skin. "Very good, daughter. This is the true power of the Chosen, of the Jambe. We see the future, the past. We are meant to use this knowledge to guide our people, to keep them safe." "I don't understand." "You will. Now, quiet yourself while I finish this. It will be your first step to acquiring the tools you need to survive," said Lilith, her eyes narrowing in concentration. "I don't see what drawing in the dirt will do to help me avoid having a gladius in my belly." Lilith then drew a circle on each end of the cross, making the trident appear to have a guard and hilt. "Have the dreams started?" she asked in a light tone. "I was about your age when they did." Vesper leaned back as a chill ran through her, the memory of the red-skulled Sandwai and the shade fresh in her mind. "Yes," she said in a small voice, wondering how her mother would know of such things. "Good," said Lilith, drawing another line at the base of the trident, underneath its hilt. "Pay attention to them. They often come in times of dire need, of great conflict." Digesting her mother's words, another memory flashed through her mind, a dream she had just before the Sandawai attacked her village, the night when her aunt fell to Jafari's spear. "You used to do this with Magda, didn't you?" said Vesper. "Sit face to face like this." "Yes," said Lilith, glancing up from the symbol she was drawing as beads of sweat formed on her temples. "We often played Mancala, an old game played with stones, squirreled away in some part of the village, or in our parents' tent when we travelled as a family. And you always cheated," said Vesper. Her mother's brow shot up in surprise, not bothering to look up. "Your aunt and I were very different. Our parents raised us in the spirit of Omo Luwabi, that the chosen were children of Olod Jumar, and must be people of good character, honest, hard-working, and above all, respecting others." "And they did not think this way or accept that lesson," said Vesper, shaking her head, already knowing the answer. Her mother sighed, holding her palm over the drawing in the dirt. "No, and wipe that look of judgment off your face," she said, as a shadow passed over the drawing, and it began to darken. "I was raised to be a warrior, destined to fight and defend our people. As such, I never had the luxury of seeing the world only as black and white, good or evil. No, it is simple. There is good and evil, no more." Lilith threw back her head, her mocking laughter filling the garden. "Oh, my dear, you have much to learn," she snorted, putting a hand on her chest as she tried to catch her breath. Vesper ground her teeth, uncrossing her legs and moving to leave. "You have, no matter how many times I try. You're always the same," she began. "Selfish to the core, only thinking of yourself." Her mother's laughter stopped abruptly as Vesper stood, and she motioned for her to sit. "I'm sorry. Please sit, stay," she said hurriedly. "I forget myself sometimes." "What is all of this supposed to do?" said Vesper, pushing back her anger with a sigh, while casting a weary glance at the symbol her mother had drawn. "You'll see, it won't be long now," said Lilith, holding both hands above the symbol. "Can you answer a question while we wait?" Choking back harsh words, Vesper sat once more, adjusting her tunic so it covered her thighs. "You may." "Is a man who murders evil?" she asked, raising her chin. "Is a man who steals a criminal?" Vesper narrowed her eyes, her lips turning down in a frown. "I am not a fool, Mother. I understand that sometimes you must cross the line for the greater good. That does not justify your behaviour. You—" "Who decides where the line is?" said Lilith, raising a finger. "When is murder good? When is it evil?" "I—" began Vesper, her voice catching in her throat. "I cannot be sure, but murder and thievery must be exceptions, not the rule." "You are wise, daughter," she said, as the garden around them grew darker, falling deeper into shade. "Rule of law is important in society, or even in a game. But what happens when your opponent does not play by the same rules? What happens when you think you are playing one game, but they play another?" Vesper's breath caught in her throat when the garden faded from view, along with the light, until it was only the pair of them alone in the darkness. "What did you do, Mother?" "Answer the question." Licking her lips, she opened herself to the weave, grasping for ace, for power, as her heart beat out of her chest. "I don't care. Life is not a game," she gasped, shocked when she found nothing, only emptiness, the weave gone. Lilith stood, her hands balling into fists, as she peered out into the darkness as a cold wind kicking up all around them. "What happens if your opponent has no honour, and you face false accusations, and are unjustly enslaved?" "Mother, please," said Vesper, as the ground's icy coolness numbed her bottom, spreading up her spine until her bones ached. "Stop this." "What happens if your opponent steals your land and murders your children?" Lilith was seething, shouting over the icy wind. "Do you keep playing by the same rules? Do you play the game until you're broken and beaten?" "I don't know," said Vesper, screaming to be heard over the cacophony filling her ears. "You cheat! You break the rules!" shouted Lilith, pulling Vesper to her feet. "That's what you do, because history is written by the victors, because those who lose a war are always cast as the villain in the tale, no matter how good or fair you were in reality. In defeat you are damned for all eternity."
"Biologima, where have you brought us?" said Vesper, shrinking in on herself as she eyed the endless plains of blue-grey that stretched across the horizon for as far as the eye could see.
"This is the world of the damned,"
said her mother, squatting down and scooping up a handful of ashen sand, and then letting the loose dust fall between her fingers.
"One of many." "You mean the place in between? This doesn't look like anything I remember."
Lilith stood, dry washing her hands.
"No, Vesper, look up. This is one of the many places beyond the weave, where the damned and doomed linger for all eternity. Poor, forgotten souls, without hope."
Vesper's jaw fell open when she saw the sky was filled with a bright whirlpool of stars, circling a massive sphere of infinite blackness, while jets of light erupted from its surface.
"Take me back, please."
"We are not going back," said Lilith. "I have a bargain to fulfill, and a lesson to teach you." Vesper bared her teeth, instinctively drawing on the well of ace in her own blood to weave a gladius of pure light, pointing the blade to within a hair's breadth of her mother's face. "I should have listened to Narcissus. You can never be trusted." In response, Lilith smiled brilliantly, singing under her breath while swaying to a song only she could hear. A tremor of fear shook Vesper to the core, when all around them humanoid shapes erupted from the ground, their forms composed of the blue-grey sand, the faceless creatures swaying in unison to Lilith's movements.
"Perhaps," said Lilith, "but it's too late for that. Now move."
Vesper adjusted her stance, intending to use the glowing blade to cut her way through and find some way to escape. But Lilith made a vague gesture with her hand, and one of the faceless creatures seized her arms. Their touch sent waves of numbing cold shooting through her body, shattering her concentration while freezing her to the bone. Fighting for breath, she managed to channel some of the limited well of power in her blood to enhance her waning strength, pulling away from the creature's grip and spinning like a dervish while her glowing blade slashed through the ashen limbs just as easily as flesh and bone. Her vicious attacks driving the creatures back with deft cuts and brutal strikes.
"I must be the most foolish person in history,"
she said, cleaving a path to her mother. Lilith's laughter echoed across the barren plain when, just as quickly as Vesper severed the reaching limbs, they regrew.
"You can't win, daughter,"
shouted Lilith, increasing the tempo of her song so more of the creatures appeared.
"The dead are beyond counting. Stop your foolishness." "And do what? Let you steal my life?"
said Vesper, cutting one of the faceless creatures in half, and then using her enhanced strength to leap over the rest surrounding her. She landed in front of Lilith, once again placing the burning tip of her blade to her throat. "I don't think so."
"Impressive,"
she said, her smile never wavering as the ash beneath Vesper's feet came to life, crawling over them and up her legs, locking her in an iron vice.
"But you lack imagination."
Gritting her teeth through the pain, Vesper flipped the blade to cut away at the growing bonds, when once again the creatures lunged for her, taking hold of her arms and trapping her in place.
"Why are you doing this?"
she shouted, straining until the veins in her forehead felt like they were going to burst.
"This for your own good. Mine as well."
"I find that hard to believe," said Vesper, breathing hard while continuing to twist in a vain effort to escape.
"You are going to have to trust that if all goes as planned today, no harm will come to you, and we will both survive to see tomorrow."
"That's our history, isn't it?" she said, shivering uncontrollably. "I trust you. You betray me, again and again, because you'll do anything to win, to survive."
"Survival is the most important lesson I can teach you," said Lilith in a solemn tone, "because while you still breathe, anything is possible, even convincing your wayward daughter that you have her best interests at heart."
Vesper rolled her eyes, frowning at her.
"You ask for the impossible. Each time I trust you, I pay for it with a little piece of my heart, my soul."
"Well then," said Lilith, her smile vanishing, "you have a choice. You can hope that my words are true and that I have a plan, or—" "Or what?" said Vesper. Her mother shrugged, glancing up at the sky. "There are worse places to spend eternity. At least the view will be spectacular." Looking around at the endless plain and whirlpool of stars, Vesper searched for another option, a way home, like the cobblestone path in the place in between. But there was nothing. This place was too alien, too bizarre, and without her connection to the weave, she doubted she could survive long. "I don't have a choice, just as you intended," she said, locking eyes with her mother. "A wise choice, daughter," she said, rubbing her hands together like she'd just won a throw of the dice. "One that you won't regret." "But you will," said Vesper, the cold touch of the dead numbing her to the point that a calmness fell over her, and her vision was clearer than it had ever been. "I regret nothing. I am doing this for the greater good. I know," said Vesper, as the ash binding her fell away, her flesh tingling as feeling returned. "But after today, if I survive, I want you to go." "Go where?" said Lilith, raising an eyebrow. "You mean you don't want to learn? You don't need me to teach you? No, that would be a fool's bargain. You need— Then I will be a fool," she said, flexing her fingers and rubbing her hands together. "Your way will not be my way. I will not be you. I will not be the monster you became." Lilith cocked her head, tapping a finger against her full lips, before finally shrugging. "Very well, but you may change your mind once you see what we face. Once you understand." They resumed their march, and Vesper did her best to ignore her mother's stare, saying nothing while focusing on putting one foot in front of the other through the bizarre landscape, thinking of how far she'd come from her simple days playing in the baobab tree and running errands for her aunt around the village. Part of her wondered what would have happened if things turned out differently, and by some twist of fate the Sandawai hadn't attacked that fateful night. What kind of life would she have? Who would she be if she didn't have to grow up so fast? If she did not have to live with the constant danger and fear of death that was part of her days now? She just managed to lose herself in a fantasy where Jafari had never come to their village and taken her away, when one of the faceless drifted closer, and for a heartbeat its features bent and twisted into the menacing dark eyes and angular nose of the wicked Voden she had just been thinking of. Then, just as quickly, it shifted again, returning to the blank visage. "By Elodjamar," she cursed over her shoulder, sucking in a deep breath to control her racing heart. "Did you see that?" Lilith hesitated, her eyes darting in all directions. "What did you see?" "The shade, just for a moment. It was Jafari, the Sandawai Voden who killed Magda." Her mother nodded, eyeing the faceless forms that guided them. "It's best not to let your mind wander in this place. Your thoughts can have dangerous consequences." "Was it really him?" she asked, swallowing hard. "No, just a reflection of your thoughts, your fears." "Fears?" she said, blinking in disbelief. "Don't you think I've enough horror to deal with, that you need to bring me to such a terrible place and frighten me half to death?" said Vesper. "Death is your burden. You must learn to live with fear, to embrace it, or it will destroy you." "What about hope?" "Hope is for fools and children," said Lilith, silencing her with a raised hand. "We are here." Vesper's eyes narrowed in confusion when she looked around, finding only the same endless plains of grey-blue ash. "There's nothing here, just more—" She took another step, and suddenly the lifeless terrain vanished, replaced by a sloping path that descended to a narrow valley that wasn't there moments before. She gawked when she saw that the ground here was different, matching the sky in a river of glowing stars against a dark velvet cloth that stretched onward to a narrow road that ran through the valley. "It's like walking among the stars," she said at last, the cold in her bones vanishing as her blood pumped with excitement. "It is the second most beautiful thing I have ever seen," said Lilith in agreement, motioning for her to follow as she descended along the path.
Vesper followed, gingerly at first, the terrain beyond smooth, while a warmth spread through her with every step. "What is this place?" she asked in a quiet voice, worried that her words would echo in such a strange place. Her mother glanced at her over her shoulder, giving her a small shake of the head. "No one knows for sure, but some of the Chosen have claimed that this is where Elodjamar created the world, and the first Loa meant to guide our people." After only a short descent, they were deep in the valley, its towering walls stretching high above them, while scattered across the valley floor were massive trees with thick trunks and wide canopies of branches, trees that brought a smile to her face. "Baobabs," she said, drinking in their sweet smell, a sense of peace coming over her. "Yes, the great baobabs spread the first life to our world," said her mother, bowing her head. "They only exist here now. The ones in our world are offshoots, man's attempts to mimic the hand of the great god. Small by comparison." "The one at the heart of our village was the last," said Vesper, her gaze lost in the sprawling branches above her. "Burned by the Romans after the Sandawai." "I told you we would see each other again," shouted a hollow voice, drawing Vesper's attention away from the ancient trees to a lone figure lingering near the base of one. Vesper shook her head, her stomach turning over as if she'd been kicked in the belly. "History repeats once again," she said to her mother, shaken to her core, yet outwardly staying calm. There, at the base of the tree, was the Roman in the red mask, its garish yellow teeth almost smiling as Lilith took her by the arm, leading her to him like a lamb to the slaughter. Chapter 18. Reflections. "Why not just kill me?" said Vesper, bowing her head as they walked toward him, too tired, too heartbroken to resist Lilith tugging her along. "Why drag me to this place? Why not simply do it in Rome?" "Power," he said without hesitation, drawing a bone dagger that hung off his hip. "You owe swim in so much of it. You forget the rest of us are denied the touch of the weave." "Elodjamar cut the Sandawai off from the weave long ago," she mumbled, remembering a lesson from her Aunt Magda. "So you had to find other sources of Ace." "The plains of the dead and damned offer power enough for some things, but that power has limits," he said, eyeing her with a hungry glare as they drew closer to him. "You are the last of the Oaths who can draw Ace from the weave. I intend to take what is yours and make it mine, so that, at long last, the Sandawai will have the power to restore our rightful place in the world as kings and conquerors." Coming closer, Vesper noticed that the baobab he stood under had jagged markings gouged into its trunk, similar to the ones that Osh used, but twisted into odd patterns that made her stomach churn with nausea the longer she looked at him. "And her?" asked Vesper. "Did you somehow bring her back to the world of the living just to draw me in?" The man in the red mask threw back his head in laughter, his high-pitched voice echoing strangely across the alien landscape. "No, she is an unintended consequence," he said, starting to unwrap the purple-trimmed toga he wore. "When I reached out through the worlds of the dead to find a way for my people to touch the weave once more, imagine my surprise when I found one of the Sandawai's greatest enemies, someone so connected to those who had unravelled so many of our plans." "My spirit was as you left me, daughter, lost in time, drifting between the worlds of the living and the dead. He found me somehow, wrapping me in the chains of his will." "And you chose to betray your own blood? For what? For a chance at life again?" said Vesper, pushing her away, and to her surprise she let go, stumbling away from her. "Oh, it was not her choice," he said, pulling his tunic over his head so that he stood before them naked, with only a white subligaculum covering his loins. "She had part of the knowledge I required, the location of this realm, but her thoughts were disjointed, and she still had the will to resist me. I solved that by bringing her back to our world.
Once I found a suitable vessel, of course. "The Sandawai are masters of death," said Lilith, casting a hateful look at the man in the mask, "and this body is long dead, an empty shell held together by his will. The only ace she has is what I give her. She is powerless, alive only as long as I will it." Vesper frowned as she glanced around the strange valley, not understanding what was going on. "And this place," she said, wrinkling her nose in disgust at his scrawny body. "And why in the name of Olodumare are you naked?" In response, he drew the bone dagger across his naked arm, a hollow grunt echoing from behind his mask. "Because here, in this place, what has been made can be unmade," he said, carving jagged runes in his own flesh that mirrored those on the tree. "What was can be again." "Mother, please don't let this happen," she said. "Enough talk. Bring her here. I am eager to have what's mine." "No," said Lilith. Vesper's head snapped around, a flutter of hope springing in her heart when her mother's face lit up with a self-satisfied smirk. "Mother?" A loud snort escaped from behind the mask, and he pointed the dagger at them. "You oafs are truly weak. To come so far, only to falter now. Such a waste." Dipping a finger into his already open wound, the red-masked Sandawai deftly traced a series of bizarre symbols in the air. Glowing runes that burned with blue flame appeared in the air in front of him, while in unison he screeched vile words that made the hair on Vesper's arms stand on end. Dark strands erupted from the tip of his dagger, at first flowing around him in a writhing aura, and then snaking out, stretching like clawing fingers toward Lilith, wrapping her in a cocoon of dark, pulsing filaments. Lilith stood stock still, her brilliant smile never fading as the filaments tightened around her, coiling around her hands, arms, and chest. "And you Sandawai are ever the fools, blinded by your hunger for power so that you'll believe anything." "Shut up, witch!" he shouted. "Do as I say, or I will take back what I gave you, and you can return to oblivion." "Try it," said Lilith, ignoring the insult. "Prove how much of an idiot you are to trust. What did he call me? One of the greatest enemies of the Sandawai people?" "What's going on? What did I miss?" asked Vesper, backing away from both of them. "No, I controlled you completely," he shouted, shaking his head. "From the moment I touched your wretched soul, you were mine." "All true," said Lilith, eyeing the writhing thread holding her in place. "But think for a moment. Who brought you here, to this place where what is made can be unmade?" "It doesn't matter. Your defiance will not stop me from taking what I want. After I kill you, your daughter has little chance of resisting me. She cannot touch the weave here. Not enough, at any rate." "Unless I draw ace from somewhere else," said Lilith, raising an eyebrow, "a lifeline to sustain me." "Impossible," he said, his reedy voice inching higher. "Is it?" Lilith began to laugh, a rich, powerful laugh that made her entire body shake. Vesper's jaw fell open when the pulsing filaments holding her fell away, revealing motes of glowing amber flickering all around her, almost imperceptible at first, but then growing until it was bright enough to be reflected by the valley floor, shining like the stars above. "Narcissus," said Vesper, covering her mouth to stifle a joyous shout when she saw the amber cord stretching out from her mother's torso, flowing upward and vanishing into the infinite maelstrom of stars, and then somehow reflecting back again, before finally connecting to her. "A neat trick, daughter," she said, smiling at their roundabout connection. "Somehow you managed to save me again, this time without even knowing it." "It won't save you," shouted the Sandawai, the writhing aura around him creeping toward them, drinking in all the light as it grew. "I will take what I have been promised and leave you here to rot for all eternity." "I don't think so,"
said Vesper, stepping in front of Lilith, her heart singing as she drew on every ounce of ace in her blood, banishing the creeping dark with a glow so bright that the masked man flinched, raising a hand to cover his eyes. Turning away from the light, he drew the bone dagger against the inside of his other forearm. Then, pressing the wounds together, he raised his bloody arms to the stars. "Eshu, father of the Sandowai, master deceiver, grant me your boon. Give me your power so that I may destroy my enemies. In return, I offer my blood, my life, and my soul." Vesper and Lilith shrunk back, locking eyes with each other as they waited for some calamity, some powerful lower to join with the massed Sandowai. But there was nothing, only the distant howling wind. "I guess he doesn't like you," she said, as he continued to back away, wide-eyed, while holding the dagger out in front of him as they inched closer. "I have heard that Sandowai men often have performance issues," said Lilith, pointing and laughing at his crotch. "And what lower would want to join with a skinny little thing like that?" "Shut up," he said, looking more surprised than they were, his eyes darting in all directions. "I can still win. I can still—" "So what happens now?" said Vesper, speaking over him. "Did we win?" Lilith smiled, stepping closer as he shrank back. "I guess so. Do you want to do—" The words had just left her mouth when the entire valley shook, and they staggered in unison, struggling to stay on their feet. "I think we spoke too soon," said Vesper, weaving a gladius as she fell back. "I'm no expert, but a lower couldn't do this, could it?" "Who knows?" said Lilith, holding out an open palm over the ground. She whispered a word under her breath, and the glassy material beneath them twisted and bent, a portion of it flowing into her hand and forming a gladius made from its reflective surface. A moment later, a shield formed in the same way. "A Lodjamar created the first lower here. This is their home." The floor beneath their feet heaved, once, twice, and then a final time, erupting in a geyser of glass, stone, and ash, hurling them high into the air. Thinking quickly, Vesper channeled more of her meagre stores of A's into her limbs, enhancing her muscles, making her more flexible and nimble. Twisting like a cat, she spun her body with the strength and skill of an Olympian. Gracefully landing on her feet, she spread her arms wide to keep her balance as she slid to a halt along the glass surface. Looking back, Vesper expected to see some monstrosity, some nightmare lower. Instead, a shirtless, compact man with tight-knit hair emerged from the thinning cloud of dust. He wore a mischievous grin on his handsome face, like he had a secret only he knew. His eyes were the same, large, expressive, and all-knowing. "Who in the name of a Lodjamar is that?" said Lilith, appearing at her side, covered in grit and dust, echoing her thoughts. "I don't know," said Vesper, a shiver running down her spine when he looked directly at her. "Whatever he is, it's not natural." He came at them then, moving with a grace and speed beyond anything human, landing a heavy boot into Lilith's chest, sending her reeling and tumbling away. Vesper blinked, and a blade, covered in concentric os patterns, appeared in his hand as he came in to strike, his weapon moving faster than the wind, hitting harder than stone, forcing her back on her heels as she desperately parried his heavy blows with her gladius. The rune-covered blade left deep notches on her own simple weapon, Vesper's hands numbing each time the weapons connected, with only adrenaline giving her the strength to hang on, if only just. Desperate to turn the tide, Vesper channeled the ace in her blood into a bright flash, hoping to blind her relentless attacker, only to curse when he ignored the blinding light, feinting to his left and then following back, tripping her with the back of his heel when she tried to follow. Falling hard on her bottom, she shifted back and forth, her heart beating out of her chest as she battled desperately from her back, barely holding back relentless attacks. "Oh, come, come, you can do better. Get up, show Eshu you be worth his time," he said, in the halting, overpronounced accent of the Sandowai, while dancing back with a twinkle of laughter in his eye. "Just take them to the tree," said the masked Sandowai, strolling up beside the lower. "I'm tired of their oast tricks." Vesper's jaw fell open in surprise when the mischievous lower backhanded the masked man, knocking out some of the yellowed teeth and sending him reeling to the ground. "You are not in your realm, human," he said with a sneer. "This be the home of the lower, where our Lodgy Ma gave us breath. I answer the call only to be in the presence of these fine beauties." "What?" said Vesper, taken aback, scrambling away from him. "You can't do that," said the Sandawai, getting to his feet. "I command you. That is the bargain. You must obey me." Eshu glanced over his shoulder at him. "Maybe back in the world of the living you have some say, but here you command nothing. The oath Jambe do be right, and we have no bargain. I don't want nothing from your skinny little body. You not even really one of us, just a half-breed. Be gone with you. If I feel like it, I will call on you after I'm done." The lower waved his hand, and the protesting Sandawai vanished, fading like morning mist with the sunrise. "Don't trust a word he says," said Lilith, taking a defensive stance. "I know him now. He is the master of lies." "Oh, come now. Eshu tells little fibs every now and again," said the lower with a laugh, spinning his sword with a flourish. "But my sweet words be good for a mortal soul. Don't worry, you gonna have a good time with Eshu, a good time for sure." In response, Lilith raised her sword, resting the tip of her glass blade on the top of her shield. "Come any closer and I'll take your tongue," she said, motioning for Vesper to stand with a toss of her head. "Can our weapons even hurt him?" asked Vesper, getting to her feet, speaking low enough that only her mother could hear. Lilith licked her lips, shaking her head ever so subtly. "I don't know. He's pure spirit here, like I was when you first found me in the other place." Eshu put a hand over his heart, looking hurt. "You know, Eshu spends most of his time in the mortal world, tied up in human affairs, doing his best to make you do things right. But I guess it might be fun to teach you ladies a more direct lesson." Vesper narrowed her eyes, wondering what he meant, until Eshu spread his arms wide, spinning in place. She blinked, and where there was one lower, there were two, and then three, until the entire valley was filled with thousands of him, all wearing his grinning face. "It's been a long time since I could really let loose, but if you insist on a fight, I will be happy to indulge you." "This can't be real," said Lilith, swallowing hard, her eyes ever moving. "It's a trick, a bend of the light to make it look like there are more of you." The lower laughed once more, and a trio of him came forward, an army of laughing faces with naked blades in hand behind them. "Come, play, and find out." "They feel real enough," said Vesper, raising her gladius just in time to block a slash, the clash of steel on steel setting her teeth on edge. "Then we'll die taking as many of them with us as we can," snarled Lilith. "I'm not going to be a slave for that Roman monster." Her mother counterattacked with a fury Vesper had never seen before, her gladius and shield moving like they were an extension of her will, throwing the copies of Eshu off guard. The ancient lower frowned at her, and then shrugged, before responding in kind, waving the hundreds of copies of himself onward into battle. Vesper managed to lock eyes with the ancient lower just before the horde of bodies washed over them. In his eyes she saw a flash of amusement, while, at the same time, catching light of a small frown that creased his handsome face. In a heartbeat, Vesper replayed his words in her mind, his actions, and came to a realization. "You said he was pure spirit here, a lower like you once were," she shouted to Lilith, who was battling at her side. "Yes, but what does it matter? He can still kill us," she answered through gritted teeth, plunging her gladius into the throat of a copy, who vanished in a cascade of dazzling light when she withdrew the blade. "Then we have to give him what he wants," said Vesper, drawing her blade along her open palm, wincing when bright red blood gushed from the wound and flowed down her arm. Then, using every ounce of her ace-enhanced strength and ability, she leapt upward, bounding over and on the heads and shoulders of the onrushing horde, moving with grace and speed beyond anything human, so much so that the copies of Eshu were nothing more than an angry blur of reaching hands and clumsy blades. Vesper had almost reached him when she pushed off a copy's shoulder, tucking her feet up under her and vaulting high into the air, so that she landed with a flourish and kneeled in front of him. Before he could react, she spun her gladius in hand and offered him the hilt. "Eshu, primordial lower, born of the crucible of creation," she said boldly, never flinching as she met his dark eyes. "Tell me what you wish of me, and I will see it granted. I offer my blade, my heart, and my soul in your service. In return, I want my life and that of my mother's." Eshu raised an eyebrow, and the entire valley fell silent. A slow smile creeping across his face when every copy of him froze in place. A deafening silence falling across the valley, as if he and Vesper were the only two beings in the universe. "You be a bold one for an oath," he said, after what felt like an infinite pause. I like that very much," said the lower, reaching for the blade. "The spirit is always weak to the flesh," she whispered, dropping the blade just before Eshu touched it, instead grasping his outstretched hand with her bloody palm. Chapter 19. Linus. "What do you mean, she's gone?" growled Narcissus, pacing back and forth in frustration. "How do two people just disappear?" "I can't explain to you what I don't understand myself," said Lucilla, her face a reflection of his own. "I only know that she and Lilith were in the garden one moment and gone the next, leaving only an ashen circle in the dirt. I came to the Ludus on the off chance that she had returned here." When Raynar had interrupted his time training on the sands to tell him Lady Lucilla was waiting for him in the atrium, his heart had surged with hope, and he raced to meet her, expecting to find Vesper at her side. He was desperate to finally have a chance to explain what happened, but when he arrived, only Lucilla was waiting for him, standing beside the reflecting pool where they had first met, her pale features twisted with worry. "I told Vesper not to trust that woman," he said. "She's been nothing but trouble since the moment we laid eyes on her." "You think her mother spirited her off somewhere? Why would she do such a thing?" said Lucilla, frowning at Raynar, who shouted with glee as he tossed dice with another guard in the corner. "I don't know, but she did something to me. My memory, since we left the Imperial Palace together, it's all a fog." "You blame Lilith for you not being able to control your urges," she scoffed, looking down her nose at him. "You should simply have known better." "I am not some impulsive Roman," he said, scratching at his beard, "and the last thing I wish to do is lie with whores." "That's not how it looked to me, nor to Vesper," she said, crossing her arms. "You broke her heart." Narcissus recoiled like she had struck him, his face flushing a deep shade of red. "I didn't wish it. I would never hurt her. I... Doctore!" shouted a familiar voice behind him, and he immediately swallowed his words, sighing with relief for the distraction. "Linus," he said, turning to face the old gladiator, who was strangely accompanied by a legionnaire he didn't recognise. "I thought you were preparing for tomorrow's battle on the sands." "I was, Doctore, but this one," he said, frowning at the legionnaire at his side, "insisted that I not leave the Ludus." Narcissus took one look at the stranger's polished, unscarred leather armour, chiselled features, and ornate gladius, and he knew immediately that he was most likely part of the ceremonial legion who served in the capital. One of those soldiers who gained their position through favours and family, who had never lived in camp or slept away from their comfortable beds. "All slaves have been ordered to remain at the Ludus until the games tomorrow," said the legionnaire. "Linus is a free man," said Narcissus to the stranger, bristling when the man shook his head before the words finished leaving his mouth. "He can come and go as he pleases." "Then he can go and never return, but he wishes to remain among the gladiators here. He will be confined to the Ludus with the rest of you." "On whose authority?" said Lucilla, stepping forward. "Prefect Cleander," said the legionnaire without hesitation, puffing out his chest. "Caesar's new chamberlain." "Do you know who I am, legionnaire?" Of course," he said. "Good. Then I countermand that order," said Lucilla, raising her chin. "Linus is a freeman, justly rewarded after many years of honourable service in the arena, and Narcissus is a trusted slave and doctore, free to come and go as he pleases. I can't allow that, he stammered. Not without orders from... From who? Caesar himself? A fine idea. Why don't we go talk to him? I'm sure he'll be very understanding of the interruption, she said. The Legionnaire swallowed hard, his bronze skin taking on a green hue like he was about to vomit. No, that will not be necessary, he said after a moment's hesitation. Good. Now get out of my sight. I have little patience today for those who don't know their betters. I will speak to my first centurion, he said at last, bowing stiffly at the waist, and then hurrying off. Gratitude, he said once the Legionnaire was gone, turning to face the noble woman with a questioning look. Cleander is a horrid man, another sycophant that my brother has given free rein to do as he wishes, she said, shaking her head. Whatever I can do to impede him is a pleasure. I, for one, will not question my good fortune, said Linus. Now, if it's all right with you, there are preparations to be made for the Primus tomorrow, and I must see to men in the other Ludi. Do it with haste. Men like him rarely let things go. He will be back soon, and with new orders and more of his cohorts. I doubt I will be able to stall him a second time. I will accompany him then. Perhaps my presence will help speed things along, said Narcissus. Then I will return to my villa in hopes that Vesper has returned, said Lucilla, glancing over her shoulder as she turned to leave. I pray that you have something exciting planned for tomorrow's games. You know how my brother is. It will be a grand contest, one that every Roman will remember for the rest of their days, said Linus, bowing with a flourish, a grimace marking his wrinkled face as he struggled to return upright. I will send word if Vesper returns, she said, turning on her heel and departing. Have we been discovered? Said Narcissus in low tones once Lucilla was out of earshot. With a visit like that from the Legionary, we must have been, said Linus, but I don't see how. Someone must have let your plan slip. Either that, or someone has betrayed us for denarii. Linus spat, reaching for a gladius on his hip that wasn't there. I must find out how far this has gone, or tomorrow will be a disaster, and we will pay with our lives. I will face my death tomorrow, regardless of what happens. Quickly, if Vesper does not return before the games begin. The old gladiator reached up, resting a calloused hand on his shoulder. If my plan succeeds, you will live a long life as a free man. Fat, but free, said Linus, breaking into a grin. Hopefully with Vesper at your side, along with the many children the pair of you will make. I only pray they will look like her and not you. A fine vision, said Narcissus, ignoring the old man's insult, one that is in danger of falling apart unless we find out who betrayed us. Then we should follow that Legionnaire, said Linus, rubbing his chin. Find out what he knows and who he is reporting to. And here it was that I assumed that you lived your life getting by on your looks, said Narcissus. The old gladiator puffed out his chest before poking Narcissus in the belly. Insulting a man whose appearance is blessed by the gods is the first bastion of the ugly and the doer. Now, he couldn't have gotten very far, but we may have to run to catch this man. Hopefully you will be able to keep up. One day you will push me too far, old man, growled Narcissus, waving for the old gladiator to follow as he headed for the street. Exiting onto the wide avenue, he couldn't help but stare at the massive Colosseum that dominated the skyline, a hint of pride swelling in his chest when he thought of his many victories on its sands, of watching battle after battle of the men he'd trained, and the honour he felt to die well with the people of Rome cheered his name. There he is, he said, finally catching a glimpse of the Legionnaire as he elbowed his way through the midday crowds. We should wait until he's in a quieter area before we take him, said Linus, glaring at the wayward Legionnaire like a hawk studying its prey. You mean to kill him in the street with the whole of Rome watching? Joked Narcissus, worrying when Linus pushed past him. Of course not, said Linus, but I have prepared too long for this, and I will not lose my chance to change things for the better. Not when I am so close. Is this why you stayed? Asked Narcissus, staring in wonder at the old gladiator. Why you didn't take your freedom and find a life far away from all of the arena, from the Ludus? How could I enjoy my freedom? Said Linus with a shrug.
knowing that I was leaving others to suffer in my place, knowing that men I considered to be brothers would bleed and die on the sands while I spent my days between the legs of some pretty young thing. Do you really think we can do this? Asked Narcissus, hurrying after the old man, who raced ahead of him despite his twisted back. Of course, said Linus, breathing easily while he ran. Look around you. What do you see? Men, women, plebeians, and patricians alike, he said, matching his pace. I see slaves, my hairy friend, more slaves than anything else. And so, this is Rome. There are always slaves, said Narcissus, ducking just in time to avoid being run over by an ornate litter carried by a pair of bulky slaves that were not paying attention. Linus slowed as they came closer to the legionnaire, bowing his head in hopes of not being seen. Do you know, the Senate once considered giving all slaves a garb to distinguish us from the common labourer, but eventually they decided against it. Why? Because they realised slaves far outnumber all the other classes in Rome, and they feared what we would do if our true numbers were made clear. Yes, but slave revolts have happened before. They were always crushed. The wealthy of Rome have the legion, weapons, armour, and you know the penalty for harming a dominus. Death to every slave in the household. Not just the men or those who did the deed, but the innocent as well, women and children included. And the same goes for harming a soldier of the legion, said Linus. Yet here we are, said Narcissus, craning his neck to keep sight of the legionnaire who vanished behind a cart overloaded with cabbage, about to do the very thing that will get us killed. Linus halted at the mouth of the alleyway, peeking around the corner. I doubt that, said the old gladiator, a smile coming to his face. Tell me, Narcissus, are you afraid of men like Raynar and the other legionnaires stationed at the Ludus? The big Celt snorted, shaking his head. Of course not. The man can hardly hold a gladius, much less fight with one. Exactly. Most of the legionnaires in the city are like him, pretty men in polished armour. One gladiator is worth 10 men like him, more than enough to burn the Colosseum to the ground, while we throw the city into chaos as we make good our escape to freedom. When you told me of the plan, I thought it was in jest, an old man's fantasy, he said, shaking his head in wonder. I can fantasize about far better things, said Linus, showing him his teeth, cursing when the legionnaire threw a quick glance over his shoulder and then bolted down an alleyway. He's seen us, snapped Narcissus, breaking into a run after him, his long legs eating up the distance between him and the legionnaire, leaving Linus far behind. Skidding around the corner into the alleyway, he leapt over piles of rubbish, pushing himself hard as his target left the alleyway for another crowded street. Following as best he could, Narcissus bowled over a group of labourers, pulling a rickety wagon as he attempted to squeeze his meaty body through the dense crowd, ignoring the curses thrown his way as he staggered, briefly losing sight of the man. Recovering his wits, he snarled at the hapless labourers who blocked his path, frightening them away with a feral look. Then, with his path clear, giving chase once more. They had just entered a large square filled with people when the legionnaire stopped suddenly, turning to face him. What are you going to do? Kill me in the middle of the street with all of these witnesses? He said, a knowing smile coming to his face. The big Celt skidded to a halt, sucking in great lungfuls of humid air while eyeing the small crowd that was forming around them. My death is certain in the arena tomorrow, said Narcissus, thinking quickly. One day won't make a difference to me, but for you, your death will be here and now. The legionnaire blinked, his shoulders slumping as his smile faded. You wouldn't? He began, backing toward a marble fountain. He can, said Linus, limping up behind the both of them. You'd be surprised what a man is willing to do when he knows his life is forfeited. But you have a chance to live, said Narcissus, stalking toward him. Tell us what you know, and you have my word. You will live to see the sun rise again. The trapped legionnaire shook his head in defiance, resting his hand on the gladius at his hip. Doesn't matter what you do to me, he already knows all that he needs to know about your plans. Narcissus kept his features still, not taking the bait. I don't know what you're talking about, he said finally with a shrug. Or whom. "That's the thing with you slaves," he said, his smile returning. "You don't realise how high above you we Romans are, or how easily you break ranks. It's your greatest weakness, you know, that to a man you would sell out your own brother for a few denarii." "You know nothing, Roman," said Linus, surging toward him and grabbing his gladius by the hilt before he could unsheathe the fine weapon. "Now, answer my friend's questions before I cut out your lying tongue with your own blade." "We can't question him here," said Narcissus in a low voice, keeping the growing crowd at bay with a feral glare. "The cohorts who police the city will be along soon enough, asking questions we cannot answer." Linus ignored him, leaning in close to the legionnaire. "It doesn't matter what you know," he whispered. "You can't stop us all. Every gladiator in the city will be armed and prepared tomorrow. We will take the city and gain our freedom." "Linus, we have to go," said Narcissus, shaking the old man by the shoulder. "Not if the Ludi are burnt to the ground," he countered, coming nose to nose with Linus. "And you and all your friends, along with the Empress' whore sister, will die having done nothing but make fools of yourselves." A hollow pit formed in Narcissus's stomach, and he pushed Linus aside and wrapped a meaty paw around the man's throat. "Lucilla has no part in this. Why would—" "Cleander does not trust her," he wheezed, struggling for breath, "which means the Emperor doesn't trust her. She will die along with the rest of you, although from what I've heard he has special plans for her." Narcissus snapped open his hand, letting the legionnaire fall to the ground when a chill ran through him. "We have to find Lady Lucilla," he said to Linus, "before it's too late." The old gladiator's face twisted in confusion. "We can't just let him go. We need to find out what he knows, or all will be lost." "It's too late for that," said Narcissus, shaking his head. "He doesn't matter. We have already lost. The only thing left to do is save as many as we can." "But—" "Come, my friend, we have to get back to the Ludus before it's too late." Without waiting to see if Linus was following, the big Celt turned on his heels, racing off toward the Ludus, praying that he wasn't too late to stop the slaughter. Chapter 20. Blood. The moment her blood connected to the lower, her breath was blasted from her lungs while a great weight pressed against her chest. Her mind flooded with images she could hardly understand. One moment she was sitting atop a small green hill with the sharp, pungent smell of thousands of sheep filling her nostrils, whispering into the ear of a lone shepherd whose face was little more than tired wrinkles and sunburned skin. Next, she was at the head of a vast army of legionnaires, arguing with a general whose armour was so polished it almost blinded her. In the span of a breath, she was a pauper in some unknown gutter begging for denarii, a wife whispering in her husband's ear, even a small child curled up in her father's arms begging for sweets. An infinite number of lives flashing before her eyes, flooding her senses until she didn't know where they ended and she begun. "You cannot do this to me. Not here," said Eshu in a strained voice, the muscles in his arms flexing like cords of steel as he fought to pull away from her. "It doesn't matter where we are," said Vesper, her bones aching from the struggle to dominate the spirit, to control him completely. "You can't fight against your nature, your desire to be flesh-bound." Slowly, ever so slowly, she began drawing Eshu into her body, forcing her will onto his. But the lower fought for every inch, tugging and pulling, vile curses escaping, echoing across the valley as he fought to be free from Vesper's grip. Somehow she managed to hang on, shaking her head to stay focused against the kaleidoscope of images ripping through her mind. Not just to people and places, but wisdom, ancient knowledge, long faded from the memory of humanity. "You think you can control me, girl? A lower of ancient power? Are you mad?" "I've done it before," she said, through clenched teeth, throwing back her head while needles of white-hot agony burned through her veins as the merge between her and Eshu deepened. "With my mother and Papa." "Common lower, simple beings easily controlled," he began, pulling away with a sudden lurch as beads of sweat rolled down her forehead, slicking her body with sweat as she held on for dear life. Eshu was right.
His strength dwarfed that of the lower she had controlled before. She had easily drawn Papa Jufari into her body completely, the same with her mother when she had been a lower. The only contest having been for control of her physical form once they had been joined. But with Eshu, she lacked the power to draw him in completely. Vesper fell to her knees as the lower straightened, almost standing to his full height, as the mischievous, knowing grin returned to his handsome face as he continued. "You are brave to have attempted such a thing, but you are but one Os, alone, the last of your people. You never stood a chance." Vesper curled in on herself, bowing her head, determined to hold on to him, to life, for as long as she could. She almost let go when she saw it at the edge of her vision, reflected in the smooth glass of the valley floor, the symbol of the Os. "This place, these trees, are special," she said, looking up at the ancient lower with a knowing grin. "Under their branches, things which are not normally possible are possible." "The baobabs," cursed the lower, his gaze darting over his shoulder and then back at her. "Nature's energy is the fire that drives all creation," she said, repeating the words of her Aunt Magda's first lesson. "It is the spark of life and the path to our power." With a shout of triumph, Vesper reached out to the closest baobab tree, a shudder running through her as she drew in torrents of clean, pure ace, flooding her blood and body with a primal strength she had not felt since the first time she had touched nature's energy. Rising to her feet, she easily forced Eshu to his knees, matching his strength and drawing him in. "A good show, a fine show," said the lower, vanishing in a flash of light, his voice coming from everywhere and nowhere. "But Eshu be too slick to be caught with simple tricks." Vesper's breath caught in her throat when he reappeared a few feet away, bowing at the waist. How? The handsome lower threw back his head in laughter, his entire body shaking. "You mortals call me trickster, master of deception. What did you expect? At least you passed my test, and won't spend the rest of eternity wandering this place." "Test?" said Vesper, realization dawning as she rose to her feet. "You didn't really want to fight, did you?" The lower nodded to her, and the copies of him vanished, and his tight-lipped smile grew into a wide, toothy grin. "Hey, just because Eshu is a primordial being from the beginning of time, that don't mean he wants to conquer and kill." "You like us, don't you?" said Vesper, nodding to herself when he shrugged. "I like all mortals. You're amusing, and I just want to join the fun, have a laugh, maybe play a prank or two." "Then what do you want from me?" "A kiss," he said suddenly, raising a finger as his face lit up. Vesper turned away quickly, covering her face to hide her gaping jaw and wide eyes while suppressing a laugh. "We are not betrothed," she said. "I'm not sure that would be appropriate to kiss a being from the beginning of time." "What are you doing?" shouted Lilith from somewhere behind her, her voice full of rage. "Get away from him!" "I think she be mad," said Eshu, half frowning, half laughing. "I'm going to give her some time to cool down while I chat you up." Eshu flicked his wrist, and Vesper turned around just in time to see her mother shoot upward. "Is she going to be all right?" she said, sucking in a breath as Lilith vanished among the maelstrom of stars. "Oh, yes, yes. They can fall for a long time, and the look on their faces, priceless. Eshu can spend hours just watching mortals fall," he said, giggling to himself. The amused twinkle in his eye was infectious, and Vesper couldn't help herself. She let go, laughing with her whole body until her belly hurt, and there were tears streaming down her face as she thought of her mother in the Red Mass Roman, falling, screaming for hours on end. "Apologies," she said at last, letting out a slow breath to calm herself. It felt good just to laugh. The last days have been beyond imagining. I can't remember the last time I could just laugh. A serious look crossed the lower's face, and he put a hand on her shoulder, pressing his lips together while his eyes drilled deep into hers. "No need for apologies. Eshu spend a lot of time watching mortals, and it looks like you've had a rough go.
And it's not every day that you meet a charming lower like me in such a beautiful place. So take a moment. You look like you need it." For an instant, Vesper tensed, thinking it was some sort of trick, but then, to her surprise, he crossed his arms and looked up to the stars, a deep sigh escaping his lips. "Okay, why not?" said Vesper, crossing her arms, nervously following his gaze. "This valley, the stars, they're beautiful. Alodjimar had a good eye for beauty," he said, with a half-smile. "Even now, after an eternity of life, I can still get lost in the twinkle of an eye, and my heart still skips a beat from the right smile." "I am no one special, just a proper O's girl," she said, covering her mouth with a hand to hide her smile, not daring to look at him for fear of what she might do or say. "Not from where I stand," he said with a laugh. "Now, about that kiss?" My heart belongs to another," she said, as her cheeks started to burn, and she forced herself to look away, part of her not wanting the moment to end. The handsome lower almost made her forget that she would have to deal with the reality of fighting and maybe dying in the arena. "It's so peaceful here," she said finally. "I could spend an eternity just watching." "Not a good idea for a mortal," he said, looking down at her. "This place be bad for a living soul. You're going to have to go back soon, unless you want to become a permanent resident." "No," she said, as much to him as to herself. To be able to leave the world and its problems behind would be freeing. But then, what happens to those I care about, to those I am sworn to protect? The lower snorted in defiance, frowning at her. "It's a good thing you have your head on straight," he said. "Alodjimar knows we need more like you. Jambe that can do the great god's will of keeping the world spinning. Just don't forget to let loose a little, have a laugh at someone, especially if they behave like an ass." "You mean like throwing them to the stars and watching them fall?" she said, smiling up at him. "If you listen close enough, you can hear them scream," said the lower, with a mischievous twinkle in his eye, nodding to himself as he came to some sort of decision. "All right. Time to make a deal. You want to live? Want to go home? You got to do something for Eshu." Vesper raised her chin, swallowing hard. "That's what I said, didn't I?" "That you did. That you did," he said. "Listen, Eshu be a busy man. Not only do I got to keep mortals on their toes, but the great god has me doing all sorts of things across the world and beyond. I need eyes and ears, people with good heads that can be counted on to do Alodjimar's will. Jambe that can do what they gotta do without resorting to murder and violence. You seem to have your head on straight, so that can be you, if we make a deal." "What about all those things that the masked man called you? My mother, too. Master of lies, deceiver." The handsome lower waved a dismissive hand, his face looking like he'd swallowed something bitter. "You know, you humans can't always see the pattern through the weave. You miss the big picture and do dumb things, things that hurt people, sometimes even the ones you love. Eshu's job is to put things right, and since people are stubborn, Eshu has to trick them every now and again just so they do things right." "Why not just force them? I mean, look at all you can do." The lower laughed again, his shoulders shaking. "Where's the fun in that? Besides, Eshu has to have a good time too. Otherwise, what's the point?" "You get bored," said Vesper, looking at it from his perspective. If she had spent an eternity trying to get stubborn people to do the right thing, she would probably take every chance to amuse herself at their expense too. "I knew you had a head for this," he said. "So, you ready?" Eshu offered her his hand, his eyebrows shooting up in expectation. Vesper reached out to take it, but then pulled her hand back. "What do I have to do? And what are you going to use me for?" "You're going to have my mark," he said, touching his heart, "and I will call on you every now and again for favours, to take care of lower business. But it's a two-way street, and you can call on me too, if you need a hand. Or if you change your mind, that kiss." She broke into a smile, showing him the whites of her teeth before giving him a serious look. "I won't hurt people if I don't have to. I won't become my mother." "A sad thing that happened to your mother," said Eshu, shaking his head. "She made bad deals and paid the price. A heavy price." "What do you mean?"
she asked, looking up at the stars to see if she could see her. That's for her to tell you, not Eshu. Now take my hand and I'll give you my mark. Vesper took his outstretched hand, expecting the burning sharp needles of pain she had experienced when her aunt tattooed the baobab tree onto her chest. Instead, a wave of warmth spread up her arm, and she gasped when a series of stars appeared along her collarbone, spreading across her upper chest and appearing almost like a necklace. "What's all this?" she said, as her head began to spin, and flashes of insight flooded her mind, complex patterns of light and dark, shapes and geometric patterns that were beyond alien, burning into her thoughts and memories, reshaping her understanding of Ace and the world around her. "What have you done to me?" "Eshu don't just be pretty pictures on your flesh. He be filling your mind with knowledge, wisdom, and ways to bend light and sound to fool the weak-minded." Why didn't you warn me?" she said, falling to her knees while gasping for breath, struggling to get a foothold of the images flashing through her mind. "And what would be the fun with that?" Vesper laughed, starting to get a feel for his humour and his view of the world. "Do I get to trick you too?" she asked, getting to her feet with his help. The handsome lower nodded with approval, puffing out his chest. "I made a good choice, a fine choice. If you only knew how many times Eshu tricked the great god. Lucky thing he be quick, or there would be nothing left of him if Elodimar catch him." "I may just help Elodimar catch you." "No, girl, not nice. Not nice at all," he said, with an angry look, but his voice was full of laughter. "So now what?" Eshu shrugged, letting out a deep sigh. "Well, I guess our chat is over, and I still didn't get that kiss, but that's okay. What I got was better, don't you think?" he said. "I think I got the better deal," said Vesper, crossing her arms. "Maybe. Only time will tell. But for now, it's time for our friends to come on down." Vesper expected some grand gesture or earth-shaking event. Instead, the lower slapped his palms together, and in the distance she heard the faintest of screams, growing louder with each passing moment, until, at last, a figure was plummeting from the stars, his hoarse, high-pitched screams setting her teeth on edge and making her cringe from the pain piercing her eardrums. He had almost slammed into the ground when he stopped just inches from the reflective surface, and Vesper found herself smiling at the wide-eyed panic in his eyes, forcing her face to stillness when he glared at her. "You break thousands of years of tradition, vile lower," he said, rising to his feet, his entire body shaking. "Our pact. You are meant to obey. The only one I am to obey is the great god, and if you have a problem with that, you can take it up with Elodimar," said Eshu. "And like I told you before, the pact is only valid in the world of the living." "What are you going to do with him?" "And now you bargain with this oath witch. You will pay for this, I swear by. She's smarter than you, and made a better deal, so take your silly mask and be gone from my presence before I ruin all of your plans in my anger." The lower waved his hand, and the red-masked Roman began to fade from view, his thin, naked body growing more translucent with each passing moment. "You mean you won't tell me who he is, what he's planning to do?" Eshu shook his head, frowning at the fading Voden. "That would be unfair, and—" "What would be the fun in that?" finished Vesper, pressing her lips together. "Now you getting it?" "Yes, I think so. And Lilith?" she asked. "She coming, and don't worry, Eshu was a little nicer to her than that Sandawai boy. I thought I would go easy on her. It always helps to be kind when bad news is coming," he said, as her mother drifted into view, falling slower, almost like she was flying. "What bad news?" "Oh, that's between Eshu and her." Lilith touched down with a haunted look on her face, her mouth opening and closing while she hunted for her words. "I've never been so terrified and awestruck in my life," she said at last, falling to her knees and then sitting on her haunches, "and I never hope to again." "I'm sorry, Jambe Lilith," said Eshu in a formal tone, bowing at the waist. "I need a moment to talk to Vesper here. You should be proud, by the way. She is a fine Jambe, with a good heart." Lilith clutched at her chest, her gaze dancing back and forth between the both of them. "Many thanks, but that was not my doing. What happened to the man in the mask?" "Mother," Where? She growled, her breath coming in short gasps. We can't. We have to stop him. Eshu walked forward, helping her to stand. I think it best if we chat a little, away from prying ears, he said, shooing Vesper away with a toss of his head. I don't understand, mumbled Lilith, shaking her head. You will. You will. Vesper bit the inside of her cheek, forcing herself to stillness as they wandered deeper into the valley, talking with their heads close together, with her mother, at one point, stopping and shaking her fist at him. She wandered away from them until she found a comfortable spot, nestling herself among the roots of a nearby baobab tree. She waited for what seemed an eternity, letting her mind wander while she replayed events over and over in her mind, amazed that she was still alive, and relishing in the knowledge seeping into her mind, hoping in some way it would be something that could help her in the coming days. She felt a small nudge and came awake with a start, realizing that she had fallen asleep. It's time to go home, said her mother, standing above her. What's wrong? She asked, noting the redness of dry tears in her eyes. It's nothing. Come. Eshu has opened a way for us. Not far away, the handsome Loa stood in front of what looked like a shimmering pool of water, its dark surface reflecting hints of golden sunlight, and faint brushstrokes of white marbled fountains filled with crystal-clear water. As they walked along, Lilith clutched at her, holding tight as if she might fall. Vesper tried to probe, to find out what happened, but her mother kept her eyes forward, silent as a grave. She will be fine, given time, said Eshu as they approached the portal. Just remember our deal. Vesper nodded, saying nothing more as she stepped through the portal, grateful to be alive, terrified at what was to come in the days ahead.
Chapter 21. The Hypogeum. Lucilla watched the city roll by from the window of her carpentum, lost in her thoughts, her mind a jumble of worry and confusion. The city was abuzz with excitement ahead of tomorrow's games, and the legionnaires, who were normally present with her just for show, were forced to ride ahead of her carriage, clearing a path, even through the upper-class streets of Palatine Hill. News of what had happened in the Senate had sped through the city like wildfire, and plebeian and patrician alike were eager to see Vesper and her Celt face off against Rome's champions of the arena. That is, of course, if the Oath woman showed up for the battle. She had seen Vesper do remarkable things beyond explanation, just as her father had shown her. But to vanish entirely without a trace, it was still shocking to her. Worse still, her mother, who Lucilla was told was long dead, had vanished along with her. The carriage jarred to a halt, and Lucilla came back to herself with a start. "Ekram, why did we stop?" she asked, sliding open the partition between her and her driver, a young Syrian with a short, neat beard that her husband had purchased last winter. "Apologies, Domina," he said in a small voice, "but the road has been blocked." "By whom?" she asked, surprised by the panic in his voice, knowing Ekram was not one easily shaken despite his youth. "Legionnaires," he whispered. "Who would dare?" She snarled, her nostrils flaring, and she slammed open the door to the carpentum, intending to give whoever was blocking the road a harsh tongue-lashing, only to curse under her breath when she found that the street was filled with Praetorian guardsmen, their deep purple cloaks hanging limply in the windless afternoon heat. She was about to demand for their first centurion when a familiar face rode forward on a magnificent stallion, whose coat gleamed a bright white. "Cleander," she said, keeping her tone neutral, "to what do I owe such a pleasure?" The swarthy prefect showed her the whites of his teeth, his smile never touching his eyes. "I have come to escort you to the palace," he said, not bothering with common pleasantries. She raised her thin brows, grinding her teeth at his lack of protocol. "I do not wish to be escorted anywhere but my home, so if you and your men can clear the road, I will be on my way." "Perhaps I did not make myself clear," said Cleander, dismounting from his steed and coming close enough to her that Lucilla was forced to take a step back. "By order of Imperator Caesar Lucius Aurelius Commodus, you are to be escorted to the imperial palace. And if I don't?" she said.
Cleander glanced back at the men with him, resting his hand on the hilt of his gladius. "Then my men and I will do what is necessary to carry out our orders." Lucilla followed his gaze, understanding that he had almost 3 times the number of cohorts than she did, and that if she defied him, he had no problem killing her men and taking her by force. "It has been too long since I have seen my brother. Perhaps it's long past time we had a visit together," she said, changing tactics, speaking as if it were her idea, and that he was simply a servant doing her will. "If your men would be kind enough to provide escort, we will follow." The swarthy prefect was rubbing a finger under his nose while frowning at her. "Of course, come along. The city has not been safe as of late, and it would be a shame if something happened to you." Without waiting for her reply, he vaulted onto his stallion, spinning the beast around, its powerful flanks missing her by a hair's breadth. Returning to her carpentum, she grasped Ekram's hands, speaking quickly. "Take the carpentum and return home. Inform my husband that I have been taken." Ekram's eyes shot open, and he squeezed her hands back, leaning forward so that only she could hear. "Voila, I swear it will be done. Will you be safe?" "I don't know," she said, her eyes drilling into his, "but hurry, please." The young Syrian touched his forehead, muttering a prayer under his breath. "Allah give me strength," he said finally, coaxing the horses with a series of low whistles to turn the carriage. Lucilla turned to face Cleander once more, and she screeched in shock when the prefect drew a javelin from a sheath on his back and in a single, smooth motion hurled the razor-sharp weapon with deadly accuracy so that it pierced Ekram's throat just above his collarbone, pinning the slaves to the wall of the carpentum, the horses settling down as the reins slipped from his dead hands. "What have you done?" she screamed at Cleander, her fine features twisting with rage. "Why would you do such a thing?" The swarthy prefect shrugged, motioning for one of his men to retrieve the bloody javelin. "I will, of course, see to it that you are compensated for the loss of your man." "Compensated?" she said as the men around him broke out in laughter. "Have you lost your mind? My brother—" "Caesar wishes for your conversation to be private, without interruption. The last thing he wants is to be interrupted by your husband or anyone else." For a heartbeat, Lucilla thought about turning and running, but one glance at her dead driver made her think twice, and she was sure that Cleander was hoping she would try. "Very well," she said, straightening her back. "Get me a proper horse," she said, in her most commanding tone. Cleander bowed at the neck, a half-grin creasing his face as he ordered one of his men to give her his horse. Ignoring the man who tried to help her, she effortlessly climbed onto the beast offered, while Cleander's men closed ranks around her. As they departed, she cast one last look at Ekram, wondering if it would have been better off to run. Knowing that the young man had been the lucky one, sure that this visit with her brother would probably be her last among the world of the living. Lucilla had expected Cleander and his men to escort her to the imperial palace, but her belly churned with worry when they turned towards the Colosseum, entering through one of the many archways. The massive structure was alive with activity and preparations for tomorrow's games, with slaves and skilled labourers scurrying around the amphitheatre floor, dragging large stone blocks and plants that would serve as scenery for the event. "Where are you taking me?" she asked when, instead of taking her to the imperial box, or one of the upper seating areas where she expected to find her brother, Cleander and his men escorted her down a wide ramp, descending into the hypodium, the underbelly of the great Colosseum. "Commodus has had special accommodations prepared for you and your friends," said Cleander, shouting to be heard over the clank of machinery and booming voices. Beads of sweat exploded from her pores the deeper they went, and she gagged when her nostrils were assaulted by a blast of hot, fetid air. "The heat, it's too much," she said, stopping to catch her breath, desperate for a taste of cool air. "All these years sitting in the Emperor's box while drinking cool wine. Have you never been down here?" he said, as they entered an open area filled with animal cages and mechanical platforms that were used to lift scenery and animals to the Colosseum floor. "Didn't you ever wonder where all those beasts came from when they appeared suddenly on the sands? Or all the fantastic bits and pieces that made up the backgrounds of the battles you watched?" she screeched, shrinking away with a yelp as a caged leopard slammed into the bars, its wickedly sharp claw passing within a hair's breadth of her hip. "No!" she said at last, clutching at her racing heart. "It looks like she likes you," said her brother, appearing from behind one of the cages, escorted by his usual retinue of Praetorian guards, who hovered just behind him. "Brother," said Lucilla, her entire body shaking like a leaf as he came closer, "what's this all about? And why in the name of Jupiter are you down here in the bowels of Hades?" Commodus cupped her chin in a smooth, soft hand, smiling down at her. "Preparing for tomorrow's spectacle," he said, his eyes drilling into hers. "You look well, brother," she said, keeping her voice steady as she took her hand in his, pushing it away from her face. "And you look terrified," he said, waving off Cleander and his men. "Do I frighten you so?" Lucilla was about to deny it, to play the game they always played, with her pretending the things her brother did were not terrifying. But then she glanced up at him, towering over her, his eyes glittering like a madman in the dim light. "Of course you frighten me," she said, laughing nervously. "Your men took me against my will, killed my driver, and brought me here to the bowels of the Colosseum. Even the bravest hero would be terrified." Commodus raised an eyebrow, and for a moment he very much looked like the brother she knew. Arrogant and prideful, but caring and kind, even apologetic in moments when they were alone. "That was the most honest thing you have said to me in years," he said after a moment, adjusting the purple toga, trimmed with gold, that he had expertly wrapped around himself. "I suppose that's why you tried to kill me, because you were afraid." Lucilla staggered as if she had been punched in the belly, her breath catching in her throat. "What? What are you talking about?" Her brother looked down, unclasping a pin that helped to hold his toga in place. Without a word, he began unwrapping the fine silk, letting it fall to the filthy floor. "Your friends managed to kill my guards, even land a few glancing blows," he said, lifting his tunic to reveal his taut stomach, marred only by a wide scar on his side that was pale and sickly against his bronze skin. "But it was you, my own sister, who would have landed the killing blow." Despite the heat of the hypogeum, Lucilla's blood ran cold as she stared at the pale scar. Squeezing her eyes shut, she tried to drive out the memory of charging at him with the gladius, deftly sliding the blade into his belly. But she could still remember the look of pain and horror on his face, the look of betrayal in his eyes. "I'm sorry," she began, pressing her lips together before she raised her chin in defiance, her voice seething with rage as she continued. "I'm sorry we failed. I'm sorry that you lived on to terrorize Rome and her people." Her brother met her gaze once more, and Lucilla fell back, catching herself before she was too close to a leopard's reaching claws. The eyes staring back at her had gone from their normal brown that matched her own to a milky white, similar to what she had seen among the Sandoi dead. "I should thank you," he said, pulling her away from the cage. "I became truly myself that day, a god among men, the son of Jupiter himself." "What's happened to you?" she asked, not having the strength to pull away from him. "What vile spirit has taken hold of you?" "I have been deified by the gods themselves," he said proudly. "Hercules reborn, as I have been saying for all my life." "Then my brother is truly lost," she said, "replaced by a monster." "I have never been more myself," he said, through clenched teeth. "The conflict I have felt for my entire life is gone. The mortal part of me is gone, leaving only the divine." "Madness," whispered Lucilla, hugging herself as she fell to the floor, not daring to look at him. "Not madness," he said, lifting her up, "but glory. Glory so great that all of Rome will bask in my greatness for 1,000 years. And what of me? What horrors do you have for me?" "If I were cruel," began Commodus, squaring his shoulders, "you would be crucified like a common criminal. But you are my sister and a former empress. Today will be your last day at my side, and after you witness my glory in the arena, I will tell the Senate that I have banished you for your crimes. But for your betrayal, I will do much worse. After tomorrow, you will never leave the bowels of the hypogeum again. You will remain here, labouring among the lowest of the low, until you take your last breath. Then I will see to it that you are buried without glory or recognition. A failed, forgotten empress with no legacy, buried in a nameless grave. You can't. People will search for me. The slaves here will know my face." Commodus threw back his head in laughter, his deep voice echoing in the dim light. "These poor wretches have forgotten the feel of sun on their flesh. To them you will be nothing more than another slave, suffering alongside them. No, Vesper and Narcissus, they will look for me. They will find me. I'm afraid your friends will not see the sun set tomorrow," he said, leaning over her. "They have planned a slave revolt, and I intend to teach all of Rome a lesson. When the day is done, everyone will know my power, and no one will ever defy me again." Chapter 22. To Risk Nothing. Narcissus had expected to find an entire legion waiting for them when they returned to the Ludus, prepared to execute every last man implicated in the rebellious plot. But when he slowly entered through the main gate, cautiously walking the halls to the training grounds, he found everything in order. Even when he descended into the barracks, he and Linus found nothing amiss, with the men going through their normal end-of-day routine, eating their evening meal, washing away the day's sweat in the small baths of the Ludus, with a few of them dicing with Raynar and a few of the other legionnaires in a corner. "Apologies, Raynar," he said, approaching the legionary guard as he crouched with a few gladiators and other guards. "May I speak with you in private?" The guard cursed under his breath, a sour look passing over his face as the clattering dice bounced into a bad toss. "I suppose it would be best for my pocket to quit now," he grumbled, standing to his full height, which was still a head shorter than the big Celt. "What do you two want?" he said, looking back and forth between him and Linus. Narcissus pulled him away from the circle of men dicing, looking around to make sure no one was listening. "Have you had any strange orders, anything out of the ordinary?" he began, in a halting tone, not sure how to broach the subject with the guardsmen. Raynar shrugged, casting a hungry look back at the dice game. "Is this why you disturb me?" he said with a sneer, shaking his head before continuing. "No, nothing beyond the normal day today. Why?" The big man scratched at his short beard, searching Raynar's eyes for any sign of deceit. "Nothing? Are you sure?" he said, sensing that the man was being honest with him. "I worry for the games tomorrow, that's all," he lied. The legionnaire frowned at him, pushing out his bottom lip. "You know, I never liked you very much. You never learned your place," he began. "But you are a fine doctore, and you do not deserve the death coming for you tomorrow. I would have preferred that you die in a fair fight against an equal, or at least at the end of my gladius," he finished with a smile. Narcissus chuckled, not sure how to take his words. "Well, I think that's the kindest thing you have ever said to me," he said, offering his forearm. Raynar clasped him back, squeezing hard. "Die well." "Gratitude." "Come, Linus," he said, glancing around the barracks, waving off invitations from the men to sit with them. The last thing he wanted was to be around the men right now. "What could it mean, doctore?" said the old man, his eyes darting nervously. "I don't know," he said, "but I will have some of the men stand guard in case they come for us during the hours of night. Beyond that,
We can only assume that they will be waiting for us when we arrive at the Colosseum." "I agree," said Linus, limping behind him. "What are we to do if Vesper does not return?" The big Celt stopped in his tracks, frowning at the old gladiator. "Death was a given, whether she was at my side or not," he said. "So nothing has changed. I intend to die well, fighting to my last breath." "And what of the revolt?" said Linus. "Of freedom for all?" Narcissus pressed his lips together, not sure what to say. He knew from experience and from history that the Legion and the Empire in turn were vicious when it came to rebellious slaves. They killed not only those involved, but often executed anyone even remotely involved, just for good measure. The thinking being that it was far easier to replace dead slaves than risk the lives of Roman citizens. Order above else, this was the strength of Rome, and order had to be maintained, no matter the cost. "We cannot risk lives for a failed cause," he said at last, flinching when the old man surged toward him, gripping the front of his leather vest with a surprising strength.
"You intend to surrender before a drop of blood has been spilled?" he seethed, pushing him against the wall. "I never took you for a coward." Sucking in a deep breath, he gently grabbed the old man's wrist, prying his hands from his vest, shaking him hard a single time. "I'm no coward, Linus, but I see no need to throw lives away for nothing." "Not nothing. For freedom. For a life beyond these drab walls, not just for me and you, but for generations not yet born." Narcissus looked away, unable to meet his intense stare. When Linus had explained his plans, had told him how many of their fellow gladiators were involved, he was stunned. The old man had seemed so simple, kind even. But now he understood it was all an act to make the Romans complacent. "Look around you. Everything is far too calm, especially after the visit from that legionnaire today. Think, why would they restrict your movement for no reason? We have been found out. There is no other explanation." "No," growled Linus, shaking his head. "We have spent too many years preparing. We don't know when—" "Why throw it away when the risk of failure is so great? Don't be a fool." "He who risks nothing has nothing, is nothing, becomes nothing," said Linus. "Whether you are with us or not, tomorrow every gladiator in Rome will rise up. We will slay anything and anyone in our path, and we will bring freedom to all who want it." "A good idea in practice," said Narcissus, shaking his head. "But how strong will the resolve of your men be when the legion garrisoned in the city is set upon you? How many will stand and fight at your side?" "Weak men," spat Linus, "fat and soft from too many years of drinking and whoring away their denarii on easy city life." Narcissus stared into the old man's unblinking eyes, finding only desperation, not sense, and he knew what he had to do, regardless of the cost. "I will stand with you, my friend, no matter the consequences." Linus stepped back, blowing out his cheeks as a smile came to his face. "I knew there was still sense in that fat head of yours." "I intended to die anyway," he said, looking away, not having the heart to disappoint him. "At least I shall do so for a good cause." "I swear on my sword that you will see the sun set tomorrow," said Linus. "Now, I must finish my preparations. I will see you at daybreak." He watched the old gladiator hobble away with more spring in his step than he'd had in a long time, cursing his own weakness at not being able to convince him to abandon this mad plan. Narcissus was not often one for worry or doom and gloom, but he couldn't see a way out of this mess. And because of that, Linus and many of the men he had trained, that he liked and respected, would die on the sands tomorrow, drawing their last breaths in the hope for freedom, but ultimately failing when the legion's sword fell on their necks. Shrugging off his melancholy, he headed to his private cell, intending to get some much-needed rest, knowing that he would get none. It had been this way since the days of his first battles on the sands, with him wanting nothing more than to sleep, but finding comfort only in wandering the empty halls of the Ludus until the sun rose. He was almost to his cell when a tug in his midsection drove him to his knees, blasting the air from his lungs as he found his torso glowing a pale amber, casting everything in a warm radiance. Then, ever so slowly, his breathing returned to normal, and he felt what he had not felt since that day he had left the palace with Lilith. It was subtle at first, an odd sensation here and there that he knew was not his own, and he found himself turning in a circle, trying to scratch an itch that wasn't there, or catch a glimpse of something he couldn't see.
"Vesper, where are you?"
he whispered, his pulse quickening. He blinked, and a shadow was in front of him, like he had stared at the sun for too long. Then, when he could see clearly once more, she was there in front of him, with her mother draped over her shoulder. "Narcissus," she said, breathing hard from her nostrils, her chest heaving as if she'd just finished a sprint. "We made it. We're back." He was at her side in an instant, helping her with Lilith. He wanted to ask 1,000 questions, but in the end asking only the one that mattered. "Are you all right? Have you—" "I'm fine," she said, smiling at him in a way that let him know she was. "More than fine." Part of him wanted to let her treacherous mother fall to the floor and wrap his arms around Vesper, but something in the way Vesper was holding her up told him that Lilith had once again wormed her way into her daughter's graces.
"Come, we will go to my cell,"
he said at last, unable to stop himself from smiling at her, getting lost in the curve of her face. A sense of relief washing over him just knowing she was home. "I feel special," she said. "I've never been to your cell. I always assumed you slept out on the sands."
"As Doctore, the men would have gossiped. You know this," he said, shaking his head.
"And now?" she asked, raising an eyebrow.
"Now, the men can all burn in Hades for all I care," said Narcissus. "It only matters that you are safe. Now, what happened to you? To your mother?"
Vesper was silent for a moment as he guided them through a part of the barracks few people were allowed to see. As Doctore, he was privileged to have private quarters, far better than any of the others who lived under the roof of the Ludus. As such, not wanting to make the men jealous of him, he never brought anyone here, fearing it might send the wrong message. "I'm not sure. She couldn't tell me, and she fell unconscious when we arrived back here."
"Where did you go, and what happened to your neck?"
he asked, noticing for the first time the stars that began on her collarbone and stretched across her throat. Vesper hesitated, adjusting her stance to better carry her mother. "It is difficult to explain," she said in a halting tone. "But it was like when we ended up in the world in between, only worse. Far worse." A chill ran through him, and his throat was suddenly dry.
I don't see how anything could be worse than that place."
"The man with the red mask was there," she said. "He is far more dangerous than we imagined." Narcissus grunted, licking his lips.
"Vesper,"
he began, his words catching in his throat.
"That day in the house of Bacchus, I did—"
"It does not matter," she said, looking away from him. "It is my foolishness for assuming things. I have little experience with men, or matters of the heart." He stopped, almost dropping Lilith.
"Your feelings were not wrong," he said,
clenching his teeth in frustration.
"My feelings are not— Then why do such a thing?"
she said with an accusing stare, her eyes unblinking. "If your heart was for me, why lay with other women?"
"He did no such thing,"
croaked Lilith suddenly, her normally powerful voice thin and raspy.
"What?"
asked Vesper. Lilith pushed away from them, gingerly holding on to the wall to stand on her own.
"He didn't simply pass out. I drew on too much of his strength," she said, clutching her head. "After I joined with your connection, he was weak, like he had drunk too much. So I took him to a place where no one would notice." "Witch! I should kill you for that," he said, towering over her with flaring nostrils. "You could try, Celtic dog," said Lilith, "and perhaps I would let you. I deserve no less."
"Narcissus, please," began Vesper, stepping between the two of them. She had her reasons. He wanted nothing more than to smash Lilith to a pulp, to make her pay for violating him, for making a fool of him, but worse, for almost ruining his relationship with Vesper.
Know that you only live because of your daughter's mercy," said Narcissus, pounding his fist into the wall beside her head, dust and grit scattering over her face. "Daughter? Know that this man did nothing wrong," said Lilith, her eyes never leaving Narcissus. "He is a good man who holds you, and only you, dear to his heart." "You corrupt everything you touch," said Narcissus, stepping away from her, his broad chest heaving as his anger faded. "Stay away from us. Do you understand?" Vesper looked up at him, anger flashing in her eyes. "You cannot decide that." "No, Vesper. He's right," said Lilith, ducking away from him, backing away slowly down the dimly lit hall. "I have ruined too many lives in my pursuits, but no more. I must find a new path." "Mother!" "I will see you later. Go. Be together. Don't waste a moment. I will be fine." Lilith faded from view, and Narcissus could swear he heard sobbing. He was about to follow her as a wave of guilt washed over him, but a light touch on his arm held him back. "Let her go," said Vesper. "She's been through enough. We both have." He stared at the empty hallway for a moment longer, then shook his head. "She's a strange woman," he said, "infuriating and inspiring all at the same time." "If you only knew," said Vesper, standing at his side, taking his hand in hers and leaning into him. Narcissus didn't want to move, enjoying her warmth, her smell, the feel of her soft skin against his. "We should talk about tomorrow," he said at last, drawing in a deep breath, "about the Primus and Commodus." "I'm sorry I got you into this," she said, looking up at him. "I never thought—" "You were trying to have freedom for the both of us," he said, pulling her onward toward his private cell. "You could have just done as Commodus wanted, be the murderer he wanted. Instead, you chose your own path." "I have forfeited our lives," she said, "for my selfish desires." "There is no shame in the desire for freedom. That you chose to include me in your desire tells me everything I need to know about you." "Biologima, what's all this?" she asked as they rounded a corner that led to his cell. "It's breathtaking. I could almost swear I was outside, with the mountains in the distance and the sun in the sky." The wide-eyed look of wonder brought a smile to his face, and offering her his arm, he led her into his personal space, a space where he had never brought anyone. "These are the Celtic Highlands I grew up in as a boy. I've drawn them from memory mostly, some of it imagined, some real," he said, pointing at the green and gold murals that decorated his walls, the blue skies he'd drawn making the cell look far bigger than it was. "Cuchulainn," said Narcissus, fondly eyeing the sleeping dog. "Once the greatest guard dog and gladiator in the Empire. Now just a tired old mastiff who sleeps and eats too much." Vesper raised her brows, giving him a quizzical look. "You mentioned Cuchulainn when we first met. I'd always assumed it was a man, or at least something more terrifying than what you made up to frighten me." Narcissus scoffed, gently patting the dog's flank before sitting on an extra-long cot that was clearly where he slept. "Back in his day, he was truly terrifying. When I came to Rome, he was my only friend, kept me safe. But now, aside from a few moments before the sun rises, and a few late into the night, he rarely goes out and sleeps away most of his days." "I'm so sorry," she said, sitting beside him on the cot, her hand brushing his knee. She leaned against him once more, and he could feel her trembling, and he pulled away, terrified that she was somehow afraid of him. "Cuchulainn is in the twilight of his life, but it has been a good life, and I will miss him dearly. But I couldn't ask for a better friend, a better protector." He was about to say more when Vesper leapt over him and was suddenly in his lap, her lips hungrily finding his, her hands gripping tightly to the back of his head. "You don't have to do this," he said, breathing hard. "We can wait. Take things slowly. I know how you wish to be proper." "I don't want to be proper anymore," she said as her tongue found his. "I have wanted this for a long time, longer than I've cared to admit." Narcissus took her in his arms, crushing her against him as they fell onto his cot together, his heart pounding out of his chest. He wanted to tell her so many things, to tell her how he felt, how he would never hurt her again. But the longer they kissed, he only knew the taste of her tongue and the smell of her body, while the rest of the world, along with its troubles,
vanished, and he only knew her, and that was all that mattered. Chapter 23. Sunrise on the Sands. A thin line of gold sunlight was just peeking over the horizon when Vesper stepped onto the sands of the training ground. The rest of the sky was fading from an inky black night to the pale glow of dawn's twilight. The majority of those who lived in the Ludus were still slumbering as she drew in deep breaths of cool air, with only the occasional shout beyond their walls breaking the silence of early morning. Without thinking, she drew on the ace coursing through her, weaving threads of power into a simple yet balanced gladius, a thrill rushing through her when she grasped the leather-bound hilt. A wide smile spread across her face, and she relished in the moment. After months of struggle, she created the weapon as an afterthought, almost without effort. The few moments her mind had touched with Eshu's primordial spirit had expanded her skills in ways she was still trying to understand. One thing was certain. Her terrifying trip to that terrible place had given her control of Ace far beyond what she had known only the day before. Raising the blade above her head, she shifted from one form to another, the gladius whistling through the air as she spun it in figure eights. As she flowed through the simple exercise that built endurance and strength, a rush of joy made her blood quicken in her veins. Her night with Narcissus had been magical and uplifting, and while it had begun slowly, even painfully at times, he was kind and gentle, and after a time she encouraged him to go faster, harder. The memory of his touch still sending shivers down her spine. They had hardly slept, and yet she was not tired. In fact, she was invigorated and full of energy, hence why she was out on the sands before the entire Ludus had awakened. The sun was a full disk in the sky when Vesper realised she was no longer alone, and with a start she came back to herself, shocked at how much time had passed. Glancing around the sands, she found her mother sitting cross-legged, facing Linus and quietly laughing with the old gladiator. "You have good form," she said, with a nod, "but you should train with a shield. It will build a better balance of strength and endurance." Vesper let the gladius fade back to nothingness while she wiped beads of sweat from her brow. "Are you all right? I was worried when you left the way you did." Her mother unfolded herself and stood, dusting herself off. "You did not worry for long, it seems," she said, showing her brilliant smile. "You have the look of a woman now, no longer a child." Linus cracked a laugh and winced, clutching at his back as he used the wall to help him stand. "I told you," he said, wagging a finger at her. "You'll be naming your first child before the year's end." Vesper stared at the ground, her face growing hot. "You two should be looking into your own affairs, not mine," she said. "Not that we will see the end of the day. Commodus will see to that, even if we somehow win." Linus waved her over, a serious look crossing his wrinkled face. "Has Narcissus spoken to you of my plans for today?" he said, his eyes darting around to make sure they weren't being overheard. "He mentioned it in passing while we, were resting." Her mother covered her mouth to hide her laughter, and Linus raised his chin, looking at her with pride. "Good. I am happy for the both of you. I think the entire Ludus was getting tired of waiting for the two of you to—" "Linus, please! I'm already ashamed of what I've done." "There is no shame in being with someone you care about, daughter." "More so when you look so happy," said Linus, patting her shoulder with a wrinkled hand. "I'm sure everyone will be happy for you, and I think Attalus chose the right date, and will wake up this morning a wealthy man, perhaps with enough to buy his freedom." "You gambled on Narcissus and I laying together," she said, throwing her hands up in the air and blowing out her cheeks. "Only for the last month," said Linus, having the decency to look away, "when we realised it was more of a when instead of an if." Vesper buried her face in her hands, reeling from what she was hearing. "Everyone," she whispered. "Well, except Nabil. Not that it matters. Listen, Vesper,
Today we have a chance to change the Empire for the better, to raise up the low and bring down those highborn who have profited from our labours and misery."
"Narcissus thinks it's a fool's errand," she said, shaking her head. "And you?" asked Lilith, watching her with an unblinking stare. Vesper bit her lip, hesitating. "I don't know, but with what I've learned from Eshu, combined with your wisdom and strength with Ace, I doubt even the full legion on reserve in the city will be able to stop us." Lilith's eyes shot open, and she put an arm over Vesper's shoulder. "Give us a moment, Linus. There are things I must discuss with this one." The old gladiator winked at them. "Just remember, it does not matter how many Romans stand against us. Every gladiator in the city will be armed today. Do you understand what that means for our chances?" "Of course," she said, taking her mother by the arm. "If you begin to draw anything on the ground or mutter a single word, I'll do what Eshu did and cast you among the stars." Lilith's eyes widened, and for the first time since they'd met, Vesper saw worry in her eyes. "No, I wouldn't," she began, swallowing hard. You couldn't do such a thing, could you?" Vesper frowned at her mother, not really sure if she could. "I doubt that I could. Eshu somehow poured some of his knowledge into my mind, but I understand only bits and pieces of it. I was hoping that you could help me understand it all, to help train me." "This is what I wish to speak to you about," said Lilith, her eyes downcast. "This body, it's not mine, and the only reason I was able to touch the weave is because the man in the red mask let me." "What does that mean?" "It means that today the burden of using Ace will be on your shoulders. I can do nothing. I am just nothing beyond a simple woman who has made more mistakes than I can count." Vesper raised her brow in surprise, remembering the look on her mother's face when they left the world beyond. "Is this what Eshu told you before we left?" "Yes, the Master of Treachery had one final trick up his sleeve," she said. "He would permit me to keep this body, to live a full life, but I would never be able to channel Ace, to touch the weave ever again. He said it was payment for my past sins." "It doesn't matter," said Vesper, taking her by the shoulders. "You are still Lilith, hero of the Oaths, a person, a cunning warrior, and strangely, the one person who seems to know everyone in Rome. But without power." Vesper bowed her head in thought, thinking of everything she had done since she had come to Rome. "If I have learned anything from watching you, it's that it's your drive, your wisdom and charisma that gives you power over others, not Ace, not the weave." Lilith cocked her head, an odd look crossing her face. "I thought I was supposed to be teaching you." "I think we can teach each other," said Vesper, nodding her head. "Now you think Linus and his plans are truly a fool's errand? Or can we really do as he wants?" She was taken aback when her mother suddenly put her arms around her, drawing her close into a tight hug. "Thank you, daughter." "What for?" asked Vesper, returning the awkward hug. "You have a power I never had," she said, stroking her cheek. "The power to look beyond the failings of others. The power to forgive." Vesper said nothing, only nodding. "Well then, does that mean you will fight with us today? Is the fight even worth it?" "Yes. It doesn't matter if Commodus knows. Today we will do what I never could, and free the slaves of Rome." Chapter 24. Broken. The heavy iron shackles chafed her wrists, bruising her delicate skin, and she wrinkled her nose in disgust at her own spell. She had only spent a single night in the hypogeum, but already her once fine stola was filthy, and she could swear lice had infested her hair because her scalp itched constantly. Her first night beneath the great Colosseum was a nightmare. Every time she had almost found sleep, an animal roared, or worse, the skittering of rats' claws scraping on the stone kept her awake, or she found roaches crawling on her skin, scurrying under her clothes. When the Praetorian Guard came for her, she had wept, swearing that she would throw herself at her brother's feet and beg for mercy. Anything to not spend another moment in that horrible place. When they had dragged her into the light of morning, she had thought they would take her to her brother's chambers, or even home to her husband. Instead, She was taken to the empty Emperor's box, shackled in a corner, and left alone to wait. With nothing to do, she did something she had never done. Watched as the plebeians and slaves prepared the Colosseum for the day's events. Lucilla was fascinated by their labours, knowing she lacked the physical strength or the endurance to clean and scrub away the filth left from the past day's attendees, and she was disgusted by the lack of respect those who came to the games showed for the majestic building. The sun was high in the sky, and the day's heat was suffocating when her brother's usual retinue of sycophants began to arrive. High-placed officials arriving early in hopes of currying favour with the young emperor. Legionary officers whose connections granted them the privilege of serving in the capital instead of on the frontiers. Even men and women from noble families who thought they could gain some advantage in being close to Commodus, despite his hatred of them. Lucilla stood, ignoring the pain in her wrists and the shame in her heart, shaking out her hair, daring any one of them to look at her. "Magistrate Crostor," she croaked, calling out to a pale man with white blonde hair and a round belly that she knew all too well. "A word, please." The Magister flinched, his body tensing while he kept his gaze firmly fixed in front of him, not daring to look at her. "I made you, you old relic," she snarled through clenched teeth. "The Senate voted for you on my recommendation. Without me, you would still be a nameless quester without an ounce of power, a shame to your family name." While the powerful Magister continued to ignore her, Lucilla wanted to scream, to gnash her teeth in rage. But she held it all in, knowing that it would only make matters worse. Only a day ago she was the same as them, obsessed with protocol and appearances. If they spoke with her, it would shame them, make them look less than what they were. "They'll never talk with you," said a full-figured woman who pushed through the growing crowd, her words slurred despite the hour of the day. "They never talk to me, even if your handsome brother does." "I remember you," she said, vaguely remembering her. "You were with my brother that day in the baths." A sour look crossed her face, and the curvaceous woman emptied her wine cup in a single gulp, shaking her head after she did. "Apologies," she said, squeezing her eyes shut. "Yes, Marcia, courtesan to the great Commodus, at your service. Your brother and I was there that day." Lucilla couldn't help but stare. The drunken woman certainly didn't look like her brother's type. She was round of face with dark hair and eyes, and her stola clung to her wide hips and full breasts. But she had been her brother's courtesan for longer than most. "If they won't talk to me, why would you?" Marcia shrugged, swaying in place. "Because they don't talk to me either," she said, sneering at them over her shoulder. "If they only knew how much your brother hates them, or how easy it would be for me to whisper their names in his ear, and he would make them disappear." "Where is my beloved brother?" she asked, spitting out her words with a look of disgust on her face. "He prepares for today's games, readying his surprises for the rebels," she said, swaying. Lucilla perked up, her curiosity getting the best of her. "What rebels?" The courtesan slid closer, her voice dropping to a whisper. "Haven't you heard?" she said, giggling. "Some old gladiator has planned a revolt, plans to kill us all." "That sounds unbelievable," she said, eyeing the drunken woman. "I doubt Commodus would let such a thing happen." "That's true. We thought the same when we first heard the rumour. Had a good laugh at it too. But it seems like it's been in the planning for years. Not that it matters." Lucilla raised an eyebrow, searching for lies in the woman's dark eyes. "I assume he is preparing the Legion for an attack." Marcia leaned in closer, and Lucilla gagged on the smell of sour sweat pouring from her skin. "In the old days, he would have done such a thing," she began, pushing out her lower lip. "We would have stayed in the bath and drank until it was all over, but since the change, well, things are different now." "What change? Different? How?" "I don't know when it happened, but he is not the same man. He no longer drinks, and our time in bed, well, it doesn't matter. It's like someone has taken all the joy out of him." "What does he plan to do?" said Lucilla, clutching at her. Marcia opened her mouth to speak, only to snap it shut when a hush fell over those in the Emperor's box.
I should go, said the drunken courtesan, rising on shaking legs. He doesn't like to be kept waiting. Marcia, please, demanded Lucilla, pawing at her as she pulled away. What is he going to do? Apologies, she said, her face paling as Commodus called for her. But you'll see, along with everyone else. I just hope we survive to see the sunset. Lucilla swallowed hard when she realised Marcia was being serious. She could see the fear in her eyes as she pulled away. Her brother appeared among the crowd and she gaped. He was once more dressed as Hercules, wearing little more than a loincloth and brandishing a giant club, while that ridiculous mane was draped over his shoulders. She understood that whatever her brother planned to do would be far worse than anything he had already done to her, and that all of Rome would pay with blood and suffering. Chapter 25. For the Glory of the Empire. The roar of the crowd thrummed through her when she stepped out onto the sands, sending her heart beating faster with each step, her pulse quickening in the anticipation of battle. They were so loud that she did not hear the auditor announce her name, or Narcissus, who followed closely on her heels. While she thought they were loud for her, the moment the giant Celt raised his arms, they leapt to their feet in unison, thousands of Romans cheering his name. "It looks like they haven't forgotten you," she said, shouting to be heard. "I had forgotten what this felt like," he said, breaking into a wide grin as he tore off the thin tunic he wore, exposing his bare chest. Like a pack of howling wolves, many of the women in the crowd did the same, exposing their breasts and screaming words that made Vesper's cheeks burn hot. "Should I be worried?" she asked, leaning in close enough so that she could be heard. The big man shook his head. "Never," he said, raising his arms once more. "It was and is always for show." "Good. I don't want to battle an entire Colosseum full of women for your affections. Let us survive the day first before you start attacking women for looking at me the wrong way," said Narcissus. Vesper stared hard at the crowd, hunting for signs for the legionary, but finding none, with the only legionnaires in sight being those who were already present near entrances to the Colosseum floor and around its perimeter. "Perhaps your worries were misplaced. It seems like a day like any other on the sands." Narcissus only grunted as the auditor called for their first opponents, and she sucked in a breath of hot air when the gate of life on the other side of the great arena clanked open, and a dozen men surged under the rusted bars, charging at them like a wild pack of dogs. "It looks like we are to face the criminal and the condemned in our first match of the day," he spat, sneering at the oncoming men. "Not gladiators?" asked Vesper, noticing their crude blades and lack of armour of any kind. "Why?" "They want us to entertain the crowd for a few challenges," he said, flexing his thick arms. "This gives them a chance to get rid of the riffraff while making us look good. Are you ready?" Before they had come out on the sands, she and Narcissus had prepared as best they could, using every advantage they had. She had weaved together a set of bracers and greaves, far stronger than anything forged in Rome for him, and she had done the same for herself, creating a perfectly balanced shield and gladius. In addition, she was prepared to share her strength, her ace, with him through their bond, just as they had done during the Sandawai attack. "I am," she said at last, her heart singing as the ace in her blood poured through her limbs and toughened her dark skin. They waited, letting the disorganized group come to them. The lead man came at Narcissus, filthy and dishevelled, his crude gladius raised high overhead. Without pause, his meaty fist connected with the man's jaw in a brutal uppercut, and he bounced away from them like he had run into a wall, falling onto the sands without so much as a whimper. 3 of them then came at Vesper, while the rest circled Narcissus. Thinking of her as easy prey, they surrounded her, but she quickly drove that idea from their minds as she spun in place, her perfectly balanced gladius, formed from primal forces, shattering the crude blades they wielded, while she used her shield to knock them senseless in rapid succession. "You have to kill them," shouted Narcissus, stomping on the head of a fallen opponent, bloodying his caliga, the heavy, metal-soled sandal splitting the man's skull. In response, Vesper slashed at the fallen men, neatly slicing their throats or vital organs, leaving them to bleed out on the sands. Seeing how easily their fellows were dispatched, the remaining criminals turned and fled in wide-eyed fear, only to be cut down by javelins,
hurled by legionnaires stationed around the outer edge of the sands. "There will be no escape for anyone today," said Vesper, shaking her head as the auditor called for the next round of challengers, his booming voice just barely cutting through the cacophony of Romans hungry for blood. "Linus and his men should be taking control of the underbelly of the arena before long. Be prepared to run when the signal is given," said Narcissus. Vesper cursed as a javelin whistled past her head, and she managed to raise her shield just in time to block another that came in rapid succession. "That didn't take long," she said, eyeing another group of men pouring from the Gate of Life. This time they were better armed, and wearing the more common armour types associated with the style they fought with. Spear-wielding hoplomachus, along with murmillos with their towering shields and gladius encircled them. Vesper and Narcissus were forced to adjust their stance so they could fight back to back. While their enemies fought with vague coordination, he and Vesper could feel one another through their bond. As such, they moved in unison, ducking, defending, and then striking with ruthless efficiency, killing as if they shared one mind, their strange dance frustrating the men attacking them, forcing them to make mistakes that cost them in blood. It continued on like this for most of the morning, with her and Narcissus facing off against unskilled or barely trained men, surviving against many with only minor cuts and scrapes, their only moments of respite coming from when they dragged away the broken and battered corpses, leaving a bizarre trail of blood and gore in the sand. Then, during a pause in the fighting, while Vesper sucked in deep breaths of hot air that burned her chest, the auditor stepped forward, calling for silence. "My fellow Romans," he shouted, the perfect shape of the Colosseum amplifying his deep voice, "I present to you the sponsor of these games, Caesar, Marcus, Aurelius, Commodus, Antoninus, Augustus." Vesper gasped when the Empress stepped forward, her brows shooting up. What in the name of Olodumare is he wearing? From this distance, she could just make out the Emperor's features under a hideous lion's head that he wore atop his own, and she frowned at the tiny loincloth, which was all he wore. "Has he gone mad?" asked Narcissus, shaking his head in disgust. "Citizens of Rome," he shouted, "I present to you the criminal, Senator Decimus Annius Magnus, convicted of the high crime of attempted murder." The Gate of Life screeched open, and a group of cohorts dragged the thin senator onto the sands. The man looked worse for wear. His once fine white tunic was filthy, stained with streaks of brown and grey, while his face was a map of abuse, purple and black, and his eyes were swollen shut. Following the legionnaires were a few labourers, carrying wide planks of wood and coarse lengths of rope. "What are they doing?" asked Vesper, her voice sounding loud to her ear now that the deafening shouts had been silenced. Narcissus clenched and unclenched his fist as the labourers nailed the planks of wood together without ceremony, while a few others rapidly dug a hole just in front of the Emperor's box. "They are going to crucify him." "But isn't he meant to be killed by a gladiator, the one who wins this contest?" she asked, frowning in confusion. "Oh, he will die by the sword once the day is done," said Narcissus with a shrug, "but that's often too quick, especially when they want to make an example of someone." It was clear the men were practised at this form of execution, as the wooden cross was assembled in mere minutes, and Senator Magnus was laid out on the instrument of his punishment. The crowd cheered when the crude cross was raised in front of the Emperor's box, with Commodus raising his arms, inspiring the people to greater applause. Commodus brought down a muscled arm, and the packed arena went wild as scores of bronzed men in rough brass armour raced from the gates, and they were surrounded by scores of trident and net-wielding retiarii, thick-bodied murmillos with their faces hidden by wide-brimmed helmets, and vicious dimachari wielding pairs of wicked blades. "This is it," she said, licking her lips, her body shaking with nervous adrenaline. "Stay in form, don't panic," said Narcissus, crouching down with his meaty hands in front of him. She tensed, every muscle like a rope drawn taut. Then, before the army of gladiators attacked, a single note from a horn sounded, deep and clear, piercing the roar of the masses, Vesper's jaw fell open as one of the gladiators turned, some charging at the unprepared legionaries who stood guard on the perimeter of the sands, while a hail of javelins flew towards the Emperor's box, some clattering uselessly against the stone, while others found their targets, and ear-piercing screams filled the air. "Come, let us play our part and send this tyrant to the afterlife," said Narcissus, charging to where Commodus and his ilk watched the games. Vesper followed, her legs pumping hard to keep up with his long-legged strides. They were almost to the Emperor's box when she channeled her strength into Narcissus through their bond and was preparing to leap when Commodus appeared, standing on the lip of the opening, brandishing a giant club. To her eyes, time slowed as Narcissus leapt, his powerful ace-enhanced legs sending him high to meet the mad Emperor of Rome, his meaty paws outstretched toward his neck. Commodus jumped to meet him, the two massive titans clashing mid-air, the Emperor's club smashing the big Celt in the shoulder, the pair of them sending up plumes of dust as they fell in a tangled heap. Commodus was up first, stomping at Narcissus's prone form, only to stagger as the bear of a Celt caught his foot and then slammed the palm of his hand into the Emperor's groin, sending him careening over into the dust. Vesper was at his side in an instant, helping him to his feet, her eyes and hands hunting for injuries. "I'm fine," he said with a grateful nod. "Better than fine." "What are they doing?" she asked, staring helplessly at the chaos surrounding them. Everywhere she looked, gladiators fought legionnaires, while some of their own men climbed into the seating, slashing and killing patricians and plebeians alike without regard. This was not the plan. "Some men cannot help themselves," said Narcissus, shaking his head. "They only see this as a chance for revenge, not freedom." She was about to say more when Commodus was on top of them suddenly, moving with surprising speed and agility for a man his size. Without thinking, Vesper stepped in front of Narcissus, using her shield to absorb the brunt of the Emperor's wide swing, the force of his club numbing her arm and sending her staggering back. Blinking away stars, Vesper looked back to see Commodus and Narcissus trading heavy blows, the big Celt using his braces and greaves to absorb wild swings from the Emperor's club, while he pummeled the other man's flesh with his fists, to little effect. Without missing a beat, Vesper charged back into the fray, fighting like a legionnaire, using her shield to defend, while at the same time stabbing with her gladius, only to curse when her razor-sharp blade scraped off Commodus, leaving his skin untouched. "It's not like the last time, oh switch!" he shouted, backhanding Narcissus with enough force that he was blasted away, flung a dozen feet and sliding along the blood-stained sand. "You fight me at the height of my strength, with the blood of Hercules coursing through my veins." Her stomach churned with fear as he stalked toward her, his face twisted with rage. "You are not a god," she said, resting the tip of her gladius on her shield. "Just a man, corrupted by the Sandawai, by Sauterus." At the mention of his former chamberlain, his nostrils flared, and he charged at her with reckless abandon, ignoring the few glancing strikes from her sword. She managed until he was on top of her, pounding on her shield. Vesper gave up on attacking him, using her gladius to deflect his heavy blows as she desperately fought to avoid the club. Vesper missed a beat, moving too slowly, and the wicked weapon clipped her on the side of her head, her world going dark for a moment. She opened her eyes in time to find herself on her back, his club about to fall on her. Not having a second, she channeled the ace in her blood to shove her away on a jet of air, the blast wind kicking up a plume of dust that blinded Commodus, his massive club falling where she was only seconds ago and burying itself deep in the sand. She cocked her head while she watched the Emperor rip the weapon from the ground, the sound of splintering wood filling her ears. While Commodus scrubbed at his eyes, shaking his head, Vesper bounced on the sand, realising that some parts of the Colosseum floor were made up of wooden platforms that they used to change out scenery for events. "I am here," said Narcissus, appearing at her side, his arms covered in ugly scrapes and bruises, while blood flowed freely from his nostrils and ear. With a nod, they stood their ground as Commodus came at them, the pair of them acting in unison, one defending while the other attacked, Vesper deflecting vicious strikes with her gladius, while Narcissus attacked the Emperor's sensitive areas, eyes, throat, and groin, landing blows that would have crippled an ordinary man, only to have Commodus ignore them like he were made of stone. "It doesn't matter what we do," she said, grabbing his hand and pulling him along as she backed away. "He's too strong. Your fists leave no bruises. My blade can't pierce his skin." "Then what do we do?" he said, as Commodus swung wildly at them, his wicked club hissing as it whistled past them. "We can't just run." Vesper channeled another gust of wind, sending a torrent of sand at the mad Emperor's face, slowing him as he rubbed the grit from his eyes, but hardly stopping him. "We trick him," she said, thinking of her time with Eshu, the primal lower. "We use his strength against him." "Whatever you're going to do it quickly. We can't take much more of this," said Narcissus, blocking another swing with both of his bracers, his brow shooting up in awe when the metal bent under the unrelenting attack. The air was blasted from her lungs when she raised her shield to block another strike, the club splintering the wood and leaving deep cracks in its surface. "Cover me!" shouted Vesper, wincing as Narcissus did as told, dodging and deflecting blow after blow. Focusing for just a moment, she reached into the filthy weave, her stomach turning as she drew on the few trickles of ace that she could from its tattered form. Then, combining it with all the strength she had left, she poured it into the Emperor's club, weaving layers of potential atop layers of energy. When she was done, the weapon hummed with power, promising death to anyone who touched it. "Ready!" shouted Narcissus after she gave him a signal through their bond. "Run!" shouted Vesper, easily switching places with him so that he had room to turn and race away. Commodus sneered, ignoring Narcissus as he turned and ran. "You should have let the ugly Celt fight for you while you ran. You would have lived longer." "Not much of a god, are you?" mocked Vesper, tucking in her stomach and jumping back to avoid having her ribs pulverized. "You can't even end a pair of slaves." With a roar, he redoubled his efforts, his club little more than a blur. Vesper desperately avoided his attacks, sweat rolling down her temples as they circled one another, her breath coming in ragged gasps as she fell back. She had just managed to dodge another series of attacks when she stumbled, twisting her ankle and landing hard on her bottom. "I have you," said Commodus, raising his club high, his face lighting up with a wicked smile. "No, I have you," she said, as the club fell, smiling as her physical form vanished in a cascade of dust and light, appearing a short distance away. The ace-enhanced club fell with a terrible crash, and the wood beneath the Emperor's feet splintered like rotting wood, the normally strong support platform crumbling under the weight of the mighty blow. The look on Commodus's face shifted from one of triumph to one of wide-eyed terror as he vanished into the dark without so much as a scream. A smile creased her face, and she was about to get to her feet when the floor beneath her gave way, and she screamed as she slid on the sands. She was almost over the edge when a meaty hand found hers, and she came to a halt. "Narcissus," she said, fighting to catch her breath. "Don't forget me," said Linus, appearing beside him. "I can't let him get all the glory." Vesper shook her head as the men pulled her up and away from the broken platform, and they fell in a heap together. "Gratitude," she said, "to the both of you." "We must hurry," said Narcissus, pulling her to her feet. "This chaos won't last long, and we have to get out of the city before things return to normal." She glanced around to find the great Colosseum almost empty, with only a few stragglers fighting among the plebeians in the high seating near the top. Even the cross holding Senator Magnus had fallen, and the weak-chinned man was nowhere to be seen. "What happened?" she asked as they ran. Linus slowed, spitting in disgust. "Those fools lack the discipline to carry out the plan. Too many of the men lost themselves in petty revenge, or simply taking the chance to rape or rob the wealthy in the stands." "It doesn't matter what they did," said Narcissus. "We cannot control what others do, only what we do. And right now, freedom is at our door. Let's not waste it." Vesper nodded as the three of them vanished in the streets of Rome, racing to freedom and hopefully a new destiny. Epilogue. Repercussions.
I will find her and kill her slowly,
he said, pacing back and forth in his garden, wincing from wounds suffered during the revolt. It was your fault, she said, gazing at herself in the mirror. I told you Commodus would not take well to the plan. His will is too strong, despite him spending most of his life as a spoiled emperor's son.
Do you never tire of that joke?
He said, watching in fascination as she braided her hair, weaving in the tiny skulls of their people, as she often did. No, she said with a laugh. 20 years in Rome, and these fools have never noticed that death walks among them. They only see a kindly matron who bows and scrapes to their every need. At least until it is too late.
It doesn't matter,
he said, returning to his pacing.
Hundreds of our people died in that botched attack on the city. Hundreds of people you have placed and replaced over those 20 years. And to make matters worse, that fool Loa promised to give us Commodus, but now it seems he has taken him for himself.
No, she said once more, patting a soft white powder on her skin. The Loa is loyal to the Sandawai, bound to us. There is more going on here than we can see. Some trick, played by someone who is moving pieces on the board we cannot see.
So, what do we do now?
He asked, falling into the seat beside her. She stood to her full height, putting a smile on her face that never touched her eyes. You will go home, sit and wait for word from me. Nothing more. His nostrils flared as he pushed his anger down. He would do as he was told. It was never good to argue with her. He had tried once when he was a boy. He still sometimes woke in the middle of the night, drenched in sweat from the memory.
Very well,
he said, adjusting his toga and turning to leave. He was almost to the door when she called out to him. Senator, don't forget this, she said, and he turned to find her holding the hated red mask. He had hoped he would never have to wear it again, but Vesper and her mother had seen to it that he would have to wear it a little longer, and for that she would pay with her life. The end. Prologue. A caged empress. The piercing roar jolted Lucilla to full wakefulness, her heart pounding out of her chest as she scrambled to the back of her cage, her body stiff and sore from sleeping on the unyielding concrete. She had been in a deep slumber, dreaming of her home on Palatine Hill, her mind lost in silk sheets and sweet wine of better days, days when she woke in her sumptuous room, enjoying the view from her balcony overlooking the city, breathing in the sweet smell of orange blossoms from her garden, while her eyes feasted on golden rays of sun dancing off the colourful skyline that was Rome. Another growl from the caged beast across from her brought reality back into sharp focus, pushing away the last remnants of her dream while cementing her firmly into the reality of her dark, dank, and dismal cell. When the Praetorian Guard had thrown her into this terrible place at her brother's orders, she still had hope that he would relent and forget his promise to keep her here forever. But now, after months of loneliness, it appeared, for once, her brother was keeping his word, leaving her with a bitter rage that grew steadily with each passing day. Casting a wary eye at the pacing lion in the cage across from her, she squinted at faint slivers of sunlight peeking through the wooden partitions that made up part of the Colosseum floor above her, the only sign that morning had come, cursing her with another day toiling under the great amphitheatre. "Good morning, Augusta," said a legionnaire, who entered through her open cell door not long after she had woken, spooning a thick gruel from a bucket into a dented pewter bowl, and then shoving it into her hands. "Good to see you, Caius," she said, her mouth watering at the sight of the pale mush in the bowl. "It's been at least a week. I thought you had forgotten us." "Be grateful we give you anything at all," he said, with a grunt, showing her his back while he continued down the corridor, keeping to one side to avoid the lion's outstretched paw reaching at him through the bars. Caius was one of the 2 legionnaires who were assigned to the Hypogeum on days when there were no events. It was clear he despised being among the wretched slaves who were forced to work in the bowels of the Colosseum, but he was a legionnaire and did his duty, regardless of what it was. She had told him who she was during the first few days of her brother's banishment, hoping to curry some favour or a way out of this hell, but he only shrugged, as if she had told him the sky was blue. He rarely spoke, but he was better than the man who patrolled the area at night. Far better. Ignoring the low-throated growl from the cage across from her, she turned her attention to breakfast, which was, once again, pulse, a porridge made from cut wheat and water. Once, when she was a child and refused to eat, her father had made her eat a spoonful as punishment, and she swore she would never be so cruel as to feed pulse to anyone, even her own slaves. The porridge was as tasteless as it was innutritious, and she had often thought she would rather starve than eat it. But after a week of having nothing but water, it tasted like a gift from the gods. Squeezing her eyes shut, she dug her fingers into the vile paste, scooping large handfuls into her mouth while pretending it was figs and honey, or sweet sapper spread on thick slices of bread that she had often enjoyed for her morning meal. After a few moments, she frowned in disgust, unable to pretend, no matter how hard she tried. Lucilla opened her eyes and pushed the bowl to one side, saving some of the tasteless gruel for later. Wiping her hands on her once fine stola, the former Empress bowed her head in shame, wishing she had the courage to take her own life and end this horrid nightmare. "You cast aside a gift of food from the gods," said a thin, reedy voice. Lucilla's head shot up to find a toothless shadow of a man dressed in rags the colour of dirt, shambling through the open door of her cell. His long beard was yellow and unkempt, and his jaw moved constantly, while his bulging grey eyes stared hungrily at the bowl of pools. "The gods have abandoned me," she said without thinking, echoing her deepest thoughts. "Then you should be punished," he said, taking a step closer, "left to starve like the rest of us." She recoiled when a whiff of his odour assaulted her nostrils, covering her nose in a futile attempt to block out the smell of urine and old sweat. "Don't come any closer," she said, using the bars to push herself up. In her months here, Lucilla had mostly kept to herself, working in silence at mundane tasks assigned to her. The other slaves had done the same, most of them too broken or despondent to bother anyone. Given her once fine dress and fair skin, it was clear to everyone that she had never worked a day in her life under the blazing hot sun, and, for the most part, they considered her an ill omen, best to be avoided. They spoke to her only when necessary, and thus far, no one had dared to enter her space. "And who would stop me?" he scoffed, offering her a toothless grin as he came closer. "The gods have abandoned you." "It's mine," she said, holding the dented bowl in a white-knuckle grip before he could get to it. "You can't just take it." "You look like you've never been hungry a day in your life," he said, his tongue sticking out to wet his lips. "Lots of meat still on your bones." Lucilla put the bowl of porridge on the floor behind her and faced him fully, adrenaline and anger pushing back weeks of hunger. "Take another step and it will be your last." The filthy man sneered, shambling toward her, roughly trying to push her aside in a desperate attempt to get to the tasteless gruel. "I can do whatever I want, when I want." His words struck her like a charging beast. Commodus had spoken the same words to her months ago in the baths. Felix had sacrificed his life to keep her safe. Then today she had no one. "No!" she screamed. "It's mine! Get out! Get out!" The filthy man was taller than her, but he was right. Lucilla had more meat on her bones, and when they both crashed into one another, she realised he was nothing more than skin and bones. Pushing back at him with months of unspent rage, she drove him out of her cell, expelling every moment of abandonment, of betrayal, of hurt on his bony body. They came to a jarring halt with a hollow clang, when they slammed against the iron bars of the lion's cell, and she came back to herself when his eyes shot open, a titanic roar sending her reeling back on her haunches in terror. Lucilla's jaw fell open as the lion stood on its rear legs, taller than a man, while its front claws dug deep into the man's flanks.
"Domina, please!"
he screeched, reaching for her with a trembling hand as the lion's sharp claws tore at his belly, staining his filthy rags with bright blood. She lurched forward to help him, her first impulse to save his life. But then she clutched her hand to her breast, raising her chin while showing him a cold smile.
"You just said you can do whatever you want, when you want. Well, make the beast stop. I don't care either way."
Without another word, Lucilla turned her back to him, ignoring his weakening screams, while returning to her cell and sitting cross-legged, slowly eating her porridge while she watched him die, unfazed by the sound of tearing flesh and cracking bone. When Caius returned not long after, his face paled when he saw the lion hovering protectively over the remains of its meal.
"What happened here?"
"One less mouth to feed," she said with a shrug. The legionnaire opened his mouth to protest, when suddenly he crumpled in a heap, falling without as much as a groan.
"When they told me what he had done to you,"
said a dark silhouette who appeared over him, wiping his bone dagger on the dead man's red legionary cloak,
"I did not expect for you to survive beyond a few days."
Lucilla tensed, wiping her hands on her filthy stola as she stood.
"By the gods,"
she whispered, grabbing her empty dish and holding it in front of her like a shield. A thin man, dressed in a fine tunic and an expertly wrapped purple toga, stepped into view, and she gasped when she saw that his face was concealed by a red-painted human skull, decorated with garish yellow teeth.
"Don't fear, I come as an ally,"
he said, returning the blade to a leather sheath on his hip.
"I know who you are," she scoffed. "Vesper and Narcissus told me of you. You're some Sandwai savage playing at being a proper Roman." "Your little oaf witch knows nothing," he said, his hollow voice dripping with hatred, "and her sheep lover is little better."
Lucilla raised her chin, a smile coming to her face, knowing she had touched a nerve.
"Well, the pair of them have killed every one of your people that the gods have put along a path, so I will believe them before you." "Well, they are not here to help you now, are they?" "You stand in the blood of a man I killed today, and I have been trapped down here long enough to know that I am ready to die, so do what you will." "Well, then, I see that you have no desire to be free," he began, turning to leave, "and that I've wasted my time."
"Wait," she said, licking her lips. "What do you mean?"
"That's better," he said, facing her once more. "As to what I want, well, I want you."
Lucilla's fine brows narrowed, and she shook her head. "I am a loyal citizen of Rome, and have no desire to ally myself with her enemies." He adjusted his toga, holding it up so it wouldn't be soiled by the pool of blood growing at his feet.
"The Empire has not been loyal to you. In fact, now that your brother has done exactly what he promised, the people of Rome consider you to be a traitor, allied with those who tried to kill the Emperor. They think you have been banished, and have all but forgotten you."
"My husband will find me," she began, her hands gripping tightly to the front of her stained stola. "And I'm sure Vesper and Narcissus are looking for me."
"Oh, they looked for a time," he said in an amused tone, "but they assumed that Commodus had you executed, and they have long abandoned the search."
"Liar! How would you know anything?" she shot back, her nostrils flaring, while hope fled from her heart.
"Little happens in Rome that I don't know about. I have eyes everywhere."
She looked away, biting the inside of her cheek so she wouldn't scream. Lucilla had hoped that by some miracle Vesper would find her, that somehow with some trick or incantation she would awaken one moment with the oath woman taking her home. But if the masked Sandawai were telling the truth, if the world had forgotten her, She was not sure how many more days she could take toiling away like this. "I will not betray an empire I have spent my life serving, even if it has abandoned me."
"I won't ask you to betray the empire," he said. "I only ask that you help me remove your brother's head."
"Commodus? Why?" The moment the words spilled from her lips, Lucilla regretted it. She owed her brother nothing. He was the reason she was trapped here, and she had often spent the hours of her days dreaming of ways to murder him.
"For the same reason you and your allies tried. For the same reason others have tried," he said. "Your brother is too dangerous to be left alive."
"I will not kill my brother just so some barbarian enemy from Africa Proconsularis can take his place. You savages will not rule Rome, not while I live." A hollow laugh echoed from behind his mask, and his slim form shook with glee.
"Oh, no, my dear, I have no desire for that. No, the person we intend to rule Rome has the best claim to be imperator. She is the wife of a former emperor, daughter to another, and since your brother has no legal heir, she would have the best claim to the title of Imperator and Pontifex Maximus." She finished for him, her voice barely a whisper. "Me?"
"Yes," he said, nodding to her. "Augusta, not just in title, but in power. All you have to do is take my hand, and all you desire will be yours." "What must I do?" asked Lucilla, all thoughts of resistance forgotten.
"You must make a bargain," he said,
his voice full of amusement. "Here? Now? In this horrid place? With you?"
"No, you must meet the matron," he said, offering his hand. "She will set you on the path to true power."
Lucilla glanced around the dank cell, hesitating for only a heartbeat before she took his outstretched hand. "Then let it be done. Take me away from this place, and we will see if this matron has the power to do as you say." Chapter 1. Ostia. The storm rolled in off the ocean, wild and wicked, blinding her with bright flashes of lightning, while booming peals of thunder reverberated across the night sky. She raised her hood to cover her braided hair, the meagre wool garment offering little protection from the pelting rain that stung her dark skin. Vesper was grateful for the rain. It washed away the cloying smell of tar and stale fish that permeated the port, clearing the trash-filled streets of the riffraff, who scurried like rats to avoid the storm, leaving her alone in the nighttime streets. In the distance, she caught sight of a crudely painted sign of a crab holding a cup of wine, and she reached out through the bond she shared with Narcissus, sensing that he was close, and growing closer. They had spent the evening searching for this Pompina, and she was grateful to have at last found it, having little taste for the port of Rome. Vesper jogged the final leg through the dark streets, elbowing past the sailors seeking shelter from the rain to enter the well-lit room that filled with swaying men and women who danced and sang at the top of their lungs, lost in the joys of wine and ale, while filling their bellies with their daily bread. Spotting the man she was looking for, Vesper ducked under a staggering woman whose sweat-stained stola clung to her like a second skin, making her way to a low stone table, where a barrel-chested man in a salt-stained coat stared into his cup, oblivious to the cloying heat of the packed Pompina. Without waiting for permission, she settled in across from him, wiping away the sweat rolling down her brow. The man's clothes, weathered skin, and greasy, thinning hair painted the picture of a man who had spent his life on the sea, and even from across the table she could smell the spray of the ocean on him. His red, bulbous nose made it clear he spent a great deal of time lost in wine. So much so, he didn't immediately notice her. She was about to shake him when he snapped to attention, his weary eyes drilling directly into her. "Unless you plan to pay for my drink, it would be best that you leave my table, before I make you leave," he said in a voice that was rough and harsh. "Apologies," said Vesper, throwing a few coins on the table. "I will pay for your wine and your time, of course. I was told that if I needed to find someone, you were the man." "That was a long time ago," he said, rubbing his hand through a patch of greasy hair that clung to his skull. "I'm just an old navigator for hire now, nothing more." "She said you always say that. She also said nothing happens in the port that Isidoros doesn't know about." "Isidoros?" he scoffed, rolling his eyes. "It's just Issy now. Plain, simple Issy. Whoever gave you that name is playing you for a fool. You should leave. Now!" Glaring at her in silence, the old sailor made his meaning clear, shifting in his seat to show a dagger under his coat. "Please, I'm looking for a friend," said Vesper, speaking quickly. "A woman. She's been missing for months. Anything you could tell—" "I said leave!" he said, standing up on shaking legs, fingering the hilt of the dagger, his meaning clear. "Tell whatever idiot that gave you my name." Vesper shook her head, crossing her arms over her breasts. "She said you would say that too." "What do you mean? Who gave you my name?" "Hello, Isidoros," said her mother, appearing from behind him, draping an arm over his shoulder, showing him a brilliant smile. "Where's my boat?" "By the gods, Lilith!" he said, his eyes shooting open as he plopped back to his seat, clutching at his chest as if he'd seen a ghost. Her mother laughed as she came around the table, her eyes never leaving his, as she slid in beside Vesper on the stone bench, waving a serving woman over as she showed the whites of her teeth to the sputtering sailor. "Bring us some wine, sweetened with sapper," she began when the serving woman arrived. "Make it 2 cups for my friend here, before he chokes on his own tongue." "It's just Issy now, and you're supposed to be dead," he said, catching his breath while his jaw hung open. "I was," said Lilith, "but the lords of the underworld let me go, just so I could collect the debts you owe me." "The boat sank," he sputtered, his eyes wide with worry. "Years ago, crashed upon the rocks. I almost died." "Well, we stole that boat together," said her mother, putting her hands flat on the table as she locked eyes with him. "You owe me at least half of everything you earned over the years. That was the deal. I'm sure you did the wise thing and put my share aside, right?" "Quintus told me you were dead!" he squealed, as if it explained everything, his voice full of terror. "And there were expenses, but I'll find some way to pay you back, I swear." "I know you, Issy," said Lilith, crossing her arms. "I would bet that my money was squandered away on dice, wine, and women. And a lot of wine. There was the occasional toss and, of course, a bit of wine, but—" Vesper raised a hand to cover her smile, enjoying how her mother made the poor man squirm. But after it was clear that he had nothing to offer, she leaned in close to her mother. "What's the point of this? Clearly the poor man doesn't have more than a few denarii to his name, much less a boat." "The best debts are those that cannot be repaid," said Lilith with a wink, returning her attention to Issy. "If you cannot pay me what you owe, then I am within my rights to sell you at the slave market. I won't get much, but—" "No," he pleaded, his eyes darting back and forth between them. "That would be the end of me. Please, Lilith, I'll do anything." "Anything?" said Lilith, frowning at him. "Brave words. Tell me what you know. I'll decide if you're worth my time." The serving woman arrived, and Issy threw her a grateful look as he drank deep, blood-coloured wine spilling down his chin before he continued. "I will tell you what I know," he said in a rush. "I still have a few old contacts in the legionary. Who are you looking for?" Lilith pointed at Vesper with her chin, and Issy gave her the same expectant look. "We're looking for a highborn woman," began Vesper, glancing around the Pompina to make sure no one was listening. "Pale, with fine features, brown hair, usually coiffed, but—" "You're describing half of the patrician women in Rome," he scoffed, scratching his thinning hair. Vesper pressed her lips together, trying to decide how much to tell the man. "You would know her if you'd seen her," she said at last, reaching into her pouch to fish out a few hammered silver denarii and handing them to him. "I don't understand," said Issy, weighing the coin in his hand. "The woman on the coin," said Lilith, She is the one we are searching for." The old sailor paled beneath his weathered skin, and he dropped the coins as if they burned his hands.
"The Emperor's sister?"
He rasped, his eyes darting in all directions.
"She's been banished, of course. Everyone knows that. Commanded to spend the rest of her days away from Rome on some country estate."
"That's a lie, and you know it, Issy," said her mother. "I can see it on your ugly face. Tell me what you know, or I will see to it that you are sold to the sanitation department. You can spend the rest of your life up to your waist in sewage." Issy shook his head, squeezing his eyes shut.
"Please, Lilith, you don't know what you're asking. Things in the city are different now. Everyone is afraid. People are disappearing. Not just slaves and plebeians, but high-born patricians too."
"How long has this been going on?" asked Vesper.
"Months now,"
said Issy, taking another sip of wine.
"But it grew worse after the attack in the Western Market."
Her mother gave Vesper a worried look before moving from her seat to slip in beside the old sailor, draping an arm over his shoulder. "Calm down, Issy. Tell me what you know of Lucilla, and I will keep you safe, just like the old days." He wiped sweat from his forehead, offering her a toothless smile.
"On your word?"
"Of course, Issy," said Lilith, "just like the old days." He took another deep draught of wine, and then nodded.
"From what I know, she never left the city,"
he said, his shoulders slumping in defeat.
"That's all I know, I swear it."
"Who would know more?" asked Lilith.
"I don't know. My old network is gone for the most part. My contacts are all retired or dead."
"Don't lie to me, Issy. I find it hard to believe that the Frumentari, who served 2 former emperors, knows nothing of the happenings in his city," said Lilith.
"Frumentari?"
asked Vesper, casting a curious glance at Issy. "Why do you think we're talking to him? Issy here was a spy back in his day, posing as a simple sailor so that he could ferret out the enemies of Rome," said Lilith in mocking tones.
"You never respected what we did, Lilith,"
said Issy, frowning into his wine cup. "Bah! Why waste time with all that sneaking around when you can just bury a blade in a man's belly? Let the gods sort it all out later."
"Doesn't matter any more. Commodus ordered all of us who served in fettering out secrets to retirement," he said, looking over his shoulder, "with many of us suffering fatal accidents not long after we were dismissed."
"Then tell me who would know," said Lilith. Vesper listened in fascination, while Issy rambled off a list of names to her mother, his face growing wearier the longer he spoke. Vesper was about to pull her away from the hapless sailor when she felt a surge of panic flow from the bond she shared with Narcissus, and she looked up to see his bright red hair and pale face at the door of the Pompina, standing head and shoulders above the other patrons. At first she wondered what he was going on about, but then seeing him give the signal, she knew their time was up. "Mother, we have to go," she said, scanning for an exit as Narcissus pushed his way through the crowd while glancing constantly over his shoulder.
"Legionnaires from the city guard, 12 cohorts or so," he said,
answering her question before she asked.
"I don't think I was spotted, but they are sweeping across the square, looking for escaped slaves would be my guess."
Vesper rose to her feet, pressing her lips together in worry. Hundreds of slaves had escaped in the revolt months ago, she and Narcissus included. But over time, many had been recaptured or killed, as the common slaves had nowhere to go and made the mistake of trying to hide in the very city that had held them in chains. "There is a way out the back into the alley," said Lilith, grasping Issy by his arm. "Come on, you're with us, just to be safe."
"I'm a free man,"
protested the old sailor, clutching the table as he rose unsteadily to his feet.
"I don't want to be caught up in any of this business."
"Too late for that," said Narcissus, eyeing the old sailor while clearing a path through the throng, bursting into a garbage-strewn alley in back of the Pompina, Vesper cursing when they found the path leading to the street blocked by legionnaires.
"If we surrender, perhaps they will show mercy,"
said Issy, starting to raise his hands. "The Legion is not known for its mercy. I have no intention of surrendering to them," said Vesper, nodding to Narcissus before continuing. "We do this the new way, like we practiced." The big Celt showed her a feral grin, slapping his meaty palms together. "I've been wanting to try this." Vesper's grin matched his as she opened herself to the weave, shuddering with pleasure as torrents of clean ace poured through her body, sending goose flesh up and down her arms. The port city was far from Rome's vile corruption, and as such, the weave here was not tainted, and she was able to draw on its power instead of relying only on her own limited power. The concentric patterns decorating her arms flashed a bright white when she raised her arms over her head while singing an ancient Osei chant, and a moment later a wild maelstrom of cool air descended on the alley, with heavy gusts of wind kicking up dust, debris and garbage, obscuring them for sight for just an instant and blinding the legionnaires. Then, continuing her song under her breath, she called on the knowledge she had gleaned from Eshu, tapping into the wisdom of the ancient Loa. With a flick of her wrist, she banished the blinding dust and debris, and once the air was cleared, the legionnaires as a group fell back, drawing their weapons and raising their massive shields as they suddenly faced off against not one, but 6 massive Celts who all resembled Narcissus. "I see you are putting Eshu's teaching to good use, daughter," said Lilith, nodding with approval as the copies of the big Celt crept forward. Vesper smiled with glee at her new skill of the weave. Reality fought back when the impossible happened, so Vesper did the next best thing, concealing her manipulations in ways that were simple to explain. Dust, wind and debris, all abundant in the filth of Rome. Narcissus and the copies of him charged the confused legionnaires who, despite their wide-eyed panic, followed their training, locking their shields together in an impenetrable phalanx, bracing against the onslaught of charging flesh and heavy blows. Most soldiers would have panicked and lost their nerve when a small army of Titans crashed into their midst, but the legionnaires held with rock-steady discipline, bracing themselves so the heavy bodies slamming into their shields had little effect beyond pushing them back. Then, as one, shouted, their voices echoing in the alley, "Push!" As one, the legionnaires heaved back with all their might, staggering the copies of the big Celt. For a heartbeat. Then, suddenly, their shields were turned to the side, and phalanx opened as they struck as one, spears and javelins plunging into her small army of Celts, the doppelgangers falling back and then vanishing in a cascade of blinding, multicoloured lights. The legionnaires were about to close ranks once more when Vesper and Narcissus appeared in their midst, the big Celt's long arms and meaty fists delivering one titanic blow after another, shattering noses and knocking the hapless men to unconsciousness. Vesper was more subtle, using the hilt of her gladius to do the same. "Why not kill them?" said Lilith, eyeing the pair's handiwork, a distasteful frown on her beautiful face. "I will not kill men for simply doing their duty," said Vesper, locking eyes with her mother. Her mother shook her head. "I would not have shown them such mercy, and they certainly would not have given us any quarter." "Then they are lucky we don't think in such ways," growled Narcissus, stepping protectively in front of Vesper. "How many times did she have to explain that to you?" Lilith opened her mouth to protest when Vesper silenced her with a look. "Enough! Narcissus is right. Now, let's move. We've attracted enough attention as it is." Vesper showed her mother her back, turning just in time to find a blade falling toward her head. By instinct, she jumped back, the blade whistling past her face by a hair's breadth. She staggered into Narcissus, her heart leaping to her throat when she looked her attacker up and down. He was small and compact, no taller than her, with tight-knit curls and dark eyes that never seemed to blink. What shook her was the realization that his dark skin was covered in concentric patterns like her own, and just under the leather vest, she caught hints of something tattooed onto his chest. Vesper opened her mouth to speak when, to her amazement, the patterns on his arms began to glow, and he pointed a heavy, bladed weapon at her. "Vesper, daughter of Abeo, you are in possession of stolen power. Return it, or face the great Loa's justice." Chapter 2. The Matron. When she had taken the red-masked Sandoi's hand, Lucilla had expected it to be a simple gesture of agreement, but the instant their flesh touched, what little light around them dimmed, and a cold wind blew over her, raising gooseflesh up and down her arms. Her nose hairs froze as she drew in an icy breath, her jaw falling open when she realized that the hypogeum was gone and they were somewhere else, somewhere dark, where even the sound of her breathing was muted and far away.
"Follow, and don't dare leave the path,"
said the red-masked Sandowai, frosted breath coiling like smoke around the edges of his garish skull.
"Where are we?"
asked Lucilla with a whisper, glancing down to see they were standing on a strange cobblestone path that vanished off into the distance over a small hill in one direction and descending off into darkness in the other.
"A place forgotten by the world where even the gods cannot see,"
he said, speaking as if by rote. Without another word, he set off in the direction of the small hill, dragging her along behind him. Lucilla glanced around, trying to find her bearings, but she could see little in the cloying darkness, and after a few moments she gave up, pulling her hand away roughly from his grip. "I'm not a child," she said, stopping in place. "I can follow without being dragged about." He turned to face her, his eyes behind the mask twinkling in amusement. "That's exactly what a child would say," he mocked, shaking his head. Lucilla pushed out her lower lip, cursing herself when she realized he was right. "Apologies," she said, "but I don't need you to hold my hand. I will stay close." With a shrug, he turned, waving for her to follow. "Very well. Just do as you're told. It would not be pleasant for you beyond the path." She nodded, swallowing harsh words while she matched his brisk pace. They had been following the path for long enough that she had lost all sense of time when a distant whisper reached her ear, subtle and soft at first, but quickly growing into a cacophony that staggered her. She put her hands to her ears, trying to block it out, when a familiar voice called her name. "Lucius!" she shouted, clutching her chest.
"What?"
said the masked Sandowai, stopping to look at her. "Look, Lucius," she whispered, staring hard into the darkness. "My husband." Lucilla took a step forward, drawn to the voice of the first man who had treated her as an equal and not just some prize to be won. A man who could make her laugh at the worst of times and cry with joy during the best, who had been taken away from her heart too soon, struck down in the prime of his life. Before she could take a step off the path, Lucilla found herself pulled back violently, wincing from pain in her bottom as she was hurled onto the cobblestone path.
"Your husband is long dead,"
said the Sandowai, towering over her, "and you will be too if you step into the darkness." "Lucius would never hurt me," she said, her voice hitching up with desperation. "If I could just talk to him one last time, to say goodbye."
"The man you know is long gone,"
he began, in a soft voice, gazing out at the darkness.
"The thing that is calling to you is little more than a shade of what he once was, forgotten by the gods. It is desperate for a taste of life, your life, if you're foolish enough to follow it. But it will devour all that you are," he continued, crouching down and meeting her gaze, "leaving you an empty shell, just like he is now."
Lucilla hugged herself, rocking back and forth. Surely something must remain.
"Those that are cast into this place have been punished, cursed for some mortal sin. Even we Sandowai at times imprison the worst of us here, trap them for all eternity in torment. You must forget him."
Staring into his eyes, Lucilla could see hints of pain, that he was telling the truth. "You've lost something to them." The masked man gave her an unblinking stare, before nodding ever so subtly.
"My mother,"
he said, rising to his feet while dry washing his hands.
"She was weak, a foolish Roman woman who could not endure the call of her ancestors."
"Your mother was Roman?" asked Lucilla.
"We aren't far from our destination," he said, changing the subject. "It would be best that we not linger here too long."
"Is she out there?" pressed Lucilla, starting to understand the nature of this place. "Is it her voice that calls to you, just like my Lucius?" The Sandowai grunted, adjusting his toga that was dragging along the cobblestone path. "Yes," he said at last, his voice croaking. A chill ran down her spine when something in the inflection of his voice seemed vaguely familiar, and she realized that this was not some stranger standing before her. She knew him. How, she couldn't be sure, but she was certain of it. "You have my sympathies," she said at last, coughing to cover her hesitation. He leaned forward and raised a thin hand, as if he were about to lash out, his eyes wide with anger, only to hesitate when Lucilla raised her chin defiantly, daring him to hit her. After a moment he leaned back, offering a hand to help her up. "Apologies. Offering sympathy is often an insult among my people, a sign that a person is weak and in need of comforting." "Then we will make for strange bedfellows," she said, taking his hand while hunting for any hints of familiarity in his eyes. "Well said." They walked in silence for a time, with only the whispers of the dead for company, and Lucilla was about to ask how much longer that they would be in this horrid place, when the cobblestone and cloying darkness gave way to a loose gravel pathway, the sky growing lighter as they made their way through an overgrown garden that smelled of orange blossom and jasmine. "Where are we?" she asked, catching glimpses of white marble and fire-hardened brick buildings just beyond the high trees along their path. The red-masked Sandowai stopped to adjust his toga while squaring his shoulders. "It would be best that you not know. Not that you would believe me if I told you," he said, shaking his head. "Now, the matron whom you are meant to meet is just ahead. Show her proper respect. Remain calm, and above all, do not lie to her. If you can do that, she will set you on the path to ruling this empire." "I would laugh if I wasn't so terrified," she said, following his lead and adjusting her stola as best she could, despite the filth and grime that covered the garment. They entered a clearing, and Lucilla's hackles rose when she was struck by the familiar odour she had come to associate with the Sandowai, the sickly stench of rotting meat that had been left out too long in the summer sun. She prepared herself to meet some vicious Sandowai warrior or a corrupt Voden like Salteris. Instead, in the heart of the clearing was a woman dressed in the modest fashion typical of a Roman matron, wearing a woolen stola that fell past her knees and a brightly patterned palla that covered her exposed shoulders. She had caramel-coloured skin and deep lines etched around her eyes and mouth that creased into a smile when she and the masked man entered the clearing. Lucilla raised her eyebrows in amusement when the older woman ignored them, focusing her attention on a dull grey piece of wool she was knitting, her hands a blur as she deftly tucked and looped the string with a pair of bone-white needles. Lucilla knew the game well and had done the same herself many times, doing some mundane task while forcing those beneath you to wait, making rank and position clear. "You are patient," said the matron at last, meeting her gaze with eyes that were a bright amber. "That is good. A sign of strength." The moment their eyes met, Lucilla's stomach clenched, and she bit the inside of her cheek to control her fear. She could not be sure if it was the smell of death or the odd shade of her eyes, but Lucilla was certain something about the woman was unnatural, inhuman. "Clearly, a trait we share," said Lucilla, eyeing the small beads woven into the matron's braided hair, pressing her lips together when she saw that they were not just bits of stone, but carved bones made to resemble tiny skulls. "Your people have been very patient, growing in our fine city while we remain oblivious to your presence." The matron frowned at the man in the red mask, shaking her head at him. "Patience is a powerful tool. A tool that Kubwa here has forgotten in his thirst for power." The man in the red mask sucked in a hollow breath, his eyes going wide. "Matron, don't worry, boy. she said with a dismissive wave. "No one in Rome knows your true name, this one least of all." "She is not a fool," began Cobbois, his voice full of anger behind the garish mask. "No, she is not," said the matron, shifting aside on the bench and motioning for Lucilla to sit. "And your outburst will only give her hints to the truth. Now leave us, before I decide that you should face the final death now that I have her." Cobbois stiffened, balling his fists at his sides. "Very well, I will wait for your—" "That will not be necessary. Return home and keep from sight. You've done enough damage in these last few months." Lucilla cocked her head, fascinated as he turned on his heel and returned the way they came, the light passing through him as he faded from sight, until finally vanishing as if he had never existed. When he was gone, Lucilla turned to the matron, offering a tight-lipped smile while raising her chin. "I am Annia Aurelia Galeria Lucilla, daughter to Emperor Marcus Aurelius, Augusta, and wife to Lucius Verus. Know that I will never betray Rome or her people. I only speak with you because I fear my brother is a danger to the Empire and the world." The matron's face lit up with a smile, deepening the fine lines around her mouth. "I am known as Mother Ayaba, leader of the Sandawai people in the Empire, and for the moment we have a common enemy, one that is in our best interest to have removed from this world." "Then we are in agreement," said Lucilla. "What do you want from me? What is your price to make me Augusta?" The old woman sniffed, folding her hands in her lap. "Straight to business. Well then, you must be willing to make sacrifices. Do things that will shift the balance of power in the world." "Rome will not bow to anyone," she said, "nor will I." "I would never ask such a thing," said Mother Ayaba. "You may have your empire, keep what is yours, but your expansion on the great continent shall cease. You will leave the Garden of Life to the Sandawai." "The Garden of Life?" asked Lucilla, leaning away. "What you call Africa Proconsularis," she said, sniffing in disdain. "We know the Garden of Life, the crucible where the great god Olodumare birthed every living thing. It was gifted to the Sandawai at the beginning of time. It was taken from us. We want it back. Once it is ours again, we will not let any other soul upon its shores." The more she spoke, the more Lucilla found herself nodding along in agreement with the matron's every word, lost in her amber gaze, mesmerized by her warm smile, a sense of calm washing over her the longer the kindly older woman spoke. "Then what would you have me do to begin?" she asked, in a flat tone. "The Senate," said the matron. "They have the wealth and power we need. We need only convince them of our plans, gain their support, and the empire is yours." "Senator Magnus tried as much," said Lucilla with a frown. "It did not go well for him. He almost lost his life, and is still in hiding. The scrawny man was a fool, lacking the birthright and charisma you possess in spades, Augusta." At the mention of her old title, a wide grin spread across her face, while her blood raced with excitement. "It can be done," said Lucilla. "We will have to meet with the senators in secret, convince them of need for a change." "We will meet them together," said Mother Ayaba, her smile growing wider. "Make them see that you are the best person to succeed your brother." "A wise plan," said Lucilla, plans already forming in her mind. Mother Ayaba offered her hand, nodding that Lucilla take it. We are allies, then, sworn to end the life of Commodus." Lucilla was about to take the other woman's hand in confidence when a whiff of rot touched her nostrils, and something in her snapped, like a mirage of an oasis fading away when you came to close. The garden, Mother Iarba, were nothing but an illusion, and she could see what was really there. Beneath the overgrown plants were piled, scattered bones, knee-deep in some places, gnawed and cracked with the marrow sucked out. The kindly matron's face was a ghastly skull with yellowed teeth, her aged skin paper-thin and haggard. In that moment, Lucilla knew that every word was a lie, that she was being drawn into part of some great deceit. "Are you listening to me?" asked Mother Iarba. Lucilla's attention snapped back to the matron, swallowing to wet her dry throat. "Yes, of course," she lied, showing her the whites of her teeth. "I was lost in thought of how I could better the lives of the Roman people." Mother Iarba smiled, like a hyena sizing up its prey. "Of course, Augusta," she said smoothly, using Lucilla's ancient title. "You will be a wise leader, one that shall take Rome to greater heights. With my help, of course." "With your help," repeated Lucilla, parroting the treacherous Sandowy's words. Without another word, she took Mother Iarba's hand, keeping her features still when she took it. There was more going on here than Lucilla could see. The Sandowy leader had plans that she needed her for, and if Lucilla wanted to find them out, she would have to play along for now. It was a dangerous game, but one Lucilla had played her entire life. She only prayed to the gods she had the will to endure, so that Rome could endure. Chapter 3. Distant Relations. "Wait!" shouted Vesper, holding up a shaking hand, her jaw hanging open in awe. "You're Ose chosen, like me," she said, eyeing features similar to her own, yet somehow different. The geometric patterns on his arms resembled her own, but twisted and bent in odd ways, leading to a heart rune hidden under his vest, maybe a baobab or something else entirely. Of what, she couldn't be sure, but she was desperate to find out. Her attacker stepped back, spinning a heavy blade that was engraved with odd patterns that drank in the light. Narrowing his eyes, he glared at the patterns on her arms. "Chosen, yes," he said in a baritone voice, "but not like you. I am no thief." With a deep growl, he came at her, spinning the heavy, flat blade in wide circles to drive her back. Vesper summoned a gladius by habit, her gleaming blade sparking against his when she parried a tight swing. Through her bond with Narcissus, she felt him adjust his stance, pivoting to switch places with her, and, instinctively, she danced to her right, concealing the big man's movement as he lashed out with a vicious hook that should have removed her attacker's head. Instead, the big Celt caught only air, and stumbling, catching himself at the last moment so he didn't land on his face. "Eshu's tricks won't help you," said her attacker, appearing behind her, blocking a quick jab from Lilith that kept him severing Narcissus's spine. Moving like a hunting cat, he spun, his boot catching her mother under the chin, sending her reeling. Vesper's stomach clenched when he came at her again, vanishing and reappearing, slipping in and out of existence with every step, his bizarre movement throwing her off guard. "I have stolen nothing," she said, turning away a thrust aimed for her heart, only to gasp when he reversed his grip, his elbow catching her on the bridge of her nose and snapping her head back. "You serve the deceiver," he said, drawing back to stab her, only to vanish when Narcissus caught his sword arm. "Where did he go?" snarled the big Celt, bristling with rage while he scanned the alleyway. "He travels the filaments," said Lilith, holding her gladius up in front of her, using the weave to leap from place to place. Vesper matched her mother's defensive stance, waiting, watching for their attacker to come at them again. "I've done that, but I didn't know you could make such short jumps to use it in battle. It is a rare talent, said Lilith, licking her lips, one that I have only read about in ancient texts. Nodding at her, Vesper shifted her vision to see the world of the weave, observing the infinite number of connections that branched out from their small group, connections that touched every living thing in the world, making up what they called reality. I thought there were no more Osei, she said, taking a quick glance at her mother. No Jambe, no more chosen? Before Lilith could respond, the stranger appeared again, his heavy blade falling toward her head. Vesper wrenched her body, twisting to block the wicked cut with her gladius, only to curse when he vanished just as their blades would have connected, and then appearing behind her about to cut her down. She was shocked when a jolt of pain shot not through her back, but up and down her arm. She turned to find the stranger's heavy blade half buried in Narcissus's forearm, the weapon trapped by the big Celt's bracer and bone, while his blood flowed freely from the wound. Narcissus! She screamed, sharing his pain, her own racing heart threatening to overwhelm her. Without missing a beat, their attacker blinked back, letting go of the weapon to avoid a wild thrust from Vesper's gladius. I'll live, he grunted through clenched teeth, his eyes shooting open when the sword vanished from his wound to appear in the stranger's hand once more. Stop him! Shifting her gaze from Narcissus to the bloodied weapon pointed at her once more, it was clear the stranger was there for her, and her alone. Her presence was a danger to the man she cared about, and if she wanted to keep him safe, she would have to fight this man somewhere else, somewhere far away. Drawing on one of her first lessons, she opened herself to the weave, clutching a random thread vibrating in front of her. The alley and everything in it, including the strange, vanished, and Vesper jumped, the world little more than a blur as she rode the threads that bound reality together. A powerful wave crashed over her, and Vesper choked on a mouthful of bitter salt water while fighting to stay afloat, deep ocean currents threatening to pull her down. Fighting for breath, Vesper reached for another thread, the world around her blurring once more, until she found herself burying her feet in rich brown soil, overlooking a green vineyard that stretched as far as the eye could see, the vines heavy with plump grapes ready for the harvest, while the hint of the sun's yellow rays peeked over the crescent of the fading night sky. Vesper sighed in relief and began to wipe water from her face and hair when the stranger appeared from nowhere, his brown tunic dripping with seawater. You cannot run from me, he said. There is no place I cannot find you. Vesper stepped back, cocking her head in confusion. Why are you hunting me? I have done nothing wrong, she began, holding out a hand in front of her. What accusations have been made against me? The stranger halted, lowering his blade a few inches. The accused may know their crimes, he said, narrowing his eyes. You have been accused of— Not accusations, she pleaded, desperation in her voice. Questions. I have so many questions. Who are you? Are there more like us? More chosen? You have stolen from the Elogimare the Almighty, using his ace for your own selfish purposes. Vesper shook her head, her nostrils flaring in anger at the accusation. Never! How could I? I have never. You bear the mark of your stolen power out in the open for all to see, he said, pointing at her with his heavy blade. You mean these? She asked, following his gaze to the tattoos that stretched across her collarbone, the images that Eshu would use to mark her as one of his own. No, Eshu placed these on me. You lie well, he snarled, taking a threatening step forward, as all of your kind do. I'm not lying, she said, backing away. They were given to me by Eshu. He told me it was his mark, that he would call on me for favours. The geometric patterns on his arms took on a soft glow, flashing amber and gold in the dim morning light. Vesper's brow shot up when the tattoos on her arms did the same, pulsing in unison with his, casting them both in a waning light. After a moment, he hooked his rune-covered blade to his waist, frowning at her. You're telling the truth, But it changes nothing. The ace must be returned, and you must be punished. What's your name? Are you Osei? I am Sei, a seeker of Ogun, chosen of the Nock people, he said, puffing out his chest. I'm Vesper, she said, shuddering like she was about to laugh and cry at the same time. I was told that I was the last of the chosen, the last of the Osei. More lies! The Osei abandoned their duty to the garden centuries ago, heading north in pursuit of some foolish conflict. I doubt any survive to this day, he said, as the patterns on his arms pulsed faster. As for the chosen, we are few in number, but still doing Olojumare's work, keeping the Blight from overcoming the world. No, I am Osei, I swear. It does not matter, he said, raising his arms over his head, his deep voice echoing over the vineyard as he began to sing in a language that sounded familiar and foreign at the same time. Vesper gasped, blinking in awe, when he shouted a single word, and the patterns on his arms came to life, separating from his physical form dozens of small spheres, some the size of raindrops, others larger than a man's fist. What are you doing? She asked, as the spheres began to circle one another, spinning faster with every orbit. My duty is to return you to the garden, so that what you have stolen can be removed. Prepare yourself. I have done nothing wrong, committed no crime, said Vesper, taking a step back, while shifting her gaze to see the weave, a shudder running through her as she drank in its power. I will not let you take me. Sei extended his arm, and the spinning spheres took on a life of their own, bolting toward her in a fury of cascading light. Judgment has been rendered. The choice is no longer yours, he finished with a shout. Vesper reacted on instinct, weaving a gladius made of pure light, cleaving at the glowing orbs as they hissed toward her. She gritted her teeth through pain when an orb touched her blade and exploded in a torrent of sparks that stung her eyes and sizzled against her skin. Stop this! I don't want to hurt you. We are kindred, part of the same distant tribe, she began, her voice full of desperation. You fight like an untrained child, he said, stretching his arms towards her as another wave shot toward her, forcing Vesper on the defensive. I doubt you could hurt me if you tried. I think you'll find that I'm full of surprises, she said, spinning her body and blade at an angle that redirected the bulk of the glowing orbs instead of shattering them, sending them exploding behind her. Simple tricks, tricks that won't save you, he said, once more drawing his hooked blade and stalking toward her, the glowing orbs out in front of him, leading the way. Ignoring his comment, Vesper channeled all of the ace she had drawn from the weave into her limbs, making her feel stronger than a charging elephant and faster than a racing cheetah. Sei brought his heavy blade down in a titanic swing, and Vesper knocked it aside as if it were a child's toy. Then, taking a tactic from Narcissus, she kicked out with all her strength, her boot slamming into his chest with enough force that he took to the air, tearing through a canopy of grapevines and landing hard on his backside a dozen feet away. I will not come with you, she said, charging to stand over him in a single breath, her tone even and measured, calm. I am free now, and I will never be leashed again, not by you or anyone else. Understood? I have a duty, he began, vanishing and reappearing a short hop away. I will never stop hunting you. His face twisted into a mask of pain as he rose on shaking legs, spitting out gobs of bright red blood while clutching at his chest. I understand duty, she said with a nod, casting wary eyes at him when he shouted a single word, and the spinning spheres reappeared and circled around him once more. But sometimes it needs to be put aside for the greater good. Sei pushed out his lower lip, frowning at her. Not for me. The strange chosen unleashed a burning shower of glowing spheres that raced toward her. Vesper changed tactics, using her ace-enhanced legs to vault over the volley at the last second, landing with the grace of a hunting cat beside him. Without missing a beat, he drew his hooked blade and swung it at her in a single smooth motion, forcing her to bend backward to avoid losing her head. Vesper twisted to get back her footing, only to find herself on her bottom, air blasting from her lungs after Say swept her legs out from under her with the hook in his blade. In response, Vesper kicked out blindly, smiling when her foot connected to his face with a satisfying crunch, snapping his head back and sending him staggering out of her field of view. "Stop this!" she shouted, vaulting to her feet, her eyes darting in all directions. She caught sight of him not far away on a low rise, the rising sun blazing behind him while he twisted his arms in a complex pattern that made her belly clench with worry. Shifting her vision, she watched in grim fascination as he pulled hundreds of threads together, pulling them into a complex pattern she couldn't begin to understand. It was clear that he had far more experience than she did, and if she didn't stop him here and now, he would take her and she would never see Narcissus again. Drawing deep on the ace in her blood, Vesper did the one simple thing she knew well that might stop him. Straining with all her might, she clutched at the threads of ace he was controlling, tearing the writhing threads from his grasp, gasping in ecstasy when a rush of power coursed through her veins, setting her senses on edge, her entire being vibrating like she was immersed in pure joy. "What did you do?" he shouted, falling to his knees while clutching his head, the concentric patterns on his arms and shoulders fading to a dull grey against his dark skin. Vesper shuddered, sucking in deep breaths while trying to control her racing heart and trembling hands. With a supreme effort, she walked slowly up the rise toward him, ripping away every thread of ace he tried to grasp, denying him the power to harm her. She approached him with her gladius out in front of her, placing the glowing weapon under his chin, her meaning clear. "If you move, if you breathe in a way I don't like, my blade will pierce your throat. Understood?" "Yes," he rasped through gritted teeth, while his dark skin glistened with sweat. "I have no understanding of what conflict you have with me. Eshu's mark was given to me by the Lower himself, a boon for my service to him. If you have a problem with that, you can summon him yourself and deal with the consequences of that action." "Impossible. The primal Lower? They no longer answer. The ace could have only been stolen from... I met him. He marked me," said Vesper, pressing the tip of her gladius against his throat, the odour of burnt flesh wafting to her nostrils. "And I'm tired of being called a liar and a thief. We Osei are honourable people, bound by duty and loyalty. So keep those words from your tongue, or I will remove it." The word left Vesper's mouth, and she forced her features to stillness, amazed to hear the threat coming from her. The months spent around Narcissus were having an effect on her, in the strangest ways. "How are you doing this?" he said, weakly trying and failing to grasp the threads of ace that Vesper gripped tightly. "Can't you?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. Say only shook his head, his eyes drilling into her. "To draw out another's power? To deny the weave to another chosen? These things are unknown to my people." Vesper was taken aback, and for a moment she thought he was lying, but the wide-eyed look of terror on his face spoke volumes. Staring at the threads of power she was holding, she looked at him, noticing for the first time that she was not only channeling the power he took from the weave, but she was somehow controlling the ace in the man's blood, the life force that was a part of him. She was killing him. "If I return your strength to you, will you stop this? Will you leave me be?" she asked, knowing the answer before he responded. He gave her a hard look, his mouth twisting with anger until finally he looked away. "No, never," he said at last, shaking his head Most people would have lied, she said, her shoulders slumping in disappointment. I see that we are not so different, duty-bound, no matter the cost. You will never stop, so I will have to stop you. Do what you must, Vesper cursed, pressing her lips together as she drew back her gladius, aiming for his throat. Such a waste. The blade was about to pierce his throat, when suddenly he plunged his hands in the rich soil, vanishing in the blink of an eye before she could end his life. Vesper spun in place, expecting Say to come at her from any direction. But when the moments ticked by and nothing happened, she let out a breath she didn't know she was holding. Realizing he had fled. With a shudder, she realized the ace she was holding, crumpling to the ground and shaking in exhaustion, her limbs weak from the effort of holding so much power for so long. She sat for a long time, watching the sun rise high in the morning sky, replaying every moment of the battle in her mind, dissecting every word said. There are more chosen, more like me, she muttered to herself at last, her heart beating faster with a strange mix of excitement and fear. She was no longer alone. Someone could teach her. She just had to find them and convince them not to kill her. Chapter 4. The Senator and the Matron.
Lady Lucilla,
said Senator Adventus, his smile widening as he took her hands in his.
They told me you had been banished. There had even been rumours that your brother sent a legionnaire to kill you.
Lucilla squeezed his hands back in a tight grip before letting go, relieved that the senator was happy to see her. Rumours of my demise have been greatly exaggerated, she said. However, they serve my plans, so I am content to let them stand. The portly senator ran a hand through his shock of thick white hair, bobbing his head in agreement.
I understand. A wise choice, given the recent slave rebellion and your brother's current state of madness, he said,
his eyes darting to her companion, who wore a woolen hood to protect her braided hair from the winter rains.
Well, let's not just stand here like strangers. Come in and dry off. I was breaking my fast in the garden. Come, I have a new vintage I want you to try.
Your estates are impressive. You have an eye for beauty, she said, following at the senator's side while he guided them through the wide halls of his country estate, stopping every now and again to eye the finery on display. Priceless paintings and tapestries from every corner of the empire lined their path, while blades and axes, weapons of all kinds were on display in cases of rare wood and glass, the senator having been a general and then governor in Arabia for many decades.
Well, the rewards of a life spent in the saddle, protecting the thing I love most in the world, he said, puffing out his chest with pride. Rome!
I'm sure your wife would raise an objection to such words, she said, drinking in a deep breath, a sense of calm rolling over her as they stepped out into a terrace where a vine-covered pagoda provided shade from the relentless winter drizzle that hadn't slowed in days. One of his many servants led them to a small table that overlooked his vast estate, with green rolling hills of grapes to the east and an orchard filled with olive trees to the west.
Oh, she knew how I was when we married. I'm sure it came as no surprise to her,
he said with a laugh, settling in on a padded bench.
Now, you must tell me who is your exotic companion, and what you would have from me, he said.
Lucilla settled in across from him, smiling as a slave poured her a cup of wine from a pitcher that beaded with condensation and the promise of cool wine, the girl doing the same for her companion before scurrying off to wait for the senator's beck and call. This is Mother Ayaba, and we have come to make an indecent proposal, Senator. Senator Adventus sat up straight at the use of his formal title, tilting his head in curiosity as he poured a bit of sapper into his wine to sweeten it.
I'm flattered, he said, smiling at the pair of them, but I am far too old for such things.
"This is no time for jokes," said Mother Ayaba, her kind smile vanishing behind a hard-eyed gaze. "The world is in danger, and while we laugh and joke, Commodus plans to burn it to the ground. He must be stopped, no matter the cost."
"Are you mad, woman?"
he said, coughing into his cup.
"Senator Magnus barely escaped with his life, and now half the men of the Senate have done as I have, retreating to their country estates and waiting for things to settle down."
"Now is not the time to hide," said Lucilla, placing a restraining hand on the old matron's, leaning forward and speaking in low tones. "My brother will not relent in his plans just because you are out of sight. He grows worse with each passing day. He means to eliminate the Senate. We must stand against him, no matter the cost."
"Well, you exaggerate, my dear. He cannot do such a thing," said the Senate, "and in truth I have no desire to challenge him and end up crucified in the arena for all Rome to see."
"But, Senator," she began, locking eyes with him.
"No, Lucilla,"
he said, looking down at his hands, his face reddening.
"I am an old man. I have fought my battles and won my wars. I no longer have the luxury of youth on my side for foolish pursuits as you do."
Lucilla frowned, looking down on him with pity, while remembering him as a younger man, a man who was strong and bold, a man who defied and defeated Rome's enemies. "If I were a lesser woman, I would pity you, but because of who you are, I shall try to remember you as the Titan you once were."
"That's unkind, young lady."
She jumped in her skin when Mother Ayaba slapped the palms of her hands against the stone table, glaring at the senator. "Enough of this cowardice," she said in a powerful voice. "My patience for you Romans is at an end. I will endure this no more." Before either of them could respond, the older woman, with the kind face, spoke a word so vile that Lucilla's stomach turned with nausea. Lucilla paled when she found herself frozen in place, her body no longer in control.
"What is the meaning of this?"
said Senator Adventus, his eyes widening with panic as she took a step toward him, drawing a bone dagger with a leather-wrapped hilt from under the stola that covered her shoulders and fell past her waist.
"This is not as we discussed,"
began Lucilla, finding that she could speak but not move, her eyes never leaving the bone-white blade.
"We are to convince, not kill. Have you gone mad?"
Mother Ayaba ignored her, spinning the bone blade in her fingers while cutting shallow, almost invisible gashes on the senator's arms, leaving thin lines of bright crimson on his pale flesh. "Come, Sandow-eye," she muttered in low tones, pressing herself against him, whispering into his ear. "Come quick." The old matron continued chanting in a strange tongue that set Lucilla's teeth on edge, while at the same time digging the tip of her blade into the senator's soft belly. Senator Adventus stood stock still, unmoving, his lips trembling while his face reddened in anger.
"If you mean to kill me, do it quickly," he began in a voice shaking with rage, "because if I live, there is no place you will be able to hide from my wrath."
"You have a strong will," said Mother Ayaba. "Few are able to speak through this weave, much less find the strength to offer empty threats." With a final chant, the blade flashed a bright white, and she plunged the blade into his belly, a shadow falling over the garden as if the sun had vanished to an eclipse. Whatever Mother Ayaba did to hold her in place vanished, and she managed a step toward them that almost threw her to the ground, while beads of sweat rolled down her brow.
"You monster!"
Lucilla stammered.
"No monster,"
said the matron in a thin, reedy voice, pulling the blade from his stomach in a shaking hand. Lucilla gasped in shock when the weapon came away bloodless, the white bone blade unstained. Just a person willing to do what is necessary. The senator's eyes flashed from cobalt to crimson, shifting from one colour to another with every heartbeat, until, finally, he blinked, and they became a milky white that covered not only the iris, but the entire pupil.
"What have you done to me?"
he said, drawing in a shuddering breath, running his hands over his belly. I have returned to you the fires of youth, she said, the bone dagger vanishing under her shawl just as quickly as it had appeared. Senator Adventus spun in place, his laugh booming across the rolling hills.
I feel like I could fight 10 men!
What did you do to him? Asked Lucilla, catching herself on the table, able to move again. I have given him a gift. The strength to fight with us, if he so desires, she said, in a cracking voice, the kindly smile returning to her face.
I will,
said the senator before Lucilla could say another word.
I and everything I have is at your service. Together we shall remove this tyrant and return Rome to its former glory. Greater glories.
Mother Iaba pulled her woolen hood over her head, her shoulders rolling in on themselves, leaving her looking old and frail. Good. Then I will call on you when the time is right, she said, turning to face Lucilla and speaking in a voice that cracked with each word. Come, Augusta. We have many more senators to visit if we are to put you in your rightful place as ruler of this great empire. Senator Adventus gave her an approving nod while he spun in place, laughing like a child. Watching the old woman vanish into the house, she replayed the events in her mind, her belly churning with fear at what madness she had gotten herself into. Chapter 5. Power and Grace. Narcissus raised his head to the dark sky, breathing in a lungful of cool air before ducking through the entrance of the crumbling insulae, following Issy and Lilith up the gloom-filled stairwell.
What kind of rat-infested hovel is this? It looks like it's about to fall over,
he growled, wiping away the rainwater dripping from his short beard while climbing the crumbling stairs 2 at a time, every muscle tense while he looked everywhere at once.
The choice is not mine,
squeaked Izzy over his shoulder.
This is where my contact told me to meet.
I'm starting to regret my decision to not simply sell you, said Lilith from up ahead of them. I grew tired of these dead ends and angry contacts who only speak to you because you owe them denarii.
If anyone will know where this Emperor's sister had been spirited to, it will be this man, I swear.
Narcissus crowded in at the top of the landing with Lilith and Issy, gagging from the smell of the old sailor's salt-stained coat that stank of mildew and sour sweat.
I wish to find Lady Lucilla, but I fear for Vesper,
he said, reaching out through their bond, a smile coming to his face when he felt that she was sleeping on comfortable sheets. The sensation from their connection made it feel as if he were there at her side, drinking in her smell, her warmth. She can handle herself far better than the rest of us, said Lilith, fighting with an oil lamp until the flame caught, pushing back the gloom and casting them all in a pale amber glow. Which apartment, Izzy?
This way, down near the end,
he said, bopping his head and then leading them down the dingy corridor past several apartments, until stopping in front of a flimsy wooden door that looked like all the others.
This should be it. I know she can take care of herself,
began Narcissus, pushing him aside while he ran his palm up and down the door that barred their path, worried that if he pushed his shoulder against it with any kind of force, the entire building might come down on his head.
But after her battle with that strange attacker, she was exhausted, and now we have left her alone to follow this idiot on a fool's errand.
Don't worry, said Lilith. The senator's country house is far from any major roads. I doubt anyone would find her. That's the reason we chose it. When Vesper had vanished with the stranger, Narcissus had feared the worst. but by the grace of the gods she had returned to him not long after, exhausted yet exuberant. Asking for time, they had returned to the country home that served as their base of operations since they had stolen their freedom, while he and Lilith continued the search for Lucilla, so far with little to show for it.
"Step back,"
said Narcissus, putting his shoulder to the door, splintering the ancient wood with little effort. Pushing his way through the rotted wood, he entered a graffiti-covered room filled with broken furnishings and garbage piled high in the corners. Empty, except for a few rats that sniffed at him before returning to poking through the filth in the room. Spinning on his heels, he glared at Issy until he looked away, the sailor's face reddening in shame.
"He leads us in circles," said Narcissus. "We've been to every filthy popping eye in Rome, and now this?"
"He told me he'd be here," said Issy, speaking quickly. "I've never met him, but Azrael is one of the few Frumentari that Commodus did not dismiss." "Azrael," said Lilith, immediately drawing her gladius and shield, her eyes darting in all directions. "I know of him. He is a dangerous man, an assassin that has served the Empire for longer than most."
"You want us to trust a man still serving Commodus?"
asked Narcissus with a frown, towering over the stinking sailor. "There is a reason Commodus could not get rid of him. It is said that only the dead know his face," said Lilith. "We must go. Go now." Narcissus flinched, throwing Issy an angry look before continuing.
"I will break every bone in your stinking body for this." "I didn't betray you, I swear," he said, raising his hands defensively as Narcissus took a step closer to him.
"He told me he knows where she is, that he would lead us to her."
"You're a bigger fool than I thought,"
said Narcissus, reaching for his throat, halting when Issy glanced at something behind them, his eyes shooting open and his weathered face paling. Without thinking, Narcissus spun to his right, putting his back to the wall just in time to avoid the dart that buried itself deep into Issy's chest, a hollow rattle escaping his throat as his body crumpled to the floor. Adrenaline pumped through Narcissus's, every muscle tense as he scanned the gloom for the source of attack. He caught the glint of steel and dove to his right, just as a black-clad man, with his face hidden, erupted from the shadows, his oversized cloak billowing like it was caught in the wind, concealing his movements as his blade flashed towards Narcissus's heart.
"Azrael!"
shouted Lilith, stepping in front of Narcissus, her shield blocking his gladius just before it pierced his chest, the clash of steel deafening in the small room. "What is the meaning of this?"
"Tying up loose ends," he said,
glancing at Issy's fallen form,
"and collecting on a profitable bounty."
The assassin danced back, concealing the naked steel of his gladius in his billowing cloak for a heartbeat, before he came at her again, the weapon flashing at Lilith from every direction, driving her back on her heels while she alternated with her sword and shield to block his furious attacks. "The only loose thread cut today will be your life," said Lilith, ducking behind her shield while charging at the assassin, catching only air and shredding bits of the billowing cloak as she raced past him.
"I expected more from the great Lilith,"
he mocked, flowing around her to strike at her back.
"You're slow, so weak."
Lilith somehow blocked his swing with a desperate reach over her shoulder with her gladius. A heartbeat later, she spun in place, clipping him with her shield, sending him reeling back. "Fast enough for you, and that's all that matters." Seeing that Lilith had his attention, Narcissus pushed himself away from the wall with a roar, taking advantage of his long reach to grab at the assassin's loose clothing, catching only air as he spun away from Lilith to focus on Narcissus, his blade flicking out like a serpent's tongue, stabbing with such speed and skill that he left jagged scars on the big Celt's leather vest and steel braces. Narcissus raised his arms in an X to block a vicious blow when Azrael fainted, twisting his body to catch Narcissus in the belly with a heavy boot, quickly followed by an elbow to the centre of his chest that doubled him over, blasting the air from his lungs. The assassin moved to finish him when Lilith slammed into his back with her shield, driving him toward the wall. Instead of resisting, he used their combined momentum to run up the wall, flipping back and landing behind the former Jambe. Lilith started to turn, But he was faster, his blade cutting low and slicing into her hamstring, sending her crumpling to the floor with a screech of agony. "All too easy," he said, drawing back his gladius for the killing blow. Just as the blade was about to pierce her back, Narcissus threw himself between them, catching the thrust on his flank, the razor-sharp gladius ripping through leather and flesh with ease. Azrael's eyes shot open in surprise as they stumbled along, the pair of them falling into a heap of twisting bodies and blood.
"I don't think so,"
said Narcissus, locking the other man's forearm in an iron grip. When he tried to pull out his blade, slamming a meaty fist into the bridge of Azrael's nose, sending his eyes rolling back in his head. "Narcissus, are you still alive?" shouted Lilith in a strained voice. "Or are you just taking your time with Azrael? They say you always enjoyed killing slowly."
"I am here,"
grunted Narcissus, his breath catching in his throat when he shifted his weight to roll on his back.
"but I should be dead for my foolishness."
"Is Azrael dead?" Narcissus sat up, pressing his hands tight against the wound while the room spun.
"He lives, but I may just kill him out of spite for putting this blade in my side."
"Don't pull it out." Narcissus rolled his eyes, standing to his full height on shaking legs, slamming a heavy boot into Azrael's belly for good measure.
"Of course not, woman," he growled. "You think this is the first time I've had a blade in my gut? I'll live, although I will need a trip to the medicus."
He walked over to where Lilith lay in a pool of her own blood, her normally beautiful face twisted in a mask of agony. "He's dead," she said, pointing at Issy's fallen form with her chin. Cursing, she put her back to the wall while tearing away bits of her stola to make a bandage, deftly tying the material around her bleeding thigh.
"No great loss," he said,
frowning at the fallen sailor,
"although our path to find Lucilla has once again ground to a halt."
Lilith shook her head, a wry smile coming to her face. "Issy was always a fool, but there was wisdom in hunting down Azrael. There probably isn't much that goes on in the Empire that he doesn't know. We just have to find a way to make him talk." Narcissus glanced down once more to the blade in his flank, a feral grin coming to his face.
"I will make him talk."
"Good. He has a lot to pay for," said Lilith. "Help me up so we can get out of here. Azrael usually works alone, but it's best if we don't take any chances." He sneered at her outstretched hand, shaking his head.
"You have another leg. Use it."
"You would save my life and then leave me to die in my own blood," she said, gritting her teeth while using the wall to push herself up. "And yet my daughter thinks you're noble, so honourable." A low chuckle escaped his throat as he limped back to the fallen assassin, ripping away parts of his dark cloak to start binding his arms and legs.
"I am, just not with the likes of you. After that day in the house of Bacchus, I swore I would never let you touch me again, and I intend to keep my oath."
"I did what I did to survive," snarled Lilith, glaring at him. "Not that a simple-minded barbarian like you would understand."
"Simple-minded enough not to care what you think of me."
Lifting the assassin, he slammed his fist to his face once more for good measure, nodding in satisfaction when his head rolled back and forth.
"But having the wisdom never to trust a treacherous snake like you ever again."
"Very well, I'll do it myself," said Lilith, dragging herself to Issy's corpse, unbuckling the fallen sailor's scabbard and sword and placing the tip on the floor, her face an unreadable mask as she adjusted her weight to walk with the makeshift cane. "I always have, and it seems I always will." Ignoring her, Narcissus bound Azrael's arms in strips of his own cloak, then did his best to wrap the wound on his flank. The assassin groaned when Narcissus bent him backward to bind his legs and arms together, and in a moment of curiosity, he pulled down his mask. Narcissus choking on his tongue when he saw a familiar face.
"By the gods, I know this man!"
"Who is he?" asked Lilith, limping to his side and staring at Azrael with a blank look on her face.
"Jacob,"
he grumbled, shaking his head in confusion.
"He's the medicus at Ludus Magnus. Or at least he was before the revolt. I've known him for years. He saved Vesper's life."
Lilith's brow shot up, and a smile creased her face. A Jewish slave posing as a medicus is, in truth, one of the greatest assassins to have ever wielded a blade. Impressive. We should get back to Vesper. Maybe she might be able to convince him to help us. He was always kind to her. For once we agree. Let us pray that he has the answers we seek, and that, for Lucilla's sake, she lives long enough for us to find her. Chapter 6. Paths. Lucilla paced the opulent room in a fury, cursing herself for her stupidity. In her desperation to be free of Commodus and his madness, she had traded one tyrant for another, traded one cage for another. After months living in squalor, she was once more surrounded with everything worthy of her station, but it was just a prettier cage than the one beneath the Colosseum. Gilded mirrors reflected her beauty at every turn, while colourful dresses and stolas dyed in the rarest of colours filled the wardrobe. The massive bed she slept in, the fine chairs she sat upon, even the cushions scattered around the room were covered in fine silk that must have cost a Caesar's ransom. Each day she dined on fine foods prepared to perfection, washing it all down with rare vintages of wine that dazzled her tongue, all available at the ring of a tiny brass bell near the door, instantly summoning a dozen slaves who would rush to do whatever she wished. But she could not come and go as she pleased, leaving her room only when Mother Ayaba summoned her. The time she had spent with the old woman had terrified her, and Lucilla woke most nights in a cold sweat, the words of the matron's ritual still ringing in her ears, while she clutched at her chest, searching for the bloodless wound that the Sandawai woman had left in the hearts of every senator they had visited together. What worried her the most was the reaction of Rome's most powerful men. After the matron's ritual, each man had pledged their loyalty to the matron, joyful for the power and youth she had granted them, never questioning the how or why. Drawing in a deep breath to calm her mind, Lucilla glided over to the open window, gazing out over the empty garden, wondering for the 1000th time where she was. The flora was typical of a country villa, where most Roman patricians lived when they were not city-bound. Decorated with roses, oleanders, lilies, and amaranth, while other plants served to grow the more common vegetables that were part of the Roman diet, beans, olives, and peas. But Lucilla never saw a single soul working. In fact, it was clear that the garden was the domain of Mother Ayaba, with even Kubwa, the man with the red mask, entering only when summoned. Beyond the garden was only wilderness, with not even a road in sight, much less travellers. The longer she stayed, the more she regretted her decision to work with the Sandawai matron. Her desperation for freedom, her desire to remove her brother from power, had thrown her into an impossible situation, and now, with the perspective of time, she decided that escape was her only option. Steeling her nerve, she rang the brass bell, her pulse quickening when she hefted a clay lamp near the door, and waited. A few moments later, the young man who served as her valet opened the door with a pleasant smile plastered across his face. Terrified of losing her will to do what she had to, Lucilla closed her eyes and swung with all her might, a screech escaping her lips when the lamp struck something hard, the clay shattering in her hands as her heart beat out of her chest. "Apologies," she whispered to the fallen valet when she opened her eyes at last. Fighting her first impulse to help him, she instead knelt at his side, prying a brass key from his hand, and then sneaking into the empty hall, her eyes darting in all directions. Lucilla found herself walking down a colonnade with closed doors to her right, while overlooking the main atrium to her left. The large room was usually where guests entered, and it was decorated to impress. A large skylight provided light that dazzled off the blue and gold mosaic tiles and brightly coloured statues of well-muscled men, while a series of wide benches surrounded a large reflecting pool filled with crystal-clear rainwater. Tearing her eyes away from the beautiful entryway, she rushed past the marble columns, hunting for stairs that would take her down, or an open door, that would lead to, "Lady Lucilla, what are you doing out of your rooms?" Lucilla's eyes snapped open in fear, and for a heartbeat her mind raced to find a lie as to why she was out of her rooms. But then she remembered who she was and the role she'd assumed for her entire life. Drawing in a deep breath through her nose, she turned slowly, raising a fine eyebrow at the female slave gliding toward her. "This is totally unacceptable," said Lucilla, pushing out her chin while glaring at the girl. The girl slid to a halt, her liquid brown eyes widening with shock. "Apologies, Domina," she said automatically. "What—" "I should have all of you whipped," she interrupted, looking the girl up and down with an appraising glance. She was young, with the caramel-coloured skin, dark hair, and round features found in slaves from the East, Anatolia or Syria, and having the timid look of someone who had been a slave since childhood. "Domina, please," she began, prostrating herself while spreading her arms wide. "What have we done to offend you?" "One of you filthy slaves came to my room, drunk," said Lucilla, "pawing at me like an animal. I was forced to punish him myself." The slave pressed her lips together, shaking her head in confusion, before continuing, "That should never have been permitted. I will speak to Mother." "You will do no such thing," said Lucilla. "This is beyond your station. I will speak to the matron myself. Where is she?" "Lady Lucilla." Lucilla stepped forward, towering over the girl. "Augusta!" "Apologies, Augusta," she said, raising her hands above her head protectively. "But I can tell the matron you were part of this foolishness, or I can forget you interrupted me. Which do you prefer?" The girl's lips quivered, and she looked away, her hands tying in knots. "Please, Domina, I want no part of this." "Good! Now go on with your task, and I will try to forget you interrupted me." "Gratitude. You are a beacon of kindness, Domina." Lucilla dismissed the slave girl with a nod, and she squealed away, casting desperate looks over her shoulder before vanishing around a corner. Letting out a breath she didn't know she was holding, Lucilla continued along the colonnade until she found a narrow set of stairs meant for servants or slaves, a sense of relief flooding through her as she emerged from the dimly lit staircase to find herself in a small kitchen, her mouth watering when the smell of roasted pork filled her nostrils. Gratefully, the room was empty, and the noblewoman dashed from room to room until she caught a glimpse of the reflecting pool and atrium she had spied from above. Lucilla fought the urge to run when she saw the pair of carved wooden doors inlaid with brass. Instead, she walked slowly, as if she belonged. She found it strange that even here, aside from a small shrine with a few flickering candles meant to honour Lares, god of the hearth, not a soul was present. Squaring her shoulders, she walked to the doors and pulled on the brass handles, cursing in frustration, but not surprised to find them shut tight. Fingering the brass lock, she fished out the key from the slave she had knocked out, turning and twisting it in the mechanism with little success. Lucilla stepped back, closing her eyes and breathing deeply to calm her mind. She and Tiberius had a country villa on the cliffs that overlooked the Bay of Naples, a vast sprawling place with a full staff of slaves and servants that catered to their every whim, including waiting at the entrance so that visitors received the proper greetings when they arrived. This place was empty by comparison, with the few slaves she had seen forced to take on multiple roles. It would only make sense to lock the doors, and that the slave closest to the entrance would greet visitors, and a key would be kept close. "The shrine," whispered Lucilla, her composure forgotten as she raced to the small alcove, hunting for any sign of the key among the guttering candles and wax bust of some ancient ancestor. She covered her mouth to stifle a shriek when her fingers brushed against the smooth brass hidden behind a small statue, a smile coming to her face when she darted to the door and the key slid in with little effort, and the door swung open to reveal a small gravel path, which led through a high shrub in the distance. She took a step out the door and jumped out of her skin when a voice called out from behind her. "I wouldn't step out there if I were you." Lucilla recognised the hollow cadence even before she turned in place, unsurprised to find the Sandoi in the red mask stalking toward her. "Why? What does it matter to you?" she said. "That way lies only death," he said, stopping an arm's length from her, his eyes full of amusement behind the garish skull that served to hide his face. "It matters to me that you keep your word. It matters to the senators who have pledged themselves to your banner. But most of all, it matters to Mother Iarba." Lucilla's head swung back and forth between the sumptuous country house and the path. "No, I'm a slave here, trapped." "Slave?" he scoffed through the mask. "No, you are safe here, with every luxury worthy of your station. Why would you leave, especially when we are so close to elevating you to Empress?" She looked past him and shook her head. The villa was filled with everything her heart could desire, every luxury she had wished for, the riches that had blinded her until now. "All of my life it has been the same," she said, staring at the path. "Pretty rooms with pretty dresses hanging in the wardrobe, all while my fate is controlled by someone else. My father, my husband, then my brother, and now Mother Iarba." "You make no sense," he said, stepping closer, reaching out. "When you are Empress, you will have more power than you could desire, more than any Caesar in history. The men of the Senate will bow to your will, the people—" "No!" she shouted. "They will bow to Mother Iarba, just as I will if I stay on this path." Never breaking her gaze, he stepped aside, motioning that she return inside. "Come now, don't be a fool. Not now when we are so close." "You show your hand," said Lucilla with a smile. "You and Mother Iarba need me far more than I need you. You need the men of the Senate to open their doors when you come calling. She needs them to trust her long enough for the ritual. To all of our benefit," he said, spreading his arms wide. "Now, come back inside, or I will make you." Gazing down the path that led to the unknown, she took a step back. It was clear to her that even if they made her Augusta, nothing would change, except for the size of her gilded cage. The unknown path would be a life without the comfort she had grown accustomed to, maybe even to her death, but it would be a life that was hers. "No!" The man in the mask lunged for her, and Lucilla bolted, the world around her a shifting blur, as she pumped her legs as fast as they would go. "Don't go beyond the hedge!" screamed a high-pitched voice from somewhere behind her. Worried that he was closing in, Lucilla pushed herself harder, her heart racing faster in an adrenaline-fueled mix of fear and exhilaration. Reaching the hedge, she ignored his warning and blasted beyond the green wall of shrubbery, stumbling, staggering, almost falling, when, instead of finding herself racing up and down the green, rolling fields that she had seen from her window, the gravel gave way to a dull, grey cobblestone path that stretched off into the gloom. "Where am I?" she whispered, a chill running through her when the keen wailing of distant screams reached her ear. "Did you think this was some simple country villa?" began the masked Sandoi, his chest heaving as he emerged from the tall green hedge. "Did you think you could just walk out the door and return to your life?" "This is how you took me from the prison, the place between," she said, her eyes falling on the ash-coloured earth just beyond the cobblestone path. "Yes," he said, the skull covering his face, looking far more terrifying when reflected in the dim light. "And, as you can see, you have nowhere to go without me, without us." Lucilla grit her teeth together, her nostrils flaring as she glared at him. "I would give you a painful death if I could," she said, raising her chin. "You deserve no less." "Enough talk. The game is done," he said, followed by a shout of power she knew well, a word Mother Ayaba used with every senator they had met. Lucilla gasped when a jolt coursed through her, her limbs going stiff, the air blasting out of her lungs as she fell hard, twisting at the last moment to land on her side instead of her face.
Poor Lucilla,
mocked the masked Sandawai, appearing above her as she gasped for breath.
We had so much hope for you, that you would be part of our great crusade. But if you cannot do this of your own free will, then we will have to force you.
Without another word, he straddled her, sitting on her chest, showing her a bleached bone dagger with a leather-wrapped hilt. The hair on her arms stood on end when he shouted a single vile word, a word that began the ritual she had witnessed dozens of times. With deft hands, he carved shallow cuts on her skin, drawing jagged, square symbols up and down her arms and upper chest, his masterful cuts leaving a trail of blood dripping down her pale flesh, while he chanted in his strange, halting tongue, the sky above him flashing a bright white as jagged bolts of lightning fell in the distance. He drew the final rune on her shoulders, calling on ancient power as he raised the dagger above his head. Lucilla had witnessed the ritual often enough to know what to expect and when he was vulnerable. The moment the blade flashed with a pale light, the force binding her vanished, and she made her move. With all her might, she punched him in the groin with one hand while slamming him under his chin with the other. He fell forward, and Lucilla wasted no time, twisting her hips to throw him off her.
Fool woman, you'll pay for that,
he shouted in a voice she knew well. Lucilla rolled to her feet, ignoring the pain in her arms and shoulders as she turned to face him, an icy chill running through her when she saw that his mask had fallen away, revealing a familiar face. By the gods! Magnus! How? The weak-chinned senator sneered at her, his gaze falling on the discarded mask.
Do you think this matters?
He said, touching his face.
You won't remember any of this once I'm done with you.
No, I have one final play, she whispered, a wide smile creasing her face as she stepped off the path, a piercing cold running through her body, threatening to shatter her bones.
No!
He screeched behind her.
If you leave the path, you'll be lost forever among the damned. Then I will be damned.
She spat back at him, straightening her spine as she put one foot in front of the other, unflinching, while lightning flashed overhead and thunder echoed in the distance, his voice fading the farther she drifted from the path, the screams of the damned growing louder with each step, calling her name over and over. She never faltered, her chin raised high as she strode to eternal damnation. Chapter 7. Masks. The greatest assassin in the Empire, masquerading as a common medicus. It's almost impossible to believe. Great enough to fool the great Lilith, spat Jacob. Vesper's jaw fell open, seeing the rail-thin man in a new light as he fought against the thick rope binding him to the chair. But you were always so kind, and you saved my life, she said, wrapping her arms around herself. When her mother and Narcissus had brought the unconscious medicus to Senator Sabinus's villa, she was sure it was to help the man. But when they dragged him to the storage room and bound him, she frowned in confusion, only understanding when the former medicus woke. Jacob bowed his head, his anger vanishing when their eyes met.
Yours was a life worth saving, my dear,
he said, the easy smile she knew returning to his face.
But these Romans, for what they did to my family, to my people, they all deserve the death I have delivered to them.
Narcissus crossed his arms over his massive chest, grinning with amusement.
Azrael, I know this name from your Hebrew texts. You hardly look like the angel of death, Jacob. Why? Because I'm a skinny Jew? He snapped, struggling against the coarse rope binding him to the chair, or because I fooled you for years? Both, I guess, said the big Celt with a shrug. But you never had the look of a cold-blooded killer. Jacob threw back his head, and a shrill laughter filled the small storage room. Then I succeeded in my intent. Why the charade? Why not? None of that matters, said Lilith, leaning in close to the assassin. You live only for the information you can provide, so tell me, where is Lucilla? Jacob raised an eyebrow. The Emperor's sister. The only thing I know about her is that I should have killed her when I had the chance, he said, raising his chin. That day in the infirmary when Vesper was injured, she was so close. It would have been easy. A quick twist of my blade, and another worthless Roman would have fallen to me. Why would I help you find her? She's just as bad as her wretched brother. You will tell me what I need to know, seethed Lilith, pulling back her arm to strike him. No, said Vesper in a soft voice, catching her mother's arm before the blow could land. I owe this man my life, and I told you, I will not do things your way. I will not make your mistakes. Lilith glared at her with open rage, fighting against Vesper's grip. He would have killed us today, daughter. Look at my leg, at the wound on your kilt. Stand down, mother. Her mother flinched, as if she'd been struck, before bowing her head in subjugation. Your soft heart will cost you your life one day, or worse, the life of someone you love. On that day I will mourn for the loss, she said, pushing her mother's hand away, but until that day I will be better than you ever were. Jacob cocked his head, a half smile crossing his face as he watched the exchange. It was not personal. I only wished to collect the denarii. Only a fool would pass on such a lucrative bounty. Then I'll make you a simple offer, said Vesper. Forget all about us, and we won't tell the Empire who you really are. I'm sure the Frumentari would love to know that their best assassin is a Jew, more so that he takes pleasure in killing Romans. You would only hasten my death, and you're not that kind of person, he said, smiling at her. I can see it in your eyes. Vesper pressed her lips together, her eyes meeting his, as she looked for a way to reach him. Jacob, please. Lucilla is not like her brother. She has done everything in her power to help us overthrow him, and now she has paid the price. She got what she deserved for her conniving Roman ways, he spat. She came closer to him, laying a hand on his shoulder. You know that's not true, Jacob. Not every Roman is a monster. Lucilla is a good person. Help us. If not, out of doing the right thing, do it for me. You're wasting your time, said Lilith. At her side, Narcissus grunted in agreement, while waves of irritation flowing through their bond. For once I agree with Lilith. Nothing good can come from him. If you won't kill him, at least lock him up so he causes no further trouble. Vesper cocked her head, thinking the same thing. We've wasted enough time here. We'll ask Senator Sabinus if there is a cell that we can— Wait! Interrupted Jacob, speaking quickly. I will tell you what I know, if you are willing to do something for me. Now he wants to talk, laughed Narcissus. Tell me what you know. We'll consider if your information is worth our time, said Vesper. The thin man frowned at her, before finally nodding. The last time I saw her, she was chained to the wall in the Emperor's box, during the games. That is nothing new, said Narcissus. We all saw her that day. Vesper brushed his forearm with the tip of her fingers, calming him. Please, after we fled, we need to know what happened to her. I don't know what happened after. I fled, like everyone else, he said. But I overheard her talking to the Emperor courtesan, Marcia. And? Asked Lilith. Jacob ignored them, his eyes never leaving Vesper's. Commodus told her that his sister would be his prisoner, forever trapped in the hypogeum, forgotten by the world."
"The hypogeum?" asked Vesper.
"The underbelly of the Colosseum,"
said Narcissus, his pale skin flushing a deep shade of red as anger flowed through their bond. "Is she still alive?" asked Vesper, leaning in close to the assassin, close enough that she could smell some sort of mint on his breath.
"I don't know,"
said Jacob, looking away with a shrug.
"The conditions down there are brutal, and most slaves don't last long in that heat."
Vesper leaned back, looking back and forth between Narcissus and her mother. "We have to go to her."
"Vesper, it's been 6 months. I doubt she still lives,"
said Narcissus, resting a heavy hand on her shoulder. "We have to try. We have to look," began Vesper, meeting each of their eyes in turn, daring them to say differently. "If it was me, Lucilla would try," she finished in a low voice. Narcissus wrapped her in his arms, and her heart quickened as she drank in his scent, his warmth.
"Then we will try,"
he said, his voice rumbling in her ear. Vesper smiled into his chest, wanting more, wanting to be with him. Instead, with a sigh, she pushed him away and turned to their captive. "Name your price, Jacob. What would you have of me?" A tight-lipped smile stretched across the former medicus's face, and the ropes binding him to the chair fell away as he stood to his full height.
"Excellent,"
he said, rubbing his wrists.
"Snake,"
said Lilith, hobbling back on a good leg, while unsheathing the gladius and pointing it at him. "Enough, Mother! If he had planned to hurt us, he would have." Jacob's smile widened, showing his long, white teeth.
"You are correct, my dear. I swear by Almighty God that once I realised that it was you in charge, I had no intention of doing any harm."
"Then why the charade?" asked Narcissus. He shrugged, shaking away the rest of the rope.
"Apologies. It is difficult to undo a lifetime of caution and deception. In any case, our goals are in alignment. You only need to provide distraction, and our bargain will be complete."
"And what would that be?" said Lilith, returning her weapon to its sheath, her eyes never blinking. "How, in your crazed mind, do our goals align?"
"In 2 days, every slave that attempted escape, along with those recaptured, will be executed ad gladium."
A chill ran down Vesper's spine, her mind racing back to her first days in Rome. She had faced the same justice, sentenced to die at the hand of Rome's gladiators. She had survived, but the memory still haunted her, and she often woke from nightmares of the moment, soaked to the skin, with her heart pounding out of her chest of being back on the sands, watching her father die, before finally facing off against the bronze warriors herself. "How many?" she asked, swallowing hard.
"Thousands,"
said the assassin in a flat tone, his voice empty and without emotion. Lilith scoffed.
"We cannot save thousands of slaves who were foolish enough to be caught again."
"Mother," said Vesper, frowning at her.
"We do not need to save thousands. Only one,"
said Jacob. "Who?" asked Vesper.
"My older brother."
Narcissus frowned at him, crossing his arms over his thick chest. "I still don't see how our goals align."
"When Emperor Hadrian ordered the Jews from Rome, I was just a child. Those that did not leave soon enough were enslaved. They came for my entire family in the middle of the night. I never saw my father or mother again, and I can hardly remember the faces of my sisters. But the Almighty God performed a miracle, and I was sold, alongside my brother, Linus."
"Linus is your brother?" asked Vesper, gawking at him. Narcissus sucked in a sharp breath, and a shock of wild emotion passed through their bond.
"Impossible,"
he snarled.
"He escaped with us and left here weeks ago, heading for Neapolis."
"Yes," said Jacob, nodding to her.
"Linus looked more like a Roman than a Jew, and against my wishes, he hid his faith, spending his life posing as a gladiator, while we plotted and planned our revenge."
"So, what do you need us for?" asked Lilith. Jacob locked his arms behind his back, his face a mask of stone.
Well, the three of you are the most wanted people in Rome. Your very presence at the execution will anger the Legion to madness and rally the slaves. Perhaps the fight once more.
Vesper found herself nodding along with his words as she drew in a deep breath. When he was finished, she looked up, coming to a decision. Well, she began, her gaze taking them all in, it looks like we have one more battle in the arena. Let's make it a good one.
A battle? Said Jacob, frowning at them. No, a distraction, followed by a quick escape amid the chaos.
Vesper opened herself to the weave, goose flesh running over her body as torrents of ace flowed through her, and the room was cast in a bright white light, when the concentric patterns on her arms began to glow. No more running, she said. My control of ace is greater than it has ever been, and it's time we took full advantage of my growing strength. Daughter, that is not how it works. You cannot call bolts of lightning from the sky and belch fire without reality fighting back. Those days are long past. Rome, in their conquest to control the physical world, has changed the spiritual one too. We cannot perform the miracles we once did. I know, Mother, but that does not mean I cannot use my power to stop Commodus and his cruelty. Not when so many lives are at stake. Lilith slid closer to her, her voice dropping to a whisper.
That is only because you have never lived through a backlash or witnessed the destruction. Why risk it all for a few slaves who would not care if you lived or died?
It is a risk I am willing to take, Mother, she said, her thoughts going to Linus and all the other slaves who had sought freedom, only to have it snapped away from them. And we take the risk because I know now what it means to be a slave and to be free once more. If we succeed, more will be free, and the world will be a better place, not just for a chosen few with wealth and power, but for everyone. Chapter 8. The Best Laid Plans. Narcissus fell back on the thick grass, his body spent, his hairy chest heaving.
You have to give me a few moments before I can do that again.
Again? Have you lost your mind? I can't do that again, laughed Vesper, falling on the grass beside him with a beaming smile on her face, looking just as elated as he felt.
Oh, thank the gods,
he said, wiping beads of sweat from his brow. He closed his eyes for a moment, enjoying the sounds and smells of night, a smile creasing his face when she snuggled in close to him. They had spent the rest of the day planning their attack on the Colosseum, and now had retired to Senator Sabinus's garden after a simple evening meal of olives, cheese, and bread drenched in garum. Narcissus usually found the popular fish sauce too pungent for his tastes, but the senator's cook had a more subtle version of it that was not too rough on his tongue, and he had overeaten, much to his regret, when Vesper had started kissing his neck, and then, against his protests, dragged him to a secluded section of the garden where they wouldn't be heard or seen.
For a proper Osei girl, you seem to have lost all of your sense of inhibition.
You're a bad influence, she joked, her small fist connecting with the wound on his ribs when she punched him.
Oh, careful, he said,
his face taking on a sour look when a jolt of pain shot through his side.
The wound is still sensitive, even after your healing.
Oh, apologies. I wish that I could do more, but my mother could only describe how to use ace to heal a wound. Narcissus passed a hand over his flank where Jacob's blade had pierced him, shaking his head in amazement.
I am grateful. The wound feels as though it happened weeks ago, not today.
For the first time, I feel like my skills are strong enough that I can make a difference, to truly fulfill my destiny to be Rome's Jambe. He nodded in agreement, having watched her grow in power these past months. She was confident in her abilities now, displaying abilities beyond imagining.
I agree,
he began, his eyes drawn to the curtain of stars glittering above them, smiling at her before continuing.
That is the only reason I am going along with this mad plan of yours.
It will work, she said, leaning back to look at the night sky. I used to do this with my Aunt Magda. Every day after our evening meal, She would brush or braid my hair, and we would gaze at the stars. It was always my favourite time of the day.
I did the same with my father a lifetime ago.
What was he like? She asked. Narcissus shrugged, squeezing shut his eyes in an attempt to remember the man.
He was hard, but fair, big like me. More than that I can't remember. I was young when the Romans took me, so young that I cannot remember his face.
And your mother?
It was she who blessed me with the fiery hair and temper, he said with a wide smile, but no more than that.
At his side, Vesper sat up, her normally brown eyes flashing with a golden hue. Through their bond, he felt the thrill he knew well, the rush of energy coursing through her as she drew on the ace in her blood and that of the weave, filling her with potential. The power to impose her will on reality, to twist it to her will and desire. I'm going to try something, she said at last. Something I have been wondering about since we began sharing our strength. Vesper's voice fell to a whisper, and she began to sing, her words deep and sombre, thrumming through the garden in low tones that made him think of lonely plains under a cold, moonless sky.
What?
She said nothing more, but Narcissus was suddenly cold and then hot, his heart beating faster and then slowing, a jumble of emotions rushing through his mind while she continued to sing the song under her breath. He raised a hand to stop her when, with a rush, the world around him shifted. "Do you see?" she said, her voice shaking, her body beside him, stiff as a board.
What am I seeing?
He gasped, blinking in wonder, when his eyes were drawn to the thin lines of emerald and gold that glowed bright against the dark of night.
Look up,
she whispered.
By the gods,
he said, his words catching in his throat.
What is it?
Vesper's fingers locked with his, and a pulse of joy came through their bond that made him want to sing at the top of his lungs. This is the weave, she began, at least part of it. This is what I see when I look at the sky, how the Osa and the Chosen see the world, when we choose to. Narcissus lost track of the infinite threads of light that flowed from the garden, stretching to the night sky. In the distance there were more than he could ever count, flickering every shade imaginable.
It's all connected, he said, in a deep rumble. You, me, the plants, people, even people I don't know, I can see it.
All of us, she said, nodding beside him. This is the weave that makes up all of humanity, the tapestry of mankind, past, present, and future. And if you follow certain threads, we can connect with those we love, even if they are no longer with us. He opened his mouth to speak, but fell silent when she took his hand and guided him, following a pair of threads that flowed to a distant pair of figures on the tapestry that grew larger the longer he stared at them.
Father,
he said, drawing in a sharp breath through his teeth when he realized their images were dim compared to the others around them.
Mother.
Yes, she said, rubbing a soft hand up and down his arms, her eyes full of sympathy. But there are more, many more, she said. He could see that the threads connecting them to him were connected to others, familiar-looking men and women, many of them with the same fiery red hair, the same eyes and pale skin.
These are my kin, my clan.
You are not alone, said Vesper, in a hoarse voice, as the images in the sky faded. Narcissus tore himself away from the heavens to find that she was trembling, and her head was bowed with fatigue. Apologies, that was more difficult than expected.
You have given me a wondrous gift, he said,
looking once more to the night sky.
I have spent all my years in Rome thinking I was alone, a clan of one. But now I have you. I know that my family lives, and that one day I may see them again.
Vesper leaned against him once more, her fingers dancing among the hairs on his chest, sending shivers of pleasure up and down his body, and gooseflesh rising on his arms. After the battle in the arena, once we find Lucilla, After we free Linus and the others, we can go to them. You can see your homeland once more."
"That's not possible. Is it?"
She rolled on top of him, cupping his face in her hands. "Everything is possible when we're together," she said, her lips brushing his. "Now that we are free, nothing can stop us." Narcissus stared deep into her eyes, doubting her words at first, thinking it impossible that after so many years he could go home.
"Nothing can stop us,"
he said, pressing his lips to hers, their bodies moving together, despite his protests of only a few minutes ago. Lust, love, and hope driving them to greater heights, to greater joy. Chapter 9. Wandering. Lucilla ran, shambling half-blind into the cloying gloom, seeing only when the sky was brightened by jagged flashes of cobalt lightning, offering her the occasional sight of her goal, a series of towering mountains in the distance. When she had stepped off the cobblestone path onto the bone-chilling, barren earth, she had expected the damned to be waiting for her. Instead, she found only darkness and the voices, the haunting cacophony of whispers and distant wails calling her, urging her to come to them, to find salvation in those she once loved. The cold seeped into her bones, and after a time she lost all sense of time or scale, only knowing that she had to run, to race forward one step at a time, or she would certainly die. One moment she walked alone in the dark, unsure and full of doubt, the constant whispers keeping her nerves on edge. The next, when the sky was filled with brilliant flashes of lightning, leaving her feeling small, alone, and insignificant, twisting her hands in terror. The ground shook with a boom of thunder when the hairs on the back of her neck stood on end, a chill running up and down her spine when a familiar voice touched her ear.
"My love, come to me."
"Lucius," she whispered, her spine stiffening while her stomach clenched in knots. Lucius, her first husband, had died on the way back to Rome, food poisoning, she was told, by a Praetorian guardsman who had escorted the body back to Rome for funeral rites. When they had shown her his emaciated body, black and shrunken, her sanity had cracked. Lucilla had spent months on end, lost in the house of Bacchus, drowning in wine and pleasures of the flesh, dreaming of a final touch with him. Now, in this barren place, she once again heard the deep timbre of his voice, the kindness, and she yearned for his hands on her, his lips on hers. "Is it really you?"
"Of course, my love,"
said the voice she knew so well, from off to the side now.
"I have waited for so long to hold you in my arms once again."
Lucilla spun in a circle, ears straining as the voices grew in number, all of them echoing words of love and yearning, calling to her. Narrowing her eyes, she gripped her temples, desperate to see beyond the cloying gloom. "Stop! Please! Stop!" she shouted, in a shaking voice, wishing for a weapon of some kind. "Lucius, if it's you, please, my love, show yourself." A distant flash lit up the sky, and she clutched her chest in panic when she caught a glimpse of a throng of blank faces surrounding her. A horde of the dead beyond counting, shuffled closer with each breath. "No!" she shouted, when a pale hand, the colour of ash, reached out from the gloom, fingers hungry for her throat. "Get back!" At its touch, a brilliant flash blinded her, and a piercing scream erupted from her throat. Panic took hold, and Lucilla ran, her mind a jumble of screams and flashing light, while numbing cold threatened to shatter her bones each time a shade tore at her, their haunting wails growing louder as she pressed through. Lucilla did not know how she survived, but after an eternity of running, she somehow staggered free, finding herself in a circle of cold light near the edge of a slope that was covered in jagged rocks. In the distance, Lucilla could still hear the shades calling to her, Lucius louder than the rest. But the light was brighter here, the cool glow of the mountains somehow holding the shades back. Shuddering in relief, she climbed a little higher, clawing and scraping with bloodied fingers while her breath rasped in her ears, not stopping until she reached a tiny perch of flat rock. Here she could still hear the voices, but they were distant, easier to push from her mind. Scurrying away from the edge of her tiny plateau, she pressed her back against the rock wall. For the first time since she stepped off the cobblestone path, letting her guard down, her shoulders falling in relief. She stayed like that for a time, in a state of panic, taking in gulps of stale air to calm her racing heart, flinching each time thunder boomed in the distance, or lightning flashed across the sky, until she at last fell into a fitful slumber, her sleep disturbed by dreams of Mother Ayaba arguing with Magnus, their words full of spite, with Magnus finally storming off, vanishing down the cobblestone path, to where she could not say. She came awake with a start, the faint glow surrounding her still present, sure that a warm breeze just had caressed her pale skin. Rubbing sleep from her eyes, she dragged herself over to the edge of her tiny refuge, taking advantage of the flashes of lightning to survey her surroundings. Lucilla bit her lip when she saw that the damned were still present, huddled in numbers beyond counting at the base of the jagged mountains. Narrowing her eyes, she searched the horizon for the cobblestone path, hoping beyond hope that she could somehow make her way back, cursing herself when she saw nothing but barren, lifeless soil. "If the damned don't get me, thirst and hunger surely will," she said, gasping as she rolled on her back, realizing that the pale glow came from the shallow cuts Magnus had carved along her arms and chest during his failed ritual. "What in the name of the gods is this?" she muttered, removing her filth-streaked stola, her curiosity greater than her need for modesty. She had watched Mother Ayaba perform the same ritual repeatedly, carving the same symbols on the arms of every senator she had introduced the old woman to, and each time the Sandawai matron had finished by plunging a bone-handled dagger in the men's hearts. Now these symbols decorated her own flesh, yet somehow the ritual was incomplete, and the symbols were casting a pale light. Lucilla was about to inspect them further when a peal of thunder sounded directly overhead, forcing her to throw her hands over her head as a shower of tiny stone shards rained down on her, one of them cutting her just below her right eye, leaving a tear-shaped droplet on her pale cheek. Cursing her luck, she picked up her grime-covered stola, ripping away the hem of the garment and using it to staunch the bleeding. The sky was bright once more, and Lucilla caught sight of herself and began to laugh. It was a small giggle at first, then a deep-throated laugh, and after a few moments her whole body was shaking with laughter until her belly hurt from the effort of it, her heart full of joy. Today she had made one of the few decisions that she had ever made, and had ended up naked, crying blood on the side of a mountain while being watched by the damned. For some reason, it made her laugh. Wiping the remaining blood off her face, she dressed, intending to climb as high as she could. She had only managed a short distance when a whisper reached her, making the fine hair on her arms stand on end. "Do not go up there, my love," said a shade, its voice taking on hints of the husband she once knew. "Only death awaits." Lucilla stopped climbing, almost falling when her grip faltered. "Then I shall die," she said to herself, or to the shade, she couldn't be sure. Despite her defiance, the whispers continued, growing fainter the higher she climbed, pushing her to climb faster to escape them. Lucilla pushed herself beyond her limits, ignoring her shaking arms and legs, enduring the pain and the blood flowing freely from the cuts on her hands and knees, defying her every instinct that told her to go back, to return to the gilded cages that had been her life. She began to climb faster when she saw another plateau not far above, to her right, adrenaline giving her a strength beyond what she thought possible. Scaling along the near flat face of the slope, she shifted ever so slightly to her goal, shuffling along higher and higher, while she pressed her body flat against the jagged stone, her skin bruising with each step. She was almost at her goal and reached out, nearly falling, when she realised the handhold was just out of reach. Catching her balance, Lucilla changed tactics, leaning forward as far as she could while reaching once more, only to curse when she slipped, her breath catching in her throat when she fell a few inches, the luck of the gods saving her when she found another handhold just below her. Clutching at the rock wall in desperation, she shook with wide-eyed terror. Looking over the cliff face, she hunted for another way, any way to reach her goal. But the longer she looked, the more despair set in, and she knew there was only one way up. "I have to jump," she croaked, wanting to let go, but she didn't dare, not after coming so far. Reaching down deep, delving deep to memories full of hurt and anger, screaming them loud like a battle cry. "I curse you all! I curse you, brother, for your arrogance. I curse you, father, for leaving the Empire to your weakest child. And I curse you, Lucius, for leaving me alone in this world." With everything she had left, she leapt, screeching like an eagle as she flew, a shout of victory escaping her lips when she caught the rock hold and swung herself onto the plateau, laughing and crying from the sheer joy of being alive when she fell on her hands and knees, not caring for the pain, only grateful to be alive. Rolling onto her back, she wanted nothing more than a moment to catch her breath, only to fall silent when a slow, rhythmic beating, combined with a hypnotic twang, reached her ear. Thinking quickly, she flipped onto her belly, and was greeted with the sight of a large cave mouth, and from it, a warm, flickering glow called to her. She was not alone. Chapter 10. Vulgar Displays. Vesper crossed an invisible line, and the taint was there once more, her belly churning with waves of nausea the moment they passed Trajan's market at the edge of the inner city. The massive brick shopping arcade, where almost any good or service could be purchased, no matter how rare or exotic. When she'd lived at the Ludus, she'd grown accustomed to the filth that permeated the weave, the corruption, but they'd been away long enough that she had almost forgotten it. Now she reeled against the oily feel on her skin and the rancid taste in the back of her throat. "I had forgotten the smell of this place," she said to Jacob, shuddering from the cold rain whipping past her, the woolen pallor she had thrown over her shoulders doing little to keep the deluge from soaking her to the skin. "And I doubt I will ever get used to the cold." The former medicus glanced up at the iron-grey sky, pulling tight the oversized cloak he wore to hide the scarred leather armour he wore underneath. "It has always been a foul place," he said, his lips turning down into a harsh frown. "As to the weather, this is nothing. You should see Britannia. It rains like this at the height of summer and doesn't get much warmer." Vesper frowned at him, her brows coming together. "And people live there? Willingly?" Jacob laughed, and for an instant she caught a glimpse of the pleasant man she remembered. The former medicus had saved her life, tending to grievous wounds, and she was having a hard time seeing him as an assassin. "I suppose they do," he said with a shrug. "I have spent more time in the northern reaches of the Empire than I ever wanted to, and almost none in the African provinces from where you hail. Don't you have a winter season?" "Not like this," she shouted, dodging past a wagon loaded with jugs of oil, its heavy wooden wheels making a terrible racket on the cobblestone road. "It's warm, like the rest of the year, just wet." "Careful, there is a patrol up ahead," he snapped, picking up his pace so he passed the legionnaires on the other side of a loaded wagon, concealing him from their sight. "You're good at this," she said, following his lead step for step. "This mad endeavour will be for nothing if they spot us, worse still if you get caught." Vesper nodded in agreement. It was one of the reasons she travelled with Jacob, while Narcissus entered the city after them with Lilith, much to the big man's annoyance. Commodus had proclaimed them to be leaders of the slave revolt, and as such, their descriptions were known to every legionnaire in the city and beyond, so it was safer to travel apart.
I doubt anyone will notice it in this crowd, certainly not with this rain.
Just keep your head down, said Jacob, threading his way through the crowded street. Vesper followed his instructions, bowing her head against the elements while trying to blend in as they passed through the Forum Romanum, a large, rectangular plaza that was once the heart of Roman public life. At the height of the Republic, the Grand Square was used for public discussions, criminal trials, and elections, but with the advent of the Imperial Age, the open square was surrounded by important government buildings of all kinds. Vesper caught herself gawking at the towering pillars that were evenly spaced, each of them made of fine marble and topped with golden statues of Rome's praetors and generals, men who achieved enough glory for the empire to be deified or honoured here. A shudder of fear ran through her when they passed the Curia Julia, the seat of the Roman Senate, where Commodus, in his madness, had sentenced her and Narcissus to fight to the death, and she was grateful when they passed through the Victory Arch of the great Caesar Augustus, leaving the square and the memory behind. When she caught sight of the Colosseum in the distance, her shoulders hunched up, and the tension returned just as quickly as it had passed. "I don't know if I can do this," she muttered to Jacob, walking close enough to him so that only he could hear her words. "I've never tried drawing on so much ace on a grand scale, especially when mired in the filth of the city's taint." "I don't understand your witchcraft, but it's too late. Our plans hinge on your skills," he said with a smirk, his focus on their destination never wavering. "Besides, having doubts is good. Only fools walk into a lion's den without fearing the lion." "Gratitude," said Vesper, the tension easing in her shoulders the more he spoke. "Don't thank me. We've done nothing yet. Focus on the mission, prepare yourself, and follow my lead, no matter how bizarre." "Of course," said Vesper, craning her neck to marvel at the size of the great Colosseum as they drew closer. Even after having battled on its sands, knowing what kinds of horrors were done within its walls, she was still in awe of its majesty, its craftsmanship. Pushing away her doubt as they approached one of the many entrances, she did as she was told. Drawing on the innate ace coursing through her, Vesper formed a razor-sharp gladius and leather scabbard on her hip, concealing the conjured weapon under her cloak. At the empty gate, Vesper counted 4 men, rough-looking legionnaires that looked to be of low rank, the type of men who were more for show than anything, their presence meant to keep the rowdier citizens and slaves in line during events, such as today's executions. "You're too early," said a short legionnaire to Jacob, rubbing the bridge of a nose that looked like it had been broken more than once. "The magistrate has ordered that the gates open mid-morning, no earlier." Vesper blinked in surprise when Jacob was suddenly hunched over, his voice cracking and tired.
"I beg of you, have pity on an old man,"
he said, coughing into his hand.
"I'm not well, and my sight fails me. I fear the gods will summon me to the afterlife soon. I only wish for a place near the front, or I won't see a thing."
"My Dominus just wishes to enjoy the games one last time," said Vesper, bowing her head, instinctively playing along. The legionnaire frowned at them, taking a step back.
"Go die somewhere else, old man. We don't have time for your foolishness." "I have denarii,"
said Jacob in a desperate tone, jangling a small pouch in front of the shorter man.
"Maybe even a little extra for your kindness."
Another legionnaire behind the first licked his lips, pulling his cohort back to whisper in his ear.
"What about her?"
he said at last, dry-washing his hands. Jacob coughed again, hacking and choking, until finally clutching his chest, gasping for breath.
"Just a slave girl who sees to an old man's comfort. There is more than enough coin to cover both of us."
The legionnaire covered his mouth with his cloak, the red garment stained brown and tattered along the edges.
"Fine, fine," he said, bouncing the pouch in his hand. "Just get out of my sight and don't make any trouble, or you will see the afterlife sooner than you think. Now move along, before our patience wears thin."
The assassin knuckled his forehead, and they moved past the guardsman, his shuffling gait returning to its long stride once they were deeper in the darkness and out of sight.
Roman scum,
he spat, glaring over his shoulder with a frown on his narrow face.
They would sell their own mothers for enough denarii.
They're not all like that, said Vesper. Lucilla and her husband,
she sat idly by in the Emperor's box for years as slaves were murdered before her eyes, he said. She did nothing while her husband and father burned nations to the ground and then crucified soldiers for trying to protect their homes, enslaving women and children, all for the glory of the Empire.
I'm sorry, said Vesper in a small voice.
Sorry for what?
He asked, taking them down a side corridor that led down a sloping ramp. For your hate and pain, she said, for what the Empire has done to you. Jacob stopped in his tracks, and Vesper gripped tight to her gladius, fearing he was about to attack when he spun on his heel to face her.
Don't talk about things you know nothing about. I have no pain in my heart. I don't deserve or want your pity. I only desire to punish those so richly deserving of death. Do you understand?
They stood in silence, their eyes locked together. Vesper could see nothing in his eyes, no hint of anger or hatred, just steady calm, and that frightened her the most. Of course, my apologies for thinking otherwise. I am not here to judge you.
Good,
said Jacob, cocking his head as if he had expected a different answer.
Now, come along, before those legionnaires realise we are not searching for seats.
Jacob turned on his heel and resumed their descent down the curving tunnel. Despite the cool temperatures above, beneath the Colosseum it was a furnace, and by the time her ear caught the occasional grunt, scream, or snap of the whip, she was ready to throw off her leather vest, tunic, and cloak as the heat became unbearable. They came to a large opening dominated by cages, and she gagged on the odour of unwashed bodies, her eyes going wide when a sea of humanity stretched out before her. Vesper cursed under her breath, having lost count of how many men were huddling like animals in the filthy space, heavy iron chains connecting them by their wrists and ankles. By a Lodging-Ma, how are we going to find Lucilla in all this mess, much less free any of these people?
I think we'll find out sooner rather than later, said Jacob, pointing with his chin at a tired-looking legionnaire with a heavily lined face and deep circles under his eyes. Even in the dark, Vesper could see that his leather armour was worn and cracked along its edges, while his cloak looked like it hadn't been washed in months.
No killing, she whispered to Jacob, seeing how the assassin shifted his stance. You promised.
We'll see,
he whispered out to the side of his mouth, his hands invisible under his cloak.
You're not supposed to be down here,
said the legionnaire, without a hint of emotion on his face, resting a hand on the hilt of his gladius.
Return to your seats, or I'll see to it that you're executed along with the prisoners later today.
Apologies, said Vesper, stepping forward. We are...
The Hypogeum is closed to the public, he growled,
unsheathing a portion of his gladius to show the naked steel.
No one is supposed to be down here. Leave.
Apologies, said Jacob, spinning in place. Vesper blinked, and in a blur of motion almost too quick to see, Jacob was suddenly at the legionary's side, holding him up.
Help me quickly before any of the other guards notice.
She dashed forward to help, catching the falling man on his other side, staring in wonder at the ugly red welt growing on the side of the man's temple.
What did you do? Is he dead?
She asked, helping Jacob pull the man back up the ramp and out of sight. The assassin lowered him down, propping the limp body against the rough stone wall so it looked like he was sleeping.
Not dead,
he said, showing her an arm's-length leather strap that bulged on one end.
But he will wish he was. He'll wake in a few hours with a splitting headache, not remembering much. Even his own name might be a blur. You'll find that a good solid knock on the head can do wonders in making people forget they ever saw you.
So, what now? She said, casting a worried glance at the leather weapon. How do we find Lucilla or Linus in this mess?
We find the woman first, said Jacob. "There are fewer and would be kept apart. The last thing Commodus would want would be slaves enjoying the pleasures of the flesh, not when they have vexed him so." "Agreed," she said, knowing how petty the Emperor was, having lived through enough of his antics. They returned to the foul-smelling underbelly of the Colosseum, snaking their way through the shackled masses, ignoring the reaching hands and pleading voices. Vesper's heart broke when she saw the battered bruising on their faces, the welts on their backs, and she was grateful that the dark hid her shame for not being able to free them right away. "Keep your emotions under control," said Jacob in a harsh whisper. "It will do us nor them any good if they run for the exits now. The Legion will only cut them down, causing more senseless deaths." Vesper sucked in a shuddering breath, gritting her teeth to harden her heart. I know, but patience has never been my strength." They made their way to the opposite side of the underground complex, squeezing around wooden platforms attached to winch and pulley systems that could lift them to the main level of the Colosseum to replace parts of the grounds with different scenery, elevate exotic animals in cages, or even provide battlefield fortifications to reenact many of Rome's ancient wars. "Here," said Jacob, cocking his head in an attempt to get a better view around the heavy cloth curtain that vanished into the darkness above their heads. Vesper pushed past him, entering a better-lit area that had an odd mix of cages filled with female slaves, along with big cats of all kinds. Scanning for Lucilla, she noticed predators familiar and foreign. Male lions with their shaggy golden manes were caged beside black-spotted cheetahs, while bizarre animals that she was unfamiliar with stalked back and forth in cages, casting hungry looks at them. "Lucilla!" she shouted suddenly, racing toward a cage holding a tallish woman with long brown hair, whose stola, despite being covered in grime, was trimmed purple and gold. "Please take me home, Domina. I can't take any more," stammered the woman, shaking in terror when Vesper kneeled beside her. "I will be good. Never will I touch your things again, I swear by the gods." Staring at her vacant eyes and hollow cheeks, it was clear that she had no clue who Vesper was. The woman was some unlucky slave, and not her friend. "She's not an escaped slave," said Vesper, taking the woman's soft hand in hers. "She's never done a moment of labour in her life." Above her, Jacob looked down his nose at them, clenching and unclenching his fist. "I'm sure many a Roman has taken this opportunity to purge unwanted slaves from their service." Vesper stood, wiping away dirt and grit from her knees. "Surely she has value. Why not just sell her? Why cast her away like this?" "Some don't care for the coin," said Jacob with a shrug. "But from the looks of her, she was some patrician woman's handmaid for a time. She must have done something to upset her domina, and this is her punishment." Vesper's blood boiled, and she ground her teeth in a flash of anger. "Let's find Linus and Lucilla before I do something I will regret." Jacob's thin shoulders shook with silent laughter as he showed her the whites of his teeth in a feral smile. "And there it is," he said. "What? What's so funny?" "You feel such anger for one cast-out slave," he began, his smile fading. "Imagine the weight of an entire people cast out, thousands of mothers, fathers and children torn from their homes, their only crime being born a Jew. And you've let it consume you," she said, drawing in a deep breath, then letting the anger out in a slow exhale through her mouth. The lines of Jacob's thin face, the haunted look in his eyes, painted the picture of a man consumed by a lifetime of anger, of hate. Let hate ruin you until there is nothing left but the hunger for revenge. "It will be you one day," he snapped, turning away from her to keep searching, "when the pain of this life has burned the hope from you." "Let's just find those we're here for," she said, praying to Olodjimare that he was wrong. Vesper lost track of time while they waded through the sad sea of humanity, searching for their friends while avoiding the few legionnaires in the area, a sense of impending doom and panic playing havoc with their nerves the longer they searched. Throwing up her arms in frustration, she fought the urge to scream out their names,
knowing that calling attention to herself would only cause more trouble than it was worth. The faint rattle of chains, followed by deep-throated, commanding shouts, cut short their search, and Vesper cursed under her breath. "We're out of time," she said, stopping beside him. "There we go with our contingency," he said, his face like stone. "Are Narcissus and Lilith close?" Vesper closed her eyes for a moment, feeling her way past the rotted pattern that permeated the city, a smile growing on her face when she felt the familiar warmth that flowed through their bond, that Narcissus was close. "He's here, above us, near the entrance." "Good," said the assassin, standing on his toes and craning his neck to catch a glimpse of what was happening near the exit to the hypogeum. "We will blend in with the slaves when they're taken onto the sands. Hopefully we will have a better chance to see Linus and Lucilla in the light of day." She could only nod as the darkness was banished by a group of cohorts carrying lanterns, dragging the captives to their feet, while a dark-skinned legionnaire with a square jaw and a massive beak of a nose put a barbed whip to work, driving those in chains to move. Vesper bowed her head, following the long line of captives as they were brought up through the sloped passage that led to the sands of the Colosseum, her teeth chattering as beads of cold rain rolled down her temples. Despite the weather, the massive amphitheatre was full of cheering citizens and slaves, all hungry for a spectacle and blood. Ignoring the cheering masses, Vesper felt her way through the bond she shared with Narcissus, a smile creeping onto her face when she caught a glimpse of his massive frame that dwarfed all those sitting beside him, including Lilith, whose beautiful face was turned up in disgust as she cast hateful glances at the lowborn of Rome surrounding her. "I see Linus," said Jacob in a hurried tone, a tiny crack of joy appearing on his face. Vesper tore her eyes away from Narcissus to look past the hundreds of slaves crowding the sands to find the old gladiator at the head of a column of chained men, apart from the others, standing tall and strong, close to the Emperor's box. "He looks well despite it all," she said, looking him up and down, surprised to see that his sun-kissed skin had faded to a reddish pink. He appeared fit, his sinewy body looking lean and strong. All of the men with him do. "My brother was never one to give in or give up," said Jacob, his voice full of pride. "It looks like he's organised resistance, even bound in chains." Vesper opened her mouth to speak, when a horn sounded, a single peal, loud and clear, that pierced the din of the murmuring crowds. All eyes turned to the Emperor's box as the note faded, waiting for the auditor to announce the start of the executions. Instead, Commodus himself stood at the forefront of the marble podium, the assembled Romans gasping in awe when they saw that he wore nothing but a loincloth to cover his athletic frame, while his familiar lion's mane adorned his shoulders. "By Logimar!" she gasped, shaking her head.
"Citizens of Rome,"
he boomed, raising his arms in a V, his chiselled body like that of an Olympian, glistening in the rain.
"I, Caesar Augustus Lucius Aelius Aurelius Commodus, offer today's games in honour of our communal sacrifice. We Romans, in our kindness, opened our homes and hearts to these traitors assembled on the sands before you, but they chose to spurn our generosity, our kindness."
"Kindness," muttered Vesper under her breath, bowing her head and shifting her vision to the world beyond, recoiling in disgust by the tattered weave that shifted before her eyes. Jacob leaned in close to whisper in her ear, weaving his hands in front of him.
"Now would be a good time to perform whatever trickery you plan to do."
"It's coming," she said, sucking in a deep breath while she drew on the ace in her blood, spreading her fingers wide and then linking them together. "I've only drawn on this type of ace twice before, and it was always during life-or-death moments." Jacob continued to press her, but she ignored his frantic voice, the driving rain, even Commodus droning on about the glories of Rome. She had done this on the night her Aunt Magda had died, and then once more on the day she almost died, battling the pair of gold-painted dwarves. Vesper fumbled as she reached out, feeling as though she were trying to hold running water with open fingers, the power slipping through her hands in torrents. Then, with a gasp, there was a sudden rush of life, an intoxicating joy that made her want to weep as she pulled the very essence of life from those all around her. It was a trickle at first, and she fought the urge to take it all, instead expanding her reach until she drew on the life force of all the men and women crowding her on the sands. "Vesper, we are out of time," said Jacob, falling against her as the crowd surged, screams reaching her ears, even deep in focus. A calloused hand grabbed her roughly by the upper arms, and a stranger's deep voice reached her ear. "Up to the front with you." Ignoring the voice, Vesper drew on a deep well of memory of her people, the Ose. Knowledge of Ace that had grown since her gift from Eshu, the primordial lower she had met months ago. With a shout of triumph, she raised a clawed hand to the heavens, releasing a portion of the ace she was holding with a shudder of exhilaration. She opened her eyes to meet those of the Legionnaire holding her arm, and he shrank away, covering his head in panic as a peal of thunder shook the great Colosseum. "No," she said, his eyes shooting open wide when crooked fingers of lightning flashed across the sky. "Never again! Your time is at an end." The concentric patterns covering her body glowed bright against her dark skin as Vesper focused the remainder of the ace coursing through her. She pushed forward her will, intent on shattering the chains binding the slaves, when a force stopped her, her breath blasting from her lungs as if she had slammed into an invisible wall, holding back her ace. From the Emperor's box, a wild laugh pierced the boom and crash of thunder as Commodus appeared, bearing a massive club over his shoulder. All around him the shadows deepened, and Vesper understood that it was him who was channeling some unseen force, that his will was opposing her own. "Come then, O switch," he shouted, his face aglow with a maniacal smile. "Let us finish this once and for all. Come and die at my hand, so that I never have to deal with you again." Vesper answered his challenge with a smile, drawing on more ace from the thousands of souls filling the Colosseum, pressing her will against his. "Once and for all," she answered, her shouts loud enough to shatter stone. "To the afterlife with you!" Chapter 11. Tempest. Narcissus rose to his feet, flinching along with the rest of the Colosseum when peals of thunder echoed across the sky, while fat drops of rain fell in a blinding torrent. At his side, Lilith did the same, staring dumbfounded at Vesper and Commodus as they faced off against one another. "Let's finish this," he said, balling his fists. "Agreed," said Lilith, a feral grin crossing her beautiful features as she drew an ornate gladius from her hip, hefting a shield taken off her back adorned with the same concentric patterns that Vesper had on her arms. "Don't stop. Crush everyone in your path," he grunted, his eyes never leaving Vesper, who stood stock still in the middle of the Colosseum. "Get Linus out with as many others as you can. Leave the rest to Vesper and I." Lilith nodded to him, hefting her shield. "Go!" Narcissus bellowed an ear-piercing battle cry, vaulting down the slope steps in twos and threes like a madman, until, finally, leaping from the seating onto the sands with a grunt. He took his first legionnaires from behind, crashing into their phalanx and throwing it into chaos while the men scattered in all directions. Before they could recover, the giant Celt grabbed the man closest to him, crushing the hapless legionnaire's windpipe with a meaty hand. In the next breath, he tore the shield away from another man just getting to his feet, kicking out his legs from under him and then using the edge of it to pierce his breastbone, spilling bright red blood onto the sands. "Javelins from the left!" shouted Lilith, appearing at his side, burying her gladius in the shoulder of a legionnaire still on his knees. Spinning on his heel, Narcissus ducked under the bloodied shield just as a volley of the steel-tipped javelins clattered off its wooden surface.
"Cowards!"
he seethed, his blood boiling with rage as a surge of adrenaline coursed through his veins. Despite the chaos around them, Lilith smiled with glee as jagged arcs of lightning flashed across the sky.
"If you saw your face, you would be afraid too," she laughed, blocking a clumsy strike from a legionnaire whose leather armour bulged around his thick middle, her quick parry neatly slicing his throat open.
"They should be afraid,"
he growled, losing himself in the violence, animal instinct taking over. Like a beast, he ploughed into those who opposed him, deflecting thrusting swords with the fine steel braces on his forearms, while shattering faces with his fists, breaking bones with his elbows and knees, striking fear into the men facing him. Around them, the darkness deepened as the storm grew, and in the distance, he caught sight of Vesper standing in an empty circle, her face locked in concentration, not having moved since the start of the storm, those around her battling as if she didn't exist.
"They battle with their very wills, with Ace," shouted Lilith, pointing to Commodus, who did the same, his face a mask of stone, while he focused all his attention on Vesper.
Narcissus bent his knees, springing toward a single legionnaire who charged at him, the impact of shields dwarfing the thunder as they slammed into one another. The other man was thrown back like a rag doll from the blow, landing on his back with a deep groan, his eyes rolling back in his head.
"Can we help her?"
he said, catching another legionnaire's spear between his arm and body while slamming his head into the bridge of his nose, flattening it to a pulp. Lilith shook her head, her dark eyes wide with worry as lightning began to strike among shackled slaves and soldiers alike, killing indiscriminately.
"No, but I fear what will happen. I've never felt this much ace being channeled in one place."
"I thought your abilities were gone," he said,
slamming his shield into another man and sending him reeling.
"They are,"
she said, ducking past a thrown javelin.
"But can't you feel it? The hum in the air, like the world is about to fly apart."
He stopped for a heartbeat, his massive chest heaving as he opened himself to the connection between himself and Vesper, gasping in shock when he sensed what was coursing through her. At most times he felt her emotion, joy and sadness, hate and love. If he focused hard enough, he could feel what she felt, the heat of the sun on her skin, the taste of wine on her tongue. But now, it was beyond his understanding. She vibrated like a cord drawn taut, as if she were about to shatter into 1,000 pieces of glass. Most of all, he felt fear and a desperate sense that she was trying to hold on to something. What, he couldn't say.
"She's terrified, losing control."
"Then we have to stop this before it's too late. Not just for her, but for all of us,"
said Lilith, dancing forward to catch a killing blow meant for Narcissus with her shield, her gladius spitting out like a viper's tongue, taking the legionnaire's eye and sending him falling back. Narcissus looked around, his jaw falling open when he saw that many of the slaves were throwing themselves against the legionnaires, fighting with chains and shackles.
"I will end this,"
he said, finding what he was searching for among the fallen, a still intact javelin. Leaning back on one leg, he drew back his arm, taking aim as he sprung forward, hurling the javelin with all his might. Narcissus held his breath as the razor-sharp weapon flew straight toward its target, Commodus himself. A smile came to his face when his throw landed true, striking the Emperor's chest, sending him falling from sight. The sky brightened for a heartbeat, the rain slacking.
"Did you get him? Is he dead?"
asked Lilith, a smile creeping onto her face as the arena fell silent. Ignoring her, he took a step toward Vesper, only for his breath to catch in his throat as Commodus reappeared on the podium holding a bloodied javelin, his taut stomach glistening red from a deep gash along his side.
"No,"
said Narcissus, swallowing hard as Commodus hurled the javelin, blinking in confusion when a web of pain spread from his belly and out his back as he fell to his knees, warm blood spilling onto his hands as he clutched at the weapon in his gut. Kneeling in front of him, Lilith appeared, words spilling from her mouth, but not reaching his ears, her face twisted by worry. He tried waving her away, muttering that he was fine, that he just needed a moment to catch his breath. But only a groan escaped his lips as he fell to his side. Narcissus wanted to close his eyes, to rest, but she kept shaking him. With his last ounce of strength, he pushed her away, his sight fading as a peaceful silence descended on him, his last thoughts being of Vesper and her smile. And then, nothing. Chapter 12. Destiny. Vesper threw her arms up in victory, shouting in triumph when the javelin slammed into Commodus, and the barrier holding back her will vanished with him as he fell from sight. The bottled torrents of ace coursing through her body exploded suddenly in a fountain of power. A shockwave of ace exploded from her, hurling bodies back while shattering the iron shackles of every slave in the arena, grinding the metal to dust. The smile on her face lasted for only a moment, replaced by a look of wide-eyed shock, when Commodus reappeared with only a faint line of crimson on his flank, his arm cocked to hurl the javelin that had driven him back. Vesper clenched when he threw, expecting to be impaled. Instead, she spun on her heel when the lethal weapon hissed over her shoulder, gasping, despite being untouched. Jagged arcs of pain radiated outward from her belly, and she found herself clutching a wound that was not there. "Narcissus!" she shouted, taking a single step toward him, only to be frozen in place, her breath catching in her throat when an invisible force slammed into her. She turned to find Commodus's dark gaze focused on her, a torrential gale pummeling against her, forcing Vesper to use every ounce of ace she could draw upon just to stay on her feet. The towering emperor hefted his club on his shoulder before leaping from the podium to the sands, his very presence driving slaves and soldiers to flee like gazelles, scattering to avoid a hungry lion. "You have defied us for the last time!" he shouted, his deep voice somehow reaching her ear, despite the howling wind and chaos all around them. "Us?" asked Vesper, fighting the panic taking hold of her as she felt Narcissus's lifeblood spilling onto the sand. The Emperor's chiselled features broke into a smile as he spread his arms wide, flexing his rippling muscles while he turned. "Of course," he said, as a blast of hot air pushed against her and the rain no longer touched them. "We are now fully who we were meant to be. Hercules, the son of Jupiter. A god, bound to the flesh of the perfect man." Vesper shifted her vision from the natural world to the world beyond, a chill running over her when she saw the tattered weave flowing all around him, while jet-black filaments writhed all around him, stretching to some void beyond her sight and understanding, making Commodus appear to be a puppet on a string, controlled by an unseen hand. "Things are not what they seem," said Vesper, raising a shaking hand to him. "You are being used, controlled." Commodus threw his head back, a mad cackle escaping his lips. "No, little O's, I am what I am meant to be. I have never been more alive." He stopped an arm's length from her, and she managed to step back, stealing a glance at Narcissus, the pain in her belly giving her a faint hope that he still lived, that she could still save him. "I can help you," she said, returning her attention to the Emperor, instinctively widening the circle of A's she was drawing on from the fleeing crowds. "Together, we can cast out whatever lower is controlling you." The stench of rot became unbearable as Commodus towered over her, and Vesper tasted bile in the back of her throat when the odour of his breath touched her nostrils. "This is why your people fell, why we Romans rule the world. Because even facing your death, you would offer to help your greatest enemy, even when none is needed." Vesper raised her chin, casting a defiant look at him. "The lower controlling you, it will bring only death and destruction. Protecting the world is more important than our petty squabbles and foolish egos." The towering emperor hefted his club, looking down on her. "Nothing controls me. There is nothing to save," he said, raising the club over his head, "and our petty squabbles are at an end, along with your wasted life." "When you lie dying," said Vesper, her body vibrating with potential as Ace raced through her blood, "remember that I gave you a chance." Vesper didn't flinch when Commodus brought down the club, the heavy weapon whistling as it cut through the air, aiming for her skull, smiling at him when she released the ace boiling in her blood. A blast of lightning flashed between them, the club burning to dust as Commodus staggered back, his eyes going wide when he realised he held nothing more than a blackened stump of wood. "Haw!" he shouted, throwing the now useless weapon while raising a hand to strike her. "I warned you," said Vesper, drawing deeper from the thinning crowd, many of them staggering as she pulled on more of their life than she had intended. A shudder of pleasure pulsing through her the more she took. "You are done!" she rasped, spreading her arms wide as she released the ace into the storm. The Colosseum shook as the world around them exploded in chaos as bolt after bolt struck from the clouds, with Commodus screaming and writhing as jagged strokes of cobalt blue pierced his heart and head, lifting the Caesar of Rome high into the air before blasting him a dozen feet away to land in a smoking heap. Vesper gasped, her limbs trembling with exhaustion as she took a step toward Narcissus, only to halt, her instincts drawing to the fallen emperor. Staggering over to Commodus, she covered her nose with the end of her tunic to block the stench of burnt flesh as she stood over him, marvelling at how the lightning had blackened and blistered his bronzed flesh. "I warned you," she said, shaking her head. Planting a foot on his chest, Vesper shoved with all her might, jumping back when a groan escaped his lips. "Thank God, Lord Jumare, I have some sense," she muttered under her breath. With the ace in her blood, singing with power, she chanted in a low voice. In the time it took to release a slow breath, creeping vines, green with the colour of new life, erupted from the sand beneath the fallen emperor, snaking around his prone form many times over, binding him in place. Satisfied, Vesper pushed thoughts of Commodus from her mind, her breathing coming in anxious gulps as she raced to Narcissus's side. Kneeling at his side, she pressed her lips together in worry when warm blood washed over her hands as she gingerly probed at the wound in his belly. "Please be with me still," she said, pressing her face to his, ignoring the itch of his beard against her skin. A whisper of a breath warmed her cheek, while through their connection she sensed the faintest beating of his heart. Licking her lips, Vesper fought to remain calm while she inspected the razor-sharp javelin protruding from Narcissus's stomach, desperately searching her mind for a way to save him, to fix him. During their months in hiding, with what little instruction her mother could give her, she had learned to channel Ace to heal minor cuts and scrapes. It was easy when the wound was on the surface, when she could see the entire wound and work out how to stitch the flesh together. This was different. The weapon was deep in his gut, the tip of it protruding from his back, and she was sure that he was injured inside, with damage well beyond what she could repair. She leaned back on her haunches, raising her face to the sky, grateful for the rain hiding the tears rolling down her face. "I will do what I must," she muttered, glancing around the near-empty Colosseum, knowing that what little additional strength she could draw upon to add to her own was fleeing out the doors, along with the freed slaves, and that she would have to call on a power far more dangerous. Sucking in a deep breath, Vesper touched the series of stars tattooed across her throat, and they began to glow when she channeled the stores of ace in her blood through them, the stars casting an eerie glow all around her. Throwing a clawed hand to the heavens, she focused on an image in her mind's eye, that of a handsome man with a knowing, twisted grin and a compact build. Raising her chin, she called to him, shouting at the top of her lungs, "Eshu, son of Olodumare, master trickster, I call on you to fulfill your promise. Give me your power so that I may save this man. I offer my service, my blood, and my life." Vesper waited, not daring to breathe, as thunder and lightning raged above her, the wind and rain howling through the now empty Colosseum. When nothing happened, she cursed under her breath, sucking in a deep breath to try once more. "Eshu, I call upon you," she began, pounding her fist into the sand in frustration when her voice cracked and faltered as she began to cough. "Eshu, you promised." A chill ran down her spine when the falling rain suddenly slowed to a snail's pace, and the world around her fell silent, reality bending, twisting, and stretching in a way that made her stomach lurch. Vesper gasped when she touched a floating raindrop with the tip of her finger, cocking her head in a mix of wonder and fear when the droplet broke into smaller spheres of water, floating away ever so suddenly. A shadow fell over her, and Vesper flinched when a hand brushed against her shoulder. "Your wicked Loa is not coming," said a deep voice that was at once foreign and oddly familiar. Vesper's attention snapped to a compact man glaring down at her. He had angular, almost square features and dark skin, with salt and pepper-coloured hair that was cut short and neat. He wore a wide-sleeved, heavy tunic that covered his arms, the odd garment appearing to be spun of golden thread. She narrowed her eyes at the embroidered bands of geometric patterns that ran from his shoulders to the hem, feeling like she had seen something similar not so long ago. "Who in the name of Olodumare are you? What have you done?" she asked, eyeing the droplets of rain as she rose to her feet, cautiously backing away from him. "Greetings, Vesper of the Ouse," he said in a formal tone, offering his hand. "I am Guardian Shoibi of the Knock. As to what I've done, well, it's difficult to explain. But let's just say I've cut out a few moments of time so that I may repair the damage you and that savage have done, before it's too late." Vesper eyed his hand as if it were a snake, standing on her own. "How do you know me?" Guardian Shoibi held his hand out for a moment longer, before letting it fall to its side, his face twisting with a sour look. "You may not know me, but I have known you for your entire life," he began. "You are chosen, like my ward and student, whom you met a few days ago." Vesper rose off her haunches, and she immediately formed a gladius when a familiar young man appeared from a shimmering portal behind Shoibi, her attention immediately pulled to the geometric patterns of Ace that were bright against the dark skin of his arms. "I remember him. Say, Seeker of Ogun," she said, her thoughts going back to their battle with him in the alley only days ago. "He called me a thief. He tried to kill me, and failed." The young man gritted his teeth, his nostrils flaring as he surged forward, only to be stopped by Guardian Shoibi putting a hand to his chest. "She refused to—" "Silence," said Shoibi, glaring over his shoulder. "You have caused enough trouble with your foolish behaviour." "I don't have time for this," she snapped, her attention focused on Narcissus. "I don't care who you are or what you want. I have a life to save, so either help me or get out of my sight and stop wasting my time." Shoibi smiled at her, raising an eyebrow. "Magda said you were willful and stubborn." The mention of her aunt sent a chill through her, shaking loose a memory from long ago.
"It was you," said Vesper, pressing her lips together. "That night in the garden, the night Magda died. She was speaking to you somehow. You spoke of other children, other chosen."
"You have a good memory," he said, nodding his head. "And now we have come full circle."
"I don't understand."
"You have been left on your own for too long," began Shoyabi, taking on lecturing tone. "With Magda dead, it falls to me to be your guardian, to continue your training, before it's too late."
Vesper scoffed at him, shaking her head. "Too late? No, I'm afraid you're the one who is too late. Olodumare knows I have much to learn, but I know enough to get by. I have responsibilities that I cannot just cast aside," she said, her voice dropping as she finished.
"These parlour tricks are meant to frighten the weak-minded," he said,
turning his eyes to the storm while waving a hand dismissively. "It was enough to beat your student," she said, pressing her lips together, regretting the words the moment they left her mouth. "Apologies. That was unkind. Magda raised me better than that."
"Do not apologise for being right," he said, looking over his shoulder to his ward. "Magda said you had unnatural strength, and after years under my tutelage, Say should have bested you with ease. But that was not the case."
"Gratitude, but none of this matters. The life of someone I care about hangs in the balance. Nothing matters more to me at this moment than saving him."
"Say,"
snapped the older man, pointing to Narcissus.
"Show me that you have understood the lessons. Do what must be done to save her man."
"You would waste our strength on this?" growled Say, rushing past his guardian with a sneer on his face. "On her Roman dog? Just do as I say. Prove to me that you deserve my teachings, that I have not wasted my time with you."
Vesper's hand twitched as she held back the urge to throttle him. Instead, she took a deep breath and held her tongue. If this Say could save Narcissus, she would bear his arrogance. "The wound is deep, through his back," she said softly, "and he is a Celt, not a Roman."
"Is that supposed to make it better?"
said Say, wrinkling his nose while he probed the wound with his fingers.
"At least the Romans bathe.
"Can you save him?" she snapped, bristling at the insult. Say shrugged, closing his eyes while bowing his head. Curious as to what he was doing, Vesper shifted her vision to the world beyond, raising an eyebrow when she saw that an enormous amount of ace flowed from the markings on his arms, and she pursed her lips in surprise when she finally caught a glimpse of the baobab under his brown leather vest, watching in fascination while it pulsed and flickered.
"What have you done here?"
he gasped suddenly, looking up at her, eyes filled with wonder.
"You mean the bond?"
asked Vesper, making a sour face while he probed her connection with Narcissus, feeling violated, like he was touching her soul.
"Yes,"
he said, nodding to himself.
"How is such a thing possible?"
Vesper hugged herself, a chill running through her while he delved deeper. "I don't remember," she said. "He was near death, and I had joined with the lower, sharing its knowledge."
"You despoil yourself," he said, looking down his nose at her, "taking on such corruption. It is beyond vulgar."
Shoyabi tapped his ward on the shoulder, clucking his tongue.
"Do not pass judgment without knowing another's struggles. You have had the privilege of spending your days sheltered from the world, while Vesper has been forced to live in it."
"Apologies, Guardian," said Say. "I will try to do better."
"Your apology should be directed not to me, but to her."
Say's nostrils flared as he offered her a tight-lipped smile. "Apologies. Just help him," she said, not caring for his forced words.
"I will try,"
he said, eyeing her up and down, "but I dare not use my reserves. Instead, I'll use this bizarre connection you have to transfer Ace from you to him, using your strength to stitch his wounds. Do you understand?" Vesper pressed her lips together, shaking her head. "No, but if it saves him, I will do what I must." Say shrugged once more, bowing his head in concentration as the geometric patterns on his arms cast them all in a warm glow. "This will feel
A little strange. Vesper was about to ask how when suddenly her stomach clenched, the breath in her lungs fleeing while she fought to stay conscious. The pain in her belly spread up to her chest, and she fell on top of Narcissus, arching her back as if her innards were being pulled out. "It burns," she said, through clenched teeth. "It will be over soon," said Shoyabi, looking down at her with the blank expression on his face, as if they were discussing the weather. "Pain is a part of life, a lesson that you must learn to endure, a lesson that I will teach you." She nodded as beads of sweat rolled down her temples, the heat burning through her body growing with each passing moment. Vesper's eyes snapped open wide when Say pulled the spear from Narcissus and threw it aside, the sensation in her belly changing, her skin growing clammy and cold as her eyes grew heavy. "What are you doing?" she managed as she lost all sensation, her entire body numb. I can't feel him." A hint of a smile crossed Say's face, and Vesper screamed when something inside her snapped, the gut-wrenching agony making her see spots at the edge of her vision. "You are whole again," he said simply, "and so is he." Sensation returned, and Vesper could feel Narcissus was warm to the touch, his chest rising and falling with a steady rhythm, but nothing more. She could not feel anything beyond her senses. "So what did you do?" she snapped, reaching out to grab Say by his brown tunic, but failing when her hand fell limp at her side. "We did what you asked," said Shoyabi, picking at a piece of lint on his fine tunic. "Now we must go, before we do any more damage to this foul place." Vesper managed to shake her head, her voice little more than a croak. "No, please, I can't just leave him." The Guardian bowed his head, pressing his lips together. "Along the path of every chosen, there comes a time when they must make a choice to leave childish pursuits in the past," he said, looking down his nose at her. "That time is upon you now, Vesper. If you wish to learn the limits of your power, to learn the history of your people and how you may shape the future, you must come with us." Looking back at Narcissus, she could see hints of pink on his pale features, while his breathing was steady as his massive chest rose and fell. "Can he come?" Shoyabi shook his head, frowning at the massive Celt. "Where we go is not a place for outsiders. But, if you wish, you can remain here in ignorance, and live out your life as a failed Jambe with your destiny and duty forgotten, while the world falls to darkness." Vesper stiffened, as if he'd slapped her. From a young age, her parents, then her aunt, had instilled a profound sense of duty in her. It was why she chose to stay in Rome when she could have fled long ago. Why she fought against the Sandawai, even while Commodus hunted for her and Narcissus, and why she had to make the decision she made now. "I will come with you," she said, swallowing hard as the words fell from her lips. Without another word, Say waved his hand, and a rippling pool appeared in front of them, waving and bending like waves on the ocean. "He will survive," he said, waving her through the portal, "and one day you may fight at his side once more. But for now, destiny calls." Vesper clutched at her belly, feeling hollow, missing the connection she shared with him. "I will be back, I promise," she whispered, taking one last look at him as she stepped through the portal, leaving Rome and the man she loved far behind. Chapter 13. Fallen Kings. Lucilla lurched toward the cave opening, on legs that shook like a newborn foal. Her back, knees, and hands aching in protest from her relentless climb. When she had reached the top of the plateau and saw the flickering orange glow coming from the cave, she dismissed it as her exhausted mind playing tricks on her. But when the smell of roasting meat reached her nose, making her mouth water, she somehow found the strength to stagger to her feet, approach the cave, with a mix of gut-clenching worry and ravenous hunger. Unsure of what else to do, she crouched low, making as little noise as she could, cursing when her stomach betrayed her, growling like a beast.
"There be no point in sneaking, woman,"
said a voice, speaking in a familiar, halting cadence that made Lucilla stop short, covering her mouth to stifle a scream.
"Ya already yelled loud enough for all the damned to hear."
Lucilla froze in place, feeling stupid for doing so. "Are you real, or are you damned, like everything else in this horrid place?"
"I be damned for sure," said the voice, full of amusement. "But be assured, I be as real as you. Come, come, fill your belly before its rumble call down the mountain."
Lucilla let out a breath she didn't know she was holding, and peeked into the cave, raising an eyebrow when she found a dark-skinned man sitting cross-legged, his milky white gaze going wide with shock for an instant when he saw her.
"You are Sandawai,"
she said, taking a step back, her lips pressing together as she eyed the familiar markings and chalky white paint covering his dark skin.
"And despite bearing the markings of my people, you be a Roman,"
he countered, unfolding his long legs and standing to tower over her, the bones tied to the side of his head clicking together when he bowed ever so slightly in way of a greeting.
"But I won't hold it against you. How do you come to be here?"
Lucilla frowned at the markings on his arms that matched her own, craning her neck to look him in the eye. He was bone-thin, being easily the tallest man she had ever seen, and despite his claims that he was alive, he was little more than skin and bone, his face gaunt and hollow. "It is a long story," she said, returning his greeting with a nod of her own. The tall Sandawai continued to stare, frowning at her arms.
"If you be here, a long story it is for certain,"
he said, returning to his seat by the fire, folding his impossibly long legs beneath him, his attention locked on a meat-filled spit that he slowly turned over a bed of hot coals.
"Not many make it this high. The last jump. It not be for the timid."
Lucilla opened her mouth to speak, but her belly protested, growling like a wild animal when a whiff of smoky roasted flesh filled her nostrils. "Apologies," she said, her pale skin flushing a bright shade of pink in embarrassment.
"Do not apologize for hunger,"
he said, motioning for her to sit.
"My stomach often rules me, and I have been so long without company. I forget my manners. Come, come, share my supper. Tell me how you have come to be wandering among the damned. In this place even a Logimare has forgotten."
She was taken aback by his courtesy, and after a moment's hesitation she folded her legs beneath her and sat, grateful for the warmth of the fire. "Apologies, you are nothing like the Sandawai I have met."
"I be Papakita, Oba to the Sandawai people. It is clear by your Aitan that you have spent time among my people. I am curious how this be. We are not fond of outsiders."
"Aitan? You mean these?" asked Lucilla, realizing that his milky eyes were focused on the cuts Magnus had carved on her arms. It was not by choice. He nodded.
"That makes sense,"
he said, tearing off a sizzling piece of meat from the spit and offering it to her.
"Long ago, the Aitan were meant to tell the world who you are, your father, mother, brothers and sisters, what you Romans would call history. But those are not like any I have seen with these old eyes. They symbolize power, strength, but more. They remove what is already there, preparing the body for something else."
"I have seen the ritual to completion. I know what they are meant for," said Lucilla, pushing away the memory of all the poor senators that Mother Ayaba stabbed in the chest. With a sigh, she took the charred meat, hot grease rolling down her fingers and burning the roof of her mouth as she devoured the delectable roast. "Rabbit?" she asked, licking her fingers with glee.
"Rat,"
he said simply, tearing a piece off for himself and swallowing it whole. She stopped, mid-chew, wrinkling her nose in disgust, wondering how rats could live in such a place, and what they ate to grow so big. She was once Empress of Rome, the most powerful woman in the world, and now she found herself in a cave on the edge of nowhere, eating rats, of all things. She was about to put it aside when her stomach rumbled once more, and she remembered her months in her cell beneath the Colosseum, eating nothing but tasteless pulls. "Hunger makes the best sauce," she said, with a shrug, taking another bite, closing her eyes while enjoying the smoky flavour. "You'll be wise," he said, with an approving nod. "Now, tell me who you be. How do you possess these markings? How did you come to this place?" Lucilla wiped her grease-covered lips on her shoulder, all sense of decorum forgotten as she took another bite. She cocked her head, retracing the decisions that had brought her to this place. The burden of responsibility had always been the bane of her existence, the need to sacrifice her place in life. Always pushed into the difficult path, while those around her were blessed with power and rank. Her father had chosen Commodus over her to rule Rome, despite his obvious madness. Her first husband had chosen war over her. She was always what Sartaris had once called her, a pretty bauble traded between those more powerful than her. She decided that it would not happen again. She would forge a different path. "Apologies. You are very kind, but I made a promise to myself not long ago," she said, raising her chin. "I will tell you what you wish to know, but you will go first. How did you come to be here, and despite your kindness, why should I trust a man like you?" "I have shared my fire, my food. I have asked for nothing in return." "Yes," she said, looking around the cave, "but your people are enemies of Rome, have killed innocent Romans. You live among the damned, unhurt, unbroken. You understand my concern." Papakita fell silent, his milky eyes never leaving hers. After what felt like an eternity, he nodded, spreading his arms wide. "Very well. I will show you who I am. Come, come," he said. Unfolding his lanky body, he rose, motioning for her to follow as he walked deeper into the cave. Raising an open palm to his face, he blew a soft breath over his hand. Lucilla blinked when the tips of his long fingers began to glow with a cold white light, casting flickering shadows on the walls, revealing a vast fresco covering every inch of the cave wall. "It will change little, and I will be proud to tell you my story." "What's all this?" she asked. Look, this is my tapestry. How the world saw me during my time," he said in a hushed tone, pointing to a crude drawing of green hills and a series of small towns, all of them growing together under the shelter of an eagle's outspread wings. "When I first drew breath in the world, this was Rome, little more than a few outgrown villages, huddled together for safety around the 7 hills. Lucilla narrowed her eyes at the image, recognizing hints of the city she knew today. "Impossible," she said, looking him up and down, noting that he was fit and healthy, despite the wrinkles on his gaunt face. "That was centuries ago." Papakita ignored her statement, his long stride taking them deeper into the cave. "You Romans always thought highly of yourselves, moulding the world in your image, calling yourselves a republic, even when you were little more than barbarian kings who stole even your gods from others." "What does that have to do with you?" said Lucilla through gritted teeth, the insult to the city of her birth driving her to anger. "Because I am the one who did not see your threat. I am the one who let your corruption spread beyond these 7 hills. He pointed to another image, an image of a tall man with dark skin, with a crown of golden bones dangling from the side of his head. "Is that supposed to be you?" she asked, her curiosity growing. "Yes, in the language of my people, Oba is a king, ruler of all." Lucilla scoffed, shaking her head. "Your people have never ruled, not in the most distant of histories. From what I understand, this was a punishment for your arrogance and cruelty, punishment from the great god Olodumare." The tall man's eyes narrowed, and he gave her a strange look.
History is written by the conquerors. Trust me when I say we Sandawai held the world in our thrall, he said, nodding to himself. Now, tell me, how do you know the history of my people?
She was about to speak of Vesper, of her father, and the truth she had discovered about the Sandawai, of what she knew of the Oaths. But then she continued to stare at the tapestry of his life. There was more to the story than he was telling her. Her eyes were drawn to images just at the edge of the light, images of war, conquest, and blood, pictures that told stories of a harsh rule filled with decadence and depravity. Their eyes met, and she saw that these parts of the story were true as well, and her hackles rose, trust vanishing, replaced by worry. One of my teachers, he was from Africa Proconsularis, she said, the lie coming easily to her lips. He knew of the Oaths, and their enemies, the Sandawai. His face twisted to an ugly frown at the mention of Vesper's people, the Oaths.
Traitors!
He spat, moving on to point to an image of a mob of dark-skinned warriors surrounding the king, their spears raised for violence.
Over the centuries we had grown complacent, secure in our power, but it was I who ignored the growing danger of Rome, not seeing until it was too late.
They cast you out, said Lucilla, following his milky eyes to a new image, that of a woman with caramel-coloured skin, with her arms above her head, opening a shimmering portal. Who is that?
The usurper, he said,
through clenched teeth.
She did not have the power to grant me the final death. I was too strong. Instead, she convinced the people that I was not fit to rule, that my sight had failed me, and that the Sandawai would be destroyed if they spent too long in the shadow of Rome.
Mother Iaba, whispered Lucilla, gooseflesh running up and down her arms the longer she looked at the crude painting. Beside her, Papakita cursed, his words so vile it made her ears burn.
You know her,
he said, slamming his fist against the wall, smearing blood from his fist across the image of the Sandawai matron. Yes, she said, leaping back, worried that, in his rage, he would hurt her.
Do not fear me, he said,
reading her thoughts.
The rage is natural. You speak the name of my greatest enemy, that you have been delivered to me. It is a sign of Olodumari's hand guiding events.
Ignoring him, Lucilla backpedaled, never taking her eyes from him. She is part of the reason I am here, she said, almost tripping over a basket filled with chalk and pots of coloured paint. I fled from her and her ward, a Sandawai posing as a Roman.
Yes, that was always her way, attacking from the shadows, invisible until the moment she strikes. She fooled me the same way, turning those I trusted against me, he said, stalking toward her with a hungry look in his eyes. But you know her? Have been in her presence?
Lucilla licked her lips, taking a quick glance over her shoulder to the cave entrance, wondering how far she could get from him if she ran. It cannot be the same woman. That would make her centuries old, the both of you.
We Sandawai are masters of death, he said,
suddenly on top of her, his massive hands gripping her shoulders.
Time is nothing to us.
You're hurting me, she said, twisting and turning to break his iron grip. Papakita snapped his hands open, taking a step away from her.
I beg your forgiveness,
he said, his skinny body shaking.
The enemy of my enemy is my ally. I would never harm a hair on your head.
No, I want no part in this, she said. I've already paid the price for my involvement. Look at me. I've lost everything except my life. I don't... The tall man shook his head, waving her off.
You don't understand. The risk would be mine, and mine alone.
How so? She said, raising her chin high. Papakita bounced on his heels, his long fingers brushing against the markings on her arms.
You must understand, the Aitan on your arms, the ritual be not complete. You be an open door.
Lucilla gripped her stomach, sucking in deep breaths to calm her nerves. She had suspected that Mother Ayaba was doing such things, that the senators, while they looked like themselves, were different men, their souls replaced by the ritual and a final thrust of the matron's dagger. "I will not let you take my soul," she said. "I will not." "I propose no such thing," he said, shaking his head frantically, setting the bones tied to the side of his head to a mad clatter. "We will be equals, allies." "Allies? In what?"
"Vengeance,"
he rasped, starting to pace, bowing his head while muttering under his breath. Lucilla raised a fine eyebrow, her eyes drawn to the fresco covering the cave walls. If his story were true, he was someone important, someone powerful who could stand against the matron. She has used the ritual on half the Roman Senate. Papakita stopped, narrowing his milky gaze on her.
"How? It is not an easy thing. The subject of the ritual must be calm, at ease."
"It is my fault. I led her to them," she said, her mouth going dry. "They opened their doors, welcomed us into their homes because I was with her."
"You are not just some bored patrician woman playing with forces she does not know. You are someone with enough position that Rome's powerful will open the door when you come calling."
Lucilla nodded, cursing herself for her weakness, for letting Magnus take her from her cell, for agreeing to help Mother Ayaba without truly seeing the danger she represented. "I am Annia Aurelia Galeria Lucilla," she said, letting her arms fall to her sides while standing proudly. "Daughter to Marcus Aurelius, wife to Lucius Aurelius Verus, and sister to Commodus, all emperors of Rome, past and present." He sucked in a breath, his gaunt face creasing in a smile.
"A powerful line, a powerful woman. We will do well together."
"That is the first time I have seen you smile," she said, returning to her seat by the fire, tearing off another rat from the spit, and offering it to the tall man.
"We Sandowai are not an emotional people," he said,
taking his seat and accepting the sizzling meat with a nod of his head.
"It is said that this is why Alogimare replaced us with the Foolos."
They ate in silence for a time, the only sound being the occasional pop and sizzle from the rats on the spit. Finally, when her stomach had quieted, Lucilla gave him a hard look. "What must I do?" Papakita put down his food, resting his arms on his knees.
"I am trapped here. My flesh will never again leave this place,"
he said, his eyes never blinking.
"But my spirit, in the right vessel."
"You mean me?"
"Yes. We will be allies in every sense of the word. 2 souls in 1 body. You will have all my power, my wisdom, my hunger for revenge."
Lucilla looked down at her bloodied hands and knees, knowing how she got here. She had been spurned for ambitions, but now she had found her path to power, true power, not that given to her by someone else. "You will have my hunger for revenge as well, my ambition."
"Yes, I will know what you know, desire what you desire, and you will have the same from me."
"Well then," she said, clenching her hands into fists, her nostrils flaring. "Shall we begin?" Chapter 14. Cold Iron.
"Wake up, dog, or I promise I'll put another javelin in your belly."
Narcissus sputtered awake, choking from ice-cold water splashed in his face, his heartbeat thundering in his ears. His first impulse was to clutch at the spear in his belly, expecting pain and blood, only to find himself straining against iron shackles, his pale face reddening from the failed effort.
"What is the meaning of this?"
he growled, blinking away the water in his eyes as he came fully awake. Looking around, he was surprised to find not the arena, but a deep, dank cell, with his arms shackled to a rough-hewn stone wall, men and women chained alongside him, while the only light came from a small barred window high above him. Glancing down to his stomach, he shook his head in confusion when he found his leather armour gone. Stranger still, where he expected to have a hole in his stomach, there was nothing. He was whole, with only his pink flesh under his shag of red hair. He was about to speak to the woman chained to the wall beside him when his head snapped forward by someone grabbing him by the scruff of his beard. He found himself face to face with the Praetorian guardsmen, wearing their typical black leather armour and purple cloak, leaning in close enough that he could smell the man's stale breath of cheap wine and too much garlic.
"Eyes forward, beast!" "Let go of me,"
he said, in a low voice full of menace, sucking in a deep breath and pulling on the shackles with all his might,
"or I will snap your puny neck."
The man let go, snorting at him, before turning to face another Praetorian with a purple sash of office running from shoulder to hip over his armour.
"Prefect, here's awake."
The prefect came into view, flanked by another guardsman. In the dim light, Narcissus could just make him out, taking note of his cleft chin, swarthy skin, and piercing green eyes that never seemed to blink.
"I know you,"
said Narcissus.
"The Empress chamber boy, Cleander. Have you fallen so low that he now sends you to deal with escaped slaves and convicts? Or have you been cast out by that madman, replaced by another with more brains and skill?"
"You are brave for a man who was about to die by my blade," said Cleander, fingering the ornate gladius at his hip.
"Then do it,"
said Narcissus, straining once more against the iron shackles.
"I have no fear of death, do you?"
With a roar, the big Celt snapped forward, testing the metal to its limits. He showed them a feral grin, and in unison all three men jumped back, the one who had grabbed his beard falling onto his bottom. Cursing, Cleander dragged the fallen Praetorian guardsman to his feet, his face a mask of twisting rage.
"Watch him,"
he snapped, holding the hilt of his gladius in a white-knuckled grip.
"I have orders to tell him when the Celt has woken. I shall return soon." "Coward!"
shouted Narcissus, deep-throated laughter pouring from his throat when Cleander said nothing, leaving in a huff through a heavy wooden door, while the remaining Praetorians took a few tentative steps back, their eyes never leaving him. With the immediate threat gone, he leaned back against the wall and closed his eyes, his mind going to those last few minutes in the Colosseum. He could clearly remember throwing the javelin at Commodus, remembered him falling from sight, only for him to reappear a heartbeat later with an ugly gash on his side. After that, the rest was a blur. There were flashes of pain and blood from his belly, Vesper leaning over him, her beautiful face full of worry. Then nothing. At the thought of Vesper, he gasped, his body tingling with shock.
"She's gone,"
he whispered, a hollow feeling forming in his chest.
"Quiet,"
said the Praetorian who had grabbed him by the beard.
Or what? You'll fall on your bottom again?"
he mocked. The man snapped his mouth shut, while his partner's shoulders shook with repressed laughter.
"Or I'll gut you like the pig you are,"
he countered, pulling his gladius halfway out of his sheath. Narcissus spat, knowing an empty threat when he heard one. Cleander told them to watch him, not to kill, which meant that the Emperor's errand boy went to fetch someone. He searched his memories once more, shaking his head when he could not recall anything about what happened after he fell. He had no clue if anyone had gotten away, or even if they still lived.
"You, there, Praetorian," he called out. "What happened to the woman I was with?"
The guardsman who had woken him sneered, striding toward him.
I told you to silence that foul tongue, he said, grabbing him by the beard once more. But if you must know, most of them are dead. Commodus was kind enough to reward us with a few of the slave women. Darius and I made out better than most, getting the clean ones, doing what we willed until they were spent. After we were done, my blade made easy work of them.
At the thought of this vile man laying with Vesper, then killing her, Narcissus saw red, his blood burning with rage. The Praetorian's eyes went wide with shock when the big Celt clipped him with his fist, his adrenaline-fueled haymaker tearing the iron shackle clean off the wall. Clutching at his bruised jaw, he fought to pull away, but Narcissus was quicker, catching him by the throat with a massive hand before he could move.
I told you, if you touch me again, I would snap your neck.
The hapless Praetorian clawed at his hand, but Narcissus felt no pain, instead pulling him in close, twisting his neck with both hands until it snapped, a horrid gurgle echoing throughout the cell. The other guardsman watched the body fall in wide-eyed horror, unsheathing his gladius and holding it out in front of him.
The women, they died well, he began, shuffling back, and I was kind to them, only using them for my pleasure. Cassius, he was the one who became vulgar, cutting them for sport.
The more the man spoke, the deeper his rage grew, his nostrils flaring like a charging bull. Using both hands and planting his foot against the rough-hewn brick, Narcissus tore the remaining shackle from the wall, stalking toward the other Praetorian guardsman while the iron dragged and clanged against the concrete floor.
You will pay for every death, tenfold, he said through clenched teeth.
The Praetorian turned to run, bolting for the door, only to stumble face first onto the floor when Narcissus clipped him in the back of the head with his iron shackle. The big Celt was on top of him in the span of a single breath, wrapping the chains around the man's neck, pulling so hard that the veins on his muscled arms bulged.
The bodies,
he seethed, spittle running down his beard.
What did you do with them?
Pyre, he said, trying to pry the big Celt's hands from the chain. Burned, all burned. Narcissus did not remember snapping the man's neck, or even how long he sat there on his back, his arms bulging as he strained to pull the chains ever tighter, piling all of his rage on the dead man's broken body. He only remembered the voice that brought him back to his senses, the voice of a man who had been at his side for more years than he could remember.
Doctor A, are you well?
He blinked, his arms shaking as he let go of the chains.
Linus, how are you here?
He said, looking up to see his friend's wrinkled face, his eyes full of worry. The old gladiator opened his mouth to speak, only to snap his mouth shut when his body was jerked back. Narcissus, seeing at last that his old friend wore a chain around his neck and that they were not alone.
He is here because we wish it. Commodus!
Barked Narcissus, his instincts taking over as he rolled off the dead man and onto his feet, hefting the corpse up in front of him like a shield. The Emperor threw back his head, his eerie laughter echoing off the rough-hewn walls.
Dead men make for poor shields. Living ones, they work best,
he said, shaking Linus to make his point. They stared at each other for a moment, Commodus giving him an expectant look. Narcissus let the dead Praetorian fall at his feet.
You ruin your reputation, Linus, keeping company with the worst Rome has to offer.
Apologies, Doctore, said the old gladiator.
This is the best I could find at the brothel. That's what happens when you spend time with the lowest of the low, said Narcissus.
Linus began to laugh, only to fall silent when Commodus put a knee into his bent back while pulling at his chain, bending the old man over backward.
Apologies, Caesar,
he gasped, his bronzed face going pale.
"Enough!" shouted
Narcissus,
letting his hands fall to his sides. "What in the name of the gods do you want?"
Commodus pushed Linus to the floor and then handed the chain to Cleander, who appeared behind him.
"We spent the afternoon thinking of how to kill you, Celt," he said, stepping forward. "Can you imagine that? Caesar Commodus Augustus himself, ruler of the greatest empire in the history of mankind, wasting thoughts on a lowly slave."
Narcissus looked Commodus up and down, looking for weakness, a weak side or a limp, but found nothing. He was powerfully built, a giant of a man, one of the few who could look Narcissus in the eye without craning their neck.
"What have you decided?"
he said, standing his ground as the Emperor came closer.
"Something amusing, I hope. I always wanted a spectacular death, one that the people of Rome would speak to their children about."
"I went through the usual ones," said Commodus, coming to a halt, unbuttoning his tunic. "Lions would have been fun. Or ravens plucking out your eyes. They can be trained to do that, far more intelligent than most animals, not to mention some slaves. I even thought of having you cooked, serving you at a feast in our honour. Cooked Celt. It would have been amusing."
"Sounds common, even boring,"
said Narcissus, swallowing hard while adjusting his stance. He had fought Commodus in the arena months ago during their escape. He was strong, stronger than him, but he was still a man. The javelin in his belly had proved that.
"Why not give me a games to remember? Narcissus against the best gladiators in the Empire. The crowds would love it."
Commodus looked back at Linus, then to Cleander, and Narcissus tensed, ready to pounce. "We tried that," he said, looking back at him. "You and your friends embarrass me by not dying as planned. In fact, it has been 3 times now that you have defied me." Narcissus stuck out his chest, nodding to himself. He was about to die. He was sure of it. Commodus was done with his games and would simply do away with him in this dark, dank cell, forgotten by the world.
"Do it, then. Kill me and be done with it. Or are you going to let your errand boy do it for you?"
"And that, my dear Cleander, is why we are a god among men," he said, winking back at the swarthy prefect, before returning his attention to Narcissus. The big man narrowed his eyes, frowning into his beard.
"What do you mean?"
Commodus spread his arms wide, gazing around the room. "Look around you. Look at the strength you show," he said, pointing to the dead guardsmen. "Even chained to the wall, you managed to kill the men guarding you."
"Well, the chains were weak,"
he grumbled, looking down at his hands.
"As were your men."
"No, it's more than that," said Commodus. "In fact, you will live for a long time."
"I have tasted freedom, and I will never again submit to the life of a slave. You will have to kill me."
"Defiant to the end," said Commodus. "That's why we decided that we like you." A choking sound escaped from Cleander, and Narcissus looked over to see the man's face red with rage. "Caesar, this man is dangerous, a leader of the slave rebellion. He cannot be allowed to live. He will draw others to his cause. Try to escape." "Not if I have his friends. His woman," said Commodus, smiling like a cat with an animal trapped in its grip. "We will keep his woman and his friend. Give them a life of comfort, and in return you will serve us. Won't you?"
"Why would you do this?"
said Narcissus, shaking his head.
"Killing me, no matter how painful, would be easier, more satisfying."
"No," he whispered, removing his tunic to show off his muscled physique, leaving him completely naked. Having you at our side, doing our will, even teaching me. Narcissus scoffed, frowning at a large gash on the Emperor's flank. Teach you what? How you fight, he said, eyeing the gash. Your oath's witch has done something to you. What, I cannot say. While you are not our equal, you are stronger, tougher than any man I have faced in battle. So, you will serve me, protect me, and teach me your barbaric ways of battle. Narcissus felt like he'd been kicked in the gut, his mouth going dry as every instinct told him to die trying to kill the foul man. But one look at Linus, the idea that he had Vesper alive somewhere, stayed his hand. I promised I would kill you, he said, his eyes drilling into the Emperor's. A fine threat, but an empty one, said Commodus. If I die, Cleander has orders to kill your friend here. Then your woman. Not to mention he will have games, where 1,000 women and children will be killed in your name. Do you understand? For the first time in his life, the big Celt was struck silent, opening and closing his mouth. He could not let Vesper or Linus die, and he would not let the blood of innocents stain his hands. Very well, he whispered, after what felt like forever. I didn't hear you, said Commodus, taking back the chain that held Linus. I will serve, shouted Narcissus, bowing his head. You have my word. Good, said Commodus. I've had a feast prepared in your honour. I wish to show you off, so my men will take you to the baths and get you cleaned up. Shave off all that hair, the beard especially. Chapter 15. A Last Thread. Vesper had always travelled alone along the threads that bound together the tapestry of life, never with others. The experience was jarring, and she kept fighting for control, reaching for threads along the path, only to find Say's hand already firmly in place, forcing her to surrender to his control. To make matters worse, the longer they travelled along this filament, the fewer threads appeared, like the connecting lines were burning away, leaving only a single thread, vibrating alone in an empty void. They emerged from the portal, and Vesper's lungs and nostrils burned, each breath an agony as she sucked in scalding hot air. Where in Alogimara are we? She gasped, squinting in a vain effort to see through the blinding light stinging her eyes. Say leaped ahead of them with an unsheathed blade, holding out in front of him, his eyes ever moving. Guardian Shoyabi emerged after her, the shimmering circle evaporating like rain on a hot stone. We call this place Aetiogbein Asal, the last oasis, he said, pulling back the sleeve of his wide tunic to reveal an arm that was heavily marked by the twisted, geometric patterns of the knock, his people. Vesper watched in fascination, not daring to blink, while he chanted in his strange tongue, spinning his arm in a way that made her dizzy. A moment later, one of the geometric patterns on his arm came to life, bending and stretching into a wide circle of thin, verdant green that floated like a tree branch over their heads. It is not much, but it will provide shade against the relentless sun. Vesper's eyes finally adjusted under the shade, and she looked around to find nothing but rolling hills and wide plains of golden sand, as far as the eye could see, with the oasis being nothing more than a pool of water no wider than a man was tall, surrounded by a few prickly plants. You have a strange way of using Ace, she said, falling in beside the Guardian as Say started off. We have little choice. Ace is fading from the world, As such, we do our best to conserve what we can, said Shoyabi, his tone blunt with little inflection. Fading? No, the weave in Rome is tattered, corrupt, but once out of the city, there is an abundance of... Vesper's voice trailed away as they gained some distance from the oasis, her hand falling to her stomach when a wave of emptiness came over her as she looked out over the endless desert. What's happened here? This isn't like the city with its tattered weave. It's worse. Far worse. You begin to understand, said Shoyabi, giving her a sidelong glance. Rome is sick. Dying. But this is the final result of such corruption. There's nothing here, whispered Vesper, shivering despite the heat. It's dead. No weave. No connections. No life. How do your people survive in such a desolate place? Say turned back to face them fully, his lips turned down into an ugly frown. We have adapted, protected what is ours from outsiders, and when we can, take back the power stolen from us over the centuries. I told you I am no thief, began Vesper, meeting his accusing stare with one of her own. Enough, Say. There are no threats here for now. You are not needed for my protection. Go ahead. Tell the council that I have found Magda's ward, and they should prepare, said the Guardian, returning his attention to her when the Seeker sped off, running at a breakneck pace despite the heat. Apologies. He has spent most of his life defending our people from outsiders, and has known too much loss for one so young. Now, come along. It's not much further. Why live in such a desolate place? She asked, the emptiness growing the deeper they travelled into the desert. You will see, he said, picking up the pace, his tone making it clear she should hold questions for later. We are not far now. Vesper hurried after him, following in silence across the hard-packed desert sand in the blistering heat, with only Shoyabi's umbraculum for shade. She began to question her decision. To follow the Guardian and his ward with little proof was madness, or at the very least foolish. She worried about Narcissus, praying that he was well, wishing she could let him know that she was safe. They were almost to the top of a small hill when her face broke into a smile, her worries forgotten as a thrill ran through her. A baobab, she said in disbelief. It was still miles away, but even from this distance, the great tree towered so high it almost touched the heavens, its wide branches giving life and shade to a small town spread out among its massive roots. I thought the one in our home village was the last one of that size. Guardian Shoyabi offered her a pained smile, nodding his head. The tree that Magda guarded was the last. The great baobabs, those that have existed since creation, are no more. Only the young ones exist today, small by comparison. Vesper stopped, casting a sidelong glance at the older man. I don't understand, she said, still in awe of the great tree in the distance. The Guardian bowed his head, pressing his lips together. It is easier to show you. Come, please. They came to the outskirts of the village, and confusion grew the closer she came to the great baobab. It was only when they were close enough to fall under its shadow that she truly understood, her brow knitting together when she craned her neck upward. Its wide trunk was covered in rot, its bark moist and flaking away in many parts to reveal the vulnerable wood underneath, while its towering branches were leafless, bare and bent, little more than skeletal claws reaching for the heavens. At the heart of its wide trunk was the worst of it, a massive crack, an open wound that spanned from stem to stern. By Olodumare, what happened? To all of it? Shoyabi dropped his arm, and the shelter protecting them from the sun vanished. Vesper's eyes shooting open in awe, when the geometric pattern reappeared on his flesh. This place, all of it was once a verdant garden. The great baobabs covered the landscape as far as the eye could see, providing shelter, water, and life for all who lived here in peace. You mean all of this, the desert, was green? The Guardian nodded, waving to a few villagers in the distance that watched over a herd of skinny goats, chewing on the few shoots of green that pushed out from the rocky soil. The first people lived here, those descended directly from the primordial lower, the Orishas, created by Audiobook to govern the universe. Vesper swallowed hard, touching the pattern of stars running across her throat from one side of her collarbone to the other. "I've met one," she said. Shoyabi nodded, his eyes drawn to the tattoo on her neck. "Yes, Eshu. We felt the connection, even here, far away from the weave. This is one of the reasons we sent Sei to find you." "Then why did he attack me?" she asked. "Sei is a blunt instrument," he said, shaking his head. "All his life, his duty as seeker was to find and punish those who have taken from us. When he was given orders to find you, he did it in the only way he knew how." "And now that he knows the truth," began Vesper, watching as a group of farmers in the distance, walking in front of a tiller made of pure ace, leaving deep grooves in the earth in preparation of planting. "You bested him," said the Guardian, linking his hands together behind his back. "You, even untrained, did things that we could only dream of, wielded ace in ways we know of only in our history. As such, he feels a great shame when he looks at you." Vesper bit the inside of her cheek to stop herself from laughing, having felt the same, amazed at his use of ace in ways she couldn't even imagine. The same could be said of him, and apologies, but are they all chosen? She asked, pointing to a small group of women dressed in red robes, their arms heavily tattooed with the geometric patterns of the knock. She watched as many of the symbols broke away, spinning and bending until they took on shapes of all kinds, some scooping up large pools of water and pouring over recently seeded fields, while others acted like scythe, sweeping across fields of tall wheat, harvesting the golden grain. Shoyabi followed her gaze, cocking his head. "Yes and no," he said, looking back at her. "Life is difficult here, and we have done things that might seem strange to you in an attempt to survive." "They are all using ace," she said, eyeing the other people in the fields doing the most mundane tasks with the power. "It has become our way," he began, putting up his hands. "You know almost nothing of what it means to be chosen, of what you are capable of our culture." "Apologies," said Vesper, returning her attention to the women. "This is not what I expected." The Guardian nodded, patting her on the shoulder. "I can imagine. The women are using ace, but they are not chosen." "I didn't think that was possible." "We have much to teach you, but to make it clear, they have no ace of their own. They do what they do with borrowed potential, borrowed power." Vesper's brow shot up, and she gave him a questioning look. "That does not sound natural." "Why? This is ace provided by the great baobab, nothing more." Vesper bowed her head, pushing back memories of the horrible things she had seen in her travels in the worlds beyond. "The Sandawai, they do such things. Audiobook cut them off from the weave long ago, so now, to maintain their power, they draw on corrupt forces from the worlds beyond the living, from the dead themselves." The Guardian looked away, coughing into his hand. "We are not like that. We only concern ourselves with keeping our baobabs safe. That this last bastion of the first people survives long enough to pass on our traditions and values." She could only nod, dumbfounded, as they left the farms and pastures on the outskirts and drove deeper to the heart of the village, fascinated by the amount of ace being channeled all around her. The streets were laid out around the great tree like a wagon wheel. Everyone they passed seemed to have the ace markings on their arms and legs, with many bearing heart runes of the great baobab on their chests, and despite this place being far from her home, she felt a sense of ease here, a familiarity that came with village life. If she closed her eyes, she could swear she was home. The smells and sounds, even the tempo, was like the place she grew up. Curious, Vesper shifted her gaze in an attempt to see the weave, the connections, and a smile creased her face when she saw that they existed here. Her eyes followed the glowing threads of amber that made up a tapestry all on its own, apart from the weave that connected the rest of humanity, an oasis in a vast desert. When at last her eyes fell on the great baobab, her smile faded, and she had to grab onto Shoyabi's arm when her legs gave way from the shock. "What have you done?" she gasped, her moment of weakness quickly replaced by gut-wrenching horror, disgust. Shoyabi opened his mouth in protest, but quickly fell silent when he saw the look in her eyes, understanding that she could see the truth. After what felt like an eternity, he cleared his throat, whispering in a strained voice. "Only the chosen can see the weave. I did not think you had been trained in this. Please tell no one. My people have no idea what we had to do to survive." Vesper shook her head, her face a mask of confusion as she fell to her knees, feeling betrayed, empty, regretting her decision to come here. Her mind raced as to how she could escape this nightmare. Chapter 16. Vengeance. Lucilla's hand shook as she held the dagger. Her pale cheeks flushed as she gathered her courage. "You must do it. Your body is young and powerful, yet you lack the wisdom to do what we hunger for. The skin I wear is spent, but my mind is strong. Together we will have all we desire." She nodded, not really listening. Papakita had explained it to her over and over, and while she had seen Mother Ayaba do it many times, she had never stabbed anyone except for her brother. "I will try," she said, licking her lips while raising the dagger above her head with both hands. She sat back on her haunches while the Sandawai Voden lay on his back in front of her, newly carved symbols on his chest still dripping with blood, waiting. "It be easy, Lucilla, like killing a pig." The dagger almost fell from her hands when she bent in half, her body shaking with laughter. "What a fool I've been," she said, shaking her head. "I've never killed a pig, much less anything else." "We all be fools sometimes," he said, sitting up, "but it only matters that we one day wake up, leave foolish things in the past. But do not let doubt consume you. Vengeance is at hand," said Papakita, sitting up to pluck the dagger from her hands, holding the tip of the weapon to his breastbone. "End this body. Free my soul to join you. Together we will rain down a fury the likes the world has never seen." "You make it sound so easy." With a growl, he took her hand in his, holding the weapon together around the leather-wrapped hilt, squeezing hard. "It is. Take the blade. Say the words I have taught you. Put it in my chest." Lucilla sucked in a deep breath, gripping the dagger with all her strength. "Very well. Lie back. I will do what must be done." "Good." He returned to his back, and Lucilla raised the dagger over her head with both hands, repeating in her mind the words Papakita had given her. Shouting the words in the strange tongue, she closed her eyes, bringing the dagger down with all her might. A terrible scream filled her ears as the dagger twisted out of her hands, clattering away. Her eyes snapped open to find the Voden cursing in pain, clutching at his side, the blade having glanced off his bony ribcage. "Apologies!" she shouted, while her hands shook with panic.
Keep your eyes open,
he groaned, grabbing the dagger from where it fell, putting it once more in her hand.
I have no desire to die from 1,000 cuts.
Lucilla grit her teeth, her eyes flashing with anger at the Voden. "I told you I have never killed."
"Then it is past time you learned, because our path to power will be bloody,"
he spat, lying back once more, his eyes never leaving hers.
"This time, keep your eyes open."
"I will," she said, her nostrils flaring. Lucilla let her anger take hold, her eyes never leaving the skinny man's breastbone. With a shout, she thrust the blade down with all her might, gawking in disgust when it punctured his chest with a nauseating pop, halting only when the leather hilt blocked it from going deeper. She had expected blood, even a scream, but when the burning rush flowed up her arms, her heart stopped, and she found her hands locked in place on the leather-wrapped hilt. She opened her mouth to scream, but nothing came, with only a whimper escaping her throat as the heat climbed, rising from her arms into her chest, descending down to her pelvis. Feeling like her skin was burning, flesh bubbling and sizzling, like rats turning over on a spit. It was over as quickly as it began, and Lucilla came back to her senses, hunched over Papakita's spent body, somehow looking more emaciated than he had in life, an aged skeletal husk, despite him having been alive and breathing only moments before. Remembering the burning up and down her skin, she patted down her flesh in a rush, blinking in surprise when she found herself whole, with the markings on her arms and chest hardly visible.
"You be with me,"
said a voice in her head, sending her scrambling back to the cave wall just as she had calmed her racing heart, her stomach once again turning in knots. "No, no! This was a mistake!" she screeched, clutching the sides of her head while kicking her feet, feeling like something was crawling around under her skin. "Get out! Get out!" The voice fell to a whisper, muttering words so low she was forced to stop and listen.
"Do not fight. Let the joining happen."
The calm tone soothed her, slowed her racing heart. When memories of days she had never lived began to run through her mind, understanding dawned, her worry fading away like morning mist. She had feared losing herself, drowning in Papakita, with his mind taking over her own. Instead, she was simply more. She was still Lucilla, daughter of Marcus Aurelius, wife to Lucius Verus, and proud citizen of the greatest empire the world had ever known. Now, she was also Kita, Voden, and Oracle of the Sandawai, a king who had lived many lives in many bodies, a proud conqueror who had risen to great heights, only to be betrayed by the person he trusted the most, cast out by his own people to live in exile among the damned. "This is wonderful," said Lucilla, all of her doubt and worry fading away, laughing in wonder as she stood, holding out her hands in front of her while flexing her fingers. "I feel like I could tear down the mountain, slay every shade." In her mind, the Voden adjusted, shifting and stretching, as if two people were trying to wear the same stola, one which was far too small.
"We will do much more,"
he said at last, the disjointed confusion fading, as if they had always been like this.
"Then let us begin,"
she said, through clenched teeth, her hunger for revenge growing with each passing moment. Raising her chin, Lucilla left the cave where Papakita had made his home since before she was born, where the imprisoned Voden had hunted for rats, living deep in the bowels of the mountain, spent his endless days drawing out the tapestry of his life on the cave wall, dreaming of the vengeance which was now within their grasp. Striding like an empress to the edge of her perch, Lucilla peered into the darkness, catching sight of the hordes of shades each time lightning brightened the sky. The Itan, the markings on my arms, they are what protected me before. Will they again?
You know the answer. You know all the answers, he said. It is all in you now.
Lightning flashed above her once more, and Lucilla raised her arms, secure in the understanding that she was protected from the dead, sure that she could not just hold them at bay, but do more, much more. Filling her lungs, she shouted out over the barren plains, her voice booming louder than thunder. Mother Abaya, Senator Magnus, I come for you. She leapt from the cliff with a small smile across her face, relishing in the wind rushing past her, howling in her ear. She landed in a titanic crash, stone and ash exploding all around her in a hail of destruction. She emerged from the crater unharmed to find the dead waiting for her, their cold, dead hands reaching for a taste of life. Instead of shrinking away or running, she took them, wrenching them closer in a lover's embrace. The dead wailed when she touched them, the Itan on her arms flashing blue and white and spreading over their withered forms, turning them to dust. "It's glorious," said Lucilla, shuddering as she tore at them, consuming them, each time closing her wounds, driving away fatigue, making her stronger.
"Control yourself,"
whispered Papakita, his voice growing more frantic each time she embraced a shade. "Lest we squander our true power." Lucilla spun in a circle, her voice a mad cackle, when the shades ran from her. "Why? The dead fear me!" she spat.
"Just as the matron and the Magnus shall. The dead will serve you, so use them, not only for our strength, but as an army that will shake the foundations of the universe."
"Then we shall." At the Voden's urging, they set off across the vast plain to their destination, her back straight and her head held high, heart and soul bent on destruction. At first, each time a shade crossed her path, she consumed it, adding the dead to her strength. But after a time she followed Papakita's advice, binding them to her will by breaking their fragile minds until they knew only to obey her and nothing else. When, at last, they found the cobblestone path that crossed the world in between, Lucilla had amassed an army that spread out as far as the eye could see, spread out over the hills in both directions and beyond, the wailing of the dead drowning out all other sounds. "How do we find them?" she asked, not finding that knowledge in the Voden's thoughts. "Where are they hiding?" Papakita delved into their memories, hunting, searching for the answer, gasping when they found it.
"They have built a construct,"
he rasped, his words coming quick, Lucilla's blood racing, their desire for revenge making her blood boil. At first, she didn't understand, but a moment later, the knowledge was there, the intricate details of the world in between. With enough power, one could carve an offshoot of the cobblestone path, building a refuge atop the bones of the dead. The lives required to build such a thing, it's beyond comprehension, said Lucilla. How could anyone be so cruel?
"She has made bargains with the lower that the great god Olodumare banished long ago, before the age of the Sandawai. Lower that require payment in death and destruction for the boons they grant."
"Can we defeat her?" she asked, stumbling while putting a hand to her chest, her brow creased with worry. In her mind, the Voden fell silent, her feelings of dread amplified by his own.
"Apart, no," he said, "but together, with an army at our backs, she will fall."
Nodding in agreement, they set off once more down the path, with the dead in tow, their keen wails echoing across the vast plains. In her mind, Papakita raged, his desire for revenge growing with each step. They came upon the construct suddenly,
One moment the cobblestone path stretched on beyond her sight, vanishing in the gloom. The next it branched off. One way continued into the darkness, the other gave way to a gravel path that gently rose toward a sickly green hedge, a terracotta roof of a large domus peeking out just above it. "Is she there?" asked Lucilla, "and what do we do if she is not?"
"We will do what she did to us," he said. "Tear down her stronghold, destroy everything she holds dear, force her to face us."
"To destruction," whispered Lucilla, raising a hand above her head, the dead's haunting wails fading to silence, the deathly quiet sending shivers up and down her spine. Her mind was not fully merged with the Voden, and some small part of her was full of doubt, questioning that madness of attacking a creature hundreds of years old who had dealings with creatures that existed before the dawn of humanity. But she relished in the notion that it was her choice, that live or die, it would be her who decided her fate. Without fanfare, she let her hand fall, and the dead surged forward, their keening howls leaving her dazed for a heartbeat. "By the gods," she said, her jaw falling open as the faceless shades pouring ahead of her exploded in a flash of grey-blue ash against an unseen barrier, their forms crackling like lightning and then vanishing. She slowed her pace, worrying with each step. The damned were meant to draw out defences they were not aware of, overwhelming with sheer numbers. But the barrier held, not weakening with their onslaught. She was about to pull back, calling off the attack, when she had a flash of insight. The dead did not belong here. They were from the outside, but Lucilla was a different matter. Raising her chin, she steepled her palms above her head and shouted a Sandawai word of power from deep in her new memories. With a rush of wind, the dead attacking the barrier parted, moving without moving. Squaring her shoulders, she strode to the barrier, regal despite wearing little more than a grime-covered stola. "What are you doing?" said Papakita when she stopped in front of the barrier, reaching out with a trembling hand. "You do not know! You do not know!" Lucilla could feel the Voden fighting her, attempting to force her hand to stillness, but the body was still hers, bound to her will, despite his powerful presence. "They think me weak. They all did, expecting me to die among the damned. Now I will show them how wrong they were." She shouted with glee when her arm passed through the barrier, the Aitan on her arms glowing bright. Plunging both arms through, a jolt ran through her when she spread her arms wide, pushing the barrier open enough for a river of the damned to flow through. "She is ours now," shouted Papakita in her mind, and Lucilla smiled, her flowing crown of brown hair caught by the wind, whipping behind her as she strode through the barrier after her army, then letting the makeshift door collapse behind her to face her death or destiny, which she couldn't be sure. Chapter 17. The Baobab. The bodies hung like rotting fruit from the once proud baobab, impaled across the skeletal branches that spread shade and comfort to the village beneath it. "How can the Nock live like this?" she asked, hugging herself. Guardian Shoyabi sighed, his body stiff. "They are only visible to those who can see the weave, the chosen, and some others. Everyone else sees only the bare branches." What are they?" asked Vesper, unable to tear her eyes away from the nightmare. "They are the shades of our fallen enemies, transformed into pure ace," said Shoyabi. "Some of our dead as well, those who chose to be sacrificed for the greater good." "You do this to your own people?" she asked, bile rising in the back of her throat. "That's monstrous." "What would you know of monstrous?" he said, his jaw clenching. "You grew up under the wonders of a healthy baobab, your belly full, never wanting for anything."
Vesper tore her eyes away from the horrible tree, frowning at the Guardian. What could have made you do such a thing? To make you think this was anything but cruel beyond cruel? Even the Sandowai would not do something so evil.
Do not compare us to the Sandowai. We are nothing like them, he said, his body shaking, and you Oaths are not much better. Your ancient conflicts with them are part of what drove us to this.
Vesper's eyes narrowed, and she took a step away from him while focusing the ace in her blood, channeling it through her skin and muscle, her eyes hunting for a way to escape.
You think we Oaths are responsible for this? Have you lost your mind? Have you?
Said Shoyabi, his eyes widening at the subtle glow from the patterns on her arms.
If you knew anything of your history, you would know better.
Enlighten me, she said, in a flat tone, looking around her, her brow narrowing when she saw that the villagers were going about their day as if nothing were amiss.
Why do you think your people were thrown out of the garden? The constant warring between you and the Sandowai drew all the First Peoples into your conflict, forcing us to take sides in a battle we had no desire to fight.
I don't believe you. The Guardian blew out his cheeks, pressing his lips together.
Is it not true that even now, centuries later, your conflict rages on? Do you even know why you hate them?
Vesper bared her teeth, balling her fists.
They killed Magda. Their agents forced the Romans to kill every last Oath. My people are no more because of them.
They arrived at the foot of the great tree, and Vesper forgot the argument for a moment, gasping at the fragile bark and flaking wood, fearing that if she touched it, the whole tree would crumble to dust.
No, that is now, in the present day, said Shoyabi,
caressing its bark ever so softly, like a parent brushing the cheek of a child.
But it was so long ago, few remember. All I know is that you and they are violent, not caring who you hurt in your desire for vengeance. We Oaths are peaceful, she scoffed, not driven by conquest like the Sandowai. They are the ones bringing blight to the world. Yet you prepare for battle, for violence, instead of trying to understand, negotiate with wisdom and peace, he said with a frown.
Vesper pursed her lips, wanting him to be wrong, but knowing he was right. Her shoulders slumped as she let the ace coursing through her skin and muscle dissipate back into her blood. Apologies, Guardian, she said, looking away in shame. Magda raised me to be better than that. I think I have spent too much time among the Romans.
It is understandable. Their bloodlust is infectious, said Shoyabi. Come, I will show you what we have done, and why.
She nodded, and he led her to the massive crack at the heart of the tree, motioning that she should follow. Vesper was not sure what to expect when she entered the dimly lit space, but after her eyes adjusted, her brow shot up in wonder, never having imagined such a thing. The interior of the baobab was massive, and while the exterior of the great tree was covered in blight and rot, the inside was full of life, lit by a soft emerald glow from high above. "It's beautiful," she said, her gaze following a wide set of stairs that circled along the trunk, rising higher than she could see, connecting to platforms that appeared not to have been built apart, but grown from the tree itself. The Nock congregated in these spaces, talking, drinking and laughing, all as if it were some grand city square. Shoyabi beamed with pride, puffing out his chest. "Despite what you may think, this is a place of harmony, of peace and community. My people have found a balance with nature." She forced her face to stillness, not wanting to judge before she gave him a chance to show her the truth. "You promised you would make me understand," said Vesper, her nerves settling as she drew in lungfuls of sweet, almost seductive air that she recognised as the blossom of the flower of the baobab. The Guardian nodded, leading her away from the joyous cacophony, down a sloping path that took them deep into the boughs of the tree, where it was darker, cooler. They arrived at a large opening to find Say waiting for them, his square features looking sinister in the dim light that came from a series of vines that crawled along the walls. "The others are waiting," he said, ignoring Vesper, his attention focused on his mentor. "They are ready." "Good, good," he said, bobbing his head. "This should explain much." Vesper entered the chamber to find a small cluster of women and men of all ages, each one of them dressed in the red robe she'd seen out in the fields, channeling Ace. The Guardian nodded, and they raised their Ace-covered arms, and the geometric patterns began to glow, coming to life, bending and spinning, intertwining, until she couldn't distinguish where one began and the other finished. The dim room was suddenly bright, forcing her to squint as her eyes adjusted. Then, just as quickly, it was dark once more, the only light coming from a canopy of twinkling stars that somehow brought the tapestry of night underneath the great tree. "What's all of this?" she asked. "Look, truly look," whispered Shoyabi. Vesper stared deeply at the reflection of the night sky, her brows coming together when she found none of the familiar patterns or constellations she knew. When she focused, looking for the subtle images that should have been the weave, she was taken aback. "This is not the history I have seen in the night sky," she said, looking for herself, her aunt, and her family, not finding them in this unfamiliar tapestry. "This is different. The connections do not go beyond this place." Shoyabi nodded. "What else do you see? Follow the threads." Vesper's eyes flicked back to the Guardian, and then back at the tapestry, her stomach turning with worry at what she might find. She did as she was told, following the threads that connected mothers to daughters, fathers to sons, going from family to family, following the bloodlines back through the distant past, at last understanding when she came to the beginning. "This is impossible, this tapestry. The lives it connects do not go very far back." Even after the Os and the Sandawai were cast out of the garden, the doorway to hate among the first people stayed firmly open. It was an infection that we could not cure, and with that door open, something came through. "Biologimare," said Vesper, cringing at the pain in his voice, looking at the Guardian to find tears rolling down his face. "As our hate grew, the corruption grew with it, tainting the weave. Whatever came through brought madness and more hate. It was not long before the tapestry was tattered and torn. It was slow at first, but then spread faster with each passing year." "What did you do?" she whispered, already knowing the answer. Guardian Shoyabi sighed, squaring his shoulders. "Most of the great baobabs were all but gone near the end. The knock, we were lucky. Our trees were still vibrant, strong like her people. It held back the taint somewhat, but with madness growing, we had to do something." Vesper returned her attention to the projection of stars above her, focusing on the beginning of the tapestry, her mind delving deeper and deeper, seeing the events unfold as if she were there. "I can see it. After a great battle," she said, swallowing hard, "bodies broken and beaten, as far as the eye can see. Yes, dead, but connected, their potential still there." "Potential springs from all things," said Vesper, repeating one of the first lessons her Aunt Magda had taught her. "In the rock, the tree, even the dirt under our feet has potential. Power." A flash of anger crossed Shoyabi's face, and he raised a fist. "We took those bodies, every last one.
We dug deep into the roots of our baobab, casting them down deep in the earth. We took our own, too, those that had fallen, any who were willing. Vesper saw it, ancient chosen, using their last connections to a tattered weave, boring beneath this very tree, nestling the dead among its roots, weaving their connections together. The great baobab exploding with ace as potential and power burned from its roots, spreading through its leaves, flooding it with energy. You bound them to the tree. And more. Vesper cursed under her breath when she delved deeper, feeling like she was almost there. She felt the earth under her feet as she and all of the Nock gathered under the shade of the great tree. Thousands upon thousands of people shuddering with pain and pleasure as the chosen wandered among them, marking their bodies with ace symbols, their arms and legs covered in the geometric patterns. "Do they know? Do your people know?" she asked, shaking her head. "No," said the Guardian, his voice devoid of emotion. "Few living do." It felt as if she were there, under the shade of the great tree. She watched in rapture as a chosen bonded with the baobab, a thick emerald cord of ace forming between them that glowed like the sun at midday. The cord stretched out as he then wandered around those kneeling before him, his touch connecting them to him, to the baobab, to each other, and nothing else. "Do you understand now?" asked Shoyabi. Vesper put a hand to her chest, the missing connection to Narcissus more profound with the revelation. "You created your own weave, cutting yourself off from the rest of humanity." "Yes, and it worked for a time," he said. "The remaining first peoples died off. We thought it a victory. The darkness that had plagued us vanished, disappearing along with what was left of the weave. The garden followed not long after, leaving the desert you see today. And now," she said, eyeing the fraying threads of the current day, seeing the turbulent times coming. Shoyabi bowed his head, looking old and beaten down. "Now our baobab is dying, and every single man, woman and child you saw will die with it." "Then you lied to bring me here," snapped Vesper, her eyes narrowing. "Why?" "Not entirely, I promise. You will receive training. It is my responsibility to be your guardian. But there's more." The Guardian bit his lower lip, his voice falling to little more than a whisper. "Yes, our connection with the weave is gone, while you still follow the old ways. We brought you here in hopes, in the hope that together we can reconnect to the world before it's too late." Chapter 18. The Celt. "Now you look like a proper Roman, a man of distinction, worthy of being doctore to Caesar himself." Narcissus stood on the sands of the open-roofed training ground somewhere in the imperial palace, shaking with rage, his beard gone. He had never felt such shame in his life, had never felt like less of a man. "Your death will be well earned, Commodus. I swear it." Commodus had called a visit to his private barber a gift, that cleaning up his appearance would be a way to elevate him above the other slaves. To Narcissus, it was just Commodus exerting his cruelty, belittling him by making him look like less of a man. Said Commodus, rattling a chain wrapped around his hand. "You will call me Caesar, or your bent-backed friend here will die in the most painful way." He looked at Linus, who sat hunched over a low stool, a chain circling his neck as if he were a hound. Looking away from his friend, he squared his massive shoulders, locking eyes with Commodus so there would be no doubt to his threat. "Your death will be well earned.
Caesar. Commodus pulled hard on the chain, wrenching Linus off the ground so that they could see eye to eye. You see that, Linus? Even the most stubborn Celt can be made to listen. It is a shame his words will kill you one day. Despite having the life choked from him, Linus was silent, except for the smallest of choking noises, never blinking as he met the Emperor's eyes. Narcissus knew that with his bent back, the old gladiator was in pain beyond imagining, but he never gave in, never gave the Emperor the satisfaction of the slightest whimper. Commodus held him a moment longer before letting him fall, frowning at the old gladiator before returning his attention to Narcissus. You should be grateful for my kindness, that in my mercy I let you speak to me in such a way. Any other slave would be punished in the most painful manner, he said, his eyes flicking back and forth between the two men. But it doesn't matter. I shall punish your woman instead. It won't be long until she grows to enjoy my touch. Spittle rolled down Narcissus's bare chin, his face red and splotchy, as he took a single step forward. If you touch her, you will do nothing, he snapped, rattling the chain once more. If you harm one hair on our godly person, Cleander here has orders for her to be fed to the lions, but not after she does a tour in Rome's worst brothels. Narcissus halted, his eyes locked on the swarthy Praetorian prefect who had become the Emperor's right hand. At the mention of Vesper, he smiled, resting a hand on the gaudy weapon on his hip, a gladius he had won by killing the former prefect. It would be my honour, Caesar. I want to see her again, up close this time, to speak with her, he said, letting out a slow breath. Commodus shook his head, offering the Celt a knowing smile. Given how much trouble the pair of you have made, I would be a fool to do such a thing. No, not until you are properly broken. Only then will I give you that chance. The big man choked back his words, knowing that Commodus would be true to his threats, and whatever he said would only cause Vesper pain. Resting a hand on his stomach, he once again cursed their absent bond. He could no longer feel her, having no choice but to take the words of these fools that she was alive and well. When they were first connected, he could feel every emotion, every brush against her skin, and feared he would go mad. Now that it was gone, he feared the same madness from her absence. Apologies, Caesar, he said at last, his muscles feeling like water as his anger cooled. Very good, he said, mounting the steps to an elevated podium, where he watched the day's training on the sands. The open courtyard was at least the same size as the training grounds of the Ludus Magnus, with sloped seating for guests built into one side, just below where the Emperor sat. Instead of training, Commodus spent his day joking with his guards while watching with a keen eye as the big Celt went through the motions, battling with slaves or the occasional Praetorian guard, all so that Commodus could learn how Narcissus fought so well with just his bare hands. When he had his fill of watching, Commodus himself would join in the training, never against Narcissus, fighting with some poor soul, applying what he'd learned from watching the big Celt. Then, when he grew bored, retiring to the baths for other amusements. He spent little time ruling, leaving Cleander and a few other sycophants to run the day-to-day. What's all of this? Grumbled Narcissus, rubbing his beardless chin when their routine changed, as a dozen men dressed in silk tunics and brightly coloured togas shuffled in, taking seats on the stone benches just below the Emperor, all of them casting worried glances at him while arguing in hushed tones. They fell silent when Commodus stood to his full height, glaring down on them. Senators, that you believe you have enough merit to sit so high is an insult to the lowborn of Rome, he said, waving over a pair of Praetorian guards who stood watch at the entrance of the training ground. The senators offered weak protests as the black and purple-clad men hurried them from their seats, forcing them to the lowest level, directly on the sands. Narcissus laughed in amusement, frowning at their grey hair and wrinkled skin, disgusted at their skinny chests and fat faces. He moved to stand in front of them, his towering presence frightening them to silence.
How can so much power rest in the hands of such weak men?
They all stared in silence, until one of them found his courage. A bronze-skinned man in a reddish-brown toga, draped over his arm, stood, looking up to Commodus.
Caesar, he began with a snort, I am a senator of Rome, not some common plebeian. How dare this barbarian have the gall to address me so? I demand that he be flogged.
The Emperor sat down, taking the time to settle in his seat, while the senator's nostrils flared.
Senator Sabinus, he began, a feral smile growing on his face while the senator held his toga in a white-knuckled grip. Narcissus may be a slave, but he is my slave. In my eyes, this places him well above you. In fact, we agree with his words. You are, in fact, a weak, useless man. Insolent boy! I have served the Empire since before you were born, began the senator, only to fall silent, swallowing hard when Commodus stood, taking a step down from his perch. Senator! You are here to witness my greatness, so you will behave with respect. I do not wish to make examples of you, he said, starting to remove his tunic, just as a Praetorian guard appeared with the golden lion's mane, the costume he often wore when he appeared in the arena, while another man brought him the massive club he often fought with. Throwing the club over his shoulder, he strode down the stairs, the senators' faces flushing when they saw that the Emperor wore only a golden loincloth to match the lion's mane he had been favouring these last few months. Narcissus stepped back to give Commodus space while he took a few practice swings, the senators flinching back each time the massive club whistled in their direction. Watching the weapon with eyes as wide as saucers, Senator Sabinus rose on unsteady legs. Caesar, he began, coughing into his hand, you cannot just kill us. To do so would not be in the best interests of the Empire. The Senate administers. Commodus sprung forward, slamming the club into a training post near their seats, splintering the tall wooden rod driven into the sand. You were saying something, he said, returning his attention to the dark bronze-skinned senator, who fell into his seat as if he had fainted, the other men forced to hold him up. What do you intend? Asked Narcissus in a low voice, approaching Commodus as if he were a rabid dog. You see these men? Said Commodus, his broad chest heaving as he pointed to the senators. They are not warriors like us. They're parasites who've spent decades getting fat and rich, profiting from my father's wars while they have never swung a sword or dug a ditch. And now that I have stopped their wars and brought peace to the Empire for the first time in a century, they want my head. But I'll show them. They will learn what it means to challenge me. Narcissus nodded along, keeping his face still. What will you do with them? He asked, not wanting to be included in whatever madness he was planning. It was often like this with Commodus. 1 minute he would threaten murder, the next he would speak like they were staunch allies. I intend to put what I've learned from you to good use. Now sit and watch. As you wish, said Narcissus, doing as he was told, taking a seat off to the side by himself, far away from the frightened senators. Commodus threw away his club, flexing his well-muscled arms in anticipation of fighting with just his hands and feet. Bring out the first set, he shouted, nodding to one of his guardsmen. The big Celt cursed under his breath when a heavy wooden door swung open at the rear of the training grounds, and a group of men in heavy iron chains shuffled forward,
many of them raising hands to shield their eyes from the sun, squinting like they had been too long in the dark. The group stopped in the centre of the training area, and Commodus walked up and down the line, squeezing an arm, poking them in their chests, or forcing open their mouths while he inspected their teeth. "Unchain them. These will do." A tired-looking legionnaire in worn armour and a tattered red cloak emerged from the wooden door, unlocking the chains, then vanishing once more through the door, until at last returning with an array of rusted weapons that he threw on the sands. "Survive and see another day," he said, in a harsh tone, shrugging at the unchained men. The slaves darted forward, arming themselves with what they could. Warped spears and bent blades, many of them notched and splintered from previous battles, dried blood still visible on the dull blades. "Kill me and go free," shouted Commodus, spreading his arms wide while turning in a circle, while the men cast nervous glances at one another. A pale, thick-chested Gaul with a filthy beard and grey-streaked hair exploded into action, holding a rough-hewn spear with enough expertise to mark him as a soldier of some sort. He attacked Commodus with deadly purpose, threatening with a series of quick thrusts that the Emperor just managed to dodge, flashing a brilliant smile to the senators when the Gaul warrior spun on his back heel, clipping Commodus on the chin with the blunt end of the weapon, to little effect. He came at him again, feinting to the right, and then aiming for the Emperor's belly. Commodus caught the spear in one hand, the Gaul's eyes popping open in surprise when his weapon was snapped in half. Commodus followed up with a wicked jab, snapping the surprised man's head back with enough force to send him tumbling onto his back. Unconscious or dead, Narcissus couldn't be sure. Seeing that the Emperor was serious, the other men charged in, some of them working in pairs, others alone. It was clear that the men were chosen because they had some sort of skill in war. Two of the men attacked in unison, hoping to gain some advantages with their numbers. One man using his gladius in a series of short thrusts, while his partner swung wide, both of them catching only air as Commodus followed Narcissus's lessons to perfection, anticipating the attacks before they came, then countering with vicious punches and kicks when his attackers were caught flat-footed and blindsided, when he was no longer where they expected him to be. Narcissus found himself impressed when the Emperor spun in place to catch a charging Syrian spearman by the throat, effortlessly knocking aside the razor-sharp tip that was aimed for his heart. He lifted the man from his feet, all the while looking at the sitting senators, then finally hurling him like he was a child. "Is this the best you can do?" he shouted, waving the slaves on while letting his arms fall to his sides. The slaves attacked with their crude weapons, while Commodus did nothing, throwing back his head in mocking laughter when their swords and spears broke against his skin, leaving not a blemish or trace of blood. "You see?" he shouted, turning to face the senators with his arms held wide, while the slaves beat on his back. "I am a god. The weapons of man cannot harm me. I will—" A gladius-wielding slave slapped the flat end of his blade to the Emperor's face, not hurting him, but shocking him to silence. "Insolent wretch!" said Commodus, unleashing a wicked backhand to the man's face, the blow knocking him off his feet. "You think you can hurt me? You will all pay for your arrogance." Narcissus had seen violence in his lifetime, more than he ever wanted to. Thus he was hardened to the hurt men inflicted on one another. But what the Emperor did to those men when he unleashed his fury on them was beyond anything he had ever witnessed, even on the sands of the Colosseum. He looked away, swallowing hard when the echo of breaking bones reached his ear, his face flushing with shame while the slaves screamed for mercy, begging and pleading for death. The training grounds fell silent for a heartbeat, and Narcissus thought that it was over. But when he opened his eyes, he found the Emperor striding toward the senators, his hands covered in gore,
"Look at me!" he shouted, pulling Senator Sabinus to his feet, staining his toga with blood. "You had the nerve to challenge me in the Senate, and now you don't have the courage to see my glory, to learn my greatness."
The senator cringed, spittle coming from his mouth, as he fell to his knees, while raising his hands defensively over his head. Please, merciful Caesar, I beg your forgiveness."
"If you wish my forgiveness, you must do one thing for me."
"Anything," said Sabinus, his body shaking.
"You will convene the Senate, as you are now. No delays. You will tell the other senators what you witnessed here today. Confess your fears, your doubts. If you do this, I will allow you to keep your estate, your position. I will even leave you permission to play at being rulers of Rome."
The shaking senator glanced back towards his peers, all of whom hurriedly nodded, their wide eyes never blinking. "This very day, Caesar."
"Good."
"Good," he said, letting the senator go, forgotten, while he wiped blood and gore from his chest and well-defined stomach.
"Well, this deserves some time in the baths, don't you think, Narcissus?"
The big Celt froze, his stomach clenching, when Commodus raised an expectant eyebrow while looking him up and down. The senators halted their leaving, each one of them stopping to watch. The rattle of chains from the podium broke the silence as Linus stood up from his bench.
"Apologies, Caesar," he said,
clearing his throat.
"Narcissus is too proud to speak of such things, but his tastes do not lie in that way. He has eyes only for Vesper. One woman. Are you a madman?"
"It is the way of both of our peoples," said Narcissus.
Commodus tapped his chin, his eyes narrowing when he locked eyes with him.
"I could force you," he said,
letting the threat hang in the air. Narcissus sucked in a deep breath, shifting his stance in preparation.
"Not while I live."
They locked eyes, and Narcissus was sure he would carry out his threat. But then the Emperor's eyes took on a milky sheen, and a heartbeat later his smile returned, as though the threat had never happened.
"You are a brave man. I will not spoil you with my base instincts. Retire to your rooms. I will find my amusement elsewhere."
The training ground was silent, except for the rattle of chains, as a Praetorian guardsman brought Linus to him, Commodus vanishing down a wide hall moments later. When he was gone, Narcissus fell back onto his seat, burying his head in his hands, amazed that he still lived, swearing to himself over and over again that the Emperor would die at his hand, no matter the cost. Chapter 19. The Dying. Shoyebi was true to his word, and Vesper began training the very next day with the rising sun. She had expected to be learning about the weave, about Ace, and the true nature of the world, perhaps even going on some wild adventure, jumping to exotic places like his apprentice, say. Instead, the Guardian took her to a green field, cordoned off from the village, about the size of the Colosseum. Here she found one section covered with straw men lined up to be used as targets, and large rocks, many larger than a pack mule, piled into a neat pyramid. The rest strangely reminded her of home, with wildflowers, pungent spices of all kinds scattered among low bushes, and small trees filled with exotic fruit, hanging heavy from the branches.
"You do not look impressed,"
said a lanky man, striding toward them wearing a long, colourful tunic that hung past his calves. Vesper nodded, while looking around the near empty field. "Apologies, I expected something more exotic."
"Look deeper. Your eyes can deceive, but the heart never does," he said,
with a beaming smile, offering her his hand.
"I am Oroku. It is my duty to lead you to the wisdom and peace of the great god."
"Oh, of course," said Vesper, taking his hand, a smile coming to her face as he shook it excitedly. She couldn't help but stare. He was different from the other Nock she had seen in the village. He was light-skinned, with a narrow face and hawkish eyes that never seemed to blink, while his tight-knit hair was matted and long, falling rope-like past the centre of his back, his nose pointed and narrow. "Good, good. It has been too long since we have had some new blood, some fresh ideas," he said, frowning at Shoyabi. "Gratitude, began Vesper, only to fall silent when Oroku pursed his lips, his eyes opening wide like saucers. "The ash of the Os," he whispered, his words full of awe. "Together with the mark of Eshu? I never thought to see such a thing in my life," he said, his eyes drifting toward the stars tattooed across her collarbone and throat. "Ash? Yes, they are the symbols of power, of lineage," he said, lifting the sleeves of his tunic to reveal an interlocking teardrop pattern covering his arms, flowing to his upper chest. "They are different for each of the first people." "You are not of the Nock," she said, having a flash of insight when she looked back and forth between him and Shoyabi. "Oroku and his people are allies, friends." "Do not start with your lies, Shoyabi," said Oroku, rolling his eyes. "The girl would learn the truth soon enough, anyway. My people, the Berbers, are subject to the Nock. Not that we can be called a people any more. We are a remnant of a remnant, a dying ember that will soon fade from the world." "Enough," said Shoyabi, his nostrils flaring. "Vesper is here to join with the others, to learn our ways in hopes that she can help us, not listen to your grievances." Oroku frowned like he'd swallowed something bitter. "You mean help you?" he accused. Feeling like the two men were about to come to blows, Vesper stepped between them. "Master Oroku, I have so many questions. I'm not sure where to start," said Vesper, smiling at him once more. "It is just Oroku, and while I applaud your desire for wisdom and peace, we must wait for the others," he said, finally returning her smile, his voice calm despite the hard look that passed between him and Shoyabi. Vesper started to look for others, making their way to the cordoned-off area, when her hackles rose. A cool mist appeared from nowhere, rolling across the green field, vague humanoid shapes appearing in the fog, surrounding her. Instinctively, she summoned a gladius and shield, holding the blade in a reverse grip to better use it in close combat. She opened her mouth to ask Shoyabi what was going on, when the shapes materialized fully, and Vesper cursed under her breath, banishing her armaments when she realized they were like her, young people here for training, each of them with a guardian at their side, hovering around them protectively. "Who are they?" she asked Oroku in a low voice. "They are like you," he said, nodding to each of the guardians in turn as they appeared. "Apprentices, the chosen of the Nock." "What about the chosen of the Berbers? Your children?" Oroku's smile faded, his voice cracking when he spoke. "As I said, my people are a dying ember. Now, line up with the others. We shall begin today's lessons." She couldn't help but feel alone as they lined up, with the guardians standing at the ready behind their apprentices. Not knowing what to do, she stood dumbfounded before Shoyabi pushed her along so she could fall in line. "Am I your apprentice?" she asked over her shoulder to the guardian, who stood behind her with a stone look on his face. "Of course you are," he said matter-of-factly, dismissing her question with a snort. "Our training will give you much-needed discipline, control. You will no longer be wild and wasteful." Despite the early morning heat, a chill ran through her as she eyed the others. Just by the way they held themselves, the way they dressed, she couldn't help but worry that she would not hold up against them. Vesper had put aside the leather vest and long tunic she normally wore for a simple linen dress and homespun headscarf to cover her braids, but she felt provincial when comparing herself to the other chosen's fine clothing. The boys wore wide-sleeved agbada robes that fell past their ankles, grey and sombre, but with complex patterns running down their chests, while the girls wore robes of similar length but were more colourful, Sky blue, deep oranges, and striking red silks covered in gold and silver geometric patterns along the sleeves and bosom. There were 6 of them, 3 boys and 3 girls, and they all seemed so serious, with their chins held high and arms locked behind their backs or tucked away in their sleeves, like they were Roman nobles looking down on her. She had been excited about delving into her power, but looking at the other chosen, she was consumed with doubt, wanting nothing more than to train alone. Without thinking, she fully opened herself to the world around her, when she understood Oroku's words, that she should look deeper. The garden was very much like her Aunt Magda's. Powerful filaments of ace flowed all around her, snaking from the bushes at the end of the training grounds to the fruit trees and beyond. She shuddered with pleasure as she drew deep, reaching to touch a thread that would lead back to the baobab tree at the heart of the village, preparing to jump, only to gasp in shock when the glowing line of power at her fingertips vanished, and she could see only darkness.
"Enough of that," said Shoyabi in a harsh whisper. "This is not our way. The only ace we draw comes from our baobab."
"But what's happening?" she said, with her breath coming in short spurts.
"You cannot touch what you cannot see."
"Yes, but
you belong here just as much as they do," he said, reading her thoughts. "They may look the part, but you possess a deeper power. Trust me, and you will see soon enough that you can draw on sources of ace they can only dream of."
A wave of relief washed over her as her sight returned, and she could feel the warmth of the sun on her skin once more. "Apologies, I've been on my own for so long, I've forgotten what it was like to have a teacher," she said, focusing her attention on the Oroku, who paced back and forth, eyeing them all with an intense stare. She wondered when the training would begin, when commotion behind them drew her attention. She looked over her shoulder to see Sei arriving, the square-jawed seeker's eyes never leaving her, a half-smile coming to his face when he took a spot next to her. "Now that we are all here, we can begin," said Oroku, locking his arms behind his back. "The almighty Olodumare has given you a great honour. You have been given the gift of ace, the power to unleash the potential in the world as no others can. Now, if you are lucky and learn well, some of you will have the honour of defending our people." Vesper's brow drew together as she whispered over her shoulder to Shoyabi.
"What do you need defending from? I thought that all of the other First Peoples died out or left."
Shoyabi cleared his throat, hesitating before he answered. "There are threats beyond people, dangers that spawn from the void that surrounds us." "Are you with us?" asked Oroku suddenly in front of Vesper, with a warm smile. "Apologies," she said. "I am."
"I will leave you in Oroku's care," said Shoyabi, nodding to the other guardians, who parted as a group, vanishing on threads of ace that connected to other parts of the village.
The lanky man nodded to her, continuing in a lecturing tone. "I was saying that while I will show you the basics, you will spend the day observing, as the others in this group have mastered this art and spend their days in advanced lessons, learning how to attack and defend with their ash." "Of course," said Vesper. "I will try to learn quickly." Oroku ordered the others to pair off against one another, while he and Sei took her some distance away before he began. "It would be best if you observed this from the world of the Emmy, with the sight." Vesper shook her head, not understanding. "Emmy?" Sei raised his chin, looking down his nose at her. "It is what you Romans call the spirit. It is where one can see the connections that make up the world." "I understand," said Vesper, crossing her arms under her breasts. "But something must be wrong with your sight. I am clearly not Roman." "You oafs have spent generations suckling at the teats of Rome's emperors, wasting precious ace in service to their wars. Loyal servants used to expand their corrupt empire." Vesper's first impulse was to lash out, to attack with insults of her own. But then she recalled Shoyabi's words, that Sei was a blunt instrument, and that she had shamed him by being victorious in their brief battle. Instead, she smiled at him as one would a small child throwing a tantrum, turning her attention to Oroku. "Please, begin your lesson. I am eager to learn." Oroku smiled, his eyes twinkling with amusement. "Very well.
Let us begin.
Watch. Gratitude, she said, shifting her vision as instructed, taking note of every thread, every connection. The emerald line that connected the lanky Berber to the baobab grew thicker than her arm as he directed the potential to a tear-shaped symbol on his arm, the pattern coming alive, growing as if it were a seed springing from the earth, reaching for the sun. Oroku cleared his throat as the pattern began to take shape, that of a simple, glowing sphere that she had seen once before. Anything can be constructed this way. Simple items are the easiest. You only have to have the will to hold the image in your mind. Vesper smiled when he tied off the thread, locking the ace used in the pattern when the image of the sphere returned to his flesh, now a tool to be called on when needed. Whatever I can imagine? She asked, her mind filling with ideas. Oroku nodded. It is easier with simple objects, he said, showing her the many images on his flesh. But it is said that those with the proper will can create anything. Now, watch. I will do it once more. No, I understand how it is done, she said, opening herself to the flow of ace in her blood, drawing on small amounts in the garden surrounding her. Closing her eyes, she directed the power through one of the many concentric patterns dotting her arms.
Arrogant nose,
muttered Say, shaking his head,
thinking to master our ways after a single lesson.
Ignoring him, she formed the image of a gladius in her mind, picturing its steel blade, razor-sharp, the tip of the fine weapon strong enough to pierce bone, armour, and more. She could almost feel the smooth leather of its hilt, with the bright metal of the crossguard glowing in the morning sun. The image was almost complete when she cocked her head, a thought running through her mind. Letting the ace dissipate to nothingness, she opened her eyes. Does it have to be a normal item? She asked, her gaze darting between the two men in front of her.
As I told you, it's not so simple, said Say, with a smirk on his face.
I have done this often enough, in my own way, said Vesper, hints of annoyance creeping into her tone. The seeker rolled his eyes, but Oroku's response was different, smiling and nodding with approval. It can be done, but often by those with many years of experience. Vesper's belly bubbled with excitement as a memory burned through her mind, a memory of a battle and how she'd won. I have fought with the Sandawai more than once, she said, keeping her eyes open this time as she resumed the process of pouring ace into one of the concentric patterns, the ash on her arm, the image of her gladius made of pure light forming in her mind. At every turn they have drawn power from beyond the weave, a dark place that is cold, empty, an infinite void.
They were much the same before the knock exiled them. Alodjamari's punishment drove them to dark places, said Oroku in a hushed tone.
Keep silent, old man, said Say, sneering at him. Many times when I battled them, I could see their connections to this dark power. It is not so different from the threads that make up our weave, continued Vesper. The times when I managed to defeat them, I summoned a gladius made of light, using it to cut their connection to the void. Say began to pace back and forth in front of them, his nostrils flaring.
Do you think us fools?
He rasped, the veins in his neck throbbing. The ancient texts tell of such things. We have followed them, only to learn that one must have a connection to the void to do it, and only the Sandawai know such things. A flash of light burst into being as Vesper finished forming the gladius, while all around the training ground the other students stopped, their eyes locked onto what she had summoned. The gladius was unlike anything she had created before. Its blade was a brilliant, polished steel with concentric patterns that matched those on her arms, spread up and down its length, with motes of light glowing a cool amber even in the morning sun. I did it, she said, her voice shaking while beads of sweat rolled off her temples. Tie it off, said Oroku, quickly. She did as she was told, spinning together the threads of ace she had used to construct the weapon, locking them into an infinite loop that held the potential in the pattern she had imagined.
By Alodjamari, I wish Narcissus could see this, she said, returning the weapon to the simple pattern on her arm.
and then summoning it again immediately.
"May I?"
said Oroku, taking the weapon from her hands, his voice full of reverence.
"Do you really think such simple tricks will save us?"
growled Say, glaring at her while continuing to pace.
"Didn't you hear her? The oaf's whore will take what we teach her to the Roman masters. She has no intention of helping us."
Vesper pressed her lips together, breathing in through her nose to control her irritation. "I have done nothing to wrong you, Seeker, and have no desire to do you harm," she said, using his title in hopes that it would calm him, "but I will not let you continue to disrespect me."
"You are not worthy to learn our ways," he spat. "I will not let it happen, not when I can end you."
"Wisdom from peace, peace from wisdom," said Oroku in a hurried voice, stepping between them. "This is not our way." Say grabbed the lanky man by his tunic, throwing him to the ground.
"Peace is your way, foolish Berber, not mine,"
he said, drawing the heavy-bladed hook sword he carried on his back. On the ground, Oroku scrambled away, looking to other chosen, who stood with their mouths agape, their eyes unblinking.
"Don't just stand there,"
he yelled.
"Go to your guardians. Find Shoyabi."
The others vanished like morning mist as Vesper recalled the gladius she had just created, channeling the ace coursing through her veins into her skin and strength. "Are you sure you want to do this? The last time you ended up on your knees with my blade at your throat."
"I was told you were an untrained child,"
he said, spinning his blade,
"but this time I'm ready for you. I won't make the same mistake again."
Vesper smiled, grateful for her time in the Ludus, knowing that to underestimate anyone was a sure way to meet your end.
"Then I promise you a merciful death."
The young Seeker's face twisted with rage as he lunged for her, his heavy blade hissing as he swung it in wide arcs back and forth, aiming for her belly, while Vesper retreated slowly, step by step, pulling her gladius in tight to deflect his relentless attacks, their weapons sparking blue and white with every clash.
"Stop this!"
shouted Oroku, his voice nothing more than a distant echo, as Vesper fell into an easy rhythm, watching and waiting while Say pounded away with his blade. Vesper caught Say's sword with the hilt of her gladius, locking their arms together while trying to push him away, only to double over when his knee found her gut. He raised his blade to separate her neck from her body when she managed to slam an elbow to his chin, sending him staggering back.
"Enough games,"
he said, wiping his mouth, while the geometric patterns on his arms came alive, forming a swarm of glowing spheres of all shapes and sizes.
"You tried that before. It didn't work so well,"
she said, reversing the grip on her gladius to deflect the spheres as she did last time, in the same breath pulling together threads of ace from the garden to form a shield, raising it high to defend herself. Say looked down his nose at her, shaking his head.
"You fight like a Roman,"
he sneered as his arm shot out, a hail of spheres streaking toward her. A storm of sparks exploded all around Vesper, driving her back as her shield absorbed the brunt of his assault while she ducked behind it, gritting her teeth through the heat and shock as burning remnants fell on her dark skin. Another wave came at her, and Vesper pivoted, intending to use her sword to deflect the attack, only for Say to vanish from her sight.
"This is how you intend to fight? Like a coward?"
she said, spinning in place with her shield and gladius pulled in close, keeping one eye on the floating spheres that spun on some invisible axis not far away. Her mocking words drew him in, and Say appeared behind her, his heavy blade aimed for her head, while a flurry of spheres came at her from the front. Vesper went to one knee, Say's attack passing harmlessly overhead, while she crouched behind her shield, her arm going numb as she braced against the wave of spheres. Reversing her grip, she stabbed behind her, only to catch air as the Seeker vanished once more, and Vesper caught a glimpse of him at the heart of the garden, the ace on his arms glowing orange and amber, while his face was a mask of concentration. Narrowing her eyes, she shifted her gaze to the world beyond, cursing under her breath when she saw the connection between him and the baobab, which had grown as he drew on more of its strength. "Run! Run!" screamed Oroku, stumbling to his feet, tearing at her arm to drag her away. "What is he doing? He intends to burn us all!" Taking advantage of the distance between them, Vesper reached out, grasping at the thick cord of ace that stretched between Say to the great baobab, gooseflesh running up and down her body as she cut him off, shaking with nausea from taking hold of so much rancid potential. "This is over!" she shouted, running toward him after he fell to one knee, slamming his fist to the dirt. "It is not over," he said, shaking his head as she came closer. "I promise you." Vesper approached with caution, holding her breath as she stood above him. "Why do you hate me? I have done nothing to you." "You exist!" he shouted, balling his hands into fists. "You are an affront to every lie the Guardians told me, to the sacrifices I have made, to the loved ones I have lost." He finished, his voice full of bile. She was taken aback, finally understanding. Shoyebi had deceived her from the moment she met him, his lies taking her away from Narcissus and Rome in a desperate attempt to have her help in saving his dying people. But Say had lived with him for a lifetime. "Blame the Guardians, those who deceived you, not me." Say met her eyes, a chill running down her spine when he smiled at her. "They will pay, Shoyebi, more than most," he said, his eyes looking past her. Following his gaze, Vesper looked around for him to find the Guardian stalking toward them, her shoulders slumping in relief when she saw him with Oroku and some of the other young chosen in tow, his face twisted in fury. "Your people will deal with you," she began. "Hopefully they—" "I watched you, you know," he said, his eyes glittering with hate, "for a long time before, and then after." "What? Why?" "To learn, to understand how someone like you could stand against me, defeat me." "Then you must know I am not what you think. I am no liar nor a thief," she said. The Seeker nodded, pushing out his lower lip. "This is true, but it changes nothing, means nothing, although I am grateful for the time spent, for the wisdom gained." Vesper opened her mouth to question him further when Shoyebi arrived, pushing her aside. "Arrogant boy! You will be punished for this," he began, slapping his apprentice hard enough to split his lip. Say wiped away the blood from his mouth, glaring at the older man. "You are a liar, Shoyebi. All of you are liars." The Guardian raised his chin, his nostrils flaring. "No matter how many times I think you have learned your lessons, you disappoint me. Your failures are never-ending." "You will be the first to die, old man," he said, bowing his head while burying his hands in the dirt of the garden. It happened faster than Vesper could react. Shoyebi pulled his arm back to slap him again, when he suddenly bent in half, spasming when a stone spear erupted from the earth, driving through his belly and out his back, while a crimson stain soaked through the front of his gold-spun robes. "How?" shouted Vesper, jumping back as the garden wilted around her, trees, shrubs and flowers fading to a dull grey before falling to dust. "I should thank you," said Say, climbing to his feet with a snort, laughing as the other chosen fled. "I have learnt more in our few encounters than that fool Oroku or any of my teachers have taught me in years." Vesper backed away, gripping tight to the flow of ace from the tainted baobab, her breath catching in her throat as the grass beneath her feet blacked to ash. "I didn't think the knot could draw ace from anything but their great tree." "This is the lie I have lived with," he said, grabbing Shoyebi by the chin so that he could look into his eyes. "The lie he told me over and over again, shaming me every time I asked why. Now I know, don't I?" "What do you mean?" she asked, as screams echoed in the distance as the circle of ash spread beyond the field, reaching to the village itself. "Because they're cowards, aren't you?" Shoyebi's eyes darted toward Vesper, full of pleading desperation, as he fought his apprentice's iron grip as his blood dripped to the ground. "Away from the world. Keep you safe. All of you. All of us." "What are your intentions?" asked Vesper, channeling the massive amount of ace she was holding to the sky, thunder booming in the distance as dark clouds rolled in from her efforts. Say's gaze hardened as he took a quick glance toward the village, his eyes narrowing as he looked to his guardian. "After I kill this liar," he said, shaking him, "I will kill you, then burn this place to the ground." "I cannot allow that," said Vesper, swallowing hard as the storm she summoned flashed overhead, casting them all in an eerie light. "Then you will die first." The ground under her feet shook, forcing Vesper to leap away when jagged shards of stone erupted, tiny slivers cutting into her hardened skin, leaving small gashes along her legs while shredding the long tunic she wore. Skidding to a halt a dozen feet away, she brought her arms down in a chopping motion, showering down crooked fingers of lightning just behind where Say stood, cursing when the former apprentice vanished, showering Shoyabi with black earth. Knowing how the Seeker attacked, Vesper moved quickly, calling down more lightning all around her in hopes of catching him off guard as she ran to see if the Guardian was still alive. "You can't save them!" shouted Say from somewhere behind her as gouts of flame rolled over her, blisters rising on her arms where the flames licked bare skin. Ignoring the pain, Vesper spread her arms wide, blasting away the fire with gusts of wind and rain, the cool water soothing her flesh. Spotting him running toward the village, Vesper sent waves of ace through the stars on her collarbone, muttering the ancient words she had learned from Eshu, beads of sweat rolling down her temples as she was no longer alone, an army of her appearing on the rise, taking off in pursuit of the apprentice. "Are you still with us, or has Olodumare taken you?" she said, stopping beside the impaled guardian. So much power," he muttered, clutching at his belly while his eyes glazed over. "First in generations." Vesper shifted her gaze to the world beyond, eyeing the jagged stone spear protruding from the earth, cursing when she followed the complex threads of ace holding it in place. "I don't know how to untangle this. If you pull away, it will take your innards with it." Shoyabi coughed, bright red blood staining his lips. "Apologies for bringing you here. We were desperate." "Save your strength. I have little talent for healing, but I will do my best," she said, frowning in disgust as she spun the ace from the tainted baobab into his wounds in an attempt to staunch the bleeding. "No, too far gone," he gasped, pushing her away. "Talented. The boy is talented, but hateful. Stop him before it's too late. For all of us." She let out a deep breath as the spark of life faded from his eyes, her attention drawn to a violent commotion near the village. She watched as Say vanquished the copies of herself in a torrent of flame, while battling with a group of women in red robes who acted like artillery, hurling hundreds of fist-sized rocks at the raging Seeker. Vesper gasped in awe when, in response, his hands splayed out, her eyes losing track when countless threads of ace erupted from his hands, grinding the onslaught of stones to dust. The women turned to flee when their attacks did nothing, and for a moment Vesper thought he would let them go. But when the woman fell to the ground, writhing in pain, she knew he was drawing on their life force, consuming the ace that flowed through them. Desperate to stop him, she touched the storm once more with her power, raising her voice high as she called to the wind, whipping her arms, turning in a circular motion until a torrent of cool air ripped down from the heavens. Say staggered as powerful gusts of wind slammed into him, lifting him from his feet and dragging him high into the air, his compact form vanishing in the iron-grey clouds. Vesper ran with all her enhanced speed to the fallen women, sighing in relief when she found them alive, staring at her, dumbfounded. "Find as many as you can," she began, her eyes darting to clouds. "Get far away while you can." "What's the meaning of all this?" asked one of the women as the others circled her, all of them worse for wear, their skin sagging and grey. "Has the boy finally gone mad?" "It would appear so," she said, clutching at her head as her grip on the storm was torn away, the tornado that had thrown Say to the sky gusting to nothing more than a soft breeze, while the temperature around them dropped quickly. "Run!" Vesper had a final view of the women in red, fleeing in terror, when her sight vanished after a flash of brilliant white, the deafening boom of thunder filling her ears, before everything fell silent. Vesper came back to her senses with the taste of dirt in her mouth, her teeth grinding together as the bitter taste of copper filled her mouth, small arcs of electricity still coursing through her. Groaning, she sat up from the cloying earth to find the village in chaos, lightning striking among homes, black smoke filling the sky, as the world around her burned. In the distance, she caught sight of Say entering the great split in the withered baobab, and despite the pain, she rose to her feet, wiping away beads of sweat rolling down her temples, never having felt so broken in all of her young life. Every muscle in her body burned like fire, her bones brittle, about to snap. Vesper braced herself, straightening what was left of her shredded tunic as she took off toward the tree, her stomach turning in knots when she passed the broken bodies of men, women, and children, haphazardly flung about like forgotten toys. When she had fallen to the lightning strikes, the sour thread of ace she was holding had dissipated, and now the tree looked sicker, with large clumps of bark falling away as she approached the crevice. Vesper's breath caught in her throat when she entered the dark interior. The sickly sweet odour of rotting fruit filled her nostrils. "Say!" she called out, scanning for any sign of him. The tree looked very much the same from the interior, with strings of emerald green lights circling along the interior, except that the platforms, filled with vibrant people only hours before, were void of life, the silence deafening. A haunting shriek from somewhere above her filled the air, and Vesper flinched back in terror when a guardian in gold-spun robes plummeted to the unyielding ground not far from where she stood, the bone-crushing impact silencing him as a pool of blood expanded beneath his broken body. Seeing no other choice, she climbed, her legs burning as she ran from platform to platform, following Say's trail of death and destruction. The dead were everywhere she looked, with the common folk killed by simple cuts, the Seeker having held his true anger for the guardians he came across. Those bodies were beyond mangled, the sum of his rage spent on breaking every bone, disfiguring each face. After an eternity of climbing, she caught sight of a flash of sunlight, not long after arriving at a final platform that led to a wide opening that looked out over the village and to the desert beyond. Shifting her vision to the world beyond, she walked onto a narrow perch to find Say with his arms spread wide, a myriad of threads flowing into his compact form while the skeletal branches of the baobab fell away from the dying tree. "Say, stop this," she said, summoning her gladius, holding out the glowing blade in front of her.
"Not another step," he said. "You cannot hurt me. I hold enough ace to burn you where you stand."
"That may be, but why hurt all of these people? I understand about Shoyabi. He was a liar and cruel," she said. "But the rest? They're innocent."
"Not so innocent,"
he said with a sneer, pointing to the branches with his chin.
"My people were worse than most. Look at what they did."
Vesper had seen the writhing shades in the distance when she and Shoyabi had approached the village, but seeing them up close, her muscles turned to water as she shook with fear. "They were your enemies. They would have killed you given the chance," she said, thinking back to one of her Aunt Magda's many lessons. Her aunt had told her not to show mercy to a Sandawai warrior, that if given the chance, the kindness would not be returned.
"If it was just our enemies in these branches, the knock would have died out long ago," he said, with a bitter laugh. "No, Shoyabi and his forebears hung anyone who defied them in these branches."
"What?"
"Yes, those peace-loving Berbers like Oroku, lawbreakers, any who did not follow their ways, my family included."
Vesper's stomach turned, bile catching at the back of her throat as she eyed the dead. "Your family?"
"Chosen. those strong with ace made fine additions to this tree of horrors," he began, his smile growing when top branches fell away, both of them staggering as the tree bent back and forth. "A horror I will end today."
"Then why be a part of it for so long?" she asked. "Why not leave? We can leave now." Say's form, glowing a sickly green, parts of his flesh burning away.
"To be what? Some Roman slave like you? No. This life, these people were all I knew. Until I met you."
She was taken aback, like someone had kicked her in the face. "But you hate me," she whispered, clutching at the opening as the tree swayed in the wind, the creaking of splintering wood setting her teeth on edge.
"Yes, I hated you more than you could know, but you showed me the way."
"What way?" she asked, panic setting in when more branches fell.
"You would have made a fine seeker. Most would have fled, like those cowards out there. But you are brave to the point of stupidity."
"What are you doing, Say?" she shouted as his clothes burned away, revealing an image of a baobab on his chest, similar to the one she once possessed, but bare, tainted, and twisted, with the souls of the damned lost among its branches.
"You should run. Save yourself," he said, his head falling back, the glow from his body forcing her to raise a hand to shield her eyes.
Casting a quick look to those fleeing in the distance, at the bodies scattered about the burning village, Vesper pressed her lips together, knowing she was out of time. "Why do this? Why waste the time to bring me here?" Say's body vanished in a swarm of emerald sparks that swirled all around them, his smiling face being all that remained of his physical body.
"You were the catalyst, the great hope, and my path to end this injustice. Gratitude for the end to my pain."
Chapter 20. The Void. Say vanished in a swarm of emerald light as the tree heaved a final time, and Vesper leapt, her arms flailing as she plummeted to the rapidly approaching earth. Thinking quickly, she channeled the few threads of ace she could grasp to spin a small cushion of air beneath her as she landed, her bones protesting as she rolled to a ball to absorb some of her momentum. "By Lodgy Mari, what's happening?" she said, coming to a halt on her back, looking up in horror of what was left of the baobab. She had expected the great tree to be falling to dust, collapsing under its own rotten weight. Instead, her legs lifted off the ground, dragged upward to a dark void that was pulling her and what was left of the village into it. Vesper flipped over, clawing, scraping at the burnt earth, desperate for something, anything to grab onto. Her heart raced in terror the more the void tugged at her, and by some fluke her hand fell on a thick root that was intact. Holding on with all her strength, she took deep, calming breaths to control her fear, knowing that panic would kill her just as quick as the debris whipping around her. Searching the horizon for those who had managed to flee, she cursed under her breath when she realized many of them had fallen and now were being dragged back despite being far away from the calamity. Eyeing the void from the world beyond, Vesper bit her lip, seeing that Say had somehow shattered the weave created by the knock, releasing a torrent of ace that collapsed into a blighted void, threatening to take her and everything else with it. Reaching deep into the well of ace coursing through her, Vesper delved into the ground beneath her feet, calling forth dormant seeds to sprout creeping vines that grew around her ankles, crawling up her legs to hold her in place against the unending pull of the void. Peering into the growing maelstrom, she racked her mind for a way to escape, or at least keep the destruction contained to the immediate area. The ace on her arms took on a bright glow as she probed, sending thin weaves of power into it, only to have them ripped away by the hungry maelstrom. Cursing in frustration, she raised her arms to try once more, only to gasp in shock when the vines binding her to the ground tore away, the tips of her toes scratching at the earth as her feet left the ground. She flailed, hunting for anything to latch onto, almost accepting that this was the end, when the tips of her fingers brushed against warm flesh. Twisting in the air, she laughed in relief. "Oroku!" she gasped, shaking her head in wonder when she saw that he was surrounded by a softly glowing sphere that floated just above the ground, shimmering like a teardrop. "Take my hand, quickly," he said, his long, matted hair writhing like snakes. He pulled her to the ground, and a tear-shaped bubble grew large enough for the both of them. "By Logimare, where did you come from?" The Berber was pale, with cuts and bruises covering his arms, while a jagged scrape stained his temple with dried blood. "A stone had an argument with my skull. As luck would have it, I have a hard head. I woke up moments ago to this. What happened?" She shook her head, not really having time to explain it all. "Sei's vengeance," she said finally. Oroku gave her a knowing look, pressing his lips into a thin line. "This was a long time coming," he shouted over the roaring wind. "After the boy's parents were cast into the baobab, he was never the same." Vesper nodded, her eyes locked to his. "Can we use this to get us out of here?" she asked, eyeing the glowing sphere. He shook his head, frowning up at the churning maelstrom. "I tried to pull away, but its pull was too strong. Then I saw you and thought that if we could work together, there might be a chance." "I am not ready to die," she said, ducking to avoid her head being torn from her shoulders as debris whipped by them. "Do you know how to stop this?" "The void is a tear in reality, impossible to fill." Vesper stared deep into the void, her mind burning for a solution. It looked very much like the ragged holes she had seen in the tapestry many times before, an infinite well of darkness with no end. "We must close the door, patch the hole, at least long enough that it collapses." Oroku smiled at her, shaking his head. "It is a fine idea, but impossible. We lack the power to make it a reality." A chill ran through her as she raised her chin, pointing to the void. "There is power in there, more than enough to do what we need to do." "Are you mad? That is certain death." "It is certain death if we stay here. We must find the core of it, wall it off," she said, eyeing the glowing teardrop that was protecting them. "Can this construct keep us safe?" "Perhaps," he said, licking his lips. "Without the baobab, I cannot draw on additional ace to make it stronger, but with you helping me, maybe?" "Sometimes you have to run before you can walk," she said, taking his hand. "What are you going to do?" Oroku took her hand, touching it to his heart. "It is an old Berber tradition for chosen to bond those they love to them, similar to how the Vesper's eyes shot open, a smile coming to her face despite the chaos around them. "I have done this, although I don't remember how." "Then I shall show you, so that you may know the way to keep those you love close to your heart," he said. She watched wide-eyed when Oroku opened his palm, singing a single word while making a cutting motion with his other hand. A thin line of crimson began on his open palm that he then held out to her. "This bond will be temporary and will fade with time, but can be made permanent by creating a loop, as we did with the ace weapon this morning." Vesper didn't dare blink as Oroku formed the bond between them, memorizing the intricate pattern that made her gasp in amazement when it was done. "Did you see?" "Yes," she said, a surge of joy running through her, knowing that she could bond with Narcissus once more. "Now, let's finish this." The tear-shaped bubble grew as Vesper combined her potential with Oroku, shimmering emerald and gold as it rose toward the collapsing void. "May the great god guide and protect us," said Oroku, when the sphere plunged into the outer edges of its dark depths, falling faster the deeper they went. The sphere buckled, its shape bending as if a great weight were being pressed against it, but still holding. "Look at that," said Vesper, her breath frosting as she spoke. Despite the pitch darkness, there were flashes of light, loose threads of emerald green swirling within invisible currents, and eddies buffeted their drop of reality. Closing her eyes, Vesper reached out with her will, gently touching at the small threads of power flickering all around her, caressing and cajoling them until she shuddered with pleasure as she filled herself with Ace, growing stronger with each passing moment, while the concentric patterns on her arms and chest banished the darkness with a bright white burst of light.
"What evil is this?" whispered Oroku, his voice breaking with sadness. "So many lost to hate. For the price of arrogance. For nothing."
A pang of sadness welled up in her chest when Vesper opened her eyes to see the destruction, the bits and pieces of lives lost from Sei's cruel genocide of his people. "We cannot change the past, Oroku," said Vesper, resting a hesitant hand on the crying Berber's shoulder, raising her head to stop her own tears from falling. "But I need you to help me so we can stop this from happening elsewhere." Oroku wiped his face with his tunic, nodding in agreement. "Yes, yes," he said, pointing at the debris floating just beyond their touch. "All of this. It circles like a whirlpool. We must get to the centre. Block it off." They plunged deeper into the maelstrom, cutting across its axis instead of flowing with the rest of what was once the village of Ireti, Oroku drawing more Ace from her to keep the outside at bay the deeper they went. Vesper had lost track of time when, in the distance, she saw it, her stomach falling as she watched the ragged tear grow each time it consumed anything. "It is like I have seen in the tapestry of night," she said, "a hungry, bottomless pit, its edges like rotted cloth." "That seems accurate," he said, his breath coming in quick, short gasps. "I hope you have a plan, because we cannot go back. I have tried." Despite the horrors around them, Vesper smiled. "I do," she said, putting a hand on his shoulder. "This and us." Oroku shrunk in on himself, shooting her a terrified look. "Are you mad? This construct is like all the others. Pure Ace tied together in an infinite loop. It just needs to be large enough to block the whole thing." He swallowed hard, shaking his head. "That is a very simple idea. Too simple to work." "I have little experience with Ace, nothing compared to you and the others I met here, but I have learned that simple ideas are often the best." "Very true," he said, his smile returning. "What do we do now?" Vesper took his hand, squeezing hard when she felt his anxiety through their temporary bond, hoping he felt her racing heart was full of hope. "We make this construct bigger, much bigger. Then we fall down the well and hope we block it up." Oroku's brow shot up, and he squeezed her hand back when she began sending waves of Ace into their bond, their tiny sphere growing exponentially with the more power he sent into it, growing so that it was larger than the baobab that once was here, larger than the village itself. "Wisdom and peace, peace and wisdom," he whispered as the sphere was about to touch the void, giving her one last smile before the world around them vanished to darkness, and there was nothing more. Chapter 21. The Triumvirate. Lucilla watched in awe as the damned flooded past her, up the gravel pathway, a charging mob of souls rushing toward the domus, where she had escaped not too long ago. The moment they passed the grey-green hedge that hid the building itself, the damned began to shimmer, solidify, a rainbow of colours washing over them. "What's happening?" she whispered as an ashen-grey-blue soul transformed before her eyes into a middle-aged centurion with a bronze chest-piece, a massive hole in his chest, and a tattered red legionnaire's cloak. Another one, a woman in a thin stola, had skin so blistered and burned that Lucilla looked away, unable to bear the horror. In her mind, Papakita rasped in his halting Sandawai cadence. "This place is close to the world of the living. The damned reflect what they looked like just before their deaths." She nodded as her army began to rip apart the domus brick by brick, tearing into the few servants that managed a meagre resistance, men and women she recognised from her time trapped here. "Where is she?" "The garden, the seat of her power, at the back of the domus," said Papakita, urging her forward. At the mention of the garden, Lucilla's blood boiled. It was the place where she had made her greatest mistake, sealing a bargain with the Sandawai matron in a moment of weakness. She knew it was wrong, but months of living like a rat in a cage had broken her. Mother Ayaba had dangled the perfect temptation in front of her eyes, rulership of the empire she loved so much. It is time to remove that evil woman from the field. Lucilla followed her army, the hair on her arms rising each time she looked into their eyes, in awe of the fact that from one moment they were nothing more than a shade, and the next staring back at her with eyes that were vibrant, almost alive. They tore through the main doors, shattering stone and wood in a storm of destruction. The old Lucilla would have been horrified to see such fine porcelain or rare furniture turn to dust, but now she was elated, joyful. This is all part of a prison meant to keep me forever trapped, enslaved. In her mind, for the first time, she heard Papakita laugh. It was a haunting, shrill thing, and would have hurt her ears had he been in the flesh. Pretty baubles for small minds. This is the Roman way of keeping power. Your emperors offer the people trinkets, useless gold, fool idols to worship, while they hoard the only commodity of any worth. Power! Shouted Lucilla, balling her hand into a fist as they strolled past the private baths, the clear water turning a brackish green with their passing, boiling with a fury that matched her raging heart. A group of shades walking alongside her shifted, taking on their living forms, that of being legionaries of high rank. Lucilla gasped when she realised the identity of one of them. An aquilifer, the legionnaire whose tall staff typically bore the golden eagle of the Roman people atop it, the very symbol that drove fear into the heart of Rome's enemies. Power begets power, whispered Papakita, as the legionnaires formed a phalanx in front of her, a single clarion call from a golden trumpet sounding loud and true, calling her army to war as they exited the Domus proper, into Mother Ayaba's abode. The garden was as she remembered it, filled with lush plants and trees, overgrown with the fragrances of orange blossom and jasmine, almost masking the constant hint of rot wafting through the air. Lucilla was not sure what to expect, but her brow shot up for just an instant when they entered the clearing to find Mother Ayaba as she always was, sitting on a low stone bench with her hands folded on her lap, looking every bit the Roman matron she pretended to be. Lucilla took a step forward, and without a word, the matron raised her hand, and the world around her came to a halt. The ghostly legionnaires, even Lucilla herself, freezing in place, her breath catching in her throat as she struggled to breathe. "You dare," said the matron, glaring at her with yellow gold eyes, the tiny beads that Lucilla knew were skulls, clicking when she shook her head. "You came to us willingly, helped us grow our power to new heights, only to throw it all away. For what? Pride? I offered you the world. Why not see it through to the end?" A dry rasp escaped Lucilla's throat, and her heart raced as she fought for breath, for control, while in her mind Papakita surged, whispering harsh words in his strange tongue, words that she only barely understood. Mother Ayaba watched her for a few moments longer, with the hint of a smile on her face, a smile that never touched her eyes. Finally, with a bored look, she flicked her hand. "Speak." "Your offer was only another cage," gasped Lucilla, clutching at her throat. "A cage that you, and only you, controlled. I offered you power." Lucilla managed to look over her shoulder as pinpricks ran up and down her arms to the bottom of her feet. The restless dead behind her shifted, fading from shade to a living reflection, reaching out with hands hungry for life. "No one can give you power," said Lucilla, shaking her head. "It can only be taken from those who have it." The matron narrowed her eyes, frowning at her. "Sandawai words. You've listened and learned." Papakita shifted in her mind, slithering like a snake. "Patience. She does not know I am with you. She is blind, as I was. Let her talk. Vengeance is at hand." Lucilla managed to raise her chin, looking down her nose at the Sandawai matron. "I see through your lies. You used me. Once your lapdog Magnus was no longer useful, you needed me to have Rome's senators open their doors, let their guard down so that you could steal their souls, replace them with your own people. Would it have been so bad to rule the world as allies?" Her shoulders shook with laughter as she met the matron's gaze. "With your leash growing ever tighter around my neck, I don't think so. You would do with me as you did with the senators. My soul would be quickly replaced, leaving me a puppet for you to control." Mother Ayaba shifted in her seat, her eyes narrowing at Lucilla's movements. "Your will is strong, far stronger than when you left here. Tell me, how did you survive the wastes? And how did you manage such power to call on the damned?" "Tell her. Tell her everything except your chance encounter with me," said Papakita. Lucilla cleared her throat as a warmth spread through her chest, sweat beading as the heat touched her temples. "The ritual Magnus performed. It was incomplete. When the shades touched me, they fled. With time, I learned that I could control them." "Oh, that boy was always a half-breed fool. But you learned so quickly. You must have some Sandawai blood among your ancestors," she said, her eyes flashing with anger. "Or, perhaps, you lie with the grace and skill of the Roman you are." Lucilla tensed, every muscle stiff as steel. "The only liar here is you. I know your history, how you stole power, how—" She staggered as the ground shook, Mother Ayaba gripping tightly to the corner of her low stone bench. Even the damned behind her were careening about, searching for balance. "What have you done, Roman?" spat the matron, her eyes darting about in wide-eyed worry. "This is not my doing," she said, turning inward, searching through Papakita's mind for answers. "Is this you?" The Aitan on her arms flashed a brilliant white, and Mother Ayaba shrank back, while in her mind the old Voden roiled. "This is not me," he said finally, panicking like a trapped animal. The shaking grew worse, and Lucilla fell, reopening the scabs on her knees, her anger suddenly trumping her fear. "Stop your lies, Ayaba! You will fall today, and none of your tricks will stop that." Mother Ayaba opened her mouth to protest when a pulse of green light rolled over them, banishing the veil covering the garden. Mother Ayaba's low stone bench vanished, replaced by a towering throne of bone, while the garden itself vanished, leaving barren soil littered with the remains of her victims, the damned behind her reverting to ash-coloured shades, wailing at the living. Lucilla gasped when she looked down at her own flesh, finding it to be pale, emaciated, with the Aitan covering her arms appearing as bright red, festering wounds. "What have you done to me?" she whispered, meeting the gaze of the matron, who was little more than flesh and bone. "What is the meaning of this?" said Mother Ayaba, gazing around at the changes to the garden, her haggard face reflecting Lucilla's own confusion. Lucilla opened her mouth to speak when the matron's eyes locked onto something over Lucilla's shoulder, her face suddenly a mask of terror. Turning on her heel, she sucked in a sharp breath at the gaping hole that stretched across the sky, a churning whirlpool of emerald green and black. "What in the name of the gods is that?" she asked, pointing.
By Elodjimare,
whispered Papakita, shrinking back into the recess of her mind. Mother Ayaba held onto the arms of the skeletal throne in a white-knuckled grip, her mouth twisting to an ugly snarl.
This is not our doing. What Roman treachery is this?
Shaking her head in denial, Lucilla fell silent, not daring to tear her eyes away when the gaping maw became like a window, the hole in the sky somehow looking out over Palatine Hill, showing the city of Rome in all its glory. A moment later, the view shifted to a burning village in the desert. She squeezed her eyes shut, thinking she was going mad, that the images would be gone when she opened her eyes. But when she looked again, she saw the sea crashing into white cliffs, looking so real that she could almost hear the cry of seabirds flocking overhead, almost taste the salty ocean air on her tongue. The swirling vortex changed again and again, almost as if it were everywhere at once, showing her places deep in the heart of Rome in one instant, and distant lands beyond her imagination the next. Then, without warning, the void shrank, collapsing into itself, while the sky bent around a now infinitesimal quivering sphere. It hung there for a moment, shaking, twisting, vibrating like a rope about to snap, before suddenly exploding, sending a wave of emerald green and black that rolled toward them. Lucilla turned to run, just as the wave crested over her, flowing through her with such force that she was knocked back, her entire body tingling. Lucilla came back to her senses to realize she was no longer alone with Mother Ayaba and the dead. There were hundreds, thousands of disembodied forms swirling around them, their hollow voices wailing in torment, pleading for salvation. At the heart of it all was Vesper, riding the wave across reality, her face a wide-eyed mask of panic. Not knowing how she reached out, their fingers brushing and slipping over and over again, drifting farther apart with each passing moment, until, with a desperate final lunge, they connected. Lucilla gasped, her breath catching in her throat as every nerve pulsed with the electricity. "Come to Rome! Find me!" said Vesper, drifting away with the wave. "How?" The Oath's woman extended her hand, and an infinite number of golden threads spawned from her fingers, stretching across the space between them. Lucilla tried to pull away when the amber cords touched her hands, but the Oath's woman held tight. "Do not be afraid." At the touch of the connection, a rush of adrenaline raced through her, and a deep-throated laugh poured from her throat as her heart sang with more joy than she had ever known. Where before she felt only her own beating heart, or heard the thoughts of Papakita, this was more. Her life, her thoughts, were bound in an endless loop. She looked over to find Narcissus was somehow with them, smiling at her, then to Vesper, knowing they were all one, the song of their lives joined together. "We are a triumvirate, 3 bound as one in the Roman way." A terrible shriek tore her from the moment, her eyes snapping forward to find Mother Ayaba charging forward to meet them. "Caution!" shouted Papakita in her mind, taking control. Lucilla cringed, expecting her belly to be opened by the Sandawai matron's bone dagger. Instead, a group of ashen shades swarmed in front of her, absorbing the deadly blow. Papakita pressed his will, and the dead flailed at the matron, slashing, cutting, leaving deep gashes in her flesh and forcing her back. Mother Ayaba pounced once more, streaks of crimson light spewing from the tip of her bone dagger, cutting through the damned to slam into her with the force of a hammer, spinning Lucilla on her heel and leaving an ugly welt on her shoulder. "You will not stop us. The Sandawai are everywhere." "She cannot hurt us, not when we are so protected," said Papakita, urging her on. "You are blessed by Elodjimare. The damned are our strength. Use them." Lucilla nodded, spreading her arms wide, calling the dead to her, the pulsing light on her arms glowing brighter each time one passed through her to attack the Sandawai matron. "I know your people, and I will destroy them," said Lucilla, "just like I will destroy you." Lucilla knew nothing of the fantastic abilities Vesper and the matron possessed. Weapons were foreign to her, but she knew power, standing, and fear. In this moment, fear was the only thing in Mother Ayaba's eyes. The Sandawai matron showed her teeth, her normally calm face twisted into a snarl. "I have lived more lives than you can imagine, but even if you best me, Magnus will soon be well in place to rule over your corrupt empire." Lucilla raised her chin, ignoring her threats. "Your plans will be for nothing. Your people will be for nothing," she said, inching closer. "I know what to look for now. My Triumvirate will find every Sandawai hidden in the Empire, take you apart, brick by brick." Mother Ayaba narrowed her eyes, putting both hands on the dagger. The stream of crimson grew thicker, but Lucilla felt nothing. "You are too young, too stupid to know such things." "Tell her now. Give me her fear. Give me my vengeance," shouted the old Voden, seething in her mind. The Sandawai matron drew her dagger back to stab at her when they finally stood face to face. Lucilla only smiled when the hordes of dead circling them held tight to the other woman's arms, trapping her in place. Leaning in close, Lucilla confessed, her words coming out as a joyous whisper. "I met Papakita out in the wastes, and we are here to deliver his vengeance." "The dagger," said Papakita, shouting with glee in her mind. "Put it in her chest." "Lies!" she screeched, fighting to pull away when Lucilla pried the bone dagger from her grip, flipping it over to bury the vicious weapon deep into Mother Ayaba's heart. "I may be too young, too stupid," said Lucilla in a harsh whisper, pursing her lips as the matron's caramel-coloured flesh blackened, bits of skin and hair burning away. "But he is ancient, and with his knowledge, I will drive your people from this world." "No, please, I beg you," said Mother Ayaba, flailing against the iron grip of the damned. "Show me mercy. I know past the power you—" "Have you ever shown mercy?" snapped Lucilla. "Even for one day in your life?" "No," snarled Mother Ayaba. The last bits of her physical body began drifting away on the wind, leaving only a writhing spirit in front of her. "And I will not start today." With the last of her strength, the Sandawai matron's spirit reached deep into Lucilla's chest, catching her off guard, pulling, clawing, and tearing, sending Lucilla staggering back, clutching at nothing. They fell together in a heap, a bright flash leaving her seeing spots in the corner of her eyes, blinking in confusion. The moment only lasted for a heartbeat, and when it was over, she found herself on her hands and knees, gasping for breath, feeling empty and whole all at once. The connection with Vesper and Narcissus was still there, but nothing else. Papakita was gone, leaving only brief flashes of himself. Then she heard Papakita's voice, no longer in her mind, but in front of her. "Come, come, girl, no rest for the wicked." "What happened?" she asked, clutching at her head, pushing her hair from her face, almost falling once more when she looked up to see Papakita's disembodied form floating above her. The tall Voden shrugged with his thin shoulders. "I have never seen such things in my life, but we are no longer bound. I have been replaced, and my spirit has been set free to roam among the damned." "And the matron?" "She was swept away, following the catalyst, the girl at the heart of the tempest, this Vesper." Lucilla clutched at her belly, faint physical sensations coming from Vesper. They had talked about this once, not so long ago, about her bond with Narcissus, and how wonderful it would have been to have such a connection with her first husband, Verus. "She is in danger," she said suddenly. "I can feel it. Something else has found her. Something to do with my brother, Commodus. She won't survive alone. I must go to her." Papagita looked over to the matron's throne of bone, his lips turning down. "Our brief connection has strengthened me, but I am more spirit than man now. I cannot leave the world of the damned now, but hopefully, with time, I will find another path home," he said, his voice bitter. "But that does not mean I cannot help an ally, especially one who has given me the gift of vengeance." "How?" "With your strength and the strength of your allies, we can send you home." Lucilla looked up at him, raising a fine eyebrow. "And you? What happens to you?" "I have waited this long. I can wait a little longer, especially if I know that my ally awaits me among the living." She nodded, terrified of what this man could do in the world of the living, but secure that he had kept to their bargain, that he could be trusted, despite his people. "I give you my word. I will find a way to bring you back. But now I must find my friend, and with her I will deliver vengeance to a common enemy, my brother." "Blood for blood, honor for honor," he said, beginning the ritual to take her home, back to the land of the living, to whatever horrors awaited her. Chapter 22. Beasts. The lion's sleek muscles rippled under its fur as it stalked in the shadows, the golden mane around its neck billowing in the hot afternoon breeze. A great roar echoed from the beast's deep chest as it exploded into motion, its massive paws, larger than a man's head, tearing into the sands, hunting for a grip as it accelerated. The majestic animal reached the side of a large wooden palisade, its razor-sharp claws leaving deep gashes in the wood as it scrambled for purchase, managing to climb halfway up the high wall before falling back to the sand, roaring up in frustration. The arrow pierced its deep chest below the muzzle, and the Roman crowd shot from their seats, cheering, laughing, arms raised in victory as if they had murdered the beast themselves. Hapless whimpers cut through the din of the bloodthirsty crowd as the lion struggled to stay on its feet, weak growls pouring from its throat as it shambled into the shade of the tall wooden structure, its golden fur stained red as the last spark of life faded from its eyes. "Citizens of Rome!" shouted a small man from the podium at the front of the Emperor's box, the semicircular shape of the Colosseum amplifying his deep voice, so everyone could hear even over the hoots and shouts. "I give you Commodus, Imperator, Augustus, Caesar, Princeps Dominus Noster, the slayer of 100 lions." Striding along the palisade, Commodus threw his arms up in victory, basking in the adoration of the Roman people with a grandiose smile on his face. Their cheers grew, turning into gasps when he notched another arrow, aiming at a group of senators sitting in a lower tier of seats meant for those of higher station. Commodus held the arrow long enough for a hush to fall over the crowd, the plebeians and slaves casting hungry looks for the blood of the highborn. The Emperor let the arrow fly, the men of the Senate ducking low as the arrow went wide. "Apologies, senators," shouted Commodus, laughing with the crowd. "The light of Apollo blinded me for a moment." "I have never been witness to such a crime," said Narcissus, crossing his arms across his massive chest, standing in the cool shade not far behind the auditor. "He feeds the bloodlust of the people, Doctore," said Linus, the heavy iron chain around his neck rattling on the stone floor as he shifted on his low wooden bench that Commodus forced him to carry wherever he went.
You should at least have the courage to battle the beasts on the sands, not peppering them with arrows from a distance. This is the coward's way," said the big Celt, his hands drifting to his face to rub a beard that was no longer there.
"He is here to silence his critics," said the old gladiator in a low voice, frowning as he twisted in his seat, casting hateful glances at Cleander, who was his permanent shadow. "Not that it matters. New rumours surface every day. The latest is that Commodus has lost his mind and is a drooling idiot, taken care of by his many attendants, his wife having moved permanently to their country estates."
"The senators of Rome play a cruel game. It will be slaves and beasts that will pay the price for the emperor's anger, not them," said Narcissus, as Commodus let loose another arrow, frowning when another terrible whimper of a roar reached his ear. "I have never met a man so fond of cruelty. He smiles like a child each time he kills one."
"Give me a sword and shield," shouted Commodus over his shoulder, his bronze skin slick with sweat, glowing in the sunlight as he adjusted the lion's mane that had become his signature. Cleander nodded to a legionnaire, and the man rushed forward, handing an ornate gladius and fine shield to the Caesar of Rome. "And release the birds. I will face them on the sands to better entertain the crowd." The clang of heavy iron chains being turned, filling the air, the grinding of wood against stone, shaking the Colosseum, as part of the floor fell away, replaced moments later by a cage filled with large birds, each taller than a man, with long necks and sharp beaks. Narcissus bristled, shaking his head as Commodus descended the palisade with weapon in hand. "Oh, Gladius, to fight ostriches? Now I have seen it all." Linus came to his feet, cursing in pain as he stretched his bent back before shuffling forward for a better view. "This is madness," he said, as the cage door flew open and a dozen of the tall birds raced out, some running away in terror, while others shoved their beaks into the hot sand, digging holes to bury their heads in the sand despite their massive size. Commodus wasted no time, charging the ones burying their heads, chopping them off, then ripping them from the ground as the bodies flailed around him, many running headless. "They are like the birds," said Narcissus, nodding toward the Roman patricians that filled the emperor's box, all of them clapping politely, not one of them with an ounce of empathy or sympathy for the dying animals. "What do you mean, Doctore?" "They bury their heads in the sand to avoid dealing with the monster living among them, praying Commodus will cut someone else's head off, never once thinking they will be next." "A pity he has Vesper," said Linus, "else I would gladly fall on my sword to give you a chance to remove the head of that beast." Narcissus grunted in agreement. "I spend my nights dreaming of ways to murder him," he said, glaring at the emperor with open hatred, of wrapping my hands around his neck and squeezing until his eyes pop from his skull. As he watched, the emperor gathered up the heads of the ostriches, striding over to where the senators sat in attendance, shaking the lifeless skulls at Rome's most powerful, before finally hurling them to the ground in front of them. "If he wasn't such an ass, it would be funny," said Linus with a laugh, his smile widening when he glanced back to see the city's highborn blanching in fear, their desire to cheer on Commodus forgotten. "They are less than useless," said Narcissus, rolling his eyes. "Have any of the men you know in the legionary seen Vesper up close? The longer this goes on, the less confidence I have in the word of that madman." Linus shook his head, his smile fading fast. "No, Doctore, but the woman he has shown us does have the same curve of the hip, the roundness of the breast." "I know, but—" A burst of laughter from the crowd pulled his attention, and he looked down on the sands just as Commodus hurled the headless corpse of an ostrich among the senators, staining their fine tunics and togas blood red. I will continue my inquiries, said Linus, as the laughter died down, Commodus raising his arms in victory one last time before climbing the palisade, waving from the podium moments later, before handing his sword and shield to a waiting attendant, then returning to his seat. "Wine!" he shouted, wiping sweat from his brow. In the time it took to draw breath, an older man, with a bulbous nose and long, curly hair, was at the Emperor's side, holding a pitcher beading with perspiration. Commodus took the cup offered by the slave, eyeing him up and down with a frown as the wine was poured. "By the gods, you're ugly." The slave's eyes snapped open like he'd been slapped, his ears and face reddening in shame. "Apologies, Dominus," he said at last, licking his lips. I don't...
"Get this dog out of my sight," snarled Commodus, throwing his wine into the man's face, then crushing the silver cup. "And have him whipped for having the gall to come into my presence with hair like some barbarian."
Cleander grabbed the slave roughly by his arm, pulling him with enough force that the pitcher of wine slipped from his hands, falling with a horrible metallic clatter, spilling wine over the Emperor's feet.
"Apologies, Dominus,"
shrieked the weary slave, tearing away from the Praetorian, falling to his knees to wipe away the wine with his simple tunic. Commodus rose to his feet, towering over the quivering man.
"Cleander, don't we have a few lions left? I think it's time we fed them."
"I will see to it that they are raised from the hypogeum," said the swarthy prefect, showing his perfect white teeth. The Emperor took the hapless slave by his long hair.
"Disgusting,"
he said, dragging him out past the podium, then onto the end of the palisade, hurling him one-handed onto the sands. Narcissus frowned when the man landed with the audible snap of bone, his face reddening in anger. "He did nothing wrong," whispered Narcissus out of the side of his mouth, his words meant for Linus alone.
"There is nothing we can do, Doctore,"
whispered Linus, his voice straining.
"He won't even have the strength to fight back,"
growled Narcissus, his nostrils flaring as the slave hobbled to his knees, clutching the arm he fell on. Commodus turned in his seat, his eyes flashing a milky white for a heartbeat.
"You could go down there to protect him."
"I have no fear of beasts," said Narcissus, pushing out his chin. "Only of what you would do to Linus and Vesper."
"I am not unkind," he said. "I am a god, after all. I would be entertained to see your strength put to the test. I'm sure the Roman people as well."
The sound of metal chains grinding on wood silenced the arena, followed by a distant lion's roar as a platform inched its way up from the bowels of the Colosseum. Commodus shot Narcissus one last look, and the big Celt bolted, racing down the palisade just as the lion's cage came into full view. The hungry beast spotting the downed slave, licking its chops at the sight of easy prey. He doubled his speed when the cage door swung open, his long legs matching the lion's four-legged stride as he raced to be first. The beast was almost on top of the fallen slave, its jaws stretched wide for the kill, when Narcissus slammed his bulk into its flank, knocking it off course, so it landed a few feet away, kicking up sand and dust as it skidded to a halt, baring its fangs. "Can you run?" asked Narcissus over his shoulder, corralling the slave behind him while staring down the beast, not daring to look away. Eyeing the massive cat, he cursed when he saw its ribs and filthy coat, sensing that the beast had not been well tended to, even starved so that it would immediately attack whatever was placed in front of it. "I will try, Dominus," he said, in a pain-filled whimper. "Then run!" The lion, seeing its prey escaping, bolted, trying to race past Narcissus, only for the massive Celt to sink his meaty hands into its mane, using its momentum to swing it around, hurling the roaring beast against the wall of the Colosseum. Against his better judgment,
Narcissus turned his back, hurrying after the limping slave, lifting the man bodily as he ran past him to throw him over his shoulder. He was almost to the ladder of the wooden structure when he heard a distant roar, quickly followed by the scrape of thick claws ripping up the sand, growing louder and closer with each breath. His hand touched the first rung when, instinctively, he spun to his left, dodging just far enough to avoid the lion's great weight as it slammed into the wall, splintering the dry wood. The lion twisted in the air, landing with grace on all four paws.
"Apologies,"
said Narcissus, kicking out, landing a heavy boot to the lion's muzzle before it could recover from its missed attack. Reaching up to the highest rung, he pulled himself and the slave up, drawing his legs in close when he felt the brush of claws just beneath them. After a few moments of desperate climbing, the echo of a frustrated roar reaching his ear, and he looked down to see the lion whimpering, its bony flanks heaving. The crowd in the Colosseum broke out in cheers as he stood to his full height, many of them chanting his name, no doubt remembering his days as a champion gladiator. Narcissus felt a tug on his leg, and he looked down to see the slave hugging his leg, tears rolling down his face as his shoulders shook. "Gratitude, Dominus. I owe you my life.
"I am no Dominus,"
snarled Narcissus, pulling away from the man.
"I am a doctore, a trainer of gladiators."
"And a warrior, worthy of praise," said Commodus, coming to stand at his side. Narcissus frowned when the Emperor took his hand, raising it in victory along with himself as the crowd cheered them on.
"Praise for what? Saving a fool slave who should know better?"
Commodus put an arm around his shoulder, guiding him back to the Emperor's box. "You save him, only to scorn him? We can throw him back if you like." The big Celt pressed his lips together before shaking his head, frowning back at the whimpering slave who stared at him like a broken man.
"Look at him. He's filthy, and would make a poor meal for the beasts,"
he said, with a shrug. The Emperor threw back his head in laughter, clapping him on the shoulder. "A fine point, and a fine display. Truly, you must be born of the gods, like myself."
"Gratitude,"
he muttered, forcing his face to stillness, playing along in the hope that Commodus would relent and leave him in peace.
"What now?"
Now we enjoy the spoils of victory," he shouted, waving one last time to the crowds as he went deeper into the Emperor's box, serving himself wine from one of the many beading pitchers tucked away on corner tables.
"I will retire to my rooms, then,"
began Narcissus, moving to leave, only for Commodus to shake his head vigorously. "No," he said, waving over a slave to pour wine for Narcissus. "Today you will drink with me, so I don't have to spend another waking moment with these weak sycophants. It will be good to spend time with another warrior, with a near equal."
"Of course, Dominus,"
said Narcissus, his eyes narrowing in suspicion as he sipped his wine, not liking the tart sweetness of the vintage. "Good," he said, turning to face the patricians who were in attendance for today's games. "We will retire to my chambers for some small amusements. Cleander, send someone ahead to make sure everything is to my tastes. No mistakes this time." Narcissus groaned inwardly, hiding his anger in his cup as he took another sip. He knew very well what went on during the Emperor's amusements and wanted nothing to do with them, given the last time Commodus made the offer. It was for them, and them alone. Clearing his throat, he slammed his wine down on the table, meeting the other man's eyes with a hard look.
"I told you before, this is not my way. My desires are only for—"
"Calm that barbarian temper," said Commodus, waving over a round-faced courtesan with wide hips and heavy breasts, whose sheer blue stola left little to the imagination. "I know your hunger is for your oath's witch and nothing more.
Marcia here will see to my pleasures."
"Very well," he grumbled, casting a weary glance at Linus, before following a cheerful Commodus, who led the way to his chambers with a growing retinue of patrician sycophants following in tow. They arrived at Commodus's vast chambers to find an army of slaves waiting for them. Young men and women with supple bodies and pretty faces circulated the many rooms, serving fine wines and offering exquisite dishes laden with exotic foods prepared to perfection, much of it still hot, the myriad of aromas making his mouth water. In every direction he turned, Narcissus found amusements. Dancers swayed to the gentle plucks of a harpsichordist, while a pale boy with rose-painted cheeks sang a sweet ballad, his voice so perfect that some of those listening wept in open admiration. Moving deeper into the labyrinth of rooms, Narcissus found more musicians, more dancers. The rooms were hot with the crush of bodies, more than had been with them at the Colosseum, and more arriving with each passing moment. Part of him wanted to scream at them, force them from the Emperor's rooms, knowing what a monster the man was. But the longer he watched, the more he understood. The Romans who suckled at the Emperor's teat ate and drank with abandon, laughing and dancing as if there were no tomorrow, living without a care for what went on outside of the palace. Disgusted by all of it, Narcissus pushed through the throng, finding himself in Commodus's bath chamber, gasping for breath from the steaming water. Wiping sweat from his brow, the big Celt caught a glimpse of the last rays of the setting sun, and immediately pushed his way through the packed room to find a wide balcony overlooking a manicured garden. Cool draughts of evening air cooled him as he wandered away from the noise toward a low stone bench, his gaze drawn to winding paths, colourful statues, and bubbling fountains that dotted the area. Narcissus sighed as he sat, grateful to be alone and watch the sunset, at peace for the first time in many months. If someone had told him a year ago that he would be Doctore to the Emperor himself, he would have laughed in their face. Part of him knew he should be grateful for the luxuries granted to him by living in the imperial palace. His rooms were massive compared to his tiny cell at the Ludus. Food, drink, women, they were all easily at hand. He wanted for nothing. Even Commodus, in his madness, appeared to enjoy the big Celt's presence, but none of it gave him a flicker of joy. For a brief, shining moment in his life, he was fulfilled, content, a free man with a woman he loved and the world laid out at his feet. Now the wine, the food, all tasted bitter, his hatred for this life growing with each passing day. With a growl, he got to his feet, wanting to be away from Commodus and his debauchery, wishing only for his simple cell, and Vesper to go with it.
I have ended many nights with that kind of rage beating in my chest.
Narcissus looked over his shoulder to find Commodus streaking toward him, cup in hand, wearing an open tunic and nothing more.
I am not angry,
he began, returning his gaze to the garden.
You don't have to lie to me,
said Commodus, following his gaze.
I see it in your eyes. Those of us blessed by the divine live with the frustration, knowing that we will never find our equal, forced to live out our lives wallowing with these lesser beings.
He kept his face still, nodding along with the ramblings of the madman, stunned that such a fool held so much power.
I do not. I used to question it, when I was very young,
said Commodus, raising his cleft chin in a way that reminded him of Lucilla.
What?
My divinity, he said. I struggled to know if I was truly blessed by Jupiter. Narcissus narrowed his eyes, not seeing where this was going.
And now? You are certain? How?
It began here, in my very chambers, months ago, he began, his eyes flashing a milky white, so quickly that Narcissus was sure it was his imagination.
I woke in a stupor, drunk beyond remembering, my entire guard dead around me.
He sucked in a sharp breath, cocking his head in confusion.
What kind of fool assassin would kill your men but leave you alive?
Commodus scoffed, shaking his head.
There was no assassin. My men tried to kill me, but they failed. I still remember coming to my senses with my hands around one of their throats, watching the light fade from his eyes. It was glorious, he finished, a beaming smile on his face. Your own men? Said Narcissus, looking for hints of a lie in his words, finding none. Why would they do this? Why else? Power, he said with a shrug. Cleander's predecessor thought to take my head, but in his betrayal I learned my true strength. My greatness was revealed. How so? He asked, his curiosity piqued. When their swords shattered against my skin, when their blades could not pierce my flesh, I knew what it meant to be a god among men. But my divinity is a burden I carry every day. What does any of this have to do with me? Because I have watched you in battle. Your strength, your speed. It's all impressive. Almost as impressive as my own. I feel we are kin, both born from Jupiter himself. But I need proof. A test. You've seen me battle in the arena, faced me even. What more do you need? Commodus began to pace, rubbing his hand on the banister of the long balcony. I think we should repeat what happened to me, he said, turning back to face Narcissus fully. Take every man in my rooms, every legionnaire. Kill them all, just as I did. Narcissus frowned, his pale face flushing bright red. I do not kill without purpose, he said, shaking his head. To murder all those people for nothing is not my way. You don't do it for nothing. You do it for me, began Commodus, sneering at some of his guests who were now spilling out onto the wide balcony, falling over one another, spilling wine on the fine marble. Look at them. They are soft, weak, a waste of life. They are not like the Romans of old, hard men who fought and battled to build the greatest empire in the world, brick by brick. The big Celt coughed into his hand to hide his laughter. He knew little of history, but he could see. Commodus did little more than spend his days satisfying his every whim, doing much the same as the Romans he scorned. There was an audible gasp from those on the balcony. A flash of emerald green pulled his attention to the night sky. What in the name of the gods? He asked, as a wave of roiling clouds raced toward them, jagged flashes of silent lightning cutting across the sky. No, whispered Commodus, following his gaze, his body stiffening, then collapsing with a heavy groan when the roiling clouds touched him, blanketing both of them in a sickly green fog that smelled of damp, rotting wood. Blinded by the thick haze, Narcissus felt a chill run down his spine when he heard a piercing scream that put his teeth on edge. Using the wall to guide him, he half ran, half stumbled his way back to the entryway. He almost made it when another wave of screams echoed through the fog, and he staggered back as a vile odour filled his nostrils, causing him to retch, his belly threatening to empty from nausea. A heavy blow struck him in the chest, blasting the air from his lungs, followed by another to the bridge of his nose that left him dizzy, with spots dancing in the corners of his eyes. "Face me!" he shouted, staggering as blow after blow peppered his face. With a roar, the big Celt swung his fists blindly, his powerful haymakers catching nothing but air, while whatever was attacking him landed wicked blows to his nose, cheeks, and throat, leaving him breathless. Changing tactics, he tightened up, pulling his arms close in front of him to protect his face,
while lashing out with his knees and elbows in hopes of catching his attacker off guard. In response, he found himself lifted bodily, slammed against the wall with enough force that his body fell limp, coughing up bright blood from his lungs as he slumped to his haunches. Pushing his back against the wall, he tried to stand, only to be knocked back by the invisible force.
"Finish it,"
he said, his breath coming in heavy gasps. The force battling him drew back, and he looked up, intending to face whatever was about to kill him, when suddenly the clinging fog was blasted away, revealing a Titan-sized shadow in the shape of a man, only visible by the light it blocked. Narcissus gasped when behind it the sky was dominated by a whirling void that stretched from east to west, images of places beyond imagining rippling across its surface, shifting and changing with every breath. The shadow stopped its killing blow to follow his gaze, a defiant screech piercing his ear as the creature recoiled, shrinking in on itself. The big kelp blinked, and suddenly the infinite void shrank down to a small point in the sky, the stars returning to their rightful place in the sky. The creature let out a triumphant shriek when the void vanished, raising its shadowy fist to finish Narcissus for good. The blow was about to land when a web of golden threads spun into place in front of the creature's fist, halting the attack. Narcissus let out a breath, his shoulders slumping in relief as the creature kicked and screamed as it was dragged away from him, over the balcony and into the garden, vanishing in the darkness. The clinging fog began to clear, and he frowned when he saw a thin cord of shadow stretching away from Commodus, snaking into the garden toward where the creature had vanished. Narcissus wanted nothing more than to sit, close his eyes, and lay back against the wall until the pain went away. But something nagged at him, and his breath caught in his throat when he realised there was no music, no underlying din of conversation, only an oppressive silence that worried him. He pushed back against the wall to stand, his eyes narrowing when he glanced into Commodus's chambers. Everyone, every last sycophant from Commodus's retinue, was comatose or dead. Narcissus was about to enter when a flickering amber thread shot from the garden, darting toward him. He turned to run, only to curse in frustration when the cord wrapped around his wrist, locking his arm in place as more threads emerged, taking only a heartbeat to wrap him in a glowing web from head to toe. A rasping gasp poured from his throat when an icy wave washed over him, healing the bruises on his face, his breath frosting as the same coolness pierced his lungs, easing the pain in his chest. Narcissus smiled when a familiar connection settled on his shoulders, and a world of sensation that he had almost forgotten returned to him, completing him. He blinked, and she was there, floating over the railing of the balcony with a glowing bubble that enveloped them, blocking out everything, giving him the feeling that they were the only people in the world. He looked into her dark eyes, drank in her brilliant smile, falling in love once more with the curve of her lips.
"I thought I'd lost you."
"Never," she whispered, giggling as she touched the naked flesh where his beard once was, her eyes saying all that needed to be said. "Are you well, my love?" The screech of the shadow called his attention, and the terror-filled shouts of panicked Romans made him wince. But none of it mattered. None of it frightened him.
"I am,"
he said, with a short nod.
"You?"
She nodded, kissing him, despite the chaos flowing around them. "I am."
"What now?"
he said, his smile growing wider. Vesper shrugged, glancing around. Now we saved these fools from themselves." Chapter 23. Hurricane. An ear-piercing shriek shattered the silence, the balcony tilting as the garden heaved, earth and stone spewing high into the air to shower debris onto the barrier she had created. "We have to move," she said, pulling her lips away with a pang of regret, wishing she and Narcissus had shared more than just a fleeting moment. "What's going on?" he asked, as he stood to his full height. Vesper began to answer when a sphere of pure ace emerged from the darkness of the garden, Oroku meeting her eyes with a look of terror on his pointed face. "It's a long story," she began, looking up at the towering shadow on the Berber's heels, the monster tearing away the last remnants of the amber net she had crafted to restrain it. "But let's just say that for a moment our world, and the worlds beyond, were one. Every spirit, every lower in our reality was drawn toward the void where they truly belong, breaking any bonds they had to the flesh." "Commodus?" asked Narcissus, his eyes once more drawn to the filament of shadow connecting the Emperor to the shadow descending upon them. Oroku was on them suddenly, his sphere of golden amber enveloping them, shielding them just in time against the shadow's titanic attack. Vesper flinched, eyeing the cracks forming and then vanishing with each blow. "We suspected since the battle with Sautorus that something was going on with him," she said, the ace on her arms flashing bright as she took the Berber's hand, adding her strength to their shield. "But nothing like this. I have never seen a lower so powerful." She gritted her teeth, bracing for another of the shadow's attacks, only to narrow her eyes in confusion when the creature moved past them, plunging deep into the Emperor's chambers and spreading out, the rooms barely visible behind a darkened haze. "What's it doing?" asked Narcissus, when the shadow descended on the fallen bodies. Vesper began to shake her head, only to suddenly gag when a fetid odour touched her nose, her stomach heaving as her eyes watered from the smell. "Oh, by Olodumare, it's hunting for easier prey," she whispered, her voice full of horror, as the bodies fell apart, melting like wax, until only putrid pools of dark liquid remained. "It was him." Narcissus blanched, nodding hard. "The incidents? The ones we investigated with Lucilla? Was it Commodus all along?" "I think so," said Vesper, remembering the smells, the vanished bodies, the scenes of madness they had witnessed over the last year, most of them a mirror to the one happening in front of them. Or at least part of it." Oroku bent in half, retching with violent heaves until nothing else came out. "What creature of nightmare is this?" he said, wiping his mouth on his sleeve as the sphere backed away when the shadow spilled once more onto the balcony, creeping ever so slowly toward the Emperor's inert form. "Do we let it kill him?" asked Narcissus, taking her hand in his. Vesper eyed the shadowy cord, connecting Commodus to the creature as it drew closer to him. "Look at it," she said, wrinkling her nose when torrents of red and black rippled up and down its form, which was now thicker, slower, giving it the appearance of a beast that had eaten its fill. I don't think it means to kill him. It looks satisfied, like it's returning home." "You mean it is bonded with him? Joined to his flesh?" asked Narcissus. "There are stories," began Oroku, his voice trembling, "of ancient Loa who hid in the world, living life after life, fueling their power with the ace of mortals." "Then let Rome reap what it has sown," said Narcissus. "I have suffered enough for this empire, given up too much. I'm done." Vesper pressed her lips together, torn between her sense of duty to protect life, to keep to the pact made long ago between the Oss and Rome. But Commodus was a monster, a cruel man who took pleasure in the pain of others, herself included. "He has the blood of my people on his hands, and I'm tired of protecting a man who, in his ignorance, broke a pact that protected Rome from the very thing consuming him now. I can do better for the world, far away from him. Let Commodus deal with the mess he has created." She was about to direct Oroku to take them away from the palace and the city itself, when Commodus bounded to his feet, scrambling away from the stalking shadow, his eyes wide with fear. "Get back, beast!
Do you know who I am? Caesar of Rome, son of Jupiter. You cannot have me.
The stalking shadow came to a halt, the edges of its shape warping, twisting in ways that made Vesper's stomach bubble with fear.
You are nothing without me,
said the shadow, its voice a piercing needle in her ear.
You wish to be a god? I have made you a god. Not like this,
pleaded Commodus, falling on his haunches and raising his hands defensively as the creature came closer, the cord connecting them growing thicker.
Not trapped in the bowels of my own mind, a prisoner.
Coward, muttered Narcissus, frowning like he'd eaten something bitter. A whiff of death drifted from Commodus's chambers, forcing Vesper to once again look at the carnage, eyeing the pools of black liquid left by the creature. It was clear from the creature's bloated appearance that it was satiated for now, but given time, it would be hungry again, and with Commodus as its puppet, who knows what could happen. This is only the beginning. The killing will continue if we leave, said Vesper at last, bowing her head while she clenched her fists. At the very least, we have to stop that thing from rejoining him. Stop it. Here. Now. Through their reformed bond, she felt Narcissus bristle with rage, his blood burning hot.
No,
he shouted, shaking his head.
I have just gotten you back. We have sacrificed too much, paid too high a price. We can leave Rome to burn for all I care.
Vesper touched the stars on her shoulder blades, reaching deep inside her, finding the small spark that connected her to the primordial lower that had marked her so. I'm sorry, she said, meeting his angry gaze at last. I must be better than my enemies, lest I become them. Her heart skipped a beat when his grip on her hand weakened, and he started to pull away, his face flushing a deep red. It only lasted a moment, but it was long enough to leave her weak in the knees, terrified that she had pushed him away.
Can you stop this thing?
He said finally, his grip solidifying, unyielding. Yes, but not without help.
Then we will face it together,
said Narcissus, flexing his massive arms. No, my love, this battle will be beyond the physical, and I don't want to lose you, ever again, she said, pushing him away. Oroku, take him far away from here, now. The Berber nodded, never blinking. Peace from wisdom, wisdom from peace.
No!
Shouted Narcissus as she leapt, his growling protest fading as Oroku's sphere sped off, vanishing into the night. The shadow was almost on top of Commodus when Vesper landed on the heaving balcony, the beast coming to a halt, a predator sniffing the air when new prey arrived, then snapping around to extend its hungry claws toward her. A storm of light erupted from her chest as she channeled the ace in her blood through the stars decorating her neck, while words of power poured from her throat.
Eshu, son of Alodjimare, master deceiver, I call upon you for a simple task. Give me your power so that I may destroy our enemies. In return, I offer my blood, my service, my life.
The shadow, creeping toward her, froze in place at the mention of Eshu, its form bending back on itself, while shades of crimson flashed across its surface.
You summon the deceiver,
it whispered, Vesper wincing from its piercing voice.
You are a fool. I will offer you a quick death so that you do not have to suffer under his cruelty.
The creature pushed through the bursts of light pulsing from the stars on her collar, the putrid shadow contorting, deforming with each step it took toward her. Vesper shuddered as she felt Eshu descend upon her, the primordial lowest spirit pouring into her body with such force that she staggered from the power racing through her blood, while the tattoos across her chest erupted in a brilliant cascade of light. In the past, when she had shared her body with Lilith or Papa Jufari, It had been a battle of wills to control her body, a battle she had often come close to losing as the lower fought to push her out. This was different. Instead of dominating the spirit and forcing it to her will, it was like she had opened a door to find a friend waiting for her, both of them sharing a space. Eshu's potential adding to her own.
A simple task,
shouted Eshu in her mind as he settled into her body, drinking in the world through her senses, her eyes snapping open and her jaw falling when he saw the bloated shadow pouring into Commodus. You didn't answer last time, so I made it sound simple.
You tricked me,
said the lower in her mind, his thoughts full of anger, then shifting to amusement. Good. Vesper smiled when a concentric pattern on her arm came to life, forming the gladius of light she had crafted, blazing like the noonday sun as it appeared in her hand.
Now look at what we face,
said Eshu, as she began to tremble when the barrier between the primordial lower and herself blurred, gasping as ancient wisdom poured into her mind, knowledge stretching back to the creation of time, the weave itself. Together they were witness to the creation of the lower joined with Commodus, a twisted afterbirth of the first servants created by Olodumare, meant to be left to wither and die, only to live on as a parasite, attaching itself to the most hateful and savage of the first peoples, hiding in the world, growing in power with each new connection, building and growing for millennia until it became a creature of legend, summoned by the foolish. Eshu, how do we stop a creature that old, that powerful? She said, swallowing hard. The trickster lower smiled with her face, shrugging her shoulders. We cannot kill it, but we can send it back beyond the void, far away from this world. We only have to control it for a moment. The shadow had almost completely joined with Commodus, with only a few writhing threads of shadow flickering around him when she stepped forward, calling it out in bold tones. Hurricane the Mighty, Lord of Shadows, I call on you, she began, her voice a mixture of Eshu's and her own, booming with a powerful cadence that echoed across the garden and beyond. Give me your power, your strength, so that I can banish my enemies. At the powerful call, Commodus staggered forward, falling on his face as the ancient lower hurricane was ripped from his body, the bloated shadow now towering over her, its trembling form growing with each passing moment. You dare! It echoed in a hollow voice that vibrated through her, shaking her to the core of her being. I command, you command nothing, it shouted, surging forward to try and envelop her. I am ancient beyond your understanding, beyond the strength of the pathetic lower riding your bones. The shadow washed over her, and Vesper's flesh stung, burning and freezing all at once, her eyes blurring from the pain. In response, Vesper pulled hard on Eshu's strength, sending more ace coursing through the blade. Night turned to day as she raised her gladius high, leaving her blind, blinking away spots as the weapon flared with torrents of amber light that cut large swathes of shadow from Hurricane, forcing it to bend back over on itself. I command you, it said again. You command nothing, roared the twisted lower as it surged forward, screeching, screaming, howling as bits and pieces of it tore away while it charged toward her. Vesper blinked, and she found herself enveloped in a vortex of darkness, Hurricane's corruption burning away her flesh, boiling her blood, while Eshu's strength healed her, patches of newly grown flesh appearing as quickly as it vanished. I can't hold it, she whimpered, gritting her teeth while she fought for breath, wanting nothing more than to give up, drift away on the wind and find peace, but somehow holding on. You must hold on, for both our sakes, screamed Eshu in her mind, giving Vesper every ounce of his strength. Vesper nodded, using every shred of ace she could, cursing each time the scale of life and death slipped in favour of Hurricane, with more of her burning away while she faded toward oblivion. How do we return it to the void, to the world beyond? A gate, said Eshu, his words strained, a way back to the void where he belongs. Vesper closed her eyes, feeling for the connection she had just made, the connection she intended to use to find her friend. Lucilla, I need you. The words had barely left her mouth when she felt a sudden rush of closeness, a web of connection that eased her pain, tipping the scales once more into balance against the wicked shadow. The air in front of her shimmered, a violent tear splitting the illusion of reality open to reveal a bone-strewn garden filled with dull green-grey plants, Vesper gawking in amazement when she saw Lucilla step into view. The noble woman looked nothing like she remembered. Her face was a mess of scars, while her long brown hair, once perfectly coiffed like a crown, hung past her shoulders, ragged and filthy, like the filthy stola she wore. Most shocking, her once pale skin was now covered in the twisted symbols used by the Sandawai, the flesh on her arms red and festering from wounds never given time to heal. "Keep the portal open," she said over her shoulder as she stepped from the portal to take Vesper's hand, squeezing hard. "Are you well?" she asked, worried for her despite matching her will to Hurricane's. "Take what little strength I have," said Lucilla, her voice cracked and broken, the portal behind her beginning to close. Vesper nodded, pushing Lucilla behind her as she redoubled her efforts, blasting beams of light into the shadow, Hurricane's screams shaking the foundations of the great palace. "I command you to return to the void, to face—" Hurricane fell back, its warped form fighting against every step Vesper took toward it. "You will not win," it said, turning to flee. "I will find another sack of flesh." The force resisting Vesper relented, and for a moment she panicked. "I cannot let you leave," she said, plunging her blade deep into the fleeing lower, the threads of light from the weapon spreading out through its form, burrowing deep into the chaos that held it together. A dark filament shot from Hurricane's fading form, burying itself deep into Commodus, using the Caesar of Rome to drag itself forward, pulling Vesper with it. "You have lost, O witch!" shouted Hurricane as it dove toward Commodus. "Kita, take him!" Vesper ignored the shout and lunged, trying to stop it, but something pushed her aside, sending her tumbling. She looked up to find the bloody symbols on Lucilla's arms glowing a bright white blue as she somehow managed to push the shadow into the portal, a pair of long arms from the other side pulling the lower the rest of the way in. Vesper shook her head, narrowing her eyes as the portal snapped shut, the world around them falling silent. "What? How did you—" Lucilla glided over to her, falling cross-legged beside her. "Apologies, I did not mean to hurt you." Despite every fibre of her body stinging with pain, Vesper fell back against the wall and laughed, while in her mind Eshu did the same. "Hurt me? You saved me," she said, glancing over at Commodus. "Your brother, too." The noblewoman glanced over at Commodus, raising her chin. "A mistake I intend to fix," she began, pushing herself up using the wall. "Vesper, can you make a gladius?" Vesper's eyes drifted between the siblings, a chill running through her when she saw the hatred in her friend's eyes. "Of course," she said, pulling together the threads of ace to conjure up a simple steel gladius for her. Lucilla pressed her lips together when the blade appeared in her hands. A fierce snarl escaped her throat when she drifted to stand over her brother. "He did this to me, you know," she said in a flat tone. "Imprisoned me, Starved me until I was forced to make the worst bargain of my life. It only got worse from there. End it quickly, and let us be gone from this place, said Vesper, rubbing her arms. Everything about this is putting my nerves on edge. For my husband, for our father, began Lucilla, raising the gladius over her head, the point of the weapon aimed at her brother's chest. Wait! Shouted Eshu with Vesper's voice, his words a mix of terror and panic as he reached out to stop Lucilla. Lucilla staggered, gasping in shock as she clutched at her chest. What? The gladius in Lucilla's hands faded as Eshu took control of Vesper, unravelling the weave holding the blade together. What is the meaning of this? Said Vesper, appearing as if she were talking to herself. In her mind, Eshu shifted, adjusted, preparing for battle. Look, truly look, he whispered, pouring ace through Vesper, hardening her skin, making her muscles steel. Talk to me. What in the name of the gods is going on? Asked Lucilla, her cheeks reddening as if she'd been slapped. Vesper raised a hand to silence her, trying to make sense of the jumble of thoughts racing through her mind. Finally, she calmed her racing heart and did what she was told, shifting her vision to the world of the spirit, of the weave. By Alodu Mare, she said, stumbling back. What? Hurricane, it's still there, said Vesper, cocking her head as she stared, or at least still connected to him somehow. A thick cord of shadow stretched out from Commodus, vanishing a few feet later, giving Commodus the appearance of a marionette, dancing on some puppeteer's string. A fine trick, said Eshu with Vesper's voice, walking around Commodus to inspect the dark connection. If we cut the cord, it will re-summon the beast, tearing a hole in our world to let it run free, unrestrained by the physical. A nightmare for the world. What do we do? Asked Vesper, resting a hand on Lucilla's shoulder while the other woman began to sob, her body shaking as she slumped to her knees. As long as this fool lives, Hurricane is locked away, said Eshu, speaking in her mind now, his words for her alone. But the moment he dies, the world will suffer, as the Dark Lower tries to consume it all to grow its power. So it would seem you have no choice. Vesper shook her head, pressing her lips together. No, she said, pacing back and forth, the weight of what she had to do pressing hard on her shoulder. Lucilla gave her a questioning look. What? She stopped, looking up at the stars, taking in a deep breath. For the moment, we have to keep your brother safe. If he dies, the beast goes free to ravage, to feed, and the world will look like the chambers behind us. No, she whispered, shaking her head. Until the time comes, we must be a shield to Commodus. Keep him safe, no matter the cost, or the world will die with him. Epilogue. Magnus wandered the shattered remains of the garden, cursing with each step, his jaw hanging open in awe at the destruction. When Mother Ayaba had ordered him to Rome with the task of organising the senators they controlled, the last thing he expected was to return home to find the Sandawai matron gone, with their home in ruins. Delving deeper into the garden, it was clear a great battle had taken place here. How, he could not imagine. Their stronghold here was meant to be invincible against living armies. Arriving at the heart of the garden, his brow shot up in shock when he saw the illusion of Mother Ayaba's simple bench was gone, her towering stone throne visible for all to see. He removed his red-painted mask, letting the garish skull clatter to the stone path while he reached down to find the matron's obe, the bone dagger that was a powerful tool in channeling her power. But, more importantly, it was a symbol of her dominance of the Sandawai people. Magnus smiled to himself when he ripped off his toga and then the tunic beneath, exposing his skinny chest.
Blood for power. Power for blood.
He repeated over and over, not hesitating, as he cut deep gashes over his heart, the bone dagger drinking it all in, not a single drop falling to the ground. When he was done, he plunged the dagger in his belly, a shout of triumph escaping his lips despite the piercing agony. The hurt only lasted a moment, subsiding with each breath, until finally the blade slid from his stomach, his pale flesh whole and untouched. Bounding to his feet, he could already feel the changes, amazed at how light he felt, like he had put down a great weight that he had been carrying for his whole life, relishing in his newfound strength. His vision was the strangest, and when he looked out, he could see back and forth along the weave, and if he focused, could catch glimpses of the living world, even at the heart of Rome itself, despite, or due to, the corruption that engulfed the city. He couldn't be sure. Pushing it all from his mind, he mounted the steps to the throne, trembling as a rush of sensation threatened to overwhelm him when he sat. Touches of flesh on flesh, smells fantastic and foul, words spoken in languages foreign and familiar, caressing his ear, as connections to the other Sandawai stretched across the world reached him. Gripping the arms of the throne, he cleared his throat, speaking in a powerful voice that reached all of the first people hidden throughout the world. "Hear me, brothers and sisters," he began, his blood racing with each word. "I, Magnus, Chief Voden of the Sandawai, call for you to pledge your blood, your life, your loyalty, now and forever, until the true death." Magnus smiled, leaning back on his throne as their words came to him, his power growing with each pledge, with each oath. He would rule the Sandawai now, and finally bring his people into the light, to rule not only Rome, but the world. The end. Vesper will return. This has been Imperator, The Last Witch of Rome, Book 3. Written by Rhett Gervais. Narrated by Jill Mills. Copyright 2021 by Rhett Gervais. Production copyright by Rhett Gervais.